One fateful night, Yisu inadvertently traversed into the enchanting realm of Pokémon, acquiring a sign-in system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully signed in and received a mutated Rayquaza. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed a task and earned a random Pokémon egg. How come you, having only traveled for a short while, are so powerful? Lamented a trainer who had been on the road for several years. Because I have a cheat, of course. Yisu chuckled inwardly. Chapter 1. The System. Sigh. Yisu sighed as he lay in bed. It seems that I have been in this world for 5 years now. Indeed, Yisu was one among many who had traversed realms. 5 years ago, in another world, Yisu, aged 22, led a reclusive life akin to that of a shut-in, spending his days merely sleeping and eating, with only his computer for company. One day, an impulse struck Yisu as he yearned to alter his languid existence and took his first step into society. Perhaps fate had other plans. As he stepped outside and approached the intersection, he was struck down by a rapidly stopping truck, ultimately succumbing to death despite the futile rescue efforts. I used to adore Pokémon. I never imagined I would traverse into the world of Pokémon. His last conscious thought was of the truck's front end, and thereafter, it felt as though he had succumbed to an eternal slumber. After what seemed like an eternity, he opened his eyes to find an elderly man before him. Though he did not recognize him, Yisu immediately identified him as Professor Oak from Pokémon, and he realized he had indeed crossed into another world. Yisu wished to voice his elation, yet all that emerged was the cooing of an infant. Professor Oak took Yisu in, regarding him as his own grandson. It was rather amusing back then, thinking I could do as I pleased upon arriving in a new world. Yisu stood up and made his way to the door. Now, 5 years into his journey, despite possessing a golden finger, it remained dormant, displaying only a 100 progress bar. Yisu had assumed it would load quickly, yet 5 years had passed, and it was still inactive. Little Yi, you're back? Why didn't you let me know? As Yisu attempted to open the door, Alice, who heard the commotion outside, swung it open and puffed her cheeks in annoyance at the sight of him. As expected, my brother goes out for a bit of independence and forgets his sister. I'm so heartbroken, boo-hoo. Alice wiped away non-existent tears from her eyes. Yisu glanced at Alice, his sister by circumstance rather than blood, taken in by Professor Oak's relative, and had been residing in the research facility for 3 years. Previously, Alice had lived there under the pretense of being an assistant. Yisu ignored her, settling onto the sofa beside his bed. Even if she was pretending to cry, she should at least muster a few tears. Her acting was woefully inadequate, leaving him at a loss for comforting words. Noticing Yisu's indifference, Alice ceased her feigned sobbing and sat beside him. Little Yi, did you make any friends at the summer camp? Alice inquired with a smile. The summer camp was organized by Professor Oak, and naturally, as his grandson, Yisu participated. Of course, making friends is easy if you have hands. Alice pouted. Yisu, much like in his past life, spent his days either assisting Professor Oak with research or staying indoors, with very few friends aside from those known to Professor Oak. To audaciously claim that making friends was simply a matter of having hands, Alice thought to herself, I do not have such a boastful brother. Did you really make friends? Alice asked again, her uncertainty apparent. Yisu realized that he needed some evidence to convince her of his social success. Yisu retrieved his phone and showed her a photo. Look, this is my friend. Isn't she lovely? Alice gazed at the image of Yisu and a charming girl posing intimately, a twinge of discomfort stirring within her. Upon discovering that Yisu was her cousin, she had moved into Professor Oak's research facility immediately. How could her brother be photographed with another girl? What use is beauty if she is merely a little girl? At most, she is somewhat cute. What is her name? Alice remarked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Alice, are you feeling jealous? Oomph. I simply dislike seeing my brother taking pictures with others. Alice retorted with a huff. You're not being honest, Alice. Yisu observed Alice's sulking demeanor, finding it somewhat adorable, and teased her unconsciously. Come now, what is her name, and where is she from? Alice playfully punched Yisu on the head. Yisu rubbed his sore head. How could it be reasonable that she had just called him brother affectionately, only to strike him when feeling envious? Her name is Serena, and she hails from the Kalos region. Yisu capitulated under Alice's playful authority. Alice, are you conducting a census? You should refer to me as elder sister. Alice playfully struck Yisu's head once more. Ah, so she is from the Kalos region. That brings me some peace. Alice murmured to herself, her voice barely audible, leaving Yisu unable to discern her words. The Kalos region was quite distant from Kanto. As long as they did not interact, both would likely forget each other in no time. Thus, Alice felt assured. The notion that her brother would always belong to her and could never be taken away by another was paramount. If anyone was to take him away, it should be her first. After a long day of travel, could you allow me a moment to rest, sister? Yisu remarked, gently pushing Alice out of the room. Staring at the empty ceiling, Yisu smiled. Although he lacked the system's assistance, life in this world was rather pleasant. Upon first arriving in this world, he had been but an infant. In truth, Alice's adoptive father was a friend of Professor Oak, and once Alice learned about Yisu, a betrothal had been arranged between them, though Yisu remained blissfully unaware, only recognizing Alice as an ardent sister complex. However, several years prior, Alice's adoptive father had tragically perished during an exploration of ruins, which led to her residing at Professor Oak's research facility. Coincidentally, the timing of this summer camp aligned closely with the one featured in the original narrative. During the camp, Yisu encountered the injured Serena before Ash did, and after rescuing her, they became good friends. Yisu could only apologize to Ash for inadvertently seizing his romantic opportunity. It seemed that due to the overwhelming number of participants in the summer camp, Yisu had not run into Ash, given that the camp hosted by Professor Oak attracted a multitude of children. System officially activated, granting the host a beginner's gift pack. Listening to the mechanical voice resonating in his mind, Yisu's mood remained unperturbed, his expression one of tranquility. Each time he closed his eyes, the system's voice echoed in his thoughts, yet it only presented the progress bar. It appeared that the system had traversed with Yisu into this realm, or perhaps it was the very system that transported him to the world of Pokémon. However, after bringing Yisu here 5 years ago, it had remained silent. Chapter 2, System Space. Oh, System, why have you only chosen to arrive now? I have come to terms with my situation, even in your absence. I can navigate this world. Knight Su Ping spoke with a sense of calm. Do you know? My grandfather is none other than Professor Oak, a figure of considerable renown within the realm of Pokémon. Thus, I find myself no longer in need of your assistance. I wish to lean on the sturdy leg of Professor Oak instead. Knight Su continued, now serving as an assistant at Professor Oak's research facility. Thanks to the memories of my past life in the Pokémon universe, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding Pokémon research, and my days are filled with purpose. Yet, the system paid no heed to Knight Su's words, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Have I spoken for so long without any encouragement from you? Shouldn't you be persuading me to embark on adventures and aspire to greatness instead of languishing in Professor Oak's laboratory for the entirety of my life? I, Knight Su, am an upright individual, not one to rely on external aids. I hold the system in disdain. Climbing to the pinnacle of success through a system is not my desire. Despite these declarations, Knight Su found himself honestly stepping into the realm of the system. What is happening? How did I suddenly enter the system space? Knight Su said nonchalantly, his heart steady. I merely came to admire the scenery. I would never employ such nefarious tools as the system. Yes, that is correct. Knight Su nodded, gazing into the boundless expanse of the system space. Whether it was a figment of Knight Su's imagination or a manifestation of truth, two characters seemed to transcend time and space, embedding themselves in his consciousness, truly fragrant. The phrase echoed ceaselessly in Knight Su's mind. He surveyed the system space, which resembled an independent and colossal realm, seemingly approaching infinity. At the very center of this space lay a small area of absolute territory, presumably the core of the system, accessible solely to Knight Su, the system's master. Beyond this absolute domain, the outer world appeared to be capable of accommodating other beings, as inferred from the system's descriptions. Oh, and there is the novice gift pack. Since the system has graciously provided it, it must be an earnest gesture. To neglect it would be to betray the system's trust. Knight Su mused. He silently invoked the system's backpack, retrieving the novice gift pack. Indeed, regardless of the world, even one as formidable as myself cannot resist the law of truly fragrant, and I must continue my training. Knight Su sighed, attributing the burden to the law of truly fragrant. Upon opening the novice gift pack, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 lucky draws, a luck aura, 1 divine beast lottery chance, 1 mysterious Pokemon egg, and 1 lucky card. Truly, what a grand gift pack. Others may receive but a single item, yet I have been granted 4 chances at a draw. Knight Su silently commended the system in his heart. By the way, what is your name, system? And what purpose do you serve? Knight Su inquired. The system is simply the system. It has no name. Then what kind of system are you? Just the system. Knight Su was left speechless, observing the elaborate titles of other systems, such as the strongest system of all realms or the ultimate life system. He found it perplexing that his own was so straightforward, lacking even a defined purpose. Nonetheless, Knight Su did not dwell on it, as long as the system proved effective. The fanciful titles were but illusions, most of which were inflated. By this merit alone, this system was far superior to the ostentatious ones that secretly ensnared their hosts. Knight Su examined the mysterious Pokémon egg procured from the gift pack, holding it in his hands and scrutinizing it. With a grandfather who is a doctor, he had learned much during Professor Oak's research endeavors, making him somewhat of a scholar himself. Yet, he could not discern which Pokémon this egg belonged to. Abandoning the futile attempt to identify it visually, he surmised that, as a product of the system, it should come with an explanation. Otherwise, no amount of squinting would yield any insight. Mysterious Pokémon egg, a gift from the system. This egg can hatch into the Pokémon the host cherishes most, and the resulting Pokémon will be exceptionally unique. Oh, it can hatch into my favorite Pokémon. Knight Su pondered his preferences. Pokémon such as Shiny Gardevoir, Rayquaza, and Celebi were among his favorites. If he were to select a singular favorite, it would likely be Shiny Gardevoir and Mew. While Shiny Gardevoir may not be a legendary, her beauty is truly unparalleled, and Mew is undeniably adorable. However, he wondered what kind of Pokémon would emerge from this mysterious egg. Knight Su did not linger on the matter for long. Since it was a predetermined outcome, he would simply await the hatching. He then turned his attention to the other items acquired from the gift pack. Luck Aura enhances fortune, ensuring a continuous flow of good luck, an essential for both home and travel, truly a necessity for any protagonist. Lucky Card, usable for 15 minutes, it bestows the effect of extraordinary luck. Divine Beast Lottery allows for a Divine Beast Lottery draw on the lottery page, guaranteeing the acquisition of a Divine Beast. Note: only Divine Beasts from the Pokémon realm may be drawn. Lucky Draw enables item lottery draws on the lottery page, allowing for the acquisition of any item except for Divine Beasts. Note: only items from the Pokémon realm may be drawn. Upon reviewing these descriptions, Knight Su's eyes nearly lit up like a 100-watt bulb. Truly, this was a generous offering. Unlike certain systems that require the completion of various tasks before granting lottery chances, with the odds of winning a Divine Beast akin to a certain glory, this system undoubtedly had substantial backing. Setting aside the other items for now, the Divine Beast Lottery alone was a guarantee of a Divine Beast. Although it was possible to draw a common Pokémon of a Divine Beast lineage, the chances of acquiring an actual Divine Beast were still quite high. Having lived in this world for 5 years, Knight Su understood all too well the significance of Divine Beasts. Possessing even the weakest of them could allow one to navigate this realm with ease. At the very least, individuals from the Pokémon League and distinguished families would grant one some degree of respect, refraining from overt insolence. Should he attain the power of a level 1 Divine Beast, such as Rayquaza, he would truly be free to act as he pleased. In the authentic Pokémon world, Divine Beasts far exceed their representations in the original texts. They are indeed worthy of their divine title. Taking a deep breath, Knight Su calmed the excitement bubbling within him and decided to activate the Luck Aura. Perhaps this item was even more crucial than acquiring a Divine Beast, as evident in Ash's experiences with his own Luck Aura, which enabled him to encounter numerous Divine Beasts. Chapter 3. The Lottery. Finally, Knight Su gazed at the opulent card. Why is it considered luxurious? Because this card is crafted from pure gold, with diamonds adorning each corner. Even disregarding its effects, selling it would yield considerable profit. Of course, Knight Su would not be foolish enough to sell this card. It could bestow extraordinary luck, albeit for a mere 15 minutes. However, Knight Su had one opportunity for a Divine Beast Lottery. At this moment, Knight Su felt as though Divine Beasts were beckoning to him. In this world, Pokémon are categorized into stages: Juvenile, Ordinary, Elite, Quasi-Champion, Champion, and Master. Divine Beasts are classified into 3 tiers: Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 1, Super Divine Beasts, and Creator Gods. Aside from the Juvenile stage and the enigmatic Creator God, all other levels possess early, mid, late, and peak phases. Tier 3 Divine Beasts typically include the Legendary Birds, the Legendary Beasts, and the Legendary Pillars. Tier 2 comprises Pokémon like Darkrai, Cresselia, Latios, and Latias, among others. Tier 1 features prominent Divine Beasts such as Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza, and Kyogre. Super Divine Beasts are a different matter entirely. Pokémon like Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Rayquaza generally possess the potential to become Super Divine Beasts, but only a select few achieve that status. Some Divine Beasts exist in groups, rather than being solitary entities. However, only a select few possess such collectives. Generally, it is only the leaders within a primary divine clan that may possess the prowess of a mythical beast. across the vast realm of Pokémon. The number of beings with mythical abilities does not exceed 10, with 3 residing within the Sinnoh region alone. The legendary dragon trio of Sinnoh all boast the might of mythical beasts. According to records and tales from ancient ruins, each mythical beast is said to wield cataclysmic power. Although such claims remain mere rumors, as no one has ever witnessed their true capabilities. Arceus stands as the sole creator deity, the singular force governing the universe. Yet the extent of its power remains shrouded in mystery. This classification is merely a simplification, as anomalies can certainly arise. For instance, the legendary birds may occasionally manifest with the strength of a primary deity. However, the probability of encountering a legendary bird of such caliber is exceedingly rare, less likely than encountering a Beedrill of third-tier strength, which does exist, as evidenced by the one owned by Team Rocket's Butch. Nonetheless, a legendary bird of primary deity strength is virtually non-existent. Upon accessing the system panel, Nightshade noted the presence of a shop and a sign-in feature, but he was surprised to find no task section. System, is there no task section? He inquired curiously. Host, the system does not include a task section, so rewards can only be obtained through signing in? Indeed. How does one sign in? Is it a daily occurrence? In specific areas, the system will provide automatic prompts. Nightshade chose not to inquire further and decided to proceed with the lottery, his eagerness palpable. He opened the lottery section, revealing 2 spinning wheels, one for a lucky draw and the other for Divine Beast rewards. Selecting the Divine Beast lottery, a grand wheel materialized from the void, adorned with the visages of various divine beasts, alongside those of ordinary Pokémon. While the prospect of winning a divine beast was enticing, the odds appeared dismally slim, as divine beasts occupy but a minuscule fraction of the Pokémon world. For reasons unknown, he felt that this divine beast lottery was somewhat dubious. However, with a lucky card in hand, he felt reassured. To comprehend the lottery mechanics, he discovered that silently invoking the commencement of the draw would set the wheel in motion. An vocal command would halt its rotation. Nightshade retrieved the lucky card, silently invoking its use, watching with a tinge of regret as the invaluable card gradually faded from view. Yet, upon its usage, he felt an invigorating surge of fortune. While he harbored no illusions of drawing Arceus, he hoped for at least a divine beast lineage. With merely 15 minutes to spare, Nightshade was determined not to squander time and promptly chanted for the lottery to begin. The pointer spun rapidly, and he focused intently on the wheel. However, the speed of the rotation and the multitude of Pokémon made it difficult to track. After a few seconds, he shouted stop. After all, prolonging the spin was of no consequence. Luck was the essence of the draw. Congratulations, Master. You have drawn a variant of the mythical beast Latios with extraordinary power. Nightshade leaped in exhilaration, unable to contain his excitement any longer. At that moment, he felt compelled to declare to the world, Nightshade is now the strongest trainer. No one, not even Jesus, can rival me. This was Latios, and not just any Latios, but one with mythical prowess. Nightshade felt confident enough to stand face to face with even the creator deity. Latios could mega-evolve, and after such an evolution, its power would be astounding, making a direct confrontation with Arceus conceivable. However, this was merely a figment of Nightshade's imagination, even in its mega-evolved form. Latios would only be able to exchange a few blows with Arceus, given that the latter possesses the plates. After a moment of exhilaration, Nightshade composed himself, resisting the urge to summon Latios immediately. The duration of the lucky card had yet to expire, and he still had 3 more chances in the lottery. This was no time to waste. He swiftly exited the Divine Beast lottery and accessed the lucky draw, not even glancing at the items on offer before silently invoking the draw once more, as the sheer volume of items rendered it impossible to analyze them all. Stop, he commanded, and the pointer came to a halt. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a universal skill machine. Nightshade paid little heed to the item acquired and promptly shouted, continue the draw. Stop. Congratulations, Master, you have received an enhanced version of psychic powers. Continue the draw. Stop. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired an enhanced version of the Aura Sphere. After the lottery concluded, Nightshade began to settle down, examining the treasures he had obtained. He could already feel the strength of the psychic powers and Aura Sphere, both of which were unique abilities for humans. Nightshade was able to levitate using telekinesis and even teleport. These psychic powers were indeed formidable, deserving of their enhanced designation. Thanks to these new abilities, Nightshade experienced a significant boost in mental strength, and the sudden influx of psychic powers and Aura Sphere did not overwhelm him. This realization brought him relief. For if his psychic powers were to spiral out of control, it could lead to disastrous consequences, especially concerning his sister, Alice. Fortunately, he could maintain complete control. He also experimented with the Aura Sphere, a manifestation of energy that allows one to communicate with Pokémon and even unleash Aura Spheres. While he could indeed utilize the Aura Sphere, the power of his emitted spheres was disappointingly feeble. Chapter 4. The Variant Latios. Perhaps with further training, their strength could be amplified. Nightshade grasped the nearby Universal Skill Machine. This device enables Pokémon to learn skills rapidly, containing all skills available to Pokémon and allowing for repeated use. Such a device does not exist in the real world. It is an artifact of the game, designed to expedite skill acquisition. However, unlike its game counterpart, which can only store a single skill and cannot accommodate rare ones exclusive to divine beasts, this machine astonishingly offers access to all skills, a truly extraordinary boon. In the real world, a skill machine would be akin to a cheat code, eliminating the time required for skill mastery. However, the skill machine is not infallible. While it facilitates skill learning, diligent practice remains crucial. There is a significant distinction between merely knowing a move and mastering it. For instance, the grass-type move Solar Beam requires time to charge initially, and by the time one has gathered enough energy, opponents may have already knocked them out. Mastery of Solar Beam could lead to instantaneous execution, but achieving such proficiency typically requires years of dedication. What thrilled Nightshade the most was the fact that this universal skill machine could be utilized repeatedly, a notable departure from the one-time use nature of most skill machines across various game versions. As he retrieved a Master Ball, a broad smile spread across his face, unable to conceal his delight. To have drawn a variant Latios and received a Master Ball as a bonus was an incredible fortune, for Master Balls are exceedingly rare. Given that the system's space can accommodate Latios, this Master Ball felt like a gift, an extraordinary windfall. However, despite its rarity, a Master Ball pales in comparison to the significance of a Latios, especially one of such extraordinary caliber. In truth, a Master Ball could hardly contain a divine beast, let alone a variant Latios at the pinnacle of mythical strength. Nonetheless, Pokémon obtained through the system begin with maximum intimacy and loyalty, ensuring that Latios would not act independently unless Nightshade was in peril. Yet here, within the confines of the system's space, even a Master Ball cannot bind Latios. Latios, come forth, Nightshade called, releasing the creature from the Master Ball. With a resounding roar, the colossal Latios soared into the sky, then descended to nuzzle Nightshade with its massive head, squinting its eyes in a display of affection. The mutated Rayquaza exhibits numerous distinctions from its ordinary counterpart. Physically, the coloration of the mutated Rayquaza is a striking blend of black and white. As I reached out to touch its cool, smooth body, I couldn't help but think how refreshing it would be to have such a companion during the sweltering summer months. The black and white mutated Rayquaza looks incredibly dashing, remarked Yuesu with a smile. In response to Yuesu's cheerful demeanor, Rayquaza seemed equally exhilarated, soaring gracefully around Yuesu in a jubilant dance. It was evident that the mutated Rayquaza possessed a significantly longer physique than the typical Rayquaza, while the standard Rayquaza measures approximately 7 meters. Yuesu's mutated version undoubtedly exceeded 10 meters in length. As Yuesu gazed at Rayquaza, he silently invoked the probe feature. Name, Rayquaza. Potential, Legendary Beast. Strength, Peak Legendary Beast. Type, Dragon, Flying, Fairy. Ability, Airlock. Hidden ability, Telepathy. The revelation that it possessed peak legendary strength left Yuesu pondering the immense power it would wield should it undergo Mega Evolution. However, the most intriguing aspect was that Yuesu's Rayquaza boasted 3 types, adding the fairy attribute to its repertoire. Perhaps this was a consequence of its mutation, he mused. Rayquaza, do you possess telepathy? Yuesu inquired of the creature beside him. Indeed, nearly all legendary Pokémon have the ability of telepathy, came a serene, ethereal voice that resonated within Yuesu's mind. At that moment, Yuesu was taken aback. It turned out that the striking Rayquaza was female. Are you a female? He asked. To which Rayquaza nodded. In this tangible world, most legendary Pokémon indeed have genders, though some remain genderless, contributing to the rarity of certain species. For instance, in the Unova region, Reshiram and Zekrom are designated as female and male, respectively, yet they lack any known lineage. This was Yuesu's first encounter with a legendary Pokémon, and he was previously unaware of their gendered nature, having assumed that Rayquaza, as portrayed in the games of his past life, was genderless. The existence of gender in Rayquaza was a delightful surprise for Yuesu. Rayquaza, you shall remain here, he declared, placing Rayquaza within the confines of his system space. The system space was not an empty void. Rather, it mirrored the diverse terrain of the outside world. Rayquaza soared into the sky, disappearing from Uesu's sight. Uesu was left unaware of Rayquaza's intentions and subsequently exited the system space. Clutching a Pokémon egg and a Master Ball, Uesu hurriedly left his room. "Did you not go to rest? How come you are out so soon?" Alice inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Rest? With my newfound psychic abilities. Fatigue is but a distant memory," Uesu replied. The exhilaration of acquiring a legendary Pokémon had invigorated him further. Naturally, he felt compelled to share this remarkable news with Alice, who was among his closest companions. While he might withhold details regarding the system from her, the discovery of Rayquaza was too significant to keep to himself. "Where did you acquire that Pokémon egg? And the Master Ball, where did it come from?" Alice gasped in astonishment. While the egg did not particularly surprise her, the rare Master Ball certainly did. Although she hailed from a prominent family, this was her first genuine encounter with a Master Ball, having only seen images of it before. Master Balls were exceedingly rare in this world. Essentially, since the last one was crafted, the existing quantity had dwindled to a mere fraction, akin to a limited edition. The Master Ball is of little consequence. The true treasure lies within the Pokémon it contains. "What? You captured a Pokémon? You didn't use the Master Ball to catch a Caterpie, did you?" Alice questioned, incredulous. She found it hard to believe that Uesu could capture any rare Pokémon during their summer camp, dubbing him a spendthrift. Once a Pokeball captures a Pokémon, it can no longer be used for others. The Master Ball, however, was priceless. If Uesu had truly caught a Caterpie, Alice would be left at a loss for words. Chapter 5. Alice's Astonishment. Uesu regarded his sister with an expression of speechlessness. True to her nature, she had accurately deduced his situation. In the game, Rayquaza was often jestingly referred to as Caterpie by players. However, Uesu's Caterpie was a mutated one. "Could it be that I hit the nail on the head?" "You truly are a spendthrift," Alice remarked, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she pondered how to console him. "What are you talking about?" "This is a mutated shiny Caterpie, which you wouldn't understand," Uesu retorted. Alice blinked again. If the Caterpie was merely mutated, then it was still just a Caterpie, wasn't it? What was the distinction? However, if it were indeed a shiny Caterpie, it would hold some value. For shiny Pokémon are undoubtedly rarer than the elusive legendary beasts, which seldom appear before human eyes. Yet, it was only of slight worth. Alice had never heard of anyone possessing a formidable Butterfree, which was the final evolution of Caterpie. "Are you alright, Uesu? A mutated Caterpie seems of little use," she commented, noticing his apparent reluctance to respond. "Come with me. I shall show you something remarkable," Uesu insisted, taking her hand and leading her towards the garden behind the research facility. "No need, let us stay here," Alice protested, convinced that it was merely a Caterpie, albeit a shiny one, which piqued her curiosity slightly. "The room is too cramped. We must go outside," Uesu insisted, continuing to pull Alice along, though she appeared somewhat reluctant. Alice's single-headed dragon, observing its trainer's departure, scampered after them with its tiny legs. In contrast to the imposing presence of a fully evolved three-headed dragon, the single-headed dragon appeared quite endearing, its bangs obscuring its eyes, leaving one to wonder how it perceived its surroundings. Its short limbs and round, plump body made it resemble a little puppy, exuding charm. Noticing Alice's lack of enthusiasm, Uesu smiled, eager to astonish her. "Prepare to have your jaw drop," he declared. "Come forth, Rayquaza." Uesu produced the Master Ball, releasing Rayquaza from its confines. Although he could have summoned Rayquaza directly from the system space, he opted for the Master Ball to avoid drawing too much attention. Alice blinked again, questioning whether she had misheard. Why was her brother calling for Rayquaza instead of Caterpie? It was not until Rayquaza let out a resounding roar that her gaze was drawn skyward, where the majestic creature soared. The elegant black and white figure radiated an aura of power and terror that only a legendary beast could possess. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, she was contemplating what a shiny Caterpie might look like, and now a black and white Rayquaza loomed before her. Though only 8 years old, Alice was no naive child. Having a renowned professor as a grandfather, she possessed a wealth of knowledge. There was no mistaking the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza from the Hoenn region, and despite its unusual coloration, she recognized it immediately. "Little Uesu, is this your Pokémon?" Alice exclaimed, grasping Uesu's hand with palpable excitement. The emergence of Rayquaza from Uesu's Master Ball confirmed that he had indeed captured it. However, legendary Pokémon were exceedingly rare. It could be said that those who had encountered one comprised less than 1% of humanity. Rayquaza descended, circling around Uesu and Alice, who cautiously extended a hand to touch the legendary creature. Upon making contact, she quickly withdrew her hand, overwhelmed by the encounter. The touch of Alice upon the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, elicited no significant reaction, for it was aware of the extraordinary bond shared between the young girl and her master. Otherwise, the noble Rayquaza would never allow anyone to make contact. After all, mythical creatures possess their own dignity. How about that? Are you not astounded? Your brother has introduced you to a divine beast, Nightshade exclaimed with a grin. This particular Rayquaza, Nightshades, was arguably the mightiest legendary after the alpaca, as it boasted the fairy type. What does this fairy type signify? For Rayquaza, it transcends mere immunity to dragon-type Pokémon attacks. Typically, Rayquaza is classified as a dragon and flying-type mythical creature, but with the addition of the fairy type, it gains a considerable advantage against dragon types. However, Ice-type moves inflict quadruple damage on Rayquaza, which poses a significant threat. Fortunately, upon Mega Evolution, its ability transforms into Delta Stream, erasing its susceptibility to flying-type weaknesses. Once this vulnerability is nullified, Ice-type moves will only deal double damage to Nightshade's Rayquaza. Naturally, with advantages come disadvantages. The inclusion of the Fairy type means that Poison and Steel-type moves will inflict double damage on Nightshade's Rayquaza. Yet, this is of little consequence. Although Poison and Steel types may deliver greater damage, what Pokémon of those types could possibly contend with Rayquaza? The only contender might be Arceus, who possesses the plates that allow it to change types, though Arceus itself does not belong to the rock type. Thus, the advantages of the fairy type vastly outweigh the disadvantages for Rayquaza. How did you acquire Rayquaza? Alice inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she calmed her excitement from meeting the legendary creature. Now, she simply wished to know how Nightshade had captured Rayquaza. That is a secret, Nightshade replied mysteriously. He was reluctant to divulge any details regarding the system, even to Alice, whom he trusted immensely. However, should this information inadvertently escape, it could attract nefarious individuals seeking to exploit his legendary Pokémon. Nightshade was unafraid for himself, but what of those around him? He could not provide constant protection. Moreover, even the Rayquaza produced by the system was oblivious to the system's existence. Alice refrained from pressing further, since Nightshade had deemed it a secret. She would not pursue the matter. From now on, I shall rely on you for protection, she declared joyfully. With Nightshade possessing Rayquaza, she felt reassured about his safety. With Rayquaza as a guardian, no one would dare to threaten Nightshade. But Nightshade, your Rayquaza is so grand, and it appears to be a shiny one, Alice remarked, gazing at Nightshade's Rayquaza. Moreover, your Rayquaza seems significantly larger than those described in the books. Of course, not only does my Rayquaza possess the additional fairy type, but it is also of the ultra-legendary caliber, the pinnacle of ultra-legendaries, Nightshade replied. Ultra-legendary caliber? Alice gasped in astonishment. Initially, she had presumed this Rayquaza to be merely of the legendary rank, but it turned out to be an ultra-legendary. The text had only recorded Rayquaza as possessing the status of a legendary Pokémon. After playing with Rayquaza for a while, Alice stored it away and then notified her grandfather, Professor Oak, of the momentous occasion. Such significant news certainly warranted informing her grandfather, allowing him to share in the astonishment. Upon receiving the message, Professor Oak immediately abandoned his work and rushed home with remarkable speed. Is it true, little knight? Have you truly captured Rayquaza? Professor Oak exclaimed, pinching Nightshade's cheek. Nightshade nodded and released Rayquaza for his grandfather to see. Little knight, while it is indeed impressive that you have captured Rayquaza, it would be prudent not to flaunt it in front of others, Professor Oak advised, suppressing his own excitement as he cautioned Nightshade. Although Rayquaza's presence is formidable, one cannot discount the potential for ill-intentioned individuals to emerge. In a capitalistic society, those driven by greed may resort to heinous acts, including murder, all for the sake of profit, let alone a legendary Pokémon. Even with Rayquaza's protection, unforeseen circumstances could arise. As those who thrive on violence are not uncommon in this world, some malevolent factions would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Professor Oak worried for Nightshade's safety, fearing that he might attract the attention of such wicked forces. Nightshade nodded, understanding that Professor Oak's concerns stemmed from a place of care. Grandfather, do you know how to summon Giratina? Nightshade asked, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Although Professor Oak resided in the Kanto region, his research spanned a broad spectrum, and Nightshade recognized Giratina from the games. However, understanding the nature of Giratina in this world was essential. Indeed, he harbored intentions to summon Giratina. Professor Oak and Alice were the two individuals Nightshade held most dear in this world. In the Distortion world, Giratina could traverse freely between the main world and the Distortion world, making it an unparalleled guardian. While the Ultra Beast, Necrozma, could also navigate between dimensions, Nightshade's immediate goal was to secure a Giratina. Little Knight, why do you ask this? You do not mean to capture Giratina, do you? That is the guardian of the Sinnoh region. Professor Oak cautioned. Even if you could capture it, the Sinnoh Pokemon League would never permit your departure. Moreover, as far as I know, Giratina is an ultra-legendary. It is undoubtedly one of the most powerful Pokemon, second only to the creator god, Arceus. Even with Rayquaza, you would struggle against Giratina. Professor Oak continued his admonition. Upon hearing this, Rayquaza exhibited signs of displeasure. Was this a slight against the sky god, Rayquaza? I am indeed powerful. I guard the atmosphere of this planet. Rayquaza's duty is to protect the skies, preventing extraterrestrial species from breaching our atmosphere and monitoring those who seek to leave this planet. In essence, Rayquaza serves as the planet's customs officer. Entry and exit require my consent. If I were not strong, how could I intercept extraterrestrial beings? Rest assured, Grandfather, Rayquaza possesses the strength of an ultra-legendary. Nightshade confidently proclaimed. As long as he could encounter Giratina in the distortion world, he was certain he could prevail. Not to mention that Rayquaza, boasting ultra-legendary strength, could easily overpower any Pokemon save Arceus. Furthermore, Rayquaza could mega-evolve, and upon doing so, would attain the power of the creator god. While it may not surpass Arceus, defeating Giratina would be a trivial matter. Rayquaza's Mega Evolution does not require a Mega Stone. It is activated through its own innate celestial organ. However, it seemed that Mega Stones had yet to be discovered in this world, as Mega Evolution remained unfamiliar to many. As for capturing Giratina, Nightshade could not guarantee success. To capture a legendary Pokemon, one must earn its respect. Mere defeat does not ensure its acknowledgement. Ultra-legendary strength? Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the implications. Yet, he ultimately shook his head. Giratina resides in the distortion world and rarely manifests in the real world. Thus, you are unlikely to encounter it. Little Knight, you should abandon the idea of capturing Giratina. Grandfather, I am aware that the ruins of Ulf connect to the distortion world, correct? That should provide access to it, yes? The spear pillar also links to the distortion world, does it not? Nightshade inquired, gazing intently at Professor Oak. Professor Oak's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. Who told you that? He demanded, realizing the truth in Nightshade's assertions. As Isu clenched his small fist, he was initially uncertain whether these two locations were indeed connected to the distortion world. Although he had the ability to access the distortion world directly, if he could ascertain that this realm mirrored the locations within the game, many uncertainties could be resolved. However, Isu was now convinced that the Giratina of this world was akin to that found in the game, and even if there were discrepancies, they would likely not be significant. Professor Oak gently rapped Isu on the head, not wishing to see him take such a perilous risk. You are not to seek out Giratina. You simply cannot capture it. His concern was not that Isu would be unable to withstand Giratina's might, but rather for Isu's safety, as the distortion world was no trivial matter. The formidable nature of legendary Pokemon was well understood, and Professor Oak would never allow Isu to venture into such danger. If anything were to happen, he would be racked with guilt. The fierce confrontation between Ho-Oh and the legendary birds illustrated that even the level 3 legendary birds possess a power beyond human reckoning. The strength of these divine beings could be likened to the very forces of nature. Could humanity truly contend with such might? The answer was unequivocally no. Akin to a mayfly attempting to uproot a tree, Professor Oak would not permit Isu to gamble with his safety. Alice, keep a close watch on Little Yi. If he dares to sneak away, you shall see how I deal with you. Alice nodded, feeling unjustly accused. Why should I be punished if he sneaks off? Little Yi, do not even think about slipping away. I have decided that I will sleep with you from now on. Alice's eyes twinkled. This seemed like a splendid opportunity to have an excuse to share a bed with Little Yi. Very well. I promise to be absolutely obedient. Isu nodded dutifully, though deep down he knew he would not easily abandon his quest to capture Giratina. Chapter 7. The Hatching of the Pokemon Egg, Ralts. His nature had always been thus. In his previous life, he would often remain confined within the walls of his home, devoid of tasks to occupy his time, immersing himself in various books, with Pokemon literature being the most frequently read. Hence, the aspiration to capture Giratina arose not from an overwhelming fondness for it, but rather out of a desire to ensure the safety of his family. Although the original narrative did not detail Professor Oak's injuries, and his influence was considerable, few dared to provoke this authority in the Pokemon research field. Isu's mere existence could inadvertently invite calamity. Securing a formidable guardian for Professor Oak would indeed be advantageous. allowing Yisu to travel with greater peace of mind. Thus, he resolved to traverse the distortion world in search of Giratina and to defeat it. The prospect of capturing Giratina, however, was far from guaranteed. Legendary Pokémon are inherently proud beings, seldom revealing themselves to humans, let alone being easily captured. Yet, the system had shattered this norm, akin to Rayquaza, upon hatching. Her loyalty and affection were immediately maxed out. Capturing a legendary Pokémon is no simple feat. One must first conquer it, a hurdle that would eliminate many contenders. For even the weakest level 3 legendary is still a legendary Pokémon, and the legendary in their title is not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, one must earn their recognition to accompany them, given that Master Balls have no dominion over legendary beings. Once ensnared within a Master Ball, a legendary Pokémon can effortlessly break free. This explains why, to date, no one has truly possessed a legendary Pokémon. It is not merely a matter of ownership. In the Unova region, Reshiram and Zekrom fight for the chosen one, yet they are not captured. Rather, they battle for one's ideals. And should they find one no longer useful, they would unceremoniously abandon them. Nevertheless, regardless of whether he could capture Giratina, Yisu felt compelled to attempt it. Otherwise, the opportunity to venture into the distortion world would be squandered. Moreover, with the assistance of the system, he might just find a way to enhance his affinity with Giratina once he arrived in the distortion world. Perhaps he could uncover methods to increase their bond within the system, and as long as he could elevate Giratina's affection, gaining its recognition would not be insurmountable. At this moment, Yisu's primary goal remained to locate Giratina. Although he had the chance to enter the distortion world, it was not a realm meant for just anyone. Prolonged exposure could yield adverse consequences. However, as long as he could find Giratina, everything else would be manageable. Little Yi, let me see that Pokemon egg in your hand, Professor Oak said, eyeing the egg adorned with blue patterns. He had never encountered an egg with such markings before. While Professor Oak primarily focused on the combat aspects of Pokemon, it did not mean his knowledge in other areas was lacking. Strange. I cannot discern what Pokemon this egg belongs to, he mused, shaking his head as he returned the egg to Yisu. However, it appears this Pokemon is on the brink of hatching within just a few days. Yisu nodded, having long held a suspicion that it was either Ralts or Mew. The system's description indicated it was a most exceptional Pokemon, so even if it hatched into a Caterpie, Yisu believed it could evolve into an extraordinarily powerful one. 2 days later, Yisu, Alice, and Professor Oak gathered around a table, their eyes fixed on the Pokemon egg resting upon it. According to Professor Oak's estimation, the egg was about to hatch. Yisu felt a surge of anxiety. Although this was not his first experience witnessing a Pokemon hatch, having seen many such occurrences in Professor Oak's laboratory, this was different. The Pokemon about to emerge was his own. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted, transforming into a spectrum of colors. Yisu squinted against the dazzling brilliance, which rapidly faded to reveal a light blue-haired Ralts. The little creature lifted its head, glanced at Yisu, and then leaped into his embrace, nuzzling its head affectionately against his face. Ralts emitted a series of soft sounds, seemingly still adjusting to its new surroundings. Yisu gently stroked Ralts, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth. Is this truly Ralts? Yet, as far as I know, Ralts' egg patterns do not resemble this. Even if it were a shiny Ralts, the egg would not bear such peculiar markings. Professor Oak shook his head, perplexed by the situation. How adorable Ralts is. May I hold it? Alice gazed at Ralts with anticipation, as any female would find it impossible to resist such an irresistibly cute creature. However, Ralts merely cast a fleeting glance at Alice before turning away, directly rejecting her. Alice felt disheartened, and at that moment, her Dratini looked on with sorrow for its owner, harboring animosity towards the source of its distress, Ralts. Yisu gazed down at Ralts in his arms and activated the system's scanning function. Name, Ralts. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Potential, Strength, Pseudo-Champion Peak. Ability, Wonder Guard, Synchronize, Copy, Telepathy, Force Damage. Note, this is an exceptionally unique Ralts, seemingly transcending the boundaries of its species, possessing boundless potential. Yisu's eyes widened. The potential was marked with a question mark, and Ralts had already attained Pseudo-Champion Peak strength upon hatching. Such an occurrence was utterly abnormal among typical Pokemon. What might its strength be upon evolving into a Gardevoir? Would it ascend to champion status? Or perhaps even to a level 3 legendary? Yisu dared not contemplate further. Furthermore, the 5 abilities were indeed remarkable. Ordinary Pokemon possessed but one ability, while some special Pokemon might have a hidden ability. Typical Ralts would only have Synchronize and Telepathy, or perhaps Copy and Telepathy as their abilities. Indeed, the real world diverged from the game. In the game, each Pokémon could only possess one ability or hidden ability. In this tangible realm, both abilities and hidden abilities could coexist. Yet, even so, a Pokémon would typically have no more than 2 abilities, while Yisu's Ralts boasted 5. One of which was Wonder Guard, an ability belonging to the elusive Shedinja. The extraordinary ability known as Wonder Guard can be deemed the most outrageous trait. Fortunately, Shedinja is rather weak. Otherwise, it would indeed be an overwhelming force. With the Wonder Guard ability, it completely disregards all damage from weaknesses, which implies that only attacks that counter Larvitar can inflict harm upon it. This presents a significant advantage right from the onset of battle. The only types that can counter Larvitar are Poison, Ghost, and Steel. Aside from these 3 types, Larvitar can easily ignore all other moves. Chapter 8. The Emergence of the Fairy Type. In the past, numerous brave novice trainers endeavored to tame this little fire dragon, but they all met with failure. Now, at long last, it has been successfully tamed, much to the astonishment of Professor Oak, who feels a profound sense of relief that this little fire dragon has finally found a new home. Although he yearns to inquire how Yase managed to tame it, Professor Oak first offers his congratulations to Yase. By the way, I have another matter to discuss with you, Professor Oak. Yase suddenly recalls that while perusing the Pokédex, he did not notice the fairy type. He suspects that no one has yet discovered the existence of this type. Oh, Yase, do you have something else on your mind? Actually, I have discovered a new type, but it has yet to be announced. What? Is that true? Professor Oak exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As a researcher, he is deeply fascinated by new inquiries, and now a ready-made research question lies before him. How could he not be thrilled? Indeed, but it has not been released yet, so no one is aware of it. Moreover, I am merely a novice trainer. Even if it were announced, no one would believe it. Hence, I seek your assistance. Professor Oak, in our research together. Yase pondered extensively. Even if he were to publish the discovery himself, the reality of the type would likely be met with skepticism. Thus, he chose to collaborate with Professor Oak. Wow, this is a monumental discovery. What could this new type be? Could you elucidate? While Professor Oak was undoubtedly excited, he remained composed. The new type I have discovered is called Fairy Type, and its most notable characteristic is that Dragon-type moves are ineffective against it. Could you demonstrate? Certainly. Professor Oak, do you have a Dragon-type Pokémon and a Marl on hand? Yes. Fetch my Dragonite and Marl. Professor Oak instructed his nearby assistant. The assistant, also filled with excitement from working at Professor Oak's research facility, promptly retrieved the Dragonite and Marl. Professor Oak, direct Dragonite to use Dragon Claw against Marl. Yase urged the enthusiastic professor. Without delay, Professor Oak commanded Dragonite to unleash Dragon Claw upon Marl. A miraculous event unfolded. Although Marl appeared frightened, it sustained no significant damage. Yes, it is true. This is indeed a remarkable discovery. Yase, you are destined to become a professor like me, Professor Oak declared, rushing to send a message to his old friend, Professor Juniper. Can fairy type truly exist? Oak, are you getting old? What do you mean immune to dragon type? Professor Juniper responded skeptically. Just moments prior, she had been excavating an archaeological site when the call came through, requesting her presence. Despite her doubts, being an old friend of Professor Oak's, she set aside her current task to investigate. Indeed, I have already tested it. You can try using a dragon-type move against Marl, and you'll see the results for yourself. Skeptical, Professor Juniper procured a Marl and released her Garchomp. Garchomp, use Dragon Rage on Marl. She commanded. Garchomp unleashed Dragon Rage. Yet astonishingly, the attack failed to inflict any damage on Marl, who nonchalantly continued on its way, disregarding the attack entirely. Professor Juniper observed in bewilderment. However, she remained unconvinced of the existence of the fairy type, pondering if this Marl was merely an anomaly. She promptly instructed her team to locate additional Marls for further testing, while she contacted Professor Oak to relay the situation. See, I did not deceive you. However, we must approach this with rigor. I have already dispatched researchers to conduct experiments on all nearby Marls, Professor Oak replied with a sense of pride. I have also sent personnel to conduct tests. By the way, Professor Oak, do you know which Pokémon belong to the fairy type? Professor Juniper inquired. Actually, this new type was not discovered by me, but rather by a friend of mine. I feared that you would not believe it was someone else, especially a novice trainer. Are there any known fairy-type Pokémon? Professor Oak asked Yase. Larvitar is also a fairy-type Pokémon, along with Clefairy, Yase replied. Professor Oak nodded, instructing his team to conduct experiments. If this proved true, the fairy type would indeed exist, and as its discoverer, Yase would reap substantial benefits. Soon, Results arrived confirming that not only other Marls, but also Clefairy were immune to Dragon-type moves. This evidence confirmed the existence of the Fairy type. Subsequently, with Yase's input, Professor Oak published a paper, and under Yase's insistence, Professor Oak's name was included, which deeply touched him, as he felt he had contributed little yet still received recognition. The publication of the paper sparked a significant uproar across various regions. Through extensive experimentation, the existence of the Fairy type was thoroughly validated. It should be noted that this was not merely a new type, but rather the latest discovered type, with more Fairy-type Pokémon being identified, such as Drifloon and Togepi, among others. However, Fairy-type Pokémon are relatively scarce, and most of them possess a charming demeanor. This alleviated the concerns of many Dragon-type trainers. Had powerful Fairy-type Pokémon emerged, the status of Dragon-type trainers would have been jeopardized. The arrival of the Fairy type seemed almost tailor-made to counter the formidable Dragon-type Pokémon, rendering their moves ineffective, a truly daunting prospect. Fortunately, the rarity of Fairy-type Pokémon, most of which are endearingly cute, means that the Dragon clan need not fear immediate upheaval. Nonetheless, the discovery of the Fairy type does not diminish the dominance of Dragon-type Pokémon, which boast inherently robust stamina, generally high base stats, and a vast array of learnable moves. Thus, the Fairy type cannot usurp the esteemed position of Dragon-type Pokémon. In addition to the widespread recognition of Professor Oak, Yase, as the discoverer of the Fairy type, garnered attention as well. While everyone is familiar with Professor Oak, Yase remains an unfamiliar name. In Professor Oak's paper, he clearly credited Yase as the discoverer of the Fairy type, stating that he merely assisted with the experiments. Chapter 9. The Bond with Professor Oak. As the first individual to discover a new type and bestow it with a name, Yase naturally attracted considerable attention. The Pokémon League, as the largest organization aside from the likes of Juniper and Joy, also took note. At this juncture, Yase, through Professor Oak, learned that the Pokémon League intended to reward him with a highly promising Pokémon egg. However, it would take some time before it could be delivered to him. When Professor Oak informed the Pokémon League that Isawa was a novice trainer, the League was taken aback. If he were a friend of Professor Oak, the discovery of a new attribute would indeed be plausible. Given the esteemed position of Professor Oak in the research community, any acquaintance of his would likely possess significant prowess. However, if he were merely a fledgling trainer, that would indicate remarkable potential, marking him as a prime candidate for the League's focused cultivation. Most newly initiated trainers are around 15 years of age, which signifies adulthood. Indeed, in the world of Pokémon, turning 15 corresponds with the celebration of a coming-of-age ceremony. You may express your wishes regarding any Pokémon you desire, and I shall relay it to the Pokémon League, Professor Oak cheerfully remarked to Isawa. Is it true that I can request any Pokémon? Isawa inquired, his face beaming with excitement. Aside from a few exceptional Pokémon, the majority are available, Professor Oak replied, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Then, might I request a Zapdos? Isawa's bold statement startled even Professor Oak. Naturally, Isawa himself was aware that such a request was far-fetched. Whether the Pokémon League possessed any legendary beings was uncertain, and even if they did, there was no guarantee they would be bestowed upon him. Forget it. That is simply impossible, Professor Oak chuckled, finally understanding the reason behind Isawa's mirthful demeanor. Over the past few days, their rapport had flourished, and Professor Oak found Isawa to be a respectful individual, exhibiting both decorum and politeness. Neither overly modest nor arrogant, he displayed the right balance of pride and humility. Professor Oak appreciated Isawa immensely, feeling that he surpassed his own grandson by a considerable margin, to the point where he nearly entertained the thought of adopting Isawa as his own grandson. Their camaraderie had developed to the extent that they could share light-hearted banter. You're fortunate to even receive a Pokémon egg with such potential. Wishing for a legendary is quite unreasonable, Professor Oak playfully admonished Isawa. Legendaries are out of the question. The League itself doesn't possess any. After all, they're not simply caught at will, though semi-legendaries might be possible. In truth, capturing a legendary is not as insurmountable as it seems. Come here, Professor, I have something extraordinary to show you, Isawa said mysteriously, eager to reveal his legendary Pokémon. As he had formed a bond with Professor Oak over their days together, and he knew the professor was not one to dismiss such revelations lightly. What could you possibly have to show me? Professor Oak questioned, intrigued yet skeptical. Isawa led Professor Oak to an open space in the backyard, leaving the professor perplexed as to why a reveal required such an open setting. Wasn't it better to unveil treasures in secrecy? Professor, don't blink. Pay close attention. What do you think this is? Isawa produced a Master Ball. Oh, a Master Ball. Where on earth did you acquire this? I hardly have any myself. Professor Oak exclaimed. Rest assured, you know my character well enough. But aren't you curious about which Pokémon resides within this Master Ball? Isuwa teased enigmatically. Without further ado, Isuwa released Celebi from the Master Ball. Ah, is that a Celebi from the Johto region? Professor Oak gazed at the Pokémon, his expression brimming with excitement. As soon as Celebi emerged, it immediately flew into Isuwa's embrace, nuzzling against him and settling comfortably, appearing utterly content. May I touch it? That would require her consent. Indeed. This Celebi is female. Celebi cast a reluctant glance at Professor Oak before soaring up into the air. She says you may observe, but no touching. Very well. Professor Oak replied, a touch disappointed. Yet, simply witnessing a legendary Pokémon felt like a stroke of good fortune. How many individuals go through life without ever encountering one? He felt a deep sense of gratitude. Professor Oak produced his notebook, diligently recording Celebi's information. After a while, as Professor Oak completed his notes, Isuwa returned Celebi to the Master Ball, effectively storing her in the system space. Ah, I almost forgot. You still haven't decided on the Pokémon the League is providing you. This time, refrain from asking for legendaries and be sincere, Professor Oak advised. All right. But is it permissible to request a semi-legendary? Isuwa queried. Currently, he possessed only 2 legendary Pokémon alongside a Charmander. Although the latter showed promise, it had yet to reach its full potential. Securing a semi-legendary with considerable potential would provide an auspicious start to his journey. Aside from the likes of Dragapult, most semi-legendaries are quite formidable. Due to its slime, few trainers opt for Dragapult, despite its close bond with trainers. I believe the 3-headed dragon would be an excellent choice, Professor Oak suggested. In truth, all semi-legendaries are powerful, including the Dragapult that Isuwa held in disdain, so the choice was not of great consequence. Then I shall choose Dragonite, Isuwa decided after a moment's reflection. Though he desired all but Dragapult among the semi-legendaries, he understood that he could only gradually collect them throughout his travels, as encounters with semi-legendaries are not easily come by. Despite Dragonite's appearance lacking the imposing aesthetic of other semi-legendaries, it possessed formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Very well, I shall inform the League. Your Pokémon egg should arrive in a few days. By the way, Isuwa, have you encountered any issues lately? Professor Oak inquired. Is something the matter? Isuwa responded. Accustomed to the Professor's endearing habit of referring to him as Little Isa during their recent interactions, I merely wish to advise you that during your travels, you should refrain from releasing legendaries too freely, as it may attract unwanted attention. Isuwa felt a warmth swell within him, having only recently arrived in this world. He could already sense the care and concern from others. Although their time together was brief, Professor Oak had shown him immense kindness. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your intimacy with Professor Oak has reached 80, rewarding you with the identity of his grandson. I plan to commence my journey tomorrow. I will return to visit whenever I have the chance. The following day, after exchanging a few words with Professor Oak, Isuwa set forth on his adventure. Chapter 10, Charmander's Training Plan. This system's rewards are indeed impressive, granting me the status of Professor Oak's grandson. What more could I wish for? Having departed from the Oak Research Lab, Isuwa made his way to the Viridian Forest, intending to challenge the Viridian Gym, particularly since it was run by Sakamoto, the mastermind behind Team Rocket. To ensure a solid footing, he decided to capture a few Pokémon in the Viridian Forest first. On the path to the Viridian Forest, Isuwa retrieved the Pokémon Egg Incubator from his previous lottery win, along with the mysterious Pokémon Egg. He hadn't had the opportunity to use it last time, so he was eager to discover what this enigmatic egg would hatch into. System, activate the Pokémon Egg Incubator on the random Pokémon Egg. Ding! The Pokémon Egg Incubator has been successfully activated. Isuwa seated himself on the ground, gazing at the egg lying before him, having just provided it with the incubator. It should be hatching soon. An air of anticipation filled him. Although this wasn't his first experience witnessing a Pokémon hatching, having seen numerous eggs hatch at Professor Oak's lab, this occasion felt distinct, as the impending hatchling would be his very own Pokémon. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted, transforming into a spectrum of colors. Isuwa squinted, the radiance proving overwhelmingly intense. However, the kaleidoscopic glow quickly faded, revealing a blue-haired Ralts before Isuwa. The little creature cast a glance up at Isuwa before leaping into his arms, nuzzling its head affectionately against Isuwa's face. Ralts. Isuwa gently stroked Ralts, feeling a wave of warmth and familiarity. It's a Ralts. How wonderful it feels. Especially with that blue hair. Yisu was filled with joy, for in his previous life, he had a profound fondness for Ralts, one of the Pokémon. In its unevolved state, It was charming and delightful. Upon its final evolution, it transformed from a petite figure into a captivating and mature presence. Truly enchanting. Observing the Ralts nestled in his arms, Yisu activated the system probe. Name, Ralts. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Wonder Guard, Synchronize, Copy, Telepathy, Force Damage. Strength, Level 3 God Early Stage. Potential, Level 1 God. Description, a product of the system's craftsmanship. This is a unique Ralts that has transcended the boundaries of its species, verging on the extraordinary, with potential that can be enhanced indefinitely, theoretically infinite. Yisu's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? Potential for infinite enhancement, and theoretically so? Moreover, it possessed 5 distinct abilities, truly a remarkable creature. Thus, the system claimed it should not exist in this world. Yisu gazed at the Ralts in his arms, deciding against placing it within the system space, opting instead to keep it by his side during his travels for companionship. As he prepared to depart, Professor Oak bestowed upon him a plethora of Pokeballs. Although the system space was available, it could only accommodate legendary Pokémon, which was quite a limitation. Walking along the path of the Viridian forest, Yisu noted that while a broader road existed, it was largely devoid of Pokémon. He had set forth with the intention of capturing Pokémon. As he strolled, he occasionally paused to observe the flying Pidgey and Spearow overhead, assessing their potential. Yet he found none with particularly high capabilities. Seizing the moment, Yisu released his Charmander, intending to commence its training. As he could only utilize ordinary Pokémon without exposing any legendary ones, he decided to initiate with stamina training for Charmander, as building endurance was essential for various forms of training. Although Yisu was a Pokémon trainer, he lacked combat experience, only able to relay the names of skills. Charmander, what moves do you currently possess? He inquired of his training companion. Ember and Roar, it replied. Thanks to the power of Viridian, Yisu could comprehend most Pokémon speech. Just Ember and Roar? Well, as long as it can deal damage, that's sufficient. Following the strategy he had learned from games, he began to target Magikarp. As most Magikarp could only use Splash before evolving, a move that dealt no damage, rendering them mere experience fodder. Charmander, use Ember on the Magikarp, Yisu commanded, while simultaneously attempting to fish one out with his rod. The Magikarp, struck by Charmander's attack, merely flopped about on the ground, unable to retaliate. Yisu's primary goal was to accumulate currency for the system's marketplace. He had recently discovered a skill learning machine within the system's shop, where numerous moves could be exchanged. He devised a plan that would not only train Charmander, but also generate income. Around noon, after a rigorous session, Charmander was panting heavily, though it had not been attacked. Consistently utilizing Fire-type moves was taxing. During training, it had also learned Claw and Dragon Rage, diversifying its offensive repertoire. After a morning of tormenting Magikarp, Yisu had amassed a fair amount of resources, allowing him to purchase a weight training device and a skill learning machine from the system's marketplace. Previously, Charmander could only build stamina through intense running. Now, with the weight training device, all he needed to do was equip it on Charmander. Yisu had contemplated giving Charmander a feather from Ho-Oh, believing it would greatly assist him, but ultimately decided against it, as Charmander was still too weak. Once it evolved into Charmeleon, he would reconsider. Equipping the weight training device on a Charmander, which adapted its form based on the wearer, proved to be quite convenient. The following days consisted of executing the Magikarp harassment plan in the morning and seeking Pokémon to hone his command skills in the afternoon. After 3 days of diligent training, Charmander unleashed Flamethrower. Charmander, aim at the Spearow, Yisu commanded. Responding to the order, Charmander expelled a burst of flames towards the Spearow. Thanks to the intensive training over the past 3 days, the temperature of Charmander's flames had risen to over 1,000 degrees. Yisu had tirelessly trained Charmander, focusing on its Fire-type moves, and occasionally he would allow Charmander to engage in solo battles, granting it the freedom to utilize its skills without his guidance. He also introduced various signals, and through this rigorous training, Yisu felt his own command abilities had improved, no longer resembling a novice fresh from the starting village. He encountered numerous Pokémon with elite and near-champion potential, yet none met the criteria he held in his heart. If only he could find one with champion potential, he would capture it immediately, but encountering such a specimen in the wilds of Viridian Forest proved to be quite the challenge. Chapter 11. Champion Magikarp. After a meal and a brief rest, Yisu and Charmander continued their journey, yet he did not intend to leave Viridian Forest. He aimed to seek out suitable Pokémon. The forest was abundant with Pokémon. Although rare specimens were scarce, the sheer number afforded opportunities to encounter Pokémon with promising potential. It would be a shame to rely solely on Charmander for battle. There's a river ahead, Let us take a look, he said, leading Charmander and Ralts to the riverside. Ralts and Marill eagerly leaped into the water, frolicking joyfully as they swam a few laps. Notably, Marill had come from Professor Oak's lab and seemed particularly fond of Yisu, who had received the Professor's approval for Marill to accompany him. Charmander, however, appeared fearful of the water. Though it had recently defeated a Magikarp, it had done so from a safe distance away from the riverbank. Yisu found this reaction entirely understandable. Being a fire type, it was natural for it to fear water. He noted the contrast between Charmander's fierce demeanor and its evident trepidation towards the water. At the end of Charmander's tail flickered a small flame, a feature that would persist whether it evolved into Charmeleon or Charizard. The flame represented its vitality and health. Should it flicker, it indicated a decline in strength. And if extinguished, it signified the end of its life. Similarly, Chimchar bore a flame, yet it differed from Charmander's. When it slept, the flame on its back extinguished. After all, who would want to sleep with their back on fire? Yisu also released Rayquaza and Celebi. Although Rayquaza was quite large, it claimed its body could shrink, which made things considerably easier. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for keeping such a majestic creature confined within the system space. Seated by the riverbank, Yisu gazed into the crystal-clear waters and observed Charmander's distance from the river. He decided it was time to help Charmander overcome its fear of water. Rayquaza coiled gracefully beside him, while Celebi nestled comfortably in his arms. Celebi did not enter the water, not out of fear. After all, would a grass type fear water? But rather to maintain its elegance and avoid becoming damp. Are you going to keep playing, or will you come back up? I'm about to start fishing. Yisu called to Ralts, who was swimming happily. He resolved to address Charmander's fear of water. Ralts glanced between the water and Yisu, ultimately deciding it was preferable to stay by his side. With a flutter, it emerged from the water, using telekinesis to dry off before perching atop Yisu's head. As Night Sor gazed upon the Ralts, he couldn't shake the feeling that it bore little resemblance to a level 3 deity, even if it ventured out on its own. Night Sor felt no concern, for the prowess of a level 3 deity in the evergreen forest undoubtedly placed it at the pinnacle of the food chain. Meanwhile, Marill frolicked nearby, playing with a Kingler in the water. Night Sor retrieved the fishing rod once awarded by the system. The one he previously used to train his Charmander was purchased in Pallet Town. However, this rod was different. It was a super fishing rod, which, according to its description, had the capability to catch Pokémon of remarkable potential. Having possessed this rod for several days, Night Sor resolved to seize the opportunity it presented. As he was also in need of Pokémon, capturing a water-type creature that could serve as a primary asset would be most advantageous. At that moment, his communication device chimed. "Hey, Knight, the Dragonite awarded by the League has arrived. Where are you? I can send it over." The voice of Professor Oak resonated from the other end. "I'm currently in the Evergreen Forest, nearing Viridian City. Please send it to the Pokémon Center there, Professor," Night Sor replied. The technological advancements in this world were truly peculiar. The Pokémon Centers housed machines capable of remotely transferring Pokeballs, a concept that had once caused a sensation in his previous life, now seemed commonplace here. He wondered about the qualifications of this Dragonite. It was likely to be a formidable one, but if it turned out to be a champion, that would be even better. Turning his attention back to the fishing rod, Night Sor was eager to commence his fishing endeavor, hoping to reel in a Pokémon of exceptional potential, and praying it would not be yet another Kingler. After attaching bait, he cast his line into the water. Fishing required patience, however. Scarcely a minute had passed before the rod began to tremble. Could it be that fast? Usually, it takes tens of minutes to catch a single fish. Is it possible that the ruler of the waters, Kingler, has taken the bait? Night Sor pondered anxiously. Could this opportunity with the super fishing rod truly be squandered on a Kingler? Congratulations, Knight, you guessed correctly. The catch is indeed a Kingler, chuckled the Latios, communicating telepathically with Night Sor. Well, I suppose I could accept a Kingler, as long as it possesses commendable qualifications. After all, evolving into a Gyarados is quite impressive. He contemplated the prospect of reeling it in quickly. If it escaped, it would be a true misfortune. Yet, he trusted that this super fishing rod would not betray him. Even if it were a Kingler, it should still be a Pokémon of considerable potential. Indeed, upon reeling it in, it was confirmed to be a Kingler, its lifeless eyes seemingly mocking him. As the Kingler flopped about, Night Sor suppressed his urge to strike it down and activated the system's analysis. Name: Kingler type, water potential, champion strength, ordinary late stage. The super fishing rod truly excels. The system does not deceive me. Night Sor erupted into laughter. A Kingler with champion potential was remarkably rare and undeniably powerful. Alas, this fishing rod would only yield such results on the first attempt. Subsequent catches would merely be marginally better than an ordinary rod. Kingler, I intend to capture you. The Kingler continued its antics, indifferent to Nightsour's words. Its vacant gaze fixated on the water, as if returning to its aquatic realm was of utmost importance. Very well. Nightsoar, observing the Kingler's behavior, wasted no words and tossed a Pokeball. As expected, after a brief struggle, the Kingler was captured. Kinglers were known for their resilience, often thriving even in polluted waters. Generally, they only knew two moves, splash and tackle, though some exceptional Kinglers might learn Water Gun. Regardless, this did not alter the fact that Kinglers were rather weak. Capturing one was as simple as tossing a Pokeball, with no need for battle. Nightsoar had hoped to train his Charmander to overcome its fear of water. But alas, it seemed that would not come to fruition. Chapter 12. The Elite's Caterpie. Although capturing a Kingler was straightforward, making it a boon for novice trainers. Few had actually captured one, primarily due to the difficulty of its evolution. For a Kingler, evolving into a Gyarados was akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate. The base stats of Gyarados are among the highest for non-legendary water-type Pokémon, rivaled only by Milotic and Gyarados itself. While Nightsoar had wished to catch a Magikarp, fate had other designs, as the rod had not obliged him, and the odds of catching a Magikarp were exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, acquiring a Kingler was still a notable achievement. The evolution of a Kingler was challenging, but with the system's assistance and the Kingler's champion potential, Nightsoar felt confident in his ability to evolve it into a Gyarados. If he failed, he might as well consider a drastic measure. Releasing the Kingler from its Pokeball, it resumed its vacant stare at Nightsoar. He presented it with food favored by water-type Pokémon, along with energy cubes. After days of learning, Nightsoar had begun to prepare basic Pokémon food. And he had also come across the method of cultivating Pokémon in this world, including the complex creation of energy cubes that could enhance a Pokémon's base stats. Upon seeing the food, the Kingler's lifeless eyes brightened considerably. Given the abundance of Kinglers, competition was fierce. Most either perished from starvation or were consumed by stronger Pokémon. Although this Kingler possessed champion potential and was significantly more robust than its counterparts, it still often struggled for sustenance. Thus, the prospect of readily available food brought joy to the Kingler, and Nightsoar could sense its happiness. With his fishing rod in hand, Nightsoar attempted to catch more fish. Although he could not replicate the success of his first catch, he still fared better than most rods available on the market. Previously, with the rod he had purchased, he could only catch Kinglers, occasionally snagging a Goldeen if fortune favored him. Now he had also caught a Tadbulb. Although its potential was lacking, leading him to release it back into the water. Nightsoar had even attempted to have his Charmander battle near the water, but each time, it faltered, primarily due to its intense fear of water. Mini-Dragon used Dragon Tail on the Caterpie. While fishing, Nightsoar used his communication device to contact Professor Oak, asking him to hold off on sending the Mini-Dragon to Viridian City until he could retrieve it himself. With the aid of Latios, he soared back, marveling at its incredible speed, which left those on the ground only glimpsing a dark streak. The Caterpie was sent flying by the Mini-Dragon's tail, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. Nightsoar produced a Pokeball and captured the Caterpie. This Caterpie possessed elite potential, making it a worthy addition to his team. Even if it evolved into a Butterfree, its base stats would be low, yet the allure of its elite potential was undeniable. Pokémon with potential beyond elite were exceedingly rare. Otherwise, there would only be 4 elite members and 1 champion in every region. As such, the scarcity of Pokémon with elite or champion potential was evident. And in this world, no effective instruments existed to assess a Pokémon's potential. One could only rely on careful observation and accumulated knowledge. Therefore, an elite potential Caterpie was indeed a rare find. Now, he could begin nurturing the Caterpie, allowing it to serve as a temporary mainstay in his team. Perhaps it could become a member of the second team in the future. Presently, Nightsoar's Pokémon lineup included Ralts, Latios, Celebi, Mini-Dragon, Charmander, Kingler, and the newly captured Caterpie. In the absence of formidable adversaries, neither Ralts nor Rayquaza would engage in battle. However, Celebi could serve as the team's healer. Challenging gyms with legendary Pokémon holds little merit. Even a Beedrill, with latent legendary potential, would not be a true contender. Such endeavors are devoid of purpose, offering only the trivial thrill of flaunting one's prowess. Yet, on a day when one feels inclined to display bravado, it may be permissible to unleash such power, albeit it is typically reserved. Moreover, Maril merely accompanies for amusement, not belonging to the ranks of fighters. Nevertheless, Maril harbors significant potential, akin to that of an Elite Four member, and possesses the ability of a strongman. Though diminutive in stature, its strength may be surprisingly formidable. Thus, apart from the legendary Pokémon and Ralts, it seems that Yasu has little of note to present. Other Pokémon, such as Dratini and Magikarp, have yet to mature and remain at a commonplace level of strength. Yasu released the Caterpie, which had awakened and no longer bore hostility towards him. As he stroked its soft body, he found the texture quite pleasant and indulged in petting it for a while. He then produced some basic Pokémon food, which Caterpie eagerly consumed. Although the food was not particularly gourmet, having been procured from the system's marketplace, it was not unpalatable. Given that wild Pokémon often struggle for sustenance, many live in a state of hunger. Caterpie and Weedle, in particular, frequently fall prey to avian Pokémon, which hunt them for food. Should Yasu have failed to capture this Caterpie, it might have been snatched by a Pidgey or Spearow, despite its promising potential. True genius only emerges through growth. Those who falter along the way are but fleeting glimpses of brilliance. Of course, there remains the possibility of survival through harsh competition, enabling it to ascend to the status of a Beedrill, a dominant force within the Ilex forest. Beedrill often swarm, and no Pokémon dares provoke them. Inciting one invites the wrath of many. Gather around. I shall now assign training tasks. Yasu called all his Pokémon together. He also summoned Rayquaza, which had taken a liking to him since its release by the riverbank. After a prolonged absence, Rayquaza soared through the sky, emitting a resounding roar. Fortunately, it had tempered its presence. Otherwise, its overwhelming power could have rendered the weaker Pokémon nearby unconscious. Chapter 13. The Transformation of Ralts. Rayquaza approached Yasu, affectionately nudging him, its eyes twinkling with warmth. Yasu gently patted Rayquaza's head and suggested, "You may explore the surroundings to stretch your wings." Yet, Rayquaza shook its head, communicating through psychic resonance. "I wish to remain by your side to ensure your safety." Even though Rayquaza recognized the absence of danger in the forest, it stubbornly refused to leave. Yasu's other Pokémon regarded the imposing Rayquaza with trepidation. Despite its efforts to contain its aura, the legendary pressure it radiated still affected the others. However, Rayquaza's amiable nature, likely due to its female essence, quickly assuaged their fears, allowing them to gather around it, appearing quite friendly. "Cease your play for now. I have training tasks to assign. Charmander and Dratini, commence with physical training before practicing your learned techniques." Yasu produced weighted gear for Charmander and Dratini to don. They nodded in agreement and began to run with the additional burden. Turning to the Magikarp in the water, Yasu noted that it had yet to evolve and lacked training prospects. Its inherent potential had already reached the pinnacle for its current form. Only evolution could enhance its strength further. "Magikarp, you may engage in free activity for now." With no other options, Yasu allowed Magikarp to swim freely. "Caterpie, venture into the forest to battle some Pokémon, but ensure you select opponents you can defeat to avoid injury." Yasu instructed Caterpie and Celebi. He also assigned Celebi as a guardian and healer, a prestigious role indeed, worthy of lifelong bragging rights. Caterpie crawled into the woods, while Celebi, reluctant to part from Yasu, followed closely behind, accompanied by Maril, who seemed to have formed a bond with Celebi during their time together. As the Pokémon trained, Yasu seized the opportunity to fish, earning some income. With Ralts beside him, he found solace in their conversation, alleviating the tedium of angling. Whenever he spotted wild Pokémon approaching the river for a drink, he would assess them, hoping to encounter one with exceptional potential. Originally intending to remain in the Ilex forest for merely a week, Yasu found himself lingering for 9 days. He had dedicated 3 days to training Charmander and subsequently welcomed numerous Pokémon into his fold, primarily driven by the desire to nurture their talents. Given that Yasu's Pokémon all possessed high potential, at least on par with Elite Four standards, their growth accelerated swiftly. Through Yasu's astute training, Dratini's strength surged from an ordinary late stage to an elite mid-level, and this Dratini, awarded by the League, boasted champion-level potential. Charmander also experienced a breakthrough, achieving elite early-stage strength with signs of impending evolution. However, Yasu refrained from hastening Charmander's evolution, preferring instead to solidify its foundation for a more prosperous future. All of this knowledge stemmed from Professor Oak, whose guidance allowed Yasu to avoid many pitfalls. Caterpie evolved into Metapod, and Bug-type Pokémon generally mature quickly. He was confident it would soon evolve into Beedrill. "Yasu, it's time for dinner." He approached, taking a bite from a rice ball prepared by Naya. Ralts had now evolved into Gardevoir, revealing many secrets. Moreover, this evolved form shared a strong aversion to being confined within a Pokeball, much like Ash's Pikachu. Yasu permitted her freedom and named her Naya, a blend of Na from Gardevoir and Ya from his name, reflecting their bond. With her evolution, Naya could articulate speech rather than merely communicate through psychic means, and her power had transformed her into a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, her potential now shrouded in mystery. Yasu could only marvel at her astonishing growth, transitioning directly from a third-tier Pokémon to a pseudo-legendary, a testament to her extraordinary existence. Furthermore, Naya possessed culinary skills, crafting meals so delectable that even Yasu, who typically had no need for sustenance, found himself tempted. Summoning all his Pokémon, he prepared some basic Pokémon food and energy cubes, then indulged in Naya's cooking. He could not help but exclaim that her meals were truly exquisite, leaving him wondering how she achieved such perfection, even in the simplest rice ball. Initially, when Yasuhiro discovered Naya's culinary prowess, he contemplated how to provide food for cooking. Fortunately, he found that the system's marketplace offered human food for exchange, and at a remarkably low cost. Now, Yasuhiro relishes Naya's meals daily, showering her with compliments on her cooking, which seems to bring her great joy. On the 10th day spent in the evergreen forest, Yasuhiro prepared to venture out. Having encountered no particularly promising Pokémon and realizing that his Pokémon were nearly trained to perfection. Thus, he set his sights on challenging the Evergreen Gym in Evergreen City. He recalled all his Pokémon, leaving Naya behind as he embarked towards the city. Suddenly, a limping Eevee emerged from the nearby bushes, seemingly injured and unable to move further, as if it had collapsed from exhaustion. Perhaps the aura emanating from Yasuhiro had drawn it in, leading the Eevee to believe that he could offer salvation. Crouching down to examine the creature, Yasuhiro noted its injured leg, likely a result of human malice. He recalled the troubling rumors he had heard from Miss Junsha about individuals abducting Pokémon. Employing the power of Evergreen, he healed the Eevee, which gradually regained consciousness. "Now that you are awake, it's time to go," Yasuhiro said, mindful not to take advantage of the Eevee's vulnerability. Although the Eevee exhibited potential, it was in no condition to battle, so Yasuhiro decided to release it. However, the Eevee seemed reluctant to depart, following closely behind him as he walked away. Chapter 14. The discovery of a new evolution type for Eevee. Yasuhiro noticed the Eevee trailing him and turned to inquire, "Do you wish to accompany me?" The Eevee responded with a soft Eevee. "Very well." Yasuhiro produced a Pokeball and placed it before the Eevee, which promptly pressed the button with its paw without hesitation. The ball did not shake before the Eevee was successfully captured. Yasuhiro marveled at this new method of capture, pondering if using food might simplify the process in the future. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities. Speaking of Eevee, he recalled that since the fairy type had yet to be discovered in this world, its evolution, Sylveon, likely remained unseen. Opening his Pokédex, he confirmed that not only had Sylveon not been discovered, but many of Eevee's evolution types were also unrecorded. Yasuhiro perceived this as yet another opportunity and planned to discuss it with Professor Oak, eager to impress the League with his findings. Upon arriving in Evergreen City and verifying his identity with Miss Junsha, Yasuhiro proceeded to the Pokémon Center. "Professor Oak, it has been quite some time," he exclaimed, using his communication device to connect with the esteemed professor. "Oh, it's you, Yasu. Have you arrived in Evergreen City? I happen to be here with Professor Yamazaki. Would you like to join us? I can introduce you." "Absolutely, I'll be there shortly." Yasuhiro met Professor Oak and Professor Yamazaki at the hotel. "This is the brilliant mind behind the discovery of the fairy type," Professor Oak introduced to Professor Yamazaki. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you." Professor Yamazaki replied with a stern demeanor. Yasuhiro recognized him from the game, where he was perpetually serious, rarely seen smiling, which intimidated many. "I have heard much about your esteemed reputation, Professor Yamazaki," Yasuhiro responded politely. "Yasu, I actually have something important to discuss with you today," Professor Oak said with a smile. "Oh, what is it?" Yasuhiro asked, puzzled, as he was certain he had done nothing noteworthy. "Professor Yamazaki and I have discovered a new Pokémon today. And since you have a keen interest in Pokémon, we wanted you to see it. We are uncertain about this Pokémon's nature." Without further ado, Professor Yamazaki produced 2 luxury balls, releasing both the Eevee and a Solgaleo. Yasu observed, "This is the new evolution of Eevee, a type that has never been encountered before." Professor Yamazaki indicated towards Solgaleo. Though his expression remained unchanged, his voice betrayed his excitement. "This evolution was entirely incidental, and I am not entirely sure how it came to be. I wanted to ask you if you believe Eevee has any other evolutionary types?" Professor Oak inquired. "Why do you seek my opinion?" Yasuhiro asked, perplexed. He had intended to share his own discovery of Eevee's new evolution type, but since Professor Yamazaki had already uncovered one, it would be ideal to publish the findings together. "Because you possess a remarkable talent for discovery. Your identification of the fairy type is a testament to that." Professor Yamazaki asserted. Despite his youth, Yasuhiro had indeed identified the fairy type, a feat not easily accomplished, requiring a passion for research and a keen eye for discovery. This was why both professors sought his counsel, unaware of his origins as a time traveler. Well, Eevee is a Pokémon with highly unstable genetics. It is certain that other evolution types exist, Yasuhiro asserted, drawing upon the knowledge from the game. Perhaps it evolves differently depending on the surrounding environment. Though Yasuhiro knew the evolution types, he refrained from revealing them outright. Last time, with only Professor Oak present, he felt safe sharing. But he feared that Professor Yamazaki might react harshly. Hence, he chose to express his thoughts more subtly. Professor Yamazaki found merit in Yasuhiro's reasoning and recorded his insights. Indeed, further experimentation is necessary. You are correct. Why don't you remain here for a while? Let us see if we can uncover more of Eevee's evolution types. Professor Yamazaki expressed his interest in Yasuhiro, recognizing the rarity of someone capable of discovering such attributes. Yasuhiro felt torn between the desire to continue his journey and the opportunity to assist in Professor Yamazaki's research, both paths equally significant. Sensing his internal conflict, Professor Yamazaki remarked, "Are you eager to travel first and then participate in the Indigo Conference? However, there will be no Indigo Conference this year. Why not?" Yasuhiro was taken aback, wondering if he had miscalculated the timeline, as he had already encountered Ash and Misty. Was the butterfly effect truly this potent? The Indigo Conference will only occur next year. It is unfortunately absent this year. However, you may challenge the Evergreen Gym in the meantime, but you will have to wait until next year to participate in the conference. Professor Yamazaki clarified. Oh, I see. In that case, I shall assist Professor Yamazaki with the research. Yasuhiro resigned himself, understanding that his ultimate goal was the Indigo Conference. But participation was not possible this year. Subsequently, Yasuhiro spent 2 weeks at Professor Yamazaki's research facility. With Yasuhiro's guidance and contributions, they successfully discovered the evolution methods for Solgaleo, Sylveon, Lunala, Glaceon, and Leafeon. At long last, all of Eevee's evolution types had been unveiled, and Professor Yamazaki was elated, even managing to display a hint of a smile. Yasuhiro was taken aback. Seeing Professor Yamazaki smile was truly a rare occurrence, almost miraculous. Professor Yamazaki subsequently published a paper, co-authored with Yasuhiro, but notably, Yasuhiro's name appeared first, reflecting Professor Yamazaki's acknowledgement of Yasuhiro's greater contribution to the research. The revelation of the new evolution types for Eevee astonished many, prompting even Professor Oak to make an inquiry via phone. The discovery brought joy to countless enthusiasts, particularly those who cherished Eevee, as they now had numerous new evolution types to explore. However, those afflicted with decision-making difficulties suffer even more. Originally, Eevee had merely 3 evolution types, but now it has expanded to 8, intensifying their torment. Professor Oak, since your research has concluded, I shall take my leave. Nightfall bid farewell to Professor Oak. Chapter 15, Daily Life finally returned. As Nightfall stepped into Professor Oak's laboratory, he immediately flung himself onto the soft sofa, which indeed evoked fond memories. It shouldn't be the time for Ash to embark on his journey yet. That should be next year. But why does Ash already have Pikachu? Nightfall pondered, realizing there was still a year before the main storyline began, leaving him uncertain about what to do. Welcome back, Nightfall. I was truly astonished by your recent invention concerning Eevee's new evolution types, Professor Oak remarked as he emerged from his room, spotting Nightfall collapsed on the sofa. By the way, I intend to send you to Pokemon school. It's perfect since you have nothing to occupy your time this year, Professor Oak added. Nightfall concurred. Having just lamented his boredom, attending school would afford him the opportunity to learn about the Pokemon of this world. Nightfall officially became a resident at Professor Oak's, who frequently inquired why he didn't return home. Nightfall concocted an elaborate tale, so vivid that it nearly moved Professor Oak to tears. Consequently, Professor Oak adopted Nightfall as his grandson, and Nightfall did not object. Having such a connection to Professor Oak would undoubtedly facilitate his future travels. In the ensuing days, Nightfall attended school, where he encountered numerous female protagonists from the Pokemon narrative, as Professor Oak's institution boasted exceptional standards. Half a year later, finally home, Nightfall exclaimed as he once again collapsed onto the soft sofa, reveling in the comfort of his own abode. Welcome back, Nightfall. How was your summer camp experience? Did you make any friends? Professor Oak inquired kindly, having heard his arrival. Of course, my friend-making skills are at max level, Nightfall proclaimed, though since starting school. He spent most of his time at home and had not made many acquaintances, yet he boasted about his social prowess. Professor Oak chose not to burst his bubble. Did you truly make friends? Professor Oak questioned, somewhat incredulous. Nightfall felt wronged by the doubt cast upon his words and decided to provide proof. He retrieved his phone and displayed a photo. "Look, this is my friend. Quite lovely, isn't she?" Nightfall declared proudly. Upon seeing the photograph of Nightfall with an adorable little girl, Professor Oak felt a swell of pride, thinking that he might witness his great-grandchild in his lifetime. What use is beauty? She is merely a little girl, charming at most. What is her name? Neha interjected, somewhat enviously. The summer camp had prohibited Pokémon from accompanying their trainers, so Nightfall had left Neha at home, much to her displeasure. Why can't Pokémon attend summer camp? She grumbled. Are you jealous, Neha? Nightfall teased. Humph. You must address me as elder sister. Neha huffed, playfully punching Nightfall on the head. Ever since she embraced the role of sister, she had become quite enamored with it. Nightfall rubbed his sore head, bemused by her newfound enthusiasm for her role. What is this little girl's name? Professor Oak inquired, eager to learn about his potential granddaughter-in-law. Her name is Serena, from the town of Vanderville in Kalos. Neha, are you conducting a census? Nightfall replied, slightly exasperated. I've told you countless times. Address me as elder sister. Neha retorted. Oh, she is from Kalos? That reassures me. Neha's voice softened. A whisper that Nightfall could barely discern. Kalos was neither too far from the Kanto region nor too close. As long as they did not intersect, both parties would likely forget one another. Long-distance relationships cannot withstand the erosion of time, Neha thought, reassured by the distance. After all, Nightfall belonged to Neha and must not be snatched away by any little vixen. She would be the first to defend her claim. After a day on the boat, I shall retire for now, Nightfall declared to Professor Oak before heading back to his room. As he gazed at the ceiling, a smile graced Nightfall's face. Although he had lived for over 30 years in his previous life, his current form felt as if it were merely 15. With Professor Oak and Neha by his side, life felt quite pleasant. As for his Pokémon, they were entrusted to Professor Oak's care, including Shalebi and Dialga, which had been released but seemed to remain undiscovered in this world. Professor Oak was unaware of Dialga's existence. During the summer camp, Nightfall had encountered Serena, who had been injured due to fright, and they quickly became good friends. He also learned why Ash was seen carrying Pikachu. It was likely due to Nightfall's own Butterfree. Under fortuitous circumstances, Ash obtained Pikachu, coincidentally angering a Spearow. However, unlike the present, at that time, Pikachu had arrived too late at the Pokémon Center and sustained severe injuries, rendering him unable to battle, which filled Ash with guilt. Thus, the narrative of Ash choosing Pikachu at Professor Oak's unfolded. Although it diverged from the original storyline, the outcome remained unchanged. Nightfall could only apologize to Ash for altering his fate and inadvertently creating unhappy memories for him. However, he did not encounter Ash during the summer camp, uncertain if Ash had attended or if the sheer number of participants had prevented their meeting. Nightfall surmised that Ash must have participated but simply eluded his notice. Moreover, throughout the past 6 months, the system had issued numerous sign-in tasks, allowing Nightfall to accumulate many lottery opportunities and acquire various items. He resolved to redeem them all today, hoping to strike lucky and obtain a legendary Pokémon. At times, Nightfall forgot that he possessed a system, as it only activated every few days. Notably, during his sign-ins over the past 6 months, he had obtained the chance to enter the reverse world. Nightfall contemplated when he might venture to capture Giratina, confident in his current capabilities, especially with Neha having reached the level of a mythical Pokémon, alongside her own Giratina. What challenge could they possibly face? Chapter 16. Giratina. The next day, Neha, come. I shall take you to a marvelous place, Nightfall said, pulling her along with an air of mystery. Where are we going? You're making it sound as if you've made a groundbreaking discovery, Neha replied, having just been preparing breakfast in the kitchen when Nightfall whisked her away. Neha, do you know where Giratina resides? Nightfall inquired, eager to seize the day to capture Giratina. I don't know. Although I am quite powerful, I am not omniscient, Neha replied with a sigh, returning to her breakfast preparations. Nightfall dashed over to Professor Oak, inquiring if he had any research on the renegade Pokémon, Giratina. While Professor Oak was based in the Kanto region, his research encompassed a broad scope. Although Nightfall was familiar with Giratina from the games, it was essential to understand how this world's Giratina might differ. Xiaoya, why are you asking this? Surely you don't intend to capture Giratina, the guardian deity of the Sinnoh region? Even setting aside whether you can actually subdue it, the Pokémon League of Sinnoh would never allow you to leave, Professor Oak remarked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Moreover, whether you can even defeat Giratina is still a question. It would be best if you dismissed such thoughts, he continued. As far as I know, Giratina is a legendary Pokémon. It's arguably one of the most powerful beings after the creation deity Arceus. Even with Shalebi by your side, you would struggle against Giratina. While both are legendary Pokémon, the former's prowess far surpasses that of Celebi. Professor Oak urged further. Even with the addition of your mentioned Rayquaza, it would still not stand a chance against Giratina. Rayquaza, upon hearing this, displayed a look of dissatisfaction, as if to say, "Are you belittling me? The god of the skies? I am indeed formidable, for I guard the very atmosphere of this planet. My duty is to protect the skies, preventing extraterrestrial species from intruding and monitoring those who venture beyond our world. In essence, I serve as the customs officer of this planet. All who wish to traverse must seek my consent. If I lack strength, how could I possibly intercept foreign entities? All right, Professor, I understand. I won't entertain the idea of battling Giratina," Yasu assured him hastily, sensing Professor Oak's continued insistence. Yet, despite his verbal assurances, Yasu's mind remained fixated on Giratina. Professor Oak was currently the only person in this world with whom Yasu felt a familial bond, alongside Nei, who held equal significance to him. In the distortion world, Giratina could freely traverse between the main world and its realm, undoubtedly serving as the best bodyguard. Although the Ultra Beast Necrozma could also navigate realms, for now, capturing Giratina seemed the most plausible. Yasu felt confident that if he encountered Giratina in the distortion world, he could defeat it. Not to mention the strength of Rayquaza, which could potentially outmatch all Pokémon aside from Arceus. Rayquaza could even Mega Evolve. Once it did, its power would rival that of the creator deity. While it might struggle against Arceus, defeating Giratina would be a trivial matter. Rayquaza's Mega Evolution did not require a Mega Stone, as it seemed to lack one in this world, just as it did in the games. Instead, Rayquaza's transformation relied on the innate power of its celestial organs. However, speaking of Mega Stones, it seemed that this world had yet to discover Mega Evolution, presenting yet another opportunity. Thus, Mega Evolution remained unfamiliar to everyone. Giratina resided in the distortion world, typically absent from the present world, making it nearly impossible to encounter. "Xiaoya, you should abandon this pursuit," Professor Oak cautioned, well aware of Yasu's stubborn nature, which made him unlikely to relent. "Actually, I know that the ruinous cavern connects to the distortion world, right? And the gun pillar connects to it as well, correct?" Yasu inquired, gazing at Professor Oak. Professor Oak's expression shifted abruptly. "Who told you this? It appears to be true," he responded, somewhat taken aback. Initially uncertain about whether those two locations linked to the distortion world, Yasu now felt assured that Giratina in this realm resembled its game counterpart, with any discrepancies likely minimal. Professor Oak lightly tapped Yasu's head, surprised by his assertion of being able to defeat Giratina. However, he remained resolute in discouraging Yasu from taking such risks. "You must not seek out Giratina. You cannot possibly capture it." At this point, Professor Oak's concern shifted from whether Yasu could defeat Giratina to worrying about Yasu's safety. The distortion world was not a place to be trifled with, and any misfortune could weigh heavily on him. "Nay, keep a close eye on Xiaoya. If he dares to sneak out, just wait and see how I will deal with you." Professor Oak called Nei over, issuing her a stern command. Nei nodded, perplexed and slightly aggrieved, wondering why she would bear the brunt for Xiaoya's escapades. "Xiaoya, don't even think about slipping away." Although Nei had no interest in capturing Giratina and was confident that Yasu would not encounter danger, given Rayquaza's presence and her own determination to protect him, she had to feign concern in front of Professor Oak. After all, her master Yasu was clearly wary of him. "All right, I promise I will stay at home and behave," Yasu assured Professor Oak once more. Yet, deep down, he knew he would not adhere to such promises. He was aware that Nei was merely pretending, and he was unlikely to abandon his quest for Giratina. That was simply his nature. In his previous life, he had spent every day cooped up at home with nothing to do but read various books, with Pokémon being his primary focus, which fueled his desire to capture Giratina. Chapter 17, Nei's Strength. This was not due to Yasu's particular fondness for Giratina, but rather his concern for Professor Oak's safety. After all, the infamous Team Rocket was becoming increasingly active, and while the original story did not depict any harm befalling Professor Oak, his influence was considerable, and few dared to challenge this authority in the Pokémon research community. However, with his butterfly flapping its wings, unforeseen events could arise. Finding a powerful bodyguard for Professor Oak would be advantageous, providing Yasu with peace of mind during his travels. Thus, he resolved to venture into the distortion world in search of Giratina and to defeat it. As for capturing Giratina, that remained uncertain. Legendary Pokémon were proud beings, rarely revealing themselves to humans and even less likely to be captured. Yet the system had disrupted this norm. Like Rayquaza, it had emerged with full loyalty and intimacy upon hatching. Capturing a legendary Pokémon was no simple feat. First, one must defeat it, an obstacle that would disqualify many. Given that even the weakest of the legendary tier possessed formidable power, the term legendary was not without merit, and one must also earn their recognition. As Master Balls could not control them. Even if a legendary Pokémon were captured within a Master Ball, it could easily break free. Thus, no one had ever truly possessed a legendary Pokémon. It was more accurate to say that they had fought alongside them. In the case of the Reshiram and Zekrom of the Unova region, they would battle for the Chosen One, but they were not truly captured. They fought for the ideals of their trainers. The day they deemed someone useless, they would unceremoniously abandon them. Regardless of whether he could capture Giratina, Yasu felt compelled to attempt it. Otherwise, this opportunity to traverse the distortion world would be squandered. Moreover, with the system as his ally, he might discover ways to enhance his bond with Giratina once he arrived in the distortion world. Perhaps he could find methods within the system to elevate Giratina's intimacy, proving that gaining its recognition was not an insurmountable task. Thus, the primary objective for Yasu now remains the pursuit of Giratina. While there exists an opportunity to enter the distortion world, it is not a realm where everyone can linger. Prolonged exposure may yield undesirable consequences. Nevertheless, as long as Giratina is located, all will be manageable. A few days later, Professor Oak departed from the Oak Research Lab due to research commitments. Before leaving, he cautioned Yasu not to venture outside, assuring him that he would return by afternoon. He humorously threatened to break Yasu's legs if he found him absent upon his return, and then hastily departed. Nay, let us be off, Yasu contemplated and decided to bring Nay along, for her formidable psychic abilities would allow her to teleport them freely. Waiting could result in emerging from the distortion world in a remote location, making it difficult to return. Presently, Nay had become exceptionally powerful. Just yesterday, Yasu utilized the system to probe her capabilities. Name, Shadow. Type, Psychic, Fairy Ice. Abilities, Synchronization, Replication, Wonder Guard, Telepathy, Force Damage. Strength, Pinnacle of Legendary Pokémon. Potential, theoretically infinite. The assessment of Shadow's current prowess can be succinctly described in 2 words, terrifying and invincible. Indeed, Shadow has ascended to the pinnacle of legendary Pokémon, surpassing even the formidable Rayquaza, and now possesses the Ice type as well. It seems that apart from Arceus, few Pokémon could rival Shadow's might. This Ice type was not a result of evolution, but rather a gift from Arceus' Ice Plate, which Yasu fortuitously bestowed upon Nay. Through contemplation and absorption of the plate, she completely grasped the principles of the Ice type, thus acquiring this newfound attribute. Nay's rapid ascent to the pinnacle of legendary Pokémon is attributed to her understanding of the plate and her extraordinary potential. Elevating one's realm of power is invariably challenging, primarily hinging on the comprehension and mastery of the inherent laws. Prior enhancements in strength for the Elite Four were relatively straightforward, as rigorous training sufficed. Provided a Pokémon's potential was adequate, coupled with diligent training, reaching the level of a quasi-Elite Four was nearly assured. However, attaining the status of an Elite Four member is considerably more complex. The distinction between those above and below this tier is akin to an insurmountable chasm, as achieving Elite Four strength requires contact with the primordial forces. Each type possesses its unique primordial power, which does not necessitate comprehension. Merely touching the source grants one the status of an Elite Four Pokémon. Though seemingly simple, the challenges involved are indeed formidable. To reach the champion level, one must not only comprehend the primordial forces, but also harness and wield them. Utilizing these primordial powers amplifies the effectiveness of moves associated with their attributes. The 3rd tier of legendary Pokémon completely masters the primordial force, leading to an extraordinary escalation in move potency. Thus, battles amongst these deities often result in cataclysmic devastation. The 2nd tier's primordial force begins to metamorphose into the power of laws. Even a slight application of this law's force can possess the capability to devastate cities. The 1st tier, however, is even more fearsome, as their primordial power has fully transformed into the power of laws, allowing for effortless manipulation of such forces. A single move could plunge an entire region into peril. The beings of the highest tier, known as ultra-legendaries, possess absolute control over these laws. Once unleashed, they can destabilize the entire world, plunging it into chaos. Hence, those with ultra-legendary prowess seldom manifest, including Giratina, who was exiled to the distortion world by the creator deity Arceus. Necrozma, upon absorbing Solgaleo or Lunala and transforming into Dusk Mane or Dawn Wings, attains ultra-legendary power, yet remains within the realm of ultra-beasts. As for the strength of the creator deity, it remains an enigma. Only Arceus is known to possess such might. capable of creating worlds, with the distortion world being one of its manifestations. Thus, the legendary Pokémon of this universe are far more formidable than those depicted in the original texts and games. With the potential to alter landscapes or even obliterate worlds, truly a terrifying prospect. Moreover, according to the system, Ney can absorb all 18 of Arceus' plates, directly enhancing her attributes, rendering her nearly invincible. Though Yuesu currently possesses only one ice plate, he remains confident that with the aid of the system, more will come in due time. Chapter 18, The Distortion World. It is important to note that the laws of this world do not resemble those found in fantastical realms, and Yuesu has yet to fully comprehend their nature. However, it is certain that there are no laws dictating that only those who wield specific attributes can utilize them. Otherwise, the Dragon-type legendaries would undoubtedly engage in fierce battles to seize dominion over these laws. Hence, such a scenario does not exist. Shinado has completely mastered the laws of ice, thus acquiring its attribute. Should Ney grasp all laws, she may very well embody every attribute. Of course, this scenario is only plausible for Ney, as she originally does not belong to this world. Yuesu had previously attempted to utilize the plate with Rayquaza, but it was unable to comprehend it, merely staring blankly at it. Yuesu surmised that Rayquaza could only understand the laws of dragon, flying, and fairy types. However, Rayquaza has fully mastered these three laws, rendering the plate of little use to it. Thus, Yuesu's Shinado is indeed exceptional. The system has also indicated that the Pokémon hatched from that egg is quite unique. With a base stat total of 750, it is already considered most extraordinary, as even Arceus possesses only 720. Perhaps in the future, Ney may even rival Arceus in strength. At present, even Rayquaza stands no chance against Ney. Yuesu has attempted to see if Rayquaza could mega-evolve within the confines of his system space, which he found to be truly invincible. The two ultra-legendary Pokémon, even at their peak, could hardly make a ripple within this space. While Rayquaza can mega-evolve, so can Ney, and she does not require a Megastone to do so. Moreover, Ney possesses the capacity for bond evolution, akin to Ash and Greninja, which is significantly more powerful than mega-evolution. Are you truly set on this? Ney inquired, not out of concern for Yuesu's safety, for she could easily vanquish Giratina. Rather, she was perplexed by Yuesu's unwavering fixation on Giratina, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Yes, with you by my side, there is nothing to fear. I have faith in you, Yuesu reassured her, sensing her despondency. Wow, I feel so honored. I never expected you to trust me so much. I'll take down Giratina in no time. Ney exclaimed, her spirits lifted by Yuesu's confidence in her. System, activate the distortion portal, Yuesu silently commanded. Initially, he intended to venture to the ruins of origin, but finding it too cumbersome, he opted to utilize the system for direct teleportation. In truth, had he taken Ney to the ruins of origin to ascertain the spatial coordinates, she could have teleported them directly. Ney possesses a unique ability to manipulate time and space. If she can determine the spatial coordinates of the distortion world, she can transport Yuesu to it from any corner of the world. Thus, if the time-space dragons of Sinnoh were to stand before Ney, they would be rendered quite insignificant. What they can achieve, Ney can accomplish equally well. Moreover, the time-space dragons cannot frequently employ their abilities, further demonstrating their inferiority to Ney. Is this truly the legendary distortion world? Knight's gaze continuously swept around, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of disorientation in this peculiar realm, as though some unseen force was repelling him. The inverted world was composed of floating islands, yet everything upon them, including the scenery, was turned upside down. Indeed, it truly deserved the moniker of the inverted world, where all things existed in reverse. One could observe trees hanging downwards and rivers flowing in an unnatural manner. It felt akin to a living soul stumbling into the underworld. Though he remained alive, the very essence of this place seemed to reject his presence, leaving him utterly ill at ease. Xiaoyi, I find this place exceedingly strange, Ney remarked tonight. Evidently, she too sensed the disquiet. I thought I was the only one feeling uncomfortable. Let us locate Dialga and Giratina first. We must capture it and depart from here swiftly. Come forth, Rayquaza. Knight summoned the legendary Pokémon from the confines of his system space. Rayquaza emitted a resonant and ethereal cry. Not the hissing sound of a serpent one might expect from an anime, but a genuine roar befitting a dragon, albeit with a hint of femininity. Rayquaza was undoubtedly the closest entity to a dragon among Pokémon, its appearance reminiscent of the Chinese dragon from Knight's past life, and its call was the most dragon-like among dragon-type Pokémon. Upon its arrival, Rayquaza encircled Knight protectively, aware of the impending confrontation with Giratina, having discussed it with Knight beforehand. What lay ahead promised to be an unprecedented battle. The clash between Rayquaza and Giratina would be a confrontation of legendary beings. Knight was uncertain if the inverted world could withstand such a titanic struggle. Rayquaza, possessing formidable strength, understood the gravity of this encounter. It was her inaugural battle. And given that her opponent was of comparable might, even a powerhouse like Rayquaza needed to exercise caution. This was not merely a skirmish for her, but a golden opportunity to showcase her capabilities. Since her emergence from the egg, she had not engaged in combat, spending her days leisurely accompanying Knight and his Pokémon, nearly forgetting what battle felt like. It was noteworthy that Knight's Rayquaza was the sole one of its kind in this world. The previous Rayquaza's disappearance had led Ho-Oh to mistakenly identify Knight's Rayquaza as the one it once knew. Knight had attempted to sense whether there were any counterparts of Rayquaza in this world, but none were found. Thus, it appeared that this realm housed only a singular Rayquaza, much like Groudon and Kyogre, with only a select few legendary Pokémon possessing distinct species. On a distant island, the slumbering Giratina suddenly opened its eyes, directing its gaze towards Knight's location. Detecting an intrusion into its territory, it sensed two presences that rivaled its own, inciting a surge of fury. It could be said that the three legendary dragons of the Sinnoh region were fiercely protective of their domains. Chapter 19, The Battle with Giratina. It would be more accurate to state that all legendary Pokémon are protective of their territory. Much like the three legendary birds, they may appear united. Yet any infringement upon their domain would provoke a life-or-death confrontation. Roar! Giratina bellowed, soaring towards Knight's direction, intent on tearing apart the intruder to quell its rage. Or at the very least, to drive them from its territory. Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my domain? Leave at once. Giratina communicated telepathically with Knight. Most legendary Pokémon possess the ability to engage in such mental communication, as Rayquaza and Celebi had previously informed Knight. At that moment, Knight beheld Giratina's form, primarily gray. It resembled a dragon-like Pokémon, adorned with a golden semi-ring encircling its neck. Its neck bore red and black stripes. Giratina possessed two forms, the altered form and the origin form. Currently, it was in its altered form, with a pair of spectral-like wings sprouting from its back. The wing tips resembled claw-like structures. Knight perceived Giratina as far more imposing in reality than in games or lore. Conflicted, Knight hesitated to declare his intention to capture Giratina, fearing it might cast him out of the inverted world, a loss not worth the risk. Yet, since a battle was inevitable, he resolved to be forthright, even if it meant offering a more tactful explanation. Giratina, I am here to capture you, Knight boldly announced. Upon hearing the word capture, Giratina's ire flared. Legendary Pokémon generally harbor disdain for such terms, much like Knight's prior encounter with Ho-Oh, which, despite its displeasure, had refrained from overtly expressing its feelings out of deference to Rayquaza's formidable presence, merely indicating its desire to find a pure-hearted individual, an ideal Knight did not meet. Legendary beings possess their own dignity, hence, they are revered as such. In its fury, Giratina unleashed a dragon breath towards Knight. Knight swiftly commanded Rayquaza, Rayquaza, use Dragon Rage. Rayquaza released a sphere of energy that surged towards Giratina, colliding with its dragon breath and producing a dazzling burst of white light. After a moment of struggle, Rayquaza's Dragon Rage prevailed, dissipating Giratina's attack and continuing its forward trajectory. Rather than endure Rayquaza's Dragon Rage head-on, Giratina took flight, evading the attack. It regarded Rayquaza with caution. Not only were they using Dragon-type moves, but the aura emanating from Rayquaza was strikingly similar to its own, compelling Giratina to adopt a wary stance. Moreover, the human beside Rayquaza exuded a formidable presence, one that felt akin to the power of Arceus, its former counterpart. Seizing the moment while Giratina and Rayquaza locked eyes, Knight employed the system to probe Giratina's capabilities. Name, Giratina, altered form. Type, Ghost, Dragon. Potential, Legendary Pokémon. Strength, late-stage Legendary Pokémon. Description, the sole Giratina in existence. It is said that when the creator deity Arceus shaped this world, it birthed two avatars, Dialga and Palkia, alongside a shadow, Giratina. Oh, so Giratina does not possess peak legendary strength? From the legends and descriptions within the games, Knight had assumed that the renowned Giratina, the dragon of the underworld, would be at the pinnacle of legendary power. To his astonishment, it appeared that the current Giratina was only at the late stage of legendary strength. In truth, the elevation of strength among legendary beings is not a straightforward matter. A small tier may require centuries, or even millennia to shift. Knight's misconception stemmed from Nei's rapid ascent in power, leading him to believe that such advancements were easily attainable among legendary Pokémon. Nei's swift growth was attributed to the Law Tablet of Arceus, coupled with her immense potential, which, according to system analysis, was theoretically limitless. Just how strong she truly was remained an enigma to Knight. Originally, Yeshu contemplated whether to allow his Rayquaza to Mega Evolve. But upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. As he muttered to himself, the Giratina above sensed that being tethered was not a viable strategy and activated its signature move, Shadow Force, to slip into an alternate dimension. Rayquaza, be cautious. Giratina could manifest anywhere, Yeshu warned, aware that while Rayquaza's fairy-type attributes rendered it immune to Giratina's dragon-type attacks. Shadow Force belonged to the ghost-type. Rayquaza nodded, enveloped in a protective shield akin to a standard barrier, yet this shield was a divine safeguard, accessible only to legendary Pokémon of at least second-tier strength. Suddenly, Giratina appeared behind Rayquaza, catching it off guard, and struck the protective shield with a powerful blow. The shield shattered under the force of Giratina's potent attack. In that instant, Rayquaza retaliated with Ice Beam, striking Giratina despite lacking Ice-type attributes. Nonetheless, it could learn Ice-type moves, albeit with moderate power. Giratina was sent reeling, its expression betraying pain. Though Rayquaza's Ice-type move was not particularly formidable, it exploited Giratina's weakness, proving highly effective. Fortunately, Rayquaza's strength was not significantly inferior to Giratina's, or it might have sustained serious injury from that encounter. Yeshu exhaled in relief, realizing that Rayquaza's slight superiority had prevented a catastrophic outcome, as Giratina had been unable to instantly breach Rayquaza's protective barrier. Otherwise, Rayquaza would have had no time to react and could have been harmed. Understanding its disadvantage, Giratina recognized that prolonging the battle would only lead to its defeat. Don't worry, Yeshu, Rayquaza will surely prevail. It's merely a matter of time, Naya reassured him. Seizing the moment, Rayquaza unleashed another Ice Beam. Giratina hastily conjured a protective barrier, but still sustained injuries. Rayquaza continued to unleash Ice Beams with relentless fervor, as if they were of no consequence, contemplating whether to follow up with a Hyper Beam. In Chapter 20, the defeat of Giratina unfolded. As a legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza executed Hyper Beam without suffering from any immobilization. Giratina, enduring immense pain, attempted to evade the onslaught. Despite its protective barrier, the damage inflicted by Rayquaza's attacks proved overwhelming. Observing the fierce battle between the two legendary Pokémon soaring through the sky, Yeshu realized that commanding such beings was an arduous task. Their moves were executed with such swiftness that he could hardly discern the action, resigning to let Rayquaza fight autonomously. Perhaps it's best to let Rayquaza handle this on its own. I'm out of my depth here, Yeshu admitted, acknowledging his limited tactical skills, as his training at the Pokémon Academy had provided little enhancement in the realm of legendary combat. Unable to provide effective guidance, Yeshu could only watch the silhouettes of Giratina and Rayquaza clash in the sky. Had he attempted to direct the battle, Rayquaza might not have performed to its fullest potential. Yeshu, I believe you should permit Rayquaza to Mega Evolve. Otherwise, we might take too long and risk incurring Professor Oak's wrath upon our return, Naya suggested. Although Giratina was not as powerful as Rayquaza, its ghost-type nature made it notoriously difficult to contend with. Much like psychic types, ghost-type moves were immune to physical attacks, while psychic types employed teleportation and psychic assaults that were equally challenging to counter. Thus, despite Giratina's comparative weakness, it could still endure an extended battle with Rayquaza. Indeed, we must hasten our return. Professor Oak will be home by afternoon. If he discovers our absence, I fear for the repercussions, Yeshu agreed, feeling trepidation regarding Professor Oak, who had cared for him for so long. Yeshu knew better than to retaliate when reprimanded. This time, he had ventured out without the professor's knowledge, necessitating a swift return. Rayquaza, Mega Evolve, Yeshu called out with fervor. Responding to his command, Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Pulse, sending Giratina hurtling away before commencing its Mega Evolution. Bathed in pure white light, Rayquaza transformed. Although its form remained black and white, it appeared more majestic, adorned with four ribbon-like appendages. Despite its imposing presence, the feminine tone of Rayquaza's voice somewhat diminished its formidable aura. Yeshu utilized his system probe on Mega Rayquaza. Name, Mega Rayquaza. Type, Dragon, Flying, Fairy. Ability, Delta Stream. Strength, Near Creation Deity, Mega Evolution. Following its transformation, Mega Rayquaza's power escalated to a level approaching that of Arceus, the original deity. The weather in the distortion world shifted to chaos, nullifying the flying-type weaknesses, albeit this alteration bore little impact on Giratina. Mega Rayquaza unleashed its Dragon-type signature move, Dragon Ascent, locking onto Giratina with an overwhelming aura. A phantom dragon materialized around Mega Rayquaza as it executed a ferocious strike against Giratina, sending it crashing onto a distant island, which shattered upon impact, demonstrating the sheer magnitude of Mega Rayquaza's assault. Use the finishing move, Dragon Pulse, to defeat Giratina. Yeshu commanded, his voice ringing with authority. The finishing move, a signature attack of Mega Rayquaza, could only be unleashed during Mega Evolution and stood as the mightiest flying-type move, ascending to the pinnacle of its height. Mega Rayquaza transformed into a streak of light, traversing a straight path through the distortion world with blinding speed, rendering Giratina utterly defenseless. Moreover, having already sustained injuries from Dragon Ascent, Giratina was incapable of evading the precise strike of Dragon Pulse, resulting in its total incapacitation. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a legendary Pokémon. Reward: 1 lucky draw, 30,000 system points. To Yeshu's astonishment, rewards were bestowed. He had initially thought the system merely functioned as a sign-in mechanism. The system store offered exchanges for legendary Pokémon, though the required points were exorbitant. He had not anticipated such a windfall from defeating a legendary Pokémon. The thought of how many fishing trips it would take to accumulate such points crossed his mind, since the system had only indicated it was a sign-in system. Yeshu had previously considered what daily activities might trigger sign-in tasks. It appeared that defeating legendary Pokémon yielded substantial points, providing him with newfound direction. During his battles with other Pokémon, he had not triggered any point acquisitions. Setting aside these thoughts, Yeshu promptly utilized his newly gained points to purchase a Master Ball. He produced the Master Ball and hurled it at the now unconscious Giratina. Having been rendered unconscious, Giratina was effortlessly captured within the Master Ball, which did not even shake before sealing the creature inside. Congratulations, host, for capturing the legendary Pokémon, Giratina. Reward: 1 lucky draw, 200,000 points. Listening to the system's announcements, Yeshu's expression brightened, and thoughts of capturing more legendary Pokémon began to blossom in his mind. The system gently reminded him that only the first capture of a specific type of legendary Pokémon would trigger rewards, and that the quantity of rewards was proportional to the Pokémon's strength. A cold splash from the system abruptly doused the fervent enthusiasm of Yisu. Do you still have the setting to oppose me? Yisu had thought that capturing a mythical beast would yield such bountiful rewards. Alas, it was merely the figment of his own imagination. Well, Yisu was not one to be overly greedy. Just the first capture would suffice. Having something is better than having nothing at all. In truth, he was already quite satisfied with having subdued Giratina. Come back, Palkia, you've worked hard. Yisu recalled Palkia and then released Giratina, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Yisu rummaged through the system's shop in search of items that could enhance their bond. After an exhaustive search, he finally stumbled upon a suckling fruit tucked away in a corner. According to the system's description, this fruit could elevate a Pokémon's affection to its maximum value. This was precisely what Yisu needed at the moment. Although he had captured Giratina, it was merely contained within a Pokeball. Whether it would heed his commands remained uncertain. Upon awakening, there was no guarantee Giratina would listen to him, and it might even retaliate. A proud deity would never allow itself to be controlled by a mere human. Chapter 21. Capturing Giratina. Can Nai get this fruit into Giratina's mouth? Yisu inquired, holding the fruit before Nai. Nai nodded and waved her small hand gently, causing the unconscious Giratina to open its mouth. Using her psychic powers, she guided the pink fruit into Giratina's mouth. Since we've captured Giratina, let's hurry back. Otherwise, Professor Oak will surely erupt in fury. Yisu urged Nai. She extended her hand and waved in a particular direction, and a glowing white orb flew into her grasp. Nai manipulated the orb with her psychic abilities, bringing it to float before Yisu. Xiaoyi, I discovered this item in this world. Do you recognize it? Yisu, gazing at the luminous orb, reached out to hold it. He could feel the immense power radiating from it. Could this be the platinum orb found in this world? Yisu thought it was highly probable. The platinum orb is Giratina's accessory, enhancing the power of its dragon and ghost-type moves. It also allows Giratina to shift into its origin form even without entering the distortion world. Giratina possesses 2 forms, one in the distortion world and another in the real world. While changing forms does not amplify Giratina's strength, its origin form leans towards offense, whereas the other form favors defense. The form alteration does not affect Giratina's inherent power. Nai, let us return. Nai nodded in agreement, her hands glowing with white light as a teleportation portal materialized beside them. It must be said that having Nai around was indeed convenient. As she led Yisu away from the distortion world, crossing through the spatial portal, Yisu and Nai found themselves back in Professor Oak's laboratory, specifically in Yisu's room. Upon opening the door, Yisu was met with Professor Oak's piercing gaze. How could you return so soon? Hasn't it only been a few hours? A wave of anxiety washed over Yisu, but he forced himself to remain calm. Perhaps Professor Oak had not yet realized his absence. Xiaoyi, tell me honestly, did you sneak out? Professor Oak scrutinized Yisu intently. As expected, he had been discovered. However, Yisu was unwilling to surrender immediately. He attempted to quibble. No, I was just playing with Nai in the room. Yisu forced out the explanation. But even he found it hard to believe. Who would play indoors for hours? Oh, I see. Lucky for you. It seems you might escape this one. But why was there no one when I came in? Professor Oak's tone turned stern. Fine, I confess. I went to find Giratina, Yisu admitted directly. After all, it would be revealed sooner or later, so it was better to be upfront. Besides, Yisu had captured Giratina with the intent of protecting Professor Oak. Although this identity was bestowed by the system, Professor Oak genuinely cared for him, as if he were his own grandson, Shigeru. What? You really went to find Giratina? Xiaoyi, are you alright? If you got hurt, I'd be devastated. Professor Oak rushed over, examining Yisu from head to toe, as if fearing he had lost even a single hair. Yisu felt a swell of emotion. In his previous life, despite having parents, he had not felt cared for in a long time due to life circumstances. Rest assured, I'm fine. Moreover, I've successfully captured Giratina. Yisu produced the Master Ball. You truly captured Giratina? Why would the Sinnoh League let you go? And it hasn't been long at all. Professor Oak was visibly excited. For capturing a legendary Pokémon was no small feat. He was even more exhilarated than when he heard of Yisu capturing Celebi, as Giratina was considerably more powerful. If the folks from the Sinnoh region learn you've captured Giratina, you could be in grave danger. While Giratina can protect you, it may still bring considerable trouble. I suggest you inform Professor Mustard. She's a kind soul and may be able to assist you, Professor Oak warned Yisu. Yisu, along with Professor Oak and Nai, made their way to the laboratory's backyard, where Yisu released Giratina. At that moment, Giratina appeared battered and unconscious. And even Professor Oak felt a pang of sympathy. The awe-inspiring lord of the distortion world, Giratina, had been reduced to such a state, devoid of its divine image. However, Professor Oak was also curious about what Pokémon Yisu had employed to inflict such damage on Giratina. Is it gravely injured? Could it be dead? Professor Oak voiced his concern. It would be unfortunate if Yisu had finally captured Giratina, only for it to perish. There was no avoiding injuries in battle, especially among divine beings. Had the encounter occurred in the real world rather than the distortion world, an entire region might have been obliterated. Yisu released Celebi. Celebi, use healing pulse on Giratina. Though Celebi was puzzled, it nodded and directed its healing pulse at Giratina. Celebi, possessing only a level 1 divine power, was nonetheless a healing deity, and its abilities were adequate to mend the wounds of the ultra-divine Giratina. Gradually, Giratina began to heal under Celebi's restorative energy, although the process took some time. After a while, Giratina's eyes slowly opened. Once its vision cleared, it surveyed its surroundings. Upon spotting Yisu, its gaze softened with familiarity. But when it looked at Professor Oak and Nai, its expression turned hostile. Yisu quietly exhaled in relief. The system had proven reliable. Giratina, Professor Oak is my family. If he ever encounters danger, you must protect him and ensure no harm befalls him, Yisu instructed Giratina. Hearing Yisu refer to him as grandfather, Professor Oak's demeanor softened. Naturally, Giratina would heed Yisu's command. Reluctantly, Giratina cast a glance at Professor Oak and released a scale from its body. The scale landed in Professor Oak's hand and then melded into his being. This scale can absorb attacks, and should anyone trigger its protective effect, I will be immediately alerted, Giratina informed both Professor Oak and Yisu. Professor Oak, brimming with excitement, circled around Giratina and retrieved his notebook, diligently recording information about Giratina. Chapter 22, Announcing Mega Evolution. Giratina lingered in the real world for a few days before bidding farewell to Yeshu and returning to the distortion world. Compared to the reality, Giratina found greater solace in the distortion world. Moreover, Yeshu had allowed Giratina access to the system space, ensuring that he could effortlessly summon Giratina whenever required. While returning to the distortion world was akin to being in the system space, the dramatic flair of Giratina's entrance from a spatial portal made it undeniably striking. As time flowed gently by, a new trainer arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory. Yeshu reclined on a sofa in the hall when a little girl, roughly his age, approached him and inquired, Is Professor Oak here? Yeshu rose and replied, Professor Oak is in the lab. How may I assist you? Could you please call Professor Oak for me? I am a newly embarked Pokemon trainer here to register, she requested. Certainly, I shall fetch Professor Oak. Yeshu responded as he made his way to the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, Professor Oak emerged alongside Yeshu. I apologize for the wait. I did not anticipate new trainers this year, he remarked. Given that there is no Quartz conference this year, most new trainers either wait until next year or travel to other regions. Since you are a new trainer, do you require a Pokemon? Professor Oak inquired, presenting a Pokédex to the little girl. I do, she replied. Yeshu found the voice somewhat familiar and scrutinized the girl closely. Oh, it's you, he exclaimed in surprise. This little girl was someone Yeshu had met at summer camp, where she had been ostracized by others. With only Yeshu standing by her side. You are the big brother from summer camp, she exclaimed. So, you are traveling this year. Since we meet again, I shall gift you a Pokemon. Yeshu opened the system shop, contemplating which promising Pokemon eggs to select as a gift. The system shop also offered the option to purchase Pokemon. However, gifting fully matured Pokemon was inappropriate given the deep bond Yeshu shared with his Pokemon. During his idle days, Yeshu often took his Charmander to the riverside to fish, training it to overcome its fear of water. Now, Yeshu was extraordinarily wealthy, with his shop points amounting to a staggering figure, though he still lacked enough for legendary Pokemon. As Yeshu browsed the system shop, Professor Oak guided the little girl in choosing her starter Pokemon. Ultimately, Yeshu selected a Feebas, possessing champion potential, as its evolution, Milotic, was not only beautiful but also possessed commendable battle capabilities. The girl chose a Bulbasaur, which complemented Yeshu's Feebas perfectly. With hearts full of joy, they both began their journeys. While Professor Oak returned to his research, ding ding ding, Yeshu noticed his communication device ringing and promptly answered a video call, revealing May's cherubic face on the screen. May, are you practically glued to the phone? Yeshu quipped, unable to suppress his amusement. Realizing her embarrassing position, May stuck out her tongue and made a cute face before being pulled away by Toko. You're blocking my view, May, Toko complained. May and Toko were individuals Yeshu had encountered during his whimsical quest in the Unova region to capture Reshiram and Zekrom. Although he did not capture either dragon, he did have a fleeting encounter with Zekrom, sensing a connection between them. Perhaps one day, when he traveled to Unova again, he might capture Zekrom. He just wondered if Toko would be chosen by the white dragon, Reshiram. As the main character from Pokemon Black and White, Toko was likely to be selected by one of the two legendary dragons. Given Yeshu's apparent bond with Zekrom, it seemed plausible that Reshiram might choose Toko. Toko, are you at May's house? Yeshu asked. Indeed, I came to visit May, Toko replied. Although both girls hailed from Unova, they resided in different towns, and Toko had specifically come to spend time with May. Brother Yeshu, are you setting off on your journey next year? What a pity we are not of age yet. May lamented, shaking her head, her adorable buns bobbing with the motion. May was 2 years younger than Yeshu, while Toko was 1 year younger. After a delightful exchange, Yeshu reluctantly concluded the video call with May and Toko. The days that followed were marked by Yeshu's ennui. Yet he utilized this time to request Professor Oak's assistance in searching for Mega Evolution Stones. As the year drew to a close, he announced the Mega Evolution, which generated an overwhelming response, eclipsing even the fervor surrounding his previous revelations about new attributes and Eevee's latest evolution. Having garnered recognition in the research community following his earlier discoveries, Yeshu was now acknowledged as a doctor, with Professor Oak having registered him on the research forum as Dr. Yeshu. The announcement of Mega Evolution was made by Yeshu himself. The release of Mega Evolution stirred mixed emotions. Elite trainers and champions across various regions were uplifted by this advancement. However, due to the recent unveiling, only the evolution types Yeshu provided had been discovered. Furthermore, obtaining Mega Evolution Stones was no simple task, as they required corresponding Mega Evolution bracelets, of which Yeshu was the exclusive owner, thus contributing to his newfound wealth. Notably, the Pokemon League of the Kanto region approached Yeshu to negotiate the sale of Mega Evolution bracelets, seeking to profit from him. Yet, Yeshu declined their proposal, subtly threatening certain high-ranking officials with his legendary Pokemon. The League's awareness of Yeshu's affiliation with legendary beings deterred them from taking any rash actions, for they had long understood the immense power of such entities. Chapter 23. The Journey Begins. After the new year, the day finally arrived for Yeshu to commence his journey. Coincidentally, it was also the day that Professor Oak's grandson, Shigeru, and Ash set off on their adventures. Upon waking that morning, Yeshu observed Shigeru receiving his Pokemon from Professor Oak, who had chosen a Squirtle. Yeshu employed the system's scanning feature on the Squirtle. Name, Squirtle. Type, Water. Strength, Early Normal. Potential, Champion. Truly, Shigeru was the genuine grandson of Professor Oak. Although the professor was not particularly fond of Shigeru, he still indulged him. As Shigeru finalized his Pokemon choice, Ash hurriedly arrived at Professor Oak's lab. Professor Oak exchanged a knowing glance with Yeshu before concealing the starter Pokemon and presenting a Pikachu instead, awaiting Ash's arrival. Yeshu now understood why Ash's journey began with a Pikachu. It was Professor Oak's subtle interference, much to Ash's misfortune. Ash rushed into the lab, spotting Shigeru and Professor Oak, and awkwardly exclaimed, "I'm sorry, Professor Oak. I'm late. Is there any Pokemon left?" Ahem. Ash, you have arrived rather late. The last Pokemon has already been claimed by Gary. I apologize for the inconvenience. Professor Oak, with an air of seriousness, jested. Despite the fact that there were still numerous Charmanders and Bulbasaurs visible moments ago, only to be whisked away by him. What? Does this mean I won't have any Pokemon? Ash lamented, disappointment evident in his voice. Ahem. However, I still possess one Pokemon here, though it is contingent upon your willingness to accept it. Professor Oak coughed lightly, attempting to persuade Ash to select Pikachu. Sure, as long as there's a Pokemon, I'm in, Ash replied, oblivious to Professor Oak's peculiar demeanor. Very well. But I must forewarn you, this particular Pokemon is Pikachu, and it has quite a temper. It is reluctant to enter the Pokeball. Professor Oak presented Pikachu to Ash, who immediately attempted to toss the Pokeball at Pikachu, yet the Pokemon deftly evaded capture. Ash, undeterred by this setback, bid farewell to Professor Oak, now accompanied by Pikachu. Ding, ding, ding. The communication device chimed, prompting Nightshade to reach for the phone resting on the table. Hello, Nightshade. May's familiar visage appeared on the screen. Step aside, May. You're obstructing the view, Toko chimed in, pulling May away. Nightshade, today marks the commencement of your journey, right? Alas, I must wait several months before I can become a Pokemon trainer and travel alongside you. May expressed her regrets, wishing him well. Although Toko had turned 15, she too had to wait until after her birthday and the adulthood ceremony to embark on her journey. I also extend my best wishes to you, Nightshade. May added from the side. Thank you for your blessings. Once I complete the Indigo Conference Challenge, I shall venture to the Hoenn region. Nightshade concluded the call. Before long, another call came through. Nightshade, you're setting off on your journey today, correct? The screen displayed the adorable face of Serena. Indeed, Nightshade confirmed, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Is something the matter, Nightshade? Why are you looking at me like that? Serena inquired, perplexed. Serena, it appears you may have gained a bit of weight, Nightshade observed, noting her well-developed figure, particularly for a girl of only 14. Have I? Or have I gained weight? Serena asked anxiously, realizing Nightshade's comment implied her weight gain was quite noticeable. As a girl, she was particularly sensitive about her figure, especially in front of Nightshade. In truth, I believe a bit of extra weight can be rather appealing, Nightshade murmured softly. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Serena replied, noticing his lips moving but unable to catch the words. Nothing, just expressing my excitement for the journey ahead. Come on, if we don't leave soon. We want to reach Jubilife City before sunset, Naya urged, puffing her cheeks as she approached Nightshade. Seeing Nightshade conversing with another girl, Naya felt a twinge of jealousy, though she outwardly appeared indifferent. Are you leaving, Nightshade? I'll hang up then, goodbye. Don't forget to call me while you're on the road. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Nightshade, accompanied by Naya and a host of Pokemon, made his way toward Jubilife City. Having traversed the forest previously, Nightshade opted for the main road this time, eager to reach the city swiftly. Upon arriving in Jubilife City, Nightshade headed straight for the Pokemon Center. As he entered, he was greeted by Nurse Joy, though he wondered if she was the same Joy he had encountered before. Nurse Joy, could you please assist me with my registration? I wish to participate in the Indigo Conference, Nightshade requested, presenting his Pokédex. Registration for the Indigo Conference was essential, typically conducted at any Pokemon Center in the Kanto region, where Nurse Joy could facilitate the process. Ah, so you are from the Kanto region. I have completed your registration. I wish you the best of luck in becoming the champion of the Indigo Conference. Nurse Joy beamed with a warm smile. While Nurse Joy was known for her kindness toward all, her tone seemed particularly gentle when addressing Nightshade, a testament to the importance of appearances in any world. Nightshade nodded, preparing to depart the Pokemon Center. Although they offered complimentary accommodations for novice trainers, the environment left much to be desired. Besides, sharing a room with others was akin to a dormitory experience. If he could share a room with girls, perhaps he would be inclined to stay. But the accommodations were segregated by gender, and Nightshade had little interest in rooming with boys. Moreover, given the substandard conditions, and not being financially constrained, he opted for a hotel stay instead. You are Nightshade, correct? A word of caution, There has been a surge of brazen thefts in Jubilife City. As a newcomer, please be vigilant, Nurse Joy advised as Nightshade was about to leave. Thank you for the warning, Nurse Joy. I will be sure to safeguard my wallet. Nightshade responded with a smile. As Nightshade walked away, Nurse Joy couldn't help but admire him, captivated by his handsome features. It was easy to see how he could enchant countless girls. Chapter 24. The Rise of Charmander's Strength. Hey, that person looks quite familiar. Ash remarked as he exited the Pokémon Center, spotting Nightshade's retreating figure and scratching his head. You're also participating in the Indigo Conference, aren't you? Nurse Joy inquired of Ash. Indeed. I aim to seize the championship title at the Indigo Conference. I am determined to become a Pokémon Master, Ash declared passionately. Nurse Joy, observing Ash's fervor, chuckled awkwardly before reminding him, to participate in the Indigo Conference, you must register in advance. Otherwise, even with all 8 badges, you will not qualify. To enter the Indigo Conference, registration at Nurse Joy's Pokémon Center was mandatory, followed by a second registration upon collection of the 8 badges once the conference commenced. This initial registration was akin to a reservation. Oh, I need to register? Then let us expedite the process, Ash urged Nurse Joy. After a moment of mutual eye contact, Nurse Joy could no longer suppress her awkwardness and replied to the smiling Ash. Registration requires a Pokédex. Where is yours? The oblivious Ash then realized the necessity of his Pokédex. He quickly retrieved it and presented it to Nurse Joy, asking, Is my Pikachu all right? Indeed. Ash's Pikachu had sustained injuries, an uncanny coincidence. Pikachu is fine now, but you must treat it with care and ensure it does not suffer such severe injuries again. Nurse Joy admonished, her concern for Pikachu evident. Today, Ash would encounter his true companions, the Team Rocket trio. It was uncertain which member he might bond with, but the thought of ending up with Meowth was rather unsettling. After settling into the hotel, Naya prepared dinner while Nightshade took a moment to call Professor Oak and report his safety. After a brief chat, he hung up, only for Serena's call to come through next. Serena primarily inquired about Nightshade's journey, while May and Toko also reached out, expressing their concerns regarding his travels and any challenges he might face. Once the last call concluded, Nightshade exhaled deeply, looking forward to savoring the meal prepared by Naya. After savoring the meal prepared by Nay, Uesu also provided sustenance for his Pokémon. Tomorrow, he would embark on his challenge against the Tokiwa Gym, facing off against Banmu. A peculiar gleam sparkled in Uesu's eyes. Throughout the year, his Pokémon had undergone significant growth. Notably, his Dratini had evolved into a Dragonite, attaining championship-level prowess, while his Charmander had transformed into a Charizard. When Charmander first evolved into Charmeleon, Uesu had gifted it a feather from the legendary Ho-Oh. This feather was of immense benefit, as it contained vast energy, and the extent of its potential was entirely reliant on Charmander itself. With wide eyes, Charmeleon eagerly grasped the feather, which seamlessly melded into its being upon contact. Suddenly, the flames at Charmeleon's tail surged, deepening in hue to a rich crimson, and the temperature escalated significantly. Uesu conducted a thorough examination and discovered that Charmeleon's potential remained at the championship tier, yet its strength had skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the quasi-elite. Could it be that the potential had not changed due to incomplete absorption? Uesu pondered. Upon scrutinizing the system's report, he noted that Charmeleon's description indicated a potent energy residing within. Given that Ho-Oh was a first-tier legendary Pokémon, even a single feather harbored formidable power. It seemed impossible for Charmeleon to absorb it directly. Perhaps complete absorption would only occur upon evolving into Charizard. Fortunately, Ho-Oh's essence was imbued with the gentle force of the laws of life, enabling Charmeleon to utilize it without peril. As anticipated, once Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, the power of the Ho-Oh feather was entirely assimilated, elevating its potential to that of a quasi-third-tier deity. Uesu brimmed with confidence. With a Charizard and a championship-level Dragonite at his side, he felt assured that even Banmu's ace Pokémon would pose no threat. Should Banmu's Beedrill prove formidable, Uesu had a legendary Pokémon at his disposal. Even if he unleashed Celebi, Banmu would only face defeat. Under normal circumstances, gym leaders would refrain from deploying their top-tier Pokémon against challengers, as their role was to assess the abilities of novice trainers rather than to vanquish them. Otherwise, Banmu's strength could potentially outmatch even the champion of the Kanto region. Sometimes, even if a challenger were to falter, gaining the leader's acknowledgement could still yield a badge. Uesu felt a thrill at the prospect of battling Banmu. This would be his inaugural encounter with a fellow trainer. During the upcoming gym challenge, unless absolutely necessary, Uesu vowed not to resort to his legendary Pokémon. Although he had triumphed over Professor Okido in their previous encounters, each time employing legendary Pokémon in a sweeping victory. He understood that humans were significantly weaker in the face of legendary forces. The sheer might of such beings rendered any strategy futile. Yuesu, possessing a legendary Pokémon, felt this truth keenly. Releasing Charizard and Dragonite, Yuesu inquired, "Are you prepared? Tomorrow marks the true battle." Both Pokémon nodded, equally eager for the confrontation. Dragonite often challenged Charizard, yet invariably fell short. "Let us retreat to your Pokeballs for some rest," Yuesu called, recalling them. Uncertain of the Tokyo Gym's challenge rules, due to the potential for alterations, he opted to release Gyarados and Beedrill as a precaution. Neither had trained fervently of late, resulting in only quasi-elite capabilities. What would the challenge entail tomorrow? Perhaps Banmu would show leniency towards novice trainers by dispatching Pokémon of ordinary strength. It was best to await the circumstances of the morrow. For now, Yuesu resolved to calm his mind and gather his spirit. After feeding his Pokémon, he lay down to rest, only to be startled by a sudden explosion. Chapter 25, Challenge at Tokyo Gym. Awakened by the blast, Yuesu rose and approached the window, witnessing a raging inferno at the Pokémon Center in the distance. Indeed, even though he had altered Ash's narrative, the world's laws forcefully corrected the storyline. The Pokémon Center had been besieged by Team Rocket once more. The audacity of these three was remarkable, as this was the territory of Team Rocket's leader. The trio, including Jesse and James, hailed from notable backgrounds. James's full name was Kojiru, a prominent heir of the Sasaki family, one of the largest clans in the world. Jesse's lineage was equally impressive. Her mother, Miyamoto, served as Banmu's assistant and friend. This connection afforded them a degree of tolerance from Banmu, who frequently extricated them from troublesome situations. After observing for a while, Yuesu decided to rest, as he needed to be in prime condition for the challenge against Banmu the following day. Early the next morning, Yuesu gathered his belongings and, after breakfast, set out for the Tokyo Gym with Nei. "Is anyone here? I have come to challenge the gym." He called into the Tokyo Gym. "Oh, a challenger has arrived?" Banmu emerged, contemplating Yuesu intently. Upon recognizing Yuesu, Banmu immediately identified him as the illustrious Professor Yuesu. Now, Yuesu had gained considerable notoriety within the Pokémon world. Even Team Rocket acknowledged him, as he was one of the few daring enough to oppose the League. Such a background was not common. After all, he was the grandson of Professor Okido, who had discovered the Fairy type, the new evolutions of Eevee, and Mega Evolutions, establishing connections with the Kanto Pokémon League. Each of these accolades shone brightly, compelling even Banmu, the mastermind behind Team Rocket, to regard him with respect. Though he recognized Yuesu, Banmu did not reveal his awareness. "Your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived any later, I might have closed the doors," he greeted warmly. Yuesu, observing the smile on Banmu's face, thought that had he not been a time traveler privy to Banmu's true identity, he might have been deceived by such a benign expression. In truth, everyone possesses their own ideologies. There are no absolute good or evil individuals in this world. Banmu, perceived as a villain by many, was, in fact, a person of loyalty within Team Rocket, treating his subordinates with kindness. It would be unfair to label him as entirely malevolent. Nevertheless, Yuesu was not there to ponder Banmu's morality. That was an exercise in futility and a waste of time. He sought to obtain the green badge. The rules of the Tokyo Gym dictated a 3-on-3 battle, with the challenger initiating the attack. "Are you prepared?" Banmu inquired, presenting a Pokeball. "I am ready," Yuesu replied, releasing Beedrill from its ball. "Very well, my first Pokemon shall be Meowth," Banmu declared, recalling his Pokeball and gesturing to the Meowth by his side. Yuesu felt a twinge of awkwardness as he summoned Beedrill. Banmu's Pokemon had been collected by his subordinates for gym challenges. Now, witnessing Yuesu's Beedrill, Banmu reconsidered his approach. He too wished to gauge Yuesu's capabilities. Understanding the strength of Yuesu's Pokemon was of great significance. Banmu unleashed one of his mainstays, Meowth. An evolution of Meowth, though not an exceptionally rare Pokemon. However, the prowess of Banmu's Meowth is no ordinary feat, possessing strength that rivals the pinnacle of the Pokémon League, making it one of Banmu's primary Pokémon, though certainly not the strongest. Beedrill, unleash Poison Sting. Yeshu observed the agile Meowth, commanding Beedrill to strike. In the realm of Pokémon battles, Poison Sting is on par with Poison Powder. If struck, the resultant poisoning is quite debilitating. Meowth, evade, then use Hyper Beam. Banmu commanded. Beedrill, we shall also employ Hyper Beam. This is the real world, not a turn-based game. Yeshu could direct Beedrill to attack continuously, enabling combo moves to trigger various effects. Initially, Banmu had intended to marvel at the battle, but upon witnessing Yeshu's B-drill, which exhibited a level of skill beyond the ordinary, he realized that this B-drill might be on par with Meowth. Indeed, Banmu, as the leader of Team Rocket, could deduce the strength of Yeshu's B-drill merely from its usage of Poison Sting, and it was evidently formidable. The two hyper beams collided, each equally matched. But after a brief exchange, Meowth's beam noticeably weakened. Meowth, abandon hyper beam and leap, Banmu commanded, sensing the dire situation. After a moment of rigidity, Meowth, observing the incoming hyper beam, sprang into the air, successfully avoiding the attack. Undoubtedly, as one of Banmu's mainstays, Meowth had been trained to this exceptional level of agility post-hyper beam. Yeshu marveled at Banmu's Meowth. Generally, aside from legendary Pokémon, all others experience a moment of paralysis after using hyper beam. Though this effect can be mitigated through rigorous training, it cannot be entirely eradicated. B-drill fell into paralysis following its hyper beam, and Yeshu's B-drill had not been specifically trained for this, resulting in a standard duration of paralysis. Meowth seized this opportunity. Use Swift, then finish B-drill with hyper beam. Banmu also capitalized on the paralysis of Yeshu's B-drill, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Return B-drill. This was a tactical miscalculation on my part. Yeshu recalled B-drill, acknowledging his own oversight. He had underestimated Banmu's Meowth, which had been trained to such an extent. Come forth. Dragonite. Yeshu released his Dragonite, a creature of considerable skill through specialized training, boasting exceptional overall capabilities and mastery of its moves. Meowth, continue the fight. Banmu assessed Meowth's condition. It had only expended a modicum of energy and was ready for further combat. Dragonite, take to the skies and unleash Dragon Pulse. Yeshu commanded. A Dragon-type Pokémon holds a significant advantage in the air, and Meowth possessed few aerial skills, save for Swift. Meowth, dodge Dragon Pulse, then retaliate with Swift. Chapter 26, The Battle of Dragonite. Yet, Meowth was struck by Dragon Pulse, revealing a pained expression. Banmu, while having high expectations for Dragonite's prowess, was still taken aback by its formidable strength, as even his Meowth could not evade the attack. Yeshu pressed the advantage, unwilling to show Banmu any mercy, instructing Dragonite to continue its assault with Flamethrower. Meowth, still reeling from the blow, found itself unprepared for the oncoming Flamethrower. Meowth, use Protect, then follow up with Thunder. Banmu directed. The Protect move is indeed a formidable defense. As long as the disparity in strength is not too great, it can effectively shield against attacks, though its efficacy diminishes in subsequent uses during battle. Yeshu did not anticipate Banmu's swift invocation of Protect. Dragonite evaded Meowth's Thunder and retaliated with Ice Beam. Dragonite soared effortlessly, eluding Meowth's Thunder, and struck with Ice Beam, encasing Meowth in ice. Banmu furrowed his brow, realizing that Yeshu's Dragonite was swifter than he had expected, likely rendering Meowth incapable of continuing the fight. At that moment, Meowth struggled against its frozen state, though its stamina was dwindling. Such tenacity. Dragonite, finish Meowth with Dragon Claw. Yeshu, equally surprised by Meowth's resilience, commanded. Dragonite, with remarkable speed, appeared before Meowth in an instant, delivering a fierce Dragon Claw that sent Meowth flying. Return Meowth. You performed admirably, Banmu recalled Meowth. Even his peak-level Meowth was unable to withstand more than a few exchanges with Dragonite, indicating that this Dragonite likely possessed champion-level strength. Impressive. Young man, your Dragonite has managed to defeat my Meowth. You must possess the strength of a champion. Are you truly a novice trainer just beginning your journey? Banmu posed the question, though his expression bore no skepticism, instead reflecting an acknowledgement of Yeshu's capabilities. It is noteworthy that Banmu seldom offers praise. Yeshu is only the second individual to receive such commendation from him, the first being Cynthia, the current champion of Sinnoh and the only female champion in the world, renowned for her prowess. Thank you for your compliments, Gym Leader Banmu. Let us continue our battle, Yeshu replied with a smile. It brought him joy to have his strategic acumen and Pokémon strength recognized, and although Banmu's demeanor was that of a mentor, Yeshu regarded him as a true senior. Yeshu remained humble, not allowing a single victory to cloud his judgment, especially since his B-drill had just been defeated. The score stood at 1 apiece. Perhaps Banmu was now beginning to take the battle more seriously. The defeat of Meowth was not merely an act of leniency on Banmu's part. He had allowed himself to become somewhat complacent, astonished that a fledgling trainer could possess a Dragonite of such caliber. While the first round might have been marred by an error, it did not diminish Banmu's admiration for Yeshu. Even as Banmu acknowledged Yeshu's exceptional abilities, he found himself grappling with feelings of condescension. As the ancient proverb states, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it does so with full effort. Yet, How many can truly embody this sentiment? Come forth, Nidoking. Banmu tossed a Pokeball, unveiling a towering 2-meter Nidoking. Nidoking, a poison and ground-type Pokemon, is emblematic of Banmu. Known as the Floor Master, who excels in utilizing ground-type Pokemon. This particular Nidoking stood apart from the ordinary, exuding an imposing presence. Observing Nidoking, Yeshu smiled, recognizing the folly of employing ground types against a dragon type. This Nidoking, too, boasted peak-level strength and ranked among Banmu's primary Pokemon, albeit at the lower end of the hierarchy, underscoring the extent of Banmu's formidable prowess. Dragonite, seize the initiative. Use Ice Beam. Yeshu commanded as his Dragonite soared through the air, enjoying a significant advantage. Even though Banmu's Nidoking had formidable defenses, Dragonite could gradually wear it down from the sky. Banmu, who had previously been somewhat inattentive, now sensed an aura of authenticity emanating from Dragonite, confirming that Yeshu's Dragonite indeed possessed the strength of a champion. This realization left Banmu feeling somewhat unsettled. He had initially assumed that Yeshu's Dragonite was merely at peak level, believing it had only secured an easy victory over Meowth due to its aerial advantage. Yet, the ability to manipulate its aura so freely indicated that it had likely achieved champion-level status long ago. Upon sensing the primal aura emanating from Dragonite, Banmu realized that this round was irrevocably lost. As soon as Dragonite unleashed its flying-type moves, Nidoking would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Although the champion and the Elite Four were merely one tier apart, their strengths were worlds apart, and it was clear that Nightsore's Dragonite had been at the champion level for quite some time. While a Pokemon under the guidance of a trainer exhibits significantly enhanced combat prowess, it does not imply the ability to challenge across vast tiers, especially in battles against those above the Elite Four. There existed exceptions, like Ash, who managed to transcend such boundaries, but only if he could pull it off. Banmu would hold confidence in defeating an elite-level Pokemon with his quasi-elite Pokemon, but when it came to a champion versus an elite, winning was nearly impossible unless the opponent deliberately held back. Dragonite unleashed Dragon Rage. Nightsore had no interest in pondering Banmu's inner thoughts. He merely wished to conclude the battle swiftly. The recent Ice Beam had struck Nidoking, yet due to its formidable defenses, the damage was minimal. Nightsore commanded Dragonite to persist in its assault. With a profound understanding of the Dragon-type essence, Dragonite's moves would gain augmented power. Next, Dragonite could also grasp the essence of the flying type or deepen its comprehension of the Dragon-type essence. Generally, a Pokemon with dual typings, upon reaching champion strength, would first focus on mastering one type's essence, and only after achieving its pinnacle would it delve into the other. Nightsore planned to have Dragonite follow this path. But for now, deepening its understanding of Dragon-type essence was paramount. Witnessing Dragonite's relentless attacks, Banmu reluctantly directed Nidoking to defend and employed the Protect move, hoping to expend as much of Dragonite's stamina as possible to alleviate the burden for his next Pokemon. Chapter 27. Champion Nidoking. Alas, Nidoking was indeed too cumbersome, and Dragonite's strikes were too swift and powerful. Nidoking could not evade the blows and was compelled to deploy Protect. Without it, Nidoking would undoubtedly be struck. While it might not be obliterated in one hit, enduring a second would be exceedingly difficult. This stark contrast in strength left Banmu feeling helpless, lamenting his misjudgment that led to an unwarranted defeat. In the face of overwhelming power, all techniques seemed but child's play. In the realm of absolute force, any action became futile. After activating Protect, Nidoking began to shield against Dragonite's onslaught. The wondrous ability of Protect guarantees that, barring attacks from legendary Pokemon, ordinary Pokemon can fully resist the first attack when used. Despite the vast difference in strength, Nidoking managed to withstand Dragonite's Dragon Rage. Dragonite, maintain Dragon Rage and see how long it can endure. Nidoking continued to rely on Protect. As Dragon Rage approached Nidoking, even burrowing to evade would be futile. Moreover, if Nidoking did burrow, it would only render the battle more expedient, as Nightsore might command Dragonite to use Earthquake, which would double in power against a Pokemon underground. With no other recourse, Banmu could do nothing but have Nidoking repeatedly use Protect, hoping it could last a bit longer. If successful, it might endure another round. If not, defeat was imminent. Protect could not be used consecutively without fail. If it could, it would be invincible. If one began a battle by continuously employing Protect, waiting for the opponent to exhaust their attacks before countering, it would be deemed cowardly. If it could be executed flawlessly every time, Protect would indeed become an unbeatable technique. This time, however, Nidoking's Protect faltered, succumbing to Dragon Rage and letting out a pained cry before collapsing. Despite the agony, Nidoking rose valiantly, enduring the pain with resolute eyes fixed upon the soaring Dragonite. Nidoking unleashed Blizzard. Banmu pondered whether he could turn the tide and sought to deplete Dragonite's energy. He recognized that Nidoking was nearing its limits and aimed to exhaust Dragonite's stamina. Ice-type moves are particularly effective against Dragon types, inflicting quadruple damage. If it struck Dragonite, even with the considerable power gap, it would still inflict significant harm. Dragonite used Dragon Pulse and swiftly bring this to an end. As Nidoking attempted to unleash Blizzard, Dragon Pulse's impact disrupted its concentration, causing Nidoking to falter before it could execute the move. Nidoking collapsed, its eyes spinning and combat capabilities extinguished. Banmu shook his head upon witnessing Nidoking's defeat. He had intended to wear down Dragonite, but the outcome was as anticipated. Who would have thought a fledgling trainer like you would possess a Pokémon of champion caliber? Truly remarkable. Though aware of Nightsore's background and access to excellent resources, producing a champion-level Pokémon remained a rare feat, yet it was a testament to his own skill, not to be attributed to others. Many possessed Pokémon with champion potential, yet each one either failed to recognize their Pokémon's latent abilities or lacked the resources for training. Thus, Pokémon with champion potential often lost their value in the hands of those unskilled in nurturing them. The number of individuals who could successfully cultivate a Pokémon to champion strength was exceedingly small. Otherwise, there would be but one champion per region. Banmu had previously thought that Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, was formidable enough, yet now another contender, Nightsore, had emerged. It was apparent that he needed to showcase his true prowess. Otherwise, it would not bode well to be underestimated. Banmu smiled at Nightsore. Upon hearing Banmu's words, Nightsore regarded him, sensing that Banmu was preparing to summon his signature Beedrill. Banmu's Beedrill had been by his side since childhood, honed over more than a decade, making it a formidable adversary. With the strength of a Stage 3 Pokémon, it was nearing that of a legendary creature. If Banmu unleashed Beedrill, Dragonite would stand no chance. The gulf between a champion and a Stage 3 Pokémon was even greater than that between the Elite Four and the champions. Although Beedrill was a quasi-Stage 3 Pokémon, it was not a match for a champion, and Dragonite would likely struggle to defend against Beedrill's attacks, even with Protect. Nonetheless, Banmu would not allow Nightsore to suffer an utterly humiliating defeat. After all, it seemed unreasonable for a gym leader to deploy their strongest Pokémon against an aspiring trainer. Banmu, what Pokémon will you summon? Nightsore expressed his eagerness to witness Banmu's Beedrill. He was curious about the timeline. Had Mutwo already been cloned by Team Rocket? If Banmu chose to deploy Mutwo, Nightsore would not be overly astonished. Young man, I hope you will not be too disheartened by what follows. Banmu tossed a Pokeball into the air. Come forth, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen was the female counterpart of Nidoking, and Banmu's Nidoqueen now seemed far superior to the earlier Nidoking. While Nidoking was at the pinnacle of elite strength, this Nidoqueen astonishingly possessed the power of a champion. Had it not been for Nightsore's system scan, he would have been unaware of Banmu's Nidoqueen's formidable prowess. This must be one of Banmu's top-tier Pokémon. Nightsore observed Banmu's Nidoqueen. While it was not a direct confrontation with Beedrill, the outcome would likely be similar, one of sheer domination. Although Nightsore's Dragonite had been a champion for quite some time, it was merely at mid-champion strength, still 2 tiers below Nidoqueen, making this a daunting battle indeed. Fear not, young man. Should you lose this battle, I will still award you the green badge. You are already among the elite of novice trainers, Banmu remarked, his tone suggesting that Nightsore's defeat was a foregone conclusion. However, it was indeed a reality that Dragonite could not contend with Nidoqueen. In Banmu's eyes, Nightsore's possession of a champion-level Dragonite seemed to be the pinnacle of achievement, leaving little room for the possibility of encountering even stronger Pokémon. Nonetheless, he held a deep admiration for Nightsore, who at such a tender age already had the companionship of a champion Pokémon, alongside a peak elite-level Beedrill and a mid-tier champion Dragonite. Moreover, it appeared that there was also a shiny Gardevoir by Nightsore's side, which, in Banmu's estimation, seemed even more formidable than his own Meowth, likely possessing peak elite-level prowess. This was still a novice trainer embarking on their journey. If Nightsore were to travel for a few more years and enhance his skills, he could very well ascend to the ranks of champions. Even if his strength surpassed Banmu's, the latter would not be particularly surprised. Chapter 28, Dragonite's Defeat. Dragonite used Wing Attack against Nidoking. Nidoking, being a ground-type Pokémon, posed a significant challenge, as the gap in strength between Nightsore's Dragonite and Nidoking was considerable, forcing the former to rely solely on Flying-type moves to counter the ground-type. Nidoking, Defend. Nidoking crossed its arms to shield against Dragonite's assault, gazing calmly at the Pokémon soaring above. This is troubling. Even utilizing a flying-type super move won't inflict much damage on Nidoking, Nightso thought to himself. It appeared that this Nidoking had mastered the essence of the ground type, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities and allowing it to transfer attacks to the ground. Seeing Nidoking effortlessly withstand his attack, Dragonite's demeanor turned serious, regarding Nidoking with heightened vigilance. Dragonite unleashed Earthquake. As it descended rapidly, Dragonite executed Earthquake upon landing, causing the entire gym to tremble, leaving the interior in shambles. In that very moment, Nidoking leapt into action without needing Banmu's command, showcasing the innate combat ability of Pokémon. Sometimes, their reflexes outpace those of their trainers, enabling them to respond aptly to unforeseen circumstances. Seizing this opportunity, Nightso commanded Dragonite to use Draco Meteor against the airborne Nidoking. Dragonite had grasped the essence of the Dragon type, significantly amplifying the power of its Dragon type moves. With no point of leverage in the air, Nidoking could only endure the onslaught passively, while Dragonite's fierce intent locked on a Nidoking, charging swiftly in. Banmu chuckled softly. He was well aware of Nightso's youthful naivety, and he recognized Nidoking's robust defensive prowess. Nidoking, use Protect, then follow up with Ice Punch. Disaster struck. Upon hearing Banmu's command, Nightso realized he had fallen into a trap. Dragonite, unable to halt its momentum, collided with the protected Nidoking, who emerged unscathed and retaliated with Ice Punch, a move that dealt super effective damage to Dragonite, likely leading to its swift demise. Nightso could have directed Dragonite to employ moves like Hyper Beam or other ranged attacks, which would have spared Dragonite from harm while forcing Nidoking to expend its Protect. However, Nightso was resolute in his belief that Dragonite had mastered the essence of the Dragon type, deeming Draco Meteor to be superior in power compared to Hyper Beam. Nightso's frequent utilization of Dragon-type moves had afforded Banmu some insight into his strategy. Draco Meteor, aside from Dragon Pulse and Outrage, was the strongest move of the Dragon type. Due to its immense power, Draco Meteor was typically reserved for critical situations, much like Outrage, which would plunge the Pokémon into a state of confusion post-use, rendering them uncontrollable and reliant solely on instinct to attack anything in sight. If the bond between trainer and Pokémon was insufficient, the Pokémon might even turn against its trainer. It was no surprise that Banmu anticipated Dragonite would opt for Draco Meteor. However, after being struck by Nidoking's Ice Punch, Dragonite did not fall, albeit triggering the freezing effect, plunging Nightso from a glimmer of hope into utter despair. Nidoking then unleashed Hyper Beam upon Dragonite, who could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed. Just as Nightso prepared to recall Dragonite into its Pokeball, the resilient creature struggled to rise again. Roar! Hearing Dragonite's fierce cry and witnessing its indomitable spirit, Nightso resolved to have Dragonite unleash Outrage, determined to fight valiantly, even in defeat. Dragonite, use Outrage. Though this move would send Dragonite into a frenzy, stripping it of rationality, it would simultaneously augment the power of its attacks and enhance its overall strength. This maneuver was a last-ditch effort, yet most trainers hesitated to employ it, given the challenge of cultivating a strong bond with their Pokémon. The risk of self-harm during a state of rage was considerable. Dragonite's eyes turned a fierce crimson, a palpable aura of menace enveloping it, starkly contrasting its usual endearing demeanor. Nightso, observing Dragonite, refrained from issuing further commands. At this juncture, directing it was futile, as Dragonite would no longer heed his words. The time had come for Dragonite to fight on its own. With a thunderous roar, Dragonite surged forward, undeterred by its injuries, colliding with Nidoking, its immense power propelling both Pokémon across the gym. To think it would resort to Outrage. This young trainer is indeed flustered, Banmu mused, watching as Dragonite and Nidoking wreaked havoc throughout the already devastated gym. Banmu surmised that, following this gym challenge, the Tokiwa gym would likely require reconstruction. He refrained from issuing commands to Nidoking, fully confident in its capabilities, knowing it would not disappoint him. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce battle, unfettered by trainer intervention. Dragonite struck with Dragon Claw, landing a blow on Nidoking, who, gritting its teeth through the pain, retaliated with Iron Tail, sending Dragonite sprawling. Despite the significant power boost from Outrage, Dragonite failed to leverage its aerial advantage, remaining outmatched by Nidoking, who was, after all, a peak champion-level Pokémon. At this level, even minor differences in power could be substantial, and Dragonite was still 2 tiers below. In terms of mastery over their respective essences, Dragonite could not contend with Nidoking. After inflicting some damage, Dragonite, thoroughly exhausted, succumbed to the ground, losing its fighting capacity. Yet, Dragonite's defeat was not in vain. For a mid-tier champion Pokémon to leave a mark on a peak champion-level ground-type Pokémon was indeed a badge of honor. Is there a need to continue fighting? Bamboo inquired. Regarding Nightso, he believed Nightso had exhausted his options, and even if he had another Pokémon, it would not stand a chance against Nidoking. Bamboo held little faith that Nightso could produce a champion-level Pokémon capable of rivaling Nidoking. Of course we shall continue. The battle is far from over. It's merely 2-2. Conceding is not in my nature, Nightso replied with a smile, recalling Dragonite. Ah, are you considering sending forth that peak elite-level Gardevoir? Those psychic and fairy types are formidable. They too would falter against Nidoking, Bamboo remarked, casting a discerning glance at Gardevoir, who exuded an extraordinary aura, especially as a shiny Pokémon, a rarity indeed. Shiny Pokémon were even rarer than legendary Pokémon, as the latter still appeared within human sight, while shiny Pokémon were the rarest of the rare. And Bamboo had encountered very few thus far. Chapter 29, Legendary Pokémon. Bamboo's stupor. Absolutely not. My Naya is my cherished companion. I cannot bear to see her harmed. Nightso replied nonchalantly. Though Naya could effortlessly dispatch Bamboo's Nidoking, that would be a gross underutilization of her capabilities. Nidoking was unworthy of her engagement. Currently, the only Pokémon capable of matching Naya was the original one, Arceus, and only when equipped with the complete set of plates. It seems you hold your Pokémon in high esteem, even bestowing it with a name. Naya, is it? Bamboo harbored a profound admiration for Yi Su's perspective on Pokémon. He held in the deepest contempt those who, despite knowing they stood no chance, would recklessly send their Pokémon to certain demise. Naya, too, felt a surge of happiness. Yi Su's declaration of him as his treasured companion signified a position of high esteem in Yi Su's heart. Young man, if you do not utilize Shinado, what else do you possess? Bamboo inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Yi Su cast a surprised glance at Bamboo, intrigued by this sudden inquisitiveness. However, he refrained from questioning Bamboo further and instead produced a Master Ball, donning a smile that exuded benevolence, as if to say, prepare to be astonished by the legendary Pokémon I am about to unleash. Although Yi Su possessed a Charizard of comparable strength to Bamboo's Beedrill, he was suddenly eager to witness the astonishment on Bamboo's face. Upon seeing Yi Su smile, Bamboo felt a twinge of unease. Is that a Master Ball? Bamboo's brows furrowed as he scrutinized the sphere in Yi Su's hand. Any Pokémon capable of being captured within a Master Ball was undoubtedly formidable. He could not fathom that Yi Su's Master Ball contained anything ordinary, knowing that even organizations like Team Rocket possessed only a scant few of these coveted spheres. Observing Yi Su's confidence, which seemed to hint at an impending defeat, only amplified Bamboo's apprehension. A Pokémon capable of vanquishing his Nidoking must surely be of champion caliber. Should Yi Su truly produce such a creature, it would mark him as an extraordinary talent. Come forth, Celebi. Upon its emergence, Celebi surveyed its surroundings and, upon spotting Yi Su behind it, immediately flew towards him, nuzzling affectionately against him. Bamboo's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What was this? A legendary Pokémon, and it was alive. Not merely a figure captured in photographs or illustrations. At that moment, Bamboo was utterly dazed. Though Bamboo was no stranger to the extraordinary, given that his Beedrill boasted the strength of a legendary, the distinction between that and a true legendary Pokémon was stark. His Beedrill was merely at the preliminary stage of the Sa.G level, with its potential cap there, while Celebi represented the genuine article, a fully fledged second-tier deity. The disparity in power was immeasurable. Bamboo remained oblivious to the fact that the Celebi in Yi Su's possession was not an ordinary one, but rather possessed the strength of a first-tier deity. Otherwise, he would surely be overwhelmed with despair. Even if all of Bamboo's Pokémon were unleashed, they would stand no chance against Celebi. Although Celebi was a healing-type Pokémon, a single move could easily obliterate all of Bamboo's creatures. Yi Su observed Bamboo's stunned expression and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having witnessed his Beedrill and Dragonite fall, it would be unjust for Bamboo to unleash a Pokémon of the pinnacle of the Elite Four, and then follow that with a champion-level Nidoking. Such actions would amount to bullying a novice, even if Yi Su was no longer a true novice himself. This time, Yi Su was determined to annihilate Bamboo's Nidoking, seeking to avenge his earlier frustrations. The thought of the Team Rocket's big boss being utterly humiliated filled Yi Su with a sense of accomplishment. Even before the battle commenced, Yi Su was acutely aware that he had already secured victory. There was simply no room for doubt. Even if Celebi were to permit Nidoking to strike first, it would likely amount to little more than a mere tickle. Alright, enough of the cuddling. Let us defeat this Nidoking first, Yisu instructed, gently patting Shalebi's head. Reluctantly, Shalebi disengaged from Yisu's embrace and turned its gaze towards Nidoking. Nidoking, sensing the immense threat posed by Shalebi's stare, felt as if it were a tiny vessel adrift in an endless ocean, perilously close to being capsized. Shalebi, use Psychic, but be careful not to incapacitate Nidoking, Yisu cautioned. Bamboo, finally snapping out of his stupor, was about to concede, but Yisu had already commanded Shalebi to attack. Nidoking momentarily froze, its eyes losing their luster before it collapsed to the ground, spiraling into unconsciousness. This was largely due to Shalebi's restraint. Otherwise, Nidoking would have suffered a complete mental breakdown. Even being defeated in one fell swoop was a distinct possibility. Bamboo sighed in relief upon witnessing Nidoking's condition, grateful that Shalebi had shown mercy. From what Bamboo understood of legendary Pokemon's prowess, he knew that had Shalebi been serious, Nidoking would undoubtedly have perished. I never expected you to earn the acknowledgement of a legendary Pokemon. It seems Shalebi holds a fondness for you, Bamboo remarked, his gaze a mixture of complexity and intrigue. From his understanding, even if one were to vanquish and capture a legendary Pokemon, without its approval, it would never fight for them. Judging by Shalebi's actions, it was clear that Yisu had earned more than mere recognition. After defeating Nidoking, Shalebi gleefully darted back into Yisu's embrace, as if seeking praise. Well done, well done. You were truly magnificent, Yisu praised, eliciting a radiant smile from Shalebi, who joyously soared around him in circles. At this moment, Bamboo had irrevocably labeled Yisu as untouchable. Even if they could not become allies, provoking Yisu would be unwise. Not to mention the mystery behind why Shalebi had acted in such a manner, or how Yisu had managed to defeat it, was a question that lingered. It seemed prudent to advise all his subordinates to avoid Yisu at all costs. Setting aside the matter of the legendary Pokemon in Yisu's possession, Bamboo was disinclined to provoke him due to his identity. Many of Professor Oak's acquaintances were prominent figures within the Pokemon League, and some even held high-ranking positions. This is the green badge of the Viridian Gym. You have earned the right to possess it. I now present it to you, Bamboo declared, producing the green badge and handing it to Yisu. On this occasion, Bamboo did not adopt the demeanor of a senior, with a legendary Pokemon by his side. Yisu's strength had surpassed his own. In any context, those of greater strength are always deserving of respect. As the adage goes, in the myriad paths, the adept shall be the teacher. Perhaps, while Bamboo excelled in commanding Pokemon, Yisu had yet to traverse the same distance on the path of a trainer. However, the strength of Yisu's Pokemon had already far surpassed Bamboo's, a fact that Bamboo could not deny. Only when Mutuo was fully controlled would he stand a chance against Yisu. Chapter 30, Journey to Pewter City. Of course, this required waiting until Bamboo could manage Mutuo, a prospect he was far too premature to consider, oblivious to the fact that Yisu possessed even stronger legendary Pokemon. Not to mention Dialga. Even Giratina could potentially vanquish hundreds of Mutuos. Bamboo assumed that Shalebi was the strongest Pokemon in Yisu's possession. After all, having a single legendary Pokemon was akin to a stroke of immense fortune. The thought of possessing two was simply unfathomable. Though Bamboo could not conceive of such a reality, Yisu indeed had such a situation. Shalebi was already the weakest legendary in Yisu's collection. Is this truly the language of humans? To label a first-tier deity as the weakest in one's possession is quite a blow, a severe insult. As Yisu accepted the green badge from Bamboo, he bid farewell. Gym leader Bamboo, having received the badge, I shall take my leave now. Yisu made his way toward the gym's entrance. Although the gym had fallen into disrepair, the entrance remained steadfast, and Yisu found himself wishing he could salvage the door, for it truly was impressively sturdy. Wait, young man. Bamboo suddenly called out to the departing Yisu. Yisu turned back, intrigued by Bamboo's sudden summons, wondering if Bamboo intended to confront him or perhaps seize his Pokemon. Shaking his head internally, he considered that Bamboo probably wasn't foolish enough for such an act. Bamboo retrieved a golden-hued card from his pocket, seemingly crafted from gold, adorned with glimmering pink diamonds that exuded opulence. This is my business card. With this card, you may enjoy complimentary services at any of my establishments, Bamboo proclaimed with pride. Bamboo's enterprises now spanned the Kanto region, with numerous hotels and restaurants under his ownership. A vast organization requires significant funding, and Bamboo had managed this to perfection. Team Rocket was now wealthier than many nations. Knight's recollection did not hesitate as he accepted the business card offered by Bamboo, pondering the whimsical notion of whether the underground enterprises of Team Rocket could be indulged in at will under Bamboo's dominion. Gratefully, he tucked the card away. Although he was not in dire need of funds, he recognized Banmu's intention to forge a favorable rapport, and who could resist such a delightful opportunity for a freebie? Banmu nodded, aware that Knight's financial situation was not precarious. The act of presenting the card had successfully conveyed his goodwill, and Knight's acceptance was a testament to that gesture. After departing from the Jobin Gym, Knight made his way to the Pokémon Center, as both his Beedrill and Dragonite required medical attention due to their injuries. Upon arriving, he was taken aback by the dilapidated state of the Pokémon Center. Could it truly administer care in such a condition? If necessary, perhaps he could summon Shalebi for assistance. As Knight entered the Pokémon Center, he spotted Nurse Joy at the counter and approached her. "Excuse me, Nurse Joy, is it still possible to treat Pokémon here?" he inquired. "Ah, you are that charming young man from yesterday's registration. I apologize, but due to the Rocket Gang's attack last night, our medical equipment has been rendered inoperable." Nurse Joy replied with evident regret. However, the nearby teleportation device is still functional, allowing for transport to another Pokémon Center for treatment. Would you require that service? No. Thank you for your kindness, Nurse Joy. I shall seek alternative means, Knight replied. At that moment, Nay poked Knight's sleeve and said, "Little Knight, I can heal them too. Remember?" Suddenly recalling that Nay possessed healing abilities, Knight realized he had overlooked her potential, which rivaled that of the Pokémon Center. Releasing Beedrill and Dragonite, Nay utilized her healing pulse, and under its soothing energy, the wounds of both Pokémon began to mend, restoring them to full health in an instant. Nurse Joy stood mesmerized, her mind racing with questions. Why could his Shinado speak? How was its healing prowess so exceptional? Why had Beedrill and Dragonite sustained such severe injuries? Even with advanced machines and a luck egg, such rapid recovery seemed improbable. Your Pokémon appear remarkably strong. How did they incur such grievous wounds? Nurse Joy inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Having worked at the Pokémon Center for many years, she had witnessed countless Pokémon and could easily discern the extraordinary nature of Knight's companions. Especially considering Dragonite was a quasi-legendary Pokémon, she had never seen a fully evolved quasi-legendary fall below the strength of a quasi-champion. Well, I challenged the Jobin Gym. Knight began. Ah, that explains it. I've heard from novice trainers that Banmu, the gym leader, is quite the enigma. Many who challenge him in the early stages tend to struggle, with many claiming he is the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region, Nurse Joy commented. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Now that my Pokémon are healed, I shall take my leave. If you plan to challenge the next gym in Nibi City, you will need to traverse the Jobin Forest. Do exercise caution, and I wish you a safe journey, she advised, smiling at Knight. Thank you for the warning, Nurse Joy. I shall heed it. Farewell. Knight bid her goodbye, collecting his rejuvenated Beedrill and Dragonite into their Pokeballs before exiting the Pokémon Center. Upon leaving Jobin City, Knight re-entered the Jobin Forest, releasing all of his Pokémon. Observing Dragonite's adorably naive demeanor, he noted its complete lack of sorrow over their recent defeat, a true emblem of optimism. He had anticipated a downcast expression and felt inclined to offer solace. Meanwhile, Marilioli frolicked with Shalebi nearby, not lingering long in the Jobin Forest. Despite its vastness and the multitude of Pokémon within, the rarity of unique species was disheartening. Consequently, Knight swiftly traversed the forest, arriving in Nibi City. In comparison to Jobin City, Nibi City appeared somewhat lacking. Knight assessed the situation, acknowledging that while Nibi City lacked the opulence of Jobin City, it possessed its own unique charm, primarily its diverse array of stones. As he strolled through the streets of Nibi City, he observed numerous vendors selling stones, some ornamental, others fossils. However, most were counterfeit, with only a select few being genuine fossils. Fossils were notoriously difficult to find, typically buried deep underground, yet many relentlessly sought them out. Chapter 31. Arrival in Nibi City. After all, Pokémon fossils could be revived, prompting Knight to muse about the technological marvels of this world, which seemed to encompass everything except for the invention of rockets. The inhabitants were aware of the moon's existence, but remained oblivious to anything beyond their planet. Curiously examining the wares, he refrained from making any purchases, as most of the stones were commonplace, and even the fossils lacked value. Being incomplete, only a complete Pokémon fossil could be revived. Nay, the sun is setting. We should find lodging for the night, Knight suggested. Having spent considerable time challenging the Jobin Gym and taking his time to reach Nibi City, he realized dusk was fast approaching. Let us stay at the hotel owned by Sakaki. After all, with the card he provided, we might as well make use of it, Knight declared, producing the card Sakaki had gifted him. Nibi City also hosted Sakaki's enterprises, and aside from being the gym leader of Jobin, he was a prominent businessman. Virtually every major city in the Kanto and Johto regions boasted a Sakaki establishment, even excluding his role as the mastermind behind Team Rocket. Sakaki's legitimate enterprises wielded significant influence. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors through both regions. It was undeniable that Banmu was a remarkably successful leader of the organization, with abundant resources and a supportive demeanor towards his subordinates. Hence, even the Pokémon League refrained from recklessly confronting Sakaki, fully aware of his formidable status. Knight tidied up, preparing to accompany Nei to the Nibi gym for their challenge. As they passed the Pokémon Center, Knight suddenly spotted Ash and Misty entering. They must have journeyed from Jobin City to Nibi City earlier than Knight, yet here they were, arriving at the same time. Hey, aren't you that person from Professor Oak's lab? Ash recognized Knight. Hello, Knight. You've made it to Nibi City too, Misty greeted warmly, despite the year that had passed since they last met. Yes, I arrived in Nibi City yesterday afternoon. I didn't expect to see you two traveling together, Knight replied. Well, it's all because of the bicycle incident. If he doesn't compensate me for my bike, he won't be able to escape, Misty declared, her fist clenched. After Ash had accidentally broken her bicycle 2 years prior, Misty had not pursued the matter, choosing instead to walk away in silence due to Ash's distressed demeanor. Encountering him now, however, and seeing his cheerful expression ignited her frustration, she was determined to confront Ash about repaying her. Unfortunately, Ash was devoid of funds, and thus, he had no choice but to travel alongside Misty, hoping to earn enough to repay her. Ash offered an awkward smile. Realizing that repaying the bicycle was out of the question, as his funds were barely enough for food and lodging. So, your name is Knight. I see you're quite formidable. Let us engage in a Pokémon battle, exclaimed Ash, his eyes suddenly sparkling with fervor. Nightshade glanced at Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder and decided to utilize the system's assessment feature. Previously, during their time at Professor Oak's laboratory, he had not employed this feature on Pikachu, and now he was eager to examine the creature's stats. Name, Pikachu type, electric potential, Sa. G God strength, ordinary peak ability, static hidden ability, lightning rod, unstable. Oh, how intriguing. A Pikachu with Sa. G God potential is indeed a rarity. Such a Pokemon, once it matures, could contend with the rare Pinsir of Koga. However, in the context of Ash's Pikachu, this potential seemed somewhat lacking, despite the fact that it had previously triumphed over legendary beings in the narrative. In the climactic battle of the Battle Frontier, Ash faced the Ice Pillar, Regice, and the Steel Pillar, Registeel, and it was a true test of skill to encounter 3 legendary Pokemon in such a short span. During his initial challenge against the Battle Pyramid Steel Pillar, he unfortunately faced defeat. In response, Ash called upon his original companions, Charizard, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur, ultimately achieving victory over the Ice Pillar thanks to Pikachu's efforts. Moreover, during the Sinnoh League's Lily of the Valley Conference, he vanquished Latios. Yet, one must consider the reality of the situation. Pikachu remains an ordinary Pokemon and cannot possibly surpass legendary beings. If Pikachu truly possessed the potential of a level 1 deity or a mythical Pokemon capable of injuring the creator, that would indeed be bizarre. Nightshade's attention was drawn to Pikachu's unstable hidden ability, which indicated fluctuating power levels. This was likely a negative trait. No wonder Pikachu seemed to reset its level upon entering new regions. In the movies, Ash's team experienced unprecedented growth, especially Pikachu, who reached a level comparable to legendary Pokemon, often tearing through various legendaries with its Thunderbolt attack. However, upon returning to the TV series, even a level 5 Snivy proved too much for it, leaving one to ponder the absurdity of the situation. With this ability, Pikachu could potentially reset its level at any moment. This negative trait certainly parallels the lazy ability of Slaking and the slow start ability of Regigigas. How about a Pokemon battle? Ash inquired again when Nightshade remained silent. I think not. You would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Nightshade's Pokemon are remarkably strong, Misty interjected, attempting to temper Ash's enthusiasm. Although she had not witnessed Nightshade's Pokemon, she had heard of his reputation, much like Professor Oak, a scholar who possessed strength rivaling that of the Elite Four. To be a Pokemon researcher, one must have powerful Pokemon. Akin to a pianist who can play beautifully but may not know how to tune the piano. Those who can tune will surely excel at playing as well. This principle applies equally to those who aspire to be Pokemon professors. It was clear that Ash, who struggled with capturing Pokemon, stood little chance of winning. Perhaps another time. Nightshade declined. Engaging Ash now held little significance. Perhaps when Ash grew stronger, they could battle to gain experience. Despite Ash being the protagonist, defeating him offered no sense of accomplishment, especially as he often found himself bested, even by novices. Very well, Ash replied, his spirits somewhat dampened. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Nightshade waved goodbye and, upon exiting the Pokemon Center, made his way to the mall owned by Koga. Chapter 32, Pewter Gym. Naya, peruse the aisles for anything you require. I shall cover the expenses. Feel free to indulge, Nightshade proclaimed, exhibiting the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Had Naya not been aware of the business card provided by Koga, she might have thought him mad. His purpose for visiting was not solely to procure daily necessities, but also to stock up on supplies for their journey. Naya took charge of selecting vegetables and meats, while Nightshade explored the Pokemon food section, acquiring energy cubes and a substantial amount of Pokemon sustenance before proceeding to the Pokemon egg sales area. The mall also featured a section dedicated to Pokemon eggs, where one might stumble upon a rare specimen, colloquially known as a lucky find. After perusing the egg selection, it became evident that most were quite ordinary, and finding something exceptional here seemed nearly impossible. Quality eggs were typically not displayed for sale, except in underground auctions. Nightshade felt no disappointment as he joined Naya at the checkout, producing Koga's business card. Upon seeing the card, the cashier promptly notified the manager and respectfully escorted Nightshade out. As it was said that encountering this card was akin to meeting Koga himself, it appeared that Koga's card was indeed quite valuable. Nightshade smiled, relishing the thought of shopping under Koga's enterprise without cost. A true windfall. Shall we now challenge the gym? Naya asked, storing the purchased vegetables and meats in her personal space. Yes, let us proceed to challenge the gym. Afterward, we shall depart Pewter City. Should anything remarkable arise, I would not mind lingering a few extra days. However, this city is primarily known for its rocks, which do not pique my interest. Yet, the thought of searching for the fossil of Aerodactyl is rather enticing. Nightshade mused as they approached the Pewter Gym, where they encountered Brock, whose eyes resembled two slits. Are you here to challenge the gym? Do not be like the previous challenger, who lacked even the most basic knowledge, Brock remarked, eyeing Nightshade. Gazing at Brock's squinty eyes, Nightshade found himself pondering whether the boy had indeed opened them, reminiscent of a certain celebrity from his past life. From Brock's words, it was evident that the prior challenger had been Ash. Fear not, I possess experience in gym challenges. Please state the rules, Nightshade asserted, distinguishing himself from Ash, who was rather oblivious to the basics. Brock scrutinized the blue-haired Galade beside Nightshade and subtly nodded in approval. To have such a rare Pokemon as Galade certainly indicated that Nightshade was no ordinary trainer, especially since this Galade was likely a shiny variant, truly a rarity among rarities. While many might view a shiny Galade as merely rare, Nightshade's Galade was unique, one of a kind, and its power was enough to astonish anyone. The rules of the Pewter Gym dictated a 2-on-2 battle, with the challenger attacking first. Brock then unleashed a robust Geodude from its Pokeball. Go, Eevee! Nightshade called, releasing the Eevee he had rescued from the Viridian forest the previous year. Since then, Eevee had been accompanying Nightshade at Professor Yamabuki's lab, where they worked on exploring Eevee's new evolutionary paths, and thus had not undergone extensive training. Its strength was merely at the elite mid-stage. Eevee has appeared in the arena. What a rare Pokemon! Brock exclaimed, astonished. As a gym trainer, he possessed extensive knowledge about Pokemon, and even rare species would not escape his recognition, particularly Eevee, a native of the Viridian forest. Very well, then you should be cautious. I shall show no mercy. Geodude, use Defense Curl, then follow up with Rollout. Brock commanded, executing a rather frustrating strategy. Defense Curl would bolster Geodude's defenses, and following that with Rollout would double its power. The rolling move accelerates with time, thereby amplifying its power, which can be rather unpleasant for newcomers. However, this Geodude lacks formidable strength, merely being an ordinary pinnacle-level Pokemon, and is not particularly powerful. Eevee, use Swift, followed by Quick Attack, commanded Nightshade. As Eevee unleashed Swift, a multitude of star-like orbs materialized around it, striking towards the approaching Geodude. The Geodude winced in pain, as Swift was no trivial matter for it, forcing it to halt. Subsequently, Eevee's tiny paw landed a hit on Geodude, who cried out and fell backward, its eyes swirling in disorientation. Brock was taken aback, surprised by the strength of his opponent's Eevee. Although fighting-type moves are effective against Geodude, the fact that Eevee could use Swift to stop Geodude's roll illustrated its formidable prowess. The disparity between the two Pokemon was indeed significant. Geodude was only at the ordinary pinnacle level, while Nightshade's Eevee was at the elite mid-stage. Brock retrieved his incapacitated Geodude, his expression turning serious. Your strength is indeed impressive, he remarked gravely. Nightshade chuckled softly, shaking his head at Brock's words. I am merely a novice trainer, he humbly replied. With his first Pokemon defeated, Brock produced a new Pokeball to summon his second Pokemon, Onix. Eevee, do you wish to continue battling? Nightshade inquired, holding a deep respect for his Pokemon sentiments. Much like Ash, though without Ash's extremity. Upon hearing Nightshade's question, Eevee shook its head. It was eager for another battle, viewing the gym challenge as an opportunity for training. Very well, let us continue the fight, Eevee. Noticing that Nightshade still intended to use Eevee, Brock became more cautious, recognizing the seriousness of this battle. Losing would not bode well, and he at least needed to recover a point. Let the battle commence, Nightshade declared to Brock. Eevee initiated the battle with Rain Dance, followed by Water Gun. Upon receiving Nightshade's command, Eevee cried out and executed an unusual motion, summoning rain over the battlefield, then unleashed Water Gun towards Onix. Rain Dance would amplify the power of Water-type moves, and Water-type attacks had quadruple effectiveness against Onix. Onix, being a serpentine Pokemon of considerable size, found it challenging to evade attacks. Although their sizes differed greatly, their strengths were comparable, with Onix and Eevee both at the elite mid-level. Watch out, Onix. Quickly dodge and use Dig, Brock urgently commanded. Observing Eevee's combination of moves, Brock hesitated to allow Onix to take a direct hit. A Water-type move would spell disaster for Onix, potentially leading to a swift knockout. Fortunately, Onix executed Dig with remarkable speed, successfully burrowing underground before being struck. Utilizing Earthquake against a Pokemon using Dig would yield optimal results. Regrettably, Eevee was not strong enough to learn that move yet. After evolving, Eevee could master it. But for now, it remained unevolved and unable to acquire such skills. Eevee, use Substitute, Nightshade commanded. Eevee created a decoy, causing Onix's attack from below to miss entirely. The Substitute move, while a formidable technique, consumed considerable stamina. Onix, quickly evade. Keep using Dig, Brock shouted in haste. At that moment, Eevee was preparing to unleash Water Tail. And should Onix be struck, defeat was inevitable, prompting Brock's alarm. However, the two Pokemon were too close. Despite Onix's swift digging, it could not escape Eevee's impending attack. Struck by Water Tail, Onix's massive form was surprisingly sent flying. The rocky, ground-type Onix was clearly terrified of Water-type moves, especially with the added boost from Rain Dance. Eevee continued to utilize Water Tail, ultimately incapacitating Onix. Brock, though resigned, accepted his defeat. He had simply been outmatched. As a gym trainer, he experienced losses frequently, and dwelling on them would only lead to despair. You are quite formidable, more so than any trainers I have encountered thus far. This is the gray badge of the Pewter Gym, Brock said, handing Nightshade a badge. While I am aware of my own prowess, such compliments might lead one to pride. Nightshade responded with a gentle smile as he accepted the badge. Brock could only stare in exasperation at Nightshade's lack of humility. Just moments ago, he had claimed to be a novice trainer, leaving Brock to wonder what that made him if he was outclassed even as a novice. Pewter Gym leader, I am here to challenge you again. This time, I shall prevail and earn that badge. A vaguely familiar voice reached Nightshade's ears. It was unmistakably Ash, returning to challenge the gym once more. Brock had previously mentioned a certain individual with little common sense intent on battling. Turning around, Nightshade confirmed his suspicion as Ash approached, followed closely by Misty, who was visibly embarrassed, covering her face in shame at Ash's antics. Nightshade, you are here too. Are you here for a gym challenge? Ash greeted Nightshade with casual familiarity. Of course, I am here to challenge the gym, and I have already acquired the Pewter Gym badge. You should strive harder, Nightshade replied, patting Ash on the shoulder. What? You already obtained the badge? That is too quick. I need to hurry and get mine too, Ash exclaimed, his competitive spirit igniting. Nightshade, would you like to travel with us? Misty invited, envisioning the excitement of adventuring alongside such a charming companion. Nightshade politely declined, shaking his head. Traveling with the main characters would undoubtedly bring a plethora of troubles. Even encountering legendary Pokemon would not be worth the hassle of dealing with Team Rocket, who seemed to follow Ash wherever he went. Very well, Misty said, slightly disappointed. You all challenge the gym. I'll take my leave. Nightshade returned Eevee to its Pokeball and departed with Naomi. Hey, what Pokemon is that? I've never seen Nightshade as Pokemon before, Ash mused. Scratching his head in confusion, Misty shot him a disapproving look. How many Pokemon do you even recognize? After exiting Pewter Gym, Nightshade glanced at the time. It was already noon. He planned to have lunch before heading to Cerulean City. Back at the hotel, Naomi busied herself in the kitchen as Nightshade pulled up the system panel, preparing for a lottery draw. He had 2 lottery chances, one for a lucky draw and one for a legendary Pokemon draw. He decided to use the lucky draw first, hoping to obtain something valuable. However, He was well aware that the odds of acquiring something worthwhile were slim. The lucky draw was quite ordinary, and the likelihood of drawing a legendary Pokémon was minuscule unless he had an item that boosted luck to enhance his chances. Nightshade silently began the draw. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained a Firestone. Gazing at the stone in his hand, Nightshade felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The Firestone was merely a tool for certain Fire-type Pokémon to evolve and was not particularly valuable. It could easily be purchased at any store. As expected, the lucky draw is not worth relying on, Nightshade thought, closing the system panel. He decided against using the remaining legendary draw, although it promised a legendary Pokémon. There was a possibility of drawing an ordinary Pokémon with legendary level strength instead. The legendary draw did not guarantee an actual legendary Pokémon, but rather a Pokémon with legendary capabilities. Feeling somewhat unfortunate at present, I shall await the ascent of my fortune before participating in that lottery. Opportunities for such lotteries are scarce. Although one may purchase tickets in the system's shop, the required points are exorbitantly high. 1,000,000 points is needed to procure a chance at the legendary beast lottery. A price that is utterly unworthy, as such a sum could instead acquire a G-tier legendary Pokémon. Thus, the cost is exorbitantly steep, and I shall resolutely refrain from purchasing a lottery ticket. After dining, Isu vacated the hotel room and embarked on the journey to Hualan City. He produced a map, for he was not well acquainted with the Kanto region. Despite its proximity to the Johto region, Isu had never studied Kanto, thus relying solely on the map. The route to Hualan City would take him past the Moonview Mountain. Gazing at the map, Isu noted the marker for Moonview Mountain. He recalled that many Clefairy resided there, along with a colossal moonstone. Moonview Mountain, situated in the northern part of the Johto region, lies between Nibi City and Hualan City, connecting the two via Route 3 and Route 4. Travelers must either traverse the Diglett Cave or navigate around Moonview Mountain, which is quite difficult to scale. Most adventurers opt to pass through the caves. The mountain is renowned for its wild Clefairy and frequent meteor showers. Chapter 34, Moonview Mountain. The meteorites that fall here transform into moonstones, and fossils can also be excavated. Brock often visits this location during his leisure time to dig for fossils. In the game, Moonview Mountain features a storyline involving Team Rocket, wherein Ash battles against them and acquires fossils of fossil Pokémon. However, Isu had no intention of capturing a Clefairy. Visiting Moonview Mountain seemed appealing, particularly to behold the Grand Moonstone, which, according to the storyline, appeared splendid at night. Nai, let us venture to Moonview Mountain. Nai nodded gently, agreeing to follow Yisu's lead. As they traveled, they paused intermittently, primarily due to the need to train their Pokémon. Trainers on journeys must not only broaden their horizons, but also train their Pokémon diligently. Eevee, burdened with weight, jogged alongside, beginning its training, though Yisu was careful not to overexert it. Beedrill soared in the air, continuously flapping its stingers to enhance its attack speed. Soon, they arrived at Moonview Mountain, and Yisu observed his fatigued Pokémon, instructing them to come and rest. He released Gyarados, which, despite its name containing dragon, is not of the dragon type. It is a water and flying type Pokémon. Although Gyarados possesses a flying attribute, it cannot actually fly. With its mouth agape, Gyarados gazed at Yisu, perpetually appearing as though it were yawning. Originally just a Magikarp with ordinary peak strength, it had evolved into Gyarados, achieving elite peak prowess. When the time comes to challenge the water gym, you shall be the one to battle, Yisu remarked, patting Gyarados affectionately. However, the thought of the water gym's strength in Hualan City caused Yisu's mouth to twitch in worry. The Hualan gym is often regarded as the weakest in the Kanto region. This is primarily due to the lackadaisical nature of the three Hullen sisters, leaving one to wonder how they passed the league's scrutiny. Since evolving into Gyarados, aside from its daily training tasks, it had rarely engaged in combat. Gyarados' limitations were considerable. It performed well in aquatic battles, its domain, but on land, its mobility was severely compromised. Although Gyarados could survive out of water, its speed on land was painfully slow, rendering it little more than a stationary artillery piece. Return, Gyarados, Yisu called, knowing that in the absence of water, Gyarados would be uncomfortable. It was wiser to keep it within its Pokeball. After a brief respite, Yisu recalled all his Pokémon, allowing them to rest thoroughly before resuming training the following day. The afternoon sun had already passed 3 o'clock. It appeared they would have to spend the night at Moonview Mountain, sleeping outdoors this time. Yisu glanced at the time. Indeed, they could have reached Hualan City before nightfall, but Yisu intended to observe the enormous moonstone and ascertain whether he could take it. This moonstone, indeed, held its own significance. As Yisu and Nai entered the cave, The Zubat within were dispersed by Naiya's psychic abilities. The colossal moonstone was well hidden, eluding the gaze of ordinary individuals. However, Naiya, sensing the presence of the grand moonstone, knew the way. A Clefairy, upon spotting Yisu, blinked in surprise before hastily fleeing. Despite Yisu's aura of calm and amiability, Clefairy was inherently timid and shy, rarely presenting itself before humans. Clefairy, remarkably intelligent, possesses a social consciousness among its kind. Its appearance is endearingly adorable, with a pink, star-shaped body, chubby form, 3 tiny fingers on each hand, a singular toe on each foot, and a small tooth peeking from its mouth. Additionally, Clefairy has diminutive wings on its back, enabling it to fly without relying on them. Unexpectedly encountering a Clefairy shortly after entering bodes well for my luck, Yisu mused with a smile. It is likely that many have come here in hopes of capturing a Clefairy, yet they were met with naught but shadows, while Yisu stumbled upon one almost immediately. Clefairy is indeed a rare Pokémon, particularly favored by women for its charming demeanor, thus commanding a high market price. Poachers frequently target Clefairy, explaining why it fled upon seeing Yisu. Even with his comforting presence, the recent threats posed by poachers instilled fear in it. Following that Clefairy will lead us to the giant moonstone, Naiya remarked, observing the direction in which the Clefairy had fled. Yisu and Naiya pursued, traversing a dim cave until they reached a spacious, well-lit area. If the moonlight were to shine in here at night, it would surely be beautiful, Yisu reflected, surveying the surroundings. At the center lay the enormous moonstone, surrounded by a congregation of Clefairy, Clefable, and Cleffa. The Clefable were few in number, merely 5, lacking in power, while the Cleffa were abundant. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces of Yisu and Naiya, the Clefairy and Clefable became alarmed. However, the Cleffa appeared unperturbed by Yisu's presence, even attempting to approach him, only to be halted by the Clefairy and Clefable. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will, Yisu reassured, producing energy blocks and food to share with them. Sensing Yisu's benign intentions, the Clefairy hesitated for a moment before accepting the offered sustenance. Perhaps due to Yisu's culinary bribe, the Clefairy clan lowered their guard, with some bold Clefairy and Cleffa approaching Yisu curiously. It is rumored that Clefairy hails from a mysterious extraterrestrial origin. Though the veracity of such claims remains questionable, one must be wise to discern truth from fiction. Such rumors are best taken lightly. To genuinely believe them would be foolish. With Dialga guarding the skies, if Clefairy truly were from outer space, they would have been eradicated long ago. Naiya waved her hand, erecting a tent, as Yisu prepared to rest for the night. Intending to set forth for Hualan City at dawn, a Clefable approached, clutching a moonstone, tugging at Yisu's clothing and presenting the moonstone before him. Is this a gift for me? Yisu inquired, perplexed. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Pokémon are inherently innocent beings. To them, Yasu, who provides them with delectable food, is undoubtedly a good person deserving of their gratitude. Chapter 35, A Travel Companion? Yasu accepted the moonstone from Pikachu, graciously acknowledging its kind gesture. Pikachu, delighted to see its gift embraced, was soon joined by other Clefairy and Cleffa, who eagerly presented Yasu with additional moonstones. Faced with the pile of moonstones accumulating before him, Yasu could not decline their heartfelt offerings and accepted them graciously. In truth, these moonstones held little value for Yasu beyond their potential to evolve Eevee or be sold for currency. However, he was not in need of money, especially with the business card he had received from Bamboo. Nevertheless, out of respect for the Clefairy's goodwill, Yasu felt compelled to accept, as refusing might bring them sorrow. As night descended, moonlight filtered through the cracks, illuminating the vast moonstone and dispelling the darkness, transforming the area into a scene reminiscent of day. The Clefairy began to dance joyfully beside the moonstone, and Yasu watched their performance with intrigue. Time passed gently. After spending the night within the moonlit mountain, Yasu bid farewell to the Clefairy the following morning. He had scrutinized the massive moonstone the previous evening. It was, after all, merely an oversized moonstone without any extraordinary qualities. He had even consulted the system, which confirmed its lack of utility. The Clefairy, saddened by Yasu's departure, presented him with parting gifts, all of which were moonstones. It seemed that was the only item they possessed, and Yasu pondered their origin. Upon exiting the cave of Moonlit Mountain, Yasu encountered Ash and his companions. Now, Brock had joined Ash's traveling team, as his father had taken over the gym. Previously, the gym had been managed by Brock's father, a formidable trainer who rarely distributed the gray badge. Since Brock had taken charge, however, acquiring the gray badge had become significantly easier, though he could never match his father's prowess. The original duo had now evolved into a trio. Yasu, you've come to Moonlit Mountain too. Ash exclaimed with sparkling eyes, brimming with excitement. Brock told me you're quite strong. Let us have a Pokemon battle, Ash declared, fervently enthusiastic. Bang! Ash, filled with fervor, was promptly knocked to the ground by Misty, who withdrew her fist. Realizing how unrefined it appeared in front of a handsome boy, she suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness. Why did you hit me? What a violent girl. Ash grumbled as he rose from the ground, casting a discontented glance at Misty. What did you say? Who are you calling violent? Misty shot back with a glare that could pierce through steel, causing Ash to feel a chill run down his spine. Observing Misty's fierce demeanor, Yasu couldn't help but smirk. Surely, she had been born in the wrong gender, destined to be a boy instead. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a tomboy. Unexpectedly, Brock, as a gym trainer, has joined the journey as well, Yasu remarked, directing his gaze at Brock. The gym is now under my father's care, allowing me to pursue my dreams without worry, Brock replied, a smile illuminating his face. His aspiration was to become a Pokemon breeder. Hey, don't ignore me. Yasu suddenly noticed another figure standing nearby, clad in a researcher's attire. Who are you? Yasu inquired, perplexed about the newcomer's sudden appearance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a researcher from the Pewter City Science Museum. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Farewell. Yasu waved goodbye and departed alongside Nei. The researcher stood there, dazed. He hadn't even introduced himself properly. Let us head to Moonlit Mountain and then to Cerulean City. I cannot let anyone fall behind. One day, I will challenge Yasu, Ash declared, filled with determination. Ding ding ding. Hearing an urgent sound from his pocket, Yasu retrieved his phone and answered it. Grandpa, what is it? Yasu asked, puzzled. What? You've only been gone a few days. Can I call you unless there is something urgent? Professor Oak feigned tears, wiping non-existent moisture from his eyes. Here we go again. If you're going to pretend to cry, at least have some eye drops prepared. After a moment of theatrics, Professor Oak looked at Yasu on the video call and asked, Yasu, you still don't have a travel companion, right? Indeed. It's barely been half a month since I set out, and most of that time has been wasted on the road. I have yet to find a companion. Yasu nodded in affirmation. Perfect. I have found you a companion, and you will be thrilled upon meeting her, Professor Oak said with a mischievous grin. You found me a companion? Surely it's not a male? I have no desire to travel with a man. If it's a guy, I must respectfully decline. I cannot accept that, Yasu quickly replied. Traveling with a girl would be acceptable. Yasu wouldn't mind a female companion, especially if she were attractive. However, if it were a man, he would rather not. Traveling with a guy seemed to imply engaging in philosophical discussions or something equally tedious. Rest assured, the companion I've found is a woman, and quite beautiful at that. Perhaps the most stunning woman in the world. You truly have a way with the ladies. Each beautiful woman you meet is more enchanting than the last. I'm envious, Professor Oak assured him, albeit exaggeratingly. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained. After all, who knew? Yasu was taken aback. Could it be true that he had been matched with a beautiful companion? That seemed unlikely, as he knew Professor Oak had no time for such matchmaking. Grandpa, you're not joking, are you? Yasu asked, his skepticism evident. Yasu, do you truly believe I would engage in such jest? No more discussion. You have no choice. She has already set off and is nearing the Kanto region, Professor Oak decisively stated. Yasu fell silent, contemplating why he was being informed if she had already departed. What is your current location? Professor Oak inquired. I am en route to Cerulean City and should arrive today, Yasu responded obediently. Excellent. Once you reach Cerulean City, wait there for a few days. Upon your arrival, send me your lodging details. All right. I hope you truly find me a stunning beauty. My lifelong happiness depends on you, dear Grandpa. I will relay your words to Serena and the others. What did I just say? Yasu exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 36, to Cerulean Gym. I will tell them you found an unparalleled beauty, and let me inform you, they should not harbor any foolish hopes. Professor Oak chuckled wickedly. Yasu gasped in horror. His grandfather was attempting to set him up. Just as he was about to speak, Professor Oak hung up resolutely. How could Grandpa do this to me? I sought a granddaughter-in-law, and he intends to trick me. Knowing his grandfather well, Yasu realized this was not the first time such a thing had occurred. Professor Oak had a penchant for pulling pranks on him, relishing in his playful antics. It seemed an explanation was inevitable. Yasu sighed in resignation. Before long, Mei Toko and Serena would undoubtedly call to interrogate him, and he feared the impending headache. Serves you right. Who told you to be so flirtatious, Yasu? Mei chuckled, covering her mouth. Yasu rubbed his nose, pondering, am I flirtatious? No, I simply have a capacity for love. My heart has fragmented into several pieces, each piece enamored with someone different. Alright, perhaps that does qualify as flirtation. However, Yisu expressed that having crossed over with great difficulty, how could he not establish a harem? Moreover, this world does not impose a monogamous system. In other words, he could openly create a harem, as he envisioned a future filled with happiness. A lewd smile crept across Yisu's face. Nay covered her face, relieved that there were no pedestrians on this road. If others were to see that her master was actually a pervert, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Xiao Yi, you're about to drool, Nei reminded Yisu. Oh. Yisu hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth. Although there was no drool to be found, he was evidently tricked by Nei. Yet, by the time Yisu realized it, Nei had already dashed far ahead. Nei, don't run. How dare you tease me? Just wait until I catch up with you. Yisu called out as he chased after Nei. After several hours of traveling, Yisu finally arrived in Hualan City. He found a hotel to stay in and did not rush to challenge the Hualan Gym. Hualan City is a locale in the Kanto region, bordered to the north by the river's estuary, south by Kinoko City, and west by Tsukimi Mountain. This is the hometown of the Hualan Gym's trainer, Kasumi. Hualan City is one of the only two cities in the Kanto region that are connected by roads on all sides. The other is Kinoko City. Speaking of Hualan City, Yisu suddenly recalled the bicycle from his past Life S game. There is a bicycle shop in Hualan City that sells bicycles produced by the company. The bicycles range from standard city types to high-speed mountain bikes, but players can only acquire one. The price of a bicycle is 1,000,000 yen, or it can be exchanged with a bicycle voucher. Given that the maximum amount of in-game currency a player can store is 999 yen, it turns out that bicycles can only be obtained through vouchers. Thus, Yisu found this setting rather frustrating. Nay, who do you think my grandfather's companion will be? I believe, barring any surprises, it is likely a relative of grandfather's, and you should know them, Nei pondered before replying to Yisu. A relative? Someone I know? Who could it be? Yisu mused, unable to arrive at an answer. After we have our meal, let us head to challenge the Hualan Gym. Yisu prepared to challenge the gym in the afternoon. To be honest, he was at a loss for words regarding the Hualan Gym. However, for a newcomer just embarking on their journey, the Hualan Gym is quite generous. Simply challenging the gym guarantees a badge. The three sisters of the Hualan Gym are rather unorthodox, as they do not devote their energies to Pokémon, but instead have ventured into the tourism industry. After enjoying a meal prepared by Nei, Yisu fed his Pokémon and then set off for the Hualan Gym. As he approached the gym, the sounds of cheers echoed from within. Upon entering, he discovered that the Hualan sisters were performing a synchronized water ballet. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Now, the beautiful trio of our city will perform a synchronized water ballet, the host announced, prompting a wave of applause from the audience. It seemed Yisu had arrived just in time to enjoy a performance, so he pulled Nei to find a spot to watch. Then, the three elder sisters of Kasumi took the stage, waving to the audience in their swimsuits. Soon, the sisters executed a triple dive from the springboard. Making not a single splash, had they participated in a diving competition, they would undoubtedly have won. However, it appeared that such competitions did not exist in this world. Half an hour later, the performance concluded, and Yisu marveled at their long legs, understanding why so many had come to watch, most of whom were men. Truly, the nature of men. As the audience began to disperse, Nei and Yisu approached the three sisters. Hey, the performance has ended. Why haven't you left? The slightly fatigued sisters looked at Yisu. Eldest sister, he is a handsome guy. Always eyes sparkled with heart-shaped glimmers, clearly smitten. Second sister, how embarrassing. He's just a handsome guy? Boten scoffed at Aoi before stepping forward. Excuse me, do you have some time? How about we grab a meal together? It would be nice to build a friendship. Boten flirtatiously tossed her red hair. You too, enough. He is just a handsome guy. You both are about to fall into the abyss of love. Sakura, asserting her elder sister authority, called them to order. Finally, a mature and composed individual had appeared. Yisu thought to himself, I should be the one to approach him first. Don't you understand the rules? This handsome guy is mine. Sakura approached Yisu, attempting to embrace him. However, before she could reach him, Boten pulled her back and exclaimed, Eldest sister, that is not right. I'm the youngest. I should be given priority. We must protect the weak. Yisu's lips twitched at this scene. Ladies, I'm here to challenge the gym, he interjected. What? You dare to call us ladies? Sakura, Aoi, and Boten glared at Yisu in indignation. The term lady easily implies age, and the three were naturally displeased. Seeing the three sisters fuming with fury, Yisu chose to remain silent. In such moments, silence is golden. After a long pause, the eldest sister, Sakura, said, So you're here to challenge the gym. However, All of our Pokémon are injured and currently being treated at the Pokémon Center. We do have one Pokémon left. Alloy released a Magikarp. Looking at the ordinary early-stage Magikarp, Yisu was at a loss for words. Any random Pokémon found on the roadside would likely be stronger than this Magikarp. Chapter 37. Obtaining the badge with ease. Come forth. Gyarados. He released a Gyarados, which was significantly larger than an ordinary Gyarados. The Magikarp, happily swimming in the water, was instantly terrified upon seeing the massive Gyarados, fainting dead away. Oh no. What do we do? Your Magikarp has fainted just like that. Why don't you just give me the badge? Yisu said helplessly, seeking an easy way to obtain the badge. Here, this is the blue badge. Sakura handed over the badge from the Hualan gym, knowing they stood no chance of winning. It would be much easier to just hand over the badge than to fight. If it were not for the Pokemon League's inspection, they wouldn't even want a battle. After receiving the blue badge, Yisu returned his dejected Gyarados, which had not fought at all and was feeling somewhat unhappy. As Yisu prepared to leave the Hualan gym, he intended to comfort Gyarados afterward. Handsome guy, want to you stay and have a meal with us three beautiful ladies? Sorry, I've just eaten and I'm not hungry right now. Farewell. Yisu instantly transformed into an ironclad straight man and left with Nay. What a lack of romance. We three beauties invite him to dinner, and he declines. The three sisters lamented behind him. It wasn't he that Yisu was lacking in romance. Rather, he simply felt no attraction towards them. He was not the kind of person who would be rendered speechless at the sight of beautiful women. Besides, compared to Mei, Toko, and Serena, they were somewhat lacking in the looks department. To obtain a badge without any battle was indeed a breeze. Once outside the Hualan gym, Yisu remarked with satisfaction, where to next? Back to the hotel, or shall we explore Hualan City a bit more? Nei inquired. Let us explore here a little longer. Hualan City is far more beautiful than Ni City, Yisu declared as he strolled along the street. After wandering around Hualan City and sampling its delicacies, Yisu found himself at the public battle arena as dusk approached. Every city has such public battle arenas, though using them requires a rental fee. After all, the maintenance of the venue requires funding. It certainly cannot be utilized free of charge. Even the illustrious Alliance cannot afford such luxuries, let alone the fact that the Alliance is governed by a board composed of multiple senior members, where any significant decisions must receive the consent of a majority of these officials before implementation. Nightsu came here primarily to find opponents for his Pokémon, engaging in battles to enhance their combat experience while also honing his own command skills. Upon arriving at the water arena and after settling the fees, Nightsu released his Gyarados, awaiting challengers. Since Gyarados had not fought during the previous gym challenge, Nightsu was eager to let it engage in a proper battle. Gyarados was ecstatic, having evolved from its former Magikarp state, a transition it had long awaited. Finally, it could showcase its prowess after leaping through the Dragon Gate. Gyarados felt an overwhelming pride, as if it could rival even Arceus itself. At this moment, Gyarados yearned for the entire world to witness its strength, proving that even a Magikarp could rise to greatness. After a short while, a trainer with several Pokémon arrived. Currently, Nightsu faced a trainer wielding a Tentacruel, who appeared to be no novice in their journey. Hang in there, Tentacruel, the man shouted, but lacking Ash's signature move, the healing cry, his voice fell short. A single hydro pump from Gyarados decimated Tentacruel, rendering it unable to continue. Return, Tentacruel. You fought valiantly. I concede defeat. The man reluctantly recalled his Pokémon, astonished at his swift defeat. Initially, he had hoped to exchange blows with Nightsu's Gyarados to bolster his own command abilities, but was caught off guard by the rapid loss. That guy is incredible. He's already won 15 consecutive battles, exclaimed a smitten girl nearby. He's not only powerful and possesses impressive Pokémon, but he's also quite handsome. A hefty girl, her eyes sparkling, declared, I've decided, I'm going to marry him. Nearby, another individual couldn't help but retort, please, look at yourself. You resemble a hefty pig. Do you really think he would be interested in you? Nightsu felt a shiver at the thought of being scrutinized by such a large woman. One misstep, and he feared he might not survive the encounter. You're quite impressive. How about a battle? A young boy approached, flanked by several beautiful girls acting as cheerleaders, akin to a young master from a prominent family. Hello, I'm Green. You must be Dr. Nightsu. My grandfather has mentioned you, he greeted politely. On the day of receiving his Pokémon, Green had not encountered Nightsu. Besides facing formidable opponents like Ash, Green was exceptionally friendly towards others, especially since Dr. Oak, his grandfather, held Nightsu in high regard and even considered him akin to an older brother. Please, just call me Nightsu. There's no need for the formalities of Doctor. Given Nightsu's discoveries of the fairy type and various new evolution forms of Eevee, he indeed earned the title. However, He understood that his insights were not due to any particular talent, but rather because he was a traveler from another world, already privy to such knowledge, which could be seen as a form of cheating. All right, you can call me Green too, but please don't refer to me as Dr. Oak's grandson, Green replied, expressing his distaste for such labels, as it made him feel like he was solely recognized for his grandfather's achievements. Enough of that. Didn't you mention wanting to battle? I accept. Let us go. Knight Sue smiled, relieved to finally encounter a worthy opponent, knowing Green's abilities would not be lacking. Previous challengers had barely lasted a few exchanges, with the strongest being the man with Tentacruel, who had only managed 3 moves. Are you not going to change your Pokemon? Green inquired, noticing Gyarados had fought numerous times already. Although he had been dominating, he was aware of the energy expenditure involved. And didn't he wish to take advantage of Knight Sue? No need. Gyarados is still full of energy and hasn't he exerted itself much. Knight Sue pointed to his energetic Gyarados. Roar. Gyarados let out a fierce roar, radiating battle intent. Observing Gyarados' formidable presence, Green refrained from further comments and released his Pokemon. Come forth, Wartortle. This was the Pokemon Green had received at the start of his journey, which had now evolved from Squirtle into Wartortle, possessing elite-level strength. Wartortle, use Water Gun. Wartortle opened its mouth, unleashing a stream of water, a diluted version of Hydro Pump. Gyarados dove beneath the surface. Utilizing its speed, Gyarados maneuvered swiftly underwater, akin to the dig move. Wartortle's attack splashed harmlessly in the water, its expression turning slightly frantic as it lost sight of Gyarados. Stay calm, Wartortle. Keep an eye on the water below. Be wary of Gyarados' surprise attack. Green commanded coolly. Wartortle focused, spotting a dark shadow moving beneath the surface, bracing itself for an impending strike. Suddenly, Gyarados burst forth from the water, launching Wartortle into the air. Gyarados, unleash Dragon Rage. Knight Sue commanded. Not good, Wartortle. Quickly retreat into your shell. Green shouted immediately, recognizing the strength of Knight Sue's Gyarados. He feared that a direct hit could spell disaster. Wartortle's shell served as a natural defense. Although Gyarados' Dragon Rage struck true, it didn't inflict severe damage. Wartortle, use Tackle. Gyarados, use Iron Tail. Wartortle's head collided with Gyarados' shimmering Silver Tail. While Gyarados was pushed back, Wartortle was propelled even further, suffering more damage from the encounter. Gyarados, with its formidable body and the Iron Tail technique, remained largely unscathed, while Wartortle was visibly pained, nearly shedding tears. Gyarados, now's your chance. Use Hyper Beam. Gyarados unleashed a devastating beam of energy, striking Wartortle, who was left dazed and unable to continue, its eyes swirling in confusion. With a triumphant roar, Gyarados stood tall, still brimming with vitality after its battle with Wartortle. Your Gyarados is truly formidable. I've never seen anyone train a Gyarados to such strength, Green remarked, momentarily stunned by his defeat. This was the first time he had been so easily bested since embarking on his journey, and the blow to his confidence weighed heavily on him. Noticing Green's despondent demeanor following his defeat, Knight Sue contemplated offering consolation, but upon seeing Green's entourage comforting him, his mood soured. Why is it that such beautiful girls accompany him on his journey? How utterly unfair. He lamented, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Knight Sue was not alone in his discontent. The onlookers, particularly the singles, shared his sentiments. Why do I suddenly have a torch and gasoline in my hands? Why do I feel an urge to set fire to them? Echoed the thoughts of many among the single crowd. Yasuo also belonged to the ranks of the single. Despite the multitude of girls who harbored affections for him, he remained without a girlfriend. What truly mattered to him was quality, not quantity. He glanced at the beautiful women surrounding Shigeru, yet they paled in comparison to Selena and her companions, which offered him some solace. Damn it. In truth, I desire both quality and quantity. Well, Yasuo has conceded. He is indeed greedy. Naya sensed Yasuo's resentment and stifled a laugh behind her hand. Yasuo shot her a fierce glare before recalling his Gyarados. At that moment, he felt no inclination to continue battling. He had nearly fed his Pokemon to the point of satiety and found himself devoid of the spirit for Pokemon combat. Instead, Yasuo longed to return and find a girlfriend for some affection. Resisting the urge to confront Shigeru, he offered a token gesture of consolation before heading back to the hotel with Naya, as the evening had grown late and his stomach began to grumble. Though he had indulged in a plethora of local delicacies that afternoon, they had all been digested, and now he called upon Naya, the chef, to prepare a meal. While Pokemon food was delightful, one must not overindulge. Shigeru watched Yasuo's retreating figure, his eyes alight with fervent determination, suddenly finding a newfound purpose in life. He silently vowed that the next time they clashed, he would surely defeat Yasuo. However, Shigeru might never achieve that, unless Yasuo chose to go easy on him. Feeling the intense gaze fixed upon him, Yasuo shivered. It must be Shigeru, he thought. What was with that burning stare? Could it be that Shigeru was interested in him? The mere thought sent shivers down Yasuo's spine. The idea of being pursued by a man was utterly terrifying. One must always protect oneself while out and about, lest one be abducted by some dreadful woman or man. Reflecting on the grievances between Shigeru and Satoshi, Yasuo grew increasingly convinced that Shigeru was indeed a homosexual. It seemed wise to keep his distance from Shigeru, both for Satoshi's happiness and for his own protection. If Shigeru were to discover Yasuo's thoughts, he would likely be infuriated, as it was Satoshi who constantly challenged him and had never once emerged victorious. What a ridiculous misunderstanding. The following morning, after breakfast, Yasuo ventured out to find a suitable place for his Pokémon to train. He rented an open space, releasing all his Pokémon to begin targeted training. Except for Shalebi and Maril, who frolicked together, the rest of the Pokémon focused on their training. Naya prepared to grill some meat nearby, and the aroma wafted through the air, making Yasuo's mouth water. Naya, your grilled meat smells divine. Is it time to eat? I feel as though I'm starving, he exclaimed. Of course, I am the world's greatest chef, but you must wait a few more minutes, Naya replied proudly. You truly lack humility, Naya, he teased. Humph, praise me, or I shall withhold your meal, she communicated telepathically. In truth, Naya could choose to speak aloud like Team Rocket's Meowth, but she had grown accustomed to using telepathy. All right, Naya, you are the most incredible chef in the world. Should anyone dare to contradict this, I shall personally deliver a blow to their face, Yasuo declared promptly. Chapter 39, The Arrival of Companions. After a few minutes, they finally enjoyed the delectable grilled meat Naya had prepared, which was nothing short of exquisite due to her skillful technique. The Pokémon, enticed by the fragrance, began to drool while continuing their training, casting eager glances toward the source of the aroma. If any of you complete your tasks early, I shall reward you with grilled meat, Yasuo announced to his Pokémon. Upon hearing this, their eyes ignited with determination, and Beedrill buzzed energetically in the air. Yasuo nodded in satisfaction, observing the diligent efforts of his Pokémon. It seemed wise to introduce some incentives to further galvanize their motivation. As for the rewards, Yasuo had cultivated numerous berries in his system space, which could serve as delightful prizes. The berries grown in his system space were even tastier than those bred through conventional means. He pondered that if he could transform these berries into energy cubes, it would be quite advantageous, though he regrettably lacked the skill to create them. Perhaps he would learn someday. After the training concluded, Yasuo treated his Pokémon to a hearty meal. Though they were exhausted, they were equally delighted by the reward. Once the training session was over, Yasuo recalled his Pokémon and returned to the hotel, where Professor Oak had mentioned that his traveling companions were arriving. Yasuo felt a surge of anticipation, wondering who it could be. Could it be a beautiful girl? He was filled with excitement. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he hurried to answer it. A familiar female voice greeted him. Is this Yasuo? Upon recognizing the voice, he asked, Is that you, Sister Alice? Very clever. You recognized me just by my voice. Alice replied. Alice is a character from Pokémon BW, known for her agility and expertise in berries, hailing from the Unova region's Drayton City, guided by a village elder. She traveled and grew alongside her young dragon-type Pokémon, Axu. A few years ago, she was adopted by a relative of Professor Oak and became Yasuo's cousin. Yasuo harbored a fondness for her, though he found her a bit too clingy. During the last New Year's celebration, upon learning she had such an adorable brother, Alice practically wanted to reside at Professor Oak's lab, spending every day with Yasuo. Sister, what brings you to call me today? Yasuo asked, feigning ignorance, though he was fairly certain she was traveling with him. I'm coming to travel with you. I'm almost in Hualan City. Where are you? Alice replied. I'm at the hotel. I'll send you my location. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. When Yasuo opened it, he found his sister, Alice, standing there. Yasuo, you seem surprisingly unfazed to see me, she remarked, surprised at his calmness. According to her expectations, her beloved brother should have been thrilled and astonished. Why was his reaction so subdued? Had she knocked incorrectly? Yasuo, please close the door. Let me knock again, Alice said. Don't be silly, just come in, Yasuo urged, pulling her inside. I've told you countless times to call me sister, or preferably, dearest elder sister, Alice pouted. By the way, why didn't you seem surprised to see me? It's been ages since we last met, she inquired curiously. Humph, with my keen intellect, I have long since deduced everything. When Professor Oak called me, I guessed it was you, Yasuo boasted. Naya shot Yasuo a disdainful glance, clearly indicating that she was the one who had made that deduction. yet he brazenly claimed it as his own. Unfazed by Naya's disapproving gaze, Yasuo thought it merely a shared insight between him and his Pokémon. Sigh. I had hoped to give you a surprise. Had I known, I wouldn't have called you and would have simply asked Professor Oak to send me the location to surprise you. Alice sighed in disappointment. No, I was genuinely surprised. I never expected my dearest elder sister to come looking for me. I'm truly touched, Yasuo said, leaning in to embrace Alice, taking the opportunity to be a bit cheeky. Alice, fully aware of his intentions, found herself amused. It was not every day that one had a charming brother who took liberties. Indeed, I harbor concerns for my foolish younger brother, fearing that he might be whisked away by some enchanting vixen, Alice remarked. But fret not, I shall safeguard myself. At the very least, I am adept at charming others, Nightsooth promptly retorted, pushing Alice away, the momentary sentiment on his face vanishing as if it had never existed. By the way, Alice, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Do you have nothing else to occupy your time? No matter. Who dares interfere with my affairs? Alice declared with pride. In the realm of Pokémon battles, Alice truly feared no one, not even the ostentatious Dragon Master, Lance, who would be no match for her prowess. Nightsooth had previously gifted her a semi-legendary Pokémon from the Unova region, a three-headed dragon of the Sa G potential, which had now reached the strength of Sa G, capable of contending with even the champion. Alice's own three-headed dragon was merely at the novice level of Sa G, while the mightiest Pokémon of Kanto's champion and one of the Elite Four, Lance, paled in comparison. However, Alice had refrained from challenging the Elite Four or the champion, claiming it to be too bothersome, as they were perpetually occupied with countless tasks. In the absence of legendary Pokémon, only Satoshi possessed the skill to engage Alice in battle. Others were unworthy of such a challenge. Should legendary Pokémon be invoked, it would be a simple matter for Alice to summon Nightsooth's Pokémon, Giratina. After meeting this cousin of his, Nightsooth had bestowed upon Alice a scale from Giratina, which at the time she believed to be a gift from her brother, nearly moved to tears. Only later, upon witnessing Giratina summoned for her, did she realize Nightsooth's intent to protect her, which deeply touched her. Despite her inability to command Giratina, the legendary would assist Alice in vanquishing all adversaries. With Alice's arrival, Nightsooth received the Azure Badge from the Dewford Gym and decided against lingering in Dewford City any longer, preparing to embark on his journey anew. Chapter 40, The Beastmaster, Xiaoming. Departing from Dewford City, our next destination is Leafgreen City, Nightsooth observed, glancing at the map. There's no need for a map. I am well acquainted with the routes in the Kanto region. Just follow my lead, Alice said, munching on berries. Alice was a wild country girl, fond of swinging on vines and relishing berries. While traveling, she preferred not to confine her Pokémon to their Pokeballs, allowing them to hide within her hair. She was shy around people. Upon first meeting Satoshi in the anime, Alice exhibited an evasive demeanor, often distancing herself from him only to reappear unexpectedly, leaving him in constant surprise. However, when Satoshi and Shitinu invited her to join their journey, she no longer strayed from their side. Yet, regarding the safety of her Pokémon, she remained somewhat distrustful of Satoshi, keeping her secrets guarded while gradually revealing her feelings, dreams, and ambitions. The current Alice mirrored this disposition, albeit with Nightsooth replacing Satoshi. The berries were cultivated by Nightsooth within the confines of the system space, boasting an exquisite flavor. These berries were not exclusive to Pokémon. Humans could partake as well, being highly nutritious. Of course, some berries had peculiar tastes that Pokémon might find delightful, yet humans deemed them unpalatable. Nevertheless, there existed berries suited to human tastes, far superior in flavor to ordinary fruits. Hello, are you a traveling trainer? A girl of similar age to Nightsooth inquired, standing before him. Alice squinted her eyes slightly upon seeing the girl, feeling somewhat uneasy, yet displaying a hint of vigilance. Although this girl could not compare to her in beauty, she was nonetheless quite attractive, warranting caution. Indeed, I am a traveling trainer. Is there something you need? Nightsooth inquired politely, unconcerned. My name is Xiaomei, also a Pokémon trainer. I would like to challenge you to a Pokémon battle, if that is all right? Xiaomei asked. Certainly. Nightsooth nodded in agreement. Engaging in Pokémon battles was an inevitable part of traveling. This was not a game, but a tangible world. Defeating an opponent would not yield experience points, yet it would hone battle skills and refine Pokémon. The notion of gaining experience points through defeating foes was absurd, a concept confined to games. If such a phenomenon were to occur, one could easily cheat to level up, for instance, having Rayquaza intentionally lose to Charmander, allowing the latter to reach its maximum level instantaneously. However, such a disparity in strength would still render it impossible, as legendary Pokémon were not easily defeated. Yet, such absurdities could never manifest in the real world. Come forth, Eevee. Nightsooth released his Eevee. Is that an Eevee? So adorable, Xiaomei exclaimed, gazing at Nightsooth's Eevee before tossing out a Pokeball, announcing, come forth, Bulbasaur. In the Kanto region, selecting Bulbasaur as a starter Pokémon proved most advantageous for gym battles, with Squirtle following closely behind. Charmander, on the other hand, found itself in the most awkward position, lacking any type advantage in the first two gyms. Nonetheless, those who chose Charmander remained in the majority, drawn by its majestic evolution into Charizard, appealing to many who favored aesthetics. Eevee, use Flame Burst. The fiery vortex ensnared Bulbasaur, gradually sapping its strength under the scorching flames. Bulbasaur. Xiaomei rushed forward, tears brimming in her eyes. Nightsooth felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had indeed been considerate towards Xiaomei, given that she was a girl, and he felt compelled to hold back. Yet, the rapid loss of Bulbasaur's fighting capability was unexpected. Otherwise, he would have commanded Eevee to utilize a stronger move than Flame Burst. However, regardless of the disparity in strength between the two Pokémon, even Nightsooth had underestimated the power of Eevee's flames. Alice, too, recognized the intensity of Nightsooth's Eevee's flames, yet she felt a surge of joy for her brother's prowess. The stronger his Pokémon, the better. I apologize. I can heal your Bulbasaur, Nightsooth offered, glancing at Naya. Naya nodded and invoked Healing Pulse, instantly mending Bulbasaur's injuries. Upon witnessing Bulbasaur's recovery, Xiaomei's smile returned, relieved to see that all was well. It was only due to her being a girl that Nightsooth permitted Naya to heal Bulbasaur. Had it been a boy, he would have ignored the matter unless the Pokémon faced a dire injury. Nightsooth exhibited considerable leniency towards females, but when it came to males, he was devoid of compassion. Thank you. May I join you on your journey? You seem quite impressive, and I believe I could learn much from you, Xiaomei inquired. Recalling Bulbasaur. Xiao, do not allow her to accompany us, Alice whispered into Nightsooth's ear. Or else I shall throttle you, Alice threatened, her hand playfully squeezing Nightsooth's waist. Nightsooth gasped at the unexpected force. Was this truly the strength of an elder sister? I apologize. I had no intention of increasing our numbers, Nightsooth conceded, yielding to Alice's threat and abandoning the idea of traveling with Xiaomei. Oh, Xiaomei's expression fell, and she continued, ahead lies a trainer renowned as the Beast Master, who has consecutively won over 90 battles. Perhaps you could challenge him. The Beast Master? Yes. His name is Xiaoming, and other trainers refer to him as the Beast Master. He is an exceptionally formidable trainer, Xiaomei explained. Upon hearing Xiaomei's words, Yesu finally recalled that there indeed existed a formidable beast trainer named Xiaoming, who had apparently triumphed over Xiaoji. Yet, had Xiaoming also ventured into the realm of Pokémon for a cameo? Truly, Xiaoming seemed to be ubiquitous. After bidding farewell to Xiaomei, Yesu and his companions proceeded onward. After a brief passage of about 10 minutes, they stumbled upon an impromptu arena. Standing atop the platform was an individual with green hair, exuding a rather flamboyant vibe, undoubtedly the beast trainer Xiaoming. Are you here to challenge me as well? Xiaoming inquired, eyeing the approaching Yesu and his group. In fact, I have no qualms about engaging in a battle, Yesu affirmed with a nod. He had long been in need of worthy opponents to train his Pokémon, and encountering a capable adversary was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Very well, come forth, Sandshrew. Let's go, Eevee. Eevee, use Sunny Day. The intensity of the sunlight enveloping the arena escalated. Sandshrew, employ rollout and commence rolling. Eevee, unleash Flamethrower. Yesu commanded. As the flames erupted from Eevee, they encircled the rolling Sandshrew. How can your Eevee utilize fire-type moves, and with such potency? Alice asked, her expression laced with confusion, as she resolved to inquire further with Yesu once the battle concluded. Sandshrew was halted by the fire spin, as fire-type moves were particularly effective against it. Eevee, finish it off with Solar Flare. After using Sunny Day, Yesu's Eevee had been absorbing the sun's energy, rendering Solar Flare exceedingly powerful. Upon striking Sandshrew, it was sent hurtling into the air, collapsing onto the ground, devoid of fighting capability. I did not anticipate being defeated so swiftly. It seems my Pokémon training is still lacking. Xiaoming's face fell, a mixture of disappointment and realization. No, you are already quite impressive. However, setting up an arena like this does not truly benefit you, Yesu replied. Xiaoming's Pokémon was not weak. It merely encountered a more formidable opponent in Yesu. Indeed, I am preparing to embark on a journey to train and strive to become stronger. If the opportunity arises, I shall challenge you again. I hope you will not refuse me in the future, Xiaoming declared, his spirit ignited with determination. Yesu nodded in acknowledgement. Though he knew that even should Xiaoming challenge him again, he would likely remain at a disadvantage, as their gap in strength continued to widen. After parting ways with Xiaoming, Yesu and his companions resumed their journey. Xiaoya, I feel utterly exhausted, Alice complained, resting her head on Yesu's back. Really? I didn't notice any signs of fatigue in you. He responded. I don't care. I simply feel tired. Xiaoya, carry me, Alice pouted playfully. If anyone were to witness you in such a state, my reputation would be utterly tarnished, Yesu remarked. Humph. Reputation is earned through strength, Alice retorted, clenching her fists. The fog appears to be rather thick, Yesu observed, gazing ahead at the dense mist. In such weather, it was easy to lose one's way, yet they had no cause for concern with Nei accompanying them. Getting lost would be a challenge. Let us rest for a moment, Yesu suggested to Alice and Nei. All right, Nei replied, accustomed to retrieving cooking supplies from her space and commencing meal preparations. Wow, Yesu, your Shinado is truly remarkable. It took out a pot in an instant, Alice exclaimed, astonished by Nei's culinary skills. I wish I could have one too, she mused, watching Nei cook, while Yesu turned his attention to the system panel. Another divine beast lottery and a random draw? I might as well use them now. Keeping them serves no purpose. Yesu initiated the lottery, starting with the random draw earned from signing in at the blue gym. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability heavyweight for slaking. What? Yesu's eyes widened. The absence of the lazy ability in slaking was already a rarity, and to possess the heavyweight trait was a stroke of unparalleled fortune. As he released slaking, it lay down on the ground but did not exude a sense of lethargy. Rather, it appeared quite normal. In contrast, other slakings might have succumbed to slumber in a similar position. What a fantastic gain, Yesu exclaimed with excitement. Slaking's base stats were among the highest for non-legendary Pokémon, and its elevated stats typically warranted the lazy ability to temper its overwhelming presence. Yet, the slaking he held was devoid of such an ability, and with heavyweight, it was simply invincible. Name, slaking. Type, normal. Ability, heavyweight. Strength, peak champion. Potential, champion. To possess champion potential is truly remarkable, Yesu mused. I shall utilize the divine beast lottery now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Kyurem. Fortunately, it is not an ordinary Pokémon with the strength of a divine beast. Kyurem? Quite splendid. Although its current power is limited, once it fuses with Reshiram or Zekrom, its strength will significantly increase. After summoning Kyurem, it was transferred into the system space. As Yesu's consciousness entered the system space, he beheld a massive meteorite crater beside the space occupied by Rayquaza, with Kyurem nestled within. The area that previously consisted solely of a forest, home to Celebi, now featured a colossal meteorite crater. Rayquaza, sensing something amiss, soared over to Yesu, curious about the sight. In the crater, a gray-blue Pokémon resembling a Tyranitar emerged. Kyurem possessed an icy blue snout adorned with spikes, its eyes devoid of visible pupils, and a crown of yellow horns atop its head. Its elongated gray neck and body boasted slender arms with 2 digits each, connecting to wings formed of ice blocks, with flat ends bearing icy spikes. Kyurem's body displayed asymmetry, as its left ice horn, left wing, and left jaw were slightly longer than their right counterparts. Yesu's consciousness now resided within the crater, and upon noticing his arrival, Rayquaza nuzzled against him and inquired, "What is this?" Kyurem approached and greeted Yesu as well. "Hello." Kyurem seemed unfazed by its presence here, and Yesu marveled at how impressive the system truly was. Kyurem regarded Yesu with a sense of familiarity, and Rayquaza sensed this bond, concluding that Kyurem must be Yesu's new partner. Name, Kyurem, no form. Type, Dragon Ice. Strength, early phase of a super divine beast. Potential, super divine beast. Kyurem possesses the strength of an early stage super divine beast. It appears that even unfused, it is formidable, Yesu noted. After explaining to Rayquaza that Kyurem was a new ally, he exited the system space, allowing them to familiarize themselves. Upon fusing with Reshiram, Kyurem transformed into white Kyurem, standing upright on its hind legs. Its left ice horn replaced by fur analogous to Reshiram's, with visible pupils in its eyes. Its left forelimb morphed into a wing-like appendage similar to Reshiram's, while the right forelimb replicated the left using ice blocks, and its original wings receded into its shoulders. The collar and back sprouted white fur, and the icy tail disappeared, becoming enveloped in a radiating organ akin to Reshiram's tail. During Pokémon battles, white Kyurem entered hyperdrive mode, with the heat-generating organs on its left horn, left wing, and tail turning red, while the original wings extended and connected to its tail, enhancing energy transmission. Chapter 42, Pokémon Academy. Upon the fusion of Kyurem and Zekrom, it transforms into the darkened form of Kyurem, with the left side morphing into the right. The forelimbs are replaced by claws reminiscent of Zekrom, with the left forelimb replicated from ice blocks mirroring the right forelimb. Above this, wings akin to those of Zekrom sprout, alongside a left wing crafted from ice blocks. The collar, back, and facial features are adorned with a darkened skin, while the tail, once made of ice, vanishes entirely, reshaping into a three-clawed, curved form, enveloped by a black organ similar to Zekrom's tail that generates electric energy. During Pokémon battles, it enters a hyperdrive mode, causing the tips of the right horn, the right forelimb, and the tail's electric-generating organ to turn blue, with the original wings extending and connecting to the tail, also transforming into a blue hue, thereby accelerating energy conduction. "What is wrong with you, Yasu? Your expression is so animated," Alice remarked to Yasu. "Huh, it's nothing. I was merely reminded of something," Yasu replied. "The fog is so thick." Yasu gazed at the dense mist surrounding them, reflecting that among all types of weather, he favored foggy days the most, as it facilitated his petty thefts from convenience stores back when he had no money. "This kind of fog makes it easy to get lost," Alice frowned. "Not to worry. If it becomes too troublesome, I can ask Nay to teleport us out," Yasu said nonchalantly, acknowledging Nay's formidable psychic abilities. Up ahead is a Pokémon Research Academy, established by the Uton family. Alice exclaimed. The Uton family is indeed a prominent lineage, with some familial ties to Professor Oak. "Yes, I know. It seems Uton Side-Eye studies there," Yasu nodded, and then added, "Could you possibly get off me? You're rather heavy." "What? Are you implying that I'm fat?" Alice exclaimed, wiping away her tears. "How could you, my younger brother, say such a thing?" Upon hearing their exchange, Nay raised a small hand, causing Alice's body to float uncontrollably in the air. "Nay, put me down this instant." Alice cried out to Nay. "No way. What if you crush little Yasu?" Nay resolutely refused. "How could I crush him? You've seen him lift boulders weighing over 500 kilograms with ease and throw them away." In truth, that was not Yasu's limit. He had once consumed a strengthening fruit, endowing him with extraordinary physical prowess, amplified by the power of Tokidama. Now, he could engage in barehanded combat with top-tier fighting-type Pokémon without issue. Coupled with Yasu's formidable psychic abilities, he undoubtedly held the title of the strongest human in the Pokémon world. "Should we visit the Pokémon Academy?" Yasu suggested, requesting Nay to lower Alice. "I think it's better to skip it. There's nothing worthwhile to see there," Alice promptly declined. Her aversion to visiting the academy stemmed from her feelings toward Uton Side-Eye, her ostensible cousin. Last year during the new year, Side-Eye had discovered that she had such a handsome cousin, and Yasu, too, found Side-Eye to be quite adorable. Furthermore, whenever Side-Eye was with Yasu, she would cling to him like a tail, which irritated Alice greatly, though she remained oblivious to her own similar behavior. Thus, Alice was quite unwilling to visit the Pokémon Academy. Yet, contrary to her wishes, as fate would have it, Alice encountered Uton Side-Eye, who waved at Yasu and dashed into his embrace. Despite her youth, Side-Eye's development was quite remarkable. Observing the graceful young lady, Yasu's perception of Side-Eye significantly shifted. The last time he had seen her was a year ago, and the transformation was so profound that he hardly recognized her. "Have you forgotten about your cousin with the arrival of your brother?" Alice expressed her discontent openly. "Oh, is there a cousin too? I'm sorry I didn't notice before," Side-Eye replied, her demeanor betraying no sign of remorse, as if her oversight were entirely justified. Focused solely on Yasu, Side-Eye had failed to notice Alice. "What brings you here?" Alice inquired, noting that they were still quite far from the Pokémon Academy. "I heard that my brother was traveling, so I came here specifically to wait for him," Side-Eye said with a smile. "I can't believe how much you've grown more beautiful since we last met." Yasu complimented her. "Really?" Side-Eye beamed at Yasu's praise, her spirits lifted. Having learned from Professor Oak via phone that Yasu had departed from Hualan City, and having selectively ignored Alice, she had waited here for her long-missed cousin. After waiting for a considerable time, hearing Yasu compliment her appearance immediately dispelled her previous fatigue. Accompanying Side-Eye towards the Pokémon Academy, Alice exhibited signs of displeasure. Lady Uton has returned. Upon their arrival at the academy, a throng of students gathered around Side-Eye. Seeing the crowd, Side-Eye frowned, finding them exceedingly bothersome. "What are you all doing here? Hurry and make way for me," she commanded sharply. In Yasu's presence, Side-Eye maintained an air of poise, resembling the epitome of a well-behaved young lady. Yet, as a privileged heiress, she possessed a temper befitting her status. When faced with the crowd, she exhibited no courtesy whatsoever. Side-Eye's character was marked by both commendable and unfavorable traits. For instance, in the Pokémon Victory Guide, Ash and his companions observed a student named Shokin enduring harsh training sessions at the Pokemon Trainer School. However, it appeared more akin to senior students bullying their junior counterparts through this rigorous training. The instigator of this harsh regimen was none other than Sidai, an alluring and experienced student. Although she was a student herself, she conducted classes for her peers, illustrating her competence in managing the Pokemon Academy and her substantial theoretical knowledge. Later, after Shokin was defeated by Kasumi, Sidai appeared and belittled Shokin. Their dialogue revealed Sidai's rather self-centered nature, as she showed little regard for inexperienced or younger trainers. Chapter 43, Provoking Yasu. Kasumi, dissatisfied with Sidai's attitude, challenged her. Sidai, employing a rock-type Pokemon, defeated Kasumi's water-type. After taunting Kasumi, Sidai resumed lecturing those around her. Furiously, Ash retorted against Sidai, asserting that Pokemon training was not solely dependent on level and personality development, but rather on building a bond with them. Sidai, in turn, mockingly derided Ash, ridiculing him as a novice. She jeered that after 2 months of journeying, he had only obtained 2 badges and 3 Pokemon, pointing out that choosing Pikachu as his starter was a poor decision, even suggesting that Pikachu was more suited as a girl's pet. Infuriated by her public humiliation, Ash challenged Sidai. She responded with a Cub one. Since ground-type Pokemon are immune to electric-type attacks, Ash instructed Pikachu to retaliate with other moves. Pikachu used Cubone's skull to obscure its vision, launching a series of physical attacks. Eventually, Cubone was struck down by its own thrown bone. Shengdai was utterly astonished by the outcome and conceded that such knowledge was unattainable through textbooks. Yet, in Yisu's perspective, Shengdai was inherently a good person, albeit indifferent towards those outside her family. Had it not been for her advanced education and the desire to maintain a favorable impression on Yisu, she might have wished for these individuals to simply vanish. The constant presence of followers surrounding her was exceedingly vexing. Who are they? Inquired a young man clad in opulent attire, his gaze toward Yisu tinged with hostility. Yisu, accustomed to such disdainful looks, recognized that most boys regarded him with animosity. Perhaps this was the plight of being excessively handsome. Occasionally, Yisu would gaze into the mirror, marveling at his own allure. If Alice and Nay were privy to his inner musings, they might have been tempted to deliver him a sound beating for his arrogance. Who gives you the right to call me Shengdai? Do you think you are worthy? Why do you ask so many questions? What business is it of yours? Step aside immediately. Shengdai's blunt retort cast a shadow over the young man's face, who, despite his fine clothes and decent looks, now appeared sullen. This was the Pokemon Academy, an institution for the elite, where most attendees hailed from noble backgrounds and wielded considerable influence. Here, reputation was paramount, and Shengdai's public dismissal of him left him with no face to save. Although those present might refrain from openly mocking him due to his lineage, they could very well be snickering within. With a glance at Yutong Shengdai, he chose silence, redirecting his attention to Yisu. Yutong Shengdai was the jewel of the Yutong family. While his own family boasted comparable strength, the Yutong family possessed a more intricate web of connections. Despite his youth, he understood the nuances of social conduct, realizing that offending Shengdai would invite trouble, and thus, he refrained from antagonizing her. Moreover, his family had aspirations for him to court Shengdai, hoping for a union that would elevate their status. He could not afford to jeopardize that opportunity here. Desiring to regain his dignity without incurring Shengdai's wrath, he turned his ire toward the man he found distasteful. You are a Pokemon trainer, are you not? Do you dare to engage me in battle? Tanaka Murai, do not push your luck. Do you believe I want to have you expelled? Shengdai's expression turned icy. The other students surrounding them remained silent. Although they came from respectable backgrounds, they clearly could not compare to Tanaka Murai. Perceiving the brewing conflict, they instinctively retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire. This is between him and me. It seems unrelated to Miss Yutong. Tanaka Murai squinted, his tone laced with challenge. Cousin, let us ignore him. I'll have the principal expel him later, Shengdai replied, concerned that Yisu might become agitated. However, Yisu was certainly above stooping to Tanaka's level. He was simply unworthy of such confrontation. It's all right, let us go. Yisu gently ruffled Shengdai's hair. Alice cast a glance at Tanaka, committing his name to memory, contemplating some mischief for his family later. Despite his formidable status, he was still too inexperienced compared to her grandfather's extensive network. Given Alice's stature, creating trouble for the Tanaka family could prove challenging. But her friendship with Kona provided her with leverage. In the Kanto region, the absence of champions meant that the regional leaders wielded greater authority than their counterparts elsewhere. What is the matter? Are you afraid? If so, perhaps you should leave that woman behind. Tanaka Murai's eyes turned greedy as he beheld Alice, noting her beauty. This marked the first time he encountered a woman of such striking allure, one who was on par with Shang Dai. Yisu paused, a warm smile gracing his face. Though Alice, well aware of his temperament, recognized that he was beginning to seethe. It was rare for Yisu to exhibit anger. To provoke her brother was a grave misstep, and Tanaka's gaze towards her was equally unsettling. Alice resolved to alert Kona at once to deal with this nuisance. Shang Dai's anger intensified, her expression growing colder as she regarded Tanaka Murai. It appeared she would have to speak with her grandfather about this. Upon seeing Yisu turn around, Tanaka Murai misinterpreted his intent as curiosity, a smirk spreading across his face as he summoned his Pokémon, Salamence. This was a Pokémon he had raised since childhood, and under the vast resources of his family, it had attained a level of strength akin to a champion. Albeit at the beginner tier. Yet, that was more than sufficient to dominate among peers. Behold, have you ever seen a pseudo-legendary Pokémon? This is from the Hoenn region. Tanaka Murai proclaimed with pride. Surely you're not so ignorant as to not recognize it, are you? Haha. Due to Yisu's seemingly ordinary attire, Tanaka had categorized him as just another commoner, dismissing the closeness he shared with Shang Dai as mere pretense. For ordinary individuals, pseudo-legendaries were unattainable, and even his family struggled to acquire one. Chapter 44. Disappearing from the world. Do you truly believe I would engage in a Pokémon battle with you? Yisu's cold gaze bore into Tanaka, his voice dripping with disdain, akin to that of someone gazing upon a corpse. Tanaka's previous provocations might have been tolerable, yet his audacity to involve Alice ignited genuine fury within Yisu. His boundaries were firmly set when it came to family. Having failed to adequately repay them in his past life, he now vowed to protect them fiercely in this one. Today, Tanaka's fate was sealed. No divine intervention could save him. Are you frightened? Salamence, attack. Tanaka commanded, pointing at Yisu. Alice's temper flared instantly, despite her introverted nature. She cherished Yisu deeply. Hydreigon, eliminated. She summoned her own Pokémon, releasing her mighty Hydreigon. The initial tier Salamence stood no chance against the formidable Hydreigon, which effortlessly shattered its dragon rage with a single dragon claw, swiftly dispatching Salamence. How could this be? This is impossible. Tanaka's disbelief was palpable. Those who dare to strike at me are deemed enemies, and I am merciless towards my foes, especially when they have crossed my threshold. Yisu approached with a smile that lacked warmth, radiating a chilling indifference. As Tanaka observed the icy smile on Yisu's face, he sensed the impending arrival of death. Why are you going to kill me? Tanaka stammered, his legs trembling in fear. No, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Tanaka family. Should you take my life, my family will not spare you. He threatened desperately. Sister, take Shang Dai and leave now. And you all, disperse. Yisu commanded the onlookers with an unyielding tone. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd dispersed immediately, sensing the gravity of the situation and fearing for their own lives. Little Yi, if possible, spare Salamence, Alice implored, pulling Shang Dai away. She held a fondness for Pokémon, recognizing that the fault lay with the trainer rather than the creature itself. Salamence's aggression had stemmed from Tanaka's orders, and she hoped Yisu would show mercy. Of course, if Yisu does not spare the ferocious salamander, neither will Alice intervene, for the salamander has not chosen a worthy master. Allow me to inform you that my grandfather is the vice president of the alliance. Should you dare to act, he will not let you go unpunished. Zhen Tianmu once again flaunted his connections. Yisu scoffed disdainfully, asserting that there are countless vice presidents in the alliance, with 7 or 8 in every region, rendering this particular vice president rather inconsequential. Rest assured, to avert any complications, I shall ensure that the roots are thoroughly eradicated. After all, a family should be harmonious. Should it not? You and your family shall soon vanish from this world, Yisu declared coldly. Nai, this task is entrusted to you. Leave no one related to him alive, and ensure that not a single trace remains. A glimmer of light flashed in Nai's eyes as Zhen Tianmu collapsed to the ground, his spirit obliterated, leaving him utterly lifeless. At that very moment, it was not only Zhen Tianmu who perished. All those with blood ties to him suddenly succumbed to death. Furthermore, any memories pertaining to their family within the minds of others began to dissipate slowly. By now, apart from Yisu, Alice, and Nai, no one retained any recollection of the Zhentian family. This could indeed be considered annihilation. Accomplishing this feat was not arduous for Nai. After all, even Mutewo can erase memories, let alone Nai. However, Mutewo cannot erase memories over vast distances, nor can it operate on a large scale. This method of extermination, executed from countless distances while simultaneously obliterating others' memories of the target, is far beyond Mutwo's capabilities. That ferocious salamander was subjected to memory erasure by Nai before being released. Uesu did not capture it, as this salamander possessed only the potential of a champion and had been excessively strained due to improper training, effectively extinguishing any chance of breakthrough. It would likely remain at the initial level of a champion forever. The body of Gigantamax transformed into specks of light before vanishing, leaving no trace behind, as though he had never existed in this world. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke Uesu. He will not regale you with rules or moralities of good and evil, nor will he hesitate to erase you from existence without arousing suspicion. Once you have become an enemy, Uesu will obliterate you entirely, eradicating not just you but your entire family, regardless of whether there are innocent souls among them. Uesu's intent to destroy him was not merely due to provocation. Rather, it stemmed from Gigantamax's audacity to target Alice and instigate Pokémon to attack him. While an attack on himself may be inconsequential, had it been directed at Alice, the consequences could have been dire, potentially fatal. Uesu was unwilling to witness Alice's demise. Had it been merely a provocation towards him, Uesu might have simply taught him a lesson. However, the covetous gaze directed at Alice was utterly intolerable. By transgressing his boundaries, Uesu certainly would not allow him to live, and to prevent any complications, his family would not be spared either. Although the act of annihilating an entire family may seem excessive, Uesu has never considered himself a virtuous individual. Has it been resolved? Alice inquired as Uesu approached. It has been resolved. The Gentian family no longer exists, not even as a memory, Uesu replied. What Gentian family? Brother Uesu, what are you talking about? Shengdai asked, her face a picture of confusion. Alice paused, looking at Shengdai, and upon seeing Uesu nod, she understood. Shengdai's ignorance of the Gentian family was undoubtedly tied to Uesu, but Alice chose not to pry further, content that the matter had been settled. But this is truly remarkable. Is it memory erasure? Brother Uesu, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I've arranged for a feast, Shengdai said, gazing at Uesu. Alice felt an urge to knock Shengdai on the head. Did she not see her as the cousin present? It seemed that even taking a detour, one should not have traversed this path. Had she not taken this route, she would not have encountered Shengdai, nor would she have met her had she simply flown over with Pokémon. Watching Shengdai cling to Uesu's arm, Alice felt a pang of discomfort. Brother Uesu, may I accompany you on your journey? Shengdai implored with eager anticipation. No, your grandfather would never consent, Alice interjected, rejecting the notion outright before Uesu could respond. Little Yao was sufficient on her own, and she had no desire to add Shengdai to the mix. My grandfather will certainly agree, as long as Brother Uesu consents. There is nothing left to learn at school, and I am merely lacking practical travel experience, Shengdai insisted, her gaze fixed on Uesu. Traveling with me is acceptable, but what of your studies? You cannot simply abandon your education, can you? It's fine. I have independently completed a month's worth of coursework, at least for this month. I have no pressing matters, Shengdai replied with a smile. As an exemplary student, Shengdai excelled academically, thus planning to journey with Uesu for a month before returning to fulfill her studies, ensuring that she would not fall behind. In truth, Shengdai contemplated abandoning her education altogether. However, she surmised that even if her grandfather were to indulge her, he would never permit her to travel if she ceased her studies. The Pokémon Academy was not as dreadful as one might imagine. One could acquire a wealth of knowledge, albeit primarily theoretical, with scant opportunities for practical application. Moreover, Shengdai was among the strongest at school, and there was no one with whom she could train in practical scenarios. As for being a bookworm, that was a personal failing. One could not blame the school for failing to impart knowledge that could be applied flexibly. Of course, there were many things one could not learn in school. The best approach was to study for a few years before embarking on a journey to broaden one's horizons. Very well. As long as your grandfather has no objections, you may accompany us on our travels, Uesu conceded with a nod. Yay, Shengdai exclaimed joyously, having already secured her grandfather's approval. My grandfather has indeed consented. I look forward to your guidance, Brother Uesu, she said with a radiant smile. Little Yao will be training Pokémon, so she may not have time to mentor you. However, I can certainly provide you with guidance. Are you pleased? Alice said, stepping behind Shengdai and resting a hand on her shoulder as if they were close friends, a smile gracing her face. Ha. With such a formidable cousin to guide me, I am, of course, overjoyed, Shengdai replied, albeit with some reluctance. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but she felt an odd sense of foreboding in her cousin's smile, as if misfortune loomed. Brother, when do we depart? Shengdai eagerly inquired. Let us stay here for a few days. It is a good opportunity to see what the Academy teaches, Uesu suggested, as he had not yet witnessed any evolution and was keen to observe what Eevee wished to evolve into. After their meal, Uesu released Eevee and posed a question. Eevee, what type do you wish to evolve into? Uesu respected Eevee's opinion. If it did not desire to evolve, he would not force it. He presented Eevee with the options for evolution. Eevee seemed to gravitate towards the fairy type, perhaps due to its female nature, eagerly expressing a desire to become a Sylveon. Uesu was taken aback. Based on Eevee's combat performance, he had assumed it would evolve into a Flareon, especially since he possessed a Fire Stone. Eevee's flames were unlike those of the average Eevee. To evolve into a Sylveon, Eevee must learn fairy-type moves and master them, in addition to achieving a high level of affection. Currently, Uesu's Eevee possessed fairy-type moves, but mastery was a different challenge that required persistent training. Are you certain you wish to evolve into a Sylveon? Training in fairy-type moves is quite arduous, Uesu cautioned Eevee. Eevee adopted a resolute expression and assured Nightso that it would exert its utmost effort. Very well, I shall devise a training regimen for you. Mastering fairy-type moves is no trivial endeavor. According to the system's description, one must proficiently wield at least 6 fairy-type skills to be deemed proficient. Currently, Eevee possesses only 6 fairy-type moves: Charm, Play Rough, Sweet Kiss, Fairy Wind, Moonblast, and Dazzling Gleam. Among these, only Charm, Play Rough, and Sweet Kiss are executed with finesse, indicating a considerable journey ahead. Xiaoyi, your Eevee is simply adorable. What evolution do you envision for it? Alice remarked, casting a glance at Eevee. It expressed a desire to evolve into a Sylveon, Nightso replied. Really? You can comprehend Pokemon speech? Both Alice and Side-Eye exclaimed in astonishment. Hee, that is merely one of my abilities, Nightso replied with pride. How boastful of you. Just a bit of sunlight, and you shine so brightly. Yet, it is indeed remarkable. Few can understand Pokemon language, Side-Eye remarked, her eyes sparkling with envy as she gazed at Nightso. Cousin, what Pokemon is that? I've never seen it before, Side-Eye inquired, pointing at the Celebi frolicking with Marl. That is the legendary Pokemon Celebi. Celebi has the power to traverse time and imbue life into the places it visits. It can resurrect fallen comrades and possesses purifying abilities. It is indeed a mythical creature, often referred to as the guardian of the forest. Alice informed Side-Eye. Upon hearing about the legendary creature, Side-Eye was momentarily taken aback, her admiration for Nightso intensifying. Wow, it can traverse time. How extraordinary. And it can even revive fallen Pokemon. That's incredible. To think my cousin is capable of capturing a legendary Pokemon. It's truly impressive. Nightso relished Side-Eye's adoring gaze. Was this the sensation of having a little fan? Or was it merely his vanity at play? The afternoon training session enabled Eevee to enhance its proficiency with fairy-type moves, with Nightso consistently encouraging it. Having chosen this path, one must see it through to the end. He offered Eevee its favorite berries, and it eagerly took a bite, the delight evident in its eyes. Eevee is undeniably charming, Side-Eye remarked, giggling as she watched it nestled in Nightso's embrace. After recalling all the Pokemon for rest, it was time for dinner. The evening meal was prepared by Nay, and Side-Eye was left astounded by its exquisite taste. Compared to the grand feast I prepared at noon, Nay's culinary skills are unparalleled. Truly impressive. You may call me Nay. Nay communicated telepathically to Side-Eye. Telepathy? How wonderful. I wish to have a Pokemon with such abilities. That way, I could converse with them. Side-Eye expressed with envy. There are indeed numerous Pokemon with telepathy. Given your grandfather's affection for you, acquiring one wouldn't be a challenge, Alice remarked knowingly. She was well aware of Side-Eye's cherished status at home, where her grandfather treated her like a precious gem. No, I want to catch one myself. I cannot rely on my family for everything, Side-Eye insisted, clenching her small fist. While I believe utilizing available resources is not a waste, if you prefer to catch one, that is entirely your choice, Nightso replied while enjoying his meal. In his view, having resources at home was an opportunity not to be squandered. The following morning, Nightso awoke and prepared to rise, but upon noticing Ralts standing on him, his eyes widened in surprise. The blue-glowing Ralts bore an uncanny resemblance to Nay in her previous form, or rather, the current Ralts was indeed Nay. Is that you, Nay? Nightso inquired, perplexed. Have you forgotten me? Humph. Nay pouted, crossing her small arms and turning her head away in mock annoyance. Wait, how did you transform into this? Why did you devolve? Nightso exclaimed, sitting up in astonishment as he examined Nay's diminutive form. How could you suddenly revert from Gardevoir to Ralts? This is not a devolution. Nay shimmered with white light, evolving from Ralts to Kirlia, and then to Gardevoir. This ability was discovered last night. I can freely control my transformations between Ralts, Kirlia, or Gardevoir without any change in power. Nay transformed back into Ralts. While her power remains unchanged, all forms are at the level of a deity. Though Gardevoir undoubtedly exhibits superior combat prowess, power and combat effectiveness are distinct. For instance, some Pokémon may possess the potential of an intermediate champion, but can exhibit the combat effectiveness of a higher-tier champion. Take Nitso's Slacking as an example. While it currently possesses peak champion-level power, its combat effectiveness rivals that of a champion. This is largely due to Slacking's ability to possess the Vital Spirit trait and its exceptional base stats, naturally resulting in heightened combat capabilities. Combat effectiveness is a composite value derived from power, signature moves, and techniques. Nitso was astonished by this newfound ability. It was truly an eye-opener. He playfully ruffled Nay's face. After rising from bed, Nay clung to Nitso's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. Upon changing forms, her personality also shifted. In her Ralts form, she displayed an affinity for cuddling and being affectionate toward Nitso. As Nitso exited the room, Alice had already risen and blinked in surprise at the sight of Ralts clinging to Nitso. "Xiao Yi, is that Nay?" Alice asked uncertainly. "Indeed, I am Nay," Nay declared, jumping down from Nitso and transforming back into her Gardevoir form. "Nay has gone to prepare breakfast," Alice said, perplexed as she looked at Nitso. How is it possible for Nay to change forms? How fascinating. I'm not entirely sure. Nay mentioned this ability was discovered last night. Nitso shrugged. He, too, was uncertain about the extent of Nay's uniqueness, given that she had hatched from an egg provided by the system. Well, with Nay's extraordinary abilities, I wouldn't be surprised by any illogical feats she performs, Alice concluded, accepting Nay's transformation. When Side-Eye awoke, she was equally astonished by Nay's ability to change forms, taking a considerable time to digest the revelation. After breakfast, Nay returned to her Ralts form and perched atop Nitso's head, much like Shauna would, playfully engaging in antics reminiscent of a child. Nitso proceeded to the training grounds to continue Eevee's fairy-type move training. Ding ding ding. Upon hearing the phone ring, Nitso checked to find it was a call from his grandfather, Professor Oak. Upon answering, he was greeted not by Professor Oak, but by the endearing face of a Dragonite. Upon seeing Nitso, the Dragonite beamed with delight, its cheerful visage lighting up. This Dragonite was not Nitso's, but rather one that Professor Oak had trained during his heyday, which had always enjoyed Nitso's company at the lab. On this occasion, Alice had not brought Professor Oak's Dragonite, instead arriving with her own three-headed dragon, while the rest of her Pokémon were entrusted to Professor Oak for care. "Nitso, where's Alice?" Professor Oak's voice came through. Hearing her grandfather's voice, Alice immediately shook her head at Nitso and slipped away. "Your sister is here," Nitso replied. "How is it? Is she a stunning companion?" "I hope I did not deceive you," Professor Oak chuckled. "Is there something you need?" Nitso inquired. "Dragonite seems to miss you. Ever since you departed and took Maril along on your journey, Dragonite has been left without a companion to frolic with. It spends its days idly sitting in a corner, looking rather forlorn." Professor Oak gently patted Dragonite, who beamed up at Nitso. "Dragonite, would you like to accompany me on my travels?" Nitso asked the creature. Upon hearing this, Dragonite promptly nodded and requested Professor Oak to teleport it to Nitso's location. "Where would you like to go?" Professor Oak inquired. "I am currently at the Academy in St. Dai. You can teleport there," Nitso replied, having received Dragonite's Pokeball. After a lengthy conversation, Nitso hung up the phone, only to see Alice emerging from the building. "Sister, why did you run off just now?" Nitso questioned Alice. "Oh, I just suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom," Alice replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Miss St. Dai, a few individuals have come to our school looking for trouble." Several students suddenly barged into the training grounds, their faces contorted with anger and dissatisfaction. "What? Take me to see," St. Dai exclaimed, her expression also darkening. "Let's go and check it out," Nitso suggested, allowing his Pokémon to train freely as he pulled Alice and St. Dai away from the training area. In the schoolyard, a heated argument was unfolding, and among those involved were three familiar faces, Ash and his companions. "Oh, Nitso, you're here too?" Ash exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise upon spotting Nitso. Brock, upon seeing Alice, froze momentarily, exclaiming, "Wow, what a beautiful young lady. I'm smitten." He then adjusted his hair and, in a gentlemanly manner, asked Alice, "May I inquire your name, fair lady?" "I'm sorry, you seem like a nice guy," Alice replied to Brock, promptly issuing him a nice guy card. Brock, feeling disheartened, thought to himself, "Do I really come off as just a nice guy? Everyone keeps handing me these cards." Fortunately, he soon gave up, for had he persisted, Nitso would likely have used telekinesis to toss him aside. How dare he flirt with his sister? Cousin, do you know them? St. Di asked in astonishment. What a lovely girl, much more beautiful than Misty. Ash couldn't help but remark. While Ash was not incorrect, St. Di was indeed more beautiful than Misty. He should not have said so in Misty's presence, as it inadvertently offended her. Misty promptly punched Ash on the head. Although Ash held the title of Super Newbie, capable of withstanding the might of Pikachu's Thunderbolt, he was still momentarily dazed by Misty's furious blow. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Ash stammered in confusion. Nightso observed this scene, his lips twitching. Misty truly was quite forceful. Yes, I do know them, Nightso acknowledged with a nod. Since you are acquainted, let us consider the matter of you causing trouble at our school settled, St. Di declared. Since they know my cousin, they are likely not bad people, aside from Brock, who seems a bit questionable. We can let it slide. What do you mean by causing trouble? Your school is being rather excessive, bullying the weak. Ash's expression suddenly turned unfriendly. Bullying? St. Di glanced at the others nearby, quickly realizing the situation. You lot are tarnishing the reputation of our school, she said, pointing at the group standing off to the side, her face darkening. Seeing St. Di lose her temper, the group quickly lowered their heads. St. Di snorted at them, but did not intend to punish them, as they were students from her own school. If anyone were to discipline them, it should be her. Although they were friends of Nightso's, they did not seem to be behaving well. Instead, she addressed Ash and the others, saying, regardless of the location, this is how it is. If you are bullied, it is merely a reflection of your lack of effort. The weak are often preyed upon by the strong. If you cannot tolerate it, then strive to grow stronger. What kind of statement is that? Are you suggesting that being strong gives one the right to bully the weak? Ash retorted, his temper flaring as he found St. Di's words to be misguided. Unfortunately, that is the nature of this world. The strong prey upon the weak. And instances of bullying are commonplace. If you are strong, who would dare to bully you? Even if you are strong, can you control what happens around you? Who says I cannot control it? When faced with injustice, I will intervene, Ash declared, clenching his fists. Nightso shook his head. Perhaps Ash had a good heart. But the world operated under immutable rules that could not be changed. While a few individuals might defy this norm, they were indeed the exceptions. Noticing a potential argument brewing, Nightso swiftly interjected. Let us not quarrel over this. It holds no significance. Even if we establish who is right or wrong, it ultimately remains inconsequential. Nightso, let us engage in a Pokémon battle, Ash said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Nightso's lips twitched. Just moments ago, Ash had been fervently seeking justice for the bullied boy, and now he was eagerly challenging him to a battle? Truly, his priorities were perplexing. I already possess 2 badges and am quite formidable, Ash boasted, fearing Nightso would deem him weak, and then proceeded to display his 2 badges. Here we go again. Of course, he must have earned badges too. Besides, Nightso is not someone who merely receives badges through handouts, Misty remarked, covering her face in exasperation. Misty could hardly take it anymore. Throughout their journey, Ash had taken every opportunity to flaunt his 2 badges, as though he feared anyone might forget he possessed them. Can't you just let it go? Ash pleaded, his persistence evident, resorting to a softer approach when the hard one failed. Very well, I accept your challenge, Nightso replied, a sigh escaping his lips. While he had little interest in battling Ash, he feared that if he did not oblige, Ash would pester him for the entire day. Yay! Ash exclaimed, jumping for joy. Let's head to the battle arena. We can't possibly duel here on the playground, right? My Pokémon are over there. Sure thing. Ash replied eagerly as he followed Nightso toward the designated training grounds, blissfully unaware of what awaited him. Little did he know, June, the boy who had been bullied, watched in bewilderment as the exuberant Ash dashed away. Didn't you say you would help me seek justice? And now you're just leaving? June was the boy who had been bullied earlier, but it seemed he had been forgotten in Ash's fervor for battle. It wasn't that Ash had intentionally overlooked him. Rather, the prospect of battling Pokémon caused him to cast aside all other thoughts. Such was his nature. I currently have only 3 Pokémon, so let us engage in a 3-on-3 battle, Ash declared to Nightso, who was observing Ash's Pokémon with a tinge of envy, noting that many of Nightso's Pokémon were unfamiliar to him. All right, I have no objections, Nightso replied, completely unfazed. Go, Butterfree. Ash sent forth his Butterfree. Eevee, you're up, Nightso called to his Eevee, who joyfully ran over, ready to face Butterfree in a training session for Fairy-type moves. Although Nightso's Eevee had yet to evolve, it appeared quite powerful. Ash, you might be in for a rough time this round, Misty thought, predicting Ash's defeat. In fact, Brock also held little faith in Ash's chances. He had a clear understanding of Ash's abilities, having traveled alongside him. I will serve as your referee, Alice proclaimed. To have such a beautiful lady officiate the match was a stroke of luck for Brock, who felt he should take Ash's place in the battle. Considering this was a match overseen by the goddess Alice. Ash, I don't think you can win. Perhaps I should step into battle on your behalf. Brock eagerly suggested, stepping forward. No, I have finally managed to persuade Yuesu to engage in a Pokemon battle with me. If you wish to speak with Yuesu, do so on your own. Ash pushed aside the obstructive Brock. Yuesu, where is your Gardevoir? What about this Ralts? Misty felt a sense of confusion. How could Yuesu's Gardevoir simply vanish? This Ralts is actually the Gardevoir from before. Nay is a shiny Pokemon, which explains its uniqueness, Yuesu elucidated. Oh, Misty nodded, albeit without full comprehension. Chapter 48, The Battle with Ash. Although Misty could not fathom why Gardevoir had transformed into Ralts, she resolved to feign understanding since Yuesu had explained it, for appearance's sake. Now, it is Shiyu against Ash. The challenger will strike first, and they may switch Pokemon during the battle. Let the contest begin, Alice announced. Ash stood there, bewildered. Ash, why are you still dazed? You are the challenger and must attack first. Misty reminded him, her hand pressed against her forehead, feeling quite embarrassed. Huh. Oh, so it's my turn to attack. Ash scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly before shouting, Butterfree, use sleep powder. Butterfree released a powder akin to pollen. Eevee, use dazzling gleam to diminish its power, Yuesu commanded. A radiant orb of magic appeared beside Eevee, soaring toward Butterfree. Bathed in divine light, Butterfree was swiftly incapacitated. The disparity in strength was stark, fortunately. Yuesu had instructed Eevee to reduce the potency of dazzling gleam, or else Butterfree might have faced dire consequences. How could this be? My Butterfree was defeated so easily? This is illogical, Ash exclaimed in disbelief. What else could it be? Yuesu's Eevee is simply too formidable, Shengdai stated proudly, as she considered it a perfectly natural occurrence. Her cousin was the strongest. No one could rival him, especially not this novice, who clearly lacked experience. Ash was deeply disheartened, having faced such a humiliating defeat for the first time. Butterfree has been defeated. Please send out your second Pokemon, challenger, Alice announced. Come forth, Pidgeotto, Ash declared, his expression forlorn as he sent out his second Pokemon. If you do not muster your spirits, this Pokemon will likely meet the same fate at my Eevee's hands. Yuesu cautioned Ash. If Ash could not rally himself, he might remain in this state indefinitely, especially after receiving such a crushing blow at Yuesu's peak moment of triumph. After Yuesu's admonition, Ash forced himself to regain composure, though the previous defeat weighed heavily on him, leaving him somewhat distracted. Sigh. At this rate, Ash has no chance of winning. Yuesu's Eevee is simply too powerful, Misty lamented. Is Ash just asking for punishment? I truly do not comprehend his thought process. Ash appeared utterly defeated, prompting Yuesu to shake his head before commanding Eevee to use Fairy Wind. Still reeling from his earlier loss, Ash did not properly react, watching helplessly as Pidgeotto was struck by Fairy Wind. While Pidgeotto was decent, it was no match for Eevee's prowess, resulting in another rapid defeat. This time, the situation was even more embarrassing. Ash had not even managed a single attack before being vanquished. Ash, what is wrong with you? You lack any fighting spirit. With your current state, do not even dream of becoming a Pokemon master. You are not even qualified to be a trainer, Misty scolded him. Ash's behavior indeed sparked frustration. It was disheartening to see him lose his determination after just one setback. Ash, if this is the best you can do, I see no need for us to continue this battle, Yuesu remarked, shaking his head at Ash's demeanor. Misty's reprimands, along with Yuesu's words, jolted Ash back to reality. Looking at his injured Pidgeotto, he felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Pidgeotto, return. Ash recalled Pidgeotto. There's a medical room at the school specifically for healing Pokemon. I think Pidgeotto and Butterfree are in pretty bad shape. You should take them for treatment, Shengdai suggested to Ash and his companions. Thank you, Brock. Please take Pidgeotto and Butterfree for treatment. I want to finish this battle, Ash said, handing Brock the Pokeball, his eyes ignited with determination. Brock nodded and, under the guidance of a fellow student, headed towards the medical room to treat the Pokemon. Pikachu, I'm counting on you again this time, Ash crouched down, patting Pikachu's head. Pika, Pika. Pikachu nodded, clenching its tiny fists, and stepped onto the battlefield. That Pikachu is quite exceptional. It seems extraordinary, Alice remarked, recognizing Pikachu's uniqueness. Yuesu chuckled at her observation. After all, how could the protagonist be anything less extraordinary? In the Pokemon world, Ash and Pikachu were indeed the lucky ones. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Eevee, use Sand Attack. Eevee scooped up sand and hurled it at Pikachu, who unwittingly got sand in its eyes and winced in discomfort. Ash, witnessing this, was thrown into disarray, unsure of how to react. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash stammered, feeling helpless. Disoriented from the sand, Pikachu was panicking, unable to execute its Thunderbolt due to the irritation in its eyes. Just as Pikachu attempted to escape, it was suddenly struck and flung away. Pika. Hearing Pikachu's anguished cry, Ash's panic escalated. Pikachu, are you okay? At that moment, the tears streaming from Pikachu's eyes washed away the sand. Just as Pikachu, still dazed, began to rise. It was struck by Eevee's fairy wind, sending it hurtling through the air. Pikachu, are you alright? Come back. Seeing Pikachu's injuries, Ash's heart ached. And instead of commanding it to use a healing move, he called it back. Nonetheless, Pikachu, undeterred, stood tall, clenching its fists with unwavering resolve. Pika. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, sending a bolt of lightning toward Eevee. Eevee, use substitute. Pikachu's thunderbolt struck, but it only hit the substitute, with the real Eevee unscathed. Eevee, use dazzling gleam to finish the battle, Uesu instructed. Eevee released dazzling gleam, hitting the weary Pikachu, who, battered and bruised, succumbed and lost its fighting ability. Pikachu. Ash rushed toward Pikachu, cradling it in his arms. Pikachu opened its eyes for a fleeting moment to glance at Ash before fainting, having endured a relentless barrage of attacks. Chapter 49. Defeating Ash, Eevee's Evolution. To be honest, it was rather surprising that Pikachu had lasted so long. Ash, why are you still dazed? Hurry and take Pikachu for treatment. Misty called out to him. Huh. Oh, right. I'll take Pikachu for treatment right away, Ash exclaimed, springing to his feet in a flurry of panic. Where's the medical room? Ash inquired. I can take you there. Xiaochun offered. Thank you, Xiaochun, Ash replied gratefully, realizing he had overlooked her, and now she was the one assisting him. Congratulations, you have defeated the Chosen One and received a champion-level potential fruit as a reward. Uesu was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a reward for defeating Ash, and a champion-level one at that. Upon administering the potential-enhancing fruit to a Pokémon, it can elevate its potential to that of a champion. However, Uesu remains uncertain as to whom this remarkable fruit should be bestowed upon. Perhaps it is best to retain it for the time being. Just then, Eevee was suddenly enveloped in a radiant white light, sprouting ribbon-like appendages and expanding in size, predominantly adorned in hues of pink and white. Cousin, your Eevee has evolved into a Sylveon, exclaimed Xingdai in astonishment. Little Ye's Eevee had reached the brink of evolution, merely requiring the right conditions to transform. It was quite astonishing to witness such proficiency in fairy-type moves developed in just a few days. The mastery of moves generally necessitates a prolonged training period, so Yisu's Eevee evolving after a battle might indeed be an exception. Alice gazed at the ribbons atop the Sylveon's head, feeling a whimsical urge to touch them. Sylveon, may I caress your ribbons? Alice inquired, unable to resist. The Sylveon shook its head in response, then nuzzled into Yisu's embrace, its intentions unmistakably clear. Humph. If you won't allow it, then so be it, Alice huffed. Appearing somewhat miffed, Yisu regarded the Sylveon with intrigue, pondering why it did not require mastery of 6 fairy-type moves to evolve, as previously established by Dr. Yamanashi's research. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Typically, for Eevee to evolve into Sylveon, it must learn fairy-type moves and achieve a certain level of proficiency. But Yisu's Eevee was an anomaly. Following its evolution, its strength ascended to the initial level of a quasi-champion. Moments later, Ash and Brock returned, with Ash's expression reflecting a sense of disappointment, evidently affected by his recent defeat. However, given Ash's carefree nature, he would likely recover swiftly. Ash, is your Pokémon alright? Yisu inquired, a mere formality. Yes, it's fine now, Ash replied, nodding. Upon seeing the Sylveon, he was momentarily taken aback and pulled out his Pokédex. Sylveon, the evolved form of Eevee, discovered by Dr. Yisu. The mechanical voice from the Pokédex rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. So this evolution type was discovered by Yisu? How formidable, Ash remarked, surprised. Yes, it just evolved, Yisu said with a smile. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing the Pokédex's introduction, as long as he was not the one feeling awkward, he remained unfazed. He pondered whether he should request Professor Oak to amend the entries. Otherwise, every time an opponent scanned their Pokédex, they would be met with, wow. This Pokémon was discovered by Yisu, a veritable social death. How envious. When I set out, I also wished to have an Eevee. Ash gazed longingly at the Sylveon. Ash, are you not being a tad greedy? Misty remarked, exasperated with Ash's antics. Yisu, however, felt no discontent. Eevee was indeed splendid and possessed various evolution types. Yisu, will you not travel with us? Ash inquired once more, eager to extend an invitation. Yet, Yisu declined. With Ash's combative spirit, Should he accompany them? He would undoubtedly be pestered daily for Pokémon battles, which was not ideal, as Isu aspired to reach the pinnacle of his journey. Although he had received rewards from the system after battling Ash, it did not guarantee future rewards. The system only communicated on its own accord, remaining silent to Yisu's inquiries. Noticing Yisu's resolute stance, Ash felt a twinge of disappointment. If he had such a powerful Pokémon trainer assisting him, becoming a Pokémon master would merely be a matter of time. Eventually, he relinquished his invitation to Yisu. Yisu, could you come here for a moment? Brock approached Yisu, appearing somewhat conspiratorial. What is it? Yisu inquired, sensing a sense of unease at Brock's overly flattering demeanor. Was it possible that Brock had developed an infatuation with him, perhaps abandoning his interest in older girls? If that were the case, Yisu might consider erasing Brock from existence altogether. While he held no prejudice against gay individuals, he certainly did not wish to attract unwanted attention. Yisu, I wish to ask, are you well acquainted with the goddess Alice? Brock whispered, lowering his voice. Alice is my sister. What do you ask? You aren't considering pursuing her. Are you? Yisu's expression hardened with hostility. The goddess's brother? Brock scratched his head, unaware that the beautiful lady was indeed Yisu's sister. I was wondering if you could. No, my sister does not fancy those who are unattractive. Yisu interjected, not allowing Brock to finish. Brock's body seemed to freeze, the word ugly echoing in his mind. Could it be that he truly was unattractive? He pondered, realizing, am I the clown in this conversation? Reflecting on his dark complexion and squinty eyes, he felt undeniably less appealing. Comparing himself to Yisu only amplified his insecurities. Be confident. Remove the seams from your thoughts. Yisu added, delivering a stinging blow to Brock's self-esteem. What has happened to him? Misty observed Brock sulking in a corner, drawing circles. Chapter 50, Encountering Team Rocket. Previously lively, Brock's demeanor had shifted, as if he had lost all meaning in life after witnessing Alice. Perhaps he was disheartened by his own appearance. Feeling overshadowed by Yisu's striking looks. Looks can be a burden, too. It can be quite troublesome to be this handsome, Yisu remarked, exuding a hint of narcissism. Though his words may seem self-indulgent, Yisu had the merit to back them up. He truly was quite handsome. That insufferable little brat is far too arrogant. How could he possibly compare to my looks? Kojiro, concealed within the nearby bushes, fumed. Do you not possess any self-awareness? Clearly. He is more attractive than you, yet you still speak ill of him. Musashi chimed in, her eyes sparkling with affection. Indeed, he surpasses you in every aspect. You cannot even begin to compare. Meowth added, delivering another blow to Kojiro's pride. I cannot tolerate this any longer. I must confront that brat and show him that I am far more handsome, Kojiro declared, unable to contain his fury. Hey, do not rush to your demise. Even the brat's head is a formidable opponent. You could very well be defeated, and besides, you are no match for him in terms of looks. Meowth cautioned. Upon seeing Kojiro leap forth, Yisu was momentarily taken aback. It was no surprise that someone was concealed nearby. All creatures possess a form of aura, and his own aura had sensed the presence of hidden individuals. He had not anticipated that it would be none other than Team Rocket's Kojiro. With Kojiro's presence, the other two auras he had sensed must surely belong to Musashi and Meowth. Who are you? Shungdai inquired, addressing the suddenly emerged Kojiro. She did not recall anyone matching his description from her school. Musashi followed suit, letting out a haughty huff. Little girl, since you have inquired so sincerely, we shall graciously reveal our identities. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, to uphold love and truth against evil. We are the charming and delightful villains. Musashi, Kojiro, we are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. A white hole, a brilliant tomorrow awaits us. Indeed, Meow. What a classic opening line. Yeshu finds himself somewhat nostalgic, recalling how he was thoroughly brainwashed by this phrase during his previous life while watching Pokémon. The others looked on in bemusement, while Ash and his companions glared at them in indignation. Rocket team, what are you doing here? Ash demanded, brandishing a Pokeball and eyeing them warily. In Ash's view, the mere presence of the Rocket team heralded nothing but mischief. Sure as the last encounter at the Pokémon Center in Pewter City, wasn't the Rocket team a supervillain organization dominating Kanto and Johto? How could such members exist among them? Alice felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing the antics of the trio. The intelligence of the Rocket team members seemed quite questionable. If all members were like this, they might as well turn themselves in. Speaking of which, this was Yeshu's first encounter with the Rocket team in the Pokémon world. Should he bestow upon them a unique gift? Perhaps a legendary Pokémon? Move aside, kid. We aren't here for you. You're not worthy of my attention. Kojiru cast a disdainful glance at Ash. It's you I want to duel, Yeshu. he shouted, brandishing his Pokeball. Alice furrowed her brow and tugged at Yeshu, asking, Yeshu, how did you provoke the Rocket Team? At that moment, Yeshu could only muster 3 questions. How had he offended the Rocket Team? This made no sense. Wasn't he Yamaki supposed to be a different sort of person? Had he truly developed Mutuo? The Rocket Team was a nefarious organization straddling 2 regions. If they had set their sights on Yeshu, danger was certainly afoot. Though Yeshu possessed a legendary Pokemon, Alice remained deeply concerned. Fear not. These 2 are merely external members of the Rocket Team, and I have no fear of them. I am fully aware of who their leader is, Yeshu whispered to Alice. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Do you not regard me, Sasaki Kojiru? Kojiru seethed with anger. Sasaki Kojiru, a name synonymous with a famous Japanese swordsman, was meant to be formidable, yet this Kojiru seemed rather inept. Weezing, teach him a lesson. Kojiru commanded, releasing Weezing from its Pokeball. Upon seeing Weezing, Yeshu couldn't help but chuckle. Its expression was utterly adorable, perfect for an emoji. What are you laughing at, kid? Is it disrespect towards me? You're infuriating. Kojiru exclaimed, jumping up in frustration. Hand over your Pokemon, and I might plead for mercy, allowing you to escape. Meowth interjected, addressing Yeshu. A talking Meowth? Alice gazed in astonishment at this remarkable creature capable of human speech. It was truly extraordinary. This was not mere telepathy, it was direct conversation. In truth, this Meowth was not only unique, but possessed a remarkable potential, with championship-level aptitude. This revelation came from Yeshu's curiosity and system scan. Yeshu had not anticipated the Rocket Team's Meowth would exhibit such formidable potential. Yet even if Meowth were powerful, he had no intention of capturing it. Was the comical Rocket Team still in existence? However, given Meowth's disposition, even if he were to capture it, it would not engage in rigorous training. Its mind solely preoccupied with wealth. Such talent would be squandered on it. Did you hear that? Hurry and hand over your Pokemon, or Kojiru will unleash his wrath upon you. I assure you he is quite strong. Meowth threatened, brandishing its claws at Yeshu. Gazing at the precious Pokemon before him, Meowth envisioned the rewards it would receive from its boss if it could capture them, and its eyes sparkled with dollar signs. Indeed, if you do not surrender your Pokemon, I, Sasaki Kojiru, shall easily deal with a pretty boy like you, Kojiru boasted with arrogance. This trio was not only dim-witted but also exceedingly arrogant. They were hardly a match for Ash, let alone the formidable Yeshu. Misty sighed, clearly unconcerned. She had a thorough understanding of the Rocket Team's capabilities. If Ash was a novice, these 3 were akin to mere chicks, devoid of any true prowess. Chapter 51, Defeating the Rocket Team. Am I a pretty boy? I suspect you are merely envious. Is my handsome visage a fault of mine? Yeshu chuckled lightly. Should I blame the Earth's gravity if I can't relieve myself? Damn it, kid. I am not envious of you. My looks are quite comparable. Kojiru retorted, fuming. Weezing, unleash poison gas. A flustered Kojiru commanded, directing Weezing to attack Yeshu. Forges, use Fairy Wind to blow that poison gas back. The fairy Pokemon nestled in Yeshu's arms sprang forth, summoning a gust of wind to redirect the poisonous cloud. Quick, cover your noses. Otherwise, you'll be poisoned. Meowth shouted urgently. Inhaling that gas would indeed result in poisoning. Being incapacitated by one's own Pokemon's attack would be utterly laughable. Fool, why did you let Weezing use poison gas? Musashi cried out in frustration. Enough chatter. The gas is coming. Cover your mouths and noses. Kojiru warned Musashi, promptly shielding his face in trepidation. Soon, as the poisonous gas dissipated and vanished into the air, they dared to lower their hands from their faces, inhaling the fresh air as if they had been reborn. Wow, we're finally saved. I thought I would be poisoned. What a scare. Meow, it's all your fault for using poison gas. You almost got me killed. Meowth scolded Kojiru, patting its racing heart in relief. This guy is a bit strong. Musashi, quickly release your Ekans, and let us work together to defeat him, Kojiru urged. But he is a handsome guy. Isn't it a bit wrong to gang up on him? Musashi hesitated, gazing at Yeshu, captivated by his looks. What are you hesitating for? Do you wish to be his lover? Give up. He will never notice you. Kojiru jabbed at Musashi's heart. What did you say? Even if I can't have him, I want to let him be with anyone else. Watch me capture him for my own enjoyment. Musashi retorted angrily, delivering a punch to Kojiru before releasing Ekans. This trio certainly brought much joy to Ash's journey, yet it was time to send them on their way. Forges, use Fairy Wind to blow them away, Yeshu commanded. A powerful gust swept toward the Rocket Team trio, uprooting the ground beneath them. What an impressive Florges. Why doesn't my Pokemon evolve into an Eevee? Ash exclaimed enviously, watching Florges unleash its formidable move. Ash, you can't even catch a Pokemon. Yet you dream of encountering an Eevee. It probably fled before you could even find it, Brock teased Ash, who had just begun to recover from his earlier defeat. Even if I'm down, you shouldn't feel any better. Oh, it seems I must study Pokemon theory more diligently. Next time I battle Yeshu, I will not lose. Ash declared, his fists clenched in fervor. Despite the prior setback that had shaken his confidence, Ash's spirit was quickly rejuvenated, as if he had completely forgotten about his earlier failure. What a powerful wind. This feeling is so annoying. The Rocket Team trio and their Pokemon were swept into the air by the fairy wind, transforming into stars against the backdrop of the sky. Will they be alright? Falling from this height might cost them their lives. Sheng Dai gazed at the distant Rocket trio, now mere specks in the sky, and voiced his concern. It would be quite troublesome if someone were to get hurt. They will be fine. They are remarkably resilient, Yisu chuckled, well aware of the trio's ability to withstand adversity. Throughout the narrative, these three have been launched away countless times, yet continue to energetically oppose Ash. Perhaps they are the true protagonists after all. Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Rocket Trio. You have earned a lucky draw. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile once again graced Yisu's face. Discovering that defeating this trio could also yield rewards was indeed a delightful surprise. What are you laughing at, cousin? You look like a fool, Sheng Dai inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just that you dare to call your cousin a fool. Let me show you how to teach a lesson, Yisu replied, shaking his head. He would certainly not divulge matters related to the system. Realizing this, Yisu affectionately ruffled Sheng Dai's hair, leaving it in disarray. Moreover, Yisu had learned from the system that besides him, no one else could be aware of its existence. This meant that even if he were to disclose the system's secrets, others would instantly forget everything about it. I was wrong, cousin. Please spare me. My hairstyle is ruined. Sheng Dai exclaimed. Yisu, we must take our leave. When we meet again, I shall battle you once more, Ash called out to Yisu, who was playfully interacting with Sheng Dai. Though thoroughly defeated this time, Ash remained undeterred. His perseverance was unwavering, and he would not relent until he triumphed over Yisu. Let's talk about it when we meet again, Yisu replied ambiguously, neither agreeing nor refusing. Then it's settled. Next time, I will surely defeat you. Farewell. Ash waved and departed with Misty and Brock. Cousin, when shall we embark on our journey? Sheng Dai asked eagerly. Let us wait a few more days. It took a while to find a suitable training ground for Pokemon, so I want to let them train for a few more days, Yisu answered. Oh, Sheng Dai nodded, and then watched as Yisu trained the Pokemon. By the way, Xiaoyi, I am quite curious as to why Eevee has so many evolution types and such complex conditions, Alice inquired with interest. Eevee's genes are highly versatile. The current evolution types largely depend on external conditions to alter the evolution process. Perhaps only the elder generation of the Eevee family truly understands this phenomenon, Yisu explained. Now, he too was not entirely certain about Eevee's evolution circumstances. Its numerous evolution types made it unique among Pokemon. Elder generation of the Eevee family? Also, why is the flame on your Charizard's tail black and unmeasurably hot? Alice asked. Charizard was fortunate enough to receive a feather from Ho-Oh, which is why it possesses such a transformation, Yisu replied. A feather from Ho-Oh? Such a wondrous item exists. Alice exclaimed, astonished that Yisu had encountered Ho-Oh. Chapter 52, Squirtle Fire Brigade. For others, obtaining a Ho-Oh feather might be impossible. However, for Yisu, the fact that he still had the feather without it being stripped away was already a stroke of luck. I know of Ho-Oh. It is a legendary Pokemon from the Johto region, Sheng Dai chimed in, raising her hand. She had read about it in books. It was impossible for her not to know about the illustrious Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is recorded in myths, possessing the miraculous ability to resurrect the deceased. Its body radiates a spectrum of colors, akin to that of a phoenix or peacock, and wherever it flies, rainbows are formed. It is said that those who witness Ho-Oh will attain everlasting happiness. Did you receive Ho-Oh's blessing when you obtained its feather, cousin? Those who see Ho-Oh are eternally blessed with happiness, Sheng Dai remarked. Yisu shrugged helplessly, pondering how surprised they would be if they knew that the feather was seized by him. Alice glanced at Yisu and, interpreting his expression, deduced that the feather was certainly not a gift from Ho-Oh, but rather acquired through some dubious means. She wondered if this would offend Ho-Oh. Xiaoyi, legendary Pokemon are immensely powerful. Although you are formidable, it would be best to avoid offending them as much as possible, Alice advised. Perhaps offending one or two isn't alarming. But if too many are angered, what happens when they retaliate? Rest assured, sister, I am prudent in my actions, Yisu assured her. Though Ho-Oh had reluctantly relinquished its feather, it was aware that Yisu's Latios was not to be trifled with. During their stay at the Pokemon Academy for several days, Yisu primarily focused on training his Pokemon, fostering their bond. However, it was mostly playful, as his Pokémon had been with him for quite some time. Their intimacy already profound. The training over the past few days was not without its merits. Nearly all Pokémon had seen an improvement in their strength. Among them, Gyarados had broken through its previous limitations, advancing from Elite Peak to the initial stage of Quasi-Champion. Now, all of Yisu's Pokémon had achieved a level of strength that would not see explosive growth in the short term. The weakest among them was already at the Quasi-Champion level, and now it was merely a matter of comprehending and mastering their essence. Yisu decided it was time to conclude their training. Shengdai, prepare yourself. After we finish lunch, we will set off. We should arrive at the next town before nightfall. Yay, are we finally setting off? I've been waiting for this day for so long. Shengdai exclaimed joyfully. Bouncing up and down. Are we departing? Alice, who had been playing with Maril, looked towards Yisu. Yes, the training is nearly complete. It's time to challenge the gym and test their training results. Yisu affirmed with a nod. Is testing even necessary? Your Pokémon are all at least quasi-champion level. Is it really needed? Alice queried. After enjoying a lunch prepared by Nai, Yisu and the others set off, with Nai transforming into Ralts and resting atop Yisu's head. Ever since Nai learned to change forms, she had taken a liking to becoming Ralts and clung to Yisu, occasionally acting coyly. In her shiny Gardevoir form, Nai appeared more mature and composed, while in her Ralts form, she exhibited childlike behavior and a particular attachment to Yisu. The scenery along the way is so beautiful, Shengdai exclaimed with excitement. Having been cherished by her family, she had rarely ventured far from home, mostly only going between home and school. In this real world, Pokémon could pose a threat to those traveling in the wild, making it quite perilous for those without Pokémon to venture outside. Shengdai, if you run too fast now, don't complain of exhaustion later, Yisu called out to her as she dashed ahead. Glancing at the map, Yisu nodded in realization that they were nearing their destination. Xiaoyu, I am quite familiar with Kanto. There is no need to consult the map. Just let me lead the way, Alice confidently boasted, patting her chest. Yisu regarded her skeptically. Based on Alice's own account, she had visited Kanto 3 years prior. 3 years had passed, and given her somewhat scatterbrained nature, it was hard to believe she still remembered the way. Xiaoyi, do you not trust your sister? Alice playfully pinched Yisu's cheek. TSK, your skin is so smooth. How do you maintain it? Even I, a woman, am envious, she added. Stop pinching my face. Do you think I, Yisu, have no pride? Yisu protested, removing Alice's hand. Xiaoyi is once again dismissing his sister. Oh no. Alice feigned tears, pretending to cry. Yisu chose to quicken his pace, ignoring her, while Nai, perched on his head, turned and made a mocking face at Alice. How infuriating. Why has Nai become so mischievous after transforming into Lapras? It's utterly exasperating. I almost feel like giving her a good thrashing. Alice stomped her foot and hurried after her. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at a quaint little town by dusk. By this time, Shengdai had lost the excitement she had at the beginning of their adventure, looking utterly exhausted. I had no idea traveling could be so tiring, Shengdai lamented weakly. As a pampered young lady, she had hardly traversed any distance. The journey from her home to school was the longest she had ever walked. And now she found herself trudging for what felt like an eternity, her legs almost giving out. Shengdai, are you struggling to keep up? Would you like me to escort you back home? Alice asked with a mischievous glint in her eye as she approached Shengdai. No, I absolutely refuse to go back. Having chosen to embark on this journey, I must endure, no matter how arduous or exhausting it may be. I must cherish this opportunity, Shengdai declared with determination. Yasuko nodded in agreement. If Shengdai were to become too delicate, he would undoubtedly send her back. Is that a Squirtle? Why are there so many? Shengdai exclaimed in astonishment as a group of Squirtless scampered by. As the Kanto starter Pokémon, encountering even one is rare, let alone a whole pack. And they were all sporting black sunglasses, exuding a gang-like aura. Yasuko gazed at the Squirtle group, feeling a sense of familiarity. This must be the Squirtle squad. Ash's Squirtle is the leader of this gang. Hurry up and help me extinguish the fire, Ms. Junsha said anxiously, rushing off in a specific direction. Has the Squirtle squad transformed into a firefighting unit? It seems Ash has successfully recruited the leader of the Squirtle squad, Yasuko mused quietly. Xiaoya, didn't you want to catch a Squirtle? It's rare to encounter them now. Would you like to try capturing one? Alice inquired, recognizing this as a rare opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 53, Journey to the Lighthouse. Yasuko shook his head. The potential of these Squirtless was at best that of a quasi-champion. Pokémon with such limited potential didn't pique his interest. He sought to capture those with at least champion-level potential. It wasn't he that Yasuko looked down upon these quasi-champion Pokémon. Rather, His own team was predominantly comprised of champion-level Pokémon, rendering the quasi-champions ineffective in his lineup. Perhaps Ash's Squirtle possessed champion potential, but Yasuko felt no envy. Ash's Squirtle had a fatal flaw. It was reluctant to evolve. This was indeed a significant drawback. While some Pokémon could maintain their effectiveness without evolving, Squirtle was not among them. They were disinclined to evolve, and Ash respected their choice, which, though noble, resulted in Ash being considerably underwhelming during the early and mid stages of his journey. For Yasuko, the inability to evolve was unacceptable. So even if Ash had not captured the Squirtle leader, Yasuko had no intention of doing so. The town offered nothing particularly remarkable, and after resting for the night, Yasuko continued on his journey. "Let us go here," Yasuko exclaimed, pulling out a map and pointing to a location. The place he indicated was not Leaf Town, but rather a lighthouse known as the Jinghui Lighthouse. Knowing the storyline, Yasuko was aware that a formidable Dragonite resided there, a creature of immense strength. Yasuko was intrigued by this colossal Dragonite, rumored to be an ancient Pokémon of considerable power. The Jinghui Lighthouse. What purpose do we have there? It won't lead us to Leaf Town and seems to take us even further away, Alice queried, puzzled. Actually, I sensed through my sixth sense that there's something valuable to behold there. It might even be a delightful surprise. Yasuko replied, wearing a mysterious smile. How enigmatic. I wonder what schemes you are concocting. Though Alice expressed her skepticism, she and Shindai followed Yasuko nonetheless. Since it was Yasuko's journey, they felt it would be impolite to disregard his wishes, especially as he was their beloved brother. Yasuko was uncertain if Ash had reached the lighthouse yet. Considering he had previously captured the leader of the Squirtle squad, if Ash arrived first, Yasuko might miss the opportunity to see the gigantic Dragonite. However, Yasuko was unfazed. Even without the colossal Dragonite, he would be fine. His curiosity about the creature was piqued, and if it was present, all the better. No matter how extraordinary the Dragonite's abilities, it could never surpass Nei's prowess, so Yasuko remained utterly calm. Furthermore, although this Dragonite was exceptional, possibly an ancient Pokémon, it did not belong to the legendary class. Except for a few rare cases, most Pokémon cannot transcend their inherent limits. Legendary Pokémon are not simply named. Nei was a Pokémon bestowed by the system, allowing her to break through the constraints of Pokémon strength and attain such remarkable heights. Perhaps she now stood shoulder to shoulder with Arceus. However, Dragonite, despite being a pseudo-legend, was still an ordinary Pokémon, a fact that was indisputable. At best, it could be deemed somewhat impressive among ordinary Pokémon, hence earning the title of pseudo-legend. The disparity between pseudo-legends and actual legends is significant. A mere word separates them. Like a chasm. Even if the giant Dragonite were an ancient Pokémon, its strength would not be excessively extraordinary. After a lengthy journey, Yasuko and his companions finally arrived at the seaside, gazing at the boundless ocean stretching before them. Emerging from the forest to behold the sea is such a breathtaking sight, Shindai observed, feeling her fatigue dissipate in the presence of such beauty, which always uplifts the spirit. Let us prepare lunch on the beach, Alice suggested, glancing at Nei, the only one among them capable of cooking delicious meals. Neither Yasuko nor Alice were skilled in the culinary arts, and Shindai, as a pampered lady, also lacked cooking abilities. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on Nei. Nei opened her mouth expectantly, gazing at Yasuko. With a resigned sigh, Yasuko retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and offered it to Nei. Satisfied, Nei nodded and transformed into her Shinado form, beginning to prepare lunch. Yasuko reclined lazily on the pristine sand, relishing the leisurely moment. Just then, a large kingler scuttled by, curiously inspecting Yasuko before continuing on its way. Yasuko glanced at the departing kingler, feeling no desire to capture it. Had its potential been sufficiently high, he might have considered it, but this kingler's potential was lacking. Not only was its potential unimpressive, but it was also noticeably smaller than its kin, clearly a stunted kingler. Hey, Yasuko, what a coincidence. Hearing the call, Yasuko stood up and turned to find Ash running out from the forest. It seemed Ash had arrived later than him, and now they could witness the giant Dragonite. Let us battle, Yasuko. I have captured 6 Pokémon now, Ash exclaimed, eager to challenge Yasuko once more. In recent days, Ash had captured Bulbasaur, followed by Charmander. And finally Squirtle. He had successfully captured all 3 starters of Kanto. Maybe not today. I haven't eaten yet, and lack the energy for a Pokémon battle. Yasuko replied casually, brushing off Ash's enthusiasm. The current Ash bore little difference from the one of a few days prior, and Yasuko preferred not to waste time battling him. Oh, Ash appeared oblivious to Yasuko's nonchalance and lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. By the way, Ash, you seem in quite a hurry. Do you have something urgent to attend to? You asked that. I actually want to catch a Pokémon, Ash said, clenching his fist. A Pokémon? There's one over there. What do you think of that Kingler? Yasuko pointed to the Kingler that was ambling away into the distance. Is that also a Pokémon? Ash inquired, as he took out his Pokédex and aimed it at the Kingler. A mechanical voice emanated from the device. Kingler, typically inhabiting coastal areas. With an average height of 40 centimeters. 40 centimeters? It certainly does not appear to measure up to that. Could it be underdeveloped? Ash mused, gesturing with his hands. The Kingler paused, expelling white bubbles from its mouth, seemingly displeased with Ash's remarks. In a reckless act, Ash poked the Kingler, and it retaliated without hesitation, pinching his finger firmly. Chapter 54, The Gigantic Dragonite. Ouch, that hurts. Ash yelped, the pain causing him to shout loudly. Nightshade observed Ash's plight from a distance, feeling a vain throb on his forehead. Knowing that the Kingler was agitated, yet Ash dared to touch it. If it were me, I would have crushed him outright. However, Ash truly exemplifies the spirit of a novice. Had this been anyone else, they would likely have suffered a severed finger from that pinch. Remarkably, Ash merely winced in pain and was otherwise unscathed. Impressive indeed. The Kingler clacked its pincers, glaring at Ash, who returned the stare, their eyes locked in a fierce contest. If looks could kill, both Ash and the Kingler would have perished countless times over. Do you wish to duel me? If so, bring it on. Though I may be smaller, I am still a Pokémon, Ash declared, picking up a twig and brandishing it at the Kingler, mimicking the stance of a challenger. After enduring a barrage of criticism from Misty and Brock, Ash resolved to capture a Pokémon by himself, without the aid of his companions. In a stroke of surprising skill, he actually succeeded in capturing the Kingler, leaving one to wonder whether Ash was exceptionally strong or if the Kingler was simply weak, allowing for such an easy capture. Hooray! I have successfully captured the Kingler, Ash exclaimed, a goofy grin plastered across his face. Yet, shortly after, the Pokeball was whisked away. Where did my Pokémon go? Why has it suddenly vanished? Ash exclaimed in panic. Ash, do you truly not know? Pokémon trainers can typically carry only 6 Pokémon, Misty interjected as she approached. If you acquire another, it will be sent to the Pokémon Center, which is essentially Professor Oak's research facility, Brock explained. Oh, Ash nodded, his gaze shifting toward Nightshade's Pokémon, suddenly sensing something amiss. But why does Nightshade have more than 6 Pokémon without them being sent away? Ash queried, perplexed. Misty and Brock exchanged a glance, pondering how to address this. The Pokémon world is not entirely equitable. Class distinctions exist everywhere. The rule of carrying only 6 Pokémon applies mainly to ordinary trainers. True powerhouses are not constrained by such regulations. During discussions about the Mega Evolution bracelets with Nightshade, the Pokémon League had imposed numerous conditions, including profit sharing, a delay in the bracelet's release, and limitations on the number of Pokémon one could carry, effectively obstructing Nightshade's ability to capture Pokémon. Individuals from smaller or mid-sized families might choose to bring along subordinates to assist in carrying Pokémon, thereby circumventing this limitation. In contrast, larger and elite families face no such restrictions. After all, the League itself comprises various family factions. Hence, why would they impose limits on their own? However, Misty and Brock had no intention of divulging this to Ash. Knowing too much would be of little benefit. This was simply an unspoken rule of the world. And one person standing against the entire League seems a near impossible venture, with Nightshade being the only exception. Stop asking so many questions. How fortuitous that you are all here. Misty interjected, redirecting Ash's inquiries as she greeted Nightshade and his companions. Would you care to join us for a meal? The food is ready, Nightshade invited. Is that all right? Misty asked, somewhat shyly. If it were just Nightshade, she might not have felt so bashful, but with Alice present, the stunning beauty left her feeling somewhat self-conscious. Of course, Alice replied with a smile. Naiha prepared delicious grilled meat, golden in color with a crispy exterior and tender interior, prompting Ash and his companions to sing its praises. Look, there's a lighthouse over there. Should we go take a look? Ash exclaimed, pointing toward the distant structure. You all can go, Nightshade replied, shaking his head. He felt no inclination to visit Professor Jinghui, as he was primarily interested in the colossal Dragonite. Besides, the lighthouse was quite a distance away. Although it appeared close, reaching it would require a roundabout journey, making it considerably further. Moreover, Xingdai was quite fatigued. By the time they reached the Jinghui lighthouse, night would likely have fallen, making it far more enjoyable to simply relax on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and the scenery. With Ash now present, it was highly probable that the gigantic Dragonite would soon appear. Thus, there was little merit in unnecessary travel. After bidding farewell, Ash and his friends set off for the Jinghui lighthouse while Nightshade and his group remained on the beach, taking in the view. As night fell, a peculiar sound emanated from the Jinghui lighthouse, reverberating across the waters. Upon hearing it, Nightshade sat up, gazing into the distance. It seemed to be the voice of the gigantic Dragonite. Roar! A sound echoed from the ocean, reminiscent of a Dragonite's call. The gigantic Dragonite, a Pokémon from ancient times, remained unique among its kind, continuing to exist in the present day, perpetually calling out from the waters near Jinghui Lighthouse in search of lost companions. What is that sound? It feels so lonely, Alice remarked, her eyes fixed on the distant lighthouse. The night sea was shrouded in thick fog, only allowing the vague outline of a colossal creature to be discerned, reminiscent of a giant. What could that enormous creature be? Is it also a Pokémon? Alice exclaimed, astonished at the distant silhouette. Doesn't that outline resemble a Dragonite? Nightshade gently suggested. Now that you mention it, it really does look like one, Alice replied, her gaze sharpening as she observed the form more closely. Nightshade smiled. The colossal Dragonite had finally revealed itself, and the wait had been worthwhile. The existence of a Dragonite of such enormous stature was indeed astonishing. Alice had now firmly identified the gigantic Pokémon before her as a Dragonite. For the resemblance was too striking. It was essentially an enlarged version of the Dragonite's silhouette, and even through the mist, one could perceive its rotund body. Nightshade utilized his system to scan the gigantic Dragonite. Name, Dragonite. Type, Dragon, Flying. Potential, Level 2 Deity. Strength, Pinnacle of Level 2 Deity. Description, originally a Dragonite with Sa. G potential, it has surpassed its potential limitations over countless ages, elevating its strength, a truly rare Pokémon among millions. Wow, to break through so many restrictions and rise from Level 3 to Level 2 Deity is no small feat, something even legendary Pokémon struggle to accomplish. Chapter 55, Confrontation with the Gigantic Dragonite. Surpassing potential limitations to elevate strength is indeed remarkable. Pokémon typically enhance their strength after breaking through their potential. Yet this gigantic Dragonite achieved a direct breakthrough, an extraordinary rarity. The pain associated with such a feat is immense. The potential of a Pokémon essentially defines its highest achievements. Forcing a breakthrough beyond potential limits can result in one of two outcomes: the so-called flash of brilliance, where one gains immense power only to perish immediately, or struggles for a few days before succumbing. This scenario bears a staggering 99.9% probability. Another possibility is that, similar to the colossal Dragonite before us, after breaking through its potential limitations, it not only survived, but also experienced an enhancement in its abilities, a likelihood so minuscule that it is almost deemed impossible. This is the first time I have encountered such a gigantic Dragonite. Saida gazed in awe at the immense creature. Not just you, it's actually my first time as well, Alice remarked. Having traveled for 3 years, Alice considered herself well-versed in various wonders, yet witnessing this colossal Dragonite today was truly eye-opening. Do you think my 3-headed dragon can defeat this gigantic Dragonite? Alice inquired, turning to Yesu. While I do not wish to dampen your spirits, your 3-headed dragon would undoubtedly be obliterated, even with Protect. The disparity in strength between it and this gigantic Dragonite is insurmountable, akin to the difference between a low-tier deity and one at the pinnacle of the second rank. The gap is indeed vast, spanning 3 levels of divine power, including 2 minor stages. I see, Alice said, her head drooping in disappointment. She had initially hoped to pit her 3-headed dragon against the gigantic Dragonite, but it seemed wiser to reconsider. Just then, a rocket launcher struck the gigantic Dragonite on the head. The immense creature scratched its head, seemingly irked. Turning its gaze towards the source of the attack, it unleashed a devastating beam of destruction. A brilliant beam sliced through the night sky, causing a tremor in the air as it struck the location from which the rocket had been fired. The trio from Team Rocket vanished in a twinkling of light amidst the cataclysmic onslaught. It must be said that Team Rocket possesses remarkable resilience. Had it been anyone else, a single hit from that beam would likely have been fatal. This was no ordinary Pokémon attack. It was the devastating light from a peak-tier deity, wielding a fragment of the laws of power, something no human could withstand. Now, this is what a protagonist looks like, observed Yesu, as he gazed at the trio soaring into the heavens. In truth, the power of the beam had been somewhat suppressed, hence their survival. Had the gigantic Dragonite unleashed its full might, the radiant lighthouse would surely have been obliterated. However, even under these circumstances, the resilience of Team Rocket is astounding. What are you looking at, Koyuki? Alice asked, following Yesu's gaze but seeing nothing. I am observing 3 individuals who may have transcended human limitations, Yesu replied with a smile. By now, the trio from Team Rocket had flown away, rendering them invisible to Alice. Only Yesu, with his extraordinary eyesight, could spot them against the backdrop of the exceptionally bright moon. Did someone attack the gigantic Dragonite? Indeed, it was Team Rocket. They are quite audacious. Though one must commend their courage, few would dare confront such an imposing creature. Are those the same 3 individuals we encountered at school? Saida asked in surprise. Yes. And they were sent flying by the Dragonite's devastating beam. Koyuki, did you know there was a gigantic Dragonite here? Otherwise, why would you come to this place? Alice pondered, realization dawning upon her. Yes, Yesu nodded. He had come here precisely to capture the gigantic Dragonite. As the colossal Dragonite prepared to take flight after emitting a roar, Yesu released Celebi. Celebi, intercept the gigantic Dragonite, he commanded. Celebi nodded, positioning its diminutive form before the imposing Dragonite. A stark contrast akin to a lone figure standing before a towering mountain. A tentative psychic attack struck the gigantic Dragonite, which felt an overwhelming force emanating from its front, nearly causing it to stumble. The earlier rocket attack had not inflicted pain, but this psychic assault was markedly different. Though Celebi appeared adorably naive and playful, beneath that charming facade lay formidable power. Even a tentative strike inflicted significant damage upon the gigantic Dragonite. The immense creature turned, its eyes blazing with fury. It was enraged, having heard what seemed like the voices of companions approaching, yet upon seeing none, the Dragonite, having sought companionship for years, was incensed. This was also the reason it had retaliated against Team Rocket. Dragonite, despite its endearing demeanor, would not tolerate any encroachment upon its territory. Despite its massive form, the Dragonite could fly faster than the speed of sound, capable of circumnavigating the globe in approximately 16 hours. When it detects a vessel trapped in a storm, it guides them to safety and rescues those drowning in the ocean. However, when its habitat is threatened, it can become a tempest of rage. Wild Dragonites are exceedingly rare, typically residing along coastlines. It is rumored that somewhere in the vast ocean lies an island solely inhabited by Dragonites. Now that it had truly felt pain, the colossal Dragonite's temper flared. Gazing at Celebi soaring above, it unleashed another beam of annihilation. This beam was markedly more potent than the one directed at Team Rocket. Celebi employed its teleportation ability to evade the Dragonite's attack, while the Dragonite experienced no adverse effects from its use of the beam. Legendary Pokémon have largely overcome the drawbacks associated with their moves, a truly formidable trait. The gigantic Dragonite, resembling a cannon, relentlessly bombarded the sky with beams aimed at Latias, as if it possessed infinite stamina. Meanwhile, Celebi playfully danced in the air, skillfully evading the Dragonite's attacks and teasing its massive form, occasionally launching a psychic strike. All of its attacks were deftly dodged, infuriating the gigantic Dragonite, which then opted to cease its use of the beam and instead unleashed a thunder attack. Chapter 56, Capturing the Dragonite. The colossal Dragonite, observing Celebi flying in the sky, assumed it was a flying-type Pokémon and unleashed an electric attack, effective against flying types. However, Celebi is not a flying-type Pokémon. It is of the psychic and grass types. Thus, Thunder's effectiveness against Latias was halved and ultimately missed, as Celebi evaded it with its teleportation ability. Watching Celebi frolicking in the air, a vein appeared on Yesu's forehead. Knowing Celebi as he did, he realized that once it began to play, it would be an endless affair. Without intervention, Celebi could likely engage the gigantic Dragonite in a battle lasting an entire year. Celebi, enough playing. Quickly deal with it. We must leave, Yesu called out. Upon hearing his admonition, Celebi ceased its playful antics, its gaze toward the gigantic Dragonite taking on a more serious demeanor. As a Pokémon, it possessed an innate sense of danger, and the gigantic Dragonite could feel the looming threat. Sensing the peril, the colossal Dragonite felt a rush of excitement. It had lost count of the years it had survived. Over countless battles, it had faced numerous foes, yet it had not encountered a worthy opponent in a long while. Although it had not found its companions, the prospect of meeting a challenger thrilled the gigantic Dragonite. As it gazed at Celebi soaring through the sky, it opened its mouth and let out a roar. However, the sound was as adorable as its appearance, lacking any semblance of authority. Dragonite, by nature, is not imposing. If one were to compare it with Charizard, an uninformed onlooker would undoubtedly perceive Charizard as the more formidable. Yet, those who are deceived by its charming exterior would surely suffer the consequences. Celebi. Command the solar flare nightfall towards Celebi. Celebi harnessed the power of moonlight. Although it is not sunlight, the moonlight is merely a reflection of the sun's rays. Celebi emitted rays of exceedingly high temperature, so intense that they caused the water in the ocean to evaporate rapidly, further obscuring the already unclear weather. While Solar Flare is a signature move of the grass type, its effect was so formidable that it could rival even a fire-type attack. The enormous Dragonite was struck by the Solar Flare, despite the tremendous power and the swift velocity of the light, which made it nearly impossible to perceive. Dragonite managed to withstand the assault. Its massive form, although rendering it somewhat sluggish, bestowed upon it formidable defensive capabilities, as well as exceptional stamina and strength. However, the Solar Flare inflicted considerable damage upon the colossal Dragonite, though the weather was not particularly favorable for sunlight. Had it not been for the weather conditions and the immense stamina of the giant Dragonite, it would have been defeated in a single blow. It appears that the enormous Dragonite is unable to take flight. Alice remarked after observing Dragonite for a while. If the giant Dragonite were capable of flying, it certainly would not be entangled with Shalebi in the water. It would undoubtedly ascend, as staying grounded puts it at a disadvantage. In the pursuit of one attribute, one often sacrifices another. The gigantic Dragonite gained tremendous size, strength, and stamina, yet it lost its ability to soar, its tiny wings insufficient to lift its massive body. Nightfall whispered. Although Dragonite's wings had indeed expanded significantly, they still appeared minuscule in comparison to its vast physique. I never knew my brother was so philosophical, Alice teased, pinching Nightfall's cheek. Saint Di, witnessing Nightfall's resigned expression as Alice playfully pinched him, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, Nay, perched atop Nightfall's head, pouted and indignantly declared, "Don't bully Nightfall, or I'll come after you." Nay brandished her tiny fist at Alice as a sign of her threat. Following her transformation, Nay exhibited varying personalities. In her Ralts form, she was more cuddly and adorable, while in her Curlia form, she was quite the tsundere, and as a Gardevoir, she displayed a gentle and caring demeanor. It was a remarkable transition from a little girl to a refined lady. "Humph, I won't stoop to your level," Alice retorted, though Nay insisted on engaging, playfully slapping Alice's hand. "Ouch, that hurt," Alice gasped, noticing her hand had turned red. "Hee." Nay giggled behind her hand. Infuriated, Alice clenched her fists, ready to retaliate against Nay, but Nay swiftly soared into the sky. "Come on, fly up here and hit me," Nay taunted Alice, causing her face to flush with irritation. Nightfall observed this spectacle, desperately stifling laughter, fully aware that if he laughed, the irate Alice would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon him. Nightfall focused intently on the battle between Shalebi and the colossal Dragonite, adopting a serious demeanor as he prepared to direct the fight. "Shalebi, use confusion," Nightfall shouted earnestly. Upon receiving Nightfall's command, Shalebi's blue eyes began to emanate a pink glow. The giant Dragonite, overwhelmed by an influx of psychic energy, began to thump its head repeatedly in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. "Shalebi, use hypnosis." Shalebi flew in front of the beleaguered Dragonite, its eyes radiating circular waves. The already dazed Dragonite succumbed to sleep, standing upright. "Well done, Shalebi. Now use Dream Eater to finish it." The giant Dragonite appeared to confront some terrifying ordeal, its previously dazed expression now replaced by one of acute distress. Ultimately, the immense Dragonite could not withstand the psychic onslaught, crashing heavily onto the ocean's surface, generating immense waves before losing consciousness, its eyes spiraling into a daze. Nightfall produced a Master Ball and threw it towards the giant Dragonite, which was successfully captured with little resistance, merely shaking once before being confined. Shalebi returned with the Master Ball. Nightfall accepted the ball and gazed out at the ocean, relieved that their battle had not caused any significant disturbance. Even the towering waves stirred up were effortlessly quelled by Nay, though the sounds of their conflict were still quite loud, likely audible from the nearby city of Withered Leaf. "Little Knight, so Shalebi's battle prowess is this formidable? I thought it was merely a healer," Saint Di remarked to Shalebi. Upon hearing this, Shalebi puffed up proudly, its head nearly touching the sky, rivaling Nay's Ralts form. Chapter 57. Capturing the Colossal Dragonite. Shalebi indeed possesses the strength of a legendary Pokémon, and Dragonite lacked any defenses against psychic attacks, giving Shalebi a significant advantage in this encounter. Nightfall released the giant Dragonite, which lay on the shore, still in a dazed state. "Wow, it's really this large. I couldn't fully appreciate it from the ocean's surface," Alice exclaimed, gazing at the Dragonite, which resembled a small mountain. "It is indeed quite large. I wonder how the Pokeball managed to contain it." Nightfall mused as he accessed the system's marketplace. A screen appeared, visible only to Nightfall, as he searched for items that could reduce a Pokemon's size. Uncertain if such items existed in the marketplace, he held on to hope for a shrinking potion. Otherwise, The Dragonite's immense size would render it impractical for battle except in special circumstances, and it would attract too much attention. Just as he was about to concede defeat, he spotted a glimmer of hope, a shrinking potion, capable of reducing a Pokemon's size. This potion was not inexpensive, costing 50,000 points, but fortunately, Nightfall had amassed a substantial amount of points. He sighed, realizing he would need to earn more points soon, perhaps by capturing legendary Pokemon. Currently, he possessed over 200,000 points, making the purchase of the shrinking potion a trivial matter. Most of his points were earned through fishing and capturing Pokemon like Giratina, with fishing contributing the majority. Though it was tedious, the rapid accumulation of points was undeniable. Each successful catch netted him about 5,000 points. And with the system's upgraded fishing rod, earning tens of thousands was a breeze. Having spent 400,000 points to capture Giratina, he had also used 200,000 to purchase 3 Dragon-type eggs for his sister, leaving him with 20,000 points. Nightfall had not actively sought to farm points. Were he to fish daily, neither of the two lovely companions beside him would allow it. After administering the shrinking potion to the giant Dragonite, its body reduced in size at a visible pace, ultimately settling at a height of 4 to 5 meters. Witnessing this transformation, Alice and Saint Dai were both astonished. In light of their amazement, Nightfall had already devised an excuse, claiming it was a peculiar potion derived from a strange fruit found in the evergreen forest, possessing unique properties. Alice did not pry further. Despite her 3 years of travel, there remained many wonders in the world she was yet to discover. Nay tended to the giant Dragonite's injuries. Although it had shrunk, its stature still appeared twice that of a typical Dragonite. Upon awakening and noticing its altered form, Dragonite displayed a human-like expression of surprise, turning its gaze towards Nightfall, pondering if he was responsible for this transformation. Dragonite, do you wish to become my Pokemon? Moreover, your physique can revert back. Yisu inquired of the Dragonite. Upon hearing this, the Dragonite, under the astonished gazes of Alice and Shengdai, gradually expanded in size before slowly diminishing. After a moment of contemplation, the Dragonite shook its head. It did not wish to become Yisu's Pokemon, even if it had lost and was offered the ability to alter its form. Dragonite, I understand you seek to find other Pokemon akin to yourself, yet time has elapsed. Any Pokemon from the previous era should have long since perished. However, my Pokemon can be your companion, Yisu remarked, gesturing towards his own Pokemon. He recognized that the Dragonite was not merely searching for contemporaries, but rather companions with whom it could communicate and play. Its previous colossal size had rendered it unable to engage with ordinary Pokemon, who, upon witnessing its immense stature, would flee in terror. Thus, the giant Dragonite had always been solitary and profoundly lonely, prompting its quest for like-minded Pokemon. Now, however, having shrunk in size, it was still larger than a typical Dragonite, yet had become relatively normal. The Dragonite tilted its head in contemplation, noticing the 2 smaller Dragonites nearby. One belonging to Yisu, awarded by the Alliance, and the other a gift from Professor Okido. It regarded them with curiosity. The Dragonite nodded, and a smile spread across Yisu's face. He knew he had successfully persuaded the Dragonite. At that moment, he had truly captured the giant Dragonite. Congratulations, little Yi. You've captured yet another formidable Pokemon, but it seems your Dragonite count is becoming quite substantial, Alice exclaimed, embracing Yisu's head while observing the 3 Dragonites frolicking together. You're amazing, cousin. Shengdai gazed at Yisu with admiration. Hee. Yisu smiled at the Dragonites, exhilarated at having captured a peak-level Dragonite. Despite possessing several legendary Pokemon, he could not contain his excitement. This Dragonite is unique in the entire world. It holds significant collectible value. Before long, Ash and his companions rushed over, accompanied by Professor Jingwei. Yisu, your Pokemon is incredible, Ash exclaimed, staring at Celebi. This is the legendary time-traveling Pokemon, the guardian of the forest, Celebi. I never expected that, in addition to witnessing the giant Dragonite today, I would also encounter a true legendary Pokemon. I can't believe Yisu managed to capture a legendary Pokemon. Misty gazed at Yisu in astonishment. Although they had seen Celebi before, they didn't recognize its significance, merely viewing it as a charming Pokemon. After all, how could such an adorable creature possibly be a legendary Pokemon? They believed legendary Pokemon to be fierce, like Ho-Oh. Only after Professor Jingwei's explanation did they realize that this seemingly cute Pokemon was indeed a legendary creature. Yisu, may I battle with your Celebi? Ash's eyes gleamed with fervor, fixated on Celebi. Startled by Ash's intense gaze, Celebi dove into Yisu's pocket. How could you challenge such an adorable Pokemon? I misjudged you, Misty scolded, playfully punching Ash on the head. Do you really think you can compete with a legendary Pokemon? Professor Yisu, what about that giant Dragonite? Professor Jingwei inquired curiously. Please, just call me Yisu. Professor feels rather awkward. As for the giant Dragonite, this is it. Yisu indicated towards the large Dragonite. How did it become so small? Professor Jingwei asked in astonishment. Upon hearing Professor Jingwei's words, the giant Dragonite began to grow larger, returning to its original form. It can actually change size? How marvelous. Yisu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The implication was clear, it was a secret. Professor Jingwei recognized that sometimes knowing too much could be detrimental. Yisu, may I study this Dragonite and Celebi? Professor Jingwei asked hopefully. Upon hearing this, Yisu's smile faded gradually. Professor Jingwei, I regard each Pokémon as a companion and family. You must understand my sentiment, Yisu stated earnestly, locking eyes with Professor Jingwei. Every professor, upon encountering legendary or extraordinary Pokémon, often thinks of research. It's a professional instinct that Yisu could comprehend. However, understanding did not equate to Yisu being willing to let anyone else study his Pokémon. While others might acquiesce, Yisu resolutely would not. Once a Pokémon becomes his, it signifies a close partnership. Who would relinquish their partner for research? Even Professor Okido had never suggested studying his Pokémon, merely observing Yisu's Celebi. Professor Jingwei awkwardly chuckled and quickly apologized. I apologize for my impudence. It was understandable. After all, no one would allow a stranger to study their Pokémon. Professor Jingwei cast a lingering glance at the large Dragonite and Celebi before bidding farewell to Yisu. Ash and his companions also returned to Professor Jingwei's lighthouse. As night fell, Yisu entered his tent. The tent, set up not far from the beach, was shielded from the chilly sea breeze, thanks to Nei's psychic abilities, which blocked the wind entirely. The following morning, Yisu awoke and noticed that Alice and Shengdai were still asleep. He quietly rose, freshened up, and made his way to the beach. After a brief morning workout on the sand, he felt compelled to test his strength and took out Dragonite's Pokeball. Releasing the Pokémon, Dragonite, unleash your power upon me, Yisu instructed. The Dragonite tilted its head in confusion, unsure of what was meant by this. Hit me. Do you understand? Yisu clarified. The Dragonite shook its head, puzzled. Why would it strike him? Don't worry. I'm not as weak as you think, Yisu assured. Throwing a punch into the air, producing a sonic boom. The sound of the sonic boom indicated that Yisu's punch approached the speed of sound, a sight that would leave onlookers astounded. Yisu sensed that ever since he began using weighted wristbands, his strength had seen a notable increase. These wristbands, won in a previous lottery, were embedded with a keystone, known as the Gravity Keystone wristbands. Upon hearing the sonic boom, the Dragonite's eyes lit up. Its previously naive expression now serious as it nodded in agreement to spar with Yisu. The Dragonite threw a punch at Yisu, albeit hesitantly, as it was unsure of Yisu's true strength and feared injuring him. In an instant, Yisu responded with lightning speed, grasping the Dragonite's arm and forcefully tossing it aside. The Dragonite, hurled through the air, spun several times before landing awkwardly on the sand. It pulled its head from the ground, spitting out sand and looking at Yisu with bewilderment, questioning how he possessed such strength. Don't worry about injuring me. You can go all out, Yisu encouraged the Dragonite. The Dragonite nodded, having gained a rough understanding of Yisu's strength from their initial exchange. It recognized that in terms of raw power, Yisu vastly surpassed it. This time, the Dragonite unleashed its Dragon Claw attack, its sharp claws aiming for Yisu. Yisu met the attack with a punch of his own, the collision resulting in him remaining firmly planted on the sand, while the Dragonite was sent flying, landing awkwardly on its back. The Dragonite pulled its head from the sand, spitting out grains and casting a disgruntled glare at Yisu. Ha ha, Dragonite, you look so adorable. Yisu laughed heartily. In that moment, Yisu had still been holding back against the Dragonite. Now, with his astonishing strength, augmented by his psychic abilities, he likely possessed greater might than even a pinnacle champion level Machamp. At present, Dragonite remains at the mid-champion stage. Even upon reaching the later stages of championship, it may not necessarily prove a worthy adversary against Nightshade in terms of combat. Although Nightshade has not mastered any fighting techniques, his speed, strength, and reflexes are remarkably swift, rendering him formidable even without formal training in combat moves. Dragonite charged towards Nightshade with great haste, only to be effortlessly tossed aside once again. Frustrated, Dragonite cast a glance at Nightshade, deciding not to continue their sparring session, which had devolved into a one-sided display of dominance. Dragonite had not learned many close combat techniques, primarily focusing on ranged and dragon-type moves, and out of concern for injuring Nightshade, refrained from using them. Nevertheless, Even if he had, Nightshade's psychic abilities would have easily neutralized them, indicating that Dragonite had underestimated Nightshade's prowess. With the decision made to cease hostilities, Nightshade turned to approach Alice, who was seated beside the tent. During the sparring, Alice had already awakened and, concerned for Nightshade's safety, contemplated intervening. However, upon witnessing Nightshade effortlessly hurling Dragonite, her anxiety dissipated, and she chose instead to observe with keen interest. As Nightshade approached, Alice circled him, poking his arm with curiosity. Although Nightshade lacked visible musculature, the immense strength he could unleash left Alice utterly astonished. "Are you attempting to study me, dear sister?" Nightshade quipped, pushing Alice away in mild annoyance. "How dare you disdain me?" Alice retorted, biting down on Nightshade's arm. "Ouch, that hurts. I apologize," Nightshade exclaimed in pain. "Little Nightshade, you woke up without waking me? How cruel." Naya flew out of the tent, playfully biting the top of Nightshade's head. "That hurts. Naya, let go of me. Are you all dogs, so capable of biting?" Nightshade lamented, feeling overwhelmed by their affections. Nightshade attempted to pry Naya off, but she stubbornly held on, leaving him reluctant to pull too hard, lest he inflict pain upon himself. "Release me, and I shall offer you some candy," Nightshade proposed. Only then did Naya relent, demanding, "I want 2 pieces. Feed me." Naya opened her mouth expectantly. Nightshade retrieved 2 candies, unwrapped them, and tossed them into her waiting mouth. Chapter 59, A New Companion? Once you've eaten, prepare breakfast. Nightshade gently tapped Naya on the forehead. "Yay." Naya nodded, a flash of light enveloping her as she transformed from Ralts into Curlia, promptly setting about preparing breakfast. Nightshade rubbed his head. Although Naya's bite was gentle, he still felt the residue of saliva and noticed a few strands of hair had been displaced. "Alice, why are you up so early? You usually prefer to sleep in?" Nightshade asked, puzzled. "Is the sun rising from the west?" "Address me as sister," Alice replied, ruffling Nightshade's hair. "It's just that I'm not at home, so I couldn't sleep well. Hence waking up early." Before long, Shinda also arose, and after washing up, breakfast prepared by Naya was ready. After enjoying their meal, Nightshade and his companions began to tidy up, preparing to set off for Leaf City. However, an unexpected helicopter arrival halted their progress. "Alice, it has been ages." And Nightshade, "Greetings." Kana cheerfully descended from the helicopter. "Ah, it's Sister Kana. And the flamboyantly dressed figure must be Stephen, the Dragon Master," Nightshade observed, eyeing the two. Stephen, having just disembarked, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Indeed, his attire was quite ostentatious, complete with a flowing cape. Were he not a celebrity, he would surely be the subject of ridicule for such flamboyance. Among all champions, aside from Michael, Stephen was undoubtedly the most flamboyant. Kana approached and embraced Nightshade, who was taken aback by the warmth of her embrace, realizing that in this regard, his sister Alice was utterly outclassed. "Are you two going to embrace forever?" Alice interjected, jealousy evident as she pulled Nightshade out of Kana's arms. Shinda, too, pouted, comparing her own figure to Kana's, feeling thoroughly overshadowed. The contrast between a youthful girl and a woman was stark. "Ah, Alice, are you feeling jealous?" Kana teased, grinning. "Humph." Alice huffed, although on good terms with Kana. Should she attempt to steal her brother away, their friendship would be forfeit. "Nightshade once declared he would marry me when he grows up. Should I follow suit and call you sister?" Kana jested, winking at Alice. "Not a chance. You're dreaming." "Wait, I never said that," Nightshade protested, but before he could finish, Alice bit his hand once more. "Ah, sister, you bit me again. It hurts. Kana, please comfort me." Nightshade whimpered, leaning back into Kana's embrace. Kana's cheeks flushed slightly as she chuckled and held Nightshade close. Alice, seething with jealousy, thought to herself how unfortunate it was to have befriended Kana, her irritation palpable. I'm still here. Can we acknowledge my presence?" Stephen interjected, feeling rather forlorn. "I'm still single, and it seems fashionable these days to lure dogs into traps. How disheartening." Watching Nightshade nestled in Kana's embrace, he felt a mix of envy and resentment. Was this the privilege of good looks? He believed himself equally deserving of such treatment. "Oh, right, you champions must be here on official business," Alice remarked, pulling Nightshade away from Kana's hold. Reluctantly, Nightshade cast a lingering glance at Kana's embrace, feeling as though he were being pampered. "Well, we are here due to the issue concerning the giant Dragonite," Kana replied, her expression turning serious as she addressed the matter at hand. Upon mentioning the serious topic, Kana's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "The giant Dragonite. Oh, it appears the grapevine is quite effective," Nightshade chuckled lightly. Having captured the giant Dragonite just the previous night, it was astonishing that the League was already aware within mere hours, Perhaps they were not as inept as he initially assumed. The entire populace of Leaf City must have heard the resounding commotion from the previous night. How could the League remain oblivious? Stephen shrugged, explaining, the League is indeed aware. What does the League intend? Alice inquired, sensing their attention towards the situation. Nothing specific, just requesting us to come and take a look. However, Nightshade, you must be cautious. It is likely that some individuals have already set their sights on you. Kana cautioned with grave concern. The strength of the giant Dragonite was estimated to be at least at the level of a level 3 deity, and with Nightshade in possession of Shalebi, the League had come to regard him as a being of divine caliber. He had become a thorn in their side, especially with the addition of another Pokémon surpassing level 3 deity status, posing a significant threat to the League's stability. Thus, it was only natural for Nightshade to be targeted. Who wouldn't covet a divine beast? Even with Nightshade's possession of a legendary Pokémon as a deterrent, there would always be those willing to take risks. In the face of immense temptation, all rules and threats could be disregarded. No worries. I am not afraid of being watched, Nightshade replied calmly, ready to confront any challengers who dared to cross him. However, given Nightshade's personality and capabilities, it seemed unlikely that mere intimidation would suffice. I understand you possess a legendary Pokémon and take pride in it. If your enemies are overt, you can easily handle them. But should they strike from the shadows with ruthless tactics, a legendary Pokémon alone may not suffice, Kana advised earnestly. Rest assured, my abilities extend far beyond what you perceive. Not even a nuclear bomb could bring me down. Should I truly unleash my potential, the entire world might find itself at my mercy. Nightshade's statement was not merely bravado. With Naya's powers now reaching levels beyond that of even Arceus, it could be said that no Pokémon could rival her. Moreover, he possesses a peak legendary Pokémon, the mighty Rayquaza, alongside the early-stage legends, Giratina and Kyurem. The mega evolution of Rayquaza, combined with the fusion of Kyurem with Reshiram and Zekrom, would undoubtedly overpower all legendary Pokémon beneath the formidable alpaca. Kona shook her head. Although she was unaware of Yasuo's true power, she, as the champion of the Alliance, understood the capabilities of both the League and the nefarious forces better than most. She believed that regardless of how formidable one might be, they could not threaten the existence of the Alliance. The presence of legendary Pokémon and the colossal Dragonite merely posed a threat to certain interests of the League, but it was far from a fundamental danger. Nevertheless, Kona felt reassured by her own presence, along with the influence of Alice's family and the intimidation factor of Professor Oak, which should suffice to deter a considerable number of individuals. However, she recognized the impossibility of intimidating everyone. There were always those willing to take risks, such as Team Rocket, whose madness was well known. Kona was particularly concerned about Team Rocket potentially targeting Yasuo, as even she, the champion, was not entirely familiar with their true strength. The fact that Team Rocket could contend with the Alliance in the Kanto and Johto regions and maintain their longevity spoke volumes about their power. Chapter 60, Dato's Self-Destruction. Dato observed Yasuo and Kona engage in conversation, leaving him feeling somewhat neglected, and a bitter smile crept onto his face. Am I truly so insignificant? In past encounters, he had always been the center of attention, yet here, as the champion of Johto and the king of Kanto, he found himself overshadowed. Although Alice was not a champion, her status was hardly inferior to his own. While his knowledge of her true strength was limited, rumors spoke of terrifying prowess, with a Sa G-grade, three-headed dragon capable of easily overpowering Dato. As for Kona, despite her status as a champion, she had a type advantage over Dato. Every time he attempted to challenge the champion of Kanto, he found himself defeated. Kona's Kingdra was immensely powerful, and its Ice-type moves posed a significant threat to Dato's solely Dragon-type team. Thus, Kona, with her formidable abilities, had little reason to concern herself with Dato's pride. As for Yasuo, he was even less inclined to regard Dato with any sense of superiority. After all, could a mere legendary Pokémon belittle everything? Yet Yasuo did not act in such a manner. If an ordinary person were to possess a legendary Pokémon, they might very well boast excessively. Regarding Sidai, despite the formidable Uten family backing him, how embarrassing would it be for such a prominent figure, holding both the champion and king titles, to be compared to a mere child? My apologies, I forgot about you. I'm rather busy at the moment. Despite Yasuo's words of apology, there was no hint of genuine remorse in his tone. To Dato, Yasuo's words felt like a dagger to the heart. He felt unjustly overlooked, and the pain of being ignored as a champion and king weighed heavily on him, especially as Yasuo flaunted his bond with another. Yasuo, may I take a look at your Dragonite and Shalebi? Shifting his focus back to more pressing matters, Dato composed himself and inquired with a hopeful expression. Legendary Pokemon are elusive and rare, and at over 30 years of age, Dato had only ever encountered a Pokemon that could be considered a legendary, his family's guardian Dragonite. The Uryu family boasted a Dragonite that had lived for an extensive period, rumored to be the ancestral Pokemon that founded their lineage, now possessing the strength of a level 3 legendary. However, while that Dragonite was powerful, it did not belong to the true legendary category, which Dato had yet to witness. Very well, I shall indulge you, Yasu nodded. Dato was not a malevolent individual, and allowing him a glimpse would not pose any issue. However, the fervent anticipation in his eyes suggested that a challenge might be forthcoming. Yasu released both Dragonite and Celebi. Upon emerging, Celebi nuzzled Yasu's face before nestling into his embrace, then waved a greeting to Kona nearby. Celebi and Kona were acquainted. When Kona and Alice had visited Professor Oak's lab, Yasu had been there, bored, and had met Celebi then. Celebi, long time no see. You still remember me? Kona waved back at Celebi. Generally, legendary Pokemon possess an air of superiority, often disregarding humans entirely, or even viewing them as adversaries. For instance, Yasu's Kyurem had a contentious relationship with humanity, and should it be released, it could very well attack others. However, Yasu's Celebi was not among them. It relished interaction with humans, especially Yasu, often clinging to him whenever it was released, much to the envy of Nei. Kona, you know Celebi? Dato asked in surprise. Indeed, Kona nodded, offering no further elaboration. Dato chose not to press further. Their relationship was merely professional, and delving deeper could lead to discomfort. He eyed Celebi, noting that it appeared as described in the records. Yet Yasu's Celebi seemed to exude a different aura of strength. Dato had never encountered a level 1 legendary before, and all he had seen of level 3 legendaries were already at their peak. He could not discern the true power of a level 1. After scrutinizing Celebi, Dato turned his attention to Dragonite, marveling at its imposing stature. Is this the colossal Dragonite? Though its size was considerable, the information provided by the League suggested otherwise, leaving Dato puzzled. According to the League's data, a colossal Dragonite should exceed 100 meters in height, and this 5-meter Dragonite clearly did not fit that description. Dragonite. Show him, Yasu instructed, patting Dragonite's side. The colossal Dragonite, unlike its regular counterpart, bore an air of ancient wisdom rather than a childish charm. Upon hearing Yasu's command, it began to grow, eventually halting at an impressive height of 100 meters. Now, this Dragonite truly embodied the essence of a colossal Dragonite, should Yasu wish to flaunt. This would be the perfect choice. Wow, so that's how it is. Fascinating. Does this Dragonite possess legendary level power? Dato inquired. The information from the League had not definitively classified this Dragonite as a legendary, merely speculating its potential strength. It's certainly superior to your family's Dragonite. Yasu replied with a light chuckle, fully aware of the strength of Dato's family guardian. Upon hearing this, Dato's heart raced. He was now convinced that this Dragonite indeed possessed legendary level power. Furthermore, its aura was restrained, suggesting it was quite possibly more formidable than his family's legendary Dragonite. Yasu, I wish to challenge this colossal Dragonite. Would that be permissible? Dato asked earnestly, producing his Pokeball with a serious demeanor. A challenge against the colossal Dragonite? Although he had sensed Dato's intent to challenge earlier, knowing the strength of the Dragonite made it clear that Dato was indeed brave. After a moment of sympathy for Dato, Yasu asked, Are you truly certain? To Yasu, Dato's challenge seemed akin to seeking punishment. Even if Dato were to summon his family's guardian, it would not stand a chance against the colossal Dragonite's might. Yes, I am absolutely certain. I wish to witness the power of a legendary Pokemon. Dato affirmed with a determined nod. Very well. Just don't be disheartened when you're swiftly defeated, Yasu cautioned, knowing Dato sought this challenge. After all, Dato's status would add an interesting layer to the encounter. Alice, Kona, and Side-Eye observed the unfolding challenge with keen interest. Come forth, Dragonite. Dato summoned a Pokeball, releasing his strongest Dragonite. Dato possessed multiple Dragonites, but this one was his strongest. Yasu checked its stats, confirming Dato's Dragonite was indeed at the champion rank. A champion-level Dragonite. Impressive, Yasu remarked softly. Kona was momentarily taken aback. Champion level? Dato's Dragonite has broken through? She recalled that the last time Dato had challenged her for the Kanto Championship, his Dragonite had still been at the mid-champion stage. Chapter 61, The Shock of the Onlookers. Now that Dato's Dragonite had achieved a breakthrough, even with type advantages in her favor, it seemed unlikely that Kona would be able to contend with Dato any longer. Duan gazed in astonishment at Yisu, questioning whether this was truly a novice trainer. How could someone who had only been traveling for such a brief period discern the prowess of their Dragonite with such clarity? If this was the level of growth being exhibited, one could easily imagine another champion in the making. Indeed, my Dragonite has already ascended to champion rank, having recently achieved a significant breakthrough. Then let us commence. Yisu nodded affirmatively. Duan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Battling a legendary Pokémon was no trivial matter. Given the current circumstances, defeat seemed inevitable. All he could do was mitigate the loss and at least manage a few exchanges. You go first, Yisu suggested to Duan, extending a gesture of courtesy, testing Duan's ability to seize the opportunity. If the gigantic Dragonite initiated the attack, it would undoubtedly obliterate Duan's Dragonite. As the disparity in strength was simply too vast, Duan did not decline. He would not show deference when facing a legendary Pokémon. Duan's capabilities are formidable. Yisu should not underestimate him, Kana remarked, recognizing that her understanding of Duan's prowess surpassed that of Yisu. Rest assured, Little Yi will certainly prevail. You have yet to comprehend the true strength of Little Ye's legendary Pokémon, Alice stated, devoid of any apprehension. Dragonite, unleash Ice Beam, Duan commanded, and his Dragonite unleashed a stream of icy energy that successfully struck the gigantic Dragonite, primarily because the latter did not attempt to evade. The intensity of the Ice Beam was deemed unnecessary to dodge by the gigantic Dragonite. It could withstand the attack as if it were merely a tickle. Gigantic Dragonite, deliver a punch, but be cautious not to exert excessive force. Upon hearing Yisu's directive, Duan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Even if the gigantic Dragonite possessed the strength of a legendary Pokémon, such an underestimation of his Dragonite's capabilities seemed unwarranted. The gigantic Dragonite acknowledged the command with a nod, its inherent legendary aura emanating forth. Duan found himself momentarily breathless, while his Dragonite recoiled in fear, retreating 2 steps under the weight of that overwhelming presence. Both were awestruck by the might of the gigantic Dragonite. The pressure exerted by the gigantic Dragonite was primarily directed at Duan's Dragonite, leaving Duan himself merely caught in the crossfire. Hence the intensity of the aura felt by his Dragonite was magnified. The gigantic Dragonite advanced with 2 deliberate steps. While the movement appeared slow to an observer, it seemed to materialize instantaneously before Duan's Dragonite, delivering a powerful blow to its abdomen. The impact was akin to being struck by a speeding freight truck, sending the Dragonite hurtling away, tracing a path across the surface of the ocean. Stirring waves as if clearing a channel, Duan was knocked to the ground by the fierce gust, his expression frozen in disbelief. Was that my Dragonite that just flew away? Kana stood in shock, having merely blinked, and Duan's Dragonite had vanished. The gigantic Dragonite scratched its head, turning back to look at Yisu with an innocent expression. As if to say, this hardly seems my fault. I held back considerably. It simply lacked strength. Yisu glanced toward the ocean, realizing that even with his own strength, he could not locate where the Dragonite had flown. That punch was indeed formidable. Gigantic Dragonite, swiftly retrieve it. We cannot afford for it to faint beneath the waves. Yisu called out urgently. The gigantic Dragonite nodded, its small wings fluttering slightly, launching itself forth with a speed surpassing any aircraft, carving a swift line across the ocean's surface. Before long, the gigantic Dragonite returned, grasping Duan's Dragonite, which now appeared quite disheveled, its body limp and eyes swirling, embodying the very essence of defeat. The gigantic Dragonite felt a pang of guilt upon seeing its opponent in such a state. Yisu had specifically instructed it to temper its strength, yet the sudden change in size had rendered it somewhat uncoordinated, inadvertently leading to excessive force. Regaining his senses, Duan was pained to witness his once proud Dragonite in such a pitiful condition. He produced a Pokeball to recall his Dragonite, only to release another, one of slightly lesser strength, at the beginner champion level. I apologize, my Dragonite has sustained significant injuries and must be taken to the Pokémon Center immediately, Duan announced, leaping onto the back of the newly summoned Dragonite and racing toward the Pokémon Center in Kuroha City. The injuries inflicted were far too grave to delay. Duan did not place blame on Yisu, recognizing that this challenge was a result of his own hubris. Having recently ascended to champion status in Chengdu and as a member of the Kanto Elite Four, Duan often found himself without worthy opponents. His defeat to Kana was merely a consequence of type disadvantage. Originally, Duan believed that with his champion-level abilities coupled with the advanced strength of his Dragonite, he could at least manage a few exchanges against a legendary Pokémon, even if he could not emerge victorious. However, reality proved he was still naive. Legendary Pokémon were indeed formidable. Even if not of the legendary species, the gigantic Dragonite possessed the power of a first-tier deity, capable of overwhelming Duan's Dragonite with ease. This was all the more evident as the gigantic Dragonite had not even utilized its full strength. Otherwise, it could have easily vanquished Duan's Dragonite with a single blow. Even a late-stage champion Pokémon proved insufficient against the lethal prowess of a legendary. Yisu observed Duan's swift departure, his mouth agape, intending to voice something, but ultimately refraining. He left in quite a rush. I had hoped to have Nai assist in treating his Dragonite, he mused. But the urgency of Duan's concern for his Pokémon propelled him away at an alarming speed. The gigantic Dragonite glanced in the direction of Duan's exit, offering an apologetic look toward Yisu. Although it had not fully restrained its strength, it had not unleashed all of its power either. It had merely employed a fraction of its capability. Yisu patted the gigantic Dragonite, refraining from chastising it, yet emphasizing the necessity of learning to control its strength. Should it fail to manage its power, it could lead to significant trouble. In an urban environment, Yisu would scarcely dare to unleash it. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could result in flattening a battleground, leading to disastrous consequences. Such was the overwhelming nature of a second-tier deity's strength. Isn't that just astonishing? Kana exclaimed, unable to fathom the might of the gigantic Dragonite. Her previous notions of legendary Pokémon's prowess paled in comparison. So this is the true power of a legendary Pokémon. I had been so naive, she lamented. This marked Kana's first encounter witnessing a legendary Pokémon showcase its might. The sheer terror of it all was undeniable. Even the most skilled trainers seemed dwarfed by the imposing presence of a legendary, as if facing an insurmountable mountain. Could one truly claim Duan was not formidable? The answer was unequivocally no. He was a battle-hardened veteran, having traveled for years, his command over Pokémon reaching its zenith. After all, how else could he have achieved the rank of Elite Four? Yet, when the gigantic Dragonite struck, Duan barely had time to react. Chapter 62. Duan, once again astounded. Just as when he had captured Giratina, Yisu found himself rendered incapable of issuing commands while witnessing the battle between Rayquaza and Giratina. In the blink of an eye, the two legendary Pokémon had exchanged over 100 blows, leaving no time for directives to be relayed. Now, all that remains is to head to Kuroha City and check on Duan's Dragonite. Yisu addressed the three women. Then let us take the helicopter. It will expedite our journey, Kana suggested, pointing towards the helicopter station nearby. Absolutely. I've never ridden in a helicopter before, Shindai exclaimed, racing forward. The Yuding family owned a helicopter and a dedicated helipad, but they had always been overly cautious with Shindai, fearing any misfortune would befall her. Hence she had never experienced a helicopter ride. Soon, aboard the helicopter, they arrived at Kuroha City, landing directly at the Pokémon Center. With no helipad available at the center, they had to settle for a clear patch of ground. The staff at the Pokémon Center were taken aback, never expecting to see travelers arriving by helicopter, a rather extravagant sight. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, they were greeted by the sight of a visibly distressed Duan. I sincerely apologize, my Dragonite may have been a bit too forceful, Yisu said, addressing Duan. It matters not. I was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts, believing I could exchange blows with a divine beast. Ultimately, my hubris has led to this predicament, and there is no need for your apologies. Dewey shook his head, candidly acknowledging his own folly. The might of the divine beast is genuinely formidable. In the past, I could only grasp its power through hearsay. It is no wonder that each time I challenged our family's guardian, the Dragonite, it hardly paid me any heed. The truth is, I was simply too weak. A bittersweet smile graced Dewey's lips as he truly recognized his limitations. It is no wonder that every time he confronted the guardian Dragonite of his family, it didn't even spare him a glance. The chasm in their strength was daunting. Indeed, the gargantuan Dragonite of Yeshu far surpasses the family's guardian Dragonite, likely by an entire realm. According to Yeshu's recollection, the guardian Dragonite of the Dewey family possesses only the strength of a level 3 intermediate deity, while the great Dragonite stands at the pinnacle of level 2 deity. Of course, even a level 3 intermediate deity would find it a mere trifle to vanquish Dewey's Dragonite. How fares the Dragonite now? Yeshu inquired of Dewey. If Miss Joy cannot remedy the situation, we shall call upon Naya, for it is indeed my Pokémon that has injured the Dragonite. Miss Joy has reassured me not to worry, yet my heart is still heavy, Dewey lamented, clearly troubled for his Dragonite, which had been by his side since its youth. After all, a bond formed over such a lengthy period is profound. Even a pig would develop feelings, let alone a Pokémon that battles daily. Yeshu nodded, empathizing with Dewey's sentiments. Should his own Pokémon suffer harm, he would likely be even more anxious than Dewey. However, unlike Dewey, with the presence of Shalebi and Naya, He might have the means to address the injury on the spot. Half an hour later, Miss Joy emerged from the operating room, her face glistening with sweat and weariness evident in her demeanor. "Miss Joy, how is my Dragonite? Is it safe?" Dewey called out, rushing to her side. "Dewey, your Dragonite is gravely injured, but we acted swiftly. The rescue was successful. It merely requires several weeks of rest, so do not fret," Miss Joy replied, her exhaustion palpable. Upon hearing this, the immense weight on Dewey's chest dissipated, and he exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face as he bowed to Miss Joy. "I am immensely grateful to you, Miss Joy. It is nothing. Aiding Pokémon is my duty. However, you must remember, a month of recuperation is essential. During this time, it must not engage in training or battles." Miss Joy's admonition was solemn. The severity of the Dragonite's injuries necessitated proper recovery. Neglecting this could lead to lingering consequences. Dewey dared not disregard Miss Joy's counsel. Following her lead, Yeshu and Dewey entered the emergency room, where they beheld the Dragonite resting on the bed, still unconscious but no longer exhibiting signs of distress. Rather, it seemed to be peacefully slumbering. "Come forth, Celebi, and administer healing wave to the Dragonite." Yeshu summoned Celebi, who began to channel its healing energy. Initially, Yeshu intended to have Naya perform the healing, but considering the presence of so many onlookers, he abandoned the thought, wishing to keep Naya's uniqueness a secret. After all, it was prudent to retain some cards close to his chest. Moreover, Celebi's healing abilities were not significantly inferior to Naya's, while Naya was an all-encompassing Pokémon. Celebi specialized in healing. As Celebi worked its magic, the Dragonite gradually opened its eyes, rose to a sitting position, and, astonishingly, stood up. "Is it truly well?" Dewey exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the standing Dragonite. "Let us have Miss Joy examine it." Yeshu reminded Dewey. Right. Dewey hastily summoned Miss Joy to conduct an examination of the Dragonite. After the examination, Miss Joy was equally astounded, for the Dragonite appeared as if it had never been injured at all. "Thank you, Yeshu." Dewey expressed his gratitude fervently. Yeshu felt somewhat awkward. How could he accept thanks for a Pokémon that had been injured by his own? After thanking Yeshu for healing his Dragonite, Dewey mounted it and departed. For as the champion of the Chengdu region and the Elite Four of Kanto, his daily responsibilities were quite demanding. Having lingered for a considerable time, he now hastened on his way. Dewey left, yet Kona chose to remain. "Why do you want to travel with us?" Alice inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. For with the arrival of Shurdai, she now faced another rival. "What? Do you so loathe my companionship, dear sister?" Kona teased, tossing her hair. Alice, unyielding, nodded in affirmation. Since Kona's arrival, Yeshu's attention seemed fixated upon her, particularly her endowments. Hence, Alice felt a twinge of jealousy, especially now that Dewey had departed, leaving Kona behind. "My dear brother, what is it that captures your gaze so?" Alice smiled at Yeshu, although her smile bore a heavy undertone. "I cannot help it. The allure is simply irresistible. Were you to possess such charms, I would gaze upon you daily," Yeshu replied unabashedly. Kona's figure was indeed captivating. Her presence, both in anime and manga, had been strikingly apparent, yet in reality, one truly realizes the depth of her allure. Chapter 63, The Withered Leaf Gem. "Yeshu, since you are so enamored, why not share a bed with me tonight?" Kona leaned closer to Yeshu, her tone teasing. "If everyone has no objections, a little physical exchange could be quite delightful." Yeshu's eyes sparkled with mischief at the thought of sharing a bed with Kona. "Absolutely not." Alice and Shurdai firmly opposed, casting hostile glares at Kona, as if to say, this is not a chance to sneak away. Shurdai asserted that since she had yet to share a bed with Yeshu, how could it be Kona's turn? Kona merely smiled, undeterred by the two women's hostile stares. "Yeshu, you must not go. If I find you, I shall bite you to death," Alice threatened in a tone laced with urgency. "I shall never agree to your sleeping arrangements." Kona chuckled softly, fully aware that Alice would object. After spending over half a year together, she understood that despite her shyness around others, Alice was the ultimate sister complex. Yet, gazing at Yeshu's exceptionally appealing visage, Kona mused that if he were her brother, she too would undoubtedly be a sister complex. One cannot deny that Yeshu is indeed handsome. Without the system as a golden finger, his looks alone could suffice as an advantage in this world, where appearance often precedes ability. Much of the reason Kona befriended Alice was due to Yeshu's presence. She found him irresistibly adorable, prompting her to join Alice and Gardevoir on their journey. Upon learning that Yeshu was Alice's brother, Kona silently vowed, "After meeting your brother, I am bound to this sisterhood. I can only extend my apologies. I am now off to challenge the Withered Leaf Gem. Will you accompany me?" Yeshu inquired. "I shall," To ensure you are not abducted by nefarious individuals, Kona replied, her tone implying that she was eyeing Alice and Sure Die as potential threats. I am an adult now. Why does it feel as though I am still a child? Yeshu lamented with a hint of exasperation. In the Pokemon world, 15 years of age is considered adulthood, and thus Yeshu was indeed of age. Though you are an adult, you have yet to endure the harsh realities of society. I fear you might be led astray by a villain and end up counting their ill-gotten gains, Kona teased, ruffling Yeshu's hair. Do you take such delight in tousling my hair, Sister Kona? Yisu gently removed Kona's hand and then smoothed her hair. Your hair is incredibly soft, Yisu, even more so than a girl's. I find myself quite envious, Kona remarked with a smile. Aren't we supposed to challenge the gym? Let's go, Alice said, taking Yisu's hand as she, Side-Eye, and Kona departed from the Pokemon Center. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Withered Leaf Gym, the group observed someone sorrowfully rushing out, seemingly in tears. It appears that a Pokemon has been injured during a gym challenge. I have heard that the gym leader at Withered Leaf is rather harsh on novice trainers. Kona commented, observing the scene. Harsh. That's utterly excessive. To inflict such devastation on another's Pokemon, Side-Eye exclaimed indignantly. Yisu touched his nose, aware that Side-Eye was not referring to him, yet he couldn't shake off the awkward feeling. Just that morning, his Dragonite had severely injured Dato's Dragonite. Was he perhaps more ruthless than Dato himself? Side-Eye, recalling the incident, offered Yisu an awkward smile and said, Cousin Yisu, I'm not talking about you. Dato is simply lacking in skill. Well done, Side-Eye, your double standards are showing, Yisu replied, giving her a thumbs up. Although criticized for being a hypocrite, Yisu himself also harbored double standards. When it came to the same situation, he would apply different standards to friends and outsiders, naturally favoring those close to him. Upon entering the Withered Leaf Gym, they were greeted by a group of rather unruly individuals, resembling a gang. If it weren't for the gym's entrance, one might mistakenly believe they had stumbled into a den of thieves. Kona frowned at the sight, realizing why Dato often faced complaints. Aside from being harsh on trainers, there were other serious issues at play. More challengers? Are they truly so oblivious? One of the lackeys began to speak, but Dato immediately interrupted, ordering them to leave. Confused but sensing Dato's rising anger, they hurriedly departed. Hello, King Kona. What brings you here today? Dato said nervously. It seems that your gym has many issues, Dato. The league has taken notice, and if you do not rectify your ways soon, your position as gym leader may be at risk, Kona warned, observing Dato carefully. Dato, already intimidated by Kona's presence, feared that he was there to strip him of his title. I am here to accompany Yisu in challenging the gym, Kona stated matter-of-factly. Dato sighed in relief, grateful that Kona was not there to depose him. I am here to challenge the gym, and I look forward to your guidance, Yisu said, stepping forward. Oh, of course. It's merely a mutual exchange of skills, Dato responded hastily, eager to maintain his composure. With Kona accompanying Yisu, it was evident that he was no ordinary challenger. Dato, not foolish, resolved that regardless of Yisu's capabilities, he would offer the orange badge, hoping to establish a rapport first. The rules of the Withered Leaf Gym dictate a one-on-one battle, with the challenger attacking first. My Pokemon is Raichu, Dato declared, releasing Raichu. Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu, lost some of its charm compared to its pre-evolved counterpart, leading many to choose not to evolve their Pikachu. Go, Beedrill. Yisu called forth Beedrill, which had not battled since the last challenge against Barwood. Let the battle commence. Beedrill, use Poison Sting. Yisu commanded, eyeing Raichu. Dato's Raichu was only at elite peak strength, while Yisu's Beedrill had already reached Quasi-King level prowess. Raichu, use Thunder Shock and then evade the attack. Raichu executed Thunder Shock but attempted to dodge too late. The speed of Poison Sting was too swift, resulting in Raichu getting struck and turning a shade of purple, indicating poisoning. What luck! To inflict poison on the first strike, Yisu mused. Meanwhile, Raichu's Thunder Shock was skillfully avoided by Beedrill. Beedrill, use Twin Needle. Beedrill approached Raichu, its twin stingers poised to strike. Dato felt a surge of excitement, seeing the opportunity. Raichu, quickly use Mega Punch. As Beedrill closed in, Dato's anticipation grew. Beedrill, use Protect, then unleash Bug Buzz. Beedrill successfully blocked the Mega Punch with Protect and retaliated with Bug Buzz, sending Raichu flying. Beedrill, use Solar Beam on Raichu in midair. Beedrill nodded, gathering sunlight before firing at the airborne Raichu. Although the power of this solar beam paled in comparison to Shalebi's, it was more than sufficient to defeat Raichu. Raichu, immediately use Protect, Dato urged, desperate to shield Raichu from the impending attack. End it with Hyper Beam, Yisu commanded. Beedrill unleashed a beam of white light, striking Raichu just as it had utilized Protect to shield against the solar beam. Raichu, caught off guard, was hit hard and sent crashing to the ground, its eyes spinning as it lost consciousness. Dato was left in shock, defeated by the relentless onslaught. He had hoped to show leniency, given his acquaintance with Yisu and Kuna, but before he could act, he was overwhelmed. You have triumphed. Here is the orange badge. I concede, Dato said, presenting the badge to Yisu. Thank you, Yisu replied, accepting the badge and preparing to depart. King Kuna, is my situation serious? Dato inquired, wanting to glean information before they left. The position of gym leader was one he did not wish to lose. Although many have lodged complaints against you, it is not yet dire. However, you must exercise caution moving forward, Kuna advised. Dato nodded solemnly, realizing he needed to be more prudent, especially in distancing himself from unruly subordinates. Yisu, let us visit the shop, Nei, who had been silently perched on Yisu's head, suggested. All right, I'll take you to the store. Yisu agreed as he, Kuna, Side-Eye, and Alice entered a grand mall. They purchased an assortment of fresh vegetables, meats, and a plethora of snacks, likely for Nei's indulgence, as the larvitar form of Nei was quite the glutton, especially when it came to treats. This mall was owned by Sakaki, and with the card Sakaki had given Yisu, there was no need for payment. While Yisu could afford it, why not take advantage of the generosity? I had no idea you possessed such a card. Is it from Sakaki? Kana exclaimed, surprised. In Kanto and Johto, there are very few who hold such a card, barely a handful, he added. Is it truly that rare? Side-Eye inquired, intrigued. Indeed, it is rare. This card is unlike any ordinary membership. Possessing it grants you the highest privileges in the shops owned by Sakaki. Essentially, a VIP card, Kana explained. I know Sakaki is the gym leader of the Tokiwa gym, but is he truly that formidable? Shungdai held a certain curiosity towards Sakaki. All she knew was that he was the master of the Tokiwa gym, while only Yasu knew his true identity. Kona nodded and remarked. Master Sakaki wields considerable influence in both the Kanto and Johto regions. He is a prominent businessman and a renowned philanthropist, known for his kindness and esteemed reputation. Yasu, having just taken a sip of water, could not help but spray it out upon hearing Kona's description. A benefactor? That man is the leader of Team Rocket, the most nefarious organization in the world. To label him as a great philanthropist? It seems Sakaki has crafted his image quite well. Indeed, he is the epitome of a successful villainous mastermind. Yasu, are you all right? It's nothing. I merely choked on my drink. Yasu waved his hand dismissively, with no intention of revealing Sakaki's identity. After all, Sakaki had not wronged him, so why provoke him? Disclosing Sakaki's true nature would surely offend him. Although Yasu harbored no fear of Sakaki, he had no desire to antagonize a foe unnecessarily. Wasn't it better to travel peacefully without seeking trouble? The SS, and will dock at the port of Korea City? Shungdai gazed at the information on the flyer. The SS, and I recall it being a lavish vessel. Alice chimed in. Indeed, the SS, and is a world-renowned luxury cruise liner, which docks at the port of Korea City every year. Shungdai, are you interested? Kona inquired after taking a glance at the flyer. Absolutely. I would love to see this famous luxury cruise ship, Shungdai responded enthusiastically. Cousin, do you have any interest? She turned to Yasu. Upon hearing the name SS, and Yasu felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. After a moment's reflection, he recalled, it was the very ship that sank in the anime. I find it quite intriguing. I would like to take a look, Yasu replied with a smile. This journey to the SS and would offer the chance to encounter Team Rocket, not the likes of Musashi and Kojiro, but other members of the organization. The SS and would not arrive at Koreha port until the following day, but tickets were required to board. Thus, Yasu led Kona, Shungdai, and Alice to the ticketing location to purchase their tickets. The next morning, Yasu, Kona, and Alice, accompanied by the excited Shungdai, made their way to Koreha port. As they left the bustling city and stepped into the more open suburban area, Yasu gradually slowed his pace, his gaze narrowing. Yasu, there are 9 individuals following you. Naya informed him. Yasu nodded. He was already aware. His aura reading ability allowed him to sense the unique waves emanating from those around him, and it was nearly impossible for anyone to conceal their presence from him. All living beings possess a wave, and Yasu was capable of detecting the waves they emitted. These waves represent the essence of every creature, the power of the mind. A powerful aura wielder can even discern the goodwill or malevolence of others. Yasu's aura reading power might very well make him the strongest aura wielder in human history, the so-called strongest aura hero. With such strength, he could undoubtedly sense the malevolence radiating from the pursuers behind him. Their intentions were clearly nefarious. Chapter 65, Team Rocket's attack? What is wrong, Yasu? Kona inquired, stopping in his tracks and regarding Yasu with a puzzled expression. Shengdai, who led the group, also halted, casting a curious glance at Yasu. Did you forget something? Alice questioned, perplexed. It's nothing. It seems some individuals are rather oblivious. Yasu remarked enigmatically. Kona was correct, in the face of immense profit. Everything else could be cast aside. Shengdai did not comprehend the implications of Yasu's words, but Kona and Alice understood immediately, swiftly retrieving their pokeballs. Captain, judging by their demeanor, it appears we have been discovered. What should we do? The scout reported to the leader. Then we shall proceed directly. You all hold off Kona while I deal with that brat possessing a legendary Pokémon. The Master's orders are clear. We must seize that legendary creature, the leader commanded. Disregarding Alice and Shengdai, whom they did not recognize. A mere girl and a slightly older woman posed no threat. 9 individuals clad in Team Rocket attire charged forth, swiftly surrounding Yasu and his companions. Their practiced movements indicated they had engaged in such antics numerous times before. Our boss has issued an order. Hand over the mighty Dragonite and the legendary Shalebi, or you shall face dire consequences. The leader glared coldly at Yasu. Is this Team Rocket? Kona assessed the 9 individuals' attire, his expression growing grave. Yasu furrowed his brow. Why were Team Rocket members here? Wasn't Sakaki supposed to be wary of him? Or was there more to the story? Perhaps Sakaki's Mutuo had been completed. To dare make a move against someone who possessed a legendary Pokémon, one must either be ignorant of its power or possess the means to counter it. Unless Sakaki himself had brought forth his newly created Mutuo, what gave Team Rocket the audacity to confront him? Currently, the status of Mutuo's creation remained uncertain. Even if it had been completed, how powerful could a freshly created Mutuo be? Furthermore, could Team Rocket even control it? Yasu was beginning to doubt if they were truly affiliated with Team Rocket. Oh, just because they wear Team Rocket uniforms makes them Team Rocket members? Let me hazard a guess. Are they from a family in the Kanto region? Yasu scrutinized them closely, watching for any change in their expressions. Upon hearing Yasu's inquiry, their faces remained impassive, though their pupils subtly contracted. While the shift was minuscule, Yasu, with his aura reading ability, discerned it clearly. These individuals were indeed not genuine Team Rocket operatives. They sought to masquerade as Team Rocket and implicate the organization in their misdeeds. Clearly, their intellect was commendable. Had Yasu not previously encountered Sakaki, he might have fallen for this ruse. We are Team Rocket. Spare us the pleasantries. Hand over the Pokémon immediately, or you shall find yourselves without a grave. The apparent leader asserted with conviction. Knowing I am a champion, you dare to speak so boldly? Do you possess some hidden trump card? Kona's gaze was icy as it bore into them. To threaten her, a champion, in such a manner suggested either foolishness or confidence. Yet their demeanor seemed to indicate the latter. Come forth, Venusaur. The leader hurled a pokeball, and a massive Venusaur materialized before them. With its imposing stature, this Venusaur was significantly larger than the average specimen, exuding an overwhelming aura. Kona could sense the extraordinary strength of this creature. It was no ordinary Venusaur. Come forth, Dragonair. Kona was not one to take chances. Even with Alice by her side, this was still a challenge to her as a champion. The opposition could not be unaware of the power of legendary Pokémon, so they must possess even greater cards up their sleeves. Thus, she released her strongest Pokémon without hesitation. The Team Rocket members unleashed their own Pokémon, ranging from Zubat to Spearow to Charizard, a diverse array. Yasu observed the Pokémon before him. Noting that they all boasted strength at or above the quasi-champion level, they were evidently well prepared. Kona, I will handle that Venusaur, Alice declared, releasing her 3-headed dragon towards Kona. This Venusaur possessed champion-level strength, making it a formidable opponent for Kona. All right, Kona acknowledged, fully aware of the Venusaur's prowess, realizing that her Dragonair might not stand a chance. Dragonair, unleash Ice Beam upon these Pokémon. Kona adjusted her glasses as she commanded. Dragonair's Ice Beam swept across the battlefield. And though some of the opposing Pokémon were indeed of the champion caliber, they were all swiftly encased in ice. Impossible. How could a champion be this powerful? The onlookers gaped in horror as they witnessed their Pokémon being frozen in an instant, astonished at the sheer might displayed by Kona. It appears that you have underestimated the strength of the champion. Fear not. With Venusaur present, they shall not pose a threat to us. The captain stepped forward to bolster the morale of the troops. Venusaur, if you choose to depart, we can overlook past grievances. Alice also empathizes with Pokémon. As it is ultimately the trainer's fault, why should the Pokémon bear the burden? Venusaur remained silent, instead demonstrating its resolve through action, beginning to gather sunlight in preparation for solar flare. Given this, I have nothing further to say. The 3-headed dragon interposed itself, and unleashed Dragon Pulse, ensuring not to eliminate Venusaur, but to leave it with a breath of life. Alice instructed the three-headed dragon. Nightshade shared a sense of sympathy for Venusaur, but Alice had already granted it an opportunity, which it failed to cherish. The three-headed dragon successfully shielded Venusaur from the solar flare and then unleashed a powerful Dragon Pulse, sending Venusaur hurtling back. The might of the three-headed dragon, a force capable of withstanding a champion-level attack, made the task seem effortless. With its jaws agape, the three-headed dragon unleashed a Dragon Pulse that struck Venusaur, whose mobility was insufficient to evade an onslaught of such magnitude. The impact of Dragon Pulse sent Venusaur flying several meters, affecting those standing nearby, resulting in their untimely demise. Following the attack, the three-headed dragon refrained from further aggression. Venusaur remained alive, albeit gravely wounded, suffering more than the swift dragon, yet still clinging to life. This was a testament to Alice's benevolence. Had she been merciless, Venusaur would have perished. The leading captain was fortunate to have not been standing alongside Venusaur, thus escaping the consequences of the attack. Chapter 66. The Consequences. However, his fortune was not particularly favorable. In fact, it could be argued he was worse off than those who had just fallen. How could this be? The captain of that group surveyed the battlefield, which had devolved into a one-sided massacre, and the presence of a divine beast had yet to be revealed. The few survivors suddenly knelt in despair, questioning the vast disparity in power. They had initially believed that with a champion-level Venusaur, seizing the divine beast would be effortless. Yet now it appeared to be a farcical notion. In a single strike, their treasured Venusaur, which they held in high regard, lay in a precarious state, its fate uncertain. Thoughts of fleeing crept into everyone's minds, but escape was not so simple. Attempting to flee, they found their other Pokémon encased in ice by Kona's Lapras, while the three-headed dragon kept a watchful eye. Nightshade, you handle this, Alice said, observing the defeated individuals on the ground, their faces etched with despair. Without an ounce of sympathy, merely entrusting them to Nightshade. Utilizing psychic abilities, Nightshade hypnotically controlled their captain. Speak. Who are you? Nightshade inquired with an air of indifference. Others had come to attack, seeking to seize his Pokémon. Nightshade was no saint, and sympathy was not an option. The hypnotized captain's eyes gradually lost their luster as he stared blankly at Nightshade, replying, "We are members of the Ueno family." The Ueno family? Nightshade questioned, glancing at Kona and Alice, uncertain of their significance but expecting they would know. The Ueno family is a prominent lineage in the Kanto region. Though not on par with the top families, they still wield considerable influence, Kona explained to Nightshade. However, the Ueno family was on the verge of decline, nearing extinction, with many great families eager to snatch a piece of the pie. So that is the case. Perhaps this is why they sought to lay hands on me, Nightshade mused. To avoid their downfall, they would naturally seek a solution. Perhaps they aimed to seize his divine beast to revive their family. Nightshade's assumptions were correct. They indeed sought to capture the divine beast to salvage their family's current predicament, even aspiring to rise as a superfamily at the pinnacle of power. Yet, they were woefully ignorant of the divine beast's true strength, believing that a champion-level Venusaur could stand against it. People in this world understood that divine beasts were formidable, yet the extent of their power remained a nebulous concept. Take Dui, for instance. He had never witnessed the might of a divine beast and only gleaned information from ancient texts, knowing it was powerful enough to inspire awe. However, with divine beasts seldom making appearances, their legendary might had faded from memory, leading Dui to challenge a Dragonite. Dui had mistakenly believed that with his powerful Dragonite and his status as an exceptional trainer, he could contend with a divine beast. The reality was stark. He was merely an overconfident challenger who quickly learned the truth of a divine beast's might. Divine beasts are divine beasts. They are not opponents that can be measured against ordinary Pokémon and trainers. If a champion like Dui had such a limited understanding, how much less could be expected from the Ueno family? They were confident that the Venusaur left by their ancestors would surely secure them the divine beast. Naturally, they had prepared for failure as well, as evidenced by their rocket team attire. In the event of failure, it would be the rocket team's responsibility, not theirs. If they succeeded, they would eliminate witnesses and leave behind only traces pointing to the rocket team, effectively framing them for the crime. Their plan was, in essence, quite perfect. Thus, regardless of success or failure, they had premeditated the scapegoating of the rocket team, given their status as an evil organization. Furthermore, they had employed a champion-level Venusaur, demonstrating their genuine determination for the divine beast. Kona was indeed a figure of considerable influence, but the Ueno family felt confident in their ability to subdue her. They had simply not anticipated Alice's involvement. Once the captain divulged everything, Nightshade utilized his psychic powers to induce brain death in the remaining survivors. Not the Rocket Team, but the Winnow family. They truly possess audacity, Kona remarked, a glint of cold fury flashing in her eyes. Indeed. I shall have my grandfather show the Winnow family what true power looks like, said Shodai, clenching his fists in indignation. Count me in. I will have my family create trouble for the Winnow family, Alice declared, revealing her own strength. Do not be angered. I will handle this matter. Previously, I wished to remain low-key, but now I shall reveal my hand and demonstrate what true deterrence looks like, Nightshade said with a smile. Although Nightshade was not enraged, he recognized that while they could contend with him, targeting his loved ones would lead to regret. It was time to exhibit a measure of strength to instill fear. Do you not require my assistance? Kona inquired. No, your methods are quite effective, but I wish to make it clear to all of Kanto that I am not to be trifled with. Kona champion, what is the situation here? Junsha arrived on her motorcycle. Upon seeing the fallen individuals and their attire, she was taken aback, realizing they were members of Team Rocket. Miss Junsha, these individuals attacked us, but they have all been neutralized. Please take care of the situation, Kona informed her. Very well, Kona champion, Junsha nodded. But what about that Venusaur? Junsha pointed toward the distant Venusaur. How shall we handle that? Kona turned to Nightshade, who considered taking the Venusaur for himself. Leave it to me. Nay, perched on Nightshade's shoulder, vanished in an instant. Soon, Nay returned, having healed the distant Venusaur, which looked around in confusion before departing with a weary gait. Nightshade, this is for you. Nay presented Nightshade with a vial of emerald green liquid. Miss Junsha, may we leave now? Nightshade asked. Junsha looked at Kona, then shook her head. I sincerely apologize, but despite the presence of King Kinna, for safety's sake, I must kindly request that you accompany me to record a statement. Miss Junsha said politely. She was indeed conflicted, as she held a considerable trust in King Kinna, yet for the sake of security, she had no choice but to ask them to leave. Since this is protocol, we shall not make things difficult for Miss Junsha. My apologies, Side-Eye, but it seems you will not be able to board the St. Anu. Yeshu stated to Side-Eye, unable to refuse, as one does not strike a smiling face, especially when Miss Junsha was so courteous. Chapter 67. What constitutes a divine beast? It is quite all right. Though we cannot visit this time, there will be future opportunities. Side-Eye replied with a smile. Yeshu shook his head slightly, realizing that this was indeed a lost opportunity, for once the St. Anu set sail, it would meet its demise. However, even in the absence of the St. Anu, there were still other luxurious cruise ships. At worst, he could take Side-Eye to visit other vessels in the future, accompanying Miss Junsha to the police station. The statement recording did not take long at all. I truly apologize for this, but it is the regulation. How about I treat you to a meal instead? Miss Junsha said with an apologetic expression after completing the statement. It is quite all right. This is part of your duty. Kinna did not hold any grievances, understanding that Miss Junsha was very diligent and would not permit any violation of regulations. Upon leaving the police station, Yeshu guided Kinna and Side-Eye away from the urban area to an open wilderness. Hehehe, now is the moment for my performance. Yeshu chuckled mischievously. What are you planning? You seem rather ominous, Side-Eye remarked, voicing her inner thoughts as she regarded Yeshu's sly demeanor. Really? Yeshu turned to the other two. You look rather foolish, Alice laughed. I am quite curious as to what you intend to do. You shall find out shortly. Arise, Giratina. At Yeshu's summons, Giratina, residing in the distortion world, suddenly opened its eyes, spiraled around, and opened a spatial portal to arrive in the present world. Indeed, Yeshu was prepared to unleash Giratina, intending to create an example of the Winnow family, the proverbial chicken in this scenario. They dared to be the first to stick their necks out, and now they would pay the price. Yeshu directly utilized his aura power to convey information regarding the Winnow family and the task he wished Giratina to undertake. Giratina nodded, ascending into the sky, heading towards the Winnow family with great fanfare, leaving no room for concealment. This was Yeshu's inaugural display of power to the world, and he intended to do so with flair. Kinna stood in a daze. It wasn't until Giratina had been gone for quite some time that she regained her senses. Yeshu, was that the Lord of the Distortion World, Giratina? Kinna inquired excitedly. She possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the myths of the Sinnoh region, and she could indeed recognize the 3 legendary dragons of Sinnoh. Side-Eye, bewildered, was unaware of Giratina, yet observing Kinna's excitement. She deduced that this oddly formed Pokémon must be quite formidable. Seeing Kinna's exhilaration, Yeshu understood well. Even Professor Oak had been unable to suppress his excitement upon encountering Giratina. Indeed, that is Giratina, the divine beast of the Sinnoh region. Let it now showcase its might. Everyone is aware of the purpose behind my convening this meeting, Chairman Damaranchi stated. It wasn't us who attacked. This has nothing to do with us, someone in the meeting remarked. While it is indeed a fact that we were not the assailants, the events transpired within our jurisdiction, and we cannot distance ourselves from the implications. You have witnessed Yeshu's methods. If mishandled, this could lead the League to suffer significant losses. The old man Damaranchi frowned. We can simply shift the blame onto Team Rocket, as the situation at the scene stands. Another member suggested. Damaranchi felt a headache coming on. If it were that simple, why would we be holding a meeting? Some individuals are not inclined to reason. Indeed, based on Miss Junch's statement, it was an attack by Team Rocket, but the matter will not resolve so easily. One of the vice presidents noted, should Yeshu's wrath be directed towards the League, we may have to pay a hefty price, a scenario the higher-ups would prefer to avoid, Damaranchi lamented. For now, we can only send the elite to mediate. It is said that Professor Oak holds Yeshu in high regard. Another vice president remarked, we must resort to this. Let us hope the situation will pass without further incident. Fortunately, Yeshu was unharmed. Otherwise, given Yeshu's temperament, the entire Kanto region might well be thrown into chaos. In the city of Tokiwa, within the Tokiwa gym, Sakiki's expression was notably serious. Team Rocket's intelligence was exceedingly astute, and upon hearing of Yeshu's alleged encounter with an attack from Team Rocket, Sakiki quickly became aware of the situation. Investigate thoroughly. We must uncover who has impersonated Team Rocket. Sakiki commanded angrily. This time, Sakiki was genuinely furious. Openly impersonating their Team Rocket and inciting enmity was something he would never forgive. Not only did they impersonate them, but they also opposed Yeshu. If Yeshu were to come knocking, Team Rocket could very well meet its end. Rest assured, boss. We will do our utmost to investigate and provide you with a satisfactory answer, Apollo said, bowing his head. A fierce roar echoed throughout the Kanto region, followed by an overwhelming oppressive force, akin to the end of the world, enveloping the inhabitants and Pokémon of the two regions. This is the pressure of a divine beast. Sakiki struggled to rise to his feet, releasing his Beedrill. Sakiki also possessed Pokémon of divine beast caliber, capable of recognizing that this pressure emanated from a divine beast, and it was extraordinarily potent. Upon Beedrill's emergence, it immediately unleashed its own aura to contend with this oppressive force. With Beedrill's level 3 divine strength, it could barely withstand Giratina's might, alleviating some of the divine pressure. However, Sakiki was not unscathed. Of course, this pressure enveloped both regions and was not directed solely at one Pokémon. Hence Beedrill could manage to hold its ground. If it had been aimed at a single individual, it would have been unable to withstand it. After all, level 3 divine beings and ultra-divine beasts spanned two great realms. What divine beast could this be? Sakiki stepped out of the gym, gazing into the distant sky. Boss, from the information we have just gathered, it appears to be Giratina, one of the 3 legendary dragons of the Sinnoh region. Team Rocket Executive Lance approached to report. Giratina? Sinnoh? Could it be Yeshu? Thoughts raced through Sakiki's mind. Instinctively, he sensed that Giratina's arrival in Kanto was undoubtedly linked to Yeshu. What a coincidence! Yeshu had just encountered an attack, and now a divine beast from Sinnoh appeared in Kanto. This was bound to provoke speculation. Giratina would not target Team Rocket, would it? Sakiki's expression suddenly darkened. If targeted by an ultra-divine beast, it could spell disaster for Team Rocket. Do we know where Giratina is headed? Sakiki immediately inquired. According to current speculation, it is flying towards Shallow Red City. Lance promptly replied. Sakiki closed his eyes in contemplation. Since it was not directed at Team Rocket, he decided to observe the situation. It seemed the Mutuo project needed to accelerate its pace. The power of divine beasts was indeed formidable. Chapter 68. The Annihilation of the Ueno Family. Within the domain of the Ueno family in Shallow Red City, Giratina loomed overhead, exuding an aura of despair. Head of the family? What should we do? The divine beast above seems to be targeting us. The others of the Ueno family looked to the middle-aged man at the forefront. The family head wore a bitter expression. How was he to know what to do? They had awaited good news at home, only to be met with Giratina's arrival, and judging by its fierce demeanor, the visitor bore ill intentions. Head, do you think it could be that person named Yeshu who summoned Giratina? After all, we have just offended him. In fact, Nightshade could also be referred to as the bearer of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. However, in this world, no one recognizes Rayquaza. To others, it is merely deemed a formidable Pokémon, not a divine beast. Upon witnessing Giratina, anyone capable of identifying it and privy to certain insights can surmise that Giratina's appearance in Kanto is intrinsically linked to Nightshade. This time, it serves as a warning. Nightshade intends to convey to all that he commands Giratina, and anyone daring to provoke him may wish to reconsider. Giratina gazes down upon the Winnow family with an expression devoid of warmth. With a fierce opening of its maw, it unleashes a devastating shockwave. The ground trembles as if struck by a meteor, and the entire city of Shallow Red quakes, causing several structures to shudder. The inhabitants of Shallow Red witness a radiant light akin to a meteor striking the domain of the Winnow family. Under the wrath of Giratina, a vast crater forms within a 10-mile radius, leaving the Winnow family utterly obliterated. After their annihilation, Giratina emits another thunderous roar. Its overwhelming presence scatters the clouds above, intensifying the pressure, forcing all Pokémon and people in Shallow Red to the ground, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This day will be etched in the memories of the city's citizens. Fortunately, Giratina does not linger for long before departing, though it exudes an aura of ostentation. Despite Giratina's display of power, no divine beast emerges to intervene. There are no legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region capable of contending with Giratina. Mew might be considered a legendary Pokémon of Kanto, while Mewtwo, despite originating from the region, has since roamed far and wide, leaving its status as a Kanto Pokémon in question. However, the Johto region boasts both Ho-Oh and Lugia, yet they too remain absent. Divine beasts seldom reveal themselves unless their own existence is threatened, especially in light of Giratina's overwhelming might. Giratina vanishes upon reaching Leaf City, and the oppressive aura that once pervaded both Kanto and Johto dissipates. Those observant souls who have been monitoring Giratina, upon discovering its disappearance in Leaf City, become increasingly convinced that it was summoned by Nightshade. With the Winnow family annihilated, it is time to ponder the implications. Damaranchi surveys the others, who remain silent. Giratina would not have destroyed the Winnow family without cause. Perhaps those who assaulted Nightshade were affiliated with them. Damaranchi, not lacking in intellect, quickly deduces this. Chairman, discussing this further serves no purpose. You have felt the weight of Giratina's presence. It would be wise to counsel some individuals against engaging in foolish actions, Damaranchi suggests. He nods, preparing to warn others not to provoke Nightshade, especially with the fate of the Winnow family so vividly displayed. The gaping crater serves as a stark reminder to all. Meanwhile, in the city of Tokiwa, Sakaki receives word of the events. Notify everyone below not to provoke Nightshade. He is no pushover, Sakaki commands. Moreover, those with ties to the Winnow family should understand what actions to take. It is evident that Giratina's obliteration of the Winnow family signifies their masquerade as members of Team Rocket. Though the Winnow family has perished, retribution must not end there. Let the ire be taken out on those who were closely associated with them. This serves as a deterrent to the outside world. A warning that those who attempt to cast blame on Team Rocket will face dire consequences. The blatant destruction of a family carries a grave implication. Yet such accusations require someone to impose judgment. The rules merely bind and protect the so-called weak. It is the strong who craft the laws. Now, who would dare confront Nightshade? Are divine beasts merely docile? Especially one as formidable as Giratina, rumored to be an ultra-legendary Pokémon. Furthermore, even if someone wished to seek retribution, there exists no evidence. The destruction of the Winnow family was wrought by Giratina. While speculation may tie it to Nightshade, without his acknowledgement, there is little that can be done. No one will advocate for a family that has been obliterated, especially not one that initiated hostilities. Thus, their demise is not unjust. Giratina's actions in Kanto will undoubtedly capture the attention of the entire world, Koro observes, astonished by the information circulating online. The populace of both Kanto and Johto has been affected. The pressure Giratina exuded felt akin to the dawn of an apocalypse. Those unaccustomed to such oppression cannot fathom its weight. Even now, they remain haunted by the experience, finally grasping the true power of divine beasts. Nightshade gently pats Giratina's form, chuckling softly. You have done well. I suspect few will dare to challenge me henceforth. The deterrent power of Giratina is undeniable. As the god of the distortion world, its prowess should serve as a clear warning to any who might consider provoking Nightshade. While the true extent of ultra-legendary Pokémon's strength remains shrouded in mystery, ancient texts suggest that they possess the capacity to plunge the world into chaos. Although many may doubt, the opportunity now lies before them, and yet no one dares to test the waters. The potential consequences are too dire to contemplate. Giratina, return to the distortion world. Nightshade instructs. Giratina nods and opens a portal, retreating to the distortion world to resume its slumber. Nightshade, your rapport with Giratina appears to be quite extraordinary, Koro remarks, observing their interaction. Some families indeed maintain connections with divine beasts, often through ancestral bonds, leading to tokens of favor that may beseech assistance in dire moments. However, the bond between Nightshade and Giratina seems distinctly different. It appears that Giratina is genuinely Nightshade's Pokémon. Giratina is my captured Pokémon, my companion. Our bond is, of course, exceptional, Nightshade affirms. I am quite curious. How did you manage to capture Giratina? Furthermore, you are not from the Sinnoh region, are you? Cora inquires, perplexed. Because I also possess Rayquaza. Nightshade reveals. It was Rayquaza that triumphed over Giratina. He produces Rayquaza's Master Ball, releasing the majestic creature. Chapter 69, Journey to Blue Tree City. The black and white form of Rayquaza displays an elegance under the sun's rays, gracefully circling before landing beside Nightshade. An aura of refreshing chill emanates from Rayquaza, dispelling the heat that previously lingered, reminiscent of a crystalline spring in the forest. Cora stands in awe, utterly flabbergasted that Nightshade possesses yet another legendary Pokémon. How many legendary Pokémon does he truly have? And what kind of divine beast is this? Cora has never encountered anything like it before. With the addition of Dragonite, Celebi, the recently departed Giratina, and the Rayquaza now before him, Nightshade has amassed 4 legendary Pokémon. Unbeknownst to Cora, the true mastermind, nay, playfully nestled on Nightshade's shoulder, is the genuine boss. Including Nay, Nightshade now commands 5 legendary Pokémon. With one more, he would possess an entire team of 6 divine beasts. Cousin, what kind of divine beast is this? I have never seen anything like it, and it seems there are no records of it in any books, Shodai inquires curiously. Her question mirrors Cora's own curiosity, as he had intended to ask the same. Well, this is Rayquaza, a true legendary Pokémon, though it remains undiscovered, Nightshade replies. In truth, Rayquaza is green, but it has yet to be revealed. There's no use discussing it now. We shall see in due time. He recalls the appearance of a black Rayquaza in the Hoopa movie, strikingly formidable and likely a shiny variant. However, his Rayquaza was drawn from the system lottery, possessing 3 types, making it one of the most unique Pokémon aside from Nay. Cora examines Rayquaza with keen interest before retreating to prepare lunch, while Shodai continues to gaze curiously at the magnificent creature. Nightshade had initially intended for Nay to cook, but Cora expressed a desire to showcase his culinary skills. As Shindai observed Kona preparing a meal, she eagerly joined in to assist, aspiring to learn a few culinary skills. After all, a girl proficient in cooking certainly garners additional esteem. Surely, her cousin Yeshu would prefer a girl who can cook. The 2 ladies set about preparing lunch, while Yeshu released his Pokémon, allowing them to train independently. By the way, Naha, what is this? Yeshu inquired, pulling a small vial filled with a verdant liquid from his pocket to question Naha. It was something Naha had given him, and although Yeshu was unaware of its specifics, he was confident that it was undoubtedly something remarkable. I have named this the Source of Life liquid. It can heal injuries and restore the essence of Pokémon. Naha elaborated on its properties, each word causing Yeshu's eyes to gleam with intrigue. This can repair a Pokémon's essence? Yeshu's expression was one of fervent excitement. Indeed, Naha replied, tilting her head. Upon receiving confirmation, Yeshu's enthusiasm surged. This truly was a remarkable item capable of restoring essence. Naha, how did you come by this? He asked curiously. Naha lowered her gaze, whispering, it's perhaps best if you remain unaware of this. Is it related to the previous Venusaur? Yeshu speculated, recalling how Naha had gone to deal with the Venusaur and returned with the vial, thus suspecting a connection. Yes, it is derived from extracting the life force and essence of the Venusaur. You aren't angry with me, are you? Naha asked, somewhat apprehensive. Considering that the Venusaur had its life force and essence extracted, it likely wouldn't survive for long, prompting Naha's concern about receiving reproach. Since it was taken from that Venusaur, I suppose it's acceptable, Yeshu said, patting Naha's head. He remembered that the Venusaur had previously attacked him, so he felt no sympathy for its demise. Nonetheless, he conveyed to Naha that in the future, any such actions would require his consent. Though Yeshu considered himself not entirely virtuous, he certainly was not malevolent. He could not permit Naha to indiscriminately siphon the life force of other Pokémon to create the Source of Life liquid. However, if it were an adversary, that would be an entirely different matter. Yeshu, come and taste my cooking, Kona called out to him. Upon hearing Kona's summons, Yeshu gathered his Pokémon, allowing them a moment to rest while distributing their food. So what do you think of my cooking? Perhaps it pales in comparison to Naha's, but it shouldn't be inedible. Kona asked, gesturing towards a lavish spread of dishes. I haven't tasted it yet. How can I provide a critique? However, judging by appearance, it should be quite appetizing. Yeshu replied, picking up chopsticks to sample a piece of rib. Well, I can only say it's decent, Yeshu remarked after tasting it, finding Kona's culinary skills satisfactory. As long as it wasn't dreadful, he was content. He had previously feared that Kona might serve a banquet of culinary disasters. Receiving merely a decent rating is rather disheartening. Kona said, her disappointment evident. Alas, that is the highest praise I can offer, Yeshu chuckled. Kona playfully poked Yeshu's forehead with her green onion-like finger, wishing for a compliment to brighten her spirits. Let us head to Blue Plush City. I happen to have a seaside villa there with a private beach. Are you interested? Yeshu? Kona suggested after tidying up. The mention of a beach instantly conjured images of swimsuits and bikinis in Yeshu's mind, leading him to glance at Kona's figure and respond with enthusiasm. What are we waiting for? Let us depart swiftly. Yeshu felt a surge of excitement ignite within him. Oh, you seem rather exhilarated, Yeshu. Are you perhaps contemplating something inappropriate? Alice teased, leaning closer to Yeshu. Not at all, my dear sister. I am but a pure-hearted child. How could I harbor any improper thoughts? Yeshu replied with a mock gravity. Enough chatter, let us be on our way. Wouldn't traveling by sea be faster? Yeshu suggested while retrieving a map. All right, then let us sail. Kona released her Lapras, deeming it the best choice for a sea journey. Though Yeshu could also ride his Gyarados, he opted to squeeze alongside Kona, Shindai, and Alice on the back of the Lapras. Sitting atop the Lapras, Yeshu felt as if he were being squished like a hamburger, yet he relished the experience, encouraging them to continue. Yeshu, you seem to be enjoying yourself quite a bit. What's going on? Alice smiled, observing him. Not at all. I merely feel a bit cramped, Yeshu replied. If you find it too cramped, then ride your own Pokémon. Alice suggested with a grin. No need, no need. I find this quite delightful. With the speed of the Lapras, they reached Blue Plush Beach in merely half an hour. We're almost there. I can see the villa. Kona pointed towards the distant structure. Chapter 70. The Jellyfish Siege. It appears quite grand. I never imagined Sister Kona could possess such an expansive villa here. She truly is a wealthy beauty, Shindai remarked. Kona, I humbly request your patronage, Yeshu exclaimed, leaping into Kona's embrace. With my modest assets, I fear they hold little value in your eyes. Both of you hail from affluent families, and Yeshu, you possess considerable wealth as well, Kona responded with a gentle smile. Money cannot buy everything. Blue Plush is a resort paradise. Here, land is not only precious but incredibly difficult to acquire. Even with wealth, Shindai interjected. Soon, they entered Kona's villa. Although she had not visited in quite some time, the place remained impeccably clean due to daily maintenance. It's enormous. From the outside, one would never guess it was so spacious inside, Shindai observed as she took in the expansive yet sparsely furnished interior. Under Kona's guidance, they explored the villa before heading to the bedroom to change into their swimsuits. Yeshu stripped off his clothing and donned his swimming trunks. Upon completing the change, he suddenly entertained the notion of peeking at the girls in the changing room. Yet, as soon as that thought emerged, Yeshu promptly extinguished it. While it might provide momentary pleasure, it was not worth the long-term consequences. Yeshu, have you emerged? Naha floated up, resting atop Yeshu's head as they lounged on the shore. Alas, he had miscalculated. He hadn't realized this was a private beach. Naha, I'm going for a swim. Would you like to join me? Yeshu asked the girl resting on his head. No, thank you, Naha replied, shaking her head before floating over to a chair beside the beach. Yeshu strode toward the ocean. It was midsummer, the perfect weather for swimming. As he stepped into the clear waters, he could not help but admire the exquisite quality of Blue Plush's water. Oh no, I seem to have forgotten how to swim. It was only when the water reached his waist that Yeshu realized this serious dilemma. He had spent his previous life engrossed in the online world, with little time devoted to learning how to swim. After a while, the three girls emerged, noticing Yeshu standing foolishly in the water, facing away from them. Yeshu, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Alice asked, perplexed. Yeshu turned to face Alice, Shindai, and Kona. Unable to help but admire Kona's figure in her swimsuit, Alice appeared slightly less impressive, and Shindai, surprisingly, had developed quite nicely, something he had not previously noticed. Yeshu's gaze lingered only briefly on Alice and Shindai before shifting back to Kona. Kona, your cousin has been watching you intently, Shindai remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. However, upon comparing herself to Kona, Shindai felt a sense of disappointment. Despite being grown, she still felt overshadowed. Kona, too, noticed Yeshu's unwavering gaze upon her, her cheeks gradually flushing. After all, she was still a pure-hearted girl, often preoccupied with handling affairs. And this rare opportunity to travel with Yeshu left her inexperienced in matters of romance. Kona, how is it that you blush now? You didn't seem embarrassed when you were flirting with Yeshu earlier, Alice seized the chance to tease Kona. Nightwave beckons to us. Let us proceed. Kona chuckled lightly, resolutely ignoring Alice, as she grasped Side-Eye's hand and moved toward Nightwave. Xiaoyi, are you unable to swim? Alice inquired. You've noticed that, haven't you? Nightwave replied without a hint of embarrassment. If he couldn't swim, then so be it. There was no need to pretend otherwise. Would you like me to teach you? Kana offered. No, Xiaoyi is my younger brother. If anyone is to teach him, it should be me. What business do you, an outsider, have in this? Alice emphasized the term outsider, considering that Nightwave and Kana had yet to establish a definitive relationship, thus making her the more affectionate sister. After frolicking by the sea for several hours, Nightwave felt completely at ease, relishing the attention, especially as the three vied to instruct him in swimming, demonstrating various strokes. Nightwave mused that he wished he could indulge in such delight every day. Dinner is ready, Nay communicated telepathically. Let's go. I'm quite hungry now, Nightwave said, rubbing his belly as he returned to the villa with the three girls. Upon arriving at the villa, Nightwave promptly made his way to the bathroom to wash off the dirt that clung to him, feeling quite uncomfortable. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. He spent some time in the room entertaining the three girls and chatting before retreating to his own quarters for rest. Having arrived at the resort city of Bluepluck, Nightwave had resolved to linger for a few more days. After all, there was no rush in travel. During his stay, he allowed his Pokémon to rest, refraining from their training. He understood that haste makes waste. Overexertion was counterproductive, and his Pokémon needed a breather. Life is splendid this way, Nightwave said, reclining on a beach chair and basking in the sun. Cousin, here's the juice you wanted, along with chilled watermelon. Side-Eye placed the juice beside Nightwave. Thank you, Side-Eye. No need for such formality with me. Side-Eye waved her hand dismissively. Over there is Yuching Wharf, isn't it? It seems something is happening. Nightwave took a sip of juice and gazed far toward Yuching Wharf. There should be a storyline involving a jellyfish siege in Bluepluck City, featuring a colossal onyx jellyfish. Though it was not akin to the ancient dragonite that had survived from bygone eras. The onyx jellyfish's evolution into the gigantic poison sting jellyfish was likely influenced by Team Rocket's 3 cups of vinegar. In the real world, pouring white vinegar would cause jellyfish to flee. Thus, Team Rocket planned to use 3 cups of vinegar to drive away the swarm of onyx jellyfish. However, it remained unclear why one of the onyx jellyfish would evolve into the gigantic poison sting jellyfish due to the vinegar. In any case, it was certain that the transformation of the gigantic poison sting jellyfish was triggered by Team Rocket's vinegar. The thought of vinegar causing the mutation of the poison sting jellyfish, and that it was the doing of Team Rocket, intrigued Nightwave. Though far from Yuching Wharf, Nightwave's extraordinary abilities allowed him to discern the massive jellyfish from a distance. Is something amiss? Kana followed Nightwave's gaze toward Yuching Wharf, though she lacked his extraordinary perception and could only make out a vague silhouette of the wharf. Xiaoyi, you mentioned something is happening over there. What is it? Alice asked curiously. The onyx jellyfish is attacking the city, Nightwave replied calmly. What? The onyx jellyfish is assaulting the city? Kana exclaimed, rising in shock, not wishing for anyone to be harmed. Chapter 71, The Gigantic Jellyfish. Though she could not see, Kana trusted that Nightwave would not deceive her. If it truly was the onyx jellyfish attacking the city, it would indeed be troublesome. Nightwave, can you ascertain the number of onyx jellyfish? Kana asked cautiously. If there were few, she might handle it herself, but if the numbers were overwhelming, they would need to notify the Alliance for assistance. There are many, not just onyx jellyfish, but also the evolved poison sting jellyfish, Nightwave responded. We must hurry to investigate, Kana declared, immediately rising to return to the villa to change clothes. It would not do to go dressed in swimwear. Nightwave, Side-Eye, and Alice also changed their attire. Once dressed, Kana summoned Lapras to swiftly carry them toward Yuching Wharf. Just as they neared the wharf, a gigantic poison sting jellyfish suddenly emerged, its size truly daunting. What? Can poison sting jellyfish grow to such proportions? Side-Eye exclaimed in astonishment. She felt that her theoretical knowledge from school had been rendered moot. First, there was the ancient dragonite, and now a poison sting jellyfish of similar magnitude. What on earth is happening with this jellyfish? How did it grow so large? Alice pondered, equally perplexed. First, we must evacuate the crowd, Kana stated gravely. This enormous poison sting jellyfish won't last long. Its vitality is rapidly waning, Nay interjected. Huh, Nay, you can talk? Side-Eye exclaimed, astonished. This time, Nay was not using telepathy, but speaking directly, which surprised Side-Eye. Is that so surprising? Even Team Rocket's Meowth can talk. I'm no less capable, Nay remarked. Right, I almost forgot. Team Rocket's Meowth also speaks, Side-Eye said, smacking her forehead as the memory came back to her. Despite its immense size, this poison sting jellyfish was not particularly powerful. It had forcibly surpassed its potential limits. Nightwave explained, as previously mentioned, when strength exceeds its limits, two scenarios may arise, and the gigantic poison sting jellyfish is the unfavorable outcome. However, it is still relatively fortunate. At least it won't die immediately. The onyx jellyfish attacking the city must be part of a larger plot, Kana mused, furrowing her brow. Humans and Pokémon typically do not conflict, and the scenario of a swarm of Pokémon attacking a city is highly unusual. Someone must have invaded the habitat of the onyx jellyfish. To my knowledge, that area was once the habitat of the onyx jellyfish, but a hotel has been constructed there, encroaching upon their territory, Alice added. Kana turned to gaze at the unfinished offshore hotel. Was there no investigation of the seabed prior to constructing the hotel? Who authorized this? Kana was visibly angered. In the Pokémon world, most people sought harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon, making any act that destroyed a Pokémon's habitat absolutely forbidden. While Kana and Alice conversed, the gigantic poison sting jellyfish had already brought the onyx jellyfish and poison sting jellyfish ashore. The massive poison sting jellyfish unleashed destructive beams from behind, while the onyx jellyfish advanced relentlessly toward the hotel. Having surpassed its potential limits, the gigantic poison sting jellyfish possessed the strength of a champion. Yet, even with such power, its devastating beams could collapse buildings. Its sheer size amplified its destructive capability beyond that of an ordinary champion Pokémon, instilling fear in all who beheld it. After the gigantic poison sting jellyfish reached the shore, even with the crowd evacuated in advance, casualties still occurred. Just like Ash, the protagonist. Receiving a blast from the gigantic poison sting jellyfish's destructive beam would mean certain death. In the original narrative, the gigantic poison sting jellyfish was described as leading a swarm of onyx jellyfish to assault human cities, causing catastrophic devastation, its destructive force rivaling that of legendary Pokémon. Humans found themselves utterly powerless against this poison sting jellyfish, incapable of inflicting any harm, not even with artillery. However, this was the real world. And while it might not possess the godlike power described in the original text, its destructive capability was alarmingly close. We must stop them. Kana felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing the scene. It seems someone is coming to assist you, Nightwave remarked, eyeing a group nearby. Xiaoyi, what are you saying? Kana began, but before she could finish, a boy interjected. Oh? It appears to be a rather unique Pokémon. Is this not courting disaster? He seems to be a novice trainer. Come forth, Dragonite. The boy unleashed his Pokémon, revealing before the group a colossal Dragonite. Although it appeared significantly smaller in comparison to the immense creature, it was nonetheless a remarkable sight compared to an ordinary Dragonite. The gigantic Tentacruel also took notice of the airborne Dragonite, its eyes shimmering with an indefinable gleam, before letting out a deafening roar. What is this? Do you wish to battle us? If you lose, you shall become my Pokémon, shouted the individual precariously perched on Dragonite's shoulder, directing his words at the Tentacruel. The enormous Tentacruel responded with another roar, seemingly accepting the challenge. Then, Dragonite, let us proceed. Both the trainer and Dragonite ignited with fierce determination. This battle was inevitable. Dragonite, strike first with Thunderbolt. The boy commanded, eager to seize the initiative while simultaneously gauging the Tentacruel's strength. Dragonite's antennae glowed with a yellow luminescence as it released Thunderbolt. But Tentacruel swiftly countered by slamming its tentacles against the water's surface, erecting a formidable wall of waves that thwarted the Thunderbolt's advance. Nitso was intrigued by the sheer size of the Dragonite. Logically, there should only be one colossal specimen, and while his own Dragonite was considerably smaller, it still stood out. Clever, Dragonite. Utilize electromagnetic wave. The boy remarked, excitement evident in his voice. He seems somewhat off, Shengdai whispered to Nitso. Let us not be too hasty. Perhaps he simply has a passion for battle. Let us continue to observe the conflict, Kina interjected. The massive Tentacruel was not to be underestimated. After withstanding Thunderbolt, the two enormous rubies atop its head began to emit a dazzling glow. Suddenly, the surrounding sea surface surged violently, as if provoked, unleashing a torrent of waves. Tentacruel's signature move. Supersonic. Dragonite was compelled to halt its electromagnetic wave, clutching its head in apparent agony, while the boy felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. He did not experience any pain. Dragonite, use Earthquake, he urgently commanded. Despite the discomfort, Dragonite stomped its foot, unleashing a seismic shockwave that temporarily drowned out Tentacruel's supersonic with a thunderous roar, alleviating the pain etched on Dragonite's face. Suddenly, several enormous spears erupted from the tumultuous waves. Shimmering with a violet glow, evidence of Tentacruel's poison sting attack. Dragonite, ascend. The boy ordered, recognizing the folly of engaging a water-type Pokémon, particularly one as formidable as Tentacruel. In the water, deliver a powerful strike with Hyper Beam, shouted Shoution, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Dragonite began to gather a yellow luminescence at its mouth, prompting Tentacruel to charge its own energy, albeit at a noticeably quicker pace, manifesting as a hydro pump, a thick, pillar-like blue torrent hurtling towards Shoution and Dragonite. At that moment, Dragonite's Hyper Beam was fully charged, and the two beams collided midair. However, due to Tentacruel's earlier initiative, Dragonite suffered a significant setback. Following that, Tentacruel unleashed its own Hyper Beam, striking the boy's Dragonite directly without evasion, causing the boy to tumble off its shoulder. Nitso, utilizing the system's scanning capabilities, discerned that although Dragonite was large, it only possessed the strength equivalent to a novice champion. Dragonite, come forth. Catch that boy. Upon its emergence, Dragonite gazed at the monstrous Tentacruel, momentarily bewildered. It was its first encounter with a Pokémon of comparable size. It swiftly enlarged its form to match Tentacruel's stature before safely catching the boy. In truth, such massive Pokémon still existed, albeit sealed away. Nitso recalled tales of an island housing colossal Ho-Oh, Jingar, and Jigglypuff, ancient Pokémon of yore. Dragonite, release your pressure and compel them to cease. Nitso commanded. Dragonite nodded, emanating an aura of second-tier divine power that rendered the smaller Tentacruel and many of the smaller Pokémon unconscious, with only the immense Tentacruel struggling to withstand the force. As Dragonite had yet to unleash its full might, merely a fraction of its potential. Dragonite, retract your pressure. Nitso instructed. Having a divine beast is truly convenient. It resolves everything effortlessly. I wish I had one, Kenna expressed enviously. If left to her own devices, even her formidable strength would be insufficient to handle such a multitude of Tentacruel. Say, Nitso, do you think those individuals will be alright? Alice queried, mirroring Kenna's concern. Dragonite's pressure was not just a threat to Pokémon. It affected humans as well, causing them all to faint. Fear not. They will be fine, merely sleeping for a spell. Dragonite, demolish that floating hotel. Nitso commanded. In response, Dragonite unleashed Hyper Beam upon the unfinished luxurious hotel, causing it to vanish as if made of mere paper. Not even rubble remained. The destruction was absolute, epitomizing the true essence of Hyper Beam. Tentacruel, as you can see, that hotel no longer exists. Will you reconsider your intent to attack humans? Nitso addressed the massive Tentacruel. The colossal creature regarded Nitso with lingering hostility, though its habitat had been restored. Its minions lay incapacitated at his feet. It appeared Nitso would have to call upon Nei for assistance. Observing the fallen Pokémon, Nitso sighed with resignation. Wait a moment. I want candy. Nei exclaimed, waving her hand and employing Healing Wave, reviving the Tentacruel and the smaller Tentacruel that had collapsed. The immense Tentacruel, accompanied by its subordinates, departed, seemingly aware of its impending demise and refraining from further conflict with humanity as it retreated into the sea. After the battle concluded, the boy approached. Hello, my name is Xiaoyu. Thank you for saving me. Your Dragonite is quite extraordinary. Normal Dragonites aren't this large. Where did you acquire it? Shengdai inquired with curiosity. Speaking of extraordinary, your Dragonite is quite sizable as well and can even change size, Nitso noted, withholding the origins of the colossal Dragonite. Xiaoyu, perceptive, refrained from pressing further, merely asking Nitso if he could join them on their travels. After declining, Xiaoyu and his companions took their leave. In the aftermath of the Pokémon assault on U-Town's harbor, under the scrutiny of Kenna, the elderly woman responsible for constructing the floating hotel was apprehended and held accountable. Beyond her, the high-ranking officials of Lampluck who had accepted bribes faced dire consequences, taken away by Miss Junsha, likely to serve lengthy sentences. Let us move on. There is nothing left for us here. After spending a few days in Kenna's villa and exploring Lampluck City, Nitso and his companions embarked on their journey by boat. What a coincidence to encounter you again, Ash. Nitso exclaimed upon spotting Ash and his companions aboard the ship. Nitso, what a stroke of luck. You're also on this vessel. Ash and his friends turned to face him upon hearing his voice. Are you the champion, Kenna? Misty gasped, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Kenna, who was idolized by Misty, as her dream was to become a water-type Pokémon master, and Kenna was indeed a master of water-type Pokémon, renowned for her exceptional skills. And you are? Kenna inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on Misty. Kona, I am your fan. May I have your autograph? Xiaoqing inquired eagerly. It is entirely natural to seek an autograph upon encountering one's idol. Kona graciously obliged, smiling as he signed for Xiaoqing. Then, Ash could no longer restrain himself and initiated a challenge against Kona. As a master, he undoubtedly possessed remarkable prowess, and Ash, who aspired to be a Pokémon master, could not let this opportunity to challenge such a formidable opponent slip away. Ash, don't overestimate yourself. You couldn't even defeat Nightso. Yet you wish to challenge the champion? Dream on. Xiaoqing exclaimed, delivering a punch that knocked Ash to the ground. What right did a mere novice trainer, fresh to his journey and utterly clueless, have to challenge a champion? After Kona declined Ash's challenge, Ash remained undeterred, turning instead to Nightso to issue a challenge. One must admit that Ash was indeed a legendary figure. Chapter 73, The Legend of Maiden Gorge. After exchanging a few words with Ash and his companions, he departed from Nightso, seeking out Pokémon trainers aboard a ship to challenge. As they approached the dock, known as Maiden Gorge, there seemed to be some sort of legend surrounding it. Side-Eye gazed at the harbor, brimming with anticipation. I believe I heard tales of ghosts here, Alice said, her voice tinged with fear. Nightso looked ahead, spotting a colossal statue known as Maiden Rock, which was the origin of the gorge's name. The town, with a population of less than 1,000, would welcome hundreds of thousands of visitors from around the world during the annual summer festival. It appears the summer festival is upon us. We can enjoy ourselves, Kona remarked with a smile. The summer festival is held before the end of summer, drawing tourists from all corners, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon hearing Kona's explanation, Nightso nodded. He recalled that there was a millennium-old Ghastly here, along with the spirit of a maiden. A Ghastly that had survived for 1,000 years was certainly an ancient relic. Although Pokémon tend to have long lifespans, only a select few live for a millennium. Before long, the cruise ship docked, and Nightso and his companions disembarked, observing the bustling crowd. Indeed, it was quite lively. The summer festival is filled with delectable treats, Side-Eye exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as the festival promised an array of snacks. I wonder if there are any berries to eat? Alice chimed in, her eyes also shining. She adored all kinds of berries. The festival hasn't started yet. Let us find a place to stay first, Kona suggested. Yes, let us follow Sister Kona's advice and find somewhere to settle down, Nightso agreed. Just as he was about to follow when he caught a glimpse of a girl with long lavender hair adorned with a red flower. Nightso mused. Is that the spirit of Maiden Gorge, along with Ghastly? Interesting events are afoot. Stop right there. Hearing the shout, Nightso paused and turned to see an elderly woman dressed like a kappa. Wow, how terrifying. Side-Eye and Alice instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Nightso, their eyes filled with fear as they regarded the old woman. You are travelers, aren't you? The elderly woman spoke, her tone chilling. Nightso. This person is a Ghastly in disguise, Nay whispered telepathically, poking Nightso's head. Since Nay only communicated with Nightso, the others remained oblivious. Nightso nodded. It was no wonder he found the old woman unsettling. She was indeed a Ghastly in disguise. Ghost-type Pokémon are notoriously tricky and have a penchant for mischief, particularly Ghastly. Apologies, but we have no interest in conversing with you. Farewell, Nightso said, pulling Kona and the frightened Side-Eye and Alice away. Moments ago, Nightso had used his system to inspect the Ghastly, discovering its surprising potential and talent. However, he had no intention of capturing it. Firstly, this Ghastly might not follow him. And secondly, its mischievous nature could frighten those around him, even if Nightso himself was unafraid. I warn you to be cautious of beautiful women. Disregarding the advice of the elderly will surely lead to misfortune. However, Nightso dismissed her, acknowledging her might draw unwanted attention. Nightso, I feel that old lady is rather peculiar, Alice remarked to him. Indeed, that old woman exudes an eerie aura. It's quite frightening. Side-Eye nodded vigorously. Just moments ago, Side-Eye had nearly been terrified. Not solely due to the old woman's ghastly appearance, but also because of that chilling presence. That old woman is a Ghastly. Her aura is not of a human. Thus it is indeed strange, Nightso remarked, glancing back. At that moment, the old woman approached Ash and his group, likely to frighten them as well. Is it a Pokémon in disguise? Indeed, I recall now, that aura is unmistakably that of a ghost-type Pokémon, Kona stated. Having frequently collaborated with Yuki, the ghost-type champion, Kona was quite familiar with the unique aura associated with ghost types. Since it was Ghastly, it was likely up to some mischief. No, it may not necessarily be a prank. Perhaps it wishes to ensure that certain legends are passed down through the ages, Nightso said with a soft chuckle. There was an air of mystery surrounding Nightso, as if he knew something more. Who knows? The festival is about to commence. Let us secure accommodations, and then participate. Due to the festival, the number of people was unusually high, but fortunately, Nightso's luck prevailed, and he successfully found an inn with available rooms. Though only one room remained. It suited Naitso's intentions perfectly, did it not? That evening, under the pretense of needing the restroom, Naitso and Nei left the inn and made their way to a beach. Ghastly, why do you still not reveal yourself? The ghost hovering in midair seemed to twist as if it had seen a ghost itself, quickly transforming back into its ghastly form. Trembling as it gazed at Nei above Naitso, stammering. So terrifying. This is not a Pokemon at all. In comparison to other types of Pokemon, a ghastly that had lived for over 1,000 years could sense Nei's true terror more acutely. Naitso let out a slight sigh, shifting his gaze from the ghastly to Maiden Rock, stating, "All right, no more hiding. Come forth, spirit of Maiden Gorge." No sooner had Naitso spoken than a true spirit emerged from Maiden Rock, distinctly more vibrant than the ghastly's disguise. Before Naitso could utter a word, the maiden spirit looked at him with palpable excitement, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "It's you. It's really you. I have waited for you for 2,000 years. You've finally returned." Naitso's mind was suddenly flooded with questions, his voice trembling slightly. Miss. Do we know each other? You don't remember me? I've been waiting here for 2,000 years. You truly don't recall me? Naitso awkwardly waved his hand, chuckling nervously. Could you perhaps calm down a bit? Let us sit down and talk, shall we? After half an hour of discussion, Naitso finally grasped the situation. The spirit's name was Mingxue, the very maiden from the legend of Maiden Gorge, and she believed that Naitso was her beloved. Returned to her in a cycle of reincarnation. Naitso was at a loss for words. While it was true that he was a reincarnated being, it seemed there was no connection between them. They did not even belong to the same world. Chapter 74, Mingxue. Moreover, this Mingxue was utterly convinced, asserting that Naitso was indeed the beloved she had awaited, believing he had returned to find her. Naitso, overwhelmed, did not know how to respond. In his previous life, he felt little when encountering this segment, as such plots were excessively cliched. However, when the events unfolded in his own life, he realized how troublesome a stubborn girl could be, especially one unafraid of danger. Yisu let out a sigh and, through telepathy, inquired of Nei whether she could restore her physical form. Yisu had little hope. The ability to reverse time was not something just anyone possessed, particularly not the capacity to turn back over 2 millennia. Very well, it should be possible. With a graceful wave of her hand, Nei set into motion a cataclysmic transformation within the small space occupied by Mingxue. The lush green grass shrank back into the earth, as if startled, the soil rapidly becoming parched and cracked, only to be replaced by a profusion of withered yellow blades that soon surged forth in a vibrant green, teeming with life. Yet, this state lasted barely 10 seconds before the grass retreated once more into the ground. Guac watched this wondrous spectacle in astonishment, rendered speechless by the specifics of what transpired. Yet, from this eerie scene, he felt an overwhelming dread, a boundless terror. Although fairies are remarkable beings, distinct from ordinary animals, they are, at their core, still creatures of nature. Even ghostly fairies like Guac adhere to this truth. Animals possess an inherent fear of the natural world that humans cannot rival. Such scenes have appeared in countless books and films. As earthquakes loom, wild beasts become frantic, rats scatter in panic, and fish leap from the water. Animals' instincts regarding nature's wrath are far more acute than any technology devised by humankind. Guac felt the same way. This was a power transcending nature, not one that ordinary Pokémon could wield. It was a force belonging to the realm of divine beasts. Though this Guac had lived for 2 millennia, he was but a mere drop in the ocean when compared to the vastness of nature. Nei's power instilled in him an indescribable fear. Such strength was not characteristic of ordinary Pokémon. As time flowed, Mingxue reformed her corporeal body. Yet Nei appeared to expend little energy in the process. One must concede that Nei's abilities were indeed on par with those of the creator deity, Arceus. "You've awakened. Please rise," Yisu said to the now conscious Mingxue. "Ah!" Mingxue exclaimed, realizing she lay in Yisu's arms, and sprang to her feet in excitement. "What is this?" Observing Mingxue's bewilderment, Yisu felt a twinge of distress. How had he, in a moment of impulsiveness, allowed Nei to resurrect Mingxue without prior discussion? He now found himself at a loss regarding how to manage the situation. If Kuna, Ai Lisi, and Sheng Dai discovered he had returned home with a beautiful girl in the dead of night, he feared for his very life. "Well, as you can see, you have been revived, and you possess your own body now. What are your plans moving forward?" He thought it best to inquire about her intentions first, rather than pressing on without understanding her desires. If she did not wish to travel with him, he would have nothing further to say. "I wish to travel with you. Wherever you go, I will follow. Is that all right?" Mingxue gazed at Yisu with a pleading and hopeful expression. Unable to resist her pitiful gaze, Yisu turned slightly away and replied, I have no objection. However, the three who will accompany me on this journey, are they your girlfriends? Ming Xue smiled, her tone filled with certainty. No. One is my cousin, another is my younger cousin, and the last is a friend of my sister, Yisu clarified. Though the three girls did harbor feelings for him, their relationship had not yet been defined. Really? Ming Xue's eyes searched Yisu's, who met her gaze. After all, they had yet to establish any formal relationship, so he felt no shame. Ming Xue, having existed as a spirit for 2 millennia, was acutely aware of the truth. She had waited 2,000 years for the chance to see him again, refusing to be reborn. Without Guaixi's assistance, even with her unwavering resolve, her soul would have likely dissipated long ago. Her 2 millennia of waiting stemmed from the belief that Yisu, who bore a striking resemblance to the one she yearned for, was indeed the person she had long awaited. Having protected him for so long, she could not bear to lose him now, even if he had found a girlfriend. As long as he held her in his heart, that was enough. Alas, I must say, I am not the person you think I am, and in truth, I possess no remarkable qualities. Why are you so foolish? Ming Xue remained silent, her gentle gaze fixed on Yisu. Very well, let us together consider how to explain this to them tomorrow, Yisu said, shrugging in resignation. As anticipated, upon awakening the next morning, Ai Li Si and the others quickly discovered Ming Xue's presence and rushed to confront Yisu. Little Yi, have you grown bold? Daring to sneak out to find a woman behind your sister's back? Are you tired of living? Ai Li Si exclaimed angrily. Cousin, is Sheng Dai not cute enough? Why abandon her? Sheng Dai added, her tone filled with pitiful concern. I believe we should first listen to Yisu's explanation, Kana interjected rationally. Although she too was upset, she maintained clarity regarding the situation. If we cannot clarify this matter, you know what will happen. Before Yisu could express his gratitude to Kana, she playfully threatened him with a peace sign. Sister Kana is right. May I first present my explanation? Yisu looked at the three girls, feeling immense pressure. After hearing Yisu and Ming Xue's account, Ai Li Si remarked, truly pitiable. Indeed. To wait for someone for 2,000 years requires immense love. Sheng Dai expressed her sympathy for Ming Xue. It's all Yisu's fault for resembling the one Ming Xue waited for, Sheng Dai concluded, immediately becoming friendly with Ming Xue, calling her sister Ming Xue. Well, if you think that way, I have nothing to say, Yisu replied helplessly. All right, now that we understand how Ming Xue came to be, let us not dwell on this topic any longer. Though Kana sought to conclude the subject, she cast Yisu a disdainful glance. Chapter 75, Golden City. Very well. Today is the summer festival of the Maiden Gorge. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves, Yisu suggested, swiftly shifting the topic. Yisu, I want that, Nei exclaimed, pointing at a small stall displaying a plush toy resembling a Ralts. All right, I shall buy it for you. Yisu promptly approached the stall and purchased the toy, lest Nei create a scene. While he found Nei's cooking to be the most delectable, these snacks were also quite appealing, with many unique flavors. Observing the various treats, which were specialties of the Kanto region, he noted that there were many he had never tasted before. Fortunately, Ming Xue and the others were getting along splendidly, laughing and chatting together, though it left Yisu burdened with numerous bags in tow. After a brief stroll, the group returned to the hotel to prepare for the next day's journey. Sheng Dai, why are you here? Yisu inquired upon waking to find Sheng Dai sprawled atop him. I am so tired from yesterday's outing. Let me sleep a little longer. Sheng Dai, with sleepy eyes, glanced at Yisu before closing them again. Yisu, is my shoulder comfortable to rest on? Quite comfortable, Yisu replied instinctively, not thinking much of it. However, upon finishing his response, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He gently lifted Sheng Dai from atop him and laid her down beside him. Turning to glance at the tatami mat. There, clad in pajamas and without her glasses, was Kana. Her loose-fitting sleepwear slightly bulging at her figure. She looked quite alluring in her freshly awakened state. Yisu gulped, realizing he had just been lying on top of Kana. No wonder it felt particularly soft just now. Was it not quite comfortable earlier? Kona inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed as she attempted to conceal her embarrassment. It was indeed quite pleasant. No wonder I feel so invigorated now, Yasu awkwardly replied. What are you all talking about? Alice said, rubbing her eyes. Nei, it's time to get up and make breakfast, Yasu called out, waking Nei, who had been sleeping with her beloved Lurantis plush. Yasu, could you please step outside for a moment? I need to get dressed, Kona said. You want me to leave? How unfortunate. I wouldn't mind staying here. Yasu scratched his head and stepped out. Kona sighed, thinking to herself, you might not mind being here, but I certainly do. Despite always presenting herself with a mature and refined demeanor, Kona was still an innocent young lady at heart. Although she harbored special feelings for Yasu, she felt genuinely shy about changing clothes with him in the room. Once Yasu stepped outside, he had intended to ask Nei to prepare breakfast, only to find a sumptuous spread laid out on the table. "Ah, Yasu, you're awake. I've prepared breakfast and called the others to join us," Mingyue said. Having grown closer to Alice during their time together the previous day, yet both were envious of Mingyue's blossoming relationship with Yasu. After finishing breakfast, the group prepared to set off, tidying up before embarking on their journey to Kinhuang City. Yasu, the gym leader in Kinhuang City, specializes in psychic-type Pokémon. Kona shared some information with him. "I am already aware. I've conducted my own research," Yasu replied. "Oh, Yasu, you even investigate gym details? If I had a legendary Pokémon, I'd probably be soaring with pride," Alice quipped sarcastically. "Let us go. We must strive to reach Kinhuang City before noon. I've heard it's the most prosperous city in Kanto, and I'm eager to witness it." Yasu resolutely ignored Alice and continued speaking. "Indeed, Kinhuang City is truly a pride of our Kanto region," Kona stated proudly. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrived in Kinhuang City before noon. And it was indeed unlike any other city. It was a sprawling metropolis. Though luxurious, it exuded an uncomfortable atmosphere. Upon entering Kinhuang City, Yasu remarked, "There are many people, yet not a single smile to be seen. Everyone appears to be in a hurry, and some wear frowns, creating a rather lifeless ambience. That's quite normal. Although it is opulent here, the pressure of daily life is immense," Kona chuckled lightly. After finding a hotel to stay in, just as Yasu prepared to challenge the gym, Mingyue and Alice insisted on dragging him out for shopping. Kinhuang City boasted numerous commercial streets filled with an abundance of luxury goods, designer bags, and clothing, making it a veritable paradise for female shoppers and a nightmare for men's wallets. Even Mingyue found herself tempted to indulge in some retail therapy. "Yasu, what do you think of this outfit? Does it suit me?" Shindai twirled in front of Yasu, showcasing a pure white dress. "It's lovely, but it feels somewhat ill-suited for you." Yasu mused, stroking his chin. "Is that so? Then I shall try on another." Shindai cheerfully continued her search for clothing. "Yasu, why don't you try this trench coat? It would suit you perfectly," Alice called out to Yasu. Upon hearing Alice's voice, he turned and immediately scowled. Was that not pink? How could she say it suited him? He almost fell for her trickery. "Yasu, everything here is so expensive. Let us go to another store," Mingyue suggested to him, unaware that Yasu was quite wealthy. To her, still holding on to values from over 2,000 years ago, the items here, though fascinating, were also a reminder of the modern concept of money she had only begun to grasp after yesterday's experience. "It's all right. I'm actually quite affluent. To me, money now is merely a string of numbers," Yasu thought to himself, feeling grateful that Mingyue was considerate enough to restrain her shopping desires. "Come on, just try it on. I believe it would be perfect for you," Alice continued to advocate. "No, I have no inclination to wear women's clothing," Yasu firmly rejected. "Who says this is women's clothing? This is men's wear," Kona chimed in, approaching with the trench coat. Upon closer inspection, Yasu realized it was indeed men's wear, albeit of a style more suited for cross-dressers. He resolutely declined. "I believe my wardrobe is sufficient. I have no need for more clothes." Seeing Yasu's disinterest, Kona reluctantly returned the coat to its place. "Cousin, what do you think of this dress?" Shindai bounced back, now adorned in a black dress. While the dress is indeed lovely, wearing it while traveling seems impractical. Climbing mountains in that would be quite uncomfortable, Yasu assessed. "But it's perfect for everyday wear." "What do you think, cousin?" Shindai replied. "If it's for daily wear, then yes, it's beautiful, paired with black stockings. It would be flawless." "Oh, black stockings. So Yasu has a penchant for that style," Kona teased, looking at him with a playful glimmer in her eyes. "No, I actually like white stockings as well, and it seems quite normal to me. You wouldn't ask around, would you? Any man would appreciate that." Except for a few exceptions, Yasu responded, meeting the four girls' curious gazes. "There's a drink shop over there. Let us buy our clothes and take a break," Yasu suggested, pointing across the street. "Take a break? Are you tired, Yasu?" Mingyue inquired with concern. Yasu silently nodded. Being dragged around by Kona and Shindai for half the day had indeed worn him out. "Yasu isn't tired. He's just bored," Nei remarked, her tone lackluster. Nei was correct. Yasu was not fatigued in the traditional sense. Rather, he felt a profound sense of ennui, a weary spirit. After Shindai made her purchases, Yasu led her and Kona to the drink shop across the street. This was no ordinary beverage establishment. It was a maid cafe. The street had been a paradise for women, and now the cafe was akin to a haven for men. "Yasu, you're not here to gawk at the maids, are you?" Kona questioned skeptically. "No, I merely wish to let my body rest for a moment." After accompanying you all in shopping, my eyes need a break, Yasu explained. Cousin, you're staring intently at those maids. Is that really resting your eyes? Shindai said, her voice tinged with irritation. Especially as some of the more audacious maids cast flirtatious glances in Yasu's direction, further aggravating her. Yasu rubbed his nose, unsure of how to defend himself. Though he couldn't deny that the maids were indeed pleasant to behold. It wasn't that they were more attractive than Kona or Shindai. Rather, it was their attire that made them all the more captivating. After spending 10 minutes in the cafe, Yasu was forcibly dragged away by Kona and Shindai. This place isn't suitable for someone like you. Yasu, Kona admonished him. Yes, you can only watch us, Alice added, while Mingyue remained silent. Recognizing that Yasu was not the type to behave inappropriately. I am an adult now, Yasu countered, though he could only continue to endure the shopping escapade. Albeit this time with a newfound vigor, as Mingyue secretly purchased a maid outfit without the others knowing. The thought of Mingyue in a maid costume brought a goofy smile to Yasu's face, though he quickly regained composure, ensuring no one noticed his silly grin, lest it become awkward. The following morning, after breakfast, Yasu made his way to the Kinhuang gym. Reflecting on the enticing image of Mingyue in the maid outfit from the previous night, Yasu's mind began to wander, fortunate that they were oblivious to his thoughts. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Yasu, if you don't snap out of your daydream, you might walk into a pole, Nei playfully tapped him on the head, jolting him back to reality. Awakened from his reverie, Yasu scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed as he caught the peculiar looks of passers-by. Fortunately, they did not follow, for if they had witnessed her previous demeanor, her reputation would have been utterly shattered. Soon, they arrived at the Golden Yellow Gym, which, although it was an establishment for psychic-type Pokémon, exuded an eerie ambience reminiscent of a ghost-type gym. The unsettling atmosphere rivaled that of the haunted gym in Celestic Town. But personally, I found Naza far more intimidating than the trainer Melissa from that gym. Are you here to challenge the gym's trainer? One individual interposed, addressing Yasu. Indeed. I am the challenger here to test my mettle against the gym, Yasu affirmed. I would advise you to reconsider. You are no match for Miss Naza. The man replied with a derisive sneer. Why should I heed your counsel regarding my challenge? Yasu retorted, sidestepping the man as he continued deeper into the gym. This individual was likely a student of the gym, possessing psychic abilities, albeit of a rather pathetic caliber. While there were many endowed with psychic power, a staggering 99% of them were lamentably weak, rendering their abilities nearly indistinguishable from those who lacked them. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Yasu, Gardevoir, and Naza, who were all remarkably formidable psychics. You insolent fool. You will undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from Lady Naza. The student seethed in anger. As Yasu passed a room, he observed several peculiar figures clad in white lab coats engaged in trivial psychic training exercises, such as bending spoons and manipulating card images. Yasu believed that genius was composed of 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. Yet it was evident that psychic abilities leaned far more heavily on innate talent than on hard work. Pushing open the door to the innermost chamber, he found a Pokémon battle arena that cast an oppressive gloom, with only a sliver of light filtering through. At the forefront stood a throne-like seat, yet it was unoccupied. Where's Naza? Why is there no one here? Yasu inquired, perplexed. She hasn't risen yet. Of course, there's no one here, Nei replied. She hasn't risen? I arrived too early. What should I do now? Yasu sighed, taking a seat on the throne. Since he had arrived early, he might as well wait. After several tedious hours, Yasu could no longer endure the stillness and was about to rouse Naza when she finally entered. Who are you? Why are you sitting in my seat? Naza regarded Yasu with an inquisitive expression. As Naza studied Yasu, he too appraised her. Her countenance was undeniably exquisite. A paragon of beauty that could rival even the likes of Miku. It would be futile to declare one more beautiful than the other, as each possessed their own unique charm. Her figure appeared quite ample, though her attire, a glaring red jumpsuit, did not quite do justice to her beauty. Her azure-purple eyes revealed no emotion, concealing her thoughts completely, while her dark green hair cascaded down to her waist, suggesting years of growth. Hello. I am the challenger here to contest the gym. Do you realize I've been waiting for over 2 hours? And your waiting for 2 hours is of no concern to me, Naza replied nonchalantly. Yasu rose and approached Naza, playfully pinching her cheek, which he found surprisingly amusing and delightful to the touch. Naza was momentarily taken aback. He was the first person bold enough to touch her in such a manner. Your indifferent demeanor is quite irksome. Let us commence the battle. Yasu released her cheek and stepped into the challenger's position. You dare to pinch my cheek? You shall pay dearly for this transgression. Naza seethed, lowering her head as dark, ominous energy enveloped her, as though she had succumbed to a malevolent transformation. However, if one were to peer through the shadowy haze, they would see the flush on her cheeks, a mere guise to mask her embarrassment. This was the first instance of someone other than her family touching her. The last time her father held her hand was before she turned 18. Suddenly, objects around them were lifted by an invisible force and hurled towards Yasuo. Yet, Naza was careful. The projectiles were all relatively small, merely causing minor discomfort without inflicting any real harm. Is this not a Pokemon battle? Why has it devolved into a physical confrontation? Yasuo conjured a psychic barrier that deflected the incoming objects with ease. Naza abruptly lifted her head, fixating on Yasuo with a piercing gaze. You too possess psychic abilities? Indeed. Do you find it strange? Are there not many psychics here? Yasuo replied. Those individuals hardly merit the title of psychics, Naza stated with haughty disdain. I concur. Such feeble powers certainly do not qualify them as true psychics, Yasuo nodded. To have withstood my assault, you are the strongest individual I have encountered, aside from that woman. Naza remarked, her tone turning serious. You must be Yasuo, correct? Yasuo was taken aback, momentarily stunned. How did you know my name? Naza fell silent, her gaze lost in memories as she regarded Yasuo's face. After an extended silence, she finally spoke softly. I've heard mention of you from a woman named Gardevoir. That made sense. Gardevoir had also traveled to Kanto, so it was not surprising that Naza would know of him. Yasuo had met Gardevoir during a trip, at a time when she struggled to control her powers, which would flare up due to emotional turmoil. He had aided her in regaining composure and provided her with methods to harness her abilities. He had thought little of it then, merely wishing to help. But from Naza's tone, it appeared that Gardevoir held him in high regard. Yet, Yasuo sensed that Naza's familiarity with him was not solely due to Gardevoir. Her expression suggested a deeper connection that spanned a longer timeline. Yasuo was puzzled. He had only been in the Pokemon world for a year. What could she mean by long ago? But those thoughts could wait. He was here to challenge the gym. Let us focus on the battle first, Yasuo declared, producing a Pokeball. Acquiring the golden badge would not be a simple task. A Alakazam materialized in the arena, and upon seeing it, Yasuo quietly returned his Pokeball. He had intended to send out Charizard, but this Alakazam was of the elite level, and Charizard would surely be defeated in an instant. Go, Fairy Pokemon. Yasuo summoned his Fairy-type Pokemon, as it seemed he only had Fairy types with champion-level strength, aside from his Gyarados and Beedrill, although Gyarados had little advantage in this arena, while Beedrill only possessed elite potential. Alakazam boasted an impressive IQ of 5,000, with a mind capable of calculations faster than a supercomputer, yet correspondingly, its stamina and strength were woefully lacking. Alakazam used Psychic. As Alakazam unleashed its psychic attack, Naza discreetly augmented its power with her own abilities. An enhancement that was far more complex than a simple addition. Naza's Alakazam possessed elite-level prowess, and with Naza's intervention, they posed a significant challenge to Yasuo's newly entered champion-level Pokemon. Can you also enhance your abilities? Even though Naza's enhancements were subtle, Yasuo's capabilities far surpassed hers, allowing him to detect her interference immediately. Unperturbed by being discovered, Naza merely replied coolly, you can do the same. Yasuo chose not to respond, instead utilizing his powers to assist his fairy Pokemon in withstanding most of the force, allowing the remaining strength to be shaken off by the fairy itself. This battle was proving to be a considerable headache for Yasuo. It might very well be his most arduous confrontation yet. Yasuo and his fairy Pokemon faced off against Naza and Alakazam, fully entrenched in a disadvantageous position. Had Naza refrained from intervening, Yasuo would have had absolute confidence in his victory. However, with her involvement, Alakazam's enhancements were anything but trivial. Though the fairy-type Pokemon could wield extraordinary moves, it lacked any inherent psychic attributes, rendering Nightshade's enhancements quite limited. Illusion Light. As the Radiant Beam approached, Nightshade utilized his psychic abilities to teleport the Fairy-type Pokemon out of harm's way. Fairy-type, feel free to attack, Nightshade instructed. You're cheating excessively, Naza remarked with a furrowed brow. You have no right to accuse me. If I weren't somewhat merciful, I would have simply used my powers to incapacitate your Alakazam. The two were evenly matched, as Naza's amplification of Alakazam was quite excessive, leaving Nightshade reliant on teleportation to evade. Fortunately, Nightshade's psychic prowess allowed him to teleport from a distance, averting potential devastation. Otherwise, a single hit could spell disaster for the fairy type, especially against Alakazam's formidable special attack. Need me to step in? Naya inquired. No way. Your involvement would be blatant cheating. If you assisted the fairy type, it would be a foregone conclusion, effortlessly overwhelming Naza and Alakazam. But that would be utterly unfair. Alakazam, Use Psychic. Fairy type, erect a light screen, then unleash Fairy Wind. The light screen would mitigate special attack damage. Although Psychic was classified as a special attack, the Fairy type endured the hit, momentarily swaying before executing Fairy Wind. The speed of Fairy Wind was remarkable. While it was a guaranteed hit in the game, it was not so in reality, yet its rapid velocity was difficult to evade. Alakazam was pushed back by the Fairy Wind, and after Naza used teleportation to reposition Alakazam, they managed to escape. Both Pokémon had sustained injuries, but overall, the Fairy type had the upper hand. With its already impressive special defense bolstered by the light screen, the Fairy type suffered minimal damage. Alakazam, on the other hand, was not particularly resilient, resulting in a trade-off, yet the Fairy type's greater health meant it had the advantage. Fairy type, unleash Shadow Ball. Alakazam, teleport to evade. Shadow Ball. A Ghost-type move would inflict double damage on Alakazam, a Psychic-type Pokémon, compounded by the Fairy type's considerable strength. For a fragile Pokémon like Alakazam, being hit could lead to its swift downfall. Teleportation is indeed vexing, the Fairy type declared, initiating Lock-On. In accordance with game mechanics, the Fairy type could not learn Lock-On. But this was the real world. A Pokémon that had been locked on would inevitably be struck by the next attack. Once more, Shadow Ball. Alakazam, use Protect. Naza had no choice. With the opponent employing a guaranteed move, she commanded Alakazam to use Protect to block the Shadow Ball. In that case, let us endure and see who falters first. Nightshade watched as Alakazam again teleported to evade the attack, feeling quite exasperated. This was the challenge of facing Psychic-type Pokémon. In the game, teleportation was a lackluster move, but in reality, it was a formidable technique. As long as one had sufficient stamina, one could evade an attack and retaliate with Psychic, much to Nightshade's chagrin. The battle, which seemed evenly matched, had dragged on for nearly half an hour, primarily due to Naza's Alakazam successfully using Protect 3 times, leaving Nightshade in a state of discomfort. Naza, too, was not faring much better. As she was expending her psychic powers throughout, even the self-proclaimed queen of psychic types felt the strain. Alakazam was relatively fine, capable of utilizing Recover to restore half its health and injuries, employing a strategy that was quite frustrating. Had Nightshade not been exceptional, he might have already succumbed. However, Nightshade's fairy type was still in good condition, provided they continued the fight. Victory was surely within reach. Fairy type, use Shadow Ball again. I refuse to believe it can be blocked any longer. This time, Alakazam failed to activate Protect and was struck by the Shadow Ball, collapsing to the ground. Nightshade breathed a sigh of relief. Had Protect been successful again, he would have truly been at his wit's end. After enduring 3 consecutive uses of Protect, that would have been akin to cheating, wouldn't it? Yet Alakazam had not lost its fighting spirit. Seizing the moment, Nightshade commanded the fairy type to use Dazzling Gleam. Seeking to finish Alakazam off, Naza, with a stoic expression, recalled Alakazam, her gaze fixed on Nightshade. This battle had tested her as well, as she had been employing psychic powers throughout, now visibly weary. While Nightshade had also been exerting his abilities, his psychic prowess exceeded Naza's, leaving him unaffected by fatigue. My golden badge. Nightshade extended his hand, requesting the coveted badge from Naza. Although you have defeated me, I never officially declared the challenge rules. Thus, our battle can only be considered a private skirmish. Therefore, you cannot claim the golden badge. Nightshade felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration. After battling for over half an hour, more exhausting than his encounter with the pewter gem, he had won yet was denied the badge, unable to vent his pent-up frustration. What must I do to earn the badge? Nightshade asked, suppressing his desire to lash out. Naza tapped her chin thoughtfully, tilting her head in a cute manner. Are you close with Gardevoir? Naza queried. Nightshade was puzzled by the connection but replied, I don't believe we share much of a relationship. I've only encountered her once. Our relationship is not amicable, as she defeated me. Naza stated earnestly, just because you have a strained relationship with her, does that mean it should affect me? Nightshade retorted, I'm not a scapegoat, and our connection is rather tenuous. I wish to travel with you, should you agree. I shall grant you the badge. Otherwise, even if you report me to the League, the badge will remain with me. What is happening? Nightshade was utterly baffled, struggling to keep pace with Naza's thoughts. What prompts your desire to travel with me? He inquired curiously. Naza gazed at him without answering, her gaze unwavering. Is a reason truly necessary? She countered. Isn't it unnecessary? But putting that aside, aren't you the gym leader? What will happen to your gym if you leave? I will manage the gym. Naza's father interjected unexpectedly. Who are you? Where did you come from? Nightshade asked, bewildered. I am Naza's father. Nightshade glanced between Naza and her father. He had assumed there was discord between them, yet they appeared to be quite amicable. In truth, Naza has longed to meet you. Her father suddenly stated. Longed to meet me? Nightshade was confused, wondering what this entailed and for how long. He had never met Naza, and among those he knew, only Alice and Kona might be familiar with her. Stop rambling. Just as Naza's father was about to say more, Naza interrupted, causing him to fall silent. Annoyance evident on his face. So do you agree? Naza asked Nightshade. Well, if you wish to travel with me, I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question. After all, who would refuse a beautiful woman? However, your attire is rather unappealing. Initially pleased by his earlier comments, Naza's mood soured upon hearing her outfit criticized. With a cold huff, she tossed the golden badge toward Nightshade. Hee, now I possess the golden badge. Even if I change my mind, you cannot do anything about it. Nightshade teased, tossing the badge playfully. Naza was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson, clearly infuriated, as if she might erupt with steam. Return my badge, Naza said angrily. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Once something is in my possession, it is mine. Naza, infuriated and at a loss for words, was not adept at communication, and could only seethe in silence. If you can tell me why you wish to travel with me, I might consider bringing you along. Naza cast another glance at Yeshu, who remained silent, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, revealing a hint of surprise, along with a touch of lingering resentment. Never mind, come find me at this address tomorrow. Yeshu felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, feeling akin to a scoundrel who had abandoned his wife, reminiscent of Mingxue from the past. Naza accepted the paper that flew towards her, nodding slightly. As Yeshu turned to leave, confusion clouded his mind. When their eyes met, he sensed that she truly seemed to recognize him. Yet, he could not recall ever having met Naza before. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, feeling certain that Naza bore him no ill will. Chapter 79, The Battle Against Beedrill. As long as she harbored no malice, it was fine. Having an additional beautiful companion for the journey was a delightful prospect. However, he was uncertain about how they would react upon discovering that he had come to challenge the gym today, and even brought back a gym leader. Mingxue was understandable, but Naza seemed unfamiliar with him. Should he linger here for another day? That's not an issue. Yeshu, why don't you accompany us for some shopping? I think not. I feel as though I have developed a phobia of shopping. It's utterly terrifying. I must go train my Pokémon. Farewell. After his refusal, Yeshu swiftly fled, eager to escape that daunting place. Upon reaching the top of a luxurious hotel, he discovered an opulent training arena, equipped with a plethora of Pokémon training facilities and numerous battlefields. The rooftop was constructed from special materials and could withstand all but the mightiest of champion battles, so there was no need to worry about a collapse. Once at the top, Yeshu realized that he had no Pokémon available for training. Beedrill's strength was already at the mid-champion level, and its potential had reached its peak. His Fairy-type Pokémon had ascended from the quasi-champion tier to the champion level, capable only of grasping its essence. Yeshu found himself at an impasse regarding practical training. Both Dragonite and Charizard were at the mid-champion level, and the pseudo-champion was at the pinnacle. They could only comprehend their essence to enhance their strength. It seemed that only Marill remained. Yet Marill was disinterested in becoming stronger and merely wished to play tomorrow. Yeshu was quite troubled. He ought to capture some Pokémon, for without lower-tier Pokémon, he couldn't possibly lead with a champion-level Pokémon in a gym battle, especially since he encountered few high-potential Pokémon in the wild. With a Fairy-type Pokémon as rare as yours, you must be an impressive Pokémon trainer. How about a Pokémon battle? Yeshu turned to the young man who had issued the challenge, nodding in agreement. Very well, I was just looking for an opponent. Come forth, Venusaur. Observing the opponent's Venusaur, Yeshu looked at Beedrill. Beedrill, you shall battle. The opposing Venusaur appeared well-trained, likely at mid-champion strength, which was perfect as Beedrill was also mid-champion, providing an excellent opportunity for training. Since he could not enhance hard power, he would focus on improving combat abilities, which would benefit his Pokémon in battle. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. The opponent, having discerned Beedrill's approximate strength, approached the battle with seriousness. Beedrill, evade with Quick Attack, then use Poison Sting. Yeshu's strategy was clear. He aimed to poison the opponent first, gradually wearing down their stamina. Beedrill darted through the air, leaving afterimages as it dodged the incoming Leaf Blade, then closed in on Venusaur, stabbing its body with the stinger on its tail. Venusaur's mobility was its weak point, unable to evade Beedrill's poison sting. Its face began to turn purple, indicating it was poisoned. This is bad, the young man exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing this development. Now that Venusaur was poisoned, its stamina would gradually diminish, and Beedrill could simply engage in a war of attrition. Venusaur, use Seed Bomb, the young man commanded, deciding that since Venusaur was poisoned, it should deploy seed bombs to gradually recover, even if it would counter the effects of the poison. Dodge it, Beedrill, and then use Twin Needle. Beedrill's speed allowed it to swiftly evade Venusaur's seed bomb. Beedrill, use Hyper Beam. Oh no, Venusaur, use Protect. The young man, having seen the seed bomb evade, had no time to issue further commands before Beedrill unleashed Hyper Beam, forcing him to hastily call for protection. Venusaur, excellent. Use Solar Beam. After the protection ended, Beedrill was momentarily immobilized, and the young man seized this opportunity to unleash a powerful Grass-type move, Solar Beam. Beedrill, use Protect, then follow up with Mega Punch. Yeshu felt at a loss. It was normal for an ordinary Pokémon to become immobilized after using Hyper Beam, and training could only reduce the duration of this immobilization. However, he noted that Venusaur's stamina was waning. The poison was steadily sapping its strength, making it the perfect moment to deploy Mega Punch. Indeed, once Beedrill's protection dissipated, it executed Mega Punch, sending Venusaur flying, its eyes swirling as it lost consciousness. You are indeed impressive. I concede defeat, the young man said regretfully. Recalling Venusaur into its Pokeball, I will go treat my Pokémon, and if the opportunity arises, I would love to battle you again. Sure. I look forward to our next encounter, Yeshu replied, engaging in polite conversation. Just as Yeshu prepared to continue training his Pokémon or seek another opponent for battle, his phone rang unexpectedly. A call. Yeshu pulled out his phone, noticing it was from Shungdai. Shungdai informed Yeshu that someone was looking for him, and from his tone, it seemed rather displeased. Well, since no challengers have arrived, I suppose I should head back. Yeshu recalled Beedrill and returned to his room. Upon his return, he was greeted by a beautiful young woman clad in a kimono. Yeshu hesitantly inquired, "Are you Naza?" Naza nodded gently, her expression stoic. However, upon witnessing Yeshu's astonished gaze, she felt a sense of happiness within, though she refrained from displaying it. "Little Yeshu, shouldn't you explain what this situation is about?" Alice chimed in, approaching with a smile. "Yes, shouldn't you clarify? Having Mingxue was one thing, but now there's another?" Kona remarked, gripping Yeshu's neck with both hands. "Sister Kona, could you please release me? I'm nearly suffocating." Yeshu gasped, gently tapping Kona's hands. "Oh, is that so? You seem perfectly fine to me," Shungdai observed. Mingxue remained silent, yet her demeanor suggested she was waiting for him to defend himself. Yeshu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. If there were truly a matter at hand, it would surely be too late. However, he was astonished. He had merely told Naza to come by tomorrow, yet here she was today, dressed in a kimono. He could not help but admire how her figure and face were already stunningly perfect, and combined with the kimono, she was truly a beauty, to the point where Yeshu almost failed to recognize her. Kona released Yeshu, folding her arms and gazing at him. "Sister Kona, please don't tell me you don't recognize Naza, the illustrious champion of the Kanto region. If you don't even know the gym leaders of Kanto, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing?" Yeshu hastily began to explain. Chapter 80, A Major Showdown. "No, Yeshu, I believe you have misunderstood my intent. I am not asking you to introduce who Naza is, but rather to clarify the nature of your relationship with her. The relationship between Yeshu and Nasi is rather ambiguous, as Yeshu himself contemplates that he seemingly shares no significant bond with Nasi. Their interactions are merely those of a typical challenger and gym leader, with the ordinary pursuit of badges. Yet, to his surprise, Nasi expresses a desire to travel with him. "Well, Nasi is a companion who will journey with us in the future," Yeshu awkwardly explains. Kona, the esteemed gym leader, interjects with a hint of skepticism, questioning how a gym leader can abandon her duties to embark on a journey. "If you leave the gym without permission, the league will not look kindly upon it," she states coolly. A tense exchange occurs when Nasi and Kona lock gazes, emanating an aura that sends shivers down Yeshu's spine. He had always perceived Kona as a gentle elder sister figure, but in this moment, her presence is undeniably formidable. Yeshu finds himself retreating into a corner, trembling with unease. Beside him, Alice and Shungdai seem to revel in the spectacle, while Nei, clutching a Ralts plush, mirrors their amused expressions. "There will be someone to manage the gym. You worry too much, Kona," Nasi finally responds after a prolonged stare. Kona chuckles lightly before suddenly embracing Yeshu, pulling him into her bosom, rendering him breathless. He finds himself once again in a predicament, though the atmosphere feels markedly different this time. Nasi's pupils constrict as she casts a frigid glare at Kona, causing nearby objects to levitate due to her psychic powers. Yet Kona remains unfazed, her smile unwavering as she addresses Nasi. "As Yeshu's sister, I do not wish for just anyone to approach him. Your sister does not seem to be her," Nasi retorts, having already discerned Yeshu's background upon her arrival. Indeed. Little Yeshu's sister appears to be me, Alice interjects, only to be silenced by the two women's sharp rebukes. Yeshu secretly delights in the unfolding drama, thinking to himself how entertaining it is. You see, a recognized adoptive sister counts as a sister. It is only natural for me to be cautious of you. Given your unexpected proposal to travel with us, Nasi states. Finally extricating himself from Kona's embrace, Yeshu gasps for air, nearly suffocated. But perhaps finding happiness in the predicament, a true paradox of blissful demise. He gazes at the two women, their imposing presence overwhelming even someone accustomed to the might of legendary Pokémon. Is this the unique atmosphere of a battlefield? As the tension seems to momentarily bypass him, Yeshu quietly settles onto the sofa, striving to diminish his presence. He has heard tales of how terrifying such confrontations can be, and he wishes to remain uninvolved to avoid a headache. In the opulent living room, a strange tension envelopes the space, while Yeshu, cradling Nei, sits silently beside Mingxua, who remains mute. Shengdai and Alice appear entranced by the intensity of the two women, lost in a stupor. After what feels like an eternity, Yeshu finally breaks the silence. Aren't you both tired? Especially you, Nasi. Controlling these floating objects with your psychic abilities must be exhausting. Well, it is somewhat tiring. Yeshu, could you give my shoulders a rub? Kona replies as she takes a seat. Yeshu is left speechless, wondering how standing still for half an hour could warrant such a request. He wishes he had kept quiet, realizing he may have inadvertently invited trouble. Noticing Nasi's unwavering gaze upon him, Yeshu decides to ignore both women, aware that any engagement might draw him into the fray. Yet, he increasingly feels as though Nasi recognizes him from somewhere, though he cannot recall ever meeting her before. Nasi approaches and sits beside Yeshu, leaning towards Mingxua while keeping her eyes fixed on him. Excuse me, may I sit in the middle? Shengdai interjects, attempting to break the tension. Not allowed, Nasi dismisses. Yeshu, come with me, Kona beckons, leading him to her room. Yeshu, do you truly know Nasi? Why does she wish to travel with you? She inquires earnestly. Previously, Kona had been confrontational with Nasi, primarily due to her concern that Nasi might take Yeshu away from her, a thought that irked her, especially after Mingxua had already claimed a piece of his heart. Kona is uncertain if her feelings for Yeshu have blossomed into love, but she certainly harbors fondness for him. The presence of another affectionate female figure by Yeshu's side stirs discomfort within her. Moreover, there is the fear of ulterior motives, as many are aware of Yeshu's connection to legendary Pokémon. Thus, Kona's apprehensions are not unfounded. After all, Yeshu remains a mere boy in the eyes of many, and the allure of a charming woman can often lead to deceitful intentions. Sighing, Yeshu responds, I don't know Nasi well, and she proposed to travel with us herself. You should have seen her pleading eyes. I simply could not refuse. However, he wonders if she harbors any ulterior motives, echoing Kona's concerns. Rest assured, I understand your worries. Nasi means no harm. This is simply my unique ability. Trust me, Yeshu reassures Kona. Very well, she concedes with a nod. Yet her resolve to observe Nasi closely remains steadfast. Should Nasi harbor any ill intentions towards Yeshu, Kona will not hesitate to confront her. As they exit the room, Yeshu finds Nasi's gaze fixed upon him, lingering for what seems like an eternity before she finally looks away. Originally, he had intended to linger in Golden City a bit longer, waiting for Nasi to arrive. Now that she is here, he decides it is time to set off. Shall we depart today? He asks Nasi. That is your decision. I shall follow your lead, Nasi replies earnestly. Nasi, could you please refrain from staring at me so intently? While I am quite thick-skinned, I too can feel bashful, Yeshu requests. I will do my best, Nasi responds. Though Yeshu cannot help but wonder about the meaning of doing my best. Nevertheless, he figures it is harmless. Being gazed upon by a beauty carries no detriment. In the wake of their conversation, Yeshu muses, Nasi, once you change out of that drab outfit, your aura transforms significantly. You appear to be an entirely different person. Far more attractive than before. Is that so? Do you like it? Nasi counters, and Yeshu feels the weight of everyone's attention upon him, fearing that any misstep could once again escalate the tension. Well, I find it quite beautiful, but I suspect the effect would be similar if any of you wore it. Yeshu cleverly replies. Having navigated a potentially treacherous question, Yeshu feels a surge of self-admiration. Nearby, the town of Zun is rumored to harbor ghost-type Pokémon. Kona inquires if Yeshu has any interest. Ah, ghost-type Pokémon. Shengdai exclaims, leaping to her feet. Let us avoid Zun. I fear ghost types more than anything. Zun is said to contain a renowned Pokémon tower, shrouded in urban legends. Please, cousin, do not speak of it any further. I will not sleep tonight. Shungai pleads, hastily silencing Yeshu. Very well, we shall skip Ziyuan and head directly to Rainbow City. Yeshu decides. Rainbow City is the second largest city in Kanto, following Golden City, bustling with tourists and trainers eager to challenge its gym. Moreover, Rainbow City and Golden City are collectively known as a paradise for women. Golden City boasts an expansive shopping center, while what captivates women in Rainbow City is undoubtedly its exquisite perfumes. Although there are also fragrances designed for men, the predominant market remains that of women's perfumes. All right, off to Rainbow City then. I can hardly wait to arrive, exclaimed Shandai, her excitement palpable. Given the renowned fame of Rainbow City's perfumes, it was only natural for Shandai to be eager to visit. Yeswa's lips twitched in response. Upon reaching Rainbow City, he would undoubtedly be dragged to explore the perfume shops. Nay, stop snacking and start preparing dinner, Yeswa admonished, snatching the chips from Nay's hands. Recently, Nay had developed a penchant for snacks. However, once she transformed into her Shinado form, she became disdainful of such treats, only relishing them in her Larvitar form. Though accustomed to this peculiarity, AI Lizzie couldn't help but remark, Nay is truly unique. No wonder you always say she is a one-of-a-kind Pokémon. Dinner was splendidly prepared, and even Nasi, who usually ate little, found herself indulging more than usual, drawing curious glances from Yeswa and the others. Nasi's cheeks flushed with shyness. Nasi is so adorable. This is the first time I've seen her shy, Yeswa teased, noticing her rosy complexion. Upon hearing this, Nasi's face reddened even further. What about me? Am I cute? Shandai suddenly interjected. Yes, you're cute too, Yeswa replied dismissively. The next morning, Yeswa and his companions departed Golden City, embarking on their journey to Rainbow City. The distance between Golden City and Rainbow City is neither too far nor too close, requiring several days of travel. After merely 2 hours, Nasi could no longer continue and resorted to floating using her psychic abilities. Having spent considerable time in the gym since taking over her father's establishment at the age of 11 or 12, she had seldom undertaken long journeys, which explained her lack of stamina. Nasi, you really need to work on your endurance. You can't rely solely on your psychic powers. What if they fail you at a critical moment? Yeswa reminded her. Psychic powers can't fail. That's impossible, Kono asserted. When another's psychic ability surpasses yours, it can indeed become ineffective, AI Lizzie clarified. I thought my stamina was poor, but it turns out Nasi's is even worse, Shandai mused. Finally finding comfort in her own abilities, Nasi ceased using her psychic powers and began to follow Yeswa and the others step by step, prompting them to intentionally slow their pace. Due to Nasi's presence, their travel speed had inevitably decreased. However, it mattered little. There was ample time before the court's conference in Kanto, and Yeswa wasn't in a rush to collect badges, so a leisurely pace was acceptable. Let's take a break, Yeswa announced, glancing up at the sun, which was approaching noon, prime time for a meal. While Yeswa could forego eating, the lovely ladies accompanying him could not, and Nasi appeared quite fatigued. In a clearing, Yeswa released his Pokémon. Kona brought only her Lapras, while Nasi had her Gardevoir and Metagross, and AI Lizzie merely had her Dragonite. Shandai, not yet ready for travel, had no Pokémon with her. I didn't realize you had a Metagross, and it seems quite powerful, Yeswa remarked, observing the gray-blue Metagross, which matched Nasi's Gardevoir in strength, both at the pinnacle of the Elite Four. If they were to battle, Metagross might have the upper hand, considering its formidable psychic abilities and robust physique. If Yeswa were to challenge a gym with Nasi using Metagross, it could prove rather troublesome. Nasi, your Beedrill is sparring with Dragonite, she noted. Yeswa glanced over calmly. It's fine, they're just training. Beedrill relentlessly attacked Dragonite, which could only dodge, allowing Beedrill to hone its speed while simultaneously enhancing Dragonite's evasion skills, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It should be noted that Beedrill was likely the weakest Pokémon Yeswa owned, possessing only mid-tier Elite Four strength. Its potential had reached a plateau, unable to further enhance its abilities unless an opportunity presented itself. Marilioli nudged Yeswa's hand, her large eyes gazing up at him. Marilioli, are you looking for Shalebi to play with? Yeswa deduced her intentions. Marilioli's rabbit ears perked up, and she nodded. It must be said that Marilioli was rather adorable. Originally, she had accompanied Yeswa for fun, not for battle, and now, with all his Pokémon training, she felt rather bored. Chapter 82. The dopey Pokémon with champion potential. Yeswa summoned Shalebi, who immediately flitted to his side, rubbing against him. He then suggested that Shalebi and Marilioli play together. I didn't realize you had a Shalebi, Nasi exclaimed in surprise. Yeswa has many secrets. There's no need to be surprised, AI Lizzie commented. How wonderful to have a legendary Pokémon. I wish I had one. The burden of being at the Elite Four level is quite heavy. Especially with dealing with Team Rocket and facing Dato's challenges, Kona lamented enviously. Legendary Pokémon are not easily obtained. If you want one, Kona, I can only assist you in defeating it. Whether you can capture it depends solely on your own skills, Yeswa replied. Let's eat. Nei and Mingxue prepared the meal together. And I can only imagine how delicious it is. Yeswa called his Pokémon back and prepared their food before they began to dine. Dodo, a voice called from nearby, prompting Yeswa to set down his rice ball and turn to investigate. Is that a dopey Pokémon? It lay by the water's edge, its tail submerged, pondering its existence. It would evolve if its tail were bitten by a shelter. Ash and his companions had arrived at Dopey Town during their travels, where it hadn't rained for many years. A legend spoke of a group of dopey Pokémon at the mountain's peak. If they yawned, it would rain. However, Team Rocket had captured the dopey Pokémon, and Ash's group rescued them, leading to a great yawn and finally rain. According to legend, there was a dopey Pokémon king who ruled over Dopey Town and referred to itself as Kong Shirdai. Yeswa, do you wish to capture a dopey Pokémon? Kona observed the interest in Yeswa's eyes. Well, capturing it is certainly on my agenda. This particular dopey Pokémon possesses champion potential. How could I not capture it? Yeswa mused, recalling his previous encounters with Pokémon. It seemed he was indeed fortunate to encounter a dopey Pokémon with such potential. The dopey Pokémon's gaze was fixated on the food Yeswa had prepared for his Pokémon, clearly intrigued. These berries had been cultivated in the system space and within the realm of legendary Pokémon, making them particularly enticing. Dopey Pokémon, would you like to eat? Yeswa inquired, approaching it with some berries in hand. Upon seeing Yeswa approach, the dopey Pokémon displayed little fear, merely gazing at the berries in his hand, drooling slightly. Yeswa took his time, casually tossing some berries towards the dopey Pokémon. The creature hesitated for a moment before leaping to catch a berry in its mouth, eagerly grasping it with its claws to devour. After finishing, the dopey Pokémon continued to watch Yeswa's hand for more berries. Yisu stepped closer, extending the fruit from the tree in his hand. It was indeed bold of him. Had he lacked formidable strength, he would not have dared approach. The dull beast hesitated momentarily before cautiously accepting the fruit and began to eat it with evident delight, its gaze towards Yisu growing increasingly warm and friendly. Dull beast, would you care to travel with me? If you agree, you shall be able to enjoy such fruits tomorrow, Yisu coaxed. One hand holding the fruit and the other clutching a pokeball, like a seasoned uncle enticing a young girl. How can you capture a Pokemon like this, cousin? You must battle it, defeat it, and earn its recognition, Sheng Dai remarked, well versed in the process of capturing Pokemon as a top student at the academy. Doesn't little Yi seem a bit peculiar? Don't you think? Alice interjected. Indeed, it does, Kona added. Yisu, however, paid them no mind, his attention solely on the dull beast. This time, the dull beast did not hesitate and reached out its claw to touch the floating pokeball. The ball did not wobble, it was captured instantly. Since the dull beast had taken the initiative, just like when he captured Eevee, resistance was out of the question, making such an immediate capture quite reasonable. Though capturing a Pokemon without a battle had occurred once before, Yisu was still taken aback. He had merely intended to test it, yet success came swiftly. You are indeed the first to capture a Pokemon without a battle, Yisu, Kona noted. That dull beast appears to possess considerable strength, Alice observed with surprise. Not particularly formidable. I was able to capture it without a fight primarily due to its gluttonous nature. Yisu replied, gazing at the dull beast contentedly munching on the fruit. The dull beast indeed possessed significant strength, nearing the pinnacle of the quasi-champion level. Ripe for evolution into a champion Pokemon. Encountering such a strong Pokemon, one must admit that little Yi was fortunate, as Mingxue pointed out. With the dull beast now captured, Yisu felt elated, envisioning its growth and potential for mega evolution. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, for nurturing the dull beast into a champion would not be a simple endeavor, particularly given the complexities surrounding its evolution. After a meal and a brief rest, they resumed their journey once the sun's intensity had waned. Although they could have reached Rainbow City in a day, they took 2 days to accommodate Nazi. Over this time, Nazi's stamina had improved, which was beneficial for her, as she was no longer as reliant on her psychic abilities. Finally arriving in Rainbow City, Sheng Dai, invigorated after the long journey, declared, let us first find a place to stay. Shall we visit the perfume shop afterward? Sheng Dai gazed at Yisu with anticipation. Seeing her enthusiasm, it was clear that she would not relent until they visited the shop. Very well. But we must secure our lodging first. There are still several hours until nightfall. We can explore and appreciate the sights of Rainbow City. After reserving a room at the hotel, Yisu led them to the perfume shop, a hallmark of Rainbow City, known for its abundance of such establishments. Another notable feature of the city was the Beauty Street, renowned for pampering Pokémon rather than people. This is the perfume shop run by the Rainbow Gym's leader, Eligia. The quality here is exceptional, Kona remarked. In fact, most perfume shops in Rainbow City are part of Eligia's enterprise, Alice added. Upon entering the shop, Yisu found himself entirely disinterested in perfumes, opting instead to sit alongside Nai and observe as the others selected their fragrances. Chapter 83, The Rainbow Gym. Ming Shui, why aren't you joining them? To everyone's surprise, Ming Shui did not accompany Kona and the others to buy perfumes. I dislike perfumes. If one must rely on scent to embellish oneself, one might as well purchase a bottle of body wash. However, if little Yi enjoys them, I could give it a try, she mused. Forget it then, since you don't like it. I won't force you, Yisu replied. Nai, would you like a perfume? I can buy you a bottle. Nai shook her head. She had little interest in perfumes and preferred to spend her time acquiring snacks instead. After the others finished shopping, Yisu, at the staff's insistence, found himself purchasing an abundance of perfumes. Cousin, why are you buying so many? Shengdai inquired, puzzled. Of course, they are gifts. Otherwise, would I use them myself? Yisu replied, calculating in his mind whether he had enough. Given the opportunity, he decided to buy some for Tuzi, Mei, and Selena. Are they for girls? Shengdai asked, puffing out her cheeks. Indeed. You all should head back. I'll send the perfumes out, Yisu informed them. All right, little Yi, return promptly. Alice instructed before leading the others back to the hotel. Upon arriving at the courier station, Yisu noted how efficient the delivery was, especially with Pokémon assisting. Some were even riding on Dragonite. If he were to compare this to his previous life, it would be akin to delivering parcels in a BMW. Quite understated. After sending off the perfumes, Yisu returned to the hotel. It was too late to challenge the gym today, as it was likely closed by now. He'd have to wait until tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Yisu asked, I am going to challenge the gym. Will you accompany me? Nazi remained reticent, speaking little. I want to go. I wish to see how perfumes are made, Shengdai exclaimed eagerly, curious about the ingredients behind such delightful scents. I will follow, wherever little Yi goes. I shall go, Ming Shui declared, clinging to Yisu's arm. Seeing Ming Shui, Nazi also approached and took hold of Yisu's other arm. You all are quite cunning. I want to join as well, lest little Yi brings back another girl. Alice pouted. Since all of you are going, it would be rather dull for me to stay behind, so I will join as well, keeping an eye on Yisu. Kona remarked, well aware that Eligia was a beauty and that Yisu was already surrounded by enough women. The Rainbow Gym was situated on the outskirts rather than in the city center. After a half-hour walk, they arrived. Wow, what a grand glass house. Is this truly a gym? It looks more like a garden, Shengdai exclaimed in astonishment. The flowers and plants inside are quite beautiful, Ming Shui commented. This must be a vast botanical garden. The air here should be delightful, Yisu observed, taking in the various plants within. May I ask who you are? Several individuals resembling gardeners approached, their gazes fixated on Yisu with fervent interest, making him feel somewhat awkward. Could they not be a bit more reserved? What are you staring at? Nazi's cool voice interrupted their gaze fixed on Yisu. Feeling somewhat nervous under Nazi's imposing gaze, they replied, Hello. We are trainers here to challenge the gym. We were wondering if your leader is present. Yisu shamelessly introduced himself. I am a novice trainer just starting out. Cousin, your audacity is remarkable, claiming to be a novice trainer like this? Shengdai teased. So you are here to challenge the gym. Unfortunately, our leader is currently out, but will return shortly. You may explore the area in the meantime. Would you like us to show you around? Is that permissible? Yisu inquired, perplexed. Of course. This indoor garden is open for visitors. Isn't your leader Eligia supposed to be here? Yisu asked, puzzled. Indeed, residing here is accurate. Yet the curator departed early to assess the sales performance of the perfume shop. Given the time, she should be returning shortly. So it will not delay your challenge at the gym. Under the guidance of the staff, Uesu and his companions were shown around this indoor garden, which, I must say, is quite expansive. This is the second largest city in the Kanto region, particularly near the city center, where land is typically at a premium. The existence of such a vast indoor garden here is a testament to Elika's financial prowess. There are numerous grass-type Pokémon here, remarked Alice as she gazed at the creatures within the indoor garden. Indeed, there are many, Uesu replied, crouching down to gently stroke a passing Oddish. Surprisingly, the timid Oddish showed no fear of humans. The staff member chuckled, explaining that the Pokémon here interact with humans daily, so they are accustomed to our presence. After a thorough inspection of the indoor garden, Elika returned. Hello, I am Elika. You must be here to challenge the gym. I apologize for making you wait, she said, addressing Uesu and his friends. It's no trouble at all. My name is Uesu, and it's a delight to witness such a beautiful place, he smiled. Upon seeing the gentle smile on Uesu's face, Elika felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, unexpectedly captivated by the boy's charm. Uesu, I suggest you refrain from displaying such a tender smile towards girls in the future, Nasi suddenly interjected. Indeed, I concur with Nasi, Kona nodded in agreement. Elika is already enchanted. Saint Dai chimed in. Feeling increasingly flustered, Elika quickly shifted the topic. Well then, shall we proceed with the Pokemon battle? Uesu, not wishing to prolong the conversation, nodded and followed Elika to the battle arena. The rules of the Rainbow Gym Challenge stipulate a 3-on-3 battle, with the challenger taking the first turn and allowed to switch Pokemon mid-battle. The staff member who had previously shown Uesu around now assumed the role of referee. My first Pokemon is Vine Whip, Elika declared as she released her Pokemon. Come forth, Beedrill. Uesu threw his Pokeball. Beedrill soared into the sky, excitedly eyeing the Vine Whip below, its two sharp stingers glinting ominously. Beedrill, use Poison Sting. Vine Whip, evade the attack. Beedrill, often training alongside Dragonite to enhance its speed and agility, moved with such swiftness that Vine Whip stood no chance of evasion. Beedrill swiftly closed the distance, its sharp stinger piercing Vine Whip's body. Upon being struck, Vine Whip's complexion turned a sickly shade of purple, its eyes glazed over as it collapsed, instantly defeated. The disparity in strength was evident. Vine Whip was merely at the peak of ordinary strength, while Beedrill was well into the mid-tier of the Elite Four. Impressive. Your Beedrill must have been with you for quite some time, Elika said, recalling her defeated Pokemon, clearly astonished. Despite her awareness of her own Pokemon's limitations, the instant knockout illustrated Beedrill's formidable prowess. Now for my second Pokemon, you must be cautious. Go, Gloom. Elika switched to another Pokeball. Gloom, use Leaf Tornado. Uesu rested his chin in his hand, contemplating. Elika's strength appears somewhat lacking. The disparity in ability among gym leaders in the Kanto region was stark. Beedrill, dodge, and then use Twin Needle. As expected, Beedrill nimbly evaded Gloom's attack and swiftly incapacitated it as well. Defeated again, Elika cast a forlorn glance at Uesu, feeling the humiliation of being so easily bested as a gym leader. In response to Elika's mournful gaze, Uesu shrugged helplessly. You can't hold that against me. My strength is simply overwhelming. Moreover, the Rainbow Gym is only slightly superior to the Azure Gym, as recognized by many. Now for my final Pokemon, I choose Weezing. Upon seeing Weezing, Uesu's expression shifted slightly, not due to Weezing's strength, but rather because of its overpowering odor. If allowed to release its fumes, it could incapacitate everyone in the vicinity, and Uesu had no desire to endure that experience. Initially, he had hoped to engage in a more prolonged exchange with Elika, but encountering Weezing changed his mind. Beedrill, use Agility, then execute Twin Needle. With its already impressive speed enhanced further, Beedrill became a blur, delivering a decisive blow to Weezing. Weezing, are you alright? Elika rushed over, relieved to find that Weezing had not sustained serious injuries. Uesu, you are utterly lacking in chivalry, Elika glared at him, feeling aggrieved at having her 3 Pokemon defeated in swift succession. My apologies, I hadn't anticipated such a turn of events, Uesu replied, still feeling somewhat helpless. While it was indeed ungracious to embarrass a girl, Elika's evident weakness left no room for leniency. Due to her commitments in running the perfume shop, Elika had devoted her energy to her business rather than training her Pokemon, which explained her current deficiencies in strength. Well, here is the Rainbow Badge. Although she had lost, Elika offered the badge to Uesu without further complaint. Uesu received the badge, noting its beauty, crafted in the hues of a rainbow, radiating a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Now that the battle has concluded, would you care to visit my perfume shop? Elika warmly invited. We actually visited the shop yesterday, Uesu replied. Oh, how unfortunate. I had hoped to personally show you around. Kona and Nasi, we should be taking our leave now. We don't wish to impose, Uesu said as they began to depart, with Kona and Nasi each taking hold of one of his arms. Are you leaving so soon? I had hoped you would stay a little longer. Please do visit again. Elika waved goodbye. Certainly. Uesu turned to wave, but with his arms restrained. He had to forego the gesture. What are you doing pulling me along? Is it not because you attract girls too much? We had to get you away quickly. Alice remarked. Indeed, Sister Alice is correct. You simply draw girls in, and if we lingered, our group might just add another member, Saint Di nodded. Nasi remained silent, but she too nodded in agreement. Shall we continue our journey, or linger a few more days in Rainbow City? Kona inquired of Uesu. Let us first visit the Beauty Street. I seek a breeder to assist with my Pokemon, Uesu replied. By enlisting a breeder's help, Uesu would find his tasks considerably easier. In truth, he had long desired to find a breeder. His Pokemon's constant diet of berries seemed inadequate, and even if they didn't complain, Uesu felt it was improper. While he and his companions enjoyed their meals, his Pokemon were left with mere scraps. Furthermore, Uesu was aware of a particularly stunning and skilled breeder in the area, the one known as Xiaoxue from the original story. Xiaoxue and Xiaojing share the same aspiration to become Pokemon breeders. Xiaojing regards Xiaoxue as one of the most exceptional Pokemon breeders, although it is likely that his praise is somewhat exaggerated due to her beauty. In the realm of Pokemon, the creatures nurtured by breeders may develop at a slower pace, yet ultimately, they possess more refined attributes, at least more powerful than Pokemon of the same level trained by ordinary trainers. Presently, Yesu has set his sights on Xiaoxue as a potential companion, as she not only addresses the issue of Pokemon nourishment, but also has the ability to enhance their attributes. Is that not perfection? Beauty Street, renowned as the Street of Breeders, instantly dazzles Yesu and his companions upon their arrival with a plethora of beautifully adorned Pokemon. Here, one can find not only breeders, but also makeup artists dedicated to beautifying Pokemon. However, Yesu feels no need for a makeup artist. Transforming Pokemon into peculiar appearances would hinder their combat abilities. He is not a coordinator and does not participate in glamorous contests. Are we here to seek out a breeder? Shengdai observes the shop, finding it rather ordinary. Just because a shop appears plain does not mean it lacks skilled Pokemon breeders. Let us enter. With that, Yesu pushes open the door and steps inside. Welcome. Xiaoxue beams as she notices Yesu and his companions entering. Upon seeing Xiaoxue, they regard Yesu with curious glances, initially anticipating a formidable breeder, only to conclude that perhaps looks hold more weight, leaving them uncertain about his capabilities. Chapter 85. The Invitation to Travel. Hello, Xiaoxue. I am Yesu, a traveler. Ah, you know me? Xiaoxue replies, astonished as she gazes at Yesu. Indeed, Miss Xiaoxue is quite renowned among breeders. A celebrated figure in her field, Yesu compliments her. Is that so? Thank you for the praise. Xiaoxue's cheeks flush slightly, feeling a touch bashful from the compliment. Though this may seem sudden, I wish to invite you, Miss Xiaoxue, to accompany me on my travels and assist in caring for my Pokemon. Would you consider it? Yesu proposes earnestly. Xiaoxue is momentarily taken aback by this unexpected invitation, feeling somewhat flustered. A person you have just met is unlikely to accept such a proposal. How could you, cousin? Shengdai pouts in disapproval. Indeed, extending an invitation to travel so soon after meeting is rather presumptuous, Alice concurs. To invite me on a journey? Xiaoxue contemplates Yesu, noting his handsome visage, which reassures her of his character. However, the abruptness of the invitation still leaves her feeling bewildered. After a brief moment of reflection, Xiaoxue nods in agreement. In truth, she had been contemplating a journey herself, feeling the need to learn and grow. Therefore, Yesu's invitation presents a timely opportunity. She believes that having a companion on her travels would be delightful, and additionally, she is reluctant to decline the invitation extended by someone as attractive as Yesu. Thus, it is evident that appearance carries significant weight. Sometimes, looks can wield considerable influence. Shengdai is astonished that Xiaoxue has indeed agreed to travel together, having doubted that she would acquiesce so readily. After all, they had only just met, and such a sudden invitation would typically be declined by most. Yet, reality confirms that Xiaoxue has accepted the offer. Are you the champion, Kinna? Xiaoxue exclaims, surprised as Kinna removes his hat. Kinna is a star in the Kanto region, known to nearly every Pokemon trainer. Thus he often embellishes his appearance when out and about. Nothing much. Merely consider me an ordinary person from now on. We shall be companions on this journey. Kinna smiles warmly. To travel alongside champion Kinna is an honor. I look forward to your guidance, Xiaoxue expresses with admiration. Is Kinna truly that famous? Shengdai inquires. Indeed, he is the most renowned among the Elite Four in Kanto, Alice elaborates. Xiaoxue, did you truly agree to travel with us so hastily? Yesu questions, his brow furrowed in confusion. In truth, even Yesu himself had not anticipated Xiaoxue's swift acceptance of his invitation. I have lingered in this shop for far too long without venturing out on a journey. Perhaps that is my shortcoming. Your invitation comes at the perfect moment, Xiaoxue replies with a smile. Are you not worried? Worried about what? I trust that Yesu is a good person. At this, Yesu rubs his nose, feeling as though he has received a good person card. I have agreed to travel with you. But I still need to tidy up the shop and transfer ownership, which may take a few days. That is perfectly fine. I am in no hurry. However, Xiaoxue, if you transfer your shop, does that mean you won't be opening another? Xiaoxue chuckles lightly before responding. As you can see, there are no customers at all. You must be quite capable. Why is there no one here? Xingdai queries, puzzled. To Xingdai, someone who has captured her cousin's attention must possess considerable skill. How could a capable individual run a shop without customers? People here prioritize appearances, disregarding the intrinsic attributes of Pokémon, which is why my shop receives no patrons, Xiaoxue explains. After speaking, Xiaoxue feels a twinge of embarrassment, stealing a glance at Yesu. After all, she too is one to value appearances. Upon first encountering Yesu, she found herself drawn to him due to his looks, which is perhaps the most significant reason for her willingness to accompany him on this journey. Otherwise, how could she easily agree to the invitation of a stranger without knowing him better? This street, originally known as the Street of Breeders, has now also taken on the moniker of Beauty Street, where beauticians are now more sought after than breeders. Xiaoxue clarifies the situation. I believe those makeup artists do a poor job, transforming Pokémon into grotesque forms. Certainly, their original appearances are the most beautiful. Alice cannot help but critique, recalling the peculiar Pokémon they had seen earlier. I concur, Nasi nods in agreement. Nevertheless, wealthy individuals adore it. There is little we can do about that, Xiaoxue laments. Yesu and his companions assist Xiaoxue in tidying the shop and posting the transfer notice. Mere minutes after the notice goes up, inquiries begin to flood in. Is it really the Swift? Yesu exclaims in astonishment. I did not expect such quick responses, Xiaoxue echoes his surprise. Having barely had a moment to sip water before receiving calls from potential buyers. And not just one, but several individuals have shown interest in acquiring Xiaoxue's shop. The competition quickly intensifies, with voices raised and tensions flaring as they nearly come to blows. Observing Xiaoxue's flustered demeanor, Yesu interjects, why not auction it off? The highest bidder wins. Indeed, this gentleman speaks wisely. The highest bid prevails. Those of you without funds should return home, for this shop shall be mine. One prospective buyer declares assertively, Humph, do you think you are the only one with wealth? I am not lacking either. We shall see who triumphs in the end. Humph, do you believe you have a guaranteed claim? Our beauty shop is equally formidable. After a round of bidding, the shop sells for a price that leaves Xiaoxue astounded. The buyers are all from beauty shops on the street, and the competition is fierce. Given the prime location of Xiaoxue's shop, it is no surprise that the auction fetched a substantial price. To think it was resolved in mere hours. Thank you, Yesu, without your assistance, I would have been at a loss, Xiaoxue says appreciatively. Not at all. Since you have agreed to travel with us, we are companions now. And companions should support one another, Yesu replies with a warm smile. Xiaoxue gazes at Yesu, momentarily stunned, before hastily lowering her head to conceal the flush on her cheeks. Cousin, you are once again displaying that gentle smile towards the girls, Xingdai suddenly remarked. Indeed, it seems another girl is about to succumb, Alice commented nonchalantly. Chapter 86, The Abandoned Power Plant. After returning to the hotel with Xiaoxue, everyone was quite famished after a long day. Nei went to prepare dinner. Let us depart from here tomorrow. We have successfully completed the gym challenge. Does anyone have any objections? Nightsu inquired, and upon hearing his words, everyone felt that they had completed their shopping and expressed no dissent. Cousin, look, there's an Abelang ahead, a fighting-type Pokémon. Do you wish to capture it? Xingdai pointed towards the Abelang in front of them. Nightsu glanced at the Abelang throwing punches by the roadside and shook his head. Its apparent strength was rather lacking, with only elite potential. Moreover, it seemed to belong to someone, as a figure hiding nearby must be its trainer. Let us move on and not pay heed to this Abelang, Nightsu said softly. However, just as they prepared to leave, the Abelang suddenly blocked Nightsu's path, brandishing its fists. It appears this Abelang wishes to battle you, Kinner observed. If it desires to challenge me, then let us proceed. Come forth, Diding. Nightsu summoned Diding. Though the Abelang's strength was unimpressive, it would serve as a good practice opponent for the Diding he had captured a few days prior. Upon emerging, Diding, with its adorable pink hands resting on its head, wobbled over to Nightsu, extending its hands in a plea for food. You truly are a glutton. First, you must battle the Abelang. If you defeat it, I shall reward you with a treat. Upon hearing this, Diding's eyes sparkled with determination as it turned its gaze towards the Abelang. Yes, just like that. Use Hydro Pump. Diding, a water and psychic-type Pokémon, leaned towards its psychic moves, with its water-type attacks being comparatively weaker. A force began to coalesce in Diding's mouth and was rapidly expelled, striking the Abelang, which, being of modest strength, was sent flying and lost its combat ability. It seems the Abelang was defeated in a single blow. Diding is truly impressive, Xiaoxue praised the creature. Diding maintained its endearing expression, returning to Nightsu to beg for food. You really are quite the foodie. Here you go, Nightsu said. Retrieving a berry from his system space, Diding happily devoured the berry. Knight Su shook his head. While Diding had many admirable qualities, its gluttony was excessive, and the Abelang's weakness rendered it a poor training partner. Abelang, are you alright? Suddenly, a man rushed forward and ran towards the Abelang. Does this Abelang have an owner? Shengdai and the others looked on in surprise at the man's sudden appearance. They had previously assumed the Abelang was a wild Pokémon, standing solitary by the roadside. After checking the Abelang and confirming it was unharmed, the man let out a sigh of relief. Hello, my name is Shandu, a Pokémon fighting trainer. It seems my Abelang has caused you some trouble. I apologize. The man said to Knight Su with regret. Your Diding is remarkable. I wish I could have won. But unfortunately, Diding has little advantage in the P1 fighting tournament. Your Abelang is quite commendable as well. I have no doubt you can train it into a formidable Pokémon. Knight Su recognized Shandu, recalling that in the original story, Ash S. Infernape was entrusted to this individual. Ash S. Infernape had helped him secure victory in a championship, albeit in the more niche P1 fighting tournament, which, while noteworthy, was not as prestigious. However, since he hadn't provoked Knight Su, why stir up unnecessary trouble? We shall take our leave now. Goodbye, Knight Su said to Shandu. By the way, Knight Su, he mentioned the P1 fighting tournament. I wonder if you might be interested in participating? Kina inquired. Knight Su shook his head. Such tournaments bore little merit and were a waste of time. Xiaoxue, you still lack an electric-type Pokémon, right? Conveniently, ahead lies the abandoned power plant, where numerous electric-type Pokémon reside, Alice remarked. Upon hearing Alice's words, Knight Su paused. An abandoned power plant? If it were in the game, that would surely be the abode of Zapdos. Kina, is there really a Zapdos at the abandoned power plant? Knight Su asked with curiosity. As a champion of the Kanto region, Kina would undoubtedly know if Zapdos truly existed there. Indeed, there is such a legend that has drawn many to capture the legendary Pokémon, yet they invariably return empty-handed, and no one has ventured back since. Then let us go take a look. We might just be fortunate enough to encounter it, Knight Su said with keen interest. While Zapdos might not be particularly visually appealing, it was nonetheless a legendary Pokémon and could yield valuable points if captured. Knight Su regretted not having captured Ho-Oh earlier. Despite its unremarkable appearance, its power was formidable. The place has been abandoned for quite some time, and there are no paths to traverse. We will need to forge a new route to reach it, Kina cautioned. That's no issue. At most, we will waste a little time. Are you all alright with that? Knight Su asked, looking at Shangdai and the others. Since my cousin wishes to investigate, I shall certainly accompany him. If we encounter it, I would love to see what a legendary Pokémon looks like, Alice expressed with curiosity. For although she had seen legendary Pokémon, they were Knight Su's, and she had yet to witness a wild one. Alright, Nashi replied succinctly. The group decided to head towards the abandoned power plant. Let us take a moment to rest. It's time for a meal. We shall eat first before proceeding, Knight Su declared. Finding a suitable spot, Nei and Mingxue began preparing lunch, while Xiaoxue prepared Pokémon food using the berries Knight Su had given her. Not only could Xiaoxue prepare Pokémon food, but she could also make energy cubes. In fact, she possessed far more culinary skills than Knight Su. The Pokémon's meals were all crafted from berries extracted from Knight Su's system space. Shengdai cradled her adorable Vulpix, stroking its fur and warm body. I wonder if we will get to see Zapdos. That would be a legendary sight, Shengdai said eagerly. The likelihood is slim, even if Zapdos is present. If it does not reveal itself, we would not be able to find it, Kina replied. As long as Zapdos truly resides in the abandoned power plant, it shall not escape our notice, Knight Su said with a smile. With Nei's exceptional perception, should Zapdos be present, it would undoubtedly be detected, even if Zapdos eluded them. Knight Su still wished to capture an electric-type Pokémon. Capturing a strong one would be splendid, regardless of whether it was Zapdos. Chapter 87. The Appearance of Zapdos. Knight Su had never considered becoming a specialized trainer of a single type of Pokémon, for such trainers are easily countered. Take Dato, for example. His strongest Dragonite boasted championship-level strength, yet he could not best Kina, as the Ice type had a significant advantage against him. After satiating their hunger and resting for a while, they set off towards the abandoned power plant under Kina's guidance. The abandoned power plant was not marked on the Kanto map, and even most locals were unaware of how to reach it. After more than 2 days of travel, Knight Su and his companions finally arrived at the abandoned power plant. Though it had been derelict for over a decade, some machinery still operated autonomously. At last, we have arrived at the abandoned power plant. I am utterly exhausted, Shengdai exclaimed upon seeing the power plant, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Proceed with caution. There are Voltorbs and Electrode here, and if you encounter them, they will explode. Kona reminded Isu and the others that they would appear in large numbers at the power plant. Their insatiable appetite for electricity would plunge the nearby towns into widespread blackouts, inciting panic among the populace. With even the slightest external provocation, the mischievous Piku would unleash its devastating move, the explosion, a technique that, while formidable, would also result in mutual destruction. The presence of Electrode required caution. Shungdai carefully trailed behind Isu as they entered the deserted power plant, where they encountered numerous electric-type Pokémon, predominantly Electrode and Magnemite. "Nay, is there any Zapdos here?" Isu inquired. Despite possessing the power of aura, Isu could not sense a vast area due to the extensive expanse of the power plant. Nay concentrated for a moment before nodding affirmatively. She indeed sensed a formidable Pokémon nearby, though she could not ascertain if it was Zapdos. "Really?" Isu's face lit up with surprise. It seemed they were indeed on the right track. "Is there really a Zapdos?" Kona asked in astonishment. She had previously ventured to this place during a grand search organized by the League, only to discover no trace of Zapdos after 3 days and nights of searching. "Nay, lead the way. We must seek out Zapdos." "Isu, if we find Zapdos, can we defeat it?" Xiaoxua hesitated to ask. "Fear not. One Zapdos can undoubtedly be subdued without issue," Isu reassured Xiaoxua. Zapdos was generally a Tier 3 Pokémon. Even if this particular Zapdos were exceptionally gifted, it would not surpass Dragonite. If Isu's Dragonite couldn't overcome it, not to mention Isu also had Celebi of Tier 1, or even the option to unleash the legendary Rayquaza at its peak. Deep within the power plant, a bird Pokémon adorned with an abundance of spiky yellow feathers on its wings and tail opened its eyes. This avian creature was none other than Zapdos, one of the legendary bird trio, which belonged to the Kanto region. However, its overseer, Lugia, hailed from the Johto region. Zapdos possessed boundless electrical energy, and when it appeared, the air crackled with the sound of discharges, generating fierce lightning with the flapping of its radiant wings. It had the ability to heal electric-type Pokémon's wounds and would come here to replenish energy during its most vulnerable moments. "Oh war!" Zapdos screeched in anger. Disturbed from its slumber by the unexpected intruders, Zapdos exhibited its ire. Yet, unlike Giratina, it did not attempt to drive away the trespassers. Instead, it flapped its wings and prepared to flee. "It's trying to escape," Nei informed Isu. "Let it run? That is out of the question." Upon hearing that Zapdos intended to flee, Isu was incensed. "We cannot allow the bird to fly away now. Dragonite, take to the skies and guard the area. If a yellow bird takes flight, bring it down," Isu commanded as he released Dragonite. After summoning Dragonite, Isu gazed skyward, awaiting Zapdos' appearance. Kona and the others also looked up, as this was one of Kanto's legendary birds. Tales of the legendary trio were shared in every household. Kona had grown up hearing these legends. How could she not feel exhilarated to witness Zapdos? Although she had encountered Giratina, the pinnacle of legendary Pokémon, the prospect of seeing another was thrilling. Even Isu felt a surge of excitement as they awaited Zapdos' appearance, ready to capture it. Soon, a flash of lightning soared into the sky with astounding speed. Isu could only catch glimpses of its silhouette, while Kona and the others saw nothing. As Zapdos emerged, Dragonite swiftly closed in, seizing the opportunity to tackle it to the ground before it could react. Unprepared, Zapdos crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater several meters wide. Dazed from the impact, Zapdos shook its head for quite some time before regaining its composure. Once recovered, rage flickered in Zapdos' eyes. It was not known for its temperance. In a fit of fury, it unleashed a barrage of electricity akin to a cannonball, employing its signature move, Electro Ball, a powerful attack capable of paralyzing its target. Dragonite, with a swift flap of its wings, evaded the onslaught, allowing Zapdos' attack to miss its mark. "It truly is Zapdos, though I must say, it lacks aesthetic appeal," Shungdai remarked. Quite unsightly, Naji commented on Zapdos' appearance. "I concur," said Alisai. "Although it may not be the most handsome, it is, after all, a legendary Pokémon. Must you judge it so harshly?" Isu felt Naji's assessment was rather excessive. Even if it fell short in looks, it deserved some respect as a legendary creature. "All right, but truthfully, I too find Zapdos' appearance lacking, especially compared to Ho-Oh." Nevertheless, Isu thought, it mattered little. Zapdos thrived on its prowess, not its appearance. "Is Dragonite truly a match for Zapdos?" Xiaoxua asked, her concern evident. "Rest assured, Xiaoxua. Overcoming this Zapdos will be a mere formality," Isu replied with a smile. Isu utilized his system to probe Zapdos' stats. Name, Zapdos type, electric. Flying potential, Tier 3 strength, late Tier 3. A Tier 3 Pokémon would invariably be overpowered by Dragonite. As they spoke, Zapdos had already taken to the skies, charging towards Dragonite. Dragonite, unleash Blizzard. With a soft cry, Dragonite summoned a fierce blizzard that swept towards the oncoming Zapdos. Chapter 88, Zapdos vs. Dragonite. Zapdos struggled in the blizzard, opting to retreat from its assault on Dragonite, flying out of the storm's reach. Your Dragonite is incredible. I never imagined a regular Pokémon could contend with a legendary one, Xiaoxua exclaimed in astonishment. While Dragonite is indeed a quasi-legendary, it still falls slightly short compared to true legendaries, classifying it as an ordinary Pokémon, Kona explained to Xiaoxua. Huh, this Dragonite is a legendary Pokémon. Then I must have raised a legendary creature, Xiaoxua said, taken aback. Initially, she thought it was merely a larger Dragonite. But the realization that it was a legendary Pokémon astonished her, and Naji shared her surprise. The commotion is quite significant. We should retreat for now. We wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire, Isu suggested to his companions. The clash between legendaries reverberated throughout the power plant, yet it remained structurally sound. Dragonite. Take Zapdos further away to battle. We must not endanger this place, Isu called out to Dragonite in the sky. This power plant was home to numerous electric-type Pokémon. If the battle between Dragonite and Zapdos destroyed it, it would be catastrophic. Upon receiving the command, Dragonite nodded, then flew in front of Zapdos, delivering a powerful punch that sent Zapdos soaring into the clouds, after which Dragonite quickly pursued. You all stay here. I'll check the situation, Isu instructed Kona and the others. Now that Zapdos had been struck into the sky, Isu intended to follow and seize the opportunity to capture it. You go ahead. But be careful, Alisai cautioned Isu. Come forth, Rayquaza. Isu summoned Rayquaza and leaped onto its back, urging it to fly. What kind of Pokémon is that? It's enormous, Xiaoxua exclaimed, gazing at the Rayquaza that had vanished from sight, puzzled. According to Isu, that one is also a legendary Pokémon, though it remains undiscovered. Kona chuckled at Xiaoxua's bewilderment. Another legendary Pokémon? Xiaoxua gasped in astonishment. Alice and Shaddai exchanged smiles, both equally astonished when they first learned that Usu possessed such a plethora of divine beasts, much like Xiaoxua. Usu truly is remarkable. It seems I have gained an extraordinary companion. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Xiaoxua finally regained her senses and spoke. Nazai exhibited little emotion. Her knowledge was primarily confined to psychic Pokémon, leaving her quite unfamiliar with other divine creatures. Having few friends since childhood due to her formidable psychic abilities, she had developed a rather reclusive personality, with little inclination towards studying legendary Pokémon. Before long, Usu and Latios caught up with them, just as Dragonite was relentlessly pummeling Zapdos. The disparity in strength was glaring. It was a testament to Dragonite's restraint that Zapdos was still standing. Currently, Zapdos was employing agility in a desperate attempt to evade Dragonite. Accurately speaking, it was trying to flee. This Zapdos possessed a measure of self-awareness, understanding it was no match for Dragonite. However, Dragonite's speed was unparalleled, and coupled with its tremendous power, even with agility, Zapdos could not escape. With no viable means of evasion, Zapdos decided to confront Dragonite head-on, launching a Brave Bird attack in a bid to turn the tide in a single blow. The flying-type move Brave Bird. Dragonite, unleash Hyper Beam. Dragonite enveloped itself in a radiant white glow, then surged forward like a comet, colliding with Zapdos. The impact generated a powerful shockwave. Fortunately, Latios shielded them from the blast, or else Usu might have been sent flying. Though Zapdos was indeed a true legendary, Dragonite's prowess surpassed its own. The force of the collision sent Zapdos crashing to the ground, creating a crater over 100 meters in diameter. As the dust settled, Usu threw a pokeball, capturing the now unconscious Zapdos without any resistance. Having been rendered unconscious, Zapdos possessed no will to fight back. Once captured, the Master Ball was retrieved by Dragonite and handed back to Usu. Latios, take me back. Latios nodded and began the journey home, with Dragonite trailing closely behind. Usu, what is the status? Did you capture Zapdos? Upon Usu's return, Alice and Kona approached with eager inquiries. Usu produced the Master Ball, releasing the unconscious Zapdos. You really captured Zapdos. You're incredible, cousin. Shaddai reached out to touch Zapdos, but was restrained by Kona. It's best you don't touch it. Look at the electricity surging around it. You wouldn't want to get shocked, would you? Following Kona's warning, Shaddai glanced at the electric currents enveloping Zapdos, feeling a surge of apprehension. Had she dared to touch it, she would likely have faced a day of paralysis. What are you contemplating, Usu? Nazai nudged Usu. I'm pondering how to truly capture it. Uesu replied, running a hand through his hair. While I have successfully caught it, that doesn't mean it's truly mine. If Zapdos doesn't acknowledge me, it could wake up and electrocute me. Wasn't it already captured? Shaddai questioned, puzzled. It's not that simple, Shaddai. Capturing a legendary isn't merely about defeating it. One must also earn its recognition. Cousin, after defeating it so thoroughly, do you think it will recognize you? Shaddai looked at the battered Zapdos and couldn't help but ask. I'm uncertain. If it doesn't acknowledge me, I suppose I'll just have to keep battling it until it does, Uesu declared, determination etched on his face. Nay, heal it. Uesu commanded Nay. Nay used Heal Pulse to mend Zapdos' injuries, and as its wounds healed, Zapdos slowly opened its eyes. Upon awakening, Zapdos appeared momentarily dazed before recalling the prior events. Its eyes alight with fury. Zapdos, you have been defeated. Now become my Pokémon. Uesu asserted, gazing intently at Zapdos. However, Zapdos would not yield so easily. Its body crackling with electricity as dark clouds loomed overhead, heralding thunder and lightning. As a legendary creature, Zapdos bore its own pride. It would not be so easily subdued by a human. Just as Zapdos prepared to retaliate, Latios struck it with a single tail whip, knocking it out once more. This time with even greater severity. Chapter 89, Capturing Zapdos. Without employing any techniques, merely a simple tail swipe, Latios had incapacitated Zapdos again. Uesu then instructed Nay to heal Zapdos repeatedly, and after numerous attempts, Zapdos finally conceded its submission to Uesu. Despite its pride, Zapdos gradually came to accept the harsh reality. It could not prevail. Observing the now compliant Zapdos, Uesu nodded in satisfaction. Once a Pokémon is captured, the risk of betrayal diminishes significantly. Provided that the trainer isn't excessively harsh, Pokémon typically do not rebel. With this, Uesu had successfully captured Zapdos, marking it as the 6th legendary Pokémon in his possession, albeit the weakest among them. Following its capture, Zapdos was stored within Uesu's system space. A new island reappeared not far from Latios, its shape triangular, with a grand circular altar at its center, symbolizing life. At each corner of the island stood altars representing lightning, ice, and fire, corresponding to Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres, while the central altar represented Ho-Oh. Congratulations, Uesu. You have successfully captured Zapdos, though your methods were quite unorthodox, Kona remarked, recalling Zapdos' pitiful state. I had no choice. Zapdos' temper was more formidable than its strength. If I hadn't subdued it, I couldn't fathom how else to capture it. Uesu shrugged, resigned. Uesu, now that you've captured Zapdos, can we leave? Xiaoxue inquired. Not yet. I still need to capture another electric-type Pokémon. With Zapdos as the most powerful electric-type Pokémon, what more could you possibly want? Nazai questioned, perplexed. Firstly, Zapdos is not the strongest electric-type Pokémon. The Unova region's Zekrom could easily overpower it. Furthermore, I have no desire to flaunt legendaries at a gym. It would be too ostentatious and devoid of challenge. You certainly have principles, Kona chuckled. In truth, I simply wish to avoid drawing too much attention. Uesu surveyed the surrounding Pokémon, searching for electric types with high potential. You are quite peculiar, Uesu. If others obtained a legendary, they would likely flaunt it daily, Xiaoxue commented. Cousin is not like ordinary trainers. Otherwise, how could he encounter legendaries? Feeling a pang of hunger, Uesu suggested. Let us prepare a meal first. After eating, we can search for suitable electric-type Pokémon. He glanced at Nei and Mingxue, knowing that they excelled at cooking. As Nei prepared the meal, Xiaoxue approached to learn from her, having previously expressed a desire to master culinary skills. Why are there so many Electrode and Magnemite, yet not a single electric mouse? Uesu mused, noting the abundance of Magnemite and Electrode around them. By the way, Xiaoya, isn't Zapdos supposed to be here every day? It should know where the strongest Pokémon are, Alice suggested. Indeed, how did I overlook that? Uesu slapped his forehead, realizing that searching aimlessly would waste much time. He could only hope that Zapdos might assist him. He released Zapdos and asked, Zapdos, do you know which Pokémon here possesses the greatest potential and strength? The lightning bird nodded, fully aware of the circumstances in its vicinity after residing there for an extended period. It unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, quickly returning shortly thereafter. Not long after the lightning bird's return, a Jolteon came racing towards them. This Jolteon, an evolved form of the electric mouse Pokémon, exhibited formidable strength, possessing the potential to become a champion and already exhibiting peak Elite Four capabilities. Jolteon, do you wish to accompany me on a journey? Knight Soothing inquired of the Jolteon. The Jolteon nodded, and due to the presence of the lightning bird, there was no need for battle. it was effortlessly captured by Night's Soothing. After all, the Pokémon inhabiting this area were under the protection of the Lightning Bird, which also provided them with avenues for growth. In summary, Night's Soothing's expedition to the abandoned power plant proved fruitful, as he captured two extraordinary Pokémon, one a legendary creature and the other on the brink of champion status. Satisfied with his bounty, he declared, "Let us depart." As they left the abandoned power plant, Night's Soothing and his companions set forth towards Shallow Red City. However, the journey was lengthy, requiring several days of travel. After traversing the path for days, they finally arrived in Shallow Red City. Finally here, the distance from the power plant to this place was quite considerable. Holy Generation remarked lethargically. Not only Holy Generation appeared fatigued, Nasi was not in a much better state either. For her, the journey had been a true ordeal, as she could not utilize her psychic abilities and had to rely solely on her legs. Even the normally resilient Snow was visibly exhausted. "Let us find a hotel to rest," Night's Soothing suggested, observing their weary states. Kona and Alice, seasoned travelers, were also feeling the weariness, while Mingxue, whose body had been enhanced by Nei, was in no way inferior to Night's Soothing in stamina. Upon finding a hotel, Holy Generation and the others refreshed themselves before retiring for the night. Kona, feeling somewhat fatigued, joined them in rest, leaving Night's Soothing, who appeared quite energetic. "You all take a moment to rest. I shall take Nei for a stroll," Night's Soothing said as he carried Nei outside. After a brief exploration, Night's Soothing found little of interest in Shallow Red City. He paid a visit to the legendary forgetful old man from the game, who resided beside the Pokémon Center. Although he was known for his forgetfulness and could assist Pokémon in forgetting skills, in reality, he was merely a forgetful individual and could not aid Pokémon in such matters. Upon returning to the hotel, Holy Generation and the others had already regained their vitality. "Snow, are you preparing Pokémon food now?" Night's Soothing asked her. "Indeed. The berries you provided seem more nutritious than ordinary ones. Just look at my Vulpix. Doesn't it seem stronger than before?" Snow replied, presenting her Vulpix to Night's Soothing. "I don't see much difference, just that its fur appears more vibrant," Night's Soothing remarked as he stroked the Vulpix's head. "Snow, would you teach me how to prepare Pokémon food? It feels a bit embarrassing to only feed them berries during meals," Night's Soothing requested. "Of course, but are you not planning to train your Pokémon today?" Chapter 91. The challenge begins just then. The roof unexpectedly collapsed. "What on earth is happening?" Ian quickly inquired. "All the Poison-type Pokémon here now belong to Team Rocket, meow," the infamous Team Rocket trio declared as they made their entrance, their target being the Poison-type Pokémon. Upon hearing their words, Night's Soothing realized it was the notorious Team Rocket trio, who persisted in trailing Ash. He wondered if Ash and his friends were thoroughly exasperated by their antics. "What did you say?" Ian retorted angrily upon hearing Team Rocket's proclamation. "Go Weezing and Arbok." Musashi and Kojiro sent forth their Pokémon. "Enough, let me handle this," Night's Soothing asserted, using his psychic abilities to immobilize them before sending them flying away. Such an annoying sensation, he thought, recognizing Team Rocket's classic line. "It's Team Rocket again." Thankfully, they were driven off by Night's Soothing. "But Night's Soothing, was that psychic power you used?" Misty asked curiously. "Indeed. Are you familiar with psychic abilities?" Night's Soothing replied. "Of course. The Elder of the Goldenrod Gym possesses psychic powers as well," Ash responded. "That Elder from the Goldenrod Gym must be Nasi's father." When Ash faced the Goldenrod Gym, it was likely Nasi's father who battled him, Night's Soothing mused. "Do not dwell on such details. Continue your battle," Night's Soothing interjected, not wanting Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth to cause further disruption. Although their antics could serve to hone Ash's skills, Night's Soothing had no time to indulge them. If he were not present, he would not mind their antics. "All right, come forth, Zubat," Kojiro announced as he sent out his Zubat. "Pikachu, I'm counting on you, Piku." Ash called forth his Pikachu. Without Team Rocket's interference, Ash faced Kojiro and narrowly secured victory, earning the pink badge through the efforts of Pikachu and Charmander. "I finally obtained the pink badge." Night's Soothing. "Once you finish your gym challenge, let us battle again," Ash excitedly proposed. "Well, I believe the court's conference is approaching. We might battle there. I have faith you will significantly improve by then." Night's Soothing indirectly declined Ash's challenge while still offering him a chance to compete. Ash lowered his head in disappointment. "Very well. Once the court's conference commences, I shall surely win against you," Ash declared, clenching his fists. "I look forward to it," Night's Soothing replied. With that, they bid farewell. "Mr. Kojiro, it is our turn to battle now," Night's Soothing addressed Kojiro. Though merely a gym leader, Kojiro's prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary leader. He was an officially recognized substitute Elite Four member, his strength not to be underestimated. Ash's prior victory was clearly due to Kojiro's leniency, Otherwise, given Ash's current capabilities, he would not have been able to triumph over an Elite Four member. However, such leniency was understandable, as gym trainers were not solely focused on victory, but rather on assessing a challenger's qualifications. Very well, but I shall take this seriously, Kojiro said to Night Soothing. Kojiro had gleaned some information about Night Soothing from the League, recalling the time Giratina had descended upon Shallow Red City, an event that still lingered vividly in his mind. The match rules would once again be 2 versus 2, and Kojiro declared, "My lead Pokemon is Mothim." This Mothim was significantly stronger than the one Ash had previously defeated. Now at the peak of elite status. "Come forth, Drowsy," Night Soothing called, summoning his robust Drowsy. "Impressive physique on your Drowsy. It has been excellently trained," Kojiro remarked upon observing Night Soothing's Pokemon. "Drowsy, use Water Gun," Night Soothing commanded. Drowsy opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful jet of water that reached Mothim before Kojiro could fully react. "Mothim, evade," Kojiro shouted. Although Mothim attempted to dodge, its speed was inadequate, and Drowsy's Water Gun struck true, instantly incapacitating Mothim. Though Water Gun was a basic Water-type move, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Mothim, at the peak of elite status, could not withstand the might of a Drowsy poised to ascend to Elite Four status, especially since Drowsy had mastered the essence of Water-type moves, amplifying their power significantly. Kojiro stood frozen, staring at the swiftly defeated Mothim, embarrassed that it had fallen so easily without even having a chance to retaliate. Assessing Night Soothing's Drowsy, Kojiro speculated on its strength based on the move it had just executed. His estimation suggested that Drowsy was nearing Elite Four capabilities, a remarkable strength indeed. "May I ask, is this Drowsy one that you have raised since childhood?" Kojiro inquired. "No, this is merely a Pokemon I have captured. Is there a problem?" "Not at all. However, this Slowpoke is remarkably strong. Nightshade, you must have exerted considerable effort to capture it," Aju awkwardly remarked, astonished that such a formidable Pokemon could be caught without extensive training. He speculated that quite a bit of effort must have been expended during the capture. Yet, after speaking, Aju suddenly recalled that the other party possessed a legendary Pokemon. Capturing a Pokemon could hardly be a challenge for them, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Nightshade smiled in silence. For the Slowpoke had been captured without any combat. It had willingly followed Nightshade, lured by food. If Aju were to know that this powerful Slowpoke was enticed merely by food, he would surely have mixed feelings. Nevertheless, it was indeed a stroke of luck for Nightshade to attract such a strong Pokemon with even greater potential. It was likely a moment of immense fortune. Perhaps he should have considered a lottery at that time. "Mr. Aju, you could also use your strongest Pokemon without issue," Nightshade suggested. Aju, who was preparing to unleash his second Pokemon, paused in surprise. Would the opponent employ a legendary Pokemon to overwhelm him? After contemplating, he returned the Pokeball in his hand and took out his most powerful Pokemon. "Come forth, Crobat." This was Aju's strongest Pokemon, boasting strength equivalent to the late champion level. As a substitute for the champion, this was indeed Aju's mightiest Pokemon, though compared to the champion Kinna, Aju appeared somewhat weaker. Chapter 92, The Evolution of Slowpoke. Although Kinna was a champion, she also had a Dragonite of champion caliber, while Aju did not possess a single Pokemon at the peak of champion level. In fact, he could not even compare to Nagi, who had 2 Pokemon at the pinnacle of champion strength. It seemed that even upon becoming a champion, Aju would be the weakest among them. His strength truly left much to be desired, yet he was still a substitute. Despite Crobat having late champion level strength, Nightshade remained full of fighting spirit. In the world of Pokemon, the most prominent approach was always the trainer's command in battle, with underdogs frequently overcoming the odds. Of course, this only applied when the level difference was not too great. An elite Pokemon would be swiftly defeated by a champion-level Pokemon. "Slowpoke, use Ice Beam." Crobat evaded, then retaliated with a wing attack. Crobat flapped its wings, its figure vanishing in an instant, causing Slowpoke's Ice Beam to miss its mark. "Slowpoke, use Bite from behind," Nightshade promptly commanded. Upon hearing the order, Slowpoke turned and bit down just as Crobat reappeared, sinking its teeth into Crobat's wing. Although Slowpoke was sent flying by Crobat's wing, Crobat displayed a pained expression, one of its wings now incapacitated. However, since Crobat possessed 4 wings, the inability to use one did not hinder its ability to fly. It merely made maintaining balance more challenging, and its speed would be somewhat reduced. Aju's expression turned serious. Having suffered a setback, he could not afford to underestimate Slowpoke. This Slowpoke might not be a Pokemon of champion caliber, yet it had managed to inflict damage on his strongest Crobat. "Slowpoke, use Thunderbolt." As Slowpoke stood, It immediately unleashed Thunderbolt. Multiple arcs of electricity surged toward Crobat, suspended in midair. Dodge. Crobat remained unperturbed, flapping its wings continuously, skillfully weaving through the incoming bolts of lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Now, Crobat, use Supersonic. Aju commanded. Slowpoke. The special sound wave attack of Supersonic had the potential to shatter glass. And Slowpoke roared in distress, pressing its claws against its ears, yet it was utterly helpless against the all-pervasive sound waves. Crobat, press the advantage with Air Slash. Aju's orders were relentless. Crobat's massive wings flapped rapidly, unleashing countless crescent-shaped silver blades accompanied by a deafening sound, aimed at the suffering Slowpoke. Slowpoke, roll away and use Thunder. Enduring the pain, Slowpoke rolled on the ground, evading the silver blades which left faint scratches on the surface. It then unleashed its Thunder attack. Crobat, protect. Then use Cross Poison. Aju commanded in a timely manner. A faint blue shield mitigated the Thunder attack. In battles against strong opponents, using Protect was crucial. Deploying it first could indeed put one at a disadvantage. However, with Crobat's wing injured, it might not evade the Thunder attack, as Electric-type moves were exceedingly swift. Crobat was a Poison and Flying-type Pokémon, and Electric-type moves posed a type disadvantage, dealing double damage. Although Aju knew that Crobat was significantly stronger than Slowpoke, he dared not allow Crobat to take the hit directly and could only use Protect. After blocking Nidoqueen's Thunder, Crobat immediately retaliated with Cross Poison, sending Slowpoke crashing to the ground, shattering the floor beneath it. This blow inflicted severe damage on Slowpoke. Slowpoke, return. Nightshade called out, recognizing that Slowpoke had done more than enough. The disparity in strength between Slowpoke and Crobat was considerable. Managing to injure Crobat's wing and forcing out its Protect was already commendable. Slowpoke struggled to rise, shaking its head. Its gaze fixed on Crobat with unwavering determination. It wished to continue the fight. Observing Slowpoke's resilience as it stood firm on the battlefield, Nightshade withdrew Slowpoke's Pokeball. Since this is your desire, Slowpoke, then let us fight. I believe you can achieve victory, Nightshade encouraged. Slowpoke. Slowpoke glanced at Nightshade, resolutely nodded, and was enveloped in a radiant white light, signifying its evolution. Slowpoke has evolved. Nightshade must be elated. Kinna remarked with a smile. Slowpoke, no? Now it is Slowbro. Nightshade slapped his forehead and called out, well done, Slowbro. Go forth and defeat your opponent. Nightshade had not anticipated that his Slowpoke would evolve mid-battle. Akin to a dramatic breakthrough, akin to a protagonist's moment. To evolve at such a time. Aju observed Slowbro, his brow furrowing. Regardless, I must defeat Slowbro, otherwise. If I cannot best a single Pokémon even with my strongest, it would be utterly embarrassing. Slowpoke. Slowbro bellowed with excitement. Post-evolution, Slowbro's strength significantly increased, rising from the peak of near-champion level to the initial stage of champion level. Although it still lagged behind Crobat at the late champion level, Slowbro possessed an advantage in stamina. Slowbro, use Confusion, then leap and deliver a two-hit kick to Crobat. Slowbro nodded, and Crobat immediately felt an invasion of potent psychic energy into its mind, causing it to freeze in place. Slowbro then leaped into the air, its seemingly cumbersome body surprisingly agile. Crobat, use Supersonic to disrupt it. Aju promptly shouted. Crobat unleashed Supersonic, inflicting considerable pain on Slowbro, yet it persevered through the agony, delivering two swift kicks that knocked Crobat from the air. Fortuitously, this was made possible due to Crobat's wing being previously injured. Otherwise, given Crobat's speed, it would have been impossible for Slowbro to land a hit. Excellent. Slowbro, use Heavy Slam. Nightshade smiled. Taking down Crobat, which could fly, was the most troublesome aspect. Now that it had been grounded, it could not take to the skies again. As the Crossbat fell to the ground, still disoriented, the Dunsparce descended from the sky, crashing down upon it. Had it not yet lost its fighting spirit? The Dunsparce unleashed its destructive beam. Yeshu observed the Crossbat's fierce struggle. The Crossbat latched onto the Dunsparce and utilized Leech Life. Aju promptly issued commands. Chapter 93, The Pink Badge. The Crossbat clung to the Dunsparce, rapidly draining its vitality, while the once ailing Crossbat began to regain strength. Enduring the pain, the Dunsparce retaliated with its destructive beam. At such close quarters, the Crossbat was once again overwhelmed. Unable to escape, the entire light red gym trembled from the Dunsparce's attack. The proximity caused the Dunsparce to be affected as well, resulting in its loss of combat ability. However, the Crossbat also succumbed to the Dunsparce onslaught. Return, Dunsparce. You've truly worked hard. Yeshu called back the Dunsparce. Nay gently tapped the Dunsparce's Pokeball, and it was revealed that the Dunsparce had fully recovered within. Return. Crossbat. Aju recalled the crossbat, his spirits notably dampened. Having been bested despite his opponent being a novice trainer, Aju felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, Yeshu's victory seemed to stem from sheer luck. Perhaps Aju had underestimated his own Dunsparce too much. Congratulations, here is the pink badge. Aju collected himself and produced the pink badge. Yeshu extended his hand to receive it. He had now acquired 7 badges. Only one more needed to complete his collection of 8. With more than 6 months until the Quartz Conference, there was still ample time. Though the location of the final gym, the Crimson Gym, was somewhat distant, requiring additional travel time. Mr. Aju, having secured my badge, I bid you farewell, Yeshu said as he took his leave. Indeed, Yeshu, you have truly opened my eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a champion-level trainer. I hope to have the opportunity for a genuine showdown with you next time, Aju remarked. In truth, Aju felt a deep sense of regret over the mutual defeat of the Crossbat and Yeshu's Dunsparce. Being outnumbered and losing to a novice was certainly disheartening, especially as Aju was aware that this was not Yeshu's true strength. Had the Crossbat not sustained injuries to its wings earlier, it would not have been so disadvantaged. The Crossbat's greatest asset was its speed. Ultimately, with its strength nullified, the Crossbat faced a fate of mutual defeat alongside a weaker foe. Very well. When the opportunity arises, I shall challenge Mr. Aju to a duel. Perhaps by then, he will have become a champion himself, Yeshu said with a smile. Aju chuckled at the thought. The prospect of becoming a champion indeed brought him joy. Mr. Aju, I must remind you that the traps you have set at your entrance are quite perilous. Should someone be harmed, it could hinder your aspirations of becoming a champion, Kona warned. Standing behind Aju, Ayako shuddered slightly and stealthily made her exit, fearing discovery. What? Such a thing exists? Aju furrowed his brow, turning to look at Ayako. But she had already slipped away. Aju suppressed his anger, preparing to discipline his unruly sister. He had indeed been too lenient with her. Both he and his sister were training ninjas. Ayako's use of shurikens on others had been tolerated thus far, as no real harm had been done. However, given the current situation, it seemed trouble was brewing. Excuse me, are you Champion Kona? Aju turned to Kona, unsure of himself. Kona had disguised his appearance, making it difficult for most to recognize him, but Aju had noticed some inconsistencies. Indeed, I am Kona, he affirmed, no longer modest, using his title to caution Aju. Oh, I apologize, Champion Kona, Aju said hastily. No need for such formality. Once you become a champion, we will be colleagues, Kona replied coolly. The champions of Johto and Kanto could indeed be considered peers, though it was unprecedented for someone like Dato to be a champion in both regions. I will certainly take the matter of traps seriously, Aju stated. He had no choice but to prioritize this, should it prevent him from achieving champion status. He would regret it for a lifetime. As Yeshu and his companions departed, Side-Eye once again voiced her frustration, questioning why the gym was established in such an isolated location rather than a bustling city. Upon returning to the hotel, Yeshu collapsed onto the soft bed, reflecting on the battle at the light red gym. It had likely been the most challenging fight he had faced since his arrival in this world. Had it not been for the Dunsparce evolving at a critical moment, the outcome might have been different. Though arduous, the experience had provided Yeshu with significant growth, imparting valuable combat techniques. Ding ding ding. Hearing his phone ring, Yeshu retrieved it. Tuko, is that you? Upon answering, Yeshu was greeted by Tuko's silly grin, which sparked a twinge of concern within him. Tuko, have you been stimulated by something? Are you all right? Yeshu inquired. At the sound of his voice, Tuko finally snapped back to reality, suppressing her goofy smile, but still brimming with excitement. Yeshu, do you know what I saw today? Tuko exclaimed, ignoring Yeshu's question. What did you see to make you so thrilled? Yeshu asked, puzzled. Tuko, usually so composed, was acting unusually today. I saw a legendary Pokémon. She jumped up in excitement. You saw a legendary Pokémon? Was it Reshiram? Yeshu asked, his curiosity piqued. Kona and Shiyu, drawn by Yeshu's voice, also turned their attention. They were somewhat familiar with the name Reshiram. It wasn't Reshiram, it was Thundurus. TCH. So it was Thundurus. I thought it was Reshiram. What is so exciting about encountering a temperamental legendary Pokémon? Yeshu scoffed. Thundurus was one of the trio of legendary forces, akin to the 3 birds and 3 beasts, and resided in the Unova region. It was known for its volatile temperament, often causing battles wherever it roamed, leaving behind scorched earth. The beastly form of Thundurus resembled a dragon, with clouds beneath its feet morphing to its hands. Its snout protruded more prominently, and its whiskers elongated, adorned with a blue gem at its navel. Landorus was rather admirable. During conflicts between Thundurus and Tornadus, Landorus would intervene, earning the title of the harvest deity. What? You're sharing this good news with me, and yet you have that disdainful expression? How atrocious. Tuko huffed, gritting her teeth. You didn't even capture Thunderous. You merely caught sight of it. Is it really worth such excitement? Chapter 94, The Wild Plains. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore, Tuko said, huffing before hanging up. Yeshu, who is she? Naji inquired, her demeanor unusually intense, reminiscent of her previous encounter with Kona. She is a good friend of mine. I'll introduce you to her another day, Yeshu replied, maintaining a facade of calm despite Naji's frosty gaze. Oh, Naji nodded, withdrawing her gaze. As Naji turned away, Yeshu felt the weight of pressure lift from his chest, allowing him to exhale in relief. Thankfully, he had been clever to emphasize the notion of friendship. Let us proceed to the Wild Plains. I've heard there are rare Pokémon to be found there, Yeshu announced. The distance to the Wild Plains was not far. With just over a day's journey, they would arrive. Yeshu was well aware that a Dratini and a Dragonair resided in the Wild Plains. If others were to learn that there are 2 legendary Pokémon in the Wildlands, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of poachers. Indeed, legendary Pokémon are practically priceless on the black market. In the Wildlands, it is strictly prohibited to use Pokémon in battles when capturing them. Kona cautioned Nightshade in this regard, implying that even if rare Pokémon are present in the Wildlands, one would generally find it exceedingly difficult to capture them. Attempting to capture Pokémon without engaging in battle is an arduous task, especially given the inferior quality of the hunting balls provided therein. Nightshade, curious, suddenly inquired of Kona whether there are any rules preventing humans from battling Pokémon. This question caught Kona off guard, for the League indeed lacks such a regulation. After all, throughout history, few have dared to engage in combat with Pokémon. Even the weakest Caterpie possesses strength surpassing that of an average human. Xiaoyi, you do not intend to personally enter the fray to capture Pokémon, do you? That would be perilous. Though she was aware of Nightshade's abilities in battling Pokémon, Alice remained deeply concerned. Please do not take unnecessary risks. Ming Xue, sharing Alice's sentiments, knew many of Nightshade's little secrets, but recognized that combat, by its very nature, can lead to unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, Pokémon are far more formidable than humans. While I acknowledge your psychic abilities, Nightshade, do not let overconfidence cloud your judgment, Xiaoxue advised. There is no cause for alarm. You simply have not witnessed my prowess, Nightshade declared, scanning the surroundings until his gaze fell upon a large boulder. With a mere gesture, Nightshade lifted the massive stone as if it were weightless, and with a firm grip, reduced it to dust. Kona and the others stood agape, astonished by the sheer might of his psychic abilities. They were well aware this was no mere trick. I can shatter a boulder, but transforming it into powder as Nightshade did is beyond my capabilities, Ness said. Are psychic powers truly so formidable? I yearn to possess such abilities. Shengdai's eyes gleamed with wonder. Naz regarded Shengdai quizzically. Those endowed with psychic powers are often met with disdain, making Shengdai's desire all the more perplexing. Not all possess such remarkable strength. The Goldenrod Gym is home to many who are as weak as ordinary individuals, Nightshade explained to Shengdai. Moreover, possessing psychic abilities is not always advantageous. Numerous powerful psychics have faced isolation due to their inability to control their powers. Noticing Naz's emotional fluctuations, Nightshade quickly sought to shift the conversation. Furthermore, I can unleash aura spheres. Suddenly, a blue-violet energy orb manifested in his hand before he hurled it forth, creating a gaping crater spanning 30 meters. Kona, Xiaoxue, and the others stared in disbelief, unaware of Nightshade's extraordinary capability. Let us proceed. Onward to the Wildlands. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Nightshade strode confidently ahead. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Kona and the others hurried to catch up, surrounding Nightshade and curiously prodding him as if he were a subject of scientific inquiry. Nightshade, feeling somewhat exasperated, quickened his pace to evade their inquisitive touches. How did you come to wield aura spheres? Kona could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Nightshade. Have you ever heard of the Aura Guardians? They project their aura for attack and defense. Aura spheres are merely one application of this power. Aura is a form of mental energy. And throughout the history of the Pokémon world, some individuals have had the ability to sense and control it. These individuals are known as Aura Guardians, roaming the land to perform good deeds and imparting their specialized techniques to those capable of utilizing aura. A renowned Aura Guardian was Auron, whose apprentice was Lucario. Auron sacrificed his life to prevent enemies from surrounding the World Tree, earning him the title of the Aura Hero. Observing the 4 girls gazing at him with wide-eyed curiosity, Nightshade opted to provide them with a thorough explanation, realizing that failing to satisfy their inquisitiveness might lead them to dissect him. Or a hero? Xiaoxua looked puzzled. Having never heard of such a figure. I know a bit about that. Though it seems the aura hero has faded into history, Kona remarked. In fact, during my battle with Aki, I utilized aura. It allows one to detect any subtle movements in the environment. Which is precisely why my Drowsy was able to accurately bite the wing of a Zubat at my command. Now it makes sense. No wonder my Drowsy seemed to have a premonition and suddenly turned to see Zubat's wing. Kona nodded in understanding. After nearly 2 days of travel, Nightshade and his companions finally arrived at the wildlands. The vast expanse of grassland stretched before them, with a cerulean sky overhead and a flock of Pidgey chirping as they flew by. Occasionally, a few Oddish would leap from the underbrush, while Nidoran and Nidorina chased each other playfully on the ground, creating a scene of serene tranquility. Do you wish to enter the wildlands? Inquired the area administrator, Caesar. Indeed. We believe entry to the wildlands is permitted, Nightshade affirmed. You may enter, but I trust you are aware of the rules regarding capturing Pokémon in the wildlands? Caesar asked. We have familiarized ourselves with them prior to our arrival, Nightshade nodded. Caesar observed the group, 1 male and 6 females, appearing to be of good character, which led him to adopt a friendlier demeanor. Besides, he envied their impressive numbers. What? You wonder why Caesar believes they are not ill-intentioned? It's quite simple. One can gauge a person's character by their appearance. Before mutual acquaintance, first impressions are often formed through visual assessments. After paying the requisite fees, each of them received 30 hunting balls and a Pokémon fishing rod, albeit a rather rudimentary and inferior one, lacking the quality of those available on the market. Chapter 95, The Lalamili Tribe. In the wildlands, only these items may be utilized. Should you employ any other Pokémon or fishing rods, do not blame me for being unyielding should I discover it, Caesar warned, placing his firearm on the table. Not that he would dare to use it. Merely a show of intimidation. We understand, Nightshade assured as they accepted the hunting balls and fishing rods before entering the wildlands. Nightshade intended to capture a Dratini this time, hoping to earn some points in the process. To be honest, I have no intention of capturing Pokémon. Feel free to take whatever you need, Kona declared, producing all the hunting balls. Neither do I. I'm content with my Vulpix, Xiaoxua added with a smile. I too lack the desire to capture Pokémon. Xiao Yi. These are for you, Alice stated. Same here. Ming Xue, hailing from over 2,000 years ago, acknowledged the existence of Pokémon in her time, but was never a Pokémon trainer. I have no interest in capturing these Pokémon. I only wish to capture Psychic-type Pokémon, Naz remarked. I believe I have sufficient hunting balls. You can have all of mine. Cousin. Shengdai stuffed all her hunting balls into Nightshade's arms. I think it's best you keep them, Shengdai. These hunting balls are inferior even to the most basic of Pokeballs. Capturing anything with them will be quite the challenge, so you should hold on to them. Nightshade ultimately returned all the hunting balls to Shengdai. Alright then, Kona, could you all help me carry them? I can't manage alone. The Pokemon in the wildlands certainly outnumber those in the wild, and many Pokemon not often seen elsewhere can be found here. This place is truly beautiful. It deserves its status as a protected natural area, far superior to the reserves of my past life, Nightshade mused to himself. Look, a Rhydon. Do you want to capture it? Cousin? Shengdai pointed excitedly at the Rhydon emerging ahead. You go ahead. This Rhydon has decent potential, Nightshade replied, shaking his head. Then I shall not hesitate. But will simply throwing a Pokeball suffice for capturing it? Shengdai questioned doubtfully. Why not try enticing it with food, as Nightshade does? Kona suggested to Shengdai. Shengdai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly requested some Pokemon food and energy cubes from Xiaoxua. With these items in hand, he successfully lured the Rhydon. Hooray! I've captured a Rhydon. Shengdai joyfully leaped into the air, but soon felt a twinge of decorum and quickly suppressed his elation. I'll take a look by the water. It might take a while. If I'm not back by sunset, you all can head to the hotel first. He informed Yisu before walking towards the water's edge. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Yisu looked on in confusion as a cloud of dust rolled towards him. It was a herd of toros. He watched in awe as hundreds of toros thundered across the prairie. It was indeed a spectacular sight. Hey, what are you doing? A girl riding a Ponyta galloped towards Yisu. I'm admiring the toros, Yisu replied, feigning innocence. Oh, really? You have quite the eye. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Fengzi. She cheerfully introduced herself. Hello, I'm Yisu, he responded politely. Where are you from, Yisu? You look like a trainer, Fengzi asked curiously. I hail from Pallet Town. I just finished challenging the Cerulean Gym, and I heard that the Lalamai tribe is soon holding a grand celebration, along with a marathon. So I came to see for myself, he explained. Knowing that one should always speak kindly on another's turf, it was merely a matter of courtesy. Is that so? As a member of the Lalamai tribe, I shall be your guide. My home is just a short distance ahead. Come visit. Fengzi invited with a bright smile. After a round of insincere refusals, Yisu followed Fengzi to the Lalamai tribe's estate. Upon entering their gathering place, he was greeted by a multitude of Pokémon, each grouped by species. At least 5 or 6 groups were visible to the naked eye, bags of Dragonite, Rhydon, Tauros, and Dodu, among others. Isn't it magnificent? Our Lalamai Pokémon thrive in the wild. We seldom feed them, they forage for food themselves. After enduring the trials of nature, their abilities far surpass those of ordinary city Pokémon, Fengzi declared with pride, as if the Pokémon were her own creations. Yisu couldn't help but agree with her. Not only were each of the Pokémon impressive, but most leaders of the species were at least elite level. With the Dragonite leader being of elite high rank, a formidable presence for any ordinary Pokémon trainer. Unfortunately, capturing Pokémon in this protected area was forbidden. It had been safeguarded by the Lalamai tribe for generations. Young man, since you're here with us at the Lalamai tribe, feel free to enjoy yourself. Don't be shy, we appreciate brave trainers like you who travel far and wide. Stay with us for the next few days. After dinner, let Fengzi show you around. Our night market is quite lively. A burly man with a full beard warmly told Yisu. Rest assured, I want to be polite. Allow me to toast to your generous hospitality with this fine liquor I fortuitously acquired. Let us drink heartily tonight. Yisu exclaimed as he poured wine for Fengzi's father. This being a premium Chinese erguotu purchased from the system shop, sure to outshine the Lalamai's homemade fruit wine. In the blink of an eye, an enjoyable dinner passed, and the sun began to set. The night market in the Lalamai town grew increasingly vibrant as the grand celebration approached. At Fengzi's urging, Yisu followed her into the bustling streets. It seems you are quite popular in your tribe, Yisu remarked, observing how everyone greeted Fengzi with enthusiasm. That's just everyone being playful. I won first place in last year's Pokémon Marathon, but that was mainly thanks to Ponyta, right? Fengzi said, affectionately patting her Ponyta. Nay, Ponyta nuzzled against Fengzi's chest and let out a cheerful whinny. Soon after, Yisu bid farewell to Fengzi and made his way to the river near the Pokémon Reserve. He almost forgot there was a Dratini here. With Pokémon food as bait, he began fishing, hoping to catch the elusive Dratini. Chapter 96, Dratini. Although Yisu already possessed 2 Dragonites, he would not pass up the chance to acquire a Dratini. After all, who would complain about having too many quasi-legends? Half an hour later, Yisu sighed as yet another Magikarp surfaced. While they were good for points, he came here specifically for Dratini. He had lost count of how many Magikarp he had caught in that half hour. Yisu, look, a Dratini is swimming up. Nay, who sat nearby, suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, a small head soon emerged from the water. It was Dratini. Yisu scanned it and found its potential to be rather ordinary, possessing only elite-level potential. While this was quite commendable for most Pokémon, it was rather lackluster among quasi-legends. Among quasi-legends, the majority held elite potential, with exceptionally rare ones boasting champion potential, and the truly unique possessing legendary potential. Dratini. The creature gazed at Yisu, showing no fear. Yisu took out the prepared Dragon-type Pokémon food and energy cubes, offering them to Dratini. The little creature approached, sniffed hesitantly, and then began to eat. Yisu gently patted its head, and it showed no resistance, instead appearing to relish the attention. What an adorable little one, Yisu remarked with a smile. Is that a Dratini? There's actually a Dratini here? Kinna's astonished voice echoed. To encounter a quasi-legend. What luck you have, Yisu. Xiaoxua chimed in, having been away for quite some time. Kinna and the others had been searching for Yisu in the wild area. However, merely encountering a Dratini does not guarantee capture. Yisu shrugged, unfazed by Kinna's arrival. If Dratini wished to leave, he would take it with him. If it did not, he would not force it. Given Dratini's average potential, Yisu was not overly insistent. After all, one cannot force a fruit to be sweet, and Dratini had its mother here. If its mother disapproved, it would not leave. Dratini, do you wish to leave this place? Yisu asked the creature. Dratini. It tilted its head and called a few times before diving back into the water, disappearing from sight. Brother, the Dratini ran away. Shengdai exclaimed. It hasn't run away, it's seeking its mother's opinion, Yisu explained to Shengdai and the others. With the power of resilience, he could understand the sentiments expressed by Pokémon. Dratini's intention was to stay with its mother. Unless she chose to leave, it would not depart. Is there really a mother Dratini here? So, there's another quasi-legend? Shengdai and the others were even more astonished. Could there be a father Dratini as well? Xiaoxua inquired. I'm not sure, Yisu admitted. From the original work, there was only one Dragonair and one Dratini, but who knows if a father Dratini might appear. Before long, Dratini resurfaced, accompanied by a Dragonair. Unlike Dratini, Dragonair regarded Yisu and the others with a cautious gaze. Pokémon possess a keen sense of perception. Upon sensing no malice from Yisu, its vigilance eased, primarily due to the comforting aura emanating from Yisu. As Shindai and Xiaoxua crouched down to gently stroke the head of the mini-dragon, their faces radiated with joyful smiles. It must be said that the mini-dragon is indeed enchanting. Before its evolution, it resembled a small serpent with an adorably blue body. Upon evolving into a Hakuryu, it experienced minimal changes, merely a deepening of its hue. "Here is some Pokémon food I prepared. Come and have some," Xiaoxua exclaimed, offering the delightful morsels to the mini-dragon and Hakuryu. Both creatures accepted the offerings, their eyes narrowing in contentment, seemingly reveling in the feast. "What a pity," Shindai lamented. "Hakuryu is reluctant to leave this place." It was indeed a rare sight to encounter two living embodiments of quasi-deities, particularly of the dragon family. The likelihood of encountering a mini-dragon in the wild is nearly non-existent, especially one that has evolved into a Hakuryu. Ultimately, Hakuryu remained steadfastly unwilling to depart, and Yesu did not press the matter further, as battles among Pokémon were not permitted in the wild plains. "Cousin, you came here to capture Pokémon, yet you haven't caught a single one," Yesu remarked, shrugging. Despite the abundance of Pokémon in the wild plains, he had not encountered any with exceptional talents. "However, I did capture a Rhydon," Shindai interjected, holding up the Pokeball containing the iron-armored rhinoceros with an excited grin. After departing from the wild plains, Yesu and the others continued their journey through the forest. Yesu released his Pokémon to accompany him on the path. "Look ahead, there's a waterfall. How beautiful. Let us take a break there," Xiaoxua exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow. "And perhaps take a bath, as I feel quite sticky," Yesu added. Just as he finished speaking, a chill ran down his spine, and upon turning around, he found Kona and the others staring at him intently. "What are you doing?" "I haven't done anything, have I?" Yesu asked, bewildered by their gaze. "We also want to bathe, so you mustn't peek," Kona replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Indeed, cousin. You are quite the lecher, absolutely forbidden from spying," Shindai asserted firmly. "Peeking is not the behavior of a gentleman. Thus, do refrain, or we shall ignore you," Xiaoxu echoed. "Actually, if Yesu wishes to observe, we could find a secluded spot," Nasi said, lowering her head, her face a shade of crimson. "Wow." Kona and the others were taken aback by Nasi's unexpected boldness, astonished that she would speak such words in front of others. "Impressive." Shindai admired Nasi's courage. "Humph. Little Ye is mine," Mingxua declared, wrapping her arm around Yesu's. The two little rabbits sandwiched Yesu's arm between them. "No, he is mine," Alisai insisted defiantly. Yesu mused to himself, relishing the delightful predicament he found himself in. "Chao Long, keep an eye on him and prevent him from getting too close," Kona instructed, releasing Chao Long to monitor Yesu while she led Nasi and the others away. "What a pity." Yesu lay back on the grass, longing for the power of aura to be akin to the mystical consciousness depicted in fantasy novels. He could sense their laughter by the river, but without a visual, he was left to rely solely on his imagination. Half an hour later, Kona and the others returned. Hey, Yesu, are you all right?" Kona waved in front of his eyes. "What's wrong?" Yesu snapped back to reality, having been lost in thought, appearing rather foolish to outsiders. "How did you wash so quickly?" He quickly changed the subject, wishing to hide his earlier foolishness. "Of course, we were worried you might peek," Kona teased. "TCH, I am not the person you think I am. If I wanted to watch, I would do so openly, not like some sneaky villain," Yesu retorted dismissively. "What? You wish to watch openly?" Kona playfully tapped his head. "Cousin, you truly are a lecher. I won't speak with you any longer. I shall go wash up. Just do not peek at me," Yesu declared, standing up and making his way to the riverbank. "TCH, who would peek at you?" Shindai scoffed. The cool river water felt delightful as Yesu stripped off his clothes and stepped in. After a brief respite of around 10 minutes, he returned with droplets of water still clinging to his hair. "Is there a hairdryer? I need to dry my hair." "I'll help you," Kona offered, retrieving a solar-powered hairdryer from her backpack and approaching him. "You know, cousin, you could have asked your Dragonite to help dry your hair with a powerful wind. It would be both convenient and swift," Shindai added, leaning in. "You truly are a genius. Not to mention whether your little frame can withstand such a gale. Using a quasi-deity to dry hair is undoubtedly a first." Yesu shot her a skeptical glance. "Pika." Suddenly, as they conversed, a Pikachu's voice emerged from the grass nearby. Upon hearing the sound, Yesu and the others turned to see a Pikachu watching them from a distance, its eyes filled with caution. "Pikachu? There are Pikachu here," Xiaoxua exclaimed, stepping towards the creature. As Xiaoxua approached, the Pikachu darted away, seemingly startled. This is Pikachu Forest, teeming with Pikachu, so seeing one is hardly surprising. Kona said with a smile. I want to catch a Pikachu. Cousin, would you be interested? Shindai inquired eagerly. No, Yesu replied, shaking his head. While Pikachu is undeniably adorable, its battle prowess is rather lacking, being a Pokémon primarily designed for cuteness. Upon evolving into Raichu, its power does increase, yet it loses its charm, rendering it of little interest to Yesu. If he sought cuteness, capturing a Mew would be far superior. However, to capture Mew, he would need to wait for Mewtwo to appear, which he suspected would not take long. Mewtwo was likely already in existence. Then come with me to catch a Pikachu. Shindai tugged at Yesu's arm, excitedly chasing after the direction in which the Pikachu had fled. Wow, so many Pikachu, and there's another Pikachu, Shindai exclaimed, observing that she found Pikachu even cuter than the previous one. I've changed my mind. I no longer wish to catch a Pikachu. I want to catch that Pikachu, Shindai declared, rushing towards the Pikachu, eager to embrace it. Be careful, Yesu shouted, concerned that if the Pikachu zapped her, while not fatal, the shock would be unpleasant. Pikachu is a Pokémon that tends to be wary of humans, and Shindai's actions could easily provoke a riot. However, the reality unfolded quite differently. To Yesu's astonishment, the Pikachu did not retaliate against Shindai. Instead, it snuggled into her embrace, seemingly relishing the affection. What was going on here? It seems it has taken a liking to you, as if you were its mother, Kona remarked as she approached. I wish I truly had such an adorable child. Shindai mused, her cheeks slightly flushed, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Pikachu, would you be my Pokémon? I have delicious food, she offered, presenting the snacks Xiaoxua had provided. Pika, Pika. The Pikachu squirmed in Shindai's arms, calling out as if it had something to convey. Cousin, what is it saying? I don't understand, Shindai asked Yesu, her gaze curious. It is saying that it still needs to care for others and cannot become your Pokémon. If possible, it would appreciate more food. But there are so many berries around. Why does it need more food? Xiaoxua questioned, puzzled. Upon hearing Xiaoxua's bewilderment, the Pikachu also made a series of calls, which Yesu translated. It was said that all the fruits of the trees here had been claimed by several formidable ground-type Pokémon, rendering our attacks utterly ineffective. Thus, we ventured forth in search of sustenance. Have I inadvertently become a translator in this process? Powerful ground-type Pokémon. Alice, disregarding Yesu's grievances, inquired with a hint of curiosity. I recall that during my last visit, there were no such powerful ground-type Pokémon present, remarked Kona. Pikachu continued to call out, stating that these powerful ground-type Pokémon had only recently taken control of this area. Yesu, they are so pitiable. Could we not offer them assistance? Ming Shui expressed sympathy for the group of Pikachu, who once lived carefree but now found themselves devoid of food. I too feel compassion for them. Pikachu, could you inform me of the whereabouts of those Pokémon? It turns out to be Nidoqueen, and there seem to be over a dozen of them. Yesu noted after listening to Pikachu's cries. No wonder, while Pikachu is relatively weak among Pokémon, it is understandable that such a multitude could overwhelm them. If it were merely a few Nidoqueen, they would pose little threat, yet a swarm could wield devastating power. Moreover, ground types are immune to electric type moves, which explains why Pikachu's forest has fallen under their dominion. Yesu continued. Pikachu, would you kindly lead us to the Nidoqueen's location? Side-Eye, cradling Pikachu, spoke while presenting it with a blue-orange berry. Pikachu accepted the berry but shook its head, calling out to Yesu, seemingly aware that he understood its words. It conveyed that the Nidoqueen were far too formidable, and it would suffice to receive a bit more food. Fear not. We are quite strong, and we have ample numbers. Xiaoxua reassured. Yesu felt a surge of emotion. This Pikachu possessed a genuinely kind disposition. Chapter 97. The Nidoqueen Clan. Pikachu glanced at Yesu and the others, hesitated for a moment, then leapt from Side-Eye's arms and ventured in a particular direction, looking back as if beckoning them to follow. These Nidoqueen appear quite formidable, Yesu observed, recognizing the culprits responsible for occupying Pikachu's forest. True strength is only revealed through trial. Kona, Alice, and Nausea readied their Pokeballs, while Yesu refrained from intervening, confident in their abilities to handle this group of Nidoqueen. Is it true that you Nidoqueen have taken over Pikachu's territory? Kona sought to communicate with the Nidoqueen, as avoiding conflict was also the responsibility of a champion. You lot certainly meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Yesu continued in his role as translator. Then we have nothing further to discuss. Come forth, Gyarados, and show them a true spectacle. Kona, Alice, and Nausea released their Pokémon, Gyarados, Hydreigon, and Metagross. The three Pokémon engaged in a fierce battle with the Nidoqueen, devoid of extravagant techniques, relying solely on raw physical combat. Gyarados provided support from the rear with Water Gun. After all, they were all Pokémon of champion caliber, especially Hydreigon, possessing the strength of a deity. They were reluctant to bring ruin to the forest. Initially, Kona's side struggled to gain an advantage due to the sheer number of Nidoqueen and the necessity to restrain their full power, yet they did not immediately succumb. They simply found it challenging to contend with the Nidoqueen's high defense. Metagross, dissatisfied with the Nidoqueen's actions, let out a roar, which Isu surmised was a provocation. Indeed, upon hearing Metagross's cry, the largest Nidoqueen emerged from the crowd, appearing to be the leader, and called out twice, prompting the other Nidoqueen to retreat. Metagross, use Psychic. Nausea commanded. Kona and Alice did not remain idle, pressing their attack on the remaining Nidoqueen. Without the strongest Nidoqueen to support them, the remaining ones would likely not last long. The massive white cross before Metagross suddenly glowed pink, and the Nidoqueen leader felt a tremendous power surging through its mind. Yisu utilized the system to analyze the Nidoqueen leader, discovering it possessed peak champion-level strength, comparable to Nausea's Metagross, though Nausea would not be at a disadvantage. The Nidoqueen's proud defenses proved ineffective against the Psychic and Steel-type Metagross, which boasted a formidable defense of its own. Metagross unleashed a devastating beam of destruction upon it. The suffering Nidoqueen, unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Initially, Yisu had anticipated that this Nidoqueen, being the leader of the group, would possess significantly greater strength. However, upon further inspection, he found it to be merely at peak champion level, with potential only extending to that rank. I had expected it to be a rather impressive Pokémon. It appears it is not much different from the rest, Yisu remarked. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the surrounding Nidoqueens swiftly dragged their unconscious leader away, and Yisu surmised they would not return. Pikachu, we have dealt with these nuisances for you. They should not return any longer, Side-Eye reassured Pikachu in her arms. Your companions should now be able to fend for themselves. Seeing Pikachu nod in agreement, Yisu inquired, can you now become Side-Eye's Pokémon? Upon realizing Yisu intended to capture it, Pikachu gleefully nodded. It had longed for adventure but had been hindered by its Group-S constraints. Every Pokémon aspired to grow stronger, and the recent display of strength from Yisu and his companions had illustrated their prowess. With Pikachu's affirmation, Side-Eye joyfully produced a Pokeball to capture it. Xiaoxue and the others approached the Pikachu clan with delight, as the earlier threat had been vanquished and the animosity towards Xiaoxue dissipated. Many bold Piku approached Xiaoxue and Side-Eye to play together. Allow me to treat you, Xiaoxue declared, retrieving Pokémon food from her backpack. One particularly bold Pikachu leapt into Yisu's arms, its two small eyes fixated on him, undeniably adorable. It almost made him want to capture one as well. Yisu produced some Pokémon food and offered it to Pikachu, which responded with a joyful grin. After spending some time playing with Pikachu, Yisu and the others prepared to bid farewell. As they departed, the Pikachu in Side-Eye's arms exchanged farewells with its clan. Yisu, it seems you were having quite the time with Pikachu. Did you not consider capturing one? Xiaoxue inquired. Yisu remained silent, merely indicating the fuming Nei perched on his shoulder. Is Nei feeling a bit jealous? Xiaoxue teased with a smile. Nei remained silent, still pouting, even refusing to prepare lunch that day, though thankfully, Ming Shuai was there to cook. Nei, are you still upset? Yisu playfully teased, finding her sulking demeanor quite endearing. Humph. Nei huffed, turning her head away from Yisu, as if she were silently demanding, hurry and appease me. Even if I were to capture Pikachu, I would never forget you. Nei, you hold the foremost place in my heart. Is that sufficient? Yisu gently patted Nei's head, speaking as if soothing a girlfriend. Eventually, after Yisu's affectionate gestures and numerous reassurances, Nei's anger dissipated. Nei was merely afraid of being supplanted by Pikachu. How amusing. Xiaoxue chuckled, covering her mouth. At Xiaoxue's jests, Nei huffed again, then turned to Xiaoxue, saying, you can forget about me teaching you culinary skills. I was merely jesting. Nei, please do not take it to heart. I implore you to teach me your culinary skills, Xiaoxue quickly replied. Ah, young ladies and gentlemen, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Would you care to listen to me play a tune? An elderly gentleman with white hair, seated upon a stone, suddenly exclaimed. Knight Su cast a gaze laden with curiosity upon the old man, yet the latter paid no heed to their scrutinizing looks. Instead, he produced his instrument and began to play a melody. What a delightful tune, Saint Dai remarked after the performance. This is none other than the legendary Pokémon flute. Renowned for its ability to awaken all slumbering Pokémon, so of course it is enchanting, Knight Su mused quietly. Isn't it marvelous? If you find it pleasing, you may pay me with a loaf of bread, the old man shamelessly declared after concluding his performance. Chapter 98. Moonlight, huh? Night Sue and the others were taken aback. Is this what they call fishing for finds? The old man lamented. I have not eaten in quite some time. So could I trouble you for a piece of bread? His plight was evident. Music was all he had left. How pitiful. Saint Di expressed her sympathy, emptying her backpack of snacks to offer to the old gentleman. Splendid. You are truly kind-hearted. The elderly man exclaimed with joy. This is all I require. You may keep the rest. There will be no food available in the next town. He accepted several loaves of bread. Why is that? Night Sue inquired, intrigued. Because the river has run dry, and without a water source, the crops cannot survive. Leaving us without food, he explained. Please take these. We have plenty of food. Do not worry about us, Night Sue reassured him. Really? Thank you so much. You are truly benevolent souls, the old man responded. His spirits lifted as he swiftly gathered the provisions. Observing his nimble movements, Night Sue and the others felt a twinge of embarrassment. He seemed quite adept at this, perhaps due to past experiences. Well then, we shall take our leave, dear sir. Saint Di waved goodbye as they proceeded toward the next town. The river has dried up, yet there seems to be no drought here. How can this be? Kana pondered aloud. Let us journey upstream to investigate. Night Sue suggested. Indeed. I concur, came the reply. Following the desiccated riverbed, they ventured toward the source of the water. So many thorns. Could the river have been obstructed by these rampant brambles? Xiao Shui wondered. It is possible. But we should clear these thorns first. Come forth, Charizard. The robust Charizard roared mightily and unleashed a plume of black flames. Since its evolution, Charizard's tail flame had transformed into a deep black, as had its fiery breath. Lapras, you too emerge. Ensure the flames do not spread, Kana commanded, releasing his Pokemon Lapras to prevent any potential forest fire. Is that a Snorlax? Has it blocked the river's flow? Night Sue observed the large creature ahead. It appears that Snorlax has indeed obstructed the water. Let us awaken it and send it elsewhere to slumber, Xiao Shui proposed. I shall move it with my psychic abilities. Naji declared. Is that feasible? Snorlax is exceedingly heavy, Xiao Shui expressed her concern. Indeed, Xiao Shui is correct. Snorlax is very substantial. Naji, do not overexert yourself. Kana cautioned. No worries, I can manage, Naji replied confidently, nodding her head. With a simple wave of her hand, Snorlax was levitated into the air, leaving Xiao Shui and the others astonished. However, recalling the power of Night Sue's previous hyper beam made it seem rather reasonable. Though Snorlax was moved, the water flow remained minimal. The river was entirely blocked by the thorns. This task is best left to Charizard. Are you up to it, Charizard? Night Sue inquired. Glancing at the fire-breathing dragon, Charizard thumped its chest affirmatively, signaling its readiness. Very well, Charizard, unleash your flamethrower. Charizard opened its mouth and emitted black flames, incinerating the thorns with intense heat. Unlike the usual combustion that turned them to charcoal, these thorns were utterly consumed, even as they lay submerged in water. A testament to Charizard's formidable strength. Charizard is incredible. It can incinerate thorns even submerged in water. Truly remarkable. Upon receiving this praise, Charizard's eyes narrowed with satisfaction. Although it had not been called upon for battle recently, its power had been steadily increasing. Having utilized Ho-Oh's feather, the immense energy remained dormant within, enabling its strength to grow even without training. Among Night Sue's Pokemon, Charizard was the one whose strength escalated the most rapidly, now reaching mid-champion level. The river is so clear. Let us camp here, Kana proposed. Indeed. It is also an opportune moment for me to continue training my Pokemon. Night Sue replied as he released all his Pokemon. Gyarados, it has been a while since you have been out. Enjoy a good swim in this water. Night Sue encouraged Gyarados. With a mighty roar, Gyarados surveyed the shallow stream, displeased. Although pleased with the presence of water, the stream was far too shallow for Gyarados to truly enjoy. Bear with it for now, Gyarados. I promise you will have the chance to swim in the ocean later, where you can truly revel, Night Sue assured. Gyarados nodded in agreement. After training with his Pokemon for a while, the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Today, you shall have to tolerate sleeping in the tent, Night Sue declared. No worries, such is the nature of travel, Alice replied. After dining on their evening meal, Night Sue returned his Pokemon to their Pokeballs. Kuna and Alice shared a tent, while Saint Di and Xiao Shui occupied another, leaving Ming Shui and Naji together. Just right for Night Sue to sleep alone. Why must I be by myself? Night Sue mused. Unable to find sleep, he wandered beneath a nearby tree, gazing at the enchanting moonlight. As the saying goes, gazing at the moon evokes nostalgia, and Night Sue was no exception. I wonder how my parents are faring in that distant world, he murmured. Those classmates from long ago, I suppose you all have forgotten me. Having not made a single friend since school, I doubt I left a good impression. A sigh escaped his lips as he reflected on the girl he once admired but never confessed his feelings to. By now, she has likely found someone and settled down. For it has been quite some time. I fear you may no longer remember my name, just as I have forgotten yours. For I detest my cowardice in not voicing my feelings. Now it has become a regret. Knight Su continued his soliloquy, perplexed by his own sentiments that day. For he had not previously expressed such thoughts. Let bygones be bygones. No amount of reminiscing will alter the past. His gaze began to solidify with resolve. Dwelling on the past serves no purpose. Now that I have traversed to this place, I must look forward. What are you rambling about, looking forward? Alice, roused from her slumber, interrupted. Honestly, you have disturbed my sweet dreams, and you are still awake? My apologies, Knight Su replied, as the night enveloped the world in slumber. The dawn of a new day arrived. Knight Su rose early, seizing the opportunity before Kana and the others awoke. He commenced training with his Pokémon. Having adopted a routine of morning exercises, including push-ups, since his last sparring session with Dragonite. Chapter 99, The Dark Market Cousin. Why are you up so early? To Knight Su's surprise, Saint Dai was already awake. Saint Dai, it seems to be only 5 o'clock. Why are you up at this hour? Knight Su exclaimed, astonished. Typically, it was Knight Su who had to rouse her from slumber, as she could easily sleep until noon if left undisturbed. I don't know. For some reason, I couldn't sleep. Since you were training, I thought I would let Pikachu out to join you, she replied. Very well then. Knight Su and his Pokémon continued their specialized training from the previous day, occasionally engaging in friendly duels, while some Pokémon battled in pairs. Most of the Pokémon exhibited noticeable growth in their strength. Unexpectedly, it was Shirdai's Pikachu that captured attention. Although this Pikachu appeared diminutive in comparison to others of its kind, its electric-type moves wielded considerable potency, and it had notably improved since yesterday, exhibiting great potential. Daikasho, unleash water gun. The creature expelled a high-pressure stream of water, instantly incapacitating its opponent. Cousin, you've triumphed again. That's your 36th challenger defeated. Shirdai exclaimed with exuberance. Knight Su, however, gazed at Shirdai with bemusement. What was there to celebrate? Among his Pokémon, even the weakest boasted near-elite strength, and defeating an ordinary trainer hardly warranted such elation. You are formidable. This is the most crushing defeat I have ever faced. Should the opportunity arise again, I shall surely overcome you, the boy who battled Knight Su declared, recalling his Pokémon and departing with a forlorn silhouette. He seems quite disappointed, Xiaoxue remarked, observing the boy's retreat. Naturally, anyone who faces defeat experiences some negative emotions. Even I would feel disheartened if I were to lose, Knight Su replied. By the way, cousin, have you ever lost? I've never seen you defeated, Shirdai questioned curiously. It seems not, Knight Su scratched his head. Since embarking on Pokémon battles, he had possessed legendary creatures, making defeat a formidable challenge. Yet Knight Su refrained from excessively relying on their power, believing that steady progress was paramount. We must be nearing the next city, right? Nashi wiped the sweat from her brow. Nashi, are you tired? If so, we can take a short break, Knight Su suggested, glancing at her. Nashi, lacking in physical endurance due to her previous reliance on psychic abilities, found long journeys with Knight Su particularly taxing at first. I'm fine. I believe I can make it to the next city, Nashi asserted with a resolute shake of her head. All right. Nevertheless, let us rest for a bit. I'm quite hungry as well. Let us have a bite to eat, Knight Su said, affectionately ruffling Nashi's hair. Nashi's cheeks flushed, and she nodded, conceding to the break. After resting for an hour and enjoying a hearty meal prepared by Mingxue and Nei, Knight Su and his companions resumed their journey. After more than 2 hours of travel, they arrived at Dark City, its ominous ambience confirming its sinister reputation. Checking in at the sign-in location, Dark City. Would you like to sign in? Sign-in successful. You have received an electrical socket. Ah, an electrical socket. Just in time, as I have an Electabuzz. Now it can evolve. Knight Su mused internally. Why does it look so dreary and run down? Is this truly a city? It pales in comparison to even small towns. Kina remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Kina, please don't frighten us with such talk about ghost towns, Xiaoxue shivered, inching closer to Knight Su. Girls tend to be sensitive to topics of the supernatural. Indeed, Kina, refrain from such comments. Strange, I recall Dark City being quite different in the past. How has it changed so drastically? Alice pondered. Upon entering the city, they soon encountered a group of children, though these youngsters did not seem particularly friendly. Are you trainers? The leader of the children inquired. Indeed, I am a Pokémon trainer, Knight Su nodded in acknowledgement. Quick, attack them. Suddenly, one child hurled a stone towards Knight Su and his companions. Nashi frowned, and the stone froze mid-air, suspended in place. Run. The children, witnessing their projectiles thwarted, hastily fled. What just happened? We haven't done anything to provoke such an assault. Knight Su frowned, irritation creeping in. Should we catch them, Knight Su? Nashi asked. Let it be. Considering they are merely children, we shall let them off this time. After all, they haven't harmed anyone, so there's no need for pettiness. Knight Su waved his hand dismissively. Let us take them down. We must defeat the scoundrels at the Yas gym. A commotion erupted ahead. We cannot let them escape. Once we vanquish the Kaz gym, we shall be officially recognized by the Pokémon League. As they approached, Knight Su and his companions overheard the sounds of battling Pokémon. Witnessing a chaotic brawl between two groups of Pokémon, reminiscent of a free-for-all. How could such a situation arise? This is utterly outrageous. Xiaoxue exclaimed angrily. Though the Pokémon on both sides lacked exceptional strength, their sheer numbers rendered the battle chaotic, severely damaging the environment. This is quite common, typically. A city with two gyms will not coexist peacefully, Nashi explained. In Jinhuang City, for instance, there exists both a psychic gym and a fighting gym. The latter frequently provokes the former, and despite Nashi having dealt with them numerous times, they remain unrepentant, driven not by strength, but by pride. As the reputation of the psychic gym far surpasses that of the fighting gym, they likely aspire to become an officially recognized gym by the league. Yet such behavior is indeed despicable, Alice remarked. As the champion of the Kanto region, I cannot stand idly by, Kinna declared, producing a Pokeball. Come forth, Dragonite, and put an end to this conflict. Upon summoning Dragonite, it swiftly unleashed Ice Beam, freezing both the combatants and their Pokémon in place, immobilizing only their lower bodies. Who dares to intervene in our gym dispute? Show yourself. Indeed, what kind of coward resorts to a sneak attack? Let us duel openly. These individuals, clearly unrepentant, prompted Kinna's growing ire. Let them rant. We shall ignore them for now. I will notify the league's prosecutor to apprehend them all, Kinna said, pulling out her mobile phone to contact the prosecutor. Soon, the league's prosecutor arrived, Ms. Joy. I never expected Ms. Joy to be the prosecutor, Shurdai remarked, taken aback. Well, it's merely an additional role. I was already scheduled to visit here to assess which of the two gyms would be more suitable for official recognition. However, it appears neither is appropriate. Joy expressed her disappointment. You all, come with me for some reflection, Ms. Joy instructed them. The trainers from Yas Gym and Kaz Gym lowered their heads in shame, dreading the prospect of entering the facility. It seemed their prolonged battles had rendered their struggles meaningless, as they might lose their crucial gym certifications. Ms. Joy, could you grant us another chance to amend our actions? The leader of Yas Gym timidly inquired. Yes. I promise never to act this way again, came Kaz's voice. Well, granting you another chance is not out of the question, Ms. Joy teased, elongating her tone. However, you must comprehend the significance of being a gym leader. The significance of being a gym leader? Kaz and Yas wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Their sole understanding revolved around seizing the rightful position of a gym leader, yet they remained oblivious to the true essence of such a role. You do not even grasp this fundamental truth, yet you aspire to become gym leaders? Miss Joy remarked with an air of knowing. Subsequently, she elucidated the significance of being a gym leader. It's far more than merely waiting in the gym for novice trainers to challenge. It involves awakening the potential of challengers during battles to cultivate their growth. Furthermore, a gym leader bears the responsibility of ensuring local safety, unlike your reckless behaviors that wreak havoc upon the city. Oh, so that's how it is. We understand now. Thank you, Miss Joy, Kaz and Yas replied in unison. And then, as if casting aside their former ways, they commenced repairing the damaged structures. Miss Joy is indeed quite knowledgeable, said Shindai from the side. Such information would be challenging to memorize from books. I never anticipated she could articulate it so fluently. Champion Kona, I shall take my leave, Joy announced as she departed with the brawlers. The unexpected conflicts between gyms were startling. However, Shindai pondered, what benefits could there be to becoming an official gym? Oh, there are indeed advantages, and quite substantial ones at that. Officially recognized gyms receive support from the league, Kona clarified Shindai's query. An officially recognized gym is akin to boarding the grand ship of the league. I trust you comprehend now. Knight's Echo explained to Shindai, who still appeared perplexed. Shindai nodded, finally grasping that the Pokémon League, the grand vessel, was something everyone wished to board. Ultimately resolving the troubles of Dark City, Knight's Echo and his companions continued their journey, arriving at the illustrious Neon City, renowned as the city that never sleeps. Checking the sign-in location, Neon City. Is the sign-in successful? Sign-in successful, gravity burden acquired. Indeed. As expected of the city that never sleeps, it is truly ablaze with light, Knight's Echo remarked. While en route to the hotel, Knight's Echo observed that the temperament of Neon City's inhabitants mirrored the descriptions in the narratives, fiery and quick to anger. Even the slightest, almost negligible, brush of hands would erupt into a public quarrel. Yet, their exchanges remained civil, devoid of any foul language, demonstrating a certain cultural refinement. Otherwise, they wouldn't even recognize the insults hurled at them. After some time spent in verbal sparring, the inclination to resort to physical confrontation emerged. It seemed Miss Junsha had her work cut out for her here. Upon arriving at the hotel, the receptionist displayed a rather irritable demeanor. But upon seeing Knight's Echo present a business card from Banmu, her attitude transformed into one of cheerful camaraderie, as if their earlier interaction had never occurred. Once assigned their accommodations, Knight's Echo collapsed into bed, yet the meaning of a city that never sleeps became apparent, as the incessant hustle and bustle made slumber elusive. After much tossing and turning, he finally managed to drift off. The following morning, despite his habit of rising early, Knight's Echo was awakened by the cacophony outside. Feeling somewhat helpless as he had hoped for more rest, since sleep evaded him, he decided to wash up and leave with his companions swiftly. Neon City had its merits, yet it was overwhelmingly noisy. Those unaccustomed to its lifestyle could hardly endure for long. After departing Neon City, Knight's Echo and his companions made their way to Big Fool Valley. Big Fool Valley. It contains fossils of ancient Pokémon. Should we visit? Xiaoxue inquired, glancing at the map. Fossils of ancient Pokémon can be revived. Machines for resurrecting them have been developed. Yulongdu possesses a fossil pterodactyl, Kona informed. Then we must go? I am quite intrigued by the fossil pterodactyl, Knight's Echo expressed eagerly. The fossil pterodactyl was once the sovereign of the skies, although its reputation may have been exaggerated. It was undeniably formidable. You should temper your expectations. The greater the anticipation, the sharper the disappointment, Kona advised Knight's Echo. Only complete fossils can be revived, and discovering a complete fossil of the pterodactyl is no simple task. Yulongdu's acquisition of one was the result of the entire Yulong family's exhaustive efforts. Fossils are not easily unearthed. Fear not. I am certain I can obtain the fossil pterodactyl, Knight's Echo replied with a light-hearted grin. Chapter 101, A Grand Confession Scene. Knight's Echo was well aware that living fossil pterodactyls existed in Big Fool Valley, incomparable to those merely revived. The journey to Big Fool Valley was somewhat distant, indicating another lengthy trek ahead, likely taking at least 5 days. Xiaoxue remarked. Suddenly, the sound of an engine reached their ears as a sports car sped past, only to screech to a halt ahead. Knight's Echo, we meet again, shouted Shigeru as he emerged from the vehicle. I wondered who was driving so ostentatiously. It turns out to be you, Shigeru. Knight's Echo responded, surprised. But Shigeru, how did you fall behind us while traveling by car? Shigeru scratched his head, explaining. As you know, there are places where driving is impossible. Knight's Echo, since we've finally crossed paths, how about a Pokemon battle? I've captured quite a number of Pokemon by now, Shigeru declared, his eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. Indeed, Shigeru had captured a significant number of Pokemon, likely exceeding 100, making Knight's Echo appear rather weak in comparison. However, despite the quantity, the quality was lacking. Only a few could serve as mainstays, while the rest were merely decorative. Well, I have matters to attend to and must press on. Let us battle at the court's conference instead. Knight's Echo declined Shigeru's challenge. Currently, Shigeru remained too inexperienced. Although he was far superior to Ash, he still paled in comparison to Knight's Echo, who had no inclination to engage in battle with him. All right, come the court's conference. I shall surely defeat you, Shigeru proclaimed confidently. Despite the rejection, he seemed undeterred, exuding enthusiasm akin to Ash. I must be off now, Shigeru said, accelerating away in his luxury vehicle. It was notable that Shigeru's car was filled with numerous young ladies, resembling a cheerleading squad. That boy must be Professor Oak's true grandson, right? Doesn't he recognize you? Kona remarked. Indeed, Professor Oak merely mentioned it briefly, Knight's Echo replied. So he is Professor Oak's grandson? I thought you only had a cousin, Shindai expressed her surprise. Enough of that. We must continue our journey, Knight's Echo urged. Summer had already passed, yet the weather remained oppressively hot. Cousin, let us take a break until it cools down a bit, Shindai suggested. Very well. There's no rush, Knight's Echo replied, playfully pinching Shindai's nose. Thank you, cousin. You are truly wonderful, Shindai exclaimed, unable to resist jumping up to plant a kiss on Knight's Echo's cheek. However, this action stirred up quite a hornet's nest, as Kona, Naji, Ellis, and Xiaoxue all turned their gazes sharply towards Knight's Echo and Shindai. Even the usually gentle Mingxue fixed her gaze on Shindai, her eyes glinting with an ominous light. Why are all 5 sisters looking at me like that? It's terrifying. Shindai questioned, shrinking behind Knight's echo, now feeling even more bashful as she reflected on her impulsive action. I wanted to. Natsu glanced at Shindai and boldly approached, planting a daring kiss on Yasuo's lips. This was a different affair from merely pecking Shindai's cheek. It was a full-fledged kiss. Witnessing the intimate moment, Alice could not restrain herself and rushed over to separate Natsu from Yasu. What do you take me for, your sister? Alice pouted, visibly upset. Alice's words bore truth. This was on the roadside, and how inappropriate it would be if a child were to stumble upon such a scene. Xiaoxue chimed in. I concur with what both of you have said. Standing behind Yasu, Shindai raised her hand in agreement with Alice and Xiaoxue. I'll take my turn too, Alice declared, mirroring Natsu's action as she kissed Yasu, albeit more delicately, like a dragonfly skimming the water, before pulling away. Yasu touched his lips, recalling the softness he had just experienced, feeling a pang of regret, while simultaneously casting a furtive glare at Xiaoxue. Now, Alice, you too? Xiaoxue remarked, having just opposed Natsu alongside herself. Only to see Alice act so freely. If that's the case, then wandering into the woods should pose no issue. Natsu suddenly pointed towards a nearby thicket. Natsu, how dare you be so audacious? Kina asked, utterly speechless. Online, it says that one should boldly pursue those they cherish. Otherwise, regret will come when someone else claims them. I find that sentiment quite valid, Natsu replied earnestly. Is this a confession from Natsu? Very well, I accept, Yasu began, but was promptly silenced by Kina, her lips sealing his words. Xiaoxue covered her mouth, astonished by the unfolding drama, a tumult of emotions surging within her, akin to a jar of mixed flavors being overturned. Thoroughly disordered. This sensation was completely alien to Xiaoxue, as if something profoundly significant had been taken from her. Wow, Kina, what are you doing? Shindai exclaimed angrily. Just moments before, Natsu and Alice had caught her off guard, and now Kina was following suit. Natsu employed her supernatural power to separate Yasu and Kina. I wanted to. Mingxue tugged at Yasu's sleeve, speaking softly. Very well, I shall oblige your simple request. Since Mingxue and Yasu spoke in hushed tones, Kina and the others could not discern what was said. They only witnessed Yasu kissing Mingxue on the forehead, causing her cheeks to flush. This was the first kiss she had long awaited over 2 millennia. Yet, a hint of disappointment lingered within her since it was merely on the forehead, not the lips. However, the thought that it was initiated by Yasu uplifted her spirits considerably. This is infuriating. Why am I, a man, relegated to being the passive recipient? No way. I shall not let Yasu have the last laugh. Yasu thought, his expression reflecting his displeasure. He was determined to reclaim his masculine pride. Perhaps I should start with Xiaoxue. How about I grant you a loving kiss? Yasu said with a mischievous grin directed at Xiaoxue. Huh. Xiaoxue was taken aback, then quickly shook her head, her face heating up before she fainted from sheer embarrassment, utterly bashful. Yasu hurried over to catch Xiaoxue, astonished that she could faint from shyness. After a while, Xiaoxue regained consciousness, her gaze wandering in confusion. Xiaoxue, you're awake. It seems my kiss truly works wonders. You revived after it, Yasu said with a smile. What? Yasu, are you pulling my leg? Xiaoxue's face flushed crimson, ensnared in her shyness. Xiaoxue, fainting from shyness, you're the first I've ever seen, Kina laughed. At Kina's remark, Xiaoxue's cheeks reddened once more as she looked at Yasu and murmured, Since you kissed me, you must take responsibility. After saying this, Xiaoxue immediately lowered her head. Hey now? He was merely joking with you. Please don't take it seriously, Sister Xiaoxue. He didn't kiss you at all, Shindai quickly interjected. Humph. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have what? Kina asked with a smile, though a dark aura radiated from her, instilling a sense of danger in Yasu. Nothing. Yasu instinctively shook his head. Ah, so it was all a ruse. Xiaoxue felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment wash over her. Initially, she had felt an affinity for Yasu upon their first meeting, a sentiment that many women shared due to his striking appearance and an inherent charm that was immensely alluring. Perhaps unbeknownst to Yasu himself. Through their time together, Xiaoxue's fondness for Yasu deepened, evolving into something akin to love, though she had yet to fully recognize it. Xiaoxue seems rather disappointed. Care to share what's troubling you with me, your big sister? Kina teased. And you can share with me, your big brother, Yasu interjected. Coos, you're younger than Sister Xiaoxue. Shindai couldn't help but remark. That matters not. Who says being younger disqualifies one from being a brother? Would you like me to be your sister? Shindai asked. Sure, you can be my big sister, you little rascal, Yasu teased, pinching Shindai's cheek playfully. That hurts. I'll bite you, Shindai exclaimed, opening her mouth in a mock threat. Apologies, Shindai, but it seems you can't reach me, Yasu chuckled, holding Shindai's head down, making her stomp her feet in frustration. Cousin, you're so mean, bullying your lovely, charming cousin. I shall ignore you. Shindai pouted in indignation. Yasu, Kina, Natsu, Alice, and Xiaoxue exchanged glances, left speechless by Shindai's unexpected self-adoration. Though indeed charming and lovely, her self-praise lacked humility. Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief. The previous topic seemed to have shifted, sparing her from further embarrassment. Had she truly felt disappointed? Yasu, your Dragonite and Charizard have started fighting. Xiaoxue rushed over to inform Yasu. Fighting? What is happening? Yasu asked in surprise, then picked up Naya and followed Xiaoxue to assess the situation. Initially, Yasu intended to take a stroll, scouting for potential Pokémon, but before long, a fight had broken out. It appeared to stem from a dispute over food. After finishing its meal, Charizard had snatched food from Dragonite. Xiaoxue explained the cause of the altercation. Though Dragonite often appeared docile and cute, it was not to be trifled with. In fact, Dragonite was quite particular about its food, and stealing from it was a surefire way to incite its wrath. Upon returning to the makeshift campsite, Yasu found Dragonite and Charizard facing off, each unleashing flames at the other, while his other Pokémon, including Gyarados, Zapdos, and Celebi, gathered around like spectators. Both of you cease this at once. Yasu commanded, his expression impassive. Upon seeing Yasu arrive, Dragonite and Charizard halted their battle, though their gazes remained defiant. What are you all watching? They're brawling, and you want to intervene? Yasu turned to address the other Pokémon in the vicinity. The expressions of Gyarados, Zapdos, and the others, who had been reveling in the chaos, faded, and they lowered their heads in shame. Conflicts among your Pokémon are quite common. My Pokémon have had their squabbles too, Kina remarked. You two will double your training today. Rayquaza, supervise them, Yasu said, producing a Master Ball to summon Rayquaza. Upon its release, Rayquaza, intimidating in its presence, caused Zapdos to shrink back, haunted by memories of its past defeat at Rayquaza's hands. If you ever fight again, the consequences will be far more severe. You won't find it so easy next time. Do you understand? Yasu reprimanded them sternly. Both Charizard and Dragonite nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the commotion of their battle was rather lively, but alas, it was quelled by that cousin. Shindai wore an expression of regret. Indeed, the clash between those two Pokémon was nothing short of spectacular. After all, they are champion-level Pokémon, Kona remarked with a smile. Yisu approached, playfully flicking the tops of Shindai and Kona's heads. Ouch, Yisu, how could you be so cruel to your sister? Shindai protested. Yes, cousin, that really hurt. Kona echoed. TSK, what else did you expect? You two thrive on chaos. Xiaoxue and Alice observed Kona and Shindai nursing their foreheads, unable to suppress their giggles. Well, Alice, after all these years as sisters, you dare to mock me like this? Kona glared at Alice with discontent. Kona, be mindful of your image. You appear just like a little girl now, Yisu remarked, casting a glance at her. Oh, Yisu, do you not like it? How about this? Kona tossed her hair with a gentle smile, her gaze softening towards Yisu. You seem to have overlooked us, Shindai remarked with irritation. All right, let us rest for a while before continuing our journey. It will take several more days to reach the Grateful Valley, Yisu said while gently pressing down on Shindai's head. After a brief respite, they resumed their trek towards the Grateful Valley, with Gyarados and Charizard following closely, diligently training as they traveled. Today marked the day of their double training punishment, and Rayquaza was overseeing their efforts. 3 days later, they finally arrived at the Grateful Valley. Detecting the sign-in location, Grateful Valley. Would you like to sign in? Sign in successful. Obtained Pokémon fossil. This place is truly desolate. Is this really the Grateful Valley? Shindai surveyed the surroundings. This area was once known for the discovery of extinct Pokémon fossils. It was sealed off by the League upon discovery, but it has since been opened, Kona explained. Has the League already excavated it? Can we truly unearth Pokémon fossils? Xiaoxue inquired. That depends on luck, Kona shrugged, though she believed the chances of unearthing fossils were slim. Fear not. My luck is exceptionally good. I am sure to find a fossil pterodactyl, Yisu declared confidently. Chapter 103, Arrival at the Grateful Valley. Observing a group of laborers busily excavating fossils, Yisu chuckled inwardly. They could never fathom that the true fossil Pokémon lay beneath their feet. Why toil so fervently for mere fossils? Of course, such thoughts were best kept unspoken. Even if someone believed him, would they possess the capability to capture these Pokémon? Furthermore, if news of fossil Pokémon spread, it would incite endless conflict. Humanity craves the immense power of fossil Pokémon, while the Pokémon would fight to protect their homes. Whether it be Team Rocket, other nefarious organizations, or the so-called righteous Pokémon League. Even hunters like Jay from the Pearl and Diamond series would seek to claim these fossil Pokémon for themselves. Although Yisu's purpose in coming here was somewhat akin to theirs, he would not divulge the location after capturing them. Yisu, you are quite confident. Of course. My luck is akin to that of a lucky sovereign. What is a lucky sovereign? Kona asked curiously. It simply means my luck is exceptionally good. Yisu, you are here as well? Here to excavate fossils, I presume? Xiao Mao, wielding a pickaxe and covered in dust, approached. Is that you, Xiao Mao? You look like a refugee. Yisu almost failed to recognize him, as Xiao Mao appeared no different from a beggar. I am excavating fossils. There are many here, and I've already uncovered several, Xiao Mao said, pulling a few stones from his pocket. I can't chat any longer. I must get back to digging. He hurried off in search of fossils. Let us go. We should take a look too. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted in the mining area. Such a commotion. The fossil Pokémon should awaken now. This is troubling, Yisu thought to himself. What just happened? Why was there an explosion? Shungdai asked. It seems to have come from the mining area. Xiaoya, shall we go investigate? Alice suggested to Yisu. Since you all wish to see, let us proceed. Yisu said as he led Kona and the others towards the mining site. Before they could approach the source of the explosion, a gray Pokémon appeared in the sky. Its wings tinged with purple, resembling a pterodactyl from the Cretaceous period. Its claws bore the likeness of a fossil pterodactyl. The fossil pterodactyl's appearance was a product of incomplete resurrection, and according to the Pokédex, some scholars believe that the mega-evolved form of the fossil pterodactyl truly represented its ancient appearance. If the explosion had awakened the fossil pterodactyl, then according to the narrative, Ash should be atop its feet. Yisu mused internally. He gazed down at the feet of the fossil pterodactyl and, indeed, spotted a person hanging from them. Although the distance was considerable, Yisu's keen abilities allowed him to discern that it was Ash. I didn't expect this guy to travel so swiftly. Yisu muttered to himself. What are you talking about, Yisu? Xiaoxua asked from beside him. It's nothing. I was just saying we should first evacuate the crowd. Yisu replied as he and Nazi began to clear the mining site. Meanwhile, Kona and Alice utilized water guns to extinguish the flames in the area. Yisu observed the fossil pterodactyl in the sky, and shortly thereafter, Ash's Charizard, having forcefully evolved from a fire Dratini, appeared in pursuit. However, it seemed to have undergone no significant change. Charizard was already exhibiting disobedient behavior. Thus began a chase in the sky. It was not truly a chase, as Charizard's speed was far inferior to that of the fossil pterodactyl, which clutched Ash, seemingly ready to relish its meal. Gyarados, bring down the fossil pterodactyl. Yisu commanded as he released Gyarados. Gyarados, upon hearing the command, unleashed a concentrated beam of cold light that struck the fossil pterodactyl with such swiftness that it barely had time to react. The fossil pterodactyl, in pain, loosened its grip, causing Ash to plummet towards the ground. Gyarados, catch Ash, Yisu ordered. Although Ash, as a novice trainer, would likely sustain minimal injuries from the fall, he was nonetheless the protagonist. His demise would be quite detrimental. With Gyarados' speed, it swiftly appeared in front of Ash, catching him just in time. While Charizard glared furiously at the fossil pterodactyl. Ash, it seems Charizard won't heed your commands, Yisu remarked to Ash. Is your trainer level insufficient? In this world, there exists a hierarchy of trainer levels, requiring assessments that determine the economic support for those aspiring to profit from being Pokémon trainers. Trainer levels parallel the strength of their Pokémon, categorized from ordinary trainers to elite trainers, quasi-champions, champions, and renowned champions. The titles of champion and renowned champion are well known, differing significantly from those of quasi-champions, not only in the monthly subsidies, but also in the opportunity to obtain a career within the local Pokémon League, as only those with careers can achieve recognition as champions or renowned champions. Yisu's inquiry subtly questioned Ash's capability to control Charizard. Not at all. Charizard is quite obedient, Ash declared confidently. However, the response from those around him was a chorus of skeptical expressions. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Ash commanded directly, addressing Charizard amidst the doubtful gazes. As expected, just as Ash had stated, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards Aerodactyl. Although Aerodactyl had been dormant for ages, it had once thrived in an era marked by brutal battles, rendering its prowess far superior to contemporary Pokémon. With remarkable agility, it evaded Charizard's onslaught and retaliated with a thunderbolt. The entire counterattack transpired in mere seconds, as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a wrist, struck Charizard, whose flying type was particularly vulnerable to electric attacks. The impact of the lightning left Charizard reeling. Following the assault, Aerodactyl cast a disdainful glance at Charizard. an affront that was more humiliating than damaging. Observing Charizard's mounting frustration, Yasu couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself that Aerodactyl was indeed a Pokémon with a distinct personality. Ash, allow your Charizard to carry you away from here. This battle is mine, Yasu declared. No, Yasu, I am not the same person I once was. I will triumph over Aerodactyl, Ash replied confidently, buoyed by Charizard's recent compliance. Defeating Aerodactyl? With Charizard? Yasu mused. It is not that I wish to discourage you, but Aerodactyl, as a rock and flying type Pokémon, holds a significant advantage over Charizard. Yasu, I believe a certain Pokémon master once remarked that type advantages are merely temporary and do not dictate the entirety of a battle. Ash retorted. Charizard, demonstrate to Yasu the fruits of our rigorous training. Use Flamethrower to defeat it. Yet, Yasu pondered. Could Ash not discern from Aerodactyl's earlier counterattack that it was indeed stronger than Charizard? Moreover, Flamethrower would hardly inflict substantial damage. Aerodactyl was also aware that being struck by Flamethrower would not be particularly harmful, but being hit was still undesirable. Thus, it employed agility to evade the attack. Charizard, charge in and seize Aerodactyl, Ash commanded. Witnessing Aerodactyl's astonishing speed, Ash adjusted his strategy. If ranged attacks were ineffective, they would engage in close combat. Charizard, having undergone forced evolution, was considerably weaker compared to a naturally evolved Charizard and was not yet entirely accustomed to its new form, rendering it less effective in speed. However, from its earlier display of contempt towards Charizard, Aerodactyl seemed to possess a unique character, choosing not to evade and allowing Charizard to grasp it effortlessly. Now's your chance, Charizard. Use Seismic Toss, Ash exclaimed, noting Aerodactyl's unexpected capture, albeit with a hint of confusion. Ash's battle instincts were commendable, recognizing the advantage of altitude to amplify damage. However, he overlooked that Aerodactyl could also fly. Thus, at the critical moment, Aerodactyl ascended into the air, avoiding harm. Nevertheless, had Charizard managed to strike with Seismic Toss from such height, Aerodactyl would surely have sustained grievous injuries, if not outright destruction. Darn it, I forgot that Aerodactyl could fly. How careless of me, Ash lamented, realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail. Ash, Charizard is a forced evolution, significantly weaker than Aerodactyl. It cannot stand against it. If you truly wish to defeat this creature, at least release Pikachu. A 2-on-1 scenario is far more favorable than a 1-on-1. Alright, Pidgeotto, go and fetch Pikachu. Ash, heeding the advice, instructed Pidgeotto to retrieve Pikachu. Upon hearing Ash's command, Pidgeotto let out a cry and dove down, promptly returning with Pikachu. Yasu had initially intended to resolve the battle himself and capture Aerodactyl, yet he found himself assisting Ash, hoping that if Ash showed growth, the upcoming court's conference would be anything but dull. Alright, Charizard, unleash another Flamethrower attack on our opponent. Ash urged. Pikachu, seize the opportunity and use Thunderbolt. Charizard launched another Flamethrower at Aerodactyl, which nimbly dodged the attack. However, during this moment, Pikachu unleashed a Thunderbolt, and Aerodactyl, preoccupied with evasion, could not react in time. Hastily employing Protect to shield itself from Pikachu's assault, Pidgeotto utilized Swift, drawing Aerodactyl's attention. Flapping its wings, Pidgeotto executed the move, catching Aerodactyl off guard and landing a hit, thereby diverting its focus. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Pikachu used Thunder, Ash shouted. With Aerodactyl's attention entirely fixated on Pidgeotto, it failed to notice the approaching attacks from Charizard and Pikachu, resulting in a perfect hit from both Flamethrower and Thunder, dealing significant damage and causing Aerodactyl to plummet from the sky. A fall from such height could be fatal. Go. Pokeball. Ash swiftly threw the Pokeball, while Charizard dove to catch the descending sphere. Aerodactyl, I have captured you. Once Charizard soared into the air, the Pokeball ceased its shaking, indicating that Aerodactyl had been successfully captured. Although the method of capture was not entirely honorable, Yasu believed that Ash would soon tame this Aerodactyl. However, it seemed his own plans had been thwarted. Sigh, the goal that brought me here has now slipped away, Yasu remarked, gazing at the Pokeball containing Aerodactyl with a resigned expression. Yet, since Aerodactyl had already been captured by Ash, Yasu had no intention of shamelessly asking for it. He would simply seek another opportunity. Upon reaching the cave where Aerodactyl had appeared, Yasu discovered that the entrance had been blocked, likely due to a landslide. According to Miss Junsha, there was still a risk of further collapses, and everyone was advised to keep their distance. However, to abandon the goal of capturing a fossil Pokémon was out of the question, due to Miss Junsha's influence. The excavators at Big Fool Valley had all departed that very day, inadvertently aligning with Yasu's intentions. That night, After informing Kina and the others of his plan to train his Pokémon through the night, Yasu left the hotel and returned to the site where Aerodactyl had broken through during the day. At that moment, the area was devoid of any personnel, likely due to the absence of the excavators. Come forth, Electabuzz. Yasu released the Electabuzz he had captured alongside Zapdos, a Pokémon of peak Elite Four strength. On the verge of champion status, this would be a perfect opportunity to put it to use. Electabuzz, excavate this cave. Although Electabuzz was unaware of Yasu's intentions, it dutifully obeyed his command. Utilizing its formidable size and strength, Electabuzz swiftly reopened the already fragile cave. Yasu, once he could fit his body through, recalled Electabuzz, intending to release it again after descending. Given Electabuzz's size, it could not fit through the narrow entrance. With his exceptional physical prowess, Yasu successfully made his way into the cavern, which housed numerous fossil Pokémon. Chapter 105. The Evolution of Electabuzz. With so many fossil Pokémon, it should not be unreasonable to take one, Yasu mused inwardly. Without hesitation, he released Dragonite, commanding it to exude a trace of divine pressure. A multitude of Pokémon trembled under the oppressive might of the legendary beasts, with the majority succumbing to unconsciousness beneath this overwhelming pressure. Where's the fossil pterodactyl? Nightshade pondered as he traversed the area, only to discover the ground littered with spiky rock Pokémon and Scyther, along with their devolved forms. Yet, not a single fossil pterodactyl was in sight. Could it be that the only one captured was the one belonging to that fellow Ash? Nightshade had managed to catch one of each type of Pokémon he encountered, contemplating the prospect of bringing them back for Professor Oak's thorough examination. It can't be. There are truly no fossil pterodactyls here. Nightshade lamented, his frustration evident as he kicked a nearby rock, as if fate was playing a jest upon him. The rock collided with a wall, causing a collapse. Cough, cough. What on earth is happening? Nightshade choked, waving away the dust. As the haze cleared, his gaze fell upon an opening, within which lay a fossil pterodactyl. Wow, could this be luck incarnate? Just what I wished for. A smirk crept across Nightshade's face as he indulged in a brief moment of self-admiration before stepping into the cave. This fossil pterodactyl appeared markedly different from the one outside. It radiated a menacing aura, and its size was considerably larger. Nightshade scrutinized the creature and declared, "Come forth, Electabuzz." Although he was aware that Electabuzz stood little chance against the fossil pterodactyl, he recognized the opportunity it presented. "Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt," Nightshade commanded, instructing Electabuzz to test its mettle. Indeed, as a Pokémon from ancient times, having survived an era brimming with legendary creatures, the power of those that endured was not to be underestimated. The fossil pterodactyl sensed the looming threat, awakening instantly from its slumber and deftly evading the Thunderbolt attack. Such speed! Nightshade exclaimed. Electabuzz unleashed thunder. He remained cautious. Despite the outward appearance suggesting it was merely an ordinary Pokémon, its swift response hinted at the prowess of a champion. Suddenly, a white flash flickered above the fossil pterodactyl, and a fist-sized bolt of lightning struck it with blinding swiftness. The fossil pterodactyl winced, realizing that electric-type moves held a degree of effectiveness against it. Not daring to underestimate the situation, it retaliated with Dragon Claw. With its razor-sharp claws and remarkable speed, the fossil pterodactyl left Electabuzz at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation. Electabuzz, use Protect, then follow up with Zap Cannon, Nightshade commanded. Given the fossil pterodactyl's speed, evasion was nearly impossible for Electabuzz, leaving it with no option but to employ the protective move. However, using Protect at this juncture placed Electabuzz in a precarious position, significantly tipping the scales in favor of the fossil pterodactyl. Zap Cannon, a powerful electric-type move akin to Thunder, albeit with lower damage, could guarantee that the opponent would be paralyzed, which would benefit Electabuzz. The claws of the fossil pterodactyl gleamed as if coated in silver, delivering a powerful strike against Electabuzz. Were it not for Protect, Electabuzz might have been outright defeated. After braving the onslaught of Dragon Claw, Electabuzz retaliated with Zap Cannon, sending a surge of electricity coursing through the fossil pterodactyl, indicating its paralysis. With no other recourse, Nightshade resolved to gamble everything, commanding, use Hyper Beam. Even though the fossil pterodactyl was paralyzed, Nightshade knew Electabuzz lacked sufficient training to contend with a champion-level foe. Ultimately, Electabuzz gathered a brilliant white beam. But just as it aimed to unleash its attack, the surging electricity intensified, causing the fossil pterodactyl to convulse uncontrollably. The Hyper Beam struck true. As the dust settled, the fossil pterodactyl appeared relatively unscathed, while a beam from it struck Electabuzz. The latter collapsed, yet remained conscious. You did splendidly, Electabuzz. Return. Nightshade expressed regret, acknowledging Electabuzz' commendable performance despite the overwhelming strength of the opponent. Suddenly, Electabuzz rose again, its body weary but its spirit undeterred, a fire of determination burning brightly in its eyes. Reminiscent of Ash. Very well, Electabuzz, allow me to assist you, Nightshade said, producing an electrical socket he had previously obtained. The reason for delaying Electabuzz's evolution was to ensure it had a solid foundation upon which to build, and witnessing its fervent spirit now compelled Nightshade to initiate its evolution. After all, this was Electabuzz's first battle under his command. Quietly, he chanted in his mind as he affixed the socket onto Electabuzz. A blinding light enveloped Electabuzz's form, a phenomenon reserved solely for Pokémon undergoing evolution. Naya, keep it steady. We must not disrupt the evolution, Nightshade urged, nudging the spirit on his head. The dazzling brilliance subsided swiftly, revealing that Electabuzz had grown significantly in size, sprouting a second tail. Electabuzz, no, now it should be called Electivire. Continue the battle. Use Thunder, Nightshade commanded. Initiating the attack with Thunder, an electric-type move that held a significant advantage over the flying-type fossil pterodactyl. Post-evolution, Electivire possessed the strength of an early champion, and the distinction between attacks of a champion and those of the Elite Four was substantial. The thunder unleashed by Electivire resembled a robust bolt of lightning. With the evolution, the fossil pterodactyl, no longer restrained by Naya, was now free to act. However, it had also expended considerable energy. In a moment of negligence, it was struck by lightning, compounded by the lingering paralysis from earlier. With a cry of pain, it retaliated with Hurricane, summoning two fierce gales as it flapped its wings. Electivire deftly evaded and seized the opportunity to conclude the encounter with Volt Tackle. After an arduous battle, Nightshade's Electivire finally subdued the fossil pterodactyl. He exited the cave, sealing the entrance completely. The existence of such ancient Pokémon was perhaps best kept hidden from the world. Chapter 106, Erasing Well. Grandfather, are you there? Nightshade inquired, activating his communication device to contact Professor Oak. Ah, little Nightshade, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. Professor Oak responded warmly. Well, I've captured some Pokémon that I believe you would find intriguing. Shall I send them over? However, be warned, they possess a rather aggressive nature, so do exercise caution, Nightshade relayed, proceeding to transmit the fossil Pokémon he had just captured to Professor Oak, ensuring they would find a suitable home. Intrigued, Professor Oak expressed his eagerness to discover the fascinating Pokémon Nightshade had acquired. Ah, I am Kinna, a figure greeted from the video feed. How could I not recognize Kinna? One of the Elite Four of the Kanto region? Little Nightshade has been in your care these past few days, Professor Oak remarked, a smile gracing his face. But Kinna, might you have an interest in our dear Nightshade? If so, I would not oppose it, Professor Oak added, his grin widening, causing Kinna's cheeks to flush. Hello, grandfather. I am Shindai, the youthful figure waved at the screen. Ah, little Shindai, your grandfather has informed me that you are traveling alongside little Nightshade. I trust he hasn't been unkind to you? Not at all. How could my cousin ever bully me? That's good to hear. If he were to bully you, just wait and see how I would handle him. Following this, Nightshade proceeded to introduce Professor Oak to Mingxue, Naz, and Xiaoxue. Oh, my Snow. You are already Xiao Ye's girlfriend. I can't wait to see you when you return. Professor Oak chuckled. Naturally, he was pleased that Yisu was favored by a girl. Matters of the heart should be navigated by the young themselves. As an elder, he would refrain from intervening. Xiaoyi, I must take my leave for now. As there are matters requiring my attention, please send the Pokémon over. After Professor Oak hung up, Kinna, Naz, and Xiaoxue visibly sighed in relief. Your expressions suggest a degree of tension, Yisu remarked with a smile. Is that so? I am not nervous at all. You must be mistaken, Kinna protested, shaking her head. Yet, upon noticing the beads of perspiration forming on Kinna's forehead, Yisu retorted, you are sweating, and you claim you are not anxious. Kinna, Naz, and Xiaoxue were indeed quite nervous. After all, Giselin was Yisu's parent, and each of them harbored feelings for him, making the encounter feel akin to meeting the family. How wonderful. Sister My Snow has been acknowledged by Professor Oak, Shindai exclaimed enviously. Indeed, given Professor Oak's disposition, it wouldn't be surprising if they were to wed upon returning, Alice added. Really? Is that so? Xiaoxue gasped in astonishment. Enough of this. Let us be on our way, Yisu interjected, eager to shift the topic. We have already captured the fossil pterodactyl, and our purpose for coming to this foolish valley has been fulfilled. We should depart tomorrow. This place was exceedingly desolate, lacking any features beyond its fossils. Were it not for the encroaching dusk, Yisu would have opted to leave immediately. After finding a suitable spot to set up camp, he released the captured fossil pterodactyl. Upon awakening, the creature emitted a ferocious roar upon seeing Yi Su and lunged at him, its eyes blood-red with murderous intent. However, before it could reach him, Nei used telekinesis to immobilize it in midair. Additionally, the sky god voluntarily emerged from Yi Su's system space, delivering a powerful blow to the fossil pterodactyl, sending it flying. This strike nearly incapacitated the creature. Master, this fossil pterodactyl is driven solely by malice and cannot be tamed. It would be wiser to eliminate it. The sky god conveyed through telepathy to Yi Su. Leave this to me. Nei suddenly interjected. Nei, can you handle it? Yi Su inquired with a hint of skepticism. He was reluctant to take the life of the fossil pterodactyl, having already contemplated purchasing a friendship fruit from the system shop. If Nei could resolve the issue, that would indeed be the best outcome. Given the creature's vicious demeanor, conventional methods would prove ineffective. Thus, extraordinary measures were warranted. Nei gazed into the blood-red, savage eyes of the fossil pterodactyl. Yi Su, are you hurt? Kina rushed over, followed closely by Naz, Xiao Shui, and Sheng Dai. Cousin, we should discard this one. It is utterly irrational. Just look at its gaze. It's too dangerous. Sheng Dai exclaimed in fear. Kina nodded in agreement, asserting, what Sheng Dai says is true. This Pokémon is beyond taming. I concur with Kina's assessment, Alice added. We should indeed eliminate it. Naz proclaimed, her icy gaze fixed on the fossil pterodactyl as she summoned her Steel Titan and Alakazam. I believe it is best to part ways with this Pokémon. It poses too great a risk. What if it were to attack you one day? Xiao Shui expressed her concern. Her face etched with worry as she looked at Yi Su. No worries. Nei assures me she can handle it. Let her take care of it. Yi Su replied. Turning to Nei. It's quite simple. We can erase its current will and imprint a new one, effectively altering its intent, Nei stated. Simple, you say? That seems utterly implausible. Kina remarked, perplexed by Nei's confidence. While Pokémon can use hypnosis to temporarily incapacitate others, and powerful psychic-type Pokémon can alter human will to some extent, much like Mutwo, permanently changing one's original intent is a feat only achievable by deities of creation. Nei raised her hand and pointed towards the fossil pterodactyl, a flash of red light enveloping it. The ferocity in its eyes dissipated, replaced by a friendly gaze directed at Yi Su. From now on, it will heed your every command, regarding you as its master, and will not attack humans unprovoked. Nei assured. Transforming a Pokémon's will is a trivial task for Nei. She had previously eradicated the Sonata clan entirely, even erasing their existence from the minds of others. The power of a deity of creation is not to be underestimated. When Nei exerts her full strength, she can indeed reshape worlds, earning her notoriety as a creator. Thus, the Pokémon world possesses formidable power, especially those divine beings, terrifyingly strong, far removed from their portrayals in anime. Although capturing Zapdos appeared effortless for Yi Su, should it unleash its full might, it could obliterate a small city in an instant, instilling terror in those who face the wrath of lightning. Chapter 107. Ash and Gary observing the fossil pterodactyl's sudden transformation into a docile creature. Kina and the others were utterly astonished, their gazes shifting to Nei. They had long suspected Nei was extraordinary. Now it seemed she might be at least a deity, for how else could she so effortlessly alter a Pokémon's will? The injuries inflicted by the Sky God were also healed by Nei, and the fossil pterodactyl flew to Yi Su's side, lowering its head in submission. Yi Su gently patted its head before storing it away, finally deeming it fully captured. Seeing the fossil pterodactyl become gentle, the Sky God returned to Yi Su's Pokeball. Nei, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. Now, what reward do you desire? Yi Su inquired. Do I truly need a reward for helping you? Nei replied, wrapping her arms around Yi Su's neck. Kina, astonished by Nei's capabilities, couldn't help but ask, can I have a hug? My embrace is quite warm. In her Ralts form, Nei was indeed exceedingly adorable, radiating an irresistible charm. Moreover, Nei was a shiny Pokémon, with her light blue hair far surpassing the original in beauty. Nei shook her head, indicating her reluctance to grow close to anyone besides Yi Su, not even Professor Oak. If Nei is unwilling, might I, as her master, take her place? Yi Su suggested playfully. Before he could finish, the eyes of Naz, Xiao Shui, and Sheng Dai were upon him, prompting Yi Su to sheepishly close his mouth. The following day, Yi Su rose early to train. Despite having powerful Pokémon, he yearned to strengthen himself as well. Thus, he had never ceased his training, especially after acquiring the gravity wristbands. Speaking of which, the wristbands were embedded with Keystone. Yi Su also possessed the Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard X, and his fire dinosaur had evolved into Charizard. He had now met all the conditions for Mega Evolution, The next time he released Charizard, he would perform a Mega Evolution to show off. The effect of Mega Evolution would certainly rival that of legendary Pokémon, perhaps even surpass it. After all, while legendaries are unique, many Pokémon can achieve Mega Evolution. Since Yisu announced Mega Evolution last year, numerous Pokémon trainers began purchasing Mega Evolution stones. However, the Mega Evolution wristbands had yet to be released, leaving trainers unable to utilize their Mega Stones despite possessing them. Yisu, you are up so early again. Xiao Shui remarked as she exited her tent. I've grown accustomed to it. Don't you wish to sleep a little longer? Yisu inquired. Once I'm awake, I can't fall back asleep. I'll go wash up first. Once Yisu concluded his training, Kina, Naz, and Shengdai also awoke, now engaged in their morning routines, while Nei and Xiao Shui prepared breakfast. After breakfast, we shall set forth, embarking towards Red Lotus Island. Renowned for its plethora of hot spring inns, an invigorated Side-Eye exclaimed, How delightful! I can hardly wait to reach Red Lotus Island. After finishing their breakfast, Yasu and his companions tidied up and prepared to set forth. Hey Shigeru, what brings you here? Yasu inquired. Why shouldn't I be here? Shigeru retorted. Just as Yasu was about to leave, he caught sight of the fervent gaze exchanged between Shigeru and Satoshi. Hey, Miss Koyuki, the observant Brock exclaimed as he spotted Yasu and the others. He rushed over, only to crash into an invisible barrier with a thud, rendering him unconscious. Yasu, you're here too? That's fantastic. We must have a Pokemon battle this time. You absolutely cannot refuse. Satoshi proclaimed loudly. Before Yasu could respond, Shigeru, Satoshi's rival and close friend, interjected, Foolish Satoshi, with your skills, challenging Yasu is simply asking for humiliation. You are no match for him. What did you say, Shigeru? Let us settle this one-on-one. Satoshi replied defiantly, undeterred by his previous losses to Yasu. Can you two quiet down? I see an event over there that seems to be a Pokemon battle. Why not go and sign up? Yasu suggested, glancing at the activity platform nearby. Come on, Shigeru. Let us settle this right here. Satoshi urged. Who is afraid of whom? Shigeru shot back, equally competitive. You two seem to have a splendid camaraderie. Yasu remarked with a smile. Who has a good relationship with him? Both Satoshi and Shigeru replied in unison. Even your tones are synchronized. As the saying goes, it takes 100 years to build a boat together and 1,000 years to achieve such synchronicity. Lifelong best friends, walking together for eternity. Yasu, shut it, Shigeru retorted. TSK, TSK. Yasu chuckled, a mysterious smile gracing his face. You rascal, don't mimic my speech. These two truly have remarkable chemistry. Kono whispered to her companions. If I'm not mistaken, they have reached a level of mutual understanding. As the saying goes, hearts that resonate are destined to connect. We should move along. This male bonding feels quite daunting, Yasu remarked, leading the four girls away. Darn it, I must defeat you today, Satoshi shouted. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. Attention, esteemed guests. Soon, the grand event of the festival competition will commence at our rooftop special effects venue. The announcement continued. The victor shall receive a luxurious 3-tiered set of specialty dolls, with additional prizes, including a photograph with the superstar. Koyuki, look over there. The event seems lively. Aren't you going to participate? Alice inquired. Indeed, cousin. Satoshi and Shigeru are both joining, and it sounds like the prize includes a photo with beautiful women. Side-Eye remarked with a knowing smile. I'm not someone who gets flustered in the presence of beautiful ladies, but this event does seem intriguing. I shall participate, Yasu declared. While you claim it's intriguing, it's clear you want to see the lovely ladies, Koyuki pointed out, revealing Yasu's true motivation. Caught off guard, Yasu chose not to respond, opting for silence instead. Shortly after, a throng of girls clad in kimonos dazzled the crowd, followed by the organizers explaining that the champions of the festival must possess a strong will, which, in essence, meant that the winner would be determined through Pokemon battles, with those possessing powerful Pokemon emerging victorious. What kind of fool came up with this idea of a Pokemon competition? An irate traveler complained. Is participating in such an event truly enjoyable? With your skills, you hardly have any rivals even at the Indigo Conference, Kona remarked beside Yasu. Chapter 108. The event commences. Sister Kona, you clearly don't understand. This is about gaining practical experience, Yasu replied confidently, as if participating in this battle was a matter of course. Cousin, you're so hypocritical, Side-Eye muttered quietly. What did you say? Though Side-Eye spoke softly, Yasu's keen hearing picked it up, especially with her standing right beside him. No. I said nothing, Side-Eye stammered, feeling guilty. I concur with Side-Eye's sentiment, Naji added, gazing at Yasu. If you're interested in photographs, I can accompany you, Naji continued, launching a relentless advance towards Yasu. Let us save this discussion for later. Yasu, the event is about to begin. Koyuki interjected hastily, interrupting Naji and Yasu's dialogue. I'm sorry, but the registration is already full. Yasu lamented upon finally reaching the registration desk, only to discover it was closed. Alas, it seems fate has eluded me. Yasu sighed, wishing he had registered before engaging in conversation with Kona and the others, though the event was undeniably bustling. Is that celebrity truly so famous? I haven't heard of them, Yasu mused. Since registration is full, we might as well watch Satoshi and Shigeru battle, Alice said gleefully. Not wishing to add more competition for Yasu's affection, especially with 6 girls traveling with him. Though the event was popular, the skill levels of many participants were considerably low, with numerous contestants possessing only 3 Pokémon, most at early elite levels. Satoshi and Shigeru, in contrast, were among the upper echelon of competitors, and unsurprisingly, they found themselves facing off in the final match. Shigeru, you will undoubtedly lose to me, Satoshi boasted before the battle even commenced. Satoshi, normally not so brash, displayed a different demeanor only when faced with his longtime adversary, Shigeru. How embarrassing, Misty remarked from the sidelines. Were it not for Satoshi's battle, she would have certainly marched over to deliver a punch. Humph, boasting before the battle has even begun, anyone can do that, but losing will be quite shameful. Shigeru retorted defiantly. Come on, release your Pokémon. Go, Pikachu, Satoshi exclaimed as he sent forth his Pokémon. The battle rules dictated a one-on-one format, with the first attacker determined by a draw. Shigeru deployed his Wartortle. While Satoshi's Pikachu had an advantage in type, it was only at the early elite level, whereas Shigeru's Wartortle was at the late elite stage. Despite the type disadvantage, Wartortle appeared significantly stronger than Pikachu. This event lacks substance, Kona noted, having initially arrived to chat rather than compete. Let us go, Yasu said, glancing back at the 2 rivaling friends as he departed with Kona and the others. Though they often clashed, their bond was strong, having grown up together as childhood friends. Their battle was of little concern to Yasu, who was busy devising training plans for his Pokémon while on the move. Electabuzz requires training, as does my Kingler, along with Snorlax, Sylveon, and Gyarados. Previously, the training pressure on my Pokémon was minimal due to our travel pace. Now that we are not in a hurry, it's time to intensify their training. Yasu, even without legendary Pokémon, your skills could easily qualify you as a champion of a region, Kona remarked. Champion? I'm merely a novice trainer. The title of champion is far beyond my reach, and I have no desire to be confined by it, Yasu replied, shaking his head. Cousin, you remain as modest as ever. However, excessive humility can border on pride, Side-Eye noted. While possessing a title may seem impressive and dignified to outsiders, the reality of being a champion is fraught with hardship, much like the champion Dato, who is perpetually burdened by Team Rocket's antics. Moreover, subjected to the scrutiny of the old capitalists of the Alliance, Isu would be better off returning home to sleep. Of course, not every day is filled with busyness. During idle moments, life can be rather leisurely. Everyone aspires to become champions or kings. Do you not harbor such aspirations, Isu? Xiaoxue inquired with curiosity. Isu is unlike others. He does not concern himself with such matters, Naji remarked, observing him. For now, I have no desire to become a champion or a king. I am merely on a journey, with vast wonders yet to behold. How could I possibly confine myself to one place? That truly is a pity. I actually hope Isu can become the champion of the Kanto region, Kina stated. Impossible. You Kanto folks would never allow it. If someone from the Sinnoh region were to become the Kanto champion, perhaps there would be no objections. However, I have a long-standing grudge with those old geezers in the Alliance. Should I become the champion of Kanto, I fear I would face daily harassment. Are we lost? Why haven't we exited this forest yet? We've been walking for nearly a day. I'm exhausted. Naji paused to say. Indeed. It feels as though we are treading in circles, complained Xingdai. We are not lost. It's merely that this forest is quite expansive. Naji, if you are tired, perhaps we should take a moment to rest before continuing, Isu said, his brow furrowing, as the enormity of the forest weighed on him. Isu approached Naji, guiding her to a spot to sit. Thirsty, are you? Here is some water. Isu retrieved a water bottle from his backpack and handed it to Naji. Thank you. Isu, Naji smiled faintly. Naji actually smiled. How rare. I have seldom seen her smile, and that grin was truly lovely, Xiaoxue remarked. Is that so? Cousin, I'm quite tired as well. Upon witnessing Naji's favorable treatment, Xingdai desired to join them. Xingdai leaped into Isu's embrace, but just as she was about to land, Kina caught her by the collar. What are you doing, Kina? Xingdai asked, displeased. If you are truly exhausted, Xingdai, you may lie on the grass. The ground here is clean and soft. Leaning into Isu's embrace would tire him as well. Come forth, fossil pterodactyl. Have some energy cubes to replenish your strength and strive to recover as soon as possible, Isu encouraged the creature. In truth, the life source liquid can expedite the recovery of fossil pterodactyl, Nay interjected. Chapter 109, The Bulbasaur Clan. Life source liquid? Isu produced a tiny vial containing a vibrant green liquid. I truly hesitate to use this, he shook his head. This life source liquid can restore missing essence. And Isu is reluctant to employ it, considering fossil pterodactyl will likely regain its full strength in just over 10 days. In fact, the trees within this forest can also yield life source liquid, Nay added. Isu's heart raced at her words, yet upon contemplating its rarity, he composed himself to ask, how many trees would be required to extract a single drop? Extracting even a drop of this essence is undoubtedly challenging. It is estimated that this forest could yield about 100 drops, Nay mused, biting her hand. I knew it. I should refrain from such endeavors. Isu said with a wry smile. This forest is vast, and it is uncertain how many Pokémon inhabit it. Though Isu is not a paragon of virtue, he would never resort to destroying Pokémon habitats. Suddenly, Isu's eyes brightened. Within the system space, such actions would be permissible, especially if planting near the forest of Shalebi. The deity of the woods, the surrounding vegetation would likely be imbued with divine essence, resulting in an even greater yield of life source liquid. Moreover, the system space is boundless, stretching infinitely. Even Isu is unsure of its true size, but it is likely larger than the Pokémon world itself. Within it, he has planted numerous berries, though still insufficient. Perhaps he should cultivate more, granting him an inexhaustible supply of life source liquid. In the system space, plants grow at an astonishing rate, exceeding the outside world by tenfold. This is the plan. Once we reach the next city, I shall procure seeds and embark on the path of cultivation, Isu resolved silently. Isu, there's a Bulbasaur, Naji suddenly exclaimed. Isu turned to look at the Bulbasaur. The seedling? The Bulbasaur scrutinized Isu and the others, but quickly burrowed into the underbrush, fleeing. To encounter a Bulbasaur is quite fortunate. Isu rose. Starter Pokémon from each region are strictly regulated, and wild starters are a rare sight. There seems to be a legend of a Bulbasaur paradise in this area. Whether it holds any truth is uncertain, but seeing this Bulbasaur might indicate the presence of its clan nearby. Kina adjusted her glasses. Let us follow it and see. I would love to capture a Bulbasaur, Isu declared. The group trailed the Bulbasaur deeper into the forest. Wow, there are so many Bulbasaurs here. Shengdai exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before her. Among the cluster, Isu spotted a single Venusaur, its strength at the pinnacle of the champion level. Likely the guardian of the clan. That Venusaur exudes an imposing aura. Isu, do you wish to capture it? Alice asked Isu. I shall pass. It is likely the guardian of this Bulbasaur clan. Even if I were to defeat it, it would not join me. Isu decided to pursue a Bulbasaur or Ivysaur with promising potential instead. Moreover, that Venusaur may not wish to be captured by me. Let us approach and greet it first. Isu stepped out from the shadows. Boldness accompanies skill. Isu is unafraid of an assault from the Venusaur, for he possesses a Pokémon affinity of max and the power of the Evergreen, rendering most Pokémon hesitant to attack him. Even if they did, with Isu's physical prowess, defeating a pinnacle Venusaur would be a trivial matter. Even a mid-champion Dragonite would fare poorly against him. The Venusaur first noticed Isu and his companions. Its eyes narrowed with suspicion, vigilantly regarding them. After all, wild Pokémon are often wary of trainers. This Venusaur seems quite defensive of us. We mean no harm. Shengdai puffed her cheeks. Wild Pokémon are naturally resistant to humans, and their wariness is understandable, given the existence of poachers, Kina explained. Poachers are the most despicable of all. Xiaoxua added, her tone heavy with indignation. Most hold a negative view of poachers, as they forcibly capture wild Pokémon and sell them on the black market. Generally, Pokémon forcibly captured in such a manner endure mistreatment. Having not established a bond of trust, they are unlikely to obey, requiring extensive time to foster mutual acceptance. A stark contrast to the extreme methods of poachers. I have heard of a notorious poacher named Hunter J in the Sinnoh region, who claims to be able to obtain any Pokémon. Kina glanced at Isu. Indeed, it is rumored that he is in league with Team Galactic. Banna, the Venusaur roared, unleashing a whip-like attack towards Isu and his companions. While we may have trespassed into your territory, must you resort to violence immediately? Can't we have a civilized conversation? Isu retorted. Enough talk. Summon your Pokémon to defend. If you will not act, I shall, Kina interrupted. Come forth, Charizard. Use flamethrower to incinerate those vines. As the Charizard emerged, it let out a resounding roar, seemingly declaring its presence to the world, before unleashing a torrent of blue flames. The vines, upon contact with the flames, were instantly reduced to ashes. The Bulbasaur, witnessing the inferno, was gripped by fear. The intense blue fire emanated an overwhelming heat that compelled it to retreat. Being a grass-type Pokémon, it was inherently at a disadvantage against fire types. "Bana!" cried the Venusaur, gathering a luminous white energy in its mouth. It released a powerful solar beam, dispersing Charizard's fiery assault, with the beam continuing to surge toward the dragon. Charizard deftly flapped its wings, evading the attack with agility. "This Venusaur is formidable. I estimate its strength to be at the peak of the Elite Four," Ness said, observing the scene. In terms of power, Nightshade's Charizard was at the mid-tier of champion strength. Yet the Venusaur's ability to counteract Charizard's flames with Solar Beam was a testament to its prowess. Naz's keen perception was impressive. Indeed, this Venusaur possessed the strength of an Elite Four member. Noticing Charizard's gaze, Nightshade shook his head. Chapter 110, Bulbasaur. Nightshade had not come here to engage in battle with the Venusaur. His intent was to capture either a Bulbasaur or an Ivysaur. Therefore, he hoped Charizard would refrain from attacking while Venusaur was immobilized, as it unleashed Solar Beam, to maintain a more amicable approach. Nightshade and Venusaur exchanged glances. "Venusaur, I harbor no ill intentions," Nightshade earnestly attempted to communicate. However, Venusaur remained skeptical, extending numerous vines toward Nightshade and his companions. It appeared that a peaceful coexistence was no longer feasible, and thus, action was inevitable. "Charizard, unleash Flamethrower," Nightshade commanded, realizing that if softness was ineffective, a more forceful approach would be required to gain Venusaur's compliance. The attacking vines were once again incinerated by the searing flames, which continued to advance toward Venusaur. Given its relatively low speed, Venusaur was unable to evade the oncoming flames and could only brace itself for impact. The pain was evident in its expression. Enduring the flamethrower was far from a pleasant experience. Despite the agony, Venusaur summoned its strength to execute Frenzy Plant, a powerful grass-type move. Nightshade swiftly commanded Charizard to ascend, evading the onslaught. Once airborne, Charizard deftly avoided the attack, but executing Frenzy Plant left Venusaur momentarily incapacitated, akin to the aftermath of Solar Beam. Seizing the opportunity, Nightshade ordered Charizard to use Burnout. Since Venusaur was unyielding to dialogue, Nightshade deemed it unnecessary to hold back and instructed Charizard to unleash its ultimate fire-type move. Charizard roared mightily as its blue flames intensified, erupting forth in a fierce assault directed at Venusaur. Although Venusaur exhibited peak Elite Four capabilities, Nightshade's Charizard was at mid-champion strength. In the previous instance of Solar Beam piercing Charizard's flamethrower had been merely fortuitous. Moreover, Charizard was bolstered by the Feather of Ho-Oh. Considering the type advantage, the powerful attack overwhelmed Venusaur, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Wild Pokémon typically lacked strategy in their assaults, starkly contrasting with those trained under a skilled trainer's guidance. Moves like Frenzy Plant, which come with adverse effects, are usually employed with caution. Venusaur's impulsive use of such a move ultimately placed it at a disadvantage, and wild Pokémon seldom utilized protective measures. Nightshade pondered the reasons behind this. Perhaps it was instinctual. Approaching the incapacitated Venusaur, Nightshade noted its burn marks. As he approached, the initially frightened Bulbasaur and Ivysaur rushed forward, positioning themselves as a barrier before Nightshade. Though filled with trepidation, they were determined to protect their guardian from harm. "Rest assured, I merely wish to tend to its injuries. You wouldn't want to see it suffer, would you?" Nightshade reassured with a gentle smile. The Bulbasaur's fear and vigilance diminished significantly in response to Nightshade's warm demeanor. After witnessing Venusaur's distress, they reluctantly parted, allowing Nightshade to proceed, though their eyes remained watchful. "Naya, please assist in its healing," Nightshade urged, nudging Naya, who promptly nodded and waved her hand, swiftly mending Venusaur's wounds, a feat far superior to the typical rest. Had Nightshade employed rest, the healing would have taken considerably longer and drained his energy. Venusaur gazed at Nightshade with wide eyes, this time refraining from attacking, curiosity replacing its previous hostility. "Venusaur, I merely seek to capture either a Bulbasaur or an Ivysaur. If they are unwilling to join me, I will not force them. I harbor no malice." Nightshade spoke earnestly to Venusaur. After a moment of contemplation, Venusaur chose to trust Nightshade, reasoning that if he were indeed malevolent, he would not have healed it after their battle. Perhaps Pokémon possessed a certain innocence, but Venusaur sensed that Nightshade meant no harm. "Bana," It called out to Nightshade, who felt a rush of joy. Through the power of aura, he could discern Pokemon's intentions. Now, Venusaur had consented. As long as a Bulbasaur wished to accompany Nightshade, it would not impede their departure, but it would not permit any coercive attempts at capture. Fear not, Venusaur. I shall respect their wishes and not compel them, Nightshade assured, placing his hand over his heart in promise. Fauna. Venusaur called out to the Bulbasaurs. What is Venusaur doing? Shurdai inquired, puzzled. I'm not certain, but Nightshade should understand. I wish I had the ability to comprehend Pokemon too, Xiaoxua expressed enviously. After Venusaur's call, the Bulbasaurs exchanged glances and several stepped forward, while others hesitated. Venusaur then lay down, closing its eyes as though succumbing to slumber. Nightshade, capable of understanding Pokemon's speech, recognized Venusaur's intent. Those emerging were seeking to leave this place. This locale was indeed splendid. Ample water sources, fertile soil, and a suitable climate. Yet the allure of adventure often beckoned young Bulbasaurs beyond the safety of their habitat. Perhaps the desire for growth through adventure was an intrinsic trait of Pokemon. Nightshade surveyed the 3 Ivysaurs and 10 Bulbasaurs, ultimately selecting a Bulbasaur larger than the others. This particular Bulbasaur exhibited Elite Four potential and possessed formidable strength. Upon witnessing Nightshade's choice, the remaining Ivysaurs and Bulbasaurs lowered their heads, a hint of disappointment evident in their demeanor. The chosen Bulbasaur gazed at Nightshade with fierce determination. Very well, I accept your challenge. Go, Beedrill, Nightshade declared, aware that the Bulbasaur was eager to battle, having previously agreed with Venusaur that capturing a Bulbasaur required its acknowledgement. This Bulbasaur exuded a fighting spirit, distinguishing itself from the typical complacency of grass types, a promising candidate indeed, as Kenna remarked. The Bulbasaur initiated the confrontation, launching a razor leaf at Beedrill. Bulbasaur, such a feeble attack will not reach Beedrill. Swiftly conclude this battle. Beedrill, Nightshade commanded. Beedrill vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Bulbasaur before executing Twin Needle. Chapter 111. Capturing Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was sent flying, crashing heavily against a nearby tree, and fell to the ground, unable to rise, having lost its fighting spirit. Nightshade instructed Nay to assist, healing Bulbasaur, which then stood up, acknowledging Nightshade by extending a hand to touch his Pokeball before being drawn inside. Witnessing Bulbasaur's acceptance, a smile graced Nightshade's face. He released Ivysaur, allowing it to interact with its kin, as they were soon to part ways, possibly never to return. Bulbasaur and Ivysaur encircled Nightshade's Bulbasaur, bidding it farewell. Farewell, Venusaur, Nightshade waved to the group of Ivysaurs. Bulbasaur glanced back momentarily before following Nightshade, yearning for the world beyond its familiar home, despite its comfort here. Do not be disheartened, Bulbasaur. You shall soon have new companions and family, Nightshade reassured, gently patting Bulbasaur's head. Congratulations on capturing Bulbasaur, Nightshade. It seems I must also experiment with creating food that suits Bulbasaur's palate, Xiaoxua remarked with a smile. Bulbasaur cast a wary glance at Xiaoxua, evidently still unaccustomed to humans. Before darkness enveloped the sky, Nightshade and his companions exited the forest. But there was no time to reach the next town as night had already fallen. Let us camp here, Nightshade declared, releasing all his Pokemon to assist. Skypillar, do you not require sustenance? Xiaoxua inquired of Skypillar, having known Skypillar for quite some time. She recognized its gentle nature and how well it interacted with Nightshade's Pokemon. Yet, she had never witnessed Skypillar consume food. Skypillar shook its head, explaining that it could survive without food by absorbing energy from the air, even devouring the energy of meteors. Nevertheless, it did partake in food, specifically fruits cultivated by Nightshade in the system's storage, which were its favorites. Bulbasaur felt somewhat constrained among the gathering of Pokemon, particularly intimidated by the presence of numerous legendary Pokemon. Fortunately, Nightshade's Pokemon were generally amiable and did not exhibit hostility towards the newcomer Ivysaur. Naturally, they would not dare bully a newcomer, as legendary Pokemon were wholly obedient to Nightshade, especially since even a post-champion level Dragonite could not contend with him. What could a group of Elite Four Pokemon do to intimidate a newcomer? Bulbasaur, you must train diligently from now on. It will be arduous, but you must endure. If you persevere, you too can become powerful like them, Nightshade encouraged, sketching a grand vision for Bulbasaur's future. Indeed, Nightshade possessed the capability to nurture Bulbasaur into a formidable Pokemon. Tada! Bulbasaur nodded, undeterred by the prospect of hard work, as its fighting spirit shone through its eyes. On the broad road, Nightshade and his group journeyed towards the next town. Bulbasaur accompanied them, bearing its load, as Nightshade planned to focus on training Ivysaur's stamina first. Before Bulbasaur's evolution, speed had been its defining trait. However, upon evolving into Ivysaur, its speed would significantly diminish in exchange for enhanced defense. Nightshade aimed to establish a solid foundation in stamina, ensuring that once Bulbasaur evolved, it would not suffer drastically from a decline in speed. At this juncture, stamina was of paramount importance for Bulbasaur. It could not rely on evading attacks like a Pidgeot. Thus, training its endurance was crucial to avoid being swiftly defeated. Nightshade, the heat is unbearable. Let us find a place to rest. Kinna squinted at the blazing sun overhead. Summer has already passed. Why is it still so hot? Shungdai remarked, taking a sip from her water bottle. Indeed, this year's weather is rather unseasonably warm, Alice fanned herself. They settled in a shaded area, and Nightshade inquired, Nazi, why is your complexion so flushed? Have you succumbed to heatstroke? This infernal weather is utterly abnormal. It should be autumn, yet the sun blazes as it does in summer. I'm fine. Really, Nazi shook her head. Are you certain? Nightshade reached out to touch her cheek, noting its warmth, clearly a sign of heatstroke. I suggest we rest a while longer. Nazi, are you feeling unwell? Kinna asked. Nightshade released Sky Pillar, and the temperature suddenly dropped, as its fairy-type presence exuded a refreshing aura. Wow, cousin, why didn't you let Sky Pillar out sooner? Shungdai complained. I didn't know Sky Pillar could provide such coolness, Xiaoxua exclaimed in surprise. Actually, I can also lower the surrounding temperature. It's quite simple for me. Nay raised her hand. Then why didn't you do it? Nightshade playfully grabbed Nay's face and ruffled it. You didn't ask me to, humph. Nay huffed, turning away in feigned annoyance. Bulbasaur reveled in the warmth of the sun, finding it quite pleasant. By absorbing solar energy, it could hasten its evolution into Ivysaur. After an hour of rest, Nazi's complexion returned to normal, less flushed than before. Must we continue our journey? Nazi inquired. No, we shall take a day to rest, and set off again tomorrow. We have ample time and need not rush. We will soon reach Red Lotus Island. Nightshade replied with a nod. How about we make some ice cream? Kinna suddenly suggested. Yes, I adore ice cream. Shungdai exclaimed eagerly. I want strawberry sundae. But I'm only skilled at eating, not making. Let Nay and Minghua prepare it. Nightshade declared. How infuriating, Shungdai grumbled, sensing something amiss. After all, she was named Shungdai. Was he teasing her with the notion of a strawberry sundae? The girls and Nay gathered to concoct the ice cream, with all necessary ingredients at hand. Nightshade leisurely reclined on the grass, awaiting his treat. Chapter 112, Pokémon Appraisal Examination. Oh, and I almost forgot about this. A fruit appeared in Nightshade's hand. This fruit was a champion-level potential fruit, capable of elevating a Pokémon with Elite Four potential to champion potential. It was a prize from a previous lottery that Nightshade had nearly forgotten. Whom should I give this to? Nightshade pondered, having kept it hidden due to uncertainty about its recipient. Now, he had only two Pokémon with Elite Four potential, the newly captured Bulbasaur and Beedrill. Originally, Charmeleon also had Elite Four potential, but after evolving into Charizard, it seemed its potential had risen to champion level, possibly due to the influence of Ho-Oh's feathers. The rest of his Pokémon, including the Fairy-type, Gyarados, Snorlax, Aerodactyl, and Electabuzz, were all at champion potential. Additionally, there was a Pokémon of level 3 divine potential. Nightshade calculated that his lineup was indeed formidable, boasting 6 Pokémon of champion potential and 1 with level 3 divine potential, while the remaining 3 also held Elite Four potential. Was his fortune in encountering such high-potential Pokémon due to a stroke of luck? Nightshade mused inwardly. Reflecting on Ash's Pokémon, they too displayed remarkable potential, but Ash had spent considerable time nurturing them. This also reflects Yisu's thoughts. It is essential to understand that nurturing Pokémon is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a day or two. It requires a substantial amount of resources as a foundation and a deep bond between Pokémon and their trainers. Thus, the rapid growth in the strength of Yisu's Pokémon can be entirely attributed to the system. Beedrill, come forth, Yisu called out, gazing at Beedrill as he produced 2 pieces of paper and summoned Bulbasaur. Since he was at a loss regarding whom to give it to, he decided to leave it to chance and let them draw lots. In truth, Beedrill had been with Yisu for quite some time, but to ensure fairness, it was best to let fate decide. This fruit will benefit you both, but as there is only one, let us draw lots. Out of these 2 pieces of paper, only one bears a mark. Whoever draws the marked paper will claim the fruit, Yisu explained to his 2 Pokémon. He tossed the 2 pieces of paper onto the ground and said to Beedrill, you may choose first. Since Beedrill was the first to join Yisu among the 2 Pokémon, he allowed it the privilege of selecting first. Beedrill nodded and casually picked one, leaving the other for Bulbasaur. Yisu helped them unveil the papers. Beedrill had drawn the marked paper, while Bulbasaur's paper was devoid of any mark. Upon realizing this, Bulbasaur lowered its head, feeling quite disheartened, as it had followed Yisu with the intent of strengthening its abilities. However, Bulbasaur bore no resentment, grateful at least for the opportunity to choose. It simply appeared to have had unfortunate luck, or perhaps Beedrill's luck was exceptionally fortuitous. "Cousin, come over for ice cream," Shanda called out to Yisu. "All right, I'm on my way," Yisu replied, handing the potential fruit to Beedrill before making his way over. "You all have made so much. Eating this much will upset your stomach," Yisu remarked, observing the ice cream they had prepared. "If you can't finish it, you can let Ne store it." "Yisu, this is my strawberry sundae. You must try it," Naji offered, extending a small spoon to Yisu, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Very well. I shall sample the sundae you made, Naji." Yisu scooped a spoonful and tasted it. Although it was slightly overly sweet, it was quite delightful overall. "How is it?" Naji inquired eagerly, her gaze fixed on Yisu. "It is acceptable." Yisu intended to express that it was too sweet, but, upon seeing Naji's hopeful eyes, he modified his response. "You should taste it yourself." He handed the spoon to Naji, who blushed as she took the spoon that Yisu had used. Did this mean they were indirectly sharing a kiss? Naji sampled her creation, finding it overwhelmingly sweet. "It seems a tad too sweet," she admitted, furrowing her brow in dissatisfaction. "Naji, you seem to be using Yisu's spoon. Aren't you two indirectly kissing?" Xiaoxua asked, her cheeks flushed. Kinna, Shanda, and Elise turned their scrutinizing gazes toward them, while Mingxue and Nei looked on with a hint of schadenfreude. "What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. It will melt soon." Yisu pretended not to hear. After finishing the ice cream, they continued their journey. That day, they passed through a city that seemed familiar to Yisu. "This place looks quite recognizable," he mused aloud. "Cousin, what are you saying?" Shanda inquired. "There is a Pokémon appraisal exam ahead. Yisu, are you interested?" Kinna pointed towards the exam location, not far away. "Cousin, you must know about the Pokémon appraisal exam," Shanda asked, her tone laced with curiosity. "I am aware. I find this exam rather intriguing. In the original story, Ash and his companions also participated in this exam, so I am somewhat familiar with the questions. I believe I will have no issues with the first part concerning Pokémon knowledge, and as for the final part involving Pokémon battles, as long as I do not draw particularly underwhelming Pokémon, I should manage just fine. The only challenging aspect is undoubtedly the second part of the exam. That part is rather tricky." Upon arriving at the Pokémon appraisal exam site, a robust man handed Yisu a form to fill out before providing him with an examination number. Number 13. Elise chuckled upon seeing Yisu's number, adding, "That number foretells failure in the exam. Surely, you cannot expect anyone else to believe such superstitions," Yisu replied, dismissing the notion entirely. "No. Based on the statistics from recent years, anyone who draws number 13, regardless of their competence, never passes this exam." A familiar voice called from behind Yisu. "Thus, the girl beside you is not mistaken. Drawing number 13 indeed signifies failure. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before," Yisu remarked, observing the boy a few years older than himself. "How do you know so much?" Yisu inquired. "The reason I know so much is that I was the one who drew number 13 for the past several years," the boy replied with resignation. "Oh, so you have been taking this exam for several consecutive years," Yisu said, feeling apologetic for unintentionally touching on a sensitive topic. "It's fine, I often hear that. I've grown accustomed to it," he said lightly, though the sadness in his eyes was undeniable. "Let me introduce myself. I am Xiaowei." Xiaowei extended his hand towards Yisu. "I am Yisu, a novice trainer." Yisu politely shook his hand. "Cousin, your behavior is akin to pretending to be a fool," Shanda whispered, relieved that Yisu's focus remained on Xiaowei, sparing her from being teased. "The questions here differ significantly from other places and are notably challenging. Very few manage to pass. Indeed, the notoriously difficult questions rarely yield anyone achieving a perfect score." Yisu thought to himself. "I recall that someone achieved a perfect score in this examination," Elise mentioned. "It is said that 10 years ago, someone obtained a perfect score." Xiaowei added, "However, I am unaware of their current whereabouts, only that they were a master of ground-type Pokémon. Achieving a perfect score," Xiaoxua exclaimed, incredulous. Having learned from Elise and Kinna about the exam's difficulty, she found it hard to believe. "It appears this individual possesses extraordinary luck, or perhaps one might say their luck is unparalleled," Shanda remarked. "Dear lady, while you may be correct in your observation, I must clarify that it was not merely luck," Xiaowei politely countered. "I heard that individual dedicated 2 years of preparation for that exam. Thus it was the result of diligent effort. To prepare for an exam for 2 years, I doubt I possess such determination." Yisu mused, simultaneously feeling admiration for this stranger. He thought to himself that he would definitely struggle to maintain such commitment. Ahem, candidate, have you concluded your conversation? The chief examiner interjected. Please submit your Pokémon for safekeeping. Ah, my apologies, I momentarily forgot. Yisu responded sheepishly, realizing he had neglected to turn in his Pokémon amidst their conversation. The first examination commenced swiftly, with the initial set of questions designed to gauge one's knowledge of Pokémon. As Nightfall gazed at the questions on the computer screen, a sense of exasperation washed over him. Many proverbs were entirely unfamiliar to him, and he found himself pondering whether the Caterpie was indeed the smallest Pokémon. After all, he had only inhabited this world for a little over a year and had yet to fully comprehend its intricacies. Nightfall had no choice but to rely on the knowledge acquired from his previous life, immersed in Pokémon games, to attempt to answer the questions. Was the gas ball discovered in a bathroom? He muttered in disbelief as he scrutinized the question on the screen. How am I supposed to know if the gas ball was found in a bathroom? Whose idea was this? It's known that Pokémon have been companions to humans for over 2 millennia, yet you're asking me about its initial discovery in a bathroom. How could I possibly know? He rested his forehead in his hand, racking his brain in frustration. Fortunately, his murmurs were relatively subdued. Otherwise, he might have been unceremoniously ejected by the chief examiner. As he complained and continued to tackle the questions, the first examination concluded. Frankly, the sensation Nightfall experienced post-exam was reminiscent of his feelings during the high school entrance exam. He felt a false sense of confidence when unaware of the answers, only to plummet from euphoria to despair upon discovering the correct responses. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, the second examination began. Nightfall, recognizing that this round required unconventional thinking, approached it with rare seriousness. What Pokémon does this tail belong to? The chief examiner inquired, pointing to a Z-shaped tail that bore a resemblance to Pikachu's. It must undoubtedly be Pikachu, declared Xiaowei, confidently jotting down his answer beside Nightfall. No way, this exam cannot yield such a straightforward answer. Nightfall protested. But what else could it possibly be besides Pikachu? After much contemplation, he remained at a loss. In resignation, he mimicked Xiaowei and wrote down Pikachu's tail. Incorrect. This is the tail of Arbok, the chief examiner proclaimed, revealing an image that confirmed the assertion. Seriously? I had no idea Arbok's tail could be coiled in such a manner. Nightfall responded, utterly dumbfounded. What Pokémon could possibly form such a pattern? The chief examiner continued to the next question, pointing to a pattern reminiscent of incense coils. This should be the pattern of a Frogadier, Xiaowei exclaimed as he wrote down his answer. Impossible. If it were Frogadier, that answer would be far too conventional. Nightfall retorted, having learned from the first question that the answers would not be so simple. Wait, could it be that other creature? He speculated, quickly inscribing his guess on the paper. Indeed, he was correct. The answer was the pattern of a Spikemouth. Thus, amidst these brain-teasing inquiries, both Nightfall and the newly acquainted Xiaowei found themselves utterly defeated. With most of their answers incorrect, they could only occasionally strike luck with a few right guesses. Consequently, Nightfall realized that if he wished to pass the exam, all hope rested on the final round. After the first 2 examinations concluded, the assessment center released the results. Aware of their poor performance, the 2 did not rush to check their names at the front, but rather began their search from the back. Fortunately, their final standings allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. They barely placed in the middle ranks, avoiding the ignominy of being at the bottom. You did your best. Nightfall, Xiaoxue remarked upon seeing his name. She was aware of some of the earlier questions and acknowledged that merely answering one correctly was a stroke of luck. She never expected Nightfall to have managed so many correct answers. Finally, the last examination was the practical one, focusing on the Pokémon Nightfall adored. Had it been akin to the first 2 examinations, he might have opted to forfeit. After the chief examiner explained the rules, Nightfall and Xiaowei proceeded to select their belts. Hoping for a stroke of luck, I advise you against choosing the belt in the center, Xiaowei cautioned, noticing Nightfall reach for it. Why? Nightfall queried, perplexed. You're not saying that you always selected the central belt, are you? Not at all, Xiaowei clarified. It's just that I personally feel that the Pokémon from the center belt are generally suppressed by the chief examiner. I see. Nevertheless, I have faith in my abilities, Nightfall asserted confidently. Type advantages alone do not dictate the outcome of a battle. With that, he seized the central belt. Following their selections, the practical examination commenced. Xiaowei's match preceded Nightfall's, granting him the opportunity to observe. Xiaowei demonstrated commendable command over his Pokémon, managing to avoid any type disadvantages against the chief examiner's Pokémon. Under Xiaowei's guidance, he successfully defeated the chief examiner's 3 Pokémon. If this fellow participated in the Indigo Conference, he'd likely secure a spot in the top 8. Nightfall mused as he watched. At last, after Xiaowei's examination concluded, it was Nightfall's turn. Facing the chief examiner, he revealed a rare smile of confidence. My first Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Nightfall proclaimed, tossing a Pokeball, which unveiled a Nidoking. His luck appeared to be in his favor. Nidoking, a splendid Pokémon indeed, the chief examiner remarked. Now for my first Pokémon, go forth. The chief examiner summoned a Shellder. Ah, it seems Xiaowei was right. The chief examiner's Pokémon appears to have an advantage over mine, Nightfall noted. Nidoking, use Body Slam. Shellder, employ Harden to defend. The chief examiner surprisingly opted for defense rather than utilizing Ice Beam or other offensive moves. Given Shellder's already formidable defense, coupled with the enhancement from Harden, Nidoking's Body Slam failed to inflict significant damage. It was evident that this battle mirrored a clash between sword and shield. Nidoking, use Tackle, Nightfall commanded, seeking to probe the opponent's strength, for if his own power was inferior, victory would be elusive. Shellder, continue to bolster your defense, the chief examiner ordered, maintaining a defensive strategy. Despite Nidoking's impressive strength, it struggled to penetrate Shellder's robust defenses, rendering Tackle ineffective. Still on defense? Is he preparing to unleash Shell Smash? Nightfall pondered. I shan't grant you that opportunity. This round will conclude now. Nidoking, charge forward and lift Shellder. Shellder, use Ice Beam to halt Nidoking's advance. The chief examiner swiftly countered. And in doing so, he elevated his assessment of Nightfall slightly. Shellder unleashed an Ice Beam attack, forcing Nidoking to halt its momentum. Looks like I was correct. The chief examiner's strategy is precisely this. Nightfall mused aloud. If that is the case, I know how to respond. Nidoking, can you execute an electric-type move? Through the power of the wave, Yisu conveyed a message to Nidoking. The current Pokédex was not akin to that of Sinnoh. It could provide insights into the moves that Pokémon could execute, and these moves were influenced by their lineage and environmental factors. Upon hearing Yisu's words, Nidoking immediately unleashed its sole electric-type move, Thunderbolt. Shellder, protect, the examiner shouted promptly. Following that, it executed Shell Smash. Shellder used Protect to withstand Nidoking's Thunderbolt assault, then proceeded to utilize Shell Smash, sacrificing its defense to enhance its attack and speed. What is Shell Smash? Xiaoxue inquired, her curiosity piqued, as she was not well versed in Shellder's capabilities. It's a move that lowers defense while boosting its own attack and speed, Kana explained. It appeared that Xiaoya was aware of the examiner's impending move, yet it was unclear why she did not intervene. Or perhaps she intended for the examiner to use this tactic. Otherwise, there had been several opportunities to disrupt the examiner's strategy. This is the moment we've been waiting for, Yisu remarked with a smile. From Nidoking's earlier use of the move Chip Away against Shellder, Yisu discerned that Nidoking and Shellder were roughly equal in strength. Thus, Yisu aimed to have Shellder use Shell Smash to elevate its prowess. It was not that Yisu deemed Shellder weak prior to Shell Smash. Rather, he recalled a regret from his gaming past, where an opponent's Shell Smash Shellder had turned the tide in a seemingly favorable situation. Hence, upon arriving in this world, he had longed to encounter a trainer with a Shellder, and today, that wish had finally come true. You seem to have anticipated my intention to use Shell Smash quite early on. Are you arrogant or merely confident? The examiner inquired. It's not confidence. It's merely a desire to rectify a past regret, Yisu mused inwardly. Nidoking, unleash Thunderbolt upon your foe, Yisu commanded. Shellder dodge. The examiner called out with unwavering confidence, asserting that the current Shellder was not the same as its former self. The speed of Shellder was now a stark contrast to what it had been moments before. Thunderbolt posed no real threat to it. Such incredible speed, Shungdai exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Shell Smash can enhance Shellder's speed to such an extent. It's truly an extraordinary move, Xiaoxue added, equally amazed. However, Nazi pointed out that while Shellder's speed had increased, its defense had diminished as a consequence. This is precisely why the examiner initiated with Iron Defense earlier, to ensure that Shellder's defense would not plummet too drastically post-Shell Smash. Kana elaborated. If that is the case, then Yisu is in jeopardy. Xiaoxue expressed her concern. Do not fret, Xiaoya is not as feeble as you presume, Ellis reassured. Shellder, utilize Blizzard, the examiner commanded. Nidoking, employ Protect, Yisu instructed calmly. Shellder's Blizzard covered a vast area and inflicted substantial damage. Nidoking, being a ground type, would struggle to withstand it. Shellder, use Water Pulse, the examiner continued. Nidoking, utilize Belly Drum to brace yourself, Yisu coolly stated. Then, with swift movement, Nidoking dashed forward to execute Chip Away. Yisu seized the opportunity. Nidoking struck a peculiar pose. Though odd, the effect was remarkable, as its already high defense absorbed the water pulse, simultaneously enhancing its attack. Suddenly, Nidoking's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, it was before Shellder, its palm glowing with white light as it descended upon Shellder with a powerful strike. Use Ice Beam to attack your opponent, the examiner shouted. Nidoking, unleash Flamethrower. Yisu declared, uncertain if Nidoking possessed such a move, merely gambling on luck. It seemed Yisu's fortune had not waned due to the examination number. Upon hitting Shellder, it endured the pain and retaliated with Ice Beam, but Nidoking opened its mouth, unleashing Flamethrower, resulting in a collision of the two attacks, neither yielding a clear victor. Nidoking seized Shellder. Yisu commanded urgently. The outcome of defeating Shellder hinged on this moment. Shellder's speed surpassed that of Nidoking, yet the collision of Flamethrower and Ice Beam had generated a substantial amount of steam, obscuring its vision as it withdrew into its shell, leaving it unaware of Nidoking's positioning. By the time it regained its bearings, Nidoking had already lifted it. Shellder, counterattack with Water Gun, the examiner shouted, unwittingly tipping the scales of victory in Yisu's favor. Nidoking, throw Shellder into the air, Yisu proclaimed, confident that this battle was his to claim. With a mighty roar, Nidoking hurled Shellder skyward. In its elevated state, Shellder became flustered, unable to execute Water Gun. Use Hyper Beam to strike your opponent. Yisu called out the moment Shellder began to descend and open its shell. Nidoking unleashed its Hyper Beam through the horn atop its head, as Shellder opened its shell to ascertain the situation, only to be startled by the incoming beam. Unable to brace itself in time, and was hit directly, losing its ability to battle. Return, Shellder. The examiner called back Shellder, and subsequently dispatched the second Pokémon, a Tyranitar. Ah, another Pokémon with formidable defense, Yisu remarked. Return to rest, Nidoking. Yisu also had his own strategy in mind. First, Nidoking had just executed Hyper Beam and would be in a state of recoil. Continuing the battle would likely result in it taking a hit from Tyranitar, placing Nidoking at a disadvantage. Secondly, he aimed to conserve Nidoking's stamina, as it might need to battle again later. Now, my second Pokémon, go? Yisu released his second Pokeball, summoning Raichu. Well, it seems that Xiao Wei was indeed correct. The first time may have been coincidence, but twice confirms reality. Once again, my type is at a disadvantage against the examiner, Yisu thought as he gazed at Raichu. Raichu, use Quick Attack. Yisu commanded decisively, to contend with the Tyranitar. Akin to a heavy tank, he would need to exploit his speed advantage to gradually wear it down. Use Earthquake to strike, the examiner ordered. Tyranitar leaped into the air, then came crashing down, causing the ground to tremble under its substantial weight. Raichu, forced to cease its quick attack due to the seismic disturbance, found itself at a standstill. What an opportunity! Use Flamethrower, the examiner shouted, revealing the examiner's Pokémon possessed a plethora of moves. Raichu, use Thunderbolt, Yisu called out, despite the earthquake halting Raichu. Once it subsided, Raichu's speed remained formidable, and the earthquake had not inflicted any real damage. Raichu's Thunderbolt surged forth with astonishing speed, rendering Tyranitar's Flamethrower futile against it. Rush to Tyranitar's side, Raichu, Yisu instructed. Use Iron Tail to strike. The examiner's Pokémon should know this move. Raichu, with its incredible speed, quickly approached Tyranitar, whose sluggishness and speed was a stark contrast to Raichu's agility. Raichu's tail, now hardened like metal, struck Tyranitar's knee, causing excruciating pain that forced Tyranitar to kneel. Well done, Raichu, Yisu exclaimed with delight. Raichu's iron tail striking Tyranitar's knee was purely coincidental, yet the outcome appeared to be quite favorable. Use Meteor Mash, the examiner commanded. His orders succinct yet undeniably effective. Tyranitar, enduring the pain radiating from its knee, half-kneeled to unleash its arm hammer attack, clashing with Raichu's Meteor Mash. Raichu, lacking the sheer strength of Tyranitar, was forcefully pushed back several steps. This remarkable power can nearly compensate for its speed deficiency. Nightshade analyzed. Raichu, execute Quick Attack. Raichu once more employed its speed, moving rapidly, not as fast as Beedrill, which left afterimages, but swift enough to dazzle the onlookers. Alas, due to the severe injury to Tyranitar's knee, it cannot utilize Earthquake, the examiner lamented. Raichu, dash behind Tyranitar and deliver another Iron Tail attack. Nightshade instructed fervently. Iron Tail, Tyranitar, the examiner barked, recognizing the disparity in power behind Tyranitar's Iron Tail. Chapter 115. In the midst of the examination, Part 4. Tyranitar's robust tail, coupled with its immense strength, rendered its Iron Tail formidable. Against Raichu's Iron Tail attack, Tyranitar's tail sent Raichu flying, inflicting considerable damage. Despite its injuries, Tyranitar remained a force to be reckoned with. Raichu utilized Double Team. Nightshade directed. This maneuver proved particularly effective against slower Pokémon like Tyranitar. In an instant, Raichu multiplied into several copies, momentarily surprising Tyranitar, which quickly regained its composure. Quickly approach Tyranitar and use Iron Tail. Nightshade commanded. Tyranitar, use Scary Face. The examiner shouted. Following that, Tyranitar unleashed Rock Slide upon its opponent. The pained expression on Tyranitar's face transformed into one of terror, startling Raichu into a momentary freeze. Subsequently, Tyranitar's Rock Slide struck true. Raichu, rise. I believe in you. Nightshade encouraged, invoking a signature move to rejuvenate Raichu. With renewed determination, Raichu stood firm, eyeing Tyranitar defiantly. Raichu, once more with quick attack. Nightshade exclaimed. Witnessing Raichu's fighting spirit, a testament to its tenacity. Raichu's speed had slightly diminished, a consequence of its exhaustion, yet it remained swifter than Tyranitar. Charge in and use Iron Tail. Nightshade commanded, employing a familiar strategy. Again with this move? You truly have not learned. The examiner retorted. Tyranitar, counter with Iron Tail. He called. Duck. Nightshade immediately instructed. Following that, the Iron Tail attack was executed. This was Nightshade's true intention. Raichu obeyed, crouching low to evade Tyranitar's Iron Tail strike. Swiftly rising, Raichu's tail turned a shade of gray as it delivered its Iron Tail, striking Tyranitar's other knee with ferocity, causing immense pain that forced it to kneel once more. For the final blow, unleash Hyper Beam and bring this battle to an end. Raichu. Nightshade shouted. Tyranitar. Retaliate with Iron Tail. The examiner warned, understanding that being struck by Hyper Beam at this juncture would spell certain defeat. Tyranitar's Iron Tail launched first, its overwhelming force propelling Raichu into the air. Yet, despite being sent flying, Raichu executed its Iron Tail, and from its elevated position, the Hyper Beam struck Tyranitar squarely on the head, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. As Raichu landed, it panted heavily. The damage from the recent Iron Tail was not insignificant, compounded by the fatigue of sustained combat. It seemed that Raichu would soon be unable to fight again, unlike Nidoqueen. Return, Tyranitar. The examiner recalled Tyranitar. You are my last Pokémon, so go forth. The final contender was none other than Charizard. Rest now, Raichu. Nightshade swapped out Pokémon, summoning his last companion, the formidable Victreebel. Oh heavens, this creature truly has the upper hand with type advantages. Nightshade thought to himself. In fact, winning a battle while at a disadvantage could yield higher scores. Thus, should Nightshade achieve 3 consecutive victories, the probability of earning a badge would be nearly assured, a fitting compensation for him. Victreebel launched Leaf Blade at the opponent. Nightshade seized the initiative. Yet this time the examiner refrained from issuing orders. Victreebel unleashed its Leaf Blade, sending forth a flurry of green leaves toward Charizard, which displayed no intent to evade the oncoming attack. The leaves were incinerated upon contact with Charizard's fiery body. This could prove troublesome, Nightshade murmured. It's going to be exceedingly difficult to win this time. Victreebel's moves are predominantly grass type, which are ineffective against Charizard. Indeed, it seems our dear Nightshade is simply not fortunate, Alice remarked. Go forth, Charizard. Use Flamethrower against the opponent. The examiner commanded. Victreebel, use Double Team. Nightshade promptly decided, shouting his command. Upon utilizing Double Team, Victreebel multiplied into 9 copies, as Charizard's Flamethrower merely struck one of the illusions. Now, this is problematic, Nightshade thought. Recognizing that Charizard's fiery form rendered it nearly immune to grass-type attacks, be it Leaf Blade or Vine Whip. The only viable option was Solar Beam. Yet it required time to charge, complicating matters further. Charizard, unleash a barrage of flamethrowers against all copies. The examiner continued, reveling in his type advantage. Knowing that victory was within reach. Victreebel dodge. Nightshade urged, aware that being hit by Flamethrower could prove devastating. Victreebel adeptly evaded Charizard's Flamethrower assault. Victreebel, summon Sunny Day, then launch Energy Ball. Victreebel intoned a peculiar incantation, extending its arms as the sun blazed fiercely. 3 energy balls coalesced beside Victreebel, hurtling toward Charizard. Charizard, counter with Fire Blast. The examiner commanded. In terms of power, 3 energy balls combined may not withstand a single Fire Blast. Though there were 3 energy balls, they paled in comparison to Charizard's Fire Blast, which obliterated the energy balls and struck Victreebel with unrelenting force, delivering substantial damage. Victreebel, are you alright? Nightshade inquired with concern, as Victreebel valiantly rose, albeit singed in numerous places. Charizard, do not grant your opponent any respite. The examiner, frustrated by 2 consecutive defeats, refused to allow Nightshade any breathing room. Chapter 117. In the midst of the examination, Part 5. Unleash the Inferno and obliterate your opponent in one breath, he shouted. If the attack burning out struck the Victory Bell, it would undoubtedly be eliminated. Victory Bell, protect yourself. The speed of Victory Bell had significantly diminished due to the previous overwhelming attack, rendering it incapable of evading the assault of Burning Out. The only move that could match Burning Out was Solar Flare, but it was too late to gather the energy for that, leaving Victory Bell with no choice but to employ its protective measure. Victory Bell was now thoroughly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Nightshade's luck held for the day. Victory Bell successfully executed its protective move, shielding itself from the burning out strike of the Charizard. Victory Bell then unleashed Magical Leaf. However, this attack proved ineffective against Charizard. The examiner commanded, Charizard, charge straight ahead. Charizard rushed toward Victory Bell, and though Victory Bell's Magical Leaf struck, the impact was considerably diminished due to Charizard's fiery form, inflicting minimal damage. Charizard quickly closed in on Victory Bell. Use Fire Punch against your opponent, Charizard, the examiner exclaimed, eager to redeem himself in this third battle. Shining Victory Bell. Nightshade seized the opportunity, having allowed Charizard to approach for this very moment. In an instant, Victory Bell radiated a dazzling light as it activated Shining. Charizard, caught off guard and unprepared, was struck by the brilliance. Although Shining lacked offensive capability, it effectively blinded Charizard temporarily, halting its Fire Punch. Counterattack with all your might, Victory Bell. Use Vine Whip to ensnare Charizard and then toss it into the sky. Blinded and unable to assess its surroundings, Charizard became an easy target for Victory Bell. Soon, Charizard was ensnared by Victory Bell's Vine Whip. Due to Charizard's fiery body, Victory Bell's whips began to suffer damage. Yet it persevered and hurled Charizard into the air. Victory Bell, unleash Solar Flare. This distance should suffice, thanks to Victory Bell having previously summoned Clear Skies. Its Solar Flare was executed swiftly and with greater potency than usual. As Charizard plummeted to the ground, it barely registered the impending Solar Flare, which struck it unawares, causing some damage. Well done, Victory Bell, Nightshade cheered, though he soon noticed that Charizard's vision was returning. What a brilliant counterattack while Charizard was momentarily blinded. But what will you do now? The examiner remarked. Victory is not so easily determined, Nightshade replied enigmatically. Indeed, Charizard held a considerable advantage in terms of typing, and with its fiery form, Victory Bell's attacks struggled to inflict significant harm. But there was still potential. Victory Bell, use Shadow Clone. What was Nightshade up to with this tactic? Victory Bell's Shadow Clones appeared across the battlefield, albeit with burn marks marring their forms, enhancing the confusion for Charizard. Shadow Clone is merely a parlor trick, the examiner shouted. Charizard, ignite a fire whirlwind to engulf the entire arena. The entire arena. Nightshade was taken aback. Though the space was not expansive, enveloping the entire area presented a formidable challenge. It seemed the examiner's Pokémon possessed near-elite strength. Protect, Victory Bell, Nightshade called out, knowing that being struck by such a broad attack would spell defeat. Victory Bell had previously utilized Protect, which would diminish its efficacy this time. Yet Nightshade felt he had no choice but to take the gamble. Charizard unleashed its Fire Whirlwind. While it did not cover the entire arena, it engulfed a significant portion. Fortunately, luck was on Nightshade's side today, as Victory Bell successfully activated Protect in time. Otherwise, the aftermath of the Fire Whirlwind would have left Victory Bell as little more than a charred husk. You must be wondering why I opted for a Fire Whirlwind assault, the examiner suddenly stated. Indeed, while the arena is not vast, you allowed Charizard to unleash a Fire Whirlwind that encircled a large portion. Aren't you concerned about Charizard's stamina? Nightshade inquired. Take a good look at your Victory Bell, the examiner replied. Nightshade turned to see Victory Bell continually hopping about. While Protect could defend against the attack, it could not shield against the scorching heat. The extensive Fire Whirlwind has rendered the arena unbearably hot, the examiner explained, and Victory Bell cannot endure this temperature. Hence its frantic hopping. In such a state, it cannot launch an attack. Moreover, having previously summoned Clear Skies, the temperature's impact was magnified. Not necessarily, Nightshade retorted confidently. Victory Bell, use Vine Whip to leap into the air. Victory Bell extended dozens of vines and forcefully whipped them against the ground, propelling itself skyward with the recoil. What purpose does that serve? The examiner scoffed. You cannot exert force in midair. End your opponent with burning out. Charizard, being airborne brings you closer to the sun, Nightshade shouted. Victory Bell, unleash Solar Flare with all your might. Charizard's second burning out cannot withstand it. Victory Bell's Solar Flare held the advantage over Charizard's burning out. Under normal circumstances, the two attacks might have been evenly matched, but as Charizard had already used one burning out, its potency had significantly waned. Furthermore, Victory Bell's ascent towards the sun amplified the power of its solar flare, which dispersed burning out and struck Charizard. Chapter 118. The Battle Aboard the Ship. Even if you hit me, Charizard will not lose its fighting capability, the examiner declared. Stand up, Charizard. For the final move, unleash Destruction Ray, Victory Bell. If Charizard were struck by Destruction Ray once more, it would surely be unable to rise again. Victory Bell emitted a beam of yellow light, executing the Destruction Ray. Charizard, facing the formidable attack, attempted to evade, but its stamina had diminished significantly, and its speed faltered. Overwhelmed by fear of the incoming attack, Charizard failed to dodge and was perfectly struck by Destruction Ray. The impact of Destruction Ray caused an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Charizard lay on the ground, incapacitated. Return for a rest, Charizard. The examiner gently called back his Pokémon. Achieving 3 consecutive victories, even while being at a disadvantage in terms of typing, was no small feat. Thank you for the compliment, Nightshade replied graciously, before recalling Victory Bell, as his examination had finally concluded. Although the examinations for Yisu and Xiao Wei have concluded, many participants are still engaged in their assessments. By the time all candidates finish, evening has already descended. The number of successful examinees this time is quite limited. Despite performing rather averagely in the initial 2 rounds, Yisu's remarkable triumph in the final examination, achieving a 3-win streak, significantly elevated his score, enabling him to secure the coveted badge that permits entry into the Pokémon League competition. The only other acquaintance Yisu recognizes among the few who passed is Xiao Wei, who, after several years of attempts, has finally succeeded in this examination. How about we celebrate my success with a meal? Xiao Wei cheerfully suggested, badge in hand. Perhaps not. I still need to head to Huanglian Island to acquire my 7th badge. You can enjoy your celebration alone. Yisu replied. Huanglian Island? To get a badge? Xiao Wei questioned in confusion. You must be quite uninformed. Huanglian Island is known as a tourist destination. I've never heard of any gym there. Yisu retorted. I must take my leave and forego your celebration. The trio parted ways at the entrance of the Pokémon identification examination. Yisu and Kana continued their journey, arriving at the port for their boat. Without taking the boat, it would take an eternity to reach Huanglian Island, and navigating the sea with Pokémon lacks direction, making it easy to become lost. Once aboard the vessel bound for Huanglian Island, Kana and the others settled into their respective cabins. While Yisu chose not to rest immediately, standing on the deck, he relished the ocean breeze and stretched, finding the moment quite pleasant. After gazing out at the sea for a while, Yisu turned to head back to his room, only to encounter a familiar face, who also looked somewhat surprised to see him. Yisu. What a coincidence! Xiao Mao exclaimed. Xiao Mao. Hello, Yisu replied nonchalantly. Are you also vacationing at Huanglian Island? Xiao Mao inquired. Yisu did not address Xiao Mao's question and exchanged a few brief words instead. Attention all Pokémon trainers aboard this vessel. In 30 minutes, there will be a Pokémon battle competition at the front of the ship. Interested trainers are invited to register. The winner will receive substantial prizes. We extend our gratitude to XXX for their sponsorship. Xiao Mao interested? Yisu asked. If the rewards are appealing, I might participate, Xiao Mao replied. Since you wish to compete, I must naturally enter as your rival, Xiao Mao declared. I'll be waiting for you in the finals. We shall see, Yisu smiled. As they walked towards the front of the ship, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar person. Xiao Xia, this time I will definitely win the championship to show you, so you can no longer look down on me. Only someone as passionate as Xiao Ji could utter such words, having been defeated by Yisu several times. Xiao Ji's protagonist aura had dimmed, and he was eager to prove himself. Isn't that Xiao Ji? Yisu pondered whether to greet him when Xiao Mao approached him. The one who finished last wants to win the championship? Xiao Mao teased. Xiao Mao? Xiao Ji, not needing to turn around, recognized the voice. Upon turning, he found another familiar face nearby. Yisu, long time no see, Xiao Ji said, walking over. Are you planning to participate in this competition too? This time, I will definitely defeat you and claim the championship. Unlike before, Xiao Ji did not hastily challenge Yisu, which surprised him. You, Xiao Mao scoffed. Perhaps in a few years. This final match is destined to be between me and Yisu, leaving you out of it. What? Damn it, Xiao Mao. I want to duel you right now. Xiao Ji exclaimed angrily, but Xiao Mao ignored him. As the two rivals began to bicker, Kana approached Yisu. Yisu, do you wish to participate? Kana asked. After all, both of them were entering, and it might be beneficial to let Xiao Ji win a bit. I believe if you do that, Xiao Ji will be quite disappointed, she remarked. Indeed, with his fervent nature, it's best to give it your all. This competition promises to be quite interesting, Xiaoji declared, brimming with determination. Although his words were filled with spirit, the others tactfully chose to ignore him, leaving Xiaoji feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, Yisu and the others completed their registration before returning to their cabins, as there was still some time before the competition commenced. Cousin, I heard from Sister Kana that you're participating in a challenge? Shengdai asked. Well, not entirely, mainly because Xiaoji keeps pestering me to battle him. And this event is a good opportunity to snag some prizes if possible. I see, you simply can't sit still, Alice remarked. Well, this is just a warm-up before the Huanglian gym battle, Yisu explained. Otherwise, I might become rusty by the time I reach the gym. Before long, Xiaoji burst into Yisu's room, announcing that the competition was about to begin. The rules of this competition were straightforward, mirroring those of the Pokémon League tournaments. There were no skill restrictions, and each trainer would use only one Pokémon. The battle roster would be announced shortly. Upon entering the ship's largest room, a figure resembling an announcer addressed the crowd. So we don't know who our opponents are yet? This rule appeared quite novel. It seemed more accommodating for those seeking battle, as knowing one's opponent in advance could lead to extensive research, diminishing the original excitement of the match. Xiaoji, you have your fossil pterodactyl with you, right? Yisu quietly asked as he approached him. Don't bring it out during the match. Yisu cautioned. Why not? Xiaoji asked, puzzled, seemingly unaware of the fossil Pokemon's rarity. The fossil pterodactyl is an extinct Pokemon. Revealing it openly will attract unwanted attention, Yisu explained. So be sure not to bring it out. Yisu's primary concern was to keep the fossil pterodactyl hidden, especially since the last incident had been suppressed by the Junsha family. Yet those in power could still uncover details. The fossil pterodactyl is not just any revived fossil Pokemon. It holds significant research value. Although Xiaoji didn't fully grasp Yisu's words, he nodded, knowing that much of his improvement stemmed from Yisu's guidance. Now, would contestant Yisu from Masera Town please come to the stage? Go for it, Yisu, Alice cheered. To everyone's surprise, the first match was Yisu's. He stepped onto the battlefield, facing a boy of similar age. As the referee signaled, both trainers released their Pokemon. Yisu dispatched a freshly captured Bulbasaur, and his opponent also sent forth a Bulbasaur. In terms of attributes, neither side held an advantage, and this battle served as a perfect opportunity for Yisu to hone his Bulbasaur's skills. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Blade to attack the opponent, the boy commanded, clearly signifying his intent to take the initiative. Yisu understood that this contest would ultimately be a test of their tactical prowess, given that both trainers wielded identical Pokemon with seemingly comparable strengths. Bulbasaur, we shall also employ Leaf Blade, Yisu replied. The two Leaf Blades clashed, yet it was evident that Yisu's Bulbasaur was the stronger of the two. His Bulbasaur's attack dispelled the opponent's move and surged toward them. In the days leading up to this encounter, Yisu had not only trained his Bulbasaur's stamina, but had also focused on enhancing its grass-type techniques. His unique training methods accounted for why his Leaf Blade was superior. Dodge it, the boy shouted, realizing that his Bulbasaur was at a disadvantage. Then bind it. Make it entangle, Yisu remarked, noting the boy's lack of tactical acumen as he committed such a fundamental blunder. The two vines of Bulbasaur successfully ensnared Yisu's Bulbasaur, which did not struggle, leaving the other Bulbasaur somewhat astonished. Use Leech Seed. The boy had made a critical error by commanding his Bulbasaur to use vines while it was bound. As Bulbasaur was ensnared, its movement speed significantly decreased, restricting its ability to execute most techniques. Leech Seeds swiftly struck its target, causing the opposing Bulbasaur to exhibit a pained expression as it began to lose vitality. Bulbasaur, break free from the vines, the boy commanded. Now's your chance, bind the opponent. Yisu seized the moment, recognizing that since the vines were severed, it was now his turn. Bulbasaur, use Sleep Powder. The boy, demonstrating a measure of tactical insight, promptly issued the correct command. Although the opponent's Bulbasaur had not learned Leech Seed, the efficacy of Sleep Powder surpassed that of Leech Seed. Do not allow the opponent to succeed. Lift it into the air. If the Sleep Powder connected, it would render the opposing Bulbasaur utterly vulnerable. The application of Sleep Powder required time. Yet Yisu's Bulbasaur seized the opportunity, lifting the opposing Bulbasaur into the air, thus preventing the opponent from executing their command. Impressive, Ash exclaimed from the sidelines, astonished. If it were me, I might have panicked during the previous assault, but Yisu remains calm and issues commands with precision. Bulbasaur, unleash Energy Ball. Yisu continued, denying the opponent a moment's respite. The airborne Bulbasaur found itself without a point of support, plummeting helplessly. Prepare that move, the boy exclaimed, his words seemingly shrouded in mystery. Though the command was comprehensible to all, you intend to use Solar Beam. Yisu declared. 3 energy balls materialized around Yisu's Bulbasaur, while the airborne Bulbasaur gathered sunlight in preparation for Solar Beam. Your accumulation of sunlight is too sluggish as expected. The opposing Bulbasaur was struck by an energy ball before it could fully charge, resulting in a Solar Beam that, despite being partially charged, lacked potency. The rival Bulbasaur landed on the ground, while Yisu's Bulbasaur sustained minor injuries, making this exchange a net gain for Yisu. How did Yisu know the Bulbasaur would use Solar Beam? Ash pondered aloud. Fool. Green scoffed, immediately providing an explanation. Bulbasaur lacks the versatility of Venusaur, which can wield powerful moves like Petal Dance, Leaf Storm, and Earthquake. The only formidable attack Bulbasaur possesses is Solar Beam, the sole move requiring preparation. Ah, you're right, Green. How did I not realize that sooner? Ash lamented, a hint of frustration in his tone. Chapter 120, Fairy Pokémon vs. Charizard. If you all know that, then I would think no one in the world would be unaware. Green retorted. What? You dare to look down on me, Green? I'll show you during the match. Ash declared, visibly displeased. Ignoring the bickering between the two, the battle between Yisu and the boy continued unabated. Undoubtedly, Yisu had gained the upper hand, with the boy's Bulbasaur being relentlessly pushed back. Use Solar Beam. The boy commanded, but after enduring a barrage of attacks from Yisu's Bulbasaur, his Bulbasaur appeared weary, gathering a white light in its mouth. Dodge it, Bulbasaur, the boy shouted. Though his intentions were noble, reality proved harsh. Bulbasaur's speed was inherently slow, and having sustained considerable injuries, the Solar Beam quickly struck home. Bulbasaur was sent reeling out of the arena, its eyes swirling, rendered unable to continue fighting. Yisu is declared the victor, advancing to the next round. The referee announced, though the outcome was clear to all present. Yisu's debut match had concluded with a resounding success. He did not linger to watch the subsequent battles, as it was evident that the 4 strongest trainers had emerged, himself included. The other 3 were Ash and his companions, leaving little room for doubt. As the rounds progressed, the number of participating trainers dwindled, ultimately resulting in only a handful remaining, including Yisu. At that moment, the commentator revealed the prize for this competition. Among the 4 trainers, the champion would be awarded a necklace valued at 100,000 yuan. As the commentator showcased the necklace, Ash's companion Misty exclaimed, "What a beautiful necklace. Ash, you must win the championship this time. Rest assured, this championship will be mine." Ash proclaimed confidently. "Humph, you just said that making it to the top 4 was already a stroke of luck, and now you claim you have my support upon seeing the necklace. I truly do not comprehend what goes through your mind," he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, Yisu was struck by a troubling thought. Since the prize was a singular necklace, should it fall into the hands of another, it might be gifted to a beloved girl. Yet, Yisu was surrounded by 6 girls, and if not handled delicately, it could lead to chaos. What should I do? Yisu mused. I can replicate the necklace. Nay, perched upon his head, suddenly communicated telepathically. Is that so? Nay, you truly are my little treasure. Yisu responded through their mental connection. Humph, smooth talker, Nay retorted, yet her tone betrayed her delight. When the groupings for the semifinals were announced, Yisu's expression remained unchanged, while Green's was similarly stoic. Only Ash's face reflected a change. Green, it will be you first. After defeating you, I shall battle Yisu. Ash declared with bravado. Fool, our match occurs after Yisu's. Green scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Is that so? Ash replied, caught off guard, his previous confidence dissipating into an awkward silence that elicited a sense of exasperation. Hello, I am Yisu. Naitso stood before his opponent, acknowledging the necessity of a pre-match greeting. Although this event lacked significant prestige, those who reached the top 4 were certainly not ordinary individuals. Greetings, I am Xiaodian. He politely introduced himself. My Pokemon is a Psyduck Charizard, Xiaodian declared, releasing his Pokemon from its Pokeball. Come forth, Sylveon. Use Flamethrower, Charizard, Shinji shouted, as the battle rules permitted any participant to initiate an attack. Sylveon, evade now, Naitso quickly instructed. Sylveon's speed was remarkable. Despite Charizard's swift Flamethrower, it could not catch Sylveon. Unleash a series of flamethrowers upon the opponent. Xiaodian continued to command. Can we really employ such tactics? Isn't it taxing? Naitso inquired. Yet the attacks remain effective. Xiaodian replied. Sylveon, utilize quick attack to dodge. In terms of speed, Charizard and Sylveon were not even in the same league. Sylveon's rapid movements were astonishing, easily evading Charizard's Flamethrower, which often struck only the afterimages left behind. However, whether it was intentional or not, Sylveon frequently reappeared at the very spot where Charizard's Flamethrower had just struck. Much to Charizard's frustration, yet it was powerless to counteract. Smokescreen. Shouty shouted next. This tactic was particularly effective against non-flying Pokémon. Once within the smoke's confines, they would be at a distinct disadvantage. A clever strategy indeed. Using smoke to force Sylveon into a defensive position while I am unable to give commands, Nightso analyzed. So what shall you do next? Shouty was equally curious about Nightso's next move. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Nightso almost doubted whether Charizard had any other moves, given its continuous use of Flamethrower. Sylveon, use Fairy Wind. Oh no, Charizard, dodge. Shouty urged. Yet reality often diverged from imagination. The speed of Fairy Wind was too swift, and Charizard was still engaged in its Flamethrower attack. Failing to halt in time and getting struck. Charizard, rise. You can do it. Shouty encouraged. Charizard responded to Shouty's motivation, rising valiantly. Well done. Use Quick Attack to close in on Sylveon, then deploy Smokescreen. Shouty attempted a similar tactic, but this time Charizard approached to execute the Smokescreen. Charizard, use Thunder Punch to attack. Shouty was not naive. He understood Nightso's prowess and knew that employing the same strategy would not deceive his opponent again. Thus, he devised this new maneuver, which, while reminiscent of his previous tactic, managed to catch Nightso off guard once more. Chapter 121, Beedrill vs. Blastoise. Sylveon unleashed Fairy Wind. However, compared to the previous use of Fairy Wind, its effectiveness this time was markedly diminished. The smoke was too close to Sylveon, requiring time for the wind to disperse. Seizing the opportunity, Charizard launched a Thunder Punch at Sylveon, but also fell victim to the Fairy Wind. This exchange resulted in both Pokémon inflicting damage upon each other. And shortly thereafter, Charizard's emitted smoke began to dissipate. Charizard, use Flamethrower to attack. Shouty continued, seemingly quite fond of this move. Sylveon, employ Magical Shine. Sylveon conjured shimmering orbs of light, a move akin to the Grass-type Energy Ball. Magical Shine collided with Flamethrower, but it appeared to surpass Flamethrower, shattering it before landing upon Charizard. Charizard was knocked to the ground, losing its combat ability. Nightso emerged victorious from this battle. The referee approached Nightso, raising his hand in acknowledgement. Ash, give it your all. I have high hopes for you. Misty remarked to Ash, urging him to reach the finals. Rest assured, I will triumph over Gary. Ash proclaimed with confidence, asserting that he was no longer the novice he once was. The upcoming matchup between Ash and Gary could be seen as a reiteration of their previous encounters during the Chengdu League. Ash sent forth his Charizard, while Gary unleashed his Blastoise. Although Ash had triumphed over Gary back then, it was worth noting that Ash's Charizard had undergone extensive training in the Charizard Valley, bolstered by the power of love, leading to a significant enhancement in its capabilities. However, the current scenario differed. Ash's Charizard had evolved forcefully, placing it at a disadvantage compared to Gary's Blastoise, compounded by the unfavorable type matchup, ultimately resulting in Charizard's defeat. Nevertheless, Nightso believed the battle's location played a role. Had it occurred in an outdoor arena, Ash would not have succumbed so swiftly. Thus, the finalists were determined. A derby match between Nightso and Gary from Pallet Town, both satisfied with their respective opponents. Gary, do not disappoint me, Nightso remarked with a smile. I will deploy my strongest Pokémon. Gary retorted defiantly, despite Blastoise having just fought. It had sufficiently recovered during the respite. Come forth, Beedrill. After consuming a potential enhancing berry, Beedrill had progressed from the elite rank to the champion tier, albeit still at the mid-tier level. Gary's Blastoise was also at the mid-tier level, providing Beedrill with a suitable challenge. As expected, you have chosen Beedrill, Gary commented. Though at a type disadvantage, let's go, Blastoise. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump to attack the opponent. Gary shouted, aiming for a swift resolution. Beedrill, use Quick Attack. Nightso instructed, recognizing that since Gary initiated with a powerful move, he would not hold back. Blastoise's two rocket launchers fired high-pressure hydro pumps, yet Beedrill's speed was unparalleled, allowing it to evade the attack. Without needing further commands from Nightso, Beedrill swiftly approached Blastoise, using its poison sting. Incredible speed, Gary exclaimed in disbelief. Blastoise's complexion began to turn purple, indicating the onset of poisoning. Beedrill, execute Twin Needle. Nightso commanded immediately. Beedrill remained close to Blastoise, continuing its assault, denying the opponent any chance to recover. Gary, your Blastoise is far too slow, Ash remarked, seizing the opportunity to taunt Gary now that he was struggling. You too, Ash. Gary retorted, irked, as he despised distractions during battles. It seems Nightso is on the verge of victory, Alice observed. After all, the speed disparity is too vast. Gary's Blastoise cannot touch Nightso's Beedrill, Kona commented. Cousin is the strongest. Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump repeatedly. Gary commanded. Beedrill, use Quick Attack to evade. Despite Beedrill being a Grass-type Pokemon, Water-type moves would have a diminished effect on it. However, the power of the Water-type Hydro Pump was formidable, and Beedrill's frail physique meant that a direct hit could spell disaster. Beedrill utilized Drill Run. Nightso decided it was time to strike back, refusing to remain on the defensive. Blastoise, brace yourself. Gary called out confidently, aware of Blastoise's impressive defensive capabilities and uncertain whether Beedrill's strength could breach its defenses. The strength of Beedrill is continuously on the rise, yet when confronted with the formidable bulwark that is Blastoise, Beedrill's power appears somewhat lacking. Although the Drill Run struck with impressive force against Blastoise's shell, it seemed to inflict minimal damage. It appears that Beedrill's strength still requires enhancement, Knight echoed in his mind. Beedrill's power needs training. Otherwise, even the swiftest speed will be of no avail if the attacking prowess cannot keep pace. Blastoise, use Bite, shouted Shigeru suddenly. At such close range, it would be a miracle if Blastoise's head couldn't land a hit. Blastoise swiftly extended its head from its shell and clamped down on Beedrill's arm, eliciting a pained expression from the latter. Shigeru, you've fallen for it. Knight remarked with a smile, if your Blastoise doesn't poke its head out, I wouldn't have an opportunity to retaliate. Beedrill, employ Poison Jab. Enduring the pain radiating from its arm, Beedrill unleashed a Poison Jab, plunging its formidable stinger into Blastoise's body. The sight of such a massive stinger was indeed terrifying. Although Blastoise's shell boasted formidable defenses, its body was comparatively supple, allowing the stinger to inflict significant damage, causing Blastoise to release its grip. Blastoise, retaliate with Ice Beam. Shigeru continued, realizing that having Blastoise use Bite was a tad reckless. Beedrill, take to the skies and evade. Knight commanded. Chapter 122, Natsu's Proactive Assault. Beedrill soared into the air to evade, subsequently deploying Sleep Powder. At such proximity, Sleep Powder typically guarantees a hit. Beedrill successfully dodged Blastoise's Ice Beam attack and released a cloud of light green powder. Oh no, Blastoise, wake up! Shigeru called out in desperation. However, Blastoise did not respond, closing its eyes as if descending into a deep slumber. Beedrill, gather Solar Beam and finish it. Without a doubt, Beedrill, having charged its Solar Beam for a considerable duration, unleashed it upon Blastoise. The potent type advantage and the prior exertion of energy led to Blastoise succumbing. Blastoise has lost its fighting capability. Beedrill emerges victorious, the referee declared. Thus, the winner of this necklace is Contestant Knight. Thank you for your hard work. Return and rest well, Blastoise. Shigeru gently recalled Blastoise. Knight, you truly are formidable, but I shall not be defeated next time. I await your challenge, Shigeru. Knight replied, reclaiming his Beedrill before accepting the necklace from the referee. Contestant Knight, did you know? The referee suddenly interjected. This necklace is perfectly suited for your girlfriend. However, it seems one may not suffice. The referee's final remark brimmed with envy. Oh well, I must be off, Knight said, ruffling his hair. He then instructed Nei to replicate 6 identical necklaces. Here, these are for you, one for each of you. Thank you. Knight, Kana exclaimed happily, adorning the necklace around her neck. Koyuki is truly wonderful. You're the best, cousin, Saida remarked, gazing at the exquisite necklace in her hands. The following day, they were finally approaching Red Lotus Island, and Saida could hardly contain her excitement for the hot springs. Standing at the bow of the ship, she gazed at the distant Red Lotus Island. All right, Saida, we are nearing Red Lotus Island. We must prepare to disembark, Knight said, grasping Saida's hand. After an 8-day journey, Knight and his companions at last arrived at Red Lotus Island. Once a haven for trainers, it had now transformed into a tourist hotspot. Kana observed the island in the distance. Nowadays, when one mentions Red Lotus Island, people only associate it with its hot springs. And even the existence of the Red Lotus Gym had been forgotten. Knight, Shaber's strength is formidable, and he tends to be quite particular. If you can acquire a badge from him, Kana informed Knight. Shaber was one of the previous Elite Four of Kanto, renowned for his immense power, and he held challengers to exceedingly high standards, rarely showing leniency. His stringent approach was aimed at elevating the threshold for the Indigo Conference, resulting in very few obtaining the Crimson Badge. Red Lotus Island, being remote and the badge challenging to acquire, gradually fell out of favor with many trainers. The Kanto League recognizes more than just these 8 gyms. There are other gyms where badges can be obtained, prompting many trainers to forego the Red Lotus Gym, given its distance and the difficulty in securing a badge. Do not worry, Kana. I am confident I will prevail, Knight stated with assurance. If you release a legendary Pokémon, Then victory is a certainty, Alice added. Must one even utilize a legendary Pokémon for a gym battle? The ship docked, and they disembarked. Where is the Red Lotus Gym? Saida inquired, puzzled. She examined the map, searching in vain for the gym. In truth, the Red Lotus Gym had been closed. Since the area had transformed into a tourist destination, many visitors challenged the gym in a spirit of entertainment, frustrating the serious-minded Shaber, who ultimately decided to close it down. Why didn't you mention this sooner, Kana? Did we come here for nothing? Saida lamented. Nevertheless, the hot springs are also delightful. The thought of the hot springs revitalized Saida. Although the Red Lotus Gym has been shuttered, it does not mean it has vanished. Let us first enjoy the hot springs. Tomorrow, I will take you to find Shaber, Kana suggested. Hot springs, how wonderful. Saida chirped. Let us find an onsen inn. Knight said. I happen to own a manor here. Let us go there. It also has hot springs, Kana replied with a smile. Really? Kana, you are so affluent. Saida exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Kana's wealth was indeed impressive. With a seaside villa in Blue Pluck City and a manor on Red Lotus Island. As one of the Elite Four of Kanto, she had no financial worries. Knight chuckled softly. With no champion in the Kanto region, the champion's salary is distributed equally among the 4 elite members, although the remuneration is substantial. It comes with heavy responsibilities. Following Kana into the Grand Manor, it was evident that the estate was quite expansive. If we are to enjoy the hot springs, let us do so first. Knight, you can join us afterward, Kana suggested. Due to the single communal hot spring, with no partitions, and to prevent Knight from peeking, Kana voiced her concern. That seems rather tedious. I believe it would be better for us to bathe together. I have no objections, Knight shamelessly stated. You may have no objections, but we do. So it has been decided, Kana firmly concluded. Koyuki, please wait outside, Alice said. Allowing Knight to join them in the hot springs would be too embarrassing, and Kana felt a twinge of shyness as well. Sighing, Knight remained alone in the living room. Lamenting his solitude, even Nei had gone off to join them in the hot springs, leaving him behind. Knight. Hearing his name called, he turned to see. Natsu. Why are you not in the hot springs? Why are you back so soon? Knight asked, puzzled. There were too many people. I am not accustomed to it, Natsu replied. Settling beside Knight. Knight felt even more perplexed. Hadn't they all bathed together before? Natsu looked at Knight, and then leaned closer to him. The two sat together, and an inexplicable silence enveloped them. After a considerable time, just as Knight was about to speak, Natsu broke the silence. Knight, I like you. Upon finishing her confession, Natsu suppressed her inner shyness, her gaze fixed intently on Knight. Natsu's sudden and bold confession left Yisu momentarily stunned, his thoughts momentarily disrupted. Unable to comprehend the situation. Observing Yisu's bewildered expression, Natsu recalled what she had learned from books, and with both hands, she embraced his neck and kissed him fervently. Chapter 123, Journey to the Dojo. As Natsu pressed her lips against his, Yisu snapped back to reality, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. Transitioning from passive to actively engaging in the kiss. After a considerable time, Yisu released Natsu, who gasped for breath, nearly overwhelmed by the intensity of the kiss. Yisu, do you like me too? Natsu inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, with someone as beautiful as you, it would be hard not to like you. I certainly do, very much so. Yisu replied, leaning down to peck her lips gently. Does this mean we are now lovers? Natsu asked again, her voice brimming with excitement. Indeed. But what would happen if I were to develop feelings for someone else? Yisu asked tentatively. He was somewhat aware of Kina and the others' affections, and given his initial ambition to have a harem, coupled with the fact that he had a legitimate wife, Mingshu, by his side, he was uncertain how to navigate the situation should Natsu be unable to accept it. Natsu fell silent upon hearing this. She adored Yisu and understood that he could not possibly love her alone. Having traveled together, she was acutely aware of the feelings other girls harbored for him. As long as you don't leave me, that's all that matters. If you truly wish to abandon me, then I would rather die with you. After a long pause, Natsu spoke, her tone paradoxically gentle despite the threatening words. Yisu held a significant place in her heart. She could never let him go, nor did she desire to share him with anyone else, yet she felt she had no other choice. However, if Yisu were to truly forsake her, she would resolutely drag him down with her, ensuring they would be together forever. Natsu exhibited a touch of a Yandere disposition, albeit not severely, or else Yisu might find himself in dire straits. Thank you, Natsu. Yisu held her tightly in his embrace. This response also resolving his current dilemma. What are you two up to? Kina's voice suddenly emerged from behind Yisu. Natsu, how dare you sneak away? This is unforgivable. Shungdai exclaimed. Little Yi is mine. How could you steal him away? Alice glared at Natsu, How could you all be done so quickly? Yisu looked at them in astonishment, originally hoping to indulge in tender moments with Natsi, only to find that Kina and the others had already finished. We've been soaking for half an hour. You can't stay in the hot spring for too long, didn't you know? Alice replied. Half an hour? How could it pass so quickly? I didn't even feel the time slipping away. Yisu exclaimed in surprise. Do you still have feelings for me? Mingxue asked Yisu. Of course. I must. How could I not? Yisu responded dismissively. The situation was becoming precarious, Yisu thought to himself. Of course, you wouldn't notice, after all. Sweet moments always fly by, Xiao Shui remarked with a hint of jealousy, and Yisu could distinctly sense the sourness in her tone. Well then, I'll go soak in the hot spring now, Yisu announced as he stood up, keen to escape the brewing jealousy. I'll go with you. Natsi tugged at Yisu's clothing. Absolutely not. Kina and the others voiced their refusal in unison. How could they allow Yisu and Natsi to soak together? We are now lovers. Why shouldn't we? Natsi challenged Kina and the others. What? Kina and the others gasped in disbelief, astonished that their relationship had been solidified in the mere half hour of soaking. I am in a marital relationship with Yisu as well. I want to join, Mingxue declared. Yisu, it seems you are about to be overwhelmed. Nei poked Yisu's head teasingly. Establishing a relationship with Natsi appeared to be somewhat troublesome. Nevertheless, Yisu felt no regret. He was elated at the turn of events. Ultimately, Natsi was unable to soak in the hot spring alone with Yisu, but they did share the experience together, while Kina and the other girls vigilantly watched over Natsi and Mingxue to prevent any inappropriate behavior. Early the next morning, to avert any potential issues between Natsi and Mingxue, Kina directly took Yisu to seek out Xiaobo. Upon arriving at Xiaobo's inn, Xiaobo expressed surprise at Kina's visit, as it was uncommon for a champion to pay a visit. Xiaobo was the official leader of the Honglian Island Dojo. Although it had since been disbanded, he was a highly intelligent elder renowned for his expertise with fire-type Pokémon. What brings the current champion to seek out this retired old man? Xiaobo inquired, puzzled. Kina, I have brought people to challenge the dojo, Kina replied to Xiaobo. A dojo challenge? What dojo are you referring to? My dojo has been closed for quite some time and is not accepting challenges, Xiaobo waved dismissively, his tone tinged with sadness. When Xiaobo was still the dojo leader, he dedicated himself tirelessly, imposing strict standards on Pokémon trainers to enhance their skills in the Kanto region. Yet, after the dojo's closure, although he did not show it, a person full of dreams would inevitably feel despondent when those dreams were abruptly shattered. This cannot be. As a dojo trainer, one must accept challenges, otherwise, the Alliance will hold you accountable. TCH, do I fear the Alliance's pressure? Xiaobo retorted, his prowess as a former champion unquestionable. However, I do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Who is the challenger? You even managed to invite champion Kina. Xiaobo scrutinized Yisu and the others before locking his gaze onto Yisu. If I am not mistaken, the challenger must be you, right? Xiaobo stated, eyeing Yisu. Indeed, Xiaobo, I am the challenger, Yisu from Jinshin Town. I have no issue with challenging the dojo, but first, let's engage in a riddle. Yisu had forgotten that Xiaobo was an enthusiastic riddle-loving elder. Previously, when challengers faced him, he would always present a riddle. Let us get on with it. We have no interest in riddles, Kina interrupted Xiaobo. Fine. Since you are so impatient, follow me. I will show no mercy. Even if you are Kina's acquaintance, I will not go easy on you. Upon hearing this, Kina's face flushed red. She glanced at Yisu before regaining her composed and elegant demeanor. Following Xiaobo to the Honglian dojo, which was constructed beneath this open-air inn, they found a battle arena suspended over bubbling magma, truly befitting of a renowned fire-type dojo. To build the battle arena here is madness, Shengdai exclaimed, overwhelmed by the heat. Chapter 124, Shelmet vs. Ninetales. It is indeed quite hot. Xiao Shui fanned herself, as if that would provide some relief. Nay, disperse the heat around us, Yisu instructed Nei. Nei nodded, and the oppressive heat was dispelled by an invisible force, replaced by a refreshing breeze. This is much more comfortable. Nei is truly capable, able to accomplish anything. Xiao Shui praised Nei. Xiao Shui's compliment made Nei proudly lift her head. Let us not waste any more time. Let us begin. The dojo rules are 3-on-3. Go, Ninetales, Xiaobo declared. Sixtails, look, it's your senior, Xiao Shui said to the Vulpix nestled in her arms. Since it's Ninetales, my Pokémon will be Shelmet. Shelmet appeared on the battlefield, gazing at Ninetales with an adorably clueless expression, seemingly unaware of its purpose for being there. Yisu, that seems to be Xiaobo's main Pokémon, Ninetales, so you need to be cautious, Kina advised Yisu. Don't worry, we won't lose, right Shelmet? Yisu said with a confident smile. The Deishell beast gazed at Yisu, comprehending his intentions, and then turned to face the opposing Ninetales. A glimmer of battle fervor igniting in its eyes. The strength of the Fire-type champion should not be underestimated. Yuesu employed the system to inspect the Ninetales belonging to Master Xia, discovering to his astonishment that it possessed peak champion-level strength. In contrast, after several days of rigorous training, Yuesu's Deus Hell Beast had only just reached the mid-champion stage, having barely overcome its previous limitations, not yet solidifying its foundation. It appeared that a fierce battle lay ahead. Below them flowed molten lava, and the temperature here was exceedingly high, significantly diminishing the efficacy of water-type moves. Moreover, Yuesu had only his Gyarados left among water-type Pokémon, which moved lamentably slowly in non-aquatic terrains. Additionally, while Yuesu's Gyarados was of high champion rank, the Ninetales was at the peak of its power. The disparity was insurmountable, rendering direct confrontation futile. Few remain who recognize me as the former Fire-type champion, especially a youngling such as yourself, Master Xia remarked. The rules of engagement dictated a one-on-one. Aggressive confrontation. Ninetales, unleash your fire blast upon the opponent. No sooner had he articulated the challenge than Master Xia commanded Ninetales to commence its assault. What an audacious opening move. Use Water Pulse to defend, Deus Hell Beast. Yuesu shouted, albeit with a twinge of recklessness, quickly adding, follow up with Hydro Pump. In this clash against Master Xia, Yuesu capitalized on his type advantage. A blue sphere manifested at the Deus Hell Beast's mouth as it executed Water Pulse, which swiftly transformed into a colossal wave. However, Ninetales' Fire Blast pierced through the Water Pulse, albeit diminished, yet still barreled forward with unrelenting force towards the Deus Hell Beast. Fortunately, the Deus Hell Beast promptly unleashed Hydro Pump, neutralizing the fiery onslaught. Such formidable Fire Blast! Yuesu exclaimed, having initially instructed the Deus Hell Beast to use Hydro Pump merely as a precaution, yet it had proven invaluable. Ninetales, employ Flame Charge. Master Xia clearly intended to deprive Yuesu of any opportunity for deliberation. Deus Hell Beast, utilize Water Spout, followed by Ice Beam. Although aware of the slim chances of Water Spout's success, and recognizing that Ice Beam, an Ice-type move, was at a disadvantage against Fire-type, Yuesu felt compelled to give it a try. In an instant, Ninetales was enveloped in azure flames, its temperature escalating rapidly. Meanwhile, water columns emerged around the Deus Hell Beast, and both Pokémon surged towards one another, with the Deus Hell Beast unleashing Ice Beam mid-charge, transforming Water Spout into a pillar of ice. Soon, the two Pokémon collided. Ninetales' Flame Charge evidently held the upper hand. Yet the Deus Hell Beast's Ice Pillar, though at a disadvantage, managed to withstand the onslaught of the fiery impact post-melting, resulting in a stalemate. In this instance, Yuesu had ingeniously combined techniques, employing Ice-type moves to mitigate some of the intense heat and the melting ice allowed for a secondary assault. Fortuitously, he had narrowly escaped disaster, thanks to his elemental advantage. Well done, observed Kinna. Had the Deus Hell Beast not utilized a water-type move, it may not have endured that assault. Excellent work, Master Xia praised. But can you withstand this next attack? Ninetales, use Iron Tail against your opponent. As its name suggests, Ninetales possessed 9 tails, meaning that when executing Iron Tail, all 9 tails would strike in unison. With Ninetales now merely a step away from the Deus Hell Beast, a direct hit could potentially incapacitate it instantly. Deus Hell Beast, evade quickly. The Deus Hell Beast, akin to a Shelder, would find it unwise to engage in a direct clash with Ninetales. The Deus Hell Beast deftly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the Iron Tail attack. However, the arena was not as fortunate. Upon being struck by the Iron Tail, it began to shake violently, causing the Deus Hell Beast to wobble precariously upon the stage. Now's your chance, Ninetales. Utilize Fire Spin to assault your opponent. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Master Xia's eyes as he commanded. Telekinesis to restrain your opponent, Deus Hell Beast. Caught up in the heat of battle, Yuesu had momentarily forgotten that the Deus Hell Beast also possessed psychic abilities. Its eyes glowed with a cerulean light as it employed telekinesis, successfully immobilizing Ninetales, thus interrupting its Fire Spin attack. Well done. Now, hurl Ninetales into the lava below. Yuesu had no intention of eliminating Ninetales. After all, it was a Fire-type Pokémon and Master Xia's companion, likely possessing a degree of resistance to lava. Thus, even if it fell, it would probably only sustain minor injuries. The Deus Hell Beast utilized its telekinesis to toss Ninetales into the molten rock, yet Master Xia's expression remained unchanged, suggesting that Ninetales appeared entirely unscathed. Master Xia, you seem to have immense faith in Ninetales, Yuesu remarked, observing Xia's calm demeanor. Such levels of heat pose no threat to Ninetales. Master Xiao asserted with confidence. Arise, Ninetales. Almost instantaneously, as if summoned by his words, Ninetales erupted from the lava, astonishing Yuesu with its pristine condition, completely unharmed. Truly, a testament to the prowess of Master Xiao's Ninetales. Yuesu acknowledged. Indeed, an ordinary Ninetales would suffer injuries from a fall into lava. However, my Ninetales has been trained to regard it as inconsequential. Master Xiao explained. Oh, I see. I have much to learn, Yuesu conceded. You still have a great deal to master, young one. Ninetales, unleash fire blast upon your foe. Master Xiao commanded, deploying yet another potent fire-type move. Having witnessed the previous attack's magnitude, Yuesu understood the gravity of the situation. Deus Hell Beast, charged through with water spout. Though this command appeared somewhat reckless, it could yield unforeseen outcomes. The Deus Hell Beast held unwavering trust in Yuesu, and in an instant, water columns materialized, propelling it forward toward Fire Blast. Although the intensity of Fire Blast was formidable, the Deus Hell Beast's water spout, bolstered by its type advantage, allowed it to successfully penetrate the flames, albeit sustaining some burns in the process, yet it remained combat-ready. To have traversed through Fire Blast, this Deus Hell Beast possesses commendable strength. Master Xiao acknowledged. Ninetales, demonstrate our might. Incinerate utterly. Once more, a potent fire-type attack was unleashed. Unleash Hydro Pump with all your might. The command Incinerate was arguably the apex of fire-type moves, and the Deus Hell Beast would need to exert itself fully to withstand its onslaught. In the face of the fierce Incinerate, the Deus Hell Beast's Hydro Pump was soon overwhelmed, leaving it to endure a significant amount of damage. Though the prior Hydro Pump had mitigated some of the force. Now as your chance, Ninetales. Rush in and deliver the final Iron Tail to vanquish your opponent. Master Xiao shouted. Hypnosis. Yuesu recognized that this moment could determine the battle's outcome. Success would reverse the tide, but failure would lead to the Deus Hell Beast's defeat. The Deus Hell Beast's eyes shimmered with a blue light as it unleashed Hypnosis, catching Ninetales, who was charging forward, unaware of the incoming attack, and plunging it into slumber. Alas, I was careless. Master Xiao lamented. I should not have let my guard down after gaining the advantage. Deus Hell Beast, unleash a full-power Hydro Pump against your opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Yuesu prepared for a decisive blow. The Deus Hell Beast unleashed Hydro Pump once more, this time landing perfectly due to Ninetales' unpreparedness, inflicting considerable damage. Deus Hell Beast. Foresee the future. As the battle raged on, Yuesu declared with fervor that the outcome hinged entirely upon this seer of the future. To conquer the Ninetales in just 2 rounds, exclaimed Xiaobo. I shall not grant you that opportunity, Ninetales. Whirlwind of Flames, attack your opponent, commanded Yuesu, instructing his Shelder to continue its water cannon assault, aware that the strength of Ninetales' fire attacks would wane after its flames had burned out. Indeed, the might of the fire whirlwind had diminished compared to the onset of the skirmish, yet even in its weakened state, it clashed evenly with Shelder's water cannon. After all, Shelder had also expended some stamina during the fight, leading to a natural decline in its water cannon's power. Ninetales, unleash a flame charge upon your adversary, Xiaobo shouted, exuding confidence in the fiery prowess of Ninetales. Shelder, use your stun spore to immobilize Ninetales. The moment for foresight was drawing near. Suddenly, Ninetales was enveloped in blue flames, charging forward with a fiery assault, only to halt mid-advance as Shelder's eyes glowed with azure light. Its stun spore had successfully restrained Ninetales. However, it seemed Shelder could not maintain this hold for long. Hang in there, Shelder. Victory is within reach once the foresight effect takes hold, urged Yuesu. Ninetales, break free from this restraint, Xiaobo shouted, acutely aware of the precarious situation. Seemingly responding to Xiaobo's call, Ninetales managed to escape Shelder's grip, delivering a fierce flame charge that inflicted significant damage. Was Yuesu destined for defeat? Well done, Ninetales. Follow up with a steel tail attack, Xiaobo cried, eager to press the advantage, cognizant that the foresight effect could soon prove troublesome. Yet, Xiaobo's command came too late, before Ninetales could reach Shelder. The foresight had already inflicted pain upon it, evident in the pained expression on Ninetales' face. Strike with your water cannon and send Ninetales flying. Then, finish it with your hyper beam. Yuesu observed the immobilized Ninetales and seized the moment, creating distance before launching his attack. Even if the assault were evaded, Shelder would have room for maneuver. With a flash of determination in its eyes, Shelder unleashed another water cannon, and as Ninetales stood paralyzed by the foresight's damage, it was propelled backward by the water cannon. At that moment, A yellow beam shot forth toward Ninetales, Hyper Beam, suspended in midair. Ninetales had no means of leverage and was struck by the devastating beam, sustaining considerable harm. As it crashed onto the arena floor, its eyes spiraled into a vortex, signaling its loss of combat ability, while Shellder, exhausted, half knelt in response. Remarkable. You have truly bested Ninetales. Impressive indeed. Rest well, Ninetales, Yisu said, recalling Shellder as well. Acknowledging the toll the battle had taken on its stamina. Truly extraordinary. Your Shellder is formidable. This battle has rekindled my youthful spirit, Xiaobo remarked in admiration. Winning was merely a matter of speed. I must continue to strive for improvement, Yisu humbly replied. Excellent. I did not expect such humility from you. Your future achievements are boundless. Here, take this crimson badge. Xiaobo tossed the badge toward Yisu. Catching it, Yisu realized he had now gathered all the necessary badges, though the Quartz Conference was still a considerable time away. At last, the final badge. Yisu, you have now collected all the badges required for the Quartz Conference, Xiaoxue beamed. With your prowess at the Quartz Conference, you will merely be bullying your opponents. This year's participants will be in for a rough time, Kina said. In Chapter 126, Proactive Kina, after being warmly hosted by Xiaobo for several days, Yisu and his companions departed from the now famous hot spring tourist destination, Red Lotus Island. Yisu, you have now gathered 8 badges. What are your plans? Shall you return to Pallet Town? Kina inquired. I am in no rush to return. I wish to continue my travels in the Kanto region. Though I have acquired all the badges, my journey is far from complete, with many places yet to explore. Then let us head to Twin Islands, Kina suggested. Sure. I recall there being an abundance of Ice-type Pokémon there, Alice added. Twin Islands, adjacent to Red Lotus Island, is known for its frigid climate and myriad Ice-type Pokémon. Twin Islands? Yisu's interest was piqued, recalling that the islands were home to the legendary Articuno. I have heard that Articuno resides there. Is it true? Xiaoxue asked with curiosity. Indeed, it is true. Articuno can be found in Twin Islands, Kina affirmed. Though Articuno exists there, it is not easily spotted. Articuno at Twin Islands? Xingdai, who was studying, chimed in. Xingdai, you ought to focus on your studies. Yisu gently ruffled Xingdai's silky hair. Originally, Xingdai was to accompany Yisu for a month before returning to school, but after several months of traveling together, she had successfully persuaded her grandfather to allow her to continue traveling with Yisu. Although her grandfather consented, he imposed a condition. She must not neglect her studies and keep up with her academic progress. This knowledge is simple for me. I can study in my spare time. For I am a genius, Xingdai declared proudly. Indeed, Xingdai was a genius, possessing superior memory and comprehension abilities, which enabled her to excel in Pokémon Academy. The distance from Red Lotus Island to Twin Islands was not far, and soon they arrived at the icy realm. This island is truly frigid, yet with Nai around, it feels like spring. I increasingly believe Nai is omnipotent, Xiaoxue remarked, gazing at Nai, who was using psychic powers to shield them from the cold, creating a warm atmosphere that rendered the chilling environment imperceptible. There appears to be no one here. Yisu observed the deserted surroundings. Typically, few venture to this island unless seeking ice or water-type Pokémon, for the climate is exceedingly harsh, Kina noted. You seem quite familiar with this place. I spent some time on Twin Islands before and even encountered the legendary Articuno, Kina revealed. You have met Articuno? Xingdai exclaimed in astonishment. The scene was truly breathtaking. When Articuno appeared, it felt as though the temperature on Twin Islands plummeted to 0. Had it not been for my previous responsibilities, I would have surely battled it, Kina expressed with a hint of regret. Indeed, such legendary creatures are rare encounters. Some may go their entire lives without ever meeting one. Reflecting on it now, I realize I was too young back then, Kina mused, recognizing the might of such beings and realizing the absurdity of her former aspirations to capture one. Perhaps you, Kina, could capture that Articuno, Yisu suggested. Kina shook her head. I lack the capability to capture Articuno. I wouldn't even dare approach it. If you defeat it, it may be possible for you to capture it, Nas said, glancing at Kina. Kina sighed, realizing that had she not witnessed the power of legendary Pokémon, she might have had the audacity to try capturing it, but now, understanding its strength, she felt inadequate. My Dragonair would likely stand no chance against Articuno. I can assist you. Naitso took out the Pokeball containing Zapdos and handed it to Kona. You can defeat it with my Zapdos. As for whether Articuno will acknowledge you afterward, that is beyond my control. Kona shook her head once more. Forget it. We don't even know if Articuno is still around. If it is, Naitso, you should go and capture it. If I were to capture it, my methods might be a bit ruthless. After all, legendary Pokémon are not easily tamed. Besides, Sister Kona, You also have a fondness for Articuno, don't you? Observing Kona's lingering hesitation, Nightso urged, Sister Kona, do not hesitate any longer. If you truly like it, take action, otherwise, it may fly away. And you wouldn't be able to find it again. Kona was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Nightso as though entranced. Seeing her in such a daze, Nightso waved his hand in front of her eyes and asked, Sister Kona, what's wrong? Kona snapped back to reality and broke into a smile. You're right, Nightso. If I like it, I should act. If it flies away, I might never have the chance again. So, dear Nightso, I like you. She embraced Nightso and planted a kiss on his cheek before taking the Master Ball from his hand. Nightso. Nasi's gaze was fixed on Nightso, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. Nightso, at that moment, was also taken aback. He had been unexpectedly kissed again. Why was he always so passive in these situations? After all, he was a man. Sister Kona. Nightso turned to her, but before she could respond, he pulled her into an embrace and kissed her lips. Nasi and the others blinked in shock for a moment, and then the tumult of jealousy surged within them. Separate them, the girls exclaimed in unison, intervening to pull Nightso and Kona apart. Kona, you've sneakily run off just like Nasi. How despicable. Alice remarked, I was clearly the first. Kona touched her cheek, feeling a fiery warmth. Although she hadn't looked in a mirror, she could tell her face was flushed. However, Kona felt immense joy. Her indirect confession had just occurred. And now was Nightso responding to her feelings? Noticing the unfriendly gazes from the others, Nightso quickly shifted the topic, saying, let us hurry and find Articuno. We wouldn't want it to escape. Don't worry, it won't get away. Even if it does, I can still capture it, Kona remarked meaningfully, gazing at Nightso. As they ventured into the icy cavern, they ignored the Pokémon around them and proceeded deeper. Nightso, have you ever considered capturing an Ice-type Pokémon? Ice-types are quite powerful and can counter Dragon types. Why not capture Articuno? Kona suggested. Let us see how it goes. If Articuno doesn't acknowledge you, then I'll step in. However, we should at least give it a try. Who knows, we might succeed. Nightso replied. All right. After all, some things must be grasped firmly in one's own hands. Wouldn't you agree? Kona's gaze was fixed intensely on Nightso. Chapter 127, Articuno vs. Zapdos. Let us hurry. We can't let Articuno get away. Nasi interrupted the gaze shared between Nightso and Kona, stepping between them. Upon reaching the depths of the underground cavern, amidst a landscape of ice and snow, Nightso and the others finally spotted Articuno. Furthermore, there were not just one but two Articunos present, a large one and a smaller one. The larger Articuno directed a wary gaze towards Nightso and the others, though its suspicion diminished considerably upon spotting Kona. Previously, when Kona had undertaken a mission, she had assisted Articuno, so it recognized her. The smaller Articuno curiously observed Nightso and the others, having never seen humans before. Articuno, do you still remember me? Kona asked. Looking at the larger one, Articuno nodded, recalling how Kona had helped it in the past. Name, Articuno. Type, Ice, Flying. Potential, Level 3 Legendary. Strength, Mid-tier Level 3 Legendary. After assessing Articuno's strength, Nightso nodded inwardly. With Zapdos' high-tier Level 3 Legendary prowess, coupled with Kona's guidance, defeating Articuno should not pose a problem. However, capturing Articuno was another matter altogether. Even though Kona had aided it, it was merely a suggestion and hardly constituted a favor. Kona gazed at Articuno, hesitating briefly before stating, Articuno, I wish to capture you, may I? Articuno's gaze sharpened, and it let out a soft cry. Sister Kona, Articuno says that if you can defeat it, it may consider your request, Nightso explained to Kona. Is that so? Then let Articuno and I battle. Kona's expression turned serious, having decided to capture it. She would not procrastinate. Come forth, Zapdos. Upon emerging, Zapdos looked at Kona with a puzzled expression, questioning how its Pokeball had ended up in her hands. Zapdos, for now, follow Sister Kona's commands, Nightso instructed. Reluctantly, Zapdos nodded. While it was uncomfortable being commanded by someone else, fate was inescapable. It turned its gaze toward Articuno. Upon seeing Articuno, Zapdos' demeanor shifted dramatically, a flicker of hostility igniting in its eyes. Articuno regarded Zapdos with equal animosity. The three legendary birds shared a tumultuous relationship, akin to that of natural enemies. The legendary birds formed a distinct group, albeit one with limited numbers, each possessing its own territory. Occasionally, conflicts would arise between them over territory disputes, an instinct seemingly ingrained in their DNA. Nightso did not comprehend the significance of such disputes, but it appeared that the instinct to fight for territory was innate. Articuno, this Zapdos is not my Pokémon. I wonder if you can accept it, Kona queried. Articuno pondered for a moment before shaking its head. You cannot earn my acknowledgement unless you defeat me with your true strength, it communicated through telepathy. This it seems Sister Kona has failed, Shungdai remarked, understanding Articuno's telepathic message. Nightso, this is not good. My strongest Pokemon is Kingdra. But it is not a match for Articuno. Kona's tone expressed a hint of disappointment, while her lack of strength was her own doing. Coming so close to a legendary Pokemon without success was disheartening. Sister Kona, consider this battle an opportunity to gauge the strengths of Articuno and Zapdos. I will capture Articuno. Nightso declared, realizing that since Articuno did not acknowledge Kona, he was left with no choice. Then let the battle commence. Zapdos, I hope you can assist me. I implore you. Kona addressed Zapdos. Understanding the close bond between Kona and Nightso, and with Nightso's command, Zapdos nodded solemnly. Moreover, the mere presence of Articuno motivated Zapdos to give its all in the fight. Can Sister Kona capture Articuno? Xiaoxue inquired of Nightso. Absolutely, even without Sister Kona's guidance. That Articuno is no match for Zapdos, Nightso replied. Among the three legendary birds, Articuno was the least advantageous, as both Moltres and Zapdos could counter it. Of course, Articuno's Ice-type moves could counter Zapdos' electric and flying types, but it was weak to Moltres' fire and flying types. Yet, type advantages did not determine everything. It merely indicated a slight inherent edge, and the outcome was far from certain. Zapdos, use quick attack. Kona commanded. Zapdos transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant, its speed astonishing Kona. Previously, as an observer, she had witnessed Zapdos' speed, but now, while commanding it, she realized just how swift it truly was. Use beak drill. Zapdos' sharp beak delivered a particularly effective strike as it executed the move. Articuno was caught off guard by the sudden assault and could not evade in time. Boom. The impact reverberated as it struck the ice, creating profound fissures in the perennial glacier at the cavern's deepest recess. Observing the trembling ground, Yisu directed Nai Yi, maintain your footing here. Ensure this place does not collapse. Nai nodded, a glimmer of determination sparking in her eyes, as her formidable psychic power anchored the surroundings, shielding them from the tumult of battle. Articuno shook its head and then took flight, unleashing a freezing beam towards Zapdos, encasing everything in its path in ice. This display was far superior to the freezing beam employed by Champion Dato's Dragonite, rendering any comparison futile. The young Articuno, trembling in fear, watched the fray with wide eyes. It seemed to have only recently emerged from its egg, having lived alongside its parent Articuno in the cave, entirely unaccustomed to combat. Come here, little one. Yisu beckoned to the quivering young Articuno. This fledgling possessed the potential of a level 3 deity, as all legendary Pokemon typically do, indicating its lineage from the larger Articuno, with a power level nearing that of a champion. Legendary Pokemon are not inherently powerful at birth, but they are extraordinary from the moment they emerge. For instance, the three legendary birds often exhibit the strength of a champion immediately upon hatching. Nai's psychic strength and Yisu's affinity with Pokemon generated a palpable bond, fostering a sense of familiarity in the young Articuno's gaze. Chapter 128. The Defeat of Articuno. Cousin, I believe Articuno is more aesthetically pleasing than Zapdos, said Shungdai, observing the majestic creature. You won't be upset by my opinion, will you? Why would I be? I too find Articuno to be the most beautiful among the three legendary birds, Yisu replied. Indeed, in terms of appearance, Articuno outshines both Zapdos and Moltres, and Yisu held this belief firmly. I share your sentiment, Naizi added. The fierce battle between Zapdos and Articuno raged on, with Articuno now decidedly at a disadvantage. Zapdos unleashed thunder. The electric-type attack struck with astonishing speed, catching Articuno off guard and delivering a jolt that singed its feathers, leaving traces of electricity dancing across its body. Use electromagnetic cannon. Before Articuno could descend to the ground, it was bombarded by the powerful blast. It crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering the ice it had created and exposing the earth beneath. Fortunately, Nai's psychic force had stabilized the area, averting a potential collapse. Reeling from the relentless assault, Articuno appeared dazed and disoriented. It ascended once more, summoning its mightiest attack, Absolute Zero. This powerful move could plunge opponents into a state of near death, its terrifying potency contingent upon hitting its target. Thankfully, Nai managed to counteract the chilling aura, else it would have left Yisu and the others frozen in place. Zapdos activated its protective shield, a barrier formed from primal energy, to withstand Articuno's frigid onslaught. Impressive. Zapdos won't be defeated, will it? Little Shui asked anxiously as she watched the clash. Not at all. Given Zapdos' strength, it may sustain some injuries, but it will undoubtedly hold its ground, Yisu reassured her with a smile. Indeed, Zapdos successfully deflected the attack, though it bore significant damage from Articuno's formidable strike. Seizing the opportunity, Articuno dove towards Zapdos, employing its signature move, Sacred Bird. Zapdos quickly used Protect. However, this protective maneuver did not yield the expected results. While it is an effective technique for non-legendary Pokémon, it proved less effective in the face of a battle between deities compared to a shield formed from primal energy. The shield shattered, sending Zapdos crashing into the icy waters of a nearby lake, which curiously remained unfrozen, perhaps due to Articuno's influence. Articuno has forced Zapdos into the water. This could spell trouble for Articuno, as water conducts electricity, Shungdai observed. No sooner had he spoken than the lake erupted with electric light. A deafening thunderclap resounding as the water vaporized under the searing heat released by the electricity. How terrifying! A lake has just vanished, exclaimed Little Shui. Is this the true power of legendary Pokémon? Ming Shui marveled. Over 2 millennia ago, legendary Pokémon were not widely known. Only the most renowned ones, such as Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, garnered any fame. Yet despite enduring such a cataclysmic assault, Articuno remained standing, albeit in a weakened state. Legendary Pokémon possess remarkable resilience, and the disparity in strength between Zapdos and Articuno was not so vast as to conclude the battle swiftly. Zapdos, unleash Hyper Beam. Kina commanded, eyeing Articuno's deteriorating condition. Zapdos concentrated, releasing a devastating beam of light towards Articuno, leaving behind intricate gorges in its wake. Articuno summoned its primal energy to form an icy barrier, mitigating some of the attack's ferocity, though it still suffered considerable damage. If only Kina had summoned Dragonite or Rayquaza, this battle would have been over by now. Yisu mused, observing the fierce struggle. If Dragonite, a level 2 deity at its peak, had intervened, it could have subdued Articuno in mere moments. Rayquaza alone could have intimidated Articuno into submission. Yet Articuno could not endure much longer. Its injuries were severe, while Zapdos' wounds were comparatively minor. Articuno ascended once more, unleashing a snowstorm, the biting winds and swirling snowflakes discomfiting Zapdos. Seizing the moment before Zapdos could retaliate, Articuno invoked Hail, enhancing its evasion due to its snow cloak ability while simultaneously dealing damage to Zapdos. A splendid dual advantage. Zapdos used Thunder continuously. Kina quickly devised a plan. Recognizing that if Articuno aimed to exhaust Zapdos, they would see whose damage output reigned supreme. Articuno utilized Quick Attack, deftly dodging Zapdos' relentless thunder strikes. Despite its agility, Articuno could not evade every attack. Once more, lightning struck, momentarily paralyzing it mid-air. Yet this brief pause heralded a barrage of furious assaults from Zapdos. The endurance of legendary Pokémon allowed Zapdos to maintain an unceasing barrage of thunder, something impossible for ordinary Pokémon. The continual strikes left Articuno in a state of paralysis, its feathers singeing as it fought to escape. Let it end. Zapdos, use Sacred Bird. Boom. Bang. Articuno was launched through the air, sent sprawling for dozens of meters before finally halting, its injuries rendering it incapable of further combat, though it was not in immediate peril. Witnessing her mother so gravely wounded, the young Articuno rushed forward, placing itself protectively in front of Articuno, its gaze fierce as it stared defiantly at the soaring Zapdos, embodying bravery despite its diminutive stature. Zapdos regarded the little Articuno with disdain, viewing this tiny creature with an air of superiority. Nightso, could you please have Naya heal the Articuno's injuries? Kona hurriedly addressed Nightso. Understood. Nightso nodded, instructing Naya to mend the Articuno's wounds and also attend to Zapdos. As the Articuno rose and surveyed its body, it glanced at the levitating Ralts in astonishment. This diminutive Ralts was capable of healing its injuries, a stark contrast to the Ralts it typically encountered. Chapter 129, The Island of Kamabopami. However, the Articuno remained oblivious to the immense power possessed by Naya, a force beyond its comprehension. The Articuno regarded Kona, acknowledging its defeat, yet recognizing that this was not a reflection of Kona's true strength. What a pity, no wonder legendary Pokémon cannot be possessed. It is a rarity for ordinary individuals to even meet such beings, let alone conquer them, lamented Xiaoxue. Nevertheless, my cousin is an exception, Shurdai remarked, casting a glance at Nightso. Xiaoya, what shall we do next? Alice inquired, nudging Nightso. Of course, we shall capture it, Nightso declared, retrieving a Master Ball purchased from the system shop. What say you? Will you join my team as my Pokémon? Nightso posed the question to the Articuno. Presenting the Master Ball before the Articuno, it glanced at the small Articuno and gently nudged the ball with its wing, transforming into a red beam of light and being drawn inside. It understood who Zapdos belonged to. Clearly, Nightso was no ordinary trainer. After a brief moment inside, the Articuno emerged of its own volition, the Master Ball having failed to contain it. Surprised by the Articuno's return, Nightso asked, "Do you wish to remain uncaptured?" The Articuno shook its head, its gaze shifting towards the small Articuno before returning to Nightso. Humph. Nightso was taken aback, then inquired, "Do you wish for me to take this small Articuno with me?" The Articuno nodded affirmatively. Why not allow Kona to capture it? This way, you can be together. Nightso questioned, puzzled. The Articuno shook its head. In truth, the Articuno had intended to drive away the small Articuno. Had Nightso and the others arrived a couple of days later, they might never have encountered the small Articuno. Humph. Very well, I understand your intent, Nightso acknowledged. The Articuno did not wish for the small Articuno to remain under its wing for eternity, stunting its growth. The Articuno called out to the small Articuno several times. It nodded in response and approached Nightso's side. Nightso reached out to stroke the small Articuno's feathers, which felt icy to the touch. One could imagine how delightful it would be to nap against the Articuno during summer. I shall take good care of you. Come on in. Nightso produced a Master Ball and placed it before the small Articuno. The small Articuno extended its wing to touch the Pokeball and was subsequently drawn inside. Kona, this small Articuno is entrusted to you, Nightso said, handing over the Master Ball. Huh, why are you giving it to me? This is your Pokemon. I won't take it. Kona protested. It's fine. I already have an Articuno. This small one is perfect for you to nurture a bond from a young age, Nightso reassured. Then I thank you. Nightso, Kona replied, not wanting to seem ungrateful. With Kona capturing an Articuno and Nightso capturing one as well, we have truly achieved our goal, Xiaoxua exclaimed with a smile. This makes things even worse for Dado, Alice remarked. Originally, Dado's Dragonite was already at a disadvantage against Kona, and now there was an additional Articuno. Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that there would now be two Articunos here. It seems you've gained a new companion, Kona remarked, looking at the Articuno. Humph. The Articuno called out and voluntarily returned to its Pokeball. Now that you possess a legendary Pokemon, you should be able to become the champion of the Kanto region, Shurdai proclaimed. Kona shook her head lightly and chuckled. I have no intention of becoming a champion. Why not? Both Xiaoxue and Shurdai asked, puzzled. I believe being a top-tier trainer is sufficient. There is no need to chase after the title of champion, especially since it comes with numerous responsibilities, Kona explained. A top-tier trainer merely needs to manage their region without issues, whereas a champion must oversee the entire region and address any arising problems. If I were to become a champion, just dealing with Team Rocket would be enough of a headache. Their influence far surpasses that of other nefarious organizations. Kona expressed her reluctance to constantly battle Team Rocket. Given her original strength, she certainly had the potential to become a champion, especially since the strongest Dado was severely countered by her. Alright, let us not dwell on such topics any longer. With the capture of the Articuno, our objectives have been successfully fulfilled, so let us depart, Nightso proclaimed. The primary aim of their visit was to assist Kona in capturing the Articuno. Yet Nightso had unexpectedly captured one as well. Now that their goal had been accomplished, there was no need to linger in the frigid landscape any longer. The climate of Twin Island was extremely cold, likely due to the presence of the Articuno. Now that the Articuno had been captured by Nightso and was leaving, perhaps the island would eventually shed its icy visage. What a pity for a beautiful tourist destination, though Nightso could hardly be blamed. Nonetheless, any significant changes were unlikely to occur in the immediate future. Boarding the ferry back to Pallet Town, Nightso felt the sea breeze upon the vessel. Xiaoya, I've heard there is an island called Kamabapami nearby, known as the Island of Blastoise. Are you interested? Alice's voice chimed in. Blastoise, you say? Let us go. We have nothing pressing to attend to. If we find a Blastoise with great potential, it would be a worthy addition, Nightso replied. Kamabapami Island? Nasi pulled out a map, but found no mention of such a place. It seems this place isn't marked on the map. Did you perhaps miss here, Alice? Nasi queried. I know the way. Since Nightso is interested, let us go take a look, Alice replied. Having decided to head towards Kamabapami Island, Nightso and the others boarded Kona's Lapras, making their way to the island. The proximity of Twin Island to Kamabapami Island meant that within a few minutes, they arrived at the island known for Blastoise. This island seems rather small, Shurdai remarked as he gazed at the tiny landmass from a distance. In truth, the island was indeed quite diminutive, which was likely why it was absent from the map. Few people are aware of this island. I learned about it from an old man during my travels, Alice explained. We're almost there, Nightso announced, standing up to observe the approaching island. Upon setting foot on the island, they were greeted by a ground littered with turtle shells, densely scattered across the area. If Nightso had a fear of clusters, he might have succumbed to panic at the sight. Are these the shells of Squirtless? Xiaoxue inquired, examining the multitude of shells. It seems a bit odd. Why are they all retreating into their shells? Shurdai commented, observing the unusual sight. Chapter 130. The Unusual Jigglypuff. They appear to be asleep. However, such a large-scale slumber must have some underlying cause, Nightso mused, utilizing his aura to investigate the shells. Discovering that they were indeed sleeping and seemed to be under a hypnotic state. As they moved forward, they suddenly spotted a larger Blastoise, which also appeared to be sleeping, tucked into its shell. I'll go take a look, Shurdai volunteered, approaching the Blastoise's location. However, as he neared, he began to faintly hear a mesmerizing melody. Upon hearing the enchanting tune, thoughts of sleep began to creep into Shurdai's mind, as the sound was irresistibly hypnotic. Moments later, Shurdai closed his eyes and, disregarding the safety of his surroundings, began to fall backward as if his spirit had left his body. Nightso, quick on his feet, rushed over to catch Shurdai just as he was about to hit the ground. Shurdai, wake up! Nightso urged, shaking him gently. What transpired? What has happened to Saint Dai? Alice and Kono approached. Nightso also heard a wondrous sound and turned his gaze towards the spot where the Blastoise lay asleep. It seemed to resemble the voice of Jigglypuff. Naza contemplated the sound carefully and spoke to Nightso. Jigglypuff is renowned for its ability to lull all Pokémon into slumber. Yet it appears that its powers have diminished significantly in this world. With its round, ball-like shape, Jigglypuff is adored by girls, and its petite cat-like ears and large, expressive eyes make it irresistible to any normal person. Following extensive research by numerous Pokémon professors, it has been suggested that Jigglypuff's body may be filled with air. In the Pokémon arena featured in the games, defeating Jigglypuff results in it collapsing and transforming into a deflated balloon or a mere scrap of paper. Furthermore, when angered, it inflates its body like a pufferfish to express its displeasure. To be able to induce sleep in all the Squirtless, and even hypnotize Blastoise, is truly impressive, remarked Ming Xue. Indeed, Jigglypuff's song is far more effective than any form of hypnosis. One could argue that its greatest strength lies in its ability to induce slumber. Consequently, Pokémon centers often enlist Jigglypuff to lull Pokémon to facilitate treatment. Nightso, I am feeling quite drowsy, began Xiaoxue, but before she could finish her sentence, her body collapsed straight down like a small snowflake. The only ones unaffected by the hypnosis were Nightso, Ming Xue, and Naza. Nightso and Naza possessed psychic abilities that rendered them immune to the effects of hypnosis, while Ming Xue's formidable mental strength was unmatched. Having sustained her will for 2 millennia, the sound seemed to emanate from Blastoise. Could it be that Jigglypuff resides within it? Naza mused aloud, listening to Jigglypuff's melody. It seems so. Let us investigate, Nightso replied as he stepped forward. This Jigglypuff appears to be quite stuck inside, Nightso lamented. Nai, can you extract Jigglypuff? Nightso looked up at Nai, knowing that if there was a problem, she would be the one to solve it. With a flick of her small hand, Nai utilized her psychic powers to pull Jigglypuff out from Blastoise's body. At that moment, Jigglypuff, microphone in hand, gazed blankly at Nightso, seemingly oblivious to how it had been freed. This Jigglypuff resembles the one belonging to Ash, Nightso thought to himself, realizing why its hypnotic abilities were so potent. This particular Jigglypuff was unlike its counterparts. Ordinary Jigglypuff did not possess such an extraordinary hypnotic effect. Its ability to transcend its species' limitations was evident. Even the evolved form, Wigglytuff, had never been known to put an entire island's Squirtless to sleep. Jigglypuff resumed its song after a brief moment of bewilderment, disregarding the trio before it. I apologize, but for the sake of my companions, you must sleep now. After uttering these words, Nightso delivered a precise blow to Jigglypuff's head, ensuring just the right amount of force to render it unconscious without causing harm. If Jigglypuff continued to sing, Kona and the others might never awaken. Nai, please awaken the Squirtless and Kona, he instructed. If left to his own devices, he could call out for ages. What just happened? Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Saint Dai mumbled, still groggy. It was that Jigglypuff that caused you all to doze off. Nightso pointed at the unconscious Jigglypuff on the ground. Incredible. To be able to lull all the Squirtless on this island into sleep is quite a feat. Perhaps this Jigglypuff is indeed special, Nightso observed, noting that even the Blastoise, which possessed peak Elite Four strength, had succumbed to Jigglypuff's hypnosis, demonstrating its formidable power. Were it not for the fact that Jigglypuff's song could be as damaging to itself as it was to others, Nightsoar would have considered capturing it. Just a simple singing hypnosis ability that can incapacitate any Pokemon below Elite Four level is no small feat. Perhaps even the Pokemon of the Elite Four might fall under Jigglypuff's influence. However, the drawback is its extensive range and lack of control. If it were to hypnotize both opponents and spectators during a match, it would render the competition meaningless. After conversing with Blastoise for a while, Nightsoar departed the area, leaving a brief explanation regarding Jigglypuff. His decision to leave Jigglypuff behind was also for Ash's sake, as Ash had been enduring quite a challenging experience in the latest series. After bidding farewell to Blastoise and Jigglypuff, Nightsoar and his companions left Caneboom Island. Where to next? There's still quite some time before the Indigo Conference. Nightsoar said with a hint of boredom. Now that we have collected all the badges, we await the commencement of the Indigo Conference. Sister, where do you suggest we go? Nightsoar inquired of Alice. Allow me to be your guide. I guarantee a delightful experience, Alice replied warmly. Alice, don't you think you're getting a bit too close? Kona interjected, jealousy seeping into her tone. It matters not. How I dote on my dear brother is my concern. Little Knight wouldn't mind, would you? What do you, an outsider, have to say? Alice retorted, emphasizing the word outsider. Nightsoar wouldn't mind. I certainly would, Naza stated, her gaze fixed intently on Alice. Observing Naza's eyes, which seemed to view her as an adversary, Alice coolly remarked. Naza, you're practically glued to Nightsoar. What of it? Nightsoar and I are already in a relationship, Naza declared with pride. Isn't that right, Nightsoar? She enunciated each word, her smile gentle, yet her tone icy. Nightsoar felt a chill of fear at the thought of dissenting. Suddenly, he realized that managing a harem is not an easy task. He could empathize with the struggles of his friend Chung. Yet, he aspired to be like Shidu. Little Knight and I are siblings, Alice insisted, unwilling to back down. Chapter 31, Return to the Laboratory. Nightsoar is mine. You all step aside, Kona exclaimed, seizing the opportunity amidst Alice and Naza's quarrel to drag Nightsoar away. How cunning. Kona, come back. Nightsoar and the others arrived at a city by boat, where the sky was overcast and the air was frigid. The grass drooped and the branches twisted as they looked up to find the clouds densely packed. And to their surprise, rain began to fall silently. They quickly sought refuge in a hotel. Who would have thought it would rain so suddenly? Let us shower first, Kona said, still clinging to Nightsoar's arm as Alice and Naza glared at her with dangerous eyes. Coupled with the disapproving looks from Saint Dai and Xiao Shui, it seemed the situation was heading in an unfavorable direction. Nightsoar seized the opportunity and dashed into the bathroom, locking the door behind him to escape the perilous predicament. Meanwhile, Ming Shui and Nai Yi prepared dinner, with Xiao Shui following along to learn how to cook, while Saint Dai retreated to their room to study. Nightsoar lingered in the bathroom until the dead of night, waiting for the commotion outside to subside before venturing to his room to sleep. The next morning, Nightsoar awoke to find that Kona and the others were unusually docile, as if they had transformed into different people. He was uncertain of what had transpired the previous night, but he found this demeanor preferable. Saint Dai, why do you seem so downcast? Xiao Shui asked, observing Saint Dai's lack of energy. Did you perhaps study too late last night? Nightsoar inquired. Actually, I need to return to school. Saint Dai replied with a hint of despondency. I don't want to go back. I wish to travel with my cousin. It's a pity I must return to studies. Exams are coming up, and it feels dreadful, Saint Dai lamented, tugging at her hair. It's all right. We have video calls. If you miss me, just give me a call, Nightsoar reassured, gently stroking Saint Dai's silky hair. She nodded, though her spirits remained low. When the Indigo Conference occurs, I will cheer for my cousin, she said reluctantly. After such a long journey, parting suddenly was bound to be jarring for anyone, especially since Saint Dai cherished her cousin Nightsoar deeply. Cousin, you must call me. Don't forget about me. Rest assured, with how adorable you are. How could I possibly forget? Nightsoar ruffled her hair affectionately. Saint Dai departed for school, her grandfather having arranged for her to be flown there by helicopter. With her departure, Nightsoar felt an undeniable sense of adjustment. Nightsoar shook his head, retrieving a map of the Kanto region. He had traversed most of the locations marked on it, having visited all the notable spots, save for a few obscure and remote areas. In truth, the Orange Islands also belonged to the Kanto region, and after the conclusion of the Quartz Conference, Nightsoar certainly intended to pay a visit, especially since Lugia made an appearance there in the original story. Additionally, due to geographical factors and various influences, many Pokémon had undergone slight mutations. Furthermore, there was also the Orange League to participate in. Xiaoyi, are you heading back to Professor Oak's place? Alice inquired. In a few days. I still have some matters to attend to. It just so happens that Mew typically appears around this time, so I plan to visit Sakaki tomorrow. Once I've captured Mew, I'll return to Professor Oak's lab. To capture Mew, I first need a successful clone of Mewtwo and wait for Mewtwo to hold some kind of conference. Before long, Nightso and his companions arrived in Jubilife City. It seems the Jubilife gym is closed. What's going on? Kona remarked. Generally, gyms are open unless there are significant events. Sakaki must be busy cloning Mewtwo, Nightso mused quietly. Nightso. Xiaoshu approached, greeting him. Is your journey over? Yes, I've collected 10 badges. But I failed to challenge the Jubilife gym, Xiaoshu replied, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Today, I'm here to challenge the Jubilife gym again, he added. His enthusiasm rekindled. You might be disappointed. The Jubilife gym is closed today. I lost to a Pokemon clad in purple armor before, and today I aim to defeat it and redeem myself. Upon hearing this, Nightso realized the Pokemon in purple armor must be Mewtwo. He hadn't expected the cloning to succeed so swiftly. Just in time, let's go see Grandpa, Xiaoshu suggested. Alright, let us go. Nightso, do you live in Pallet Town? Naji asked. Yes, I can show you my home, Nightso replied with a smile. Naji's face began to flush. Was she already being introduced to his family? She felt unprepared. Naji, your face is red. Do you have a fever? Nightso placed his hand on her forehead. It feels quite normal. I'm fine, Naji shook her head. Nightso and his companions arrived at Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. Finally home, he sighed. Let's head to the backyard. Grandpa should be there. Professor Oak's lab was expansive, filled with numerous staff members who assisted him with daily tasks. Upon reaching the backyard, Xiaoshu immediately began to showcase his captured Pokemon to Nightso, boasting about his diverse collection. However, while he had many Pokemon, their strength was somewhat lacking. Grandpa, it's Xiao Yi and Alice, Professor Oak exclaimed, noticing Nightso and his friends. I never expected Xiao Yi to achieve so much, bringing along so many girls. Even the champion of Kanto could be charmed by him. He truly is my grandson, he chuckled. Kona and the others blushed at being referred to as girls, feeling quite flustered. Grandpa, I'm here too. Why don't you acknowledge me? Xiaoshu seemed to fade into the background. You. When will you be able to speak to me like Xiao Yi does? Professor Oak replied coldly. I'm your grandson too. Xiaoshu sulked in a corner, doodling circles. Xiao Yi, have you finished collecting badges? Yes, it wasn't easy, Nightso replied. Well then, take a few days to rest at home. It's the perfect opportunity to bond with your girlfriends, Professor Oak whispered in Nightso's ear. Nightso, may I see your Charizard? Xiaoshu asked eagerly. Of course, Nightso responded. Releasing Charizard. Huh, why does the flame on Charizard's tail differ from a regular Charizard's? Xiaoshu asked curiously. This must be a mutation, Nightso offered casually. Deciding it best not to delve into matters of legendary Pokemon. Nightso and Xiaoshu were not yet close enough for such discussions. Had it been Professor Oak, he would have readily shared. Xiaoshu was intrigued by the color of Charizard's tail flame, yet he held back from asking further. By the way, I want to have a battle between my Blastoise and your Charizard, Xiaoshu suddenly suggested. Chapter 132, Blastoise vs. Charizard. Last time, Xiaoshu's Blastoise had lost to Nightso's Clefairy, and he was eager to achieve a victory over Nightso, hence proposing this matchup, especially since Blastoise had a type advantage. Xiaoshu felt a bit guilty. Using type advantage felt a bit excessive, but he yearned for a win, having spent his life overshadowed by Nightso's brilliance, which was difficult for his pride to bear. Alright, Charizard, do you mind? Nightso asked Charizard. He understood Xiaoshu's feelings. Were he in Xiaoshu's position, Nightso would utilize any means to secure victory, as long as it was not underhanded. However, Nightso also considered Charizard's thoughts. If Charizard showed no interest in battling, he would decline Xiaoshu's challenge. With a mighty roar, Charizard seemed eager to fight. Alright, let us do this, Nightso said, understanding Charizard's intent. Excellent. Blastoise. This is your chance for redemption. Xiaoshu tossed Blastoise's Pokeball. Compared to their last encounter, Xiaoshu's Blastoise had grown stronger, showcasing his training prowess. When Nightso first met Xiaoshu in the black market, Blastoise was still in its Wartortle stage, and during their last battle on the ship, it had reached mid-champion level. This progress was indeed remarkable. Now, Xiaoshu's Blastoise remained at mid-champion level, yet it appeared significantly stronger than before. However, it paled in comparison to the Blastoise Nightso had encountered on Cinnabar Island. Professor Oak observed both Pokemon and shook his head at Xiaoshu. Recognizing that Xiaoshu was still too young, he was well aware of the strength of Nightso's Charizard. In terms of presence alone, Xiaoshu's Blastoise already seemed to be at a disadvantage. I'll attack first. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Familiar with this move, Xiaoshu initiated with Hydro Pump. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Although Charizard lacked the type advantage, its sheer strength rendered the type matchup almost negligible. Blastoise unleashed high-pressure streams of water from its cannons toward Charizard. If it were the old Charizard, it might have fled at the sight, but since overcoming its fear of water types, Charizard was now emboldened in battle. It fearlessly released a torrent of flames to counter the Hydro Pump. Xiao, witnessing Charizard's refusal to evade and instead confront the Hydro Pump head-on, felt a surge of excitement, believing victory was within reach. He did not think Charizard could withstand the Hydro Pump. However, reality dealt Xiao a shocking blow. The Hydro Pump launched by Blastoise was evaporated by Charizard's searing flames, and the flames, having nullified the Hydro Pump, surged toward Blastoise. How could this happen? What about the type advantage? Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. The disparity in power is too great. Nitzo's Charizard is far superior to your Blastoise, so your loss is only to be expected. Keep trying, Professor Oak advised, shaking his head. Yet, even Professor Oak was taken aback by the strength of Charizard's flames. After months, it had grown stronger, capable of evaporating the Hydro Pump. The temperature must have been extraordinarily high. Blastoise was struck by the flames, instantly incapacitated, its body turning red as if it had been roasted by the intense heat. Blastoise, are you all right? Xiao rushed over, his concern evident, only to be scorched by the intense heat. The Blastoise has sustained burns. Let me take it for treatment. Professor Oak gently patted Shigeru on the shoulder. Shigeru appeared somewhat despondent. He had initially hoped to secure victory over Yasu by exploiting type advantages. Yet he found himself unable to overcome a fire-type Pokémon, despite both being starters from the Kanto region. This defeat weighed heavily on him. While he could attribute his previous loss to the fairy-type Pokémon to a lack of skill, this time, even with the type advantage, he was swiftly vanquished. Xiaoya, your strikes were excessively harsh, Alice remarked. I concur, Ness said in agreement. I never anticipated that Shigeru's Blastoise would prove so fragile. Fortunately, Yasu had whispered this remark softly enough that only Kona and the others could hear. Had Shigeru caught wind of it, it would have undoubtedly dealt another blow to his morale. It seems my training is still insufficient. I shall certainly defeat you next time, just wait, Shigeru declared, refusing to be defeated by this setback, transforming his sorrow into determination. I will await that day. I believe in your potential, Yasu smiled. Shigeru's aura of a protagonist rivaled that of Satoshi, though he exhibited a touch more composure than Satoshi, albeit only in comparison. However, in reality, the gap in strength between Yasu and Shigeru would only continue to widen. Yasu and Kona, alongside their companions, took up residence at Professor Oak's laboratory, coinciding with the unfolding of the Mutwo storyline in Masera Town. So, Xiaoya, what shall we do next? Alice inquired. We shall wait. In a few days, an intriguing event shall transpire. What kind of interesting event? Naz leaned on the table, her chin resting on her hands, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Naz, you look quite adorable, Yasu teased. Naz's cheeks flushed slightly, making her even more endearing. We await a legendary Pokémon. If all goes as planned, it should be Mew. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Mew? It has been elusive in recent years, Kona remarked. Mew is a legendary Pokémon from the Kanto region, shrouded in mystery. Unlike Ditto, Mew can transform not just its appearance, but also its aura, meaning that any Pokémon encountered in Kanto could potentially be Mew. Moreover, Mew only appears in legends. Were it not for historical documents unearthed from ancient ruins, the very existence of Mew would remain a contentious issue. You all carry on with your conversation. I shall go train my Pokémon, Yasu announced to Kona and the others before heading towards the mountains behind Masera Town. I want to join, Naz exclaimed, running up to link arms with Yasu. I want to go too, Kona chimed in, taking Yasu's other arm. What about me? Am I to be overlooked? Alice called out loudly. You too, step aside, Yasu is mine. Kona and Naz exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent agreement, then turned and dragged Yasu away, disregarding Alice's protest. Chapter 133, Yasu's Daily Life. Wait for me, I want to go too. Mingxue emerged from the kitchen just as Yasu was about to leave. As his nominal wife, she had no intention of relinquishing the chance to be with him. Humph, Alice huffed, feeling slighted that the three of them disregarded her presence, which infuriated her. In a sudden burst of determination, Alice leaped onto Yasu's back, the softness of her form brushing against him. Wow! Yasu felt the gentle sensation from behind and took a deep breath to steady himself, relishing the moment. Yasu thought to himself that were it not for his exceptional self-control and mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to temptation. With his hands pinned by the soft embrace and one person climbing on his back, although maintaining a harem was challenging, it certainly had its perks. Yasu finally understood why spring nights are fleeting. Hence, emperors do not rise early, for it was incredibly comfortable. However, The present situation was quite evident, aside from Mingxua. The others were not harmoniously coexisting. Yasu observed their fierce glances, as if sparks were about to fly. Moreover, in the background, a subtle gaze lingered. Xiaoxua, unlike Kona and Naz, did not express her feelings towards Yasu. She lacked the courage and constantly felt inferior compared to them. Yasu suddenly yelped in pain as Naz and Kona pinched his waist, and one of them bit the back of his neck. Xiaoya, are you alright? Mingxua asked with concern, as Yasu found himself surrounded by 3 women, leaving Mingxua unable to reach him. Could you please let me go? Between pinching my waist and biting my neck, who could endure such treatment? Yasu grimaced through his discomfort. Allow me to assist you. Mingxua rushed in to push Kona and the others aside, her strength far surpassing that of an average person. In critical moments, Mingxua truly proved her worth. Yasu planted a kiss on Mingxua's cheek in gratitude. That is only natural. Mingxua stammered, her cheeks turning as red as a ripe apple, evoking the desire to take a bite. All right, Xiaoya, Alice pronounced slowly. Nay, quickly take me away. Yasu nudged Nei, who had been watching the drama unfold from atop Yasu's head. Why is it always me who has to deal with troublesome matters? Nei complained, yet obediently transported Yasu to the mountains. Yasu and Mingxua vanished from the sight of the 3 women. Damn it, Yasu got away. Kona exclaimed. I'm leaving first. Naz suddenly levitated using her psychic abilities and flew toward the door. Where are you going? Don't run. Alice suddenly realized something and unleashed 3 heads of Dratini to pursue her. Yasu was transported by Nei to the mountains, finally finding a moment of peace, only to spot Kona and the others approaching swiftly. How did they arrive so quickly? Yasu noted as they clambered into the mountains, a vast area with few people. Ideal for training Pokémon. Xiaoya, just focus on training your Pokémon. I'll cook for you, Alice said to Yasu. Are you serious? No one has ever eaten the meals you prepare. Although Alice was a foodie, she lacked culinary skills. Then I will cook too, Naz declared, clenching her fists, unwilling to be outdone. After much effort, Yasu and his Pokémon finally reached noon, but during mealtime, Yasu found himself lost in thought, staring at the pitch-black substance before him. Is this coal or the fabled dark cuisine? Yasu pondered, hoping it was the former. Consuming this could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Yasu, how about trying my cooking? Naz eagerly watched him. Try mine first. I've put in a lot of effort for this, Alice prodded Yasu. This took a long time to prepare. If I gave it to my dog, it could whip up 3 dishes and a soup overnight. Is this truly food? Did none of you taste it first? Yasu's lips twitched. Was this even fit for human consumption? I think I might as well try Mingxua's cooking, Yasu decided, glancing at the dishes prepared by Mingxua, Kona, and Xiaoxua. No way, their dishes are not tasty, Alice rebutted. Yasu learned the meaning of double standards. Alice, have you even looked at what you made? It might not even be suitable for Pokémon. You should try mine, Kona said, picking up her chopsticks to offer Yasu a piece of meat. While its appearance may be unappealing, that shouldn't be grounds for dismissal. It might just taste divine. Alice also picked up a piece and offered it to Yasu. The gentle gesture contrasting sharply with the dark, unappetizing food. Yasu contemplated for a moment and resolved to eat Kona's meat. He thought to himself, is this black substance truly food for humans? Even if it meant offending Alice, Yasu would never eat the dark dish. He feared that if he did, he might end up in the hospital. Xiaoya, aren't you considering it? This took your sister quite some time to prepare. If a direct approach fails, then a gentle one is necessary. Alice spoke to Yasu in a soothing tone. I am satiated, yet if the opportunity arises, I would certainly indulge again. Nightfall stated with a hint of nonchalance. Then I shall eat alone. Alice puffed her cheeks and retorted sulkily. Oh dear sister, do not despair. Nightfall quickly intervened to prevent Alice's self-destructive thoughts. This substance could be lethal. While it may sound exaggerated, it emits a rather peculiar odor, and consuming it would undoubtedly result in food poisoning. Ultimately, after much earnest persuasion from Nightfall and Mingxua, Alice and Naz finally disposed of the coal-like substance. The most alarming aspect was that when it was cast to the ground, it instantly corroded a small hole, raising the question of whether they were indeed experimenting with poison, as its corrosive properties seemed to surpass even that of nitric acid. I want to learn how to cook. Nay, teach me. Alice resolutely ignored the small hole on the lawn, clenching her fists as determination surged within her. I still believe, dear sister, that you would be better off as a glutton. You simply lack the aptitude for this craft, Nightfall mused inwardly. This was not an intentional jab at Alice, but rather a genuine observation. Throughout their time together, she had made numerous attempts to learn cooking, each culminating in failure. Surely, an ordinary person would not produce such dubious creations after so much practice. Moreover, The chaos of her first culinary endeavor nearly set the kitchen ablaze. Time slipped away unnoticed. And before long, Nightfall had spent half a month in Masera Town. During this period, she dedicated most of her time to training Pokémon. Under the guidance of Champion Kanna and Professor Okido, Nightfall's prowess with Pokémon improved at a remarkable pace. Furthermore, Satoshi successfully captured a Jigglypuff from the Kanebome Island. Intending to challenge Nightfall, but was drawn into a heated quarrel with Shigeru, escalating into a playful scuffle. However, it was merely a Pokémon battle. Over the course of these 2 weeks, Nightfall had witnessed numerous skirmishes, with Satoshi often emerging as the loser. "Nightfall, drink some water," Naz said as she spotted Nightfall returning from her training session. "Oh, thank you," Nightfall replied just as Kanna rushed over, cutting in. "Nightfall, that water is mine." Nightfall glanced at the 2 bottles before her, feeling a sudden onset of indecision, unsure of which to choose. Alice, perched on the nearby sofa with a water jug, appeared to relish the unfolding drama. "Nightfall, knowing your fondness for milk tea, I prepared green tea for you," Kanna declared, holding up his cup. Nightfall looked at Kanna, momentarily speechless, perplexed by his logic. Knowing her taste for milk tea, he chose to brew green tea instead. "Or would you prefer plain water? It's freshly boiled," Xiaoxue timidly suggested from the side. "Actually, I don't think I'm thirsty. I can forego the water," Nightfall said as she maneuvered past the girls and sat down. "How about you try my water? If you do, I have a mysterious reward for you," Alice, seizing the opportunity, remarked enticingly. "Mysterious? Is there poison in that water?" Nightfall regarded Alice with suspicion. It wasn't that she doubted Alice's integrity, but rather that the latter had previously resorted to such antics, nearly driving Nightfall to the brink of insanity. "Is that how you perceive me in your eyes, dear brother?" Alice theatrically dabbed at non-existent tears at the corner of her eyes. What else could it be? Nightfall dismissed Alice's dramatics, adding, "At the very least, shed a tear or two. It would give me something to comfort you about. I can sleep beside you tonight," Nez boldly declared. Alice and Kanna cast her dangerous glances. Her audacity would undoubtedly make her a subject of scrutiny moving forward. "How about this? I'll drink all of it," Nightfall proclaimed as she gulped down all the water except Xiaoxue's. Though somewhat parched, consuming such a large quantity of water at once was likely to be uncomfortable for anyone. Why won't you drink my water? Do you despise me, Nightfall?" Xiaoxue gazed at Nightfall with an adorably pitiful expression, evoking a protective instinct. "It's not that I refuse. It's merely freshly boiled water." "Xiaoxue, do you wish to scald me?" Nightfall quipped, unable to stifle her sarcasm. "I suppose that is the case," Xiaoxue replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. As Nightfall and her companions indulged in their playful banter, an abrupt sound pierced the air, followed by a powerful gust of wind. A Dragonite swiftly approached them. The small Pokémon ceased its training, instinctively adopting a cautious stance as they faced the rapidly approaching orange figure. A multitude of flying Pokémon from Professor Okido's security force pursued the orange silhouette, but its speed was astounding, rendering them unable to catch up. It wasn't until the orange figure landed a short distance from Tianrua that they realized it was a Dragonite, adorned with a brown satchel, clearly a Pokémon with an owner. Is the post office so upscale now, employing Dragonites as couriers? The Dragonite halted before Nightfall. What does it want? Alice regarded the Dragonite with caution. Although Dragonites were generally gentle and did not attack humans, the presence of a pseudo-legendary Pokémon warranted vigilance. Yet, the Dragonite merely retrieved a letter from its satchel and presented it to Nightfall. The letter's exterior was remarkably high-tech, surpassing anything from Nightfall's previous world. Equipped with a holographic projection. However, in this Pokémon realm, which boasted numerous technological marvels, it was not particularly extraordinary. Nightfall smiled as she opened the letter. She had awaited this correspondence for quite some time. This letter was delivered by a Dragonite under the control of Mutuo. Even pseudo-legendaries had become messengers, which seemed quite extravagant. Upon opening the letter, she discovered a small electronic disc. As Tianrua extracted it from the envelope, a blue beam of light erupted from the center of the disc, revealing the image of a woman clad in a brown top hat and formal attire. After performing a genteel bow, she spoke in a calm and steady voice. "Please forgive my audacity in addressing you. You have been recognized as the most promising Pokémon trainer, and I would like to invite you to a gathering hosted by my master for the strongest Pokémon trainers. The venue is the New Island Pokémon City." At this point, the blue beam illuminated the location of New Island. "I wonder if you would be inclined to attend. Please indicate your interest on the attached postcard. This is an invitation to the strongest Pokémon trainers, and your attendance would be greatly appreciated." After her announcement, the woman bowed once more, and the blue light dissipated. Taking the postcard from the letter, Nightfall did not hesitate to mark her acceptance and returned it to the Dragonite, watching it vanish into the sky like lightning. A smile crept upon her lips as she murmured, after such a long wait, "It has finally arrived. I am truly looking forward to this." The tale of Mew and Mewtwo is about to begin. Once the Dragonite departed, Alice fixated on the three-dimensional holographic invitation in Tianrua's hand, exclaiming, "The gathering of the world's strongest Pokémon trainers? Such audacity in this invitation. Does the sender truly believe that merely sending a postcard would compel the finest trainers to flock to this so-called new island? Little Knight, we needn't pay him any mind. Even the Dragonite messenger has taken on such a role. Surely, we should give the master some respect. Let us go and witness this ourselves. It will undoubtedly be an unforgettable journey." Nightfall replied with a smile, exhaling in relief. Nightfall had never considered capturing Mewtwo. The creature always projected an air of superiority, steeped in its own delusions of grandeur. It was pointless to expend energy in an attempt to convince it. So she preferred to pursue the more endearing Mew, a preference that bore no relation to strength. Moreover, regarding the current state of Mewtwo, Yisu does not truly perceive it as particularly formidable. It has only recently been created, and even if it possesses strength, how formidable could it truly be? Chapter 135, The Calm Before the Storm. At this moment, within the control room of New Island, a humanoid purple Pokémon clad in violet armor, Mewtwo, the convener of this gathering of trainers, was intently gazing at the grand screen displaying the external weather conditions of New Island, which depicted a scene of clear skies and brilliant sunshine. Sensing something amiss, Mewtwo raised an arm and began to trace gentle circles in the air. A soft azure light gradually enveloped Mewtwo's arm, and with each movement, rings of blue light emerged in the atmosphere. The previously serene sky began to darken, the sunlight waning until ominous clouds gathered, and with the rumble of thunder, the heavens appeared exceedingly oppressive. Mewtwo's arm rotated with increasing speed, the blue glow deepening, and the weather depicted on the screen deteriorated further. The sky erupted with flashes of lightning and torrential rain, obscuring visibility with a haze of downpour. The sea roared violently, waves crashing like a furious dragon, unleashing its wrath across the waters. An unprecedented tempest suddenly struck a mysterious maritime region shrouded in mist, swiftly engulfing a port in the Kanto region, the sole harbor through which all trainers who had received and responded to the invitation were to embark for New Island. The storm persisted, the powerful, tear-inducing clouds and sudden downpours emanating an extraordinarily unusual force. A pink Pokémon, Meowth, who had been slumbering at the bottom of a secluded river, appeared to sense something, blinking its eyes and glancing around. With a gentle touch of its short paw, it burst the bubble it had been resting upon, propelling itself upward at astonishing speed, swimming towards the sky. Yes, swimming, in a manner that seemed even more carefree than fish in water. This entirely pink creature, adorned with a slender tail, swiftly dove into the clouds and vanished in an instant. New Island. I have never heard of this island. It seems to be a secretive one. Alice took out a map and scrutinized it carefully, yet could not find any trace of New Island. One wonders what the intentions of the island's master might be. Even within the internal websites of the Pokémon League, there was no mention of New Island. This is the Pokémon League, after all. Although it does not entirely govern this world, it is astonishing that there exists an island unrecorded by the League. Yisu shook his head. Of course, Kona and Alice would be unable to locate this island. In the original narrative, it was the stronghold of Team Rocket. If it were so easily found, how could they contend with the Kanto region's League? New Island is, of course, the birthplace of Mewtwo. It would be more accurate to say it was born here. There, one could find various machines capable of cloning Pokémon and a wealth of data. When Mewtwo went out of control, Sakaki failed to recover this information in time, and thus it was gladly accepted by Mewtwo. There is no need for concern. When the soldier comes, the general stands firm. When the water comes, the earth conceals. Perhaps, Yisu, you possess the strength for self-preservation, yet do not grow complacent. You may have abilities that allow you to perceive certain matters clearly, but do not let pride lead you to failure, Kona warned Yisu earnestly. Kona speaks wisely. Do not underestimate the situation, Yisu, Nasi concurred. As the group arrived at the dock, just as they were preparing to seek a vessel for departure, the weather abruptly changed, as if it had transformed its countenance. Moments ago, the sky was clear, and now it was suddenly ravaged by fierce winds, lightning, and torrential rain. This dreadful weather changes at a whim, remarked Xiaoxue. It is indeed peculiar. There must be a reason behind this, Kona observed, gazing at the ominous sky. It is rather strange. This must be the work of some enigmatic master, Yisu remarked, looking at the tumultuous waves. How could this be accomplished? Alice inquired curiously. Such a vast area of weather alteration could only be performed by a legendary Pokémon, Kona noted. What a terrifying force. Yisu recognized that this tempest was forcibly conjured by Mutuo, its violent energy escalating the chaos of the weather, which in turn unsettled some relatively weaker Pokémon. Nearby, a Rattata and a Kingler were affected, barely restraining themselves from erupting into battle under the soothing efforts of their trainers. This is the result of psychic abilities. Yisu explained. The scope of what psychic abilities can achieve is vast. Theoretically, anything can be controlled by them, aside from tangible objects. However, human psychic capabilities pale in comparison to those of Pokémon. Could it be the work of Mew? Xiaoxua queried, recalling Yisu's earlier mention of waiting to capture Mew here. Alongside Mew being a psychic type, leading her to speculate it was Mew's doing. Let us proceed. We shall uncover the truth upon reaching the island. Yisu refrained from elaborating. Yisu held a deep admiration for Sakaki, who managed to extract Mew's genes and subdue a legendary Pokémon of equal strength. Such a feat was truly unprecedented. However, Yisu doubted Sakaki's ability to clone another Mutuo, not to mention the scarcity of research data. Those involved in the cloning project had nearly all perished. Even if they had survived, given Team Rocket's current circumstances, it would be unlikely they could successfully create another Mutuo. Yisu, is that you here? Upon hearing Ash's voice, Yisu turned to see him. Ash was quite pleased to see Yisu. His group had departed from Pallet Town for the Indigo Plateau earlier than Yisu, but had received the invitation en route, prompting them to divert to this location. Did you also receive the invitation? Ash inquired. Indeed, Yisu nodded. Miss Xiaoxua is here as well. Brock, ever the gentleman, glanced past Yisu to focus on Xiaoxua. The weather was fair just moments ago, yet now the rain has become torrential. It seems we won't be able to proceed, Brock lamented, observing the tempestuous weather. A mere drizzle dares to thwart my advance. This is a gathering of the strongest Pokémon trainers, Ash declared resolutely. Everyone, please remain calm, called out Junsha, the officer in charge of this port city, who had hurried over upon receiving notification that numerous trainers were preparing to set sail. Due to the current conditions, all vessels are unable to depart and have taken refuge in the harbor. Thus, we must wait until the storm passes before embarking. Next to me is Miss Boyga, the primary official of the port, who will explain the current situation of these waters. What? We cannot sail? How then are we to reach New Island? Indeed, we are to attend a banquet on New Island. A crowd gathered, conversing animatedly, though it was likely that only a handful would actually reach New Island, as the game and original narrative provided little description of the event, with most participants likely to disappear amidst the storm. A woman with flowing blue wavy hair, clad in a deep blue uniform, stood up beside Junsha. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation at sea is exceedingly perilous. This rare storm has struck suddenly, and our meteorological station received no prior warning. Even as someone who grew up in this harbor, I have never witnessed such an abrupt and violent tempest. For everyone's safety, we cannot set sail until the storm abates. A young trainer, dressed similarly to Gary yet clearly an adult, rose to speak. We are all accomplished Pokémon trainers. Such a trivial storm poses no threat to us. Our Pokémon can carry us through this minor hindrance. Absolutely, we must find a way to New Island. A group of intrepid individuals, undeterred by the specter of danger, ventured forth, releasing their Pokémon as they set their sights on a new island marked on their map. However, a tempestuous storm raged upon the seas, rendering the crossing perilous and significantly increasing the likelihood of their Pokémon sustaining injuries. Should such injuries occur, the time required to transport them to a Pokémon Center for healing would be insufficient. Miss Junsha promptly refuted the enthusiastic Pokémon trainers who echoed her sentiments. Even if we reach the Pokémon Center, timely treatment cannot be guaranteed, she continued. Why is that? Ash inquired, his curiosity piqued. Because Nurse Joy has gone missing, Junsha lamented, her frustration palpable, as she gestured toward the numerous missing person posters plastered nearby, most prominently featuring Joy's visage. This will not deter us. We possess a reliable cadre of companions, declared a stout trainer, charging ahead toward the shoreline. His boldness inspired a rush of trainers to follow suit, prompting a flustered Junsha and Porygon to hastily pursue them. These individuals truly fear nothing, remarked Misty, unable to contain her amazement. Even my status as a champion cannot quell this recklessness, Kona sighed, shaking his head. Let us merely hope for minimal casualties. We should proceed as well. The sheer scale of trainers attempting to traverse the sea was akin to the 8 immortals crossing the ocean, each displaying their unique prowess. However, given the treacherous weather, it was inevitable that many would not survive. Come forth, Gyarados, The stout trainer showcased his prowess as a long, blue form erupted from the waves, sending a mighty spray of water into the air. He leaped onto Gyarados, which roared defiantly as it surged through the surf. Go, Pidgeot! A trainer resembling Green readied his Pokeball, and Pidgeot soared into the storm, its trainer clutching the bird tightly as it flew low through the tempest. Meanwhile, a female trainer, undeterred by the chaos, leapt onto the back of a white sea lion, bravely navigating the stormy seas. What followed was a display of remarkable talent. As various large flying and water-type Pokémon, including Fearow and Blastoise, joined the fray, plunging into the tempest. What should we do? Ash queried, his expression clouded with concern as he beheld the towering waves. Misty, cradling Togepi, rushed to Ash's side, exclaiming, "Our Pokémon cannot withstand this storm. Come forth, Dragonite." Nightshade had initially planned to teleport them across, but that seemed somewhat inadequate. He decisively summoned a colossal Dragonite, which expanded in size. Wow, such a magnificent Dragonite. The onlookers who stayed behind marveled at the sight. Nightshade gestured to Dragonite, which extended a massive hand, inviting Nightshade and his companions to ascend. "Come on, Ash, let's go." Nightshade beckoned, and Misty hurried to join them. Nightshade helped Ash, Misty, and Brock aboard. Observing the scene, many trainers who had hesitated felt compelled to follow. Some lacked large water or flying-type Pokémon like Ash, while others possessed them but feared entering the storm. However, the sight of such a gargantuan Dragonite, resembling a sea leviathan, inspired confidence in its safety compared to a mere ship. Yet, Nightshade paid no heed to the others. With a thunderous roar, Dragonite cleaved through the waves, plunging into the storm. Junsha quickly deterred those seeking to hitch a ride back to safety. Amidst the raging storm, Ash, Misty, and Brock huddled within Dragonite's palm. The formidable Nashi concentrated her psychic energy, creating a barrier against the torrential rain and fierce winds, while Nightshade stood atop Dragonite's shoulder, with raindrops parting around him as if he existed in a separate realm, astonishing all who beheld him. "Nightshade, how can we navigate towards the new island amidst such a tempest?" Snowy voiced her concern, gazing at the tumultuous sea beneath a shroud of dark clouds. "Fear not. The weather at the storm's center is in stark contrast to its periphery. We merely need to traverse the outer storm to reach the calm at the center. And our destination, the new island, will naturally come into view." Beneath Dragonite, a small boat bobbed precariously amidst the vastness of the ocean, resembling a fragile leaf in a deluge, at risk of capsizing at any moment. "We hurriedly crafted this vessel for the young trainers. Who would have thought it would prove useless?" Musashi grumbled as she rowed with frustration. "It would be far easier to use Meowth's hot air balloon," Meowth chimed in. "Don't be foolish. Would that contraption even withstand this weather?" Kojiro replied, straining as he rowed. "If only we had a Lapras or something similar. We could have avoided this ordeal. Next time we try to capture Pikachu, we should first catch a Lapras." Meowth lamented, "I can no longer row." Chapter 137 Mew. "The massive Dragonite above would suit our rocket team's villainous style perfectly," Musashi exclaimed, her arms still tirelessly propelling the oars. "But the crux of the matter is we can't even capture Pikachu. How could we ever manage to deal with such a colossal creature?" Just as Kojiro finished speaking, a wave crashed toward their small boat. Amidst terrified cries from the trio and Meowth, their vessel was shattered by the surging waters, and they, along with the splintered wood, were consumed by the storm. Many trainers heading toward the new island likely shared a similar fate. Having traversed halfway through the air, Nightshade found himself bored, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have teleported." With that, he left Dragonite to Ash and, alongside Kona and the others, instructed Nay to teleport them directly to the new island. In an instant, they arrived at the new island, where even Nurse Joy, who had come to greet them, appeared momentarily taken aback. In stark contrast to the earlier tempest of thunder and rain, the weather on the new island was remarkably pleasant. This Nurse Joy was indeed the one who had previously gone missing, abducted by Mutwo and subsequently brainwashed. "Ah, you are the first to arrive. Please follow me," Nurse Joy said, offering a slight bow and gesturing for them to proceed. "Since we are the first to arrive, may we explore the island a bit?" Nightshade inquired. This question momentarily flustered Nurse Joy, as Mutwo had not informed her that others could roam the island. "Yes, but there are certain areas you cannot access. I hope you understand." After a brief pause, she acquiesced, likely influenced by Mutwo's psychic communication. Nightshade and the girls wandered about the new island, awaiting Mew's arrival, while Kona pondered how the island managed to evade the League's scrutiny. According to the narrative, Mew would only appear once Ash and his companions had arrived, and with Nightshade accelerating their journey, they should be nearing their destination. "Nightshade, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here." Alice tugged at Nightshade's sleeve. I share that sentiment. There seems to be an invisible pressure surrounding us, Snowy added. It feels as though someone is watching us, Minx observed, her heightened psychic sensitivity picking up on an unseen force. Watching? That must be Mutuo, Nightshade mused, a smirk gracing his lips. It appears Mutuo is becoming restless. Do not fret, let us explore here for a while. After all, this was once the base of Team Rocket. Perhaps we shall uncover some unexpected treasures. How peculiar. It seems as though no human has ever set foot here, Kona remarked, surveying the surroundings, which resembled an untouched primordial forest. Xiaoya, what kind of Pokemon is Mutuo? What does it mean to surpass dreams? Literally speaking, Mutuo also belongs to the category of legendary Pokemon. However, no matter how powerful it is, it cannot rival Yasu. Natsu gazed at Yasu, surprised by this sudden display of protectiveness. Since Mutuo is so formidable, Yasu, do you wish to capture it? Asked Xiaoxua. Let's forget about that, replied Yasu, shaking his head. Although Mutuo is classified as a legendary Pokemon, its mindset resembles that of a troubled child. Mutuo has just been created and is preoccupied with discovering the meaning of its own existence. Yasu's primary objective for coming here was to capture Celebi. After all, Celebi is adorable and charming, and he harbored no particular thoughts about the troublesome Mutuo, as Yasu and his companions strolled leisurely on the island. Their laughter and joy starkly contrasted with the trainers battling through the tempestuous storm. After an hour had passed, Yasu sat on the sandy beach, gazing at the vast ocean beneath the starry sky. Why hasn't Celebi arrived yet? Xiaoya, if Celebi does come, how would you know? Alice inquired of Yasu. As Celebi is known for its whimsical nature, it would be impossible to know immediately, but if Celebi employs its psychic abilities, Nei would certainly be able to sense it. Yasu cradled Nei in his arms. Yasu, your Ralts is quite extraordinary, remarked Kona, eyeing Nei with curiosity. Since Kona began her journey with Yasu, her greatest intrigue has been regarding Yasu's Ralts, as she had never heard of such transformations before. The key point is, throughout their travels, it seems there is nothing Nei cannot accomplish. Nei is indeed special, Yasu said, gently stroking Nei's head, her pale blue hair strikingly beautiful. Humph, Nei swatted Yasu's hand away, letting out a disgruntled huff, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish. Nei seems to be sulking, Xiaoxue observed, noticing the irritated expression on Nei's face. Could it be that she's feeling jealous? Alice teased. This time, Nei did not exhibit her usual tsundere demeanor, but rather nodded straightforwardly. Rest assured, Nei. You will always be the most important one in my heart, Yasu said with a light chuckle, looking at the jealous Nei. Really? Nei lifted her head to gaze at Yasu. Truly? Really? Really? Nei continued to inquire. Of course, it's absolutely true, more genuine than gold. I have never deceived you, Nei. So it turns out I am not as significant as a Pokemon in Xiaoya's heart, Alice thought, feeling a tinge of jealousy. No way, you're even jealous of Nei? You're truly a jealousy jar, Yasu couldn't help but comment. How about I call you the king of jealousy from now on? Of course, that thought could only remain unspoken. Nei, can you sense if Celebi has arrived? All right, Nei nodded. It has indeed come, but hasn't reached New Island yet. It is flying through the storm. Is it close? All right, this time let us capture Celebi all at once, Yasu said with determination. Celebi is considered one of the easier legendary Pokemon to capture. As long as you possess something that piques Celebi's interest, it will follow you. While it appears simple, the actual difficulty is astonishingly high. Not to mention, Celebi has existed for so long that it has experienced everything the world has to offer, making it challenging even to locate it. Why not defeat Celebi to capture it? If only it were that straightforward. The only legendary Pokemon I can overpower seems to be Zapdos, Yasu remarked. Why would I want to defeat such a cute creature as Celebi? Moreover, Celebi detests battle. If you present a Pokemon stronger than it, it might just flee in an instant. Wait a moment, it seems Celebi is flying towards us. Initially, Celebi was searching for the direction of New Island amid the storm, but unexpectedly found itself before Yasu. Celebi had sensed the presence of its kin and sought to find the only kindred spirit in millennia, but upon arriving, it encountered a human. Chapter 138, Xiaoho. Celebi initially appeared bewildered, then stared at Yasu with its large, curious eyes, sensing that it was this human who had inadvertently led it here. Name, Celebi. Gender, female. Potential, level 1 legendary. Strength, level 1 legendary. Celebi has a gender? Yasu exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this Celebi was indeed female. However, recalling that his Rayquaza was also female, he felt less astonished. Hello, Yasu greeted normally. Celebi floated in the air, circling around Yasu as if attempting to study him thoroughly. Would you like something to eat? Yasu produced a berry from his system space, which, to an outside observer, seemed to have appeared suddenly in his hand. Kona and the others were accustomed to such occurrences, having previously inquired about it. To which Yasu explained it was due to the use of psychic abilities. Shalebi was equally intrigued by Yasu's actions. It observed the berry he held, took a bite, and its eyes sparkled with evident satisfaction. Truly, the berries grown in the system space are exceptional. The last time I captured a gluttonous Snorlax, it was also with a berry from the system space. After finishing the berry, Shalebi appeared somewhat reluctant to part with it, then looked at Yasu, extending its hands and gazing at him with twinkling eyes, requesting more berries. Shalebi is so adorable, Alice remarked, unable to resist rushing over to embrace the pink little sprite. However, Shalebi evaded her with a swift teleportation. Yasu quickly caught Alice, preventing her from falling. Shalebi, having teleported beside Yasu, burst into laughter, clutching its belly. Poor Alice. Tricked by Shalebi, Kona remarked, adding salt to her wounds. This was her first encounter with Shalebi, and it seemed quite different from the records. Xiaoxue observed the sprite curiously. It appears to lack any combat abilities, Misaki thought, looking at the childlike form, naively believing Shalebi to be powerless. Do not underestimate Shalebi, Misaki. Its power is formidable. It can transform into any Pokémon, mimicking their abilities and traits. This belongs to Shalebi's most unique move, Transform, which is exclusive to both Ditto and Shalebi. Even Mutwo, who possesses Shalebi's genes, cannot utilize this move. However, there are differences between Ditto and Shalebi. Ditto cannot change its presence along with its form, and any Pokémon with a keen sense of smell can distinguish Ditto. In contrast, Shalebi's transformations are seamless, even allowing it to employ exclusive moves of transformed legendary Pokémon. For instance, when Shalebi transforms into Giratina, it can even execute the exclusive move Shadow Force. How astounding! Does this mean Shalebi is invincible? Misaki exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, when facing the same Pokémon, it merely needs to adapt and use the same moves. Isn't this unbeatable? Kona pondered aloud. Yet, it isn't entirely certain, after all. While it can replicate moves, its inherent strength remains fixed. If the opponent possesses superior raw power, Shalebi would be at a disadvantage. Shalebi, come travel with me. As long as you accompany me, I can provide you with as many berries as you desire, Yasu said to the floating Shalebi. Shalebi, I understand how lonely you must feel, yearning for companionship and transforming into others to experience their emotions, only to find it ultimately unfulfilling. Shalebi gazed at Yasu. His words resonated deeply within its heart. The reason Misaki could endure 2,000 years of solitude was that she held a firm belief within her. If you choose to accompany me, you can live a carefree life every day and make many friends. Yasu extracted another berry from the system space. All right, but you must promise to play with me every day. A soft, childlike voice resonated in Yasu's mind, as Shalebi communicated through telepathy. I promise you. As Isue's face broke into a smile, he realized that he had successfully captured Mew. There was an inexplicable familiarity about it, a sensation that enveloped him when they were together, reminiscent of the warmth of home. Mew, akin to Nei, floated gracefully in the air before alighting atop Isue's head, communicating telepathically. With this place shall now be your home. Though Yisui harbored some doubts, he cast those thoughts aside. There was no need to dwell on such matters when he had just captured a Pokémon. He produced a Master Ball, and Mew extended its tiny hand, willingly being drawn into the ball without resistance. However, given Mew's playful nature, it was unlikely to remain confined within the Master Ball for long, and it soon burst forth once more. Mew, what brings you here? Kana inquired curiously, recalling Yisui's earlier mention of the possibility of encountering Mew. To her surprise, not only had they met Mew, but Yisui had also captured it. Initially, I sensed the presence of a kindred spirit in this realm, which is why I came here. Yet, encountering you was unexpected. Is it true that you are the only Mew in existence? Xiaoxue asked with intrigue. Historical texts suggested there was but one Mew, but to ascertain the truth, they would need to consult Mew. Mew nodded, affirming that it was indeed the last of its kind in the current world. Perhaps there had once been many, but through the relentless passage of time, many had vanished. Much like Shalebi, which may exist only in the crevices of time. However, Yisui recalled that the original narrative mentioned two Mews, one residing in the Tree of Origin, though the existence of such a creature in this world remained uncertain. Mew, may I hold you? Alice gazed at the soft-bodied Mew with hopeful eyes. Mew shook its head, indicating that it currently shared a bond only with Yisui. Once their relationship deepened, perhaps there would be a chance for that. At present, Yisui had two Pokémon perched atop his head, Nei and Mew. Initially, Nei had refused to acknowledge Mew, yet through Yisui's coaxing and persuasion, she began to accept Mew. Hello there, could you kindly part with the Pokémon atop your head? A boy with black hair clad in a gray t-shirt approached Yi Sui with an audacious request. Who are you? How dare you demand someone else's Pokemon upon first meeting? Alice interjected, unable to contain her indignation at the audacity of a stranger. Dear lady, I implore you not to be so disrespectful, the boy retorted. Who are you calling lady? Alice bristled, angered by such a term directed at a young girl in her prime. Chapter 139, The Ultimate Trainer Tournament. Could you first provide me with your name? Yi Sui opted not to engage in a quarrel. After all, he had lived 2 lifetimes, and it felt petty to argue with a child. I am Xiaohai, destined to capture all Pokemon. I have a fondness for the one atop your head and hope you will gift it to me, Xiaohai boasted, demonstrating an audacity that was quite remarkable. In the original narrative, Xiaohai ventured into the woods of Masera town at the tender age of 6 to observe Pokemon. However, he unexpectedly witnessed a wild Nidoking battling a mysterious Pokemon. Driven by curiosity, he followed, only to lose track. Later being informed by Professor Oak that the Pokemon he had seen might have been the mythical Mew. Xiaohai vowed to become a Pokemon trainer by the age of 10 and capture Mew. To be honest, I too find Xiaohai's arrogance quite excessive. Let us do this. Have your Pokemon battle mine. If you win, I shall grant you what you desire. Yi Sui stated nonchalantly, though Alice, well aware of Yi Sui's temperament, sensed his underlying irritation. You may insult me, but should you disrespect those around me, you shall face dire consequences. Come forth, Thundurus. Xiaohai summoned his Pokemon, known as the Blaze Ace, although it had yet to reach its full potential. The Blaze Ace was the first Pokemon Xiaohai captured in the wilds of the Galar region. Mew, play with him. Feel free to be a bit fiery. Yi Sui communicated telepathically to Mew. Mew, surprised by Yi Sui's ability to communicate this way, seemed intrigued by Xiaohai and floated down from Yi Sui's head. Thundurus. Use Quick Attack. Xiaohai commanded, connecting the dots between Mew and the mysterious Pokemon he had encountered in his childhood. Thundurus accelerated towards Mew, yet Mew remained unmoved. In the next moment, Thundurus collided with an invisible wall, an obstacle conjured by Mew's psychic powers. Thundurus, unleash Fireball. Surprisingly, Mew transformed into a perfect replica of Thundurus, mirroring its form and essence so precisely that even Xiaohai could not distinguish between them. The Fireball struck Mew, but seemed to have no effect. Afterward, Xiaohai persistently commanded Thundurus, demonstrating the futility of his efforts. After some time, Yi Sui grew weary of the charade. A bit of playful banter was sufficient, but prolonged engagement dulled the thrill. Mew, cease this amusement, Yi Sui instructed. Upon hearing this, Mew retracted its playful demeanor, utilizing Thundurus' body to unleash a powerful fire-type move, the Fire Blast. Instantly, Mew expelled a torrent of flame resembling the character Da. Xiaohai, unaccustomed to such formidable power, could not withstand even a fraction of Mew's might. Though Mew did not unleash its full strength, the residual force was overwhelming, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling before the immense blaze. That was dull. Nay, kindly escort him away. With a flick of her delicate hand, Nay transported Thundurus and the unconscious Xiaohai to another location. Where exactly they ended up was of no concern to Yi Sui. Let us move on. He is merely a clown. We have a tournament to attend, Yi Sui remarked. Is it the ultimate Pokemon trainer tournament? Nays inquired. Yi Sui, you've captured Mew. Why bother attending? This tournament sounds like a farce, Nay replied. Regardless, it would be interesting to see Mewtwo, Yi Sui countered. Wow, a castle! Xiaoxue exclaimed in astonishment. Miss Joy, may I inquire how many participants have arrived thus far? Yi Sui asked the Joy who had welcomed him earlier. The tournament is about to commence, she replied. Oh, Yi Sui, why did you abandon us? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Yi Sui turned to see the colossal Dragonite arriving with Ash and his companions. I can't believe I spent so long on the island. And Ash and the others have only just arrived. I thought the event had concluded, Yi Sui mused. Please present your invitation, Miss Joy instructed Ash and his group. Surprisingly, Miss Joy displayed no astonishment at the sight of the enormous Dragonite, exhibiting no emotional response whatsoever, as if she were a soulless automaton. It was a stark contrast to her demeanor when Yi Sui had first arrived. Ash pulled the invitation from his pocket, though it bore signs of wear and water damage. Are you the Joy from the missing persons notice? Ash asked in disbelief, recognizing her. I am unaware of what you speak, Miss Joy replied calmly. One could not help but marvel at Mewtwo's formidable mind control. Typically, individuals subjected to hypnosis or brainwashing exhibit some emotional reaction upon hearing familiar words. Yet Miss Joy remained unfazed, as if she spoke the truth. Please follow me. Once all the other trainers arrive, you will meet the strongest trainer in this world. The strongest trainer? Xiaoxue queried. Ash and his companions, along with Xiaoxue and Mingxue, were left puzzled by her statement. As the strongest Pokemon trainer was typically regarded as the champion recognized by the leagues across various regions. Could it be that champions and Elite Four members from various regions have arrived? After waiting for a while in the ancient castle, nearly all the individuals who came to the new island had gathered, yet aside from Yeshu and his companions, there were only 6 others present. This indicates that, apart from Ash and his 2 friends, merely 3 individuals could make it here, 2 males and 1 female. Coincidentally, these 3 were the very first to cross the sea from the harbor, one riding a Gyarados named Hainan, another perched upon an Aerodactyl called Kong Nan, and the last, a female trainer riding a white sea lion named Xiaodian. Truly, as mere extras in the original work, even their names are rather haphazardly chosen. Hello, I am Xiaodian. May I have your contact information? Xiaodian boldly approached Yeshu, captivated by the treasure boy's radiant presence, without even inquiring about his interests or hobbies. Is this what they call physical attraction overshadowing deeper values? Hello, I am Alice. It is a pleasure to meet you, Alice interjected. Though Xiaodian intended to shake hands with Yeshu, before he could extend his hand, Alice had already grasped Xiaoyan's hand. Hello, Xiaodian awkwardly replied, realizing she had inadvertently shaken hands with a girl instead of the handsome boy who appeared to be Alice's boyfriend. Yeshu, what Pokemon is that perched atop your head? Misty noted, observing the Mew floating above Yeshu, aside from Nay. Chapter 140, Mutwo appears. Curious, Ash took out his Pokédex to learn more about Mew. But regrettably, Professor Oak had not included Mew's data in the device, leaving Ash staring at a blank screen. This Pokemon, much like my Ralts, is an adorable creature. Don't you think the 2 Pokemon on my head are quite charming? Yeshu said with a gentle smile. However, this tender smile sent shivers down Xiaoyan's spine. Could this be what it feels like to be in love? I told you, Xiaoya, you shouldn't smile at girls like that. It will make them fall for you. Alice remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. The Mew, adorably scratching its head and blinking its large eyes, questioned, how did I become the cute Pokemon? Humph. Nay let out a haughty snort. Fortunately, Yeshu complimented Nay as well, or else she would have surely been upset. Please release your Pokemon, Miss Joy said. Glancing at the assembled trainers, Ash summoned his Pokemon, including Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Pikachu, while Misty released Starmie, Psyduck, and Togepi, and Brock seemed to have only Vulpix. After surveying their Pokemon, Yeshu contemplated for a moment before unleashing Charizard, retracting Mew to prevent Mutwo from immediately engaging in battle. After all, Mutwo's psychic abilities were not as formidable as Nay's, rendering it unable to ascertain Yeshu's Pokemon. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Now, may I introduce the strongest Pokemon trainer to take the stage? The trainers exchanged glances, scrutinizing each other's Pokemon, when suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a blinding beam of light descended from the center of the spiral staircase in the hall. The radiance lingered for quite some time, and Yeshu thought Mutwo was being rather dramatic, not to mention overly theatrical, aside from Arceus, who would enter in such a manner. The puzzled expressions of all present indicated they were unfamiliar with Mutwo, while Miss Joy introduced, this is the world's most powerful Pokemon trainer and the mightiest Pokemon, Lord Mutwo. This is a Pokemon. Your so-called master and the strongest trainer is a Pokemon? The trainers were instantly disgruntled. We have faced life-threatening dangers to arrive here. And you present us with a mere Pokemon? What a joke. What right does a single Pokemon have to claim mastery over trainers, let alone being the strongest? The male trainer, Hainan, shouted vehemently. Mutwo regarded him with indifference, commanding Miss Joy, I am the rule. Those who do not obey need not exist. With that, Mutwo unleashed its psychic powers, sending him flying. Yeshu, observing such a cringeworthy display, thought, isn't that rather awkward? Gyarados, unleash Hyper Beam. The disgruntled trainer bellowed, his temper flaring. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly calm Hainan exhibited a fiery temper, directing a powerful Hyper Beam toward Mutwo. However, in an unexpected turn, Mutwo effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand. Mutwo then redirected the Hyper Beam back at Gyarados, who fell upon being struck by its own attack. Humph, a mere weakling, Mutwo remarked, not even casting a glance at Hainan, but instead addressing Miss Joy. Your value has been exhausted. Once freed from Mutwo's psychic link, Miss Joy stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately, the chivalrous Brock caught her just in time. Your role is solely to care for Pokemon, for after all, the best caregiver in the world is your sister, Joy. I have collaborated with humans in the past, but they are simply too weak, foolishly attempting to control me. Mutwo scorned the gathered crowd. With a wave of its hand, countless Pokeballs flew toward Mutwo, distinct from those commonly found on the market. These were crafted by Mutwo itself. capable of forcibly capturing Pokémon. Even those already captured could be ensnared by the Pokeballs created by Mutuo. Mutuo then exerted its psychic abilities to control those present. Oh, this is escalating quickly. What a temper. Yeshu sighed. Humans are weaker than all other beings. If they continue to rule this world, it will inevitably lead to its destruction. Should Pokémon dominate the world instead? Brock retorted angrily. Pokémon cannot rule either. After all, even in their weakness, humans still dominate Pokémon. Why boast so foolishly? As Mutuo approached Yeshu, it suddenly halted, not due to Mew's intervention, but because Yeshu exerted his own psychic powers to control Mutuo, even in weakness. Did we not create you? Yeshu challenged. How could you possess such formidable psychic abilities? Mutuo expressed astonishment, having never encountered a human with such overwhelming powers. Not even Ash's aura could compare to Yeshu's strength. There is much you do not know, Yeshu said disdainfully, observing Mutuo's struggle against his control. You? The strongest Pokémon? Let us not even mention Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre. You cannot even defeat Ho-Oh or Lugia, yet you dare to claim superiority? Yeshu's words rendered Mutuo silent. It was aware of Ho-Oh and Lugia from the data collected by Team Rocket, but Groudon and Kyogre were thought to be mere legends. Realizing Mutuo was unaware of its own capabilities, Yeshu watched as it considered this revelation. Mutuo's eyes suddenly glowed blue, unleashing an invisible psychic force toward Yeshu. Initially intending to teleport away, Yeshu was taken aback when Mew, the playful little creature, dashed out of the Master Ball to intercept the attack, emitting a soft mew. Upon seeing Mew, Mutuo's fury intensified, for how could it not recognize the clone created from Mew's genes? It amplified its psychic output and fired a psychic attack at Mew. Mew raised its hand to use Mirror Code, reflecting the psychic attack back at Mutuo. Breaking free from Yeshu's psychic control, Mutuo soared into the air, evading the ricocheted psychic attack, its furious gaze unmistakably evident. The powerful aura locked onto Mew, preventing Ash and the others from moving. While the Pokémon were struck by the Pokeballs crafted by Mutuo, perhaps we can have a conversation, Yeshu ventured, addressing the enraged Mutuo hovering above. You, a mere lower life form, what could we possibly discuss? Although Mutuo spoke dismissively, it could sense the danger emanating from Yeshu. Chapter 141. The Disappearance of New Island. Let me ask you, why do you wish to battle Mutuo? I am aware that you seek to validate your existence. It must be a disheartening experience to be a mere clone. You long to vanquish Mutuo in pursuit of what you deem to be a meaningful existence. Silence. Mutuo roared, unleashing a psychic assault. You do not even believe in yourself. The so-called significance you pursue is indeed non-existent. The psychic strike hit Yasu's form, yet it bore little effect. For Yasu's abilities were on par with Mutuo's. Yasu concentrated a wave of aura and directed it towards Mutuo, employing his powers to immobilize the formidable creature. Mutuo's body was flung into the ground, creating numerous fissures in the surface, yet it appeared to have sustained minimal damage. What a pitiful creature, Yasu lamented. Mutuo's potential and power, as a legendary Pokémon, are indeed remarkable. To think it was cloned so recently, yet possesses such strength, I have underestimated Team Rocket's capabilities. Why does it become so enraged upon seeing Mew? Didn't you commit some transgression? Alice inquired. It likely perceives itself as a mere substitute for Mew, striving to prove its own significance by defeating it, Yasu speculated. Mutuo lay on the ground for a considerable time, feeling the effects of Yasu's aura wave. Yet it refrained from retaliating, merely observing Yasu. Given the circumstances, would you consider joining me? I can assist you in discovering your purpose. Yasu understood that subduing Mutuo would not be a simple task. It was notoriously headstrong and tempestuous, arguably the most difficult legendary to capture. Nonetheless, he was determined to make the attempt. Impossible. You, a mere inferior being, dare to aspire to control my power? Mutuo scoffed, mistaking Yasu's intentions for those of Giovanni. Is this the point at which our negotiations falter? Mutuo disregarded Yasu's words, redirecting its aura wave towards Alice and the others. You truly believe I possess a kind temperament? My desire to capture you stems from my pity for your plight. Since you remain obstinately unyielding, I have nothing further to say. Suddenly, Kyurem emerged from Yasu's system space. Originally, Rayquaza intended to intervene, but Kyurem acted first. Without uttering a word, Kyurem unleashed a dragon meteor, summoning a colossal meteorite that darkened the sky above New Island, casting it into an abyss akin to night. Mutuo was taken aback. It had never encountered such power before. In its calculations, it discerned that the meteor's strength exceeded its own limits, and being struck could prove fatal. This is disastrous, Yasu muttered, astonished by Kyurem's cataclysmic arrival. What should we do? Yasu, Alice queried, her voice trembling with fear. I have yet to fully embrace life. There are still many beautiful women I wish to woo. I do not wish to die, Brock lamented. Enough. I shall transport you all away. The ensuing events are beyond your capacity to endure, Yasu declared, instructing Naya to teleport them to the previous port. Yasu, be careful, Naza cautioned. I will. Now, I must contemplate how to deal with this impending threat, Yasu mused, gazing at the meteorite looming above. Mutuo, what is your perspective? Yasu suddenly addressed Mutuo. How could such power exist? Mutuo responded, astonished. Thus, you still have much to learn. Kirim, can you handle this situation? After all, it was you who conjured this calamity. I regret to say, I am unable to assist, Kirim confessed, somewhat embarrassed, yet powerless to intervene. Very well, let us distance ourselves. After all, there is nothing of significance surrounding this island. Yasu and Mew teleported to a location far from the island. The skies had cleared, as Mutuo had relinquished its control over the weather upon Ash and his companion's arrival at New Island. Unexpectedly, Mutuo followed Yasu into the sky. That day, the residents of Pallet Town witnessed a spectacle akin to Mars colliding with Earth, with a massive mushroom cloud visible even from the port of Pallet. They were left in a state of shock, as the scene mirrored that of Giratina's previous rampage in the Kanto region. A colossal sphere plunged into the sea, creating towering waves that surged dozens of meters high, rippling outward toward Kanto. However, as these waves approached Kanto, they inexplicably dissipated, which Yasu surmised was the work of Lugia. Mutuo could not forget the divine-like power it had encountered, as the surrounding sea had been carved into a circular trench, revealing the ocean floor beneath, a veritable vacuum zone. At that moment, New Island had undergone a complete transformation. The meteorite shattered upon impact, leaving a deep pit alongside the remnants of the island. Although the waves had been quelled by Lugia, the residual force still affected the Kanto region, reportedly pushing it downward by 7 millimeters. Who are you truly? Mutuo's inquiry seemed directed at both Yasu and Kirim. With such formidable power, why do you choose to associate with him? Mutuo pondered, perplexed. Kirim ignored Mutuo, aware of its misstep, and retreated into Yasu's system space. Human, Giovanni once claimed I was the strongest Pokémon, a mere replica of Mew. Yet this power before me renders me feeling utterly insignificant. I concede defeat, Mutuo confessed, a sense of relief washing over it. Do not heed Giovanni's empty flattery. He deemed you the strongest solely because he has never encountered greater strength. Perspective defines power. Then why do you not wish to capture me? Mutuo inquired, recognizing that Yasu possessed the raw strength to subdue it, yet refrained from doing so. I understand that a Pokeball cannot contain you. Even if I were to render you defenseless, you would not be my Pokemon, Yasu replied. Mutuo fell silent, realizing the validity of Yasu's words. The Master Ball's efficacy was merely to endure legendary Pokemon, not to guarantee their capture. In truth, even had you rejected my invitation earlier, I would not have pursued you. Why then did you resort to violence? I refuse to follow anyone, even if you are vastly superior to me. Yasu was not surprised. Mutuo's aversion to humans was likely the strongest among the legendaries. Very well, your refusal is noted. However, I wish to convey that everything in existence possesses a purpose. Should one lose their significance, they will cease to exist. Yasu addressed Mutuo. Chapter 142, Returning Home. I shall take my leave. I hope you reflect upon my words. Gazing at the desolation before it, Mutuo felt a pang of sorrow. Yasu, perceiving Mutuo's melancholy, spoke. I understand your concerns. I have relocated those Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Mutuo's spirits lifted significantly. After a moment of contemplation, it added, I have erased their memories. You have no objections, I trust? Yasu nodded in agreement as Mutuo's eyes glowed blue, transporting everyone to the port. At that moment, the port was filled with a multitude of unconscious trainers, many of whom had fragmented memories. However, the events surrounding the meteorite could not be concealed. Such a magnificent spectacle would require an immense amount of energy and time to erase from their minds. Mutuo glanced at Yasu, who understood Mutuo's unspoken thoughts. It harbored doubts about whether Yasu could indeed relocate the cloned Pokemon. Without further comment, Yasu drew Mutuo into the system space. Within that realm, numerous Pokemon had gathered, including those that had been cloned, some curious about their surroundings, while others struggled to adapt to their new environment. Amidst this group was Yasu's Celebi, seemingly enjoying itself in the company of the other Pokemon. As Mutuo entered, it immediately beheld the majestic Rayquaza soaring through the sky, alongside the slumbering Kyurem resting on the ground, and in the distance, it caught sight of Zapdos. I find it increasingly perplexing how you have garnered the acceptance of these legendary Pokémon, Mutwo remarked in astonishment after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps you should reside here permanently. It appears that these Pokémon hold great fondness for you. Nightshade did not respond to Mutwo's inquiry, but instead extended an invitation. After a brief silence, Mutwo gazed at Nightshade and replied, "Not just yet, but if the opportunity arises in the future, I shall consider it." Nightshade then turned his attention to Mew, who was joyfully flitting about, plucking berries from trees and transforming into various Pokémon to frolic with a group of little sprites, radiating sheer joy. "I truly believe you are not a mere replica of Mew. She possesses such a vivacious spirit that you seem to lack," Nightshade commented, observing Mew's childlike exuberance. The scenery evoked a wave of nostalgia within Nightshade. The world of the system space, with its sun and moon, mirrored the passage of time in the outside world. At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, it resembled two adults watching a group of children play, reminiscent of the heartwarming scenes from his rural childhood. After taking a moment to sit in a lounge chair, Nightshade concluded his affairs in the system space and departed. "Let us be off," Nightshade announced to the group of girls. Initially, he intended to leave after capturing Mew, but he felt content to have had the chance to see Mutwo. "We shall meet again in the future," Mutwo declared before soaring away. "Did you truly let it go?" Kinna asked, bemused. "We shall meet again regardless," Nightshade replied. Shaking his head, Mutwo had always desired freedom, and unless he possessed a fruit akin to that which allowed him to capture Giratina, attempting to bind Mutwo would be an insurmountable challenge. Upon returning to Pallet Town, Nightshade fortuitously encountered Ash and his companions. "Where is that most powerful Pokémon trainer?" Although I did witness something quite astonishing, Ash began to complain upon seeing Nightshade. Ignoring Ash's grievances, Nightshade refrained from divulging, "Your memory has been altered. The Indigo Conference is about to commence. Are you prepared, Ash?" Nightshade inquired. "I am fully prepared this time. I will surely defeat you," Ash declared with fervor, his complaints momentarily forgotten. Before Ash could revel in his excitement, Blue appeared from seemingly nowhere, taunting him. "You can't even defeat me. How do you expect to conquer Nightshade?" "Dream on." Ash and Blue soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, suggesting yet another tumultuous battle was on the horizon. "I long to return home. Kinna, after following me for so long, do you not have any responsibilities?" Kinna responded, "Unless there are significant matters at hand. The Elite Four are not nearly as busy as one might imagine." "Then let us depart." In the aftermath, the League learned that the meteor incident was yet another scheme orchestrated by Nightshade, heightening their vigilance toward him, for the unknown is often a source of trepidation. This year was whimsically dubbed the Year of the Apocalypse by the citizens of the Kanto region. Previously, during his visit with Kinna and others to Professor Oak's laboratory, Nightshade had a residence of his own. "Your home is truly grand," exclaimed Snow. "It is rather spacious, but it is merely myself and Alice residing here. My grandfather typically stays at the lab." Maril, upon seeing Nightshade return, joyfully bounded towards him. "Go play with Celebi," Nightshade suggested as he released Celebi. Maril eagerly pulled Celebi along, with Mew joining their playful escapade. Entering the house, although Nightshade had not visited in some time, it remained immaculate due to regular cleaning. "Choose your rooms. It seems we will be here for a while." "Where will you be staying, Nightshade?" Nazo inquired. "I reside upstairs. Why do you ask?" "I wish to stay in the room adjacent to yours," both Kinna and Nazo replied. "Is that so? Then the room beside Alice's shall be mine." "As we are good friends, are we not?" Kinna declared. "I apologize. Perhaps we were once close, but we have since parted ways," Alice interjected, leaving Kinna and the others to select a room at random. "I truly apologize. That room is already mine," Alice said with a smile. "What is it?" Nightshade asked, noticing the tug on his clothing by Inshua. "I wish to stay with you, Nightshade," Inshua whispered. "Of course, let us go." While Kinna and her friends were engaged in their room selection, Inshua stealthily made her way into Nightshade's room. With the Indigo Conference approaching, Nightshade gathered his Pokémon in the backyard and energized them with motivating words. The Pokémon nodded in agreement. "Excellent, Rayquaza, please keep a watchful eye on them. I trust you will not be idle. After all, practice makes perfect. I believe you are all exceptional." Nightshade mused, feeling somewhat like a motivational speaker. Rayquaza nodded, assuring him of its vigilance. Observing his Pokémon, Nightshade felt a sense of pride. During their travels, he had captured numerous Pokémon, each possessing formidable strength, with the weakest being at the elite level. Setting aside the legendary Pokémon, with Nightshade's current prowess, ascending to the rank of elite in any region would be a breeze. Chapter 143, Journey to the Indigo Plateau. Nightshade had spent the past few months training his Pokémon and engaging with the girls, to the point that even they could no longer bear it. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to a pulp? Every time you jest with one girl. The others glare at you menacingly. No worries. Although I dance on the precipice of danger daily, my prowess in charming ladies has improved, Nightshade shamelessly boasted. As sunlight cascaded down, Time's mark decayed behind him, and before he realized it, months had flown by, leading to the eagerly anticipated day of the Indigo Conference. Early the next morning, Nightshade and Alice set off towards the Indigo Plateau. Kinna, burdened with numerous responsibilities, could not accompany Nightshade, as the Indigo Conference was held in Kanto, requiring the Elite Four's presence. At present, the Indigo Plateau was teeming with people, primarily trainers from around the globe who had registered for the conference, newcomers and seasoned trainers alike. There are so many people. Will we find a place to stay? Snow remarked. Do not worry. With the League's vast scale, they will surely have accommodations available. Besides, Kinna is an elite, and rooms will undoubtedly be reserved. I will head to the registration area. Do not stray too far. Nightshade ventured alone to the registration desk. As the crowd was overwhelming for Alice and Naza, who were unaccustomed to such bustling events. At the registration desk, Nightshade presented his previously acquired badges and the certification from the Pokémon evaluation exam. He was surprised to learn that the evaluation exam could substitute for badge registration. However, having already collected 8 badges, the certification was of little consequence. After completing his registration, Nightshade departed with his number and the key to the competitor's lounge. It was also time for the ceremonial torch relay. The torchbearer, Abelard, ran forward with a smile, flanked by numerous Ms. Kuntzes providing protection. After all, this moment of passing the torch was sacred. Is it true that the sacred flame never extinguishes? An inquisitive Snow inquired. It seems to be the flame of Moltres. Alice responded. As for whether it can be extinguished, I cannot say, but it is indeed derived from Moltres' flame, ignited from a small spark on its feather. During the exchange between Yasu and Xiaoxua, the sacred flame had already reached the hands of the exuberant Ash, accompanied by his beloved Pikachu. Ash's excitement was palpable, as passing the sacred flame was indeed a rare opportunity. However, wherever Ash went, the notorious Team Rocket was sure to follow, although they had failed in their mutual plan. Team Rocket's resourcefulness extended far beyond what was apparent. After numerous twists and turns, the sacred flame was finally passed on. As they departed, Yasu encountered the bickering duo of Shigeru and Ash. Each time they met, it was either a battle or a verbal spar, which was quite remarkable. Your bond is truly commendable, Yasu teased. Impossible. That is utterly untrue. Don't say such nonsense, they retorted in unison. As the saying goes, it takes a century to share a boat, and a year to achieve perfect synchronicity. Their perfect timing only further discredited their claims. Yasu, over here. Kona waved at Yasu from the crowd. Kona, didn't you go to handle the quartz conference? Yasu asked. I'm quite free now, and besides, you still don't have a place to stay, do you? That is indeed true. I've already made arrangements, so follow me. Yasu and his companions followed Kona to a splendid villa. Wow, having a champion girlfriend is quite a jackpot, Yasu remarked with a smile. Don't say such things. This is a place prepared by the League for you all to stay, Kona said, her cheeks flushed as she looked down. Let us go pick up a few people. Yasu suggested. Are we picking up girls? Kona inquired. Yes, indeed. Let us go? Upon arriving at the airport, it wasn't long before they spotted Shinda stepping off the plane. Shinda, it's been a while. Yasu waved at her. Is that a Bakubi in your arms? Did it hatch? Shinda smiled brightly. Yes, it just hatched a few days ago. Cousin, isn't it adorable? Looking at the joy on Shinda's face, it was clear that Bakubi brought her immense happiness. You Haven T called me in days. Did you forget about me? Shinda said, her expression turning melancholic as Yasu remained silent. No, of course not. I've just been busy training Pokemon. Yasu thought better than to admit he had actually forgotten. Then I'll let it slide this time. Let us go. Shinda took Yasu's hand, ready to leave. Wait, Shinda, I still need to pick up others. It's not another girl, is it? Shinda asked, her cheeks puffing up in jealousy. It is a girl, but she's about your age. Humph. Shinda let out a small huff, clearly protesting Yasu's apparent flirtations, as if he had already attracted another romantic interest. Yasu felt numerous eyes fixated on him, sending shivers down his spine. With no alternative, he shifted the conversation to how Shinda was faring at school. After chatting for about half an hour, another plane landed, and out stepped Mei, Toko, and Serena. Over here. Yasu waved at them. The 3 girls rushed towards Yasu, but their hostility towards Shinda was unmistakable. Shinda, observing the trio of equally formidable girls, felt her discontent towards Yasu's flirtations intensify. To think that in just a few days, he had attracted 3 girls. She deemed this unacceptable. Did you 3 come together? Yasu asked, sensing tension in the air, albeit surprised by their arrival. Initially, Yasu had received a call from Serena, asking him to pick her up, but he hadn't anticipated Mei and Toko being there as well. We happened to meet on the plane. We had a layover in the Kanto region and ran into Sister Serena, Toko explained. Didn't he expect that, did you, Yasu? I knew you'd be surprised. Mei said with a grin. Hello, I'm Shinda. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Shinda greeted Serena and the others. However, these were merely polite words, as deep down, Shinda was not pleased at all. After all, who would be happy to have 3 rivals for someone they admired? Chapter 144, First Victory. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you, the 3 girls said to Shinda, their tone mirroring her own. Let's head back and rest for a bit. Yasu led them to Kona's villa. Once in his room, Yasu contemplated the Pokémon he would deploy for the upcoming match. Currently, Yasu's team included a mid-tier Dragonite, a mid-tier Beedrill, a mid-tier Charizard, a late-stage Gyarados, a mid-tier Sylveon, an early-stage Kingler, a mid-tier Snorlax, a pre-elite Electivire, a pre-elite Aerodactyl, and a Bulbasaur. Dr. Oak's Dragonite had already returned home. Such formidable strength. This is akin to bullying the weak, Yasu mused, realizing his Pokémon possessed near-champion levels of prowess. Moreover, within the system's space, there was also the Pokémon entrusted to him by Mutuo. The battle rules dictated a 6-on-6 format, and Yasu decided to have Bulbasaur lead, as it was an excellent opportunity for honing its skills, with the remaining Pokémon chosen at random. Upon hearing Yasu's plan, Bulbasaur was delighted. For it, battling was the most enjoyable endeavor. After communicating with the other Pokémon, Yasu stored them away and ventured out to join Mei and the others for some leisure, eventually returning to his room to rest and prepare for the competition the next day. Early the next morning, Yasu and the girls arrived at the venue, where the majority of onlookers were immediately captivated by their presence. If looks could kill, I would have perished countless times by now, Yasu thought as he noticed the envious gazes from the men around him. With so many women by his side, any man would feel envy. The scene was akin to a paradise in the minds of men. Of course, amidst the jealousy from men, there were also admiring glances from women. Yasu's striking appearance, combined with his well-toned physique from daily workouts, was the epitome of perfection. Having registered earlier, Yasu was now merely there to draw his battle arena. Approaching the registration desk with his contestant badge, a young lady at the front desk looked down and said, "Please show your contestant badge." As Yasu presented his Pokédex and badge, when the young lady finally looked up, she was taken aback by Yasu's flawless visage. After a flustered exchange, Yasu left under her intense gaze, having also drawn his battle arena for the upcoming match. A total of 256 contestants were participating in the tournament, and to claim the championship, they would need to navigate through 9 rounds of competition. The first 4 rounds would feature battles with 3 Pokémon each, taking place in water, grass, ice, and rock arenas. These initial rounds served as eliminations, with only 64 contestants advancing to the next stage. Only upon reaching the 5th round could they enter the main stadium for the actual competition, marking the true commencement of the tournament. Yasu drew the water arena for his first battle. In truth, any of the 4 arenas would have sufficed. The water arena would host the opening match, indicating that Yasu's battle would commence at 10 o'clock. Time was of the essence, and he hoped not to be late, as tardiness would result in disqualification. A staff member reminded him of this. "I understand." Yasu nodded and proceeded to prepare for his first battle. Upon learning about the matchups of the night, where Yasu was set to face off against both Xiaomao and Ash in separate brackets, a sigh of relief escaped me. Had I encountered Yasu at this early stage, I would have been left with no chance of securing even a runner-up position. The competition was soon underway, and Yasu took to the arena directly, while Kina escorted Sharona and the others to the spectator stands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The inaugural battle of the Pokémon League commences now, featuring the water arena. In the red corner, we have Yasu, hailing from Masera Town, and in the green corner, the challenger, Au, from the city of Akihabara in the Kanto region. As the announcer's voice faded, Yasu stepped onto the command platform, facing a rather dark-skinned youth who appeared to be a novice trainer. The commentary team was engaged in lively discussion, and perhaps by mere coincidence, Yasu's Giratina had recently dealt a significant blow to the city of Akihabara, making this first battle a confrontation against a trainer from the same locale. Trainers, please select your Pokémon. The battle begins. With the announcer's cue, both Yasu and Au tossed their Pokeballs into the air. Au sent forth a Spearow, while Yasu released the Bulbasaur he had decided upon the previous day. The competitors have summoned their Pokémon. Yasu has chosen Bulbasaur, one of Kanto's starter Pokémon, while Au has chosen Spearow, also from the Kanto region, the commentator proclaimed emphatically. From the current scene, I must admit, I hold a more favorable view of Spearow, but the ultimate victor remains uncertain. Let us anticipate the clash between these two trainers. Seeing that both sides were ready for battle, Ao commanded, Spearow, use wing attack. Spearow flapped its wings vigorously, creating a blade of wind that surged toward Bulbasaur with astonishing speed, catching the latter off guard. Although wing attack is classified as a normal type move, many may be unaware of this distinction, perhaps including Ao himself. After all, flying type moves are particularly effective against Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, counter with Vine Whip. Bulbasaur struck the air in front of it, perfectly neutralizing the oncoming wing attack. Now, Bulbasaur, follow up with Seed Bomb. Ao was taken aback by Yasuo's sudden defensive maneuver, momentarily forgetting to issue commands as he watched helplessly while his Spearow was struck by the Seed Bomb. Spearow crashed to the ground, though not entirely incapacitated. It was gravely weakened. Bulbasaur, deliver another blow with Solar Beam. Yasuo wasted no time, continuing his assault on Spearow. Watch out, Spearow, dodge it. Ao exclaimed in a desperate attempt to salvage the situation, but it was too late. The Solar Beam struck Spearow, rendering it unable to continue fighting. In this water arena, where Spearow had the advantage due to the abundant water covering the battlefield, Yasuo managed to turn the tables unexpectedly. The referee glanced at the fallen Spearow before announcing, Bulbasaur has emerged victorious. Chapter 145, The Overlord Yasuo. The initial elimination round adhered to a one-on-one format. Otherwise, a 6-on-6 match would stretch on until nightfall. The commentators were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. However, they quickly regained their composure and exclaimed, Yasuo has demonstrated the versatile applications of Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, defeating his opponent in mere minutes. Let us extend our congratulations to Yasuo. Ao, still in shock, pondered, I lost before I even got a chance to attack. Is the competition this fierce now? With Spearow defeated so swiftly, it left us all in awe of Bulbasaur's capabilities. Yasuo proved through action that even an unevolved Bulbasaur should not be underestimated. How could this happen? Ao stared at his fallen Spearow, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, Ao possessed other capable Pokémon, and had he not encountered Yasuo, he might have had a fair shot at reaching the top 8. Alas, he had underestimated his opponent. I can't believe he faced the future champion so early in the tournament. What bad luck, said Naz. Cheers erupted from the audience as May and Side-Eye leaped joyfully at Yasuo's victory, their excitement rivaling that of Yasuo himself. Enough cheering from you two. Isn't it only natural for little Yasuo to win? Alice gently pulled them back down. Come back, Bulbasaur. Yasuo recalled his Pokémon, then made his way off the battlefield. Paying no mind to his opponent, he strode toward the front desk to draw his next challenger. The court's conference was no mere game. Many would be eliminated in the knockout rounds, and only 128 contestants would advance to the next tier of battles, where the format shifted to 3-on-3. With numerous participants this year, the stakes were high, especially since the previous year's court's conference had been cancelled. Alice and the others also departed from the spectator area. Heading backstage. Congratulations, big brother Yasuo. May exclaimed, launching herself toward him. What do you think you're doing to my Yasuo? Naz interjected, extending her hand to restrain May mid-leap. There's nothing to celebrate. I merely won a single elimination match, Yasuo said, pinching May's cheek before releasing Naz's psychic hold. Once freed, May lunged forward again, and Yasuo caught her to prevent a fall. By the way, isn't May participating in the battles? Koyuki asked. She's not interested. Besides, with her abilities, even legendary Pokémon would pose no challenge, Yasuo replied, glancing up at Nay. Nay is so adorable. Can I give her a hug? Toko gazed at Nay with sparkling eyes. Well, you can only dream. Even I, her sister, can't hug her, so what makes you think you can? Alice retorted, though Mew might allow you to hug her. Mayuki chimed in. Really? Where's Mew? Toko inquired, turning to Yasuo. Mew is currently snoozing inside her Pokeball, Yasuo responded, knowing that Mew was happily playing with Pokémon in the system space. Even if Mew emerged, she would likely avoid them. During her months at Yasuo's home, she had grown quite familiar with Alice and the others, but after the last time they had overwhelmed her, Mew developed a psychological aversion to them, which was uncharacteristic of her playful nature. Enough chit-chat, let's head back, Yasuo declared as he led the group away, drawing attention as they passed. The second match was scheduled for the afternoon. Yasuo was fortunate to have no battles in the morning, surrounded by Lolas, maidens, and mature ladies. Any man witnessing this spectacle couldn't help but feel envious. Why is it that I, who am undeniably more handsome than him, do not have such a gathering of women? A particularly brazen man lamented. Bro, while I share your jealousy, I look down upon your lack of self-awareness. What gives you the right to claim superiority in looks? Another man chimed in, unable to contain himself. Exactly. This guy dares to say he is more handsome than my idol. How shameless. A nearby woman remarked, overhearing the conversation. My idol? Clearly, he's mine. I will definitely marry him someday. Huh. You should take a good look in the mirror. Do you really think you're worthy? Came the retort from the surrounding crowd. Discussions erupted, with even a dedicated fan club forming to support Yasu. Eventually, Yasu's group could no longer endure the scrutiny and hastened their departure. The following night, Yasu's match continued. Undoubtedly, he swept through the competition with sheer skill, advancing into the top 128. Each day featured battles among these 128 competitors, divided into 64 pairs, with one elimination per battle. This process would continue until the top 32 were determined, and leading up to the final 8, all matches would remain in a 3-on-3 format. The remaining battles would transition to a 6-on-6 format. The following morning, Yisu once again drew his battle arena. This time, he was assigned to a water-themed venue, with the match scheduled for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Aren't you going to learn something about your opponent? Kona inquired of Yisu. I feel that this would diminish the thrill of the battle. Knowing my opponent's Pokemon strengths and preferred tactics takes away all meaning from the fight. Yisu replied with a shrug, unabashedly stating that none of the competitors in the tournament were a match for him. I heard that the Elite Four from Kanto will also be attending. Is that true? Yisu asked Kona. Indeed. However, they will only arrive for the finals. Kona nodded in affirmation. Well, if I can help it, I would prefer to end the battle before it even begins, Yisu remarked with a smile. Don't get your hopes up. That's impossible. Once one side loses 3 Pokemon, a break is initiated. After the commencement of a 6-on-6 battle, if one side has 3 Pokemon defeated, a 15-minute intermission will follow. What a pity, Yisu said, disappointment etched on his face. In response, Kona playfully tapped Yisu on the head, half amused, half exasperated. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yisu stepped into the water arena. Unsurprisingly, it was another overwhelming display of dominance, though this time his opponent was a girl. It seems our Yisu, the Dark Lord, shows no mercy even to female opponents. The commentator jested. Yisu's lips twitched. He had been given the moniker of the Dark Lord. Today's battle concluded with Yisu's unyielding power, leaving no room for leniency. In truth, it was not that Yisu wished to show mercy, but rather that at such a high level of strength, it became exceedingly difficult to hold back. Those ingrained command methods were not easily altered on a whim. Chapter 146. The official tournament commences. Thus, Yisu advanced effortlessly through the ranks, utilizing his Bulbasaur and Sylveon to secure a spot in the top 128. Other competitors also took note of Yisu. After all, he was shrouded in mystery, and due to Kona's influence, his true strength remained elusive. While it was possible to purchase information about the participants' Pokemon at the front desk, some opted to report one main Pokemon alongside 5 weaker ones to avoid revealing their true capabilities. However, Yisu's profile was entirely blank, revealing only that he possessed a Bulbasaur and a Sylveon. During the battles, no Pokemon could withstand even a single attack. Every encounter ended in a swift knockout. At this juncture, Yisu had become a formidable adversary in the eyes of the other competitors, his overwhelming prowess instilling a sense of caution among them. The title of the Dark Lord had spread far and wide. Yisu, I look forward to facing you, Ash said from the audience, clenching his fists. You stand no chance. You'd best hope to avoid an encounter with Yisu, or you'll be eliminated before you know it. Prepare for your own battle. Misty chimed in. Misty, do you truly underestimate me so? How can you claim I'm not a worthy opponent without a fight? Ash retorted defiantly. It's evident just by watching. The disparity is too great for me to articulate. No matter how hard you try, you won't catch up, especially since I have yet to witness your efforts, she replied. After this, the battles no longer involved Yisu, who had successfully advanced to the top 128. Both Gary and Ash had also made it into this round, signifying a remarkable display of talent at this year's Indigo Conference. Setting aside Yisu's overwhelming prowess, Ash and Gary were no slouches either. During their time in Pallet Town, Yisu had often offered guidance to Ash and Gary, who originally were meant to develop steadier personalities after extensive traveling. However, following Yisu's rigorous training, their growth accelerated exponentially, though they still bickered whenever they met. The strength exhibited by these two astonished everyone, considering both Ash and Gary hailed from the same town and had set out on their journeys at the same time. Yet, it was surprising how much progress they had made in such a short period. Local residents of Kanto were particularly thrilled, as the region had long been regarded as the strongest. However, this strength was merely mid-tier, especially given the recent Indigo conferences where local newcomers had failed to secure notable placements. With the emergence of Yisu, Ash, and Gary, all hailing from Kanto, those in the know began to realize that these three could be considered the successors of Professor Oak. heightening expectations for one of them to claim the championship. With 2 days left until the elimination rounds concluded, Mei snuggled up to Yisu when no one was paying attention. "Yisu, you're too close," Tuko remarked, stamping her foot. "It's fine, brother Yisu won't mind. And he'll be happy, right?" Mei wrapped her arms around Yisu's neck, her sparkling eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed at him. Yisu looked at Mei, unsure of what to say. Indeed, he felt a surge of happiness in his heart, but he could not voice it, surrounded by the predatory gazes of the other girls. Yisu imagined the consequences of nodding, and indeed, women in their 20s are as fierce as wolves, while those in their 30s are like tigers. "What can you little girl do?" Nashi used her psychic abilities to pull Mei away. "After all these battles, I've come to realize my shortcomings. I should go train my Pokémon," Yisu thought as he swiftly departed from this place of potential trouble. He dashed away, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might leave without a bone to his name. In yet another meeting of the League's upper echelons. "This year is truly fascinating. I never anticipated the two successors of Professor Oak to be so formidable," Damalanche remarked, grinning as he observed Ash and Gary's match. The League had long been aware of Ash and Gary's backgrounds. Gary was Professor Oak's grandson, while Ash had grown up under the professor's watchful eye. "It seems we have potential candidates for the Elite Four," someone noted. However, Yisu is a different matter altogether, Granny Oranges interjected. "Indeed, Yisu's presence poses a significant threat to the League." Though such sentiments were expressed, a critical question arose from one of the higher-ups. "But do we have any means to deal with Yisu? I believe your intentions to take action against Yisu are unrealistic, and I do not support them," Dato stated coolly. As the champion of the Kanto region, Dato was qualified to attend the League meetings, but upon hearing the League's intentions toward Yisu, his disdain for the League deepened. "Dato, whose side are you on?" A higher-up challenged him. "I simply do not wish for the League to incur unnecessary sacrifices. The disappearance of Giratina and New Island is the best proof of that, isn't it?" This statement rendered those present silent, as Yisu's strength remained elusive, and he seemed to have appeared in this world out of nowhere. "Let us put this matter aside for now. The most pressing concern is the Indigo Conference. If all goes well, both Ash and Gary should reach the top 4. They agreed, as recent years had seen other regions claim the championship title, a situation that the League, driven by profit, could not tolerate. Unbeknownst to the trio, discussions were taking place about them. Ash and Gary's matches continued to impress, though not with Yisu's overwhelming style of battle where one Pokémon could decimate 3. Rather, it was a one-on-one display that left the audience astounded. This year's Indigo Conference was indeed of high caliber, with many opponents having achieved commendable results in other regions. And they found themselves eliminated in the face of Ash, Gary, and Yisu. From beginning to end, Ash and Green only utilized a single Pokémon each, while Nightshade dedicated his focus to nurturing his Bulbasaur. Ash's Pokémon was Snorlax, whereas Green commanded a Blastoise. The trio distinguished themselves in the elimination rounds through their commanding abilities and the prowess of their Pokémon. Even the relentless Team Rocket trio found themselves cheering for Ash and his companions. Despite being adversaries, they were nonetheless natives of the Kanto region. 2 days later, the official tournament commenced, and during this phase, the selection of Pokémon could not be taken lightly. Chapter 147, The Dominance of Gyarados. Each match required prior registration of the Pokémon to be deployed, and only those registered could engage in battle. "Nightshade, do your best. We're here in the stands to support you." Yukino waved encouragingly at Nightshade. "Rest assured," Nightshade replied with a confident smile as he approached the battlefield. The arena for this encounter was a rocky terrain. "So you are the so-called Dark Overlord, Nightshade? Allow me to bring your reign to an end," declared the man opposite Nightshade, brimming with self-assurance, evidently buoyed by the advantageous environment. It appeared that Nightshade's opponent was quite confident, boldly taunting our Dark Overlord. The commentators couldn't help but speculate about the source of such audacity. Victory for Nightshade. Victory for Nightshade. The audience did not disappoint the commentators, erupting in thunderous cheers. The adage rings true, fame breeds fear, and it seems the notoriety of Nightshade is rather unsettling. A smile involuntarily crept onto Nightshade's face as he brazenly remarked, "It seems the burden of notoriety is not as pleasant as it appears." However, was the reality of Nightshade as he perceived it? Not exactly. Some individuals held little affection for him, and a few even harbored resentment, wishing to usurp his place. Yet, their wives and girlfriends were enamored with Nightshade. Thus, under the pressure of their significant others, they could only begrudgingly cheer for him. "Damn you." His opponent glared at Nightshade, consumed by anger and jealousy. After all, who wouldn't envy a man with such a following? In the red corner, we have the familiar Dark Overlord, Nightshade, requiring no further introduction. while in the green corner stands Luda, a contender from the Kanto region. Both participants hail from Kanto, yet the outcome remains uncertain. Let the battle begin. The referee announced as both trainers released their Pokémon. Come forth, Gyarados, Nightshade declared, releasing his Pokémon, perfectly suited to the water-enhanced battlefield. Humph, if you're deploying Gyarados, then I shan't hold back. Come forth, Ivysaur, Luda exclaimed excitedly, intending to counter Nightshade's Pokémon with one he believed would have the upper hand. He had long harbored disdain for Nightshade, jealousy distorting his perception. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip and show it our strength, Luda shouted. Our contestant Luda has chosen Ivysaur. One wonders if this Ivysaur possesses the same strength as the previous Overlord's Bulbasaur. This Luda fellow seems competent, perhaps stronger than Nightshade's previous adversaries, but merely marginally so. The Vine Whip struck Gyarados, akin to a mere tickle, inflicting no discernible damage, as Gyarados floated on the water's surface, casting a disdainful glance at Ivysaur. How could this be? Ivysaur's Vine Whip failed to inflict any harm on Gyarados. Luda exclaimed in astonishment, finding the situation nearly unbelievable. To most, Gyarados and Magikarp seem indistinguishable, yet Nightshade's Gyarados was far from ordinary, possessing the strength of a late-stage elite Pokémon. While typical Gyarados rarely achieve even the threshold of an intermediate elite, Gyarados put an end to this, Nightshade stated calmly, observing Luda's shock without further comment. While grass types are indeed strong against water types, that strength must be backed by actual capability. Gyarados unleashed a mighty roar, directing a hyper beam at Ivysaur. Nightshade had focused Gyarados' training on enhancing its stamina and mastering hyper beam, given its unparalleled power among its learnable moves, albeit with a slight drawback of rigidity. The audience erupted in cheers, as expected. The Dark Overlord Nightshade did not disappoint. The might of Gyarados' hyper beam was sufficient to obliterate Ivysaur. True to form, the beam rapidly approached Ivysaur, and before Luda could even react, Ivysaur collapsed, rendered incapable of battle, its eyes swirling in a daze. How pathetic to lose to Nightshade. A man in the audience muttered, unable to contain his disdain. Since when could a loser like you critique my idol? A woman, presumably his wife, delivered a sharp slap to his head. The man felt unjustly treated, yet dared not voice his grievances, for she was indeed his wife. As a subservient husband, he could only suppress his frustration, channeling it towards Nightshade, whose victory only fueled his resentment. Green corner contestant, please release your next Pokémon. The referee's voice rang out to Luda. Come forth, Weepinbell, Luda shouted, releasing his next Pokémon in an agitated huff. The newly summoned Pokémon was still a water-type adversary. Gyarados used Twister. Although Gyarados is a water and flying-type Pokémon, its name includes Dragon, allowing it access to Dragon-type moves. Twister, while appearing to be a flying-type move, is fundamentally a Dragon-type attack. Weepinbell moved sluggishly, akin to a support Pokémon, while Gyarados benefited from the water-enhanced terrain. A fierce gust of wind swept through, the audience bewildered by the 5-meter-high Twister that seemed to materialize from nowhere. Weepinbell was ensnared by the center of the Twister, receiving continuous damage, and when the whirlwind subsided, Weepinbell lay on the floating platform, defeated and unable to continue fighting. Indeed, our Dark Overlord's prowess is formidable. Luda has swiftly lost 2 Pokémon. Will he manage to turn the tide with his final Pokémon? The commentator proclaimed loudly. My cousin is going to win. Side-Eye declared joyously, as if her victory were assured. Let us bring out my last Pokémon, Ampharos. Luda summoned his final Pokémon. The electric type would inflict quadruple damage against Gyarados, which possessed both water and flying attributes. And in a water-enhanced arena, electric types were particularly advantageous. At this point, Luda was no longer focused on winning. He simply sought to defeat at least one of Nightshade's Pokémon, even at the cost of mutual destruction, as he could not bear the thought of losing without a fight. It seems our contestant Luda has no more options left. Is he attempting to force a trade with our Dark Overlord? Gyarados, conclude this battle with Hyper Beam, Nightshade commanded. Gyarados unleashed a devastating ray of energy, striking Ampharos and obliterating it before it could even attempt to self-destruct. Chapter 148, Jamoku. Nightshade felt that his opponent lacked the capability to compete. Perceiving his participation in the court's conference as merely a means of dominating lesser opponents. I can't believe I lost. Luda knelt on the ground, lowering his head, evidently shaken by the defeat. After all, being overwhelmed by a single opponent was a significant blow to any novice trainer, leaving his once fervent spirit subdued. Return, Gyarados, Nightshade said, recalling his Pokémon. Such battles held no significance for Gyarados, lacking even the opportunity for a proper warm-up. All of Luda's Pokémon are unable to continue. Therefore, Nightshade emerges victorious and advances to the top 64, the referee announced. Advancing to the top 64 means that just 5 more victories stand between him and the championship. After the match concluded, unexpectedly, Yeshu did not depart, but instead took Shengdai and her companions to the stands. Is your cousin attempting to gather battle data on the opponents? Shengdai inquired with curiosity. Earlier, he had confidently asserted that it was unnecessary. Why the change of heart now? This wasn't quite the case. He simply found returning home dull and preferred to pass the time by watching the match. However, Shengdai, your current actions are perilous. Are you not concerned about Naz and Alice doing something? Yeshu remarked, addressing Shengdai, who was nestled in his embrace. Remaining here bore little difference from returning home. Since there was nothing to do, it was better to observe the competition, perhaps yielding unexpected insights. Move aside, this spot is mine. Mei forcefully displaced Shengdai, claiming her position. How could you do this? Through several days of interaction, Shengdai and Mei, along with Tuko, had become friends, united by their similar ages and shared interest in Yeshu. Mei, clinging affectionately to Yeshu, disregarded the lethal glares from Tuko and Shengdai. Yeshu, embracing Mei, also dismissed the menacing looks directed at him, finding comfort in her soft form. Compared to Mei, Shengdai had already triumphed in certain aspects. She resembled a human-shaped pillow, making it difficult for Yeshu to let go. Yeshu, so you are here. Upon hearing the voice, Yeshu turned to see Xiaoma approaching, surrounded by a throng of cheerleaders. Xiaoma, has your match concluded? Yeshu asked. Yes, the battle has ended. And the next opponent has already been revealed, Xiaoma replied, his gaze brimming with competitive spirit. Although it's not you, we will inevitably cross paths. Isn't the round of 64 to 32 still ongoing? How can one ascertain the next opponent so soon? Yeshu queried, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yeshu, have you not familiarized yourself with the tournament's progress? Xiaoma exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that the ever-capable Yeshu was unaware of the rules of the court's conference. What rules? Yeshu asked, genuinely ignorant of the tournament's regulations, as he was largely uninformed about most rules. After determining the 32 finalists, the 16 victors will be assigned to Zone 1, while the remaining 16 will comprise Zone 2. Ultimately, the champion will be decided through a battle between the strongest from each zone, Alice explained to Yeshu. I see. There are divisions as well. However, such complexity seems rather pointless. These are the regulations set forth by the League, and in reality, they do lack significance, Kenna chuckled lightly. Now that the 16 from Zone 1 have been announced, one can indeed check their next opponent, Xiaoma added. Is that so? I don't particularly care to learn about my opponent, Yeshu stated. Though he had effortlessly dispatched his previous opponents, he remained cautious. For many participants in this court's conference possessed remarkable strength. Perhaps to test Yeshu's prowess, he drew a rock-type arena for the 32 knockout round, and his opponent was none other than the individual named Jim, who had triumphed over Xiaoma in the original narrative. Be careful, this Jim appears to have formidable strength, Alice remarked, observing Yeshu's opponent. Naturally, anyone capable of defeating Xiaoma in the original story cannot be a mere third-rate contender, Yeshu mused internally, acknowledging that this opponent seemed promising. The prior matches had been too easy, leaving Yeshu devoid of any real enjoyment in battle. Next, Yeshu prepared to summon his fossil pterodactyl. For Professor Oak had already published a paper, meaning that the knowledge of his possession of fossil Pokémon was merely a matter of time. Since they would find out sooner or later, it was better to utilize it now, thereby enhancing his odds of victory. The previous strength of the fossil pterodactyl had stemmed from a return to consciousness after a long slumber. Now, however, it had descended to the initial stage of the Elite Four, a fact Yeshu had overlooked. No wonder the previous elite-level electrode could defeat the fossil pterodactyl. According to Yeshu's recollections, Jim's Pokémon were predominantly ground types, granting a significant advantage to his flying-type fossil pterodactyl. But relying solely on ground types, isn't that a bit reckless? Shengdai remarked. Actually, Jim's team is not entirely composed of ground types, Nez interjected, observing Shengdai's confusion. Isn't it? The Pokémon he used in the first match was a sandstorm team. And this individual has previously participated in the court's conference. According to the data I found on the computer, he exclusively used a sandstorm team during his last tournament. Shengdai asserted. Not entirely. I happen to have his data on hand. Yeshu, you should take a look as well, or you might find yourself in a precarious situation, Alice said, producing a sheet of paper filled with information about Jim. Indeed, this individual uses ground-type Pokémon, Mei exclaimed as she perused the document. Wait, what's that final Pokémon? The observant Tuko noted a distinctive detail. Exactly. This is the only change he has made this year compared to last. Naz replied. Such a tactical alteration could catch others off guard, Yeshu remarked. Truly, this was a contender who had defeated Xiaoma, while Xiaoma's strength at this time was not particularly high. His one elite-level Blastoise had already been sweeping through the competition. Go for it, brother Yeshu. Mei cheered as the match was about to commence. In this match, representing the green side, we have the formidable Demon King Yeshu, while from the red side, we have player Jim, the commentator announced to the audience. Chapter 149, Fossil Pterodactyl vs. Steelix. In the arena, Yeshu and Jim stood facing each other, and with the referee's declaration, the battle commenced as both sent forth their Pokémon. Yeshu's first Pokémon was the Fossil Pterodactyl, whose entrance captivated a large segment of the audience, while Jim's first Pokémon was Steelix. The Fossil Pterodactyl, now possessing a gentle temperament, held the strength of an early elite-level Pokémon. But it was relatively simple for it to regain its former prowess, as it had merely fallen from the peak of the champion level. Ah, Steelix. It seems this battle will not be easy. Yeshu chuckled. Steelix boasted an exceptionally robust defense, and while the Fossil Pterodactyl was indeed a fossil Pokémon, it had suffered a significant decline in strength after years of slumber. Facing Steelix, a formidable fortress with both impressive attack and defense, placed Yeshu in a challenging position. However, the only advantages lay in its attributes and speed. Though I don't know where you acquired such a fossil Pokémon, I am aware of the Pterodactyl's capabilities. It is indeed powerful, but defeating my Steelix will be quite a challenge, Jim declared confidently. This revelation indicated to Yeshu that Jim possessed considerable knowledge. Even before the Fossil Pterodactyl was widely recognized, Jim was already aware of its abilities, suggesting that he had not merely relied on luck to defeat Xiaoma. It remained uncertain whether Xiaoma's current strength could match Jim in a head-to-head confrontation. Steelix, charge forth and unleash a heavy slam attack on the opponent. Jim initiated the assault, understanding that the key to overcoming such a disadvantageous type match was strategic maneuvering. The Fossil Pterodactyl soared into the air as Steelix charged with ferocity. Given the current strength of the Fossil Pterodactyl, it appeared insufficient to withstand a single blow from Steelix. The Fossil Pterodactyl, after all, is a fossil Pokémon, venerable enough to be considered an ancestor of Yasuo. As it observed the armored Tyrannosaurus charging towards it, the once fiery temper of the Fossil Pterodactyl would have instinctively responded with aggression to counter the assault. However, the command from Yasuo compelled it to comply. The apparent might of the Tyrannosaurus' assault was merely a probing strike. The Fossil Pterodactyl flapped its wings and ascended into the air, leaving the Tyrannosaurus to halt in its tracks, having failed to make contact. It appeared that player Jimu's weaknesses were glaringly evident. Ground-type Pokémon struggle against flying types. The commentators made their presence felt, elucidating the situation for the less knowledgeable trainers in the audience. Fossil Pterodactyl, wing attack. With a type advantage at hand, Yasuo aimed to exploit it to the fullest. Only a fool would complicate their own fight. The Fossil Pterodactyl spread its violet wings and dove towards the grounded Tyrannosaurus. Though this maneuver could easily allow the Tyrannosaurus to seize the opportunity, it was precisely the outcome Yasuo desired. Jimu, upon hearing Yasuo's command, immediately urged his Tyrannosaurus to leap. Dare you to jump? The Fossil Pterodactyl executed a sharp turn and employed quick attack. Regrettably, Jimu underestimated the speed of the Fossil Pterodactyl. As the Tyrannosaurus leapt in an attempt to grasp the swiftly gliding Fossil Pterodactyl, a sudden sharp turn left the Tyrannosaurus caught off guard, rendering it a mere target as it descended in freefall. The Fossil Pterodactyl's wings struck at the airborne Tyrannosaurus, which could only endure the pain while seeking a chance to retaliate. As the Tyrannosaurus landed, the Fossil Pterodactyl was fortuitously positioned nearby. An opportunity. Jimu called out, Tyrannosaurus, use seismic toss. It would be foolish not to attack in such a moment. The Tyrannosaurus understood the significance of seizing the moment, aiming to grasp the Fossil Pterodactyl as it momentarily paused in its flight. Fossil Pterodactyl, use Shadow Clone. Yasuo recognized the gravity of the previous miscalculation, given the Tyrannosaurus's weight. The Fossil Pterodactyl could hardly withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, 3 Fossil Pterodactyls appeared before the Tyrannosaurus, leaving the bewildered creature awaiting Jimu's command. What a splendid opportunity wasted. Jimu's brow furrowed in frustration. Tyrannosaurus, unleash Blizzard. Unable to discern the real from the illusions, it decided to unleash an assault on all. The temperature of the battlefield began to plummet as snowflakes fell, accompanied by a fierce wind. The Fossil Pterodactyl deftly evaded with its high-speed movement. The range of the blizzard was limited. After all, the Tyrannosaurus lacked the innate prowess of a legendary Pokémon, which could summon a blizzard upon emergence. Tyrannosaurus, use Rock Throw. Jimu commanded. This move was essential for Rock-type Pokémon. The Tyrannosaurus lifted stones from the battlefield and hurled them at the fossil pterodactyl. Should it be struck, the fossil pterodactyl would suffer significantly. Fossil pterodactyl, use Brave Bird. The fossil pterodactyl surged with a powerful aura, as if clad in armor, and dove towards the Tyrannosaurus. Shattering the rocks hurled its way. If it seeks a head-on clash, let us oblige. Use Tackle, Jimmu shouted. One side gleamed with a soft blue glow, the fossil pterodactyl, while the other charged recklessly, the Tyrannosaurus. The two Pokémon collided, shaking the entire arena as if an earthquake of magnitude 6 had struck, with shockwaves filling the air. It was evident that the battle had reached a fever pitch. The very aftermath of their struggle was a testament to the formidable strength of the two contenders. As the dust settled, spectators were treated to a visceral display of combat, wherein even the fossil pterodactyl, though not adept in close quarters, had managed to survive in an era where champions were as plentiful as the stars. The Tyrannosaurus and fossil pterodactyl exchanged blows. The former's attack power had diminished significantly due to prior exertions, while the latter, bolstered by its Brave Bird, was able to match the Tyrannosaurus blow for blow. Yasu and Jimmu appeared to have reached an unspoken agreement, refraining from directing their Pokémon, merely observing the unfolding duel. The battle raged on, with the fossil pterodactyl seemingly gaining the upper hand, yet the Tyrannosaurus, fortified by its defensive capabilities and stamina, appeared unfazed by its current disadvantage. Chapter 150, Beedrill vs. Graveler. Use Rock Lock, then follow up with Hyper Beam. Suddenly, amidst the exchange, the Tyrannosaurus faltered. A powerful punch was evaded by the fossil pterodactyl, causing the Tyrannosaurus to lose balance and lean towards its opponent. Seizing this moment, Yasu unleashed a fierce counterattack. Surrounding rocks materialized beside the Tyrannosaurus, forming a pathway. As the fossil pterodactyl unleashed its accumulated hyper beam, propelling the Tyrannosaurus along the rocky corridor, seemingly cutting off its retreat. Tyrannosaurus, use Meteor Mash, Jimmu commanded. The strength of the Tyrannosaurus was indisputable, even cleaving the hyper beam in two. Such might could only be rivaled by a legendary Pokémon. However, in breaking through the hyper beam, the Tyrannosaurus expended considerable stamina. It appeared that the Tyrannosaurus was nearing its limit. The outcome was on the verge of being determined. For the final blow, unleash Ultimate Impact. Yasu directed the fossil pterodactyl. Despite the Tyrannosaurus's deteriorating condition, the fossil pterodactyl was not in optimal shape either. Tyrannosaurus, Heavy Slam. Jimmu placed his hopes on this final strike. The Tyrannosaurus charged towards the fossil pterodactyl, but due to its waning energy, the outcome became apparent swiftly. Ultimately, the fossil pterodactyl emerged victorious by a slender margin, while the exhausted Tyrannosaurus collapsed, yet it fought valiantly until the end. The Tyrannosaurus has lost its combat ability. Please substitute Pokémon, player Jimmu, the referee announced. It was an exhilarating match, marking the first narrow victory for the formidable Yasu, serving as a testament to player Jimmu's exceptional skills. Though the fossil pterodactyl triumphed, it had expended considerable stamina, rendering it less capable of assisting Yasu in the forthcoming battles. Return, Tyrannosaurus. After recalling the Tyrannosaurus, Jimmu sent forth his second Pokémon, the very one that had triumphed over Little Mew's Nidoking in the original story. Graveler. Return, fossil pterodactyl. You performed admirably. Although Ney had suppressed the fossil pterodactyl's original will, the combat spirit etched into its being and DNA could never be extinguished. While the fossil pterodactyl yearned to once again grace the battlefield and inscribe its glorious moments, the current overexertion would hinder its recovery, compelling Yasu to withdraw the fossil pterodactyl. You have encountered your most formidable opponent yet, Jimmu remarked to Yasu. In his previous battles, Jimmu had never faced an adversary as evenly matched as Yasu, igniting a fierce spirit within him, as nothing compared to the thrill of overcoming an equally ranked opponent. I concede, your prowess is commendable, Yasu replied courteously. Come forth, Beedrill. Yasu summoned forth the strongest Pokémon in his possession, save for the legendary ones, renowned for its combat finesse. The power of Onix is formidable. In the original story, Nidoqueen was effortlessly grasped by Onix with a single hand. Thus, to contend with Onix, one must possess considerable weight, otherwise, swiftness is imperative. Failing that, the likelihood of being struck by Earth's forces becomes exceedingly high. Moreover, Onix excels in close combat, while Beedrill also boasts impressive melee capabilities and strength that rivals that of Onix. This suggests that Beedrill may not necessarily be at a disadvantage in this battle, which is precisely why Yasu chose to deploy Beedrill during the period when Beedrill could not ascend beyond the mid-tier of the Elite Four. Its daily training revolved around practical combat skills. Even against the formidable champion, who had previously taken a hiatus, Beedrill managed to command respect, showcasing its agility and might. Akin to an assassin in the shadows, striking with lethal precision. As the battle commenced, the referee signaled the start. Beedrill, utilize agility, followed by Toxic. Yasuo initiated the offensive. In the previous match, Yasuo had an advantageous type matchup, but now, Onix, being a rock type, posed a significant threat to Beedrill, especially given its renowned defensive capabilities, leaving Beedrill seemingly at a disadvantage. Onix, assume a coiled position for defense. Jim calmly commanded, now execute rollout. To Yasuo's astonishment, Jim did not evade Beedrill's attack. Was this an underestimation of Beedrill's offensive prowess? It is crucial to note that Toxic is not a mere status ailment. It escalates in damage over time. Beedrill, with its relatively diminutive physique, unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, reaching Onix's front in the blink of an eye, before Onix could fully execute its coiled defense. Beedrill's stinger pierced its body, generating sparks upon impact. A hint of purple appeared on Onix's otherwise gray visage, though this hue was deeper than usual. Onix, now more rounded, began to roll. This is yet another infuriating move characteristic of rock types. Rollout accelerates over time, amplifying its power, while coiling enhances its speed. If Onix were to roll for several minutes, Beedrill would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught. Beedrill, unleash a poison sting to halt it. Yasuo instructed. Onix, charge directly forward. Jim, confident in Onix's defensive resilience and determination, shouted defiantly. The toxic attack would deal double damage to a poisoned Pokémon, yet Onix's rollout successfully breached the poison sting, maintaining its momentum and striking Beedrill, sending it flying. The damage from the poison-type attack is still too minimal, Yasuo remarked. Beedrill, engage in evasive tactics. Beedrill excelled in a hit-and-run strategy, adept at attrition warfare. While it was quite strong in speed and stamina, its defensive capabilities remained a significant shortcoming. Seize it, Jim commanded. Now, finish it with Earthquake. His strategy was sound, yet Beedrill evaded Onix's assault, countering with a Giga Drain. Onix winced in pain, as Grass-type moves inflicted considerable damage upon it. Onix, coiling again, execute rollout. Jim shouted. Here we go again with that aggravating move. In that case, do not blame me. Use Solar Beam. Onix, now more rounded, continued its rollout, but the Grass-type move inflicted severe damage. Before it could roll for long, it was forcibly halted by the Solar Beam. Jim felt frustration mounting. Despite several rollouts, he had only managed to connect once. Beedrill, wear it down. Without rollout, Onix's mobility was severely hampered, and the effects of the previous toxic attack were becoming increasingly pronounced, draining Onix's stamina steadily. Onix, unleash Hyper Beam. Jim called urgently. Although he had not intended to use this move, circumstances demanded it. After all, Onix had not trained for Hyper Beam. If Beedrill managed to evade, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Onix's Hyper Beam was launched unexpectedly. Yasuo and Beedrill were caught off guard, and by the time they reacted, the beam had already struck Beedrill. Being relatively frail, Beedrill nearly succumbed to the assault. Beedrill, go all out. Though Hyper Beam was effective against Beedrill, Yasuo unveiled Beedrill's core ability, which equalized its HP with that of its opponent. With Onix weakened by the side effects of Hyper Beam, Beedrill soared into the air and swiftly engaged Onix, delivering a flurry of strikes while Onix remained immobilized, its face contorted in agony. In an instant, Onix's prior advantage crumbled. Onix, use Rock Slide, Jim shouted. Although the scales had tipped in Yasuo's favor, an excellent trainer's tenacity is essential. Perhaps a last-ditch effort could turn the tide. Beedrill, evade. Although Onix was in a distressed state, so was Beedrill. Compared to the beginning of the battle, Beedrill's speed had significantly diminished, rendering it unrealistic to strike the wary Onix. It could only rely on the effects of Toxic to wear down Onix. Onix's Rock Slide hurtled toward Beedrill, which managed to narrowly dodge the attack. Both Onix and Beedrill were now on the brink of collapse, with victory hinging on this critical moment. Impressive. Training such an exceptional Beedrill is no small feat. Let us see how you evade this. Use Flamethrower, Jim commanded, and indeed, Onix possessed a diverse array of moves. Beedrill, utilize agility and unleash Pin Missile. As Onix launched Flamethrower, an enormous flame erupted in the arena, but Beedrill's speed surged, its stingers targeting Onix with precision. Onix, counter with Hyper Beam. Jim, all in, recognized that lingering in a stalemate would benefit neither side, especially since Onix could not endure much longer. Now's our chance. Beedrill activated Protect, then followed up with Rest. Yasuo had been pondering how to immobilize Onix, and Jim inadvertently provided him with the perfect opportunity. Onix unleashed a powerful beam toward Beedrill. Yet compared to its earlier Hyper Beam, this attack was significantly weaker. Beedrill employed Protect, a skill still effective. Taking advantage of Onix's immobilization, Beedrill descended to the ground to recuperate, potentially regaining half its stamina. However, the duration of rest was prolonged, making it vulnerable to counterattacks. This is a miscalculation, Jim lamented. As the battle's dynamics increasingly favored Beedrill. Beedrill, let us conclude this battle with Hyper Beam. Yasu instructed. Onix, now severely drained, was at a distinct disadvantage, primarily due to the blistering speed of Beedrill. Having sustained damage from 2 Hyper Beam attacks, Beedrill had seized the opportunity to recover, further tipping the scales. Beedrill unleashed Hyper Beam toward Onix, who, predictably, succumbed to the assault, collapsing onto the ground, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Onix has lost its battle capacity. Jim, please select a replacement Pokémon. The referee promptly announced. A splendid match it was, though our competitor Jim displayed formidable prowess. It was ultimately Yasu, the formidable champion, who emerged victorious. Thank you for your hard work. Come back and rest well, Ginkgo. Ginkgo recalled his golem. Yasushi, you are quite remarkable, able to consecutively defeat my 2 Pokémon. Although I am unaware of what your final Pokémon is. If it has been specifically chosen to counter my team, I regret to inform you that you will lose, Ginkgo stated confidently. It appears you are quite self-assured. I hope your words are not mere empty boasts, Yasushi retorted. I am eager to see if you possess the strength to overcome this fellow. Ginkgo shouted. Come forth. My ultimate trump card. The audience believed that such a grand proclamation indicated the emergence of a powerful Pokémon, perhaps one of considerable strength or even a demigod. However, to their astonishment, Ginkgo's final Pokémon turned out to be the legendary creature, Farfetch'd, known for its inability to attack autonomously. Farfetch'd, an intriguing choice. But I must inform you that I shall take this seriously, Yasushi remarked towards Ginkgo. We cannot draw conclusions just yet. Let the battle commence, Ginkgo replied with a smile. Return, Beedrill, Yasushi called back his Beedrill. How can you do that? Ginkgo exclaimed. The battle hasn't even begun. Surely, I have the right to switch Pokémon. Yasushi looked towards the referee and commentator for confirmation. Indeed, competitor Yasushi is entitled to substitute his Pokémon, the referee affirmed. During the lengthy exchange between Ginkgo and Yasushi, the battle had merely been paused, and since Yasushi had won the previous round, he was allowed to change Pokémon. Although this is an unexpected turn of events, I still believe I can win, Ginkgo confidently asserted. Come forth, Electabuzz. Yasushi released his final Pokémon, Counter Punch and Mirror Coat, the only offensive moves of Farfetch'd. And they are both passive, Alice observed. This could pose some trouble for our cousin, Side-Eye remarked, glancing at the move description of Farfetch'd. Not necessarily. In fact, Electabuzz does have some effectiveness against Farfetch'd, Naz explained. What is going on? May inquired curiously. Are you not aware of Electabuzz's ability? Alice responded, looking at the inquisitive May. I told you to study harder. Now you've embarrassed yourself. Tuko playfully punched May on the head. Could someone please explain this to me? May said pitifully, having been struck without cause and lacking a retort. Chapter 152, Electabuzz vs. Farfetch'd. Just watch the battle involving Xiaoya. Alice directed her gaze towards the arena. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Farfetch'd, employ Mirror Coat. Ginkgo promptly commanded. Your attack will be reflected back at you with double the power. Ginkgo helpfully warned, albeit with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Indeed, when Farfetch'd test strength is comparable to that of its opponent, a rebound attack becomes a bothersome tactic, especially since Farfetch'd possesses considerable stamina and resilience. I am well aware of that, but perhaps you are not familiar with Electabuzz's ability, Yasushi replied with a smile. Despite Electabuzz's Thunderbolt being repelled by Farfetch'd's Mirror Coat, doubling its power, a miraculous event transpired. The reflected Thunderbolt struck Electabuzz, but inflicted no damage whatsoever, seemingly enhancing Electabuzz's speed instead. Farfetch'd's Counter Punch and Mirror Coat could indeed be troublesome, if one could not defeat the opponent in one blow. The rebound would return with double the force. However, Electabuzz possessed a unique trait, the Electric Engine, which rendered it immune to damage from Electric-type moves while simultaneously boosting its speed. This was precisely why Yasushi had chosen Electabuzz to confront Farfetch'd. Had he selected another Pokémon, it might have suffered greatly. As long as speed reaches a sufficient level, your Farfetch'd won't even be able to use Counter Punch against me, Yasushi stated. Counter Punch reflects physical damage back to the opponent, while Mirror Coat rebounds special damage. If I am fast enough, Farfetch'd will not be able to land a hit. Nevertheless, Farfetch'd has another move that could be troublesome, Ginkgo remarked. While your theory is sound and indeed feasible, My Farfetch'd is not an ordinary one. Farfetch'd, use charm. Then clap your hands. Farfetch'd struck a cute pose, lowering Electabuzz' attack power, and then clapped its hands, rendering Electabuzz capable of only using Thunderbolt for a limited time. However, Yasushi did not appear concerned. Clapping may not seem particularly useful at other times, but against a primarily rebound-focused Farfetch'd, it is remarkably effective. While my Electabuzz may be temporarily in a passive state, if you cannot defeat it, your clapping will prove futile, Yasushi declared. Although my chances of victory appear slim, at this moment, the outcome remains uncertain. The situation is not yet settled, and either of us could emerge as the dark horse, Ginkgo said. In that case, I have faith that time shall reveal all, Yasushi replied with a smile. Create an electric terrain, then unleash electric net. As soon as the effects of clapping ended, Yasushi promptly commanded, the electric terrain will amplify the power of electric-type moves, enabling them to potentially eliminate Farfetch'd, while the electric net will slow its speed. Continue clapping, Ginkgo ordered. As the effects of clapping persisted, Ginkgo's only option was to have Farfetch'd keep clapping. As long as Yasushi focused on attacking Farfetch'd with electric-type moves, Ginkgo found himself powerless against Yasushi, forced to compare their Pokémon stamina. Use Thunderbolt repeatedly. This continuous onslaught of Thunderbolts was unavoidable. Farfetch'd was indeed formidable in this scenario. However, the incessant use of Thunderbolt could potentially exhaust Electabuzz. Electabuzz unleashed a relentless barrage of Thunderbolts upon Farfetch'd, but all were deflected back by Mirror Coat, striking Electabuzz instead. This not only increased Electabuzz's speed, but also significantly drained its stamina. Yet, as long as Electabuzz maintained its swift pace, it would be sufficient to defeat Farfetch'd in one blow. Moreover, the damage from Mirror Coat was not a complete reflection. The effects of Thunderbolt still genuinely impacted Farfetch'd, as Mirror Coat merely rebounded the damage received. Yasushi contemplated that even if he could not bypass the Mirror Coat, he could still deplete Farfetch'd's stamina somewhat. Continue clapping, Farfetch'd. After several rounds, Ginkgo urged, this battle is becoming rather dull. It appeared that our competitor Ginkgo had run out of options and could only rely on this infinite loop of moves to stall for time. However, this prolonged delay proved ineffective against Electabuzz. An opportunity presented itself. A confident smile crept across Yasushi's face. Electabuzz, move at high speed, then unleash Shock Wave. Shock Wave was among the fastest attacks Electabuzz had learned, and by instructing it to use high speed to approach Farfetch'd, Yasushi significantly increased the likelihood of a successful hit. The series of Thunderbolt attacks had greatly boosted Electabuzz's speed, and facing the rapidly approaching Electabuzz, Farfetch'd had no chance to execute Mirror Coat before being struck by Shock Wave. Although the base damage of Shock Wave was minimal, Electabuzz had utilized electric terrain, amplifying the power of electric-type moves considerably. Farfetch'd was sent flying, sustaining notable damage, and without the ability to counterattack, its strength had diminished significantly. This is bad. I underestimated the situation. Electabuzz's speed is now too formidable. Jimu, in a state of vexation, remarked that he initially believed that even if the speed of the Electrike had increased, it would not reach an extraordinarily overwhelming level. However, it has become evident that the speed enhancement of the Electrike is indeed formidable, and his Gyarados could hardly keep pace with the Electrike's assault. Damn it. Don't think this means I will concede, Jimu continued. My Gyarados is exceptionally unique. At that moment, Jimu resembled a furious tempest. His voice boomed loudly. Yet it bore little efficacy. If mere shouting could resolve issues, then donkeys would have long since ruled the world. No matter how different the circumstances, it remains inconsequential. As long as your Gyarados cannot utilize a counterattack, it is no different from a feeble Caterpie, Nitso remarked. The inability to attack is the greatest flaw of Gyarados. Humph. Who told you my Gyarados cannot attack? Jimu retorted with a smile. I have stated that my Gyarados is the most extraordinary of its kind. The means of attack are simply ones I chose not to employ initially. Then by all means, commence your demonstration. Nitso extended his hand, as though eager to witness an enthralling performance. Chapter 153. Advancement to the top 32. You are insufferable, Jimu said, fixing his gaze upon Nitso. If a glare could kill, Nitso would have been obliterated by now. Is this my fault? However, it seems that enabling Gyarados to attack autonomously is no simple feat, Nitso mused, intrigued. Gyarados is widely recognized as a Pokémon incapable of initiating attacks, and Jimu's ability to make it do so certainly piqued curiosity. It appears that contestant Jimu has devised a strategy. Let us anticipate his performance, the commentator proclaimed. Let us see, my Gyarados is no ordinary Gyarados. Charge into the rock, and then use counter, Jimu shouted. The Gyarados moved with a lackadaisical gait, trudging toward the rock before it executed a swift counter, propelling the rock forward. The rock soared towards the Electrike, but its size was insufficient to pose a challenge, and the Electrike effortlessly evaded it. Oh, so it can be utilized in such a manner. Quite an inventive idea, Nightso remarked. Contestant Jimu is truly enlightening us. Who knew Gyarados could be employed in this fashion? The spectators were astonished, realizing Gyarados could engage in such maneuvers. Yet, this level of attack was utterly ineffective against the Electrike. Indeed, but currently, Gyarados holds a positional advantage. Jimu persisted. My final Pokemon is Gyarados, and the terrain plays a significant role. An arena of rocks, perfectly suiting Gyarados. No wonder it is your final Pokemon, Nightso acknowledged. Whether in a water, grass, or fire arena, none would grant Gyarados such an unexpected advantage. The rocks in this arena provide an opportunity, and their sharp formations augment the power of the attack. Truly, they are like blades of stone. Moreover, with numerous rocks surrounding Gyarados, should it choose to, those rocks could serve as means of assault. Gyarados, show them our might. Use counter to launch the rocks. Jimu commanded. Beware of evasion. Indeed, this tactic was notably effective. While it lacked the enhancement of a formal move, the rocks present were significantly more potent than those of a rock slide, and their attack area could be adjusted. This meant Gyarados could concentrate the rocks into a singular point or unleash a broad attack. Despite the Electrike's remarkable speed, it warranted caution against such an offensive. With the recent enhancement from the Volt Tackle, the Electrike's speed had reached astonishing heights, surpassing even Nightso's Beedrill. Yet, Nightso was perplexed by Jimu's relentless assault. Knowing full well such attacks bore no consequence against the Electrike, Gyarados continued to assault with those rocks. Jimu urged, his intentions remaining elusive. Contestant Jimu's strategy is indeed perplexing. Let us look forward to his next moves as the battle ignites with fervor, contrasting sharply with the previous tedium. Electrike, unleash Volt Tackle, Nightso declared, unwilling to let the Electrike evade any longer, as evasion would only deplete its stamina. The powerful Volt Tackle easily shattered the rocks that Gyarados had propelled. With a swift quick attack, the Electrike lunged at Gyarados and unleashed a full-powered Thunder Punch. This battle had drawn on long enough. It was time for it to conclude. Mutual destruction flashed a moment of hesitation in Jimu's eyes, yet he resignedly invoked the devastating move. The Electrike, after executing Quick Attack, closed in on Gyarados with lightning speed, delivering a Thunder Punch that could be deemed lethal. However, in the aftermath of incapacitating Gyarados, the mutual destruction also rendered Nightso's Electrike unconscious. Gyarados and Electrike both lose their combat ability. However, Nightso retains one Pokemon. Thus he is declared the victor, the referee announced. Congratulations to our champion, Nightso, for advancing to the top 32. Although the battle was tumultuous, the outcome remains unsatisfactory. You are quite formidable, unlike any trainer I have encountered. Most would hastily switch Pokemon upon seeing Gyarados, but you astutely considered its advantages within the arena. Jimu approached Nightso after the battle's conclusion. You truly are impressive. Even stronger than my previous adversary, I concede gracefully. Initially, Jimu had placed all his stakes on Gyarados, relying on the terrain and its unique advantages. Yet Nightso's victory left him speechless. Strength speaks volumes. The defeated appear to offer nothing but excuses. Yea, Nightso is the best at battling. May exclaimed joyfully. Stop embarrassing yourself. Do you not see the multitude of spectators? Toko, unable to contain herself, delivered a light punch to May's head. It's acceptable to be foolish. But please maintain some distance from us. No, Toko, you always bully me. May protested, feeling aggrieved, for since their acquaintance, Toko had consistently picked on her. Nightso, your girlfriends seem to share a splendid camaraderie, Jimu observed, a twinge of envy surging within him as he watched May and Toko playfully bicker. Why should it be that Nightso surpasses him in looks? The world is truly unfair. I believe you can achieve it too, Nightso encouraged Jimu. Recognizing that having lost the match, he felt as though he had also lost at life. Nightso was at a loss for how to comfort Jimu. Oh no, he is bullying me. Jimu finally broke down, feeling as though he had been utterly devastated. He seems rather pitiful, Side-Eye remarked, observing Jimu's dismay, her expression one of confusion. Side-Eye, you are still too young. Come, let us return for dinner. Upon returning to Konoha's villa, they gathered around the table as Neha and Mayuki prepared the meal. That was quite a thrilling battle for Nightso, Konoha commented. Sister Konoha, did you watch my match? Nightso queried, surprised that Konoha found time amidst her busy schedule to witness his fight. Indeed, I was on the platform. I simply could not descend. Yet I watch every one of Nightso's matches, Konoha asserted earnestly. Honestly, I too found this match quite exhilarating, Nightso replied, sensing the atmosphere had shifted slightly. He promptly redirected the conversation. Indeed, I was astonished to discover that Jimu's final Pokémon was indeed a Farfetch'd, and it appeared to possess a rather unique quality. Alice remarked that the typical Farfetch'd can only learn moves such as Return and Mirror Coat, along with Mystic Guard and Baby Doll Eyes. Some particularly formidable Farfetch'd can master the move Amnesia, which enhances their defense. But to encounter one that can learn Clap is utterly unheard of. It is quite special. Yet it ultimately succumbed to my cousin, Shungdai commented. You all exhibit such double standards, Ness said. It's not that Jimu is too weak, rather. It's that Yeshu is exceedingly strong, she continued. You too, Kina, Alice, May, Toko, Selena, and Mingxua chimed in. I believe my victory was merely a stroke of luck, Yeshu said softly, glancing at the arguing Kina and the others. Yeshu brother, excessive modesty can be a form of arrogance, May remarked. Oh May, you know that phrase too? Have you taken your medicine today? Toko teased. No, wait, are you scolding me? Initially flattered by Toko's compliment, May soon realized the implication and began to bicker with her. Such lively characters, Kina thought, initially intending to mediate, but over time, she resigned herself to the fact that May and Toko would always find a way to quarrel. And having two comedic elements in the household wasn't such a bad thing after all. The following day, Yeshu arrived at the front desk to draw his challenger and the venue. To his surprise, he found that his opponent was none other than Green. What a coincidence to face Green so soon, Yeshu mused, gazing at the competition number and venue in his hands. Yeshu, you're here quite early. He heard Green's voice and turned to see him, standing amidst the cheer squad like a young master. This time, we are adversaries, Yeshu said, shaking his competition number. Great. I've been itching to battle you, Green replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You're bound to lose anyway. What is the point? Ash interjected towards Green. Truly. The rivals of past lives meet once more, and it begins with taunts, Ash said with a smirk. What can a defeated subordinate like you possibly say? Green retorted, unwilling to back down. Humph, we'll see when you manage to triumph over Yeshu, Ash shot back, unable to find a suitable retort, and walked off. TCH, I'm sorry. Green, Yeshu suddenly said. Why are you apologizing? Green asked, bewildered. Because your opponent is me, which means you'll fall short of the top 32, hence my apology. Yeshu stated earnestly, sounding like a child who had done something wrong. However, to Green, this statement was infuriating. With a flush of anger, Green responded. The battle hasn't even begun yet, so don't be too confident. Perhaps I shall emerge victorious. I hope you won't disappoint me, Green. I'm eager to see how much your strength has grown these past few days, Yeshu replied with a light chuckle. I also hope you bring your best. This time, I intend to thoroughly defeat you, Green asserted confidently. Yeshu pondered for a moment before responding. Are you truly prepared to unleash your utmost strength? Last time, wasn't he at you who couldn't even best my Charizard? And my legendary Pokémon is no slouch either. As expected of the old trickster, your words are quite provocative. I wonder who you learned that from, Green scoffed. Humph, last time was merely an error. Even against a legendary, I fear nothing. After all, they are all Pokémon. What is there to be afraid of? Green replied, displaying a fearless demeanor, embodying the notion that facing fear is the way to conquer it. I must prepare, this time. I will surely defeat you, Green proclaimed, confidence glistening in his eyes. All right, prepare well. I believe in you, Yeshu said, observing that Green's abilities were already commendable. Perhaps after a few more years of travel, he could be a candidate for the Elite Four in Kanto. However, in comparison to Yeshu, he still seemed rather inexperienced. 2 days later, the matches for the top 64 concluded, and the competition for the top 32 officially commenced. Yeshu was the first to battle. And this time it was not a 3-on-3 contest, but rather a 6-on-6 showdown, enhancing the excitement of the event. The most exhilarating moments often occurred in battles approaching the championship, where the clash of powers revealed the prowess of the competitors, as none reached this level without skill. Good morning, everyone. Yes, it's me again. It seems I'm the commentator for all of Yeshu's matches, the commentator quipped to enliven the atmosphere. Though it seemed to have little effect, as the audience was either enamored with Yeshu's charisma or in awe of his strength. Although it was the first match of the day, it promised to be the most thrilling, with both competitors being formidable contenders for the championship. Despite the awkwardness of his previous remarks, the commentator found little to say. On the red side, we have the familiar formidable Yeshu, who requires no further introduction. Opposing him from the green side is Professor Oak's grandson, Green. As the commentator worked to energize the crowd, the time for the match had arrived, and both Yeshu and Green took their places. Yeshu, just watch. I will surely defeat you this time, Green declared confidently. May both competitors summon their Pokémon, the referee announced. Go, Drowsy. Yeshu called forth his Drowsy as the arena transformed into a grassy field. Lunala, arise. Green summoned his elegant and noble Lunala, its beauty rivaling that of a fairy. My Lunala is no weakling. Yeshu, be cautious. Use Dark Pulse. Lunala unleashed a malevolent aura toward Drowsy. Drowsy, use Psychic. With a swift command, Drowsy was struck by Lunala's Dark Pulse, yet it appeared to inflict no substantial damage. In retaliation, Drowsy unleashed a potent psychic force, diminishing Lunala's special defense, and thus, it fell in a single blow. An instant defeat. Yeshu's performance against Green starkly contrasts his previous battle with Jimu. This match re-establishes classic prowess, the commentator exclaimed. Green, gazing at his fallen Lunala, was momentarily dazed. He had overestimated Yeshu's combat capabilities, never anticipating that Lunala could be so easily vanquished. Lunala has lost its fighting capability. Please send forth your next Pokémon. Green, the referee prompted, noting Green's stunned expression. In the audience, Professor Oak nodded, then shook his head. He nodded in acknowledgement of Yeshu's improved strength, now even surpassing the Drowsy that had first arrived at his lab. Yet he shook his head at the significant gap between Green and Yeshu's abilities. Despite being the rightful grandson, Professor Oak held greater faith in Yeshu. As Xiao Mao gazed at the moonlight sprite he had withdrawn, an air of disbelief enveloped him. For the first time, he found himself questioning his journey as a Pokémon trainer. Am I truly cut out for this path? Why is there such a chasm between me and Yisu? Arriving with unwavering confidence only to face such a disheartening outcome is something no one could easily reconcile. Poor Xiao Mao indeed. His plight seemed even more tragic than that of Jimu from the previous encounter. Xiao Shui, observing Xiao Mao's despondent demeanor, remarked, Grandfather, do you think he might lose his confidence? Alice directed her question to Professor Oak, who sat nearby. I doubt that, he replied calmly. Even if it is a harsh reality, it cannot be altered. It simply indicates that Xiao Mao may not possess the aptitude for this endeavor. Professor Oak was remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress regarding Xiao Mao's failure. Originally, I intended for Xiao Mao to take over my research facility, but with Yisu's emergence, I plan to pass the reins to him, provided he harbors such aspirations. From what I gather, Xiao Yi likely has no such desire. He does not wish to be encumbered. Back in the arena, Yisu called out to the dazed Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao, if this is the extent of your abilities, you might as well concede now. This is not the Xiao Mao I know. Should Xiao Mao allow himself to be intimidated by this defeat, he would surely fall in Yisu's esteem. Such a mentality would render him inferior even to Jimu, who at least had the dignity to acknowledge his shortcomings and confront his failures candidly. Unlike Jimu, who, despite being swiftly defeated, did not display the same vacuousness and despair as Xiao Mao, who appeared as if his very soul had been stripped away. Go, Nidoqueen. With a renewed resolve, Xiao Mao shook off his earlier discouragement. Yisu's words resonated within him. His original intent for participating in the court's conference was not solely to clinch the championship, but rather to engage in a spirited Pokémon battle with Yisu. Though victory seemed a distant dream, he resolved that even in defeat, he would not be looked down upon. Slowbro, let us continue the fight, Yisu encouraged, observing the relatively upbeat demeanor of his Slowbro. Previously, during Slowbro's evolution, the process had been somewhat rushed, resulting in an incomplete foundation that now made it exceedingly difficult for Slowbro to enhance its prowess. Noticing Yisu's continued reliance on Slowbro, Xiao Mao refrained from further comment. Nidoqueen's Poison-type moves inflicted double damage on Slowbro, while its Ground-type attacks countered Slowbro's Water-type, presenting Xiao Mao with a significant advantage. Xiao Mao has sent out Nidoqueen, which holds a decisive advantage over Yisu's Pokémon, as Nidoqueen's Poison-type is particularly effective against Slowbro's Psychic-type, and its Ground-type moves counter Slowbro's Water-type. Can we witness the resurgence of the formidable Yisu? Xiao Mao stared at Slowbro and seemed to regain his confidence. Having lived in the shadow of Professor Oak since childhood, he was often referred to merely as Professor Oak's grandson, a label that irked the image-conscious Xiao Mao, driving him down the irrevocable path of a Pokémon trainer. Nidoqueen, unleash Earth power. Xiao Mao took the initiative. Despite possessing a type advantage, he remained cautious, recalling how his previous Blastoise had succumbed to Charizard's type superiority. Slowbro, use Ice Beam. Fortunately, Slowbro had learned some Ice-type moves, or else Yisu's position would have been exceedingly precarious. Earth Power, a Ground-type move, dealt effective damage to Slowbro, whose mobility was limited. As Nidoqueen stomped the ground, the effects resembled an earthquake, albeit with lesser magnitude, yet the tremors were still devastating for the already cumbersome Slowbro. The Earth Power sent Slowbro flying, and the expression of pain on its face indicated the move's efficacy. Despite its agony, Slowbro, suspended in the air, unleashed an ice beam toward Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen dodge. Initially, Xiao Mao thought Slowbro would be unable to execute the ice beam after being struck, but he was taken aback by the sheer force of Slowbro's attack. Caught off guard, Nidoqueen was hit by the ice beam, which was equally painful for it. An opportunity. Nidoqueen launched Poison Sting at the descending Slowbro. Poison Sting, a poison-type move, was evidently advantageous. Xiao Mao had gleaned much from watching Yisu's previous battles with Beedrill, particularly the strategy of inflicting poison early on to pave the way for subsequent combat. How I wish for the weight of a mountain or the force of gravity to be upon me now, Yisu mused, as Nidoqueen found itself directly above Slowbro. Any one of the moves would inflict damage. Yisu Slowbro was now a sitting duck in midair. How would he respond? Slowbro, use headbutt downwards. Yisu commanded his airborne Pokémon. With no means of evasion, they would exchange blows. Xiao Mao's strategy was astute and flawless. Had he been an ordinary Pokémon trainer, he might have panicked and lost the match under the pressure of Xiao Mao's onslaught. Chapter 156, Fairy Sprite vs. Steelix. Yet, Yisu was no ordinary trainer. He was the audience's recognized powerhouse. Slowbro extended its head downward towards Nidoqueen, while Nidoqueen thrust its venomous stinger toward the descending Slowbro. Bang! Nidoqueen was struck by Slowbro's headbutt, while Slowbro was simultaneously pierced by the poison sting. Despite Yisu's commendable commands, fate intervened, and Slowbro was poisoned, a dire predicament for a psychic-type Pokémon vulnerable to poison. Clearly, Yisu would not gain much from this battle. Could Xiao Mao emerge victorious against the formidable Yisu? Though Nidoqueen was struck by Slowbro's headbutt, its poison point ability heightened the likelihood of poisoning Slowbro. This is troublesome. Slowbro is using Iron Tail. Nidoqueen, unleash Earthquake. Xiao Mao declared, watching as Slowbro charged towards Nidoqueen. Oh no, this is it. Just as Slowbro approached Nidoqueen, the latter executed Earthquake, stomping heavily on the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. This was a clear testament to Nidoqueen's strength. With Slowbro being weak to ground-type moves, it was swiftly knocked out by the Earthquake's assault. Slowbro has lost its fighting capability. Please send out your next Pokémon. Yisu, the referee announced. Our Xiao Mao has lived up to expectations, skillfully leveraging his tactical acumen and type advantage to triumph over the great Yisu. While Yisu's mistakes contributed, let us applaud Xiao Mao for his victory. Xiao Mao looked at his victorious Nidoqueen, feeling a surge of excitement, yet he suppressed the urge to celebrate, reminding himself that this was merely the first battle won. After all, Ash, this fellow, couldn't even claim a single victory over Yisu's Pokémon. This is the Xiao Mao I know. From here on, I shall approach this with greater seriousness. Yisu commended. Originally, Yisu had anticipated Xiao Mao would be emotionally charged after this victory, yet he was surprised by Xiao Mao's calm demeanor. I seriously suspect that Yisu may have gone easy on him, Mei remarked. I concur, Toko surprisingly agreed, refraining from quarreling with Mei. I believe Xiao Mao's victory was earned through skill, Nasi stated. Xiao Mao has matured considerably, remaining composed and unpretentious, Alice noted, turning to Professor Oak. Indeed, it seems that after facing Xiao Yi, he has grown. Whether that is good or bad remains to be seen. Beedrill, come forth. Yisu summoned Beedrill from the previous match. In facing Xiao Mao's bulky Pokémon, Beedrill was undoubtedly the most suitable choice for battle. Nidoqueen, I believe in you, Xiao Mao declared, steadfast in his confidence in Nidoqueen. In the arena, Nidoqueen sensed the message from her trainer, Sho, and let out a resounding roar. Her eyes filled with fierce determination as she gazed upon the formidable Beedrill before her. It was the signature Beedrill of the Night Watch, and it appeared that Sho's situation was perilous. Beedrill, utilize agility, followed by toxic. Night Watch commanded. The latter's choice of attack, albeit somewhat predictable, proved effective nonetheless. Nidoqueen, in response, executed Surf. Although the terrain was not aquatic, the grassy arena was bordered by small pools of water. Nidoqueen cleverly harnessed these pools to create successive waves, which, while lacking in raw damage, effectively halted the speedy Beedrill. The waves, though small, obstructed Beedrill's advance, inflicting enough harm to be detrimental. Beedrill, ascend and invoke Tailwind, commanded Nightwatch. Taking to the skies, Beedrill's insect form limited its altitude, forcing it to hover just above the waves. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind erupted, significantly enhancing Beedrill's speed. Hee hee. My Beedrill possesses a special move, Electroweb. What? We must evade it. Sho exclaimed, caught off guard by Beedrill's unexpected maneuver. Despite Sho's quick reflexes, issuing the command for Nidoqueen to dodge, her cumbersome body struggled to evade the rapidly advancing Electroweb, especially with the gale intensifying its speed. As Sho watched helplessly, Nidoqueen lamented. I wish I could, but it seems beyond my capability. Trapped within the electro-ebb, Nidoqueen's speed plummeted, further exacerbating her already sluggish pace. My apologies. But Beedrill will unleash Hyper Beam now, Nightwatch declared with a smile. Nidoqueen, however, countered with Protect, a move Sho had researched on Pokémon databases. Can you withstand the first strike? What about a second? Nightwatch taunted, continuing with Hyper Beam. Thanks to rigorous training under the guidance of his mentor, Nightwatch had refined Beedrill's Hyper Beam to a mere second of rigidity, a feat that had astonished him previously. After being struck by Hyper Beam, Nidoqueen appeared on the verge of collapse. Following another Hyper Beam, she finally succumbed, her eyes swirling yet her posture remained upright, embodying the glory of battle. With Nidoqueen rendered incapable of fighting, Nightwatch's Beedrill emerged victorious, prompting the referee to request Sho to send forth his next Pokémon. The referee observed Nidoqueen's unwavering stance, seemingly taken aback by her resilience. Sho's Nidoqueen is remarkably strong. Though defeated, she stands valiantly, he noted. I entrust you with this challenge, Kabutops, Sho announced, releasing his third Pokémon. Return, Beedrill, Nightwatch commanded, recalling the Pokémon to allow it to recuperate after 3 consecutive Hyper Beams, an unprecedented endeavor for Beedrill. Come forth, Sylveon, Nightwatch called. Summoning his next Pokémon. Sylveon, utilize Charm. Nightwatch seized the initiative, aware that Sho's Pokémon generally boasted high defensive capabilities. For the petite Sylveon, Kabutops's defense was indeed daunting. Sho refrained from issuing commands, knowing Kabutops lacked any means to shield its ears, leaving it vulnerable to the charming melody. Sylveon, unleash Fairy Wind. With Kabutops entranced and immobilized, it was the perfect moment for Nightwatch to strike. A pink whirlwind swept across the battlefield, inflicting considerable damage upon Kabutops, whose physical defenses faltered against the special attack. Sylveon, employ Dazzling Gleam. Sho shouted, Kabutops, use Protect. Sylveon released a brilliant light, blinding the audience, while only Natsuki shielded her eyes with her psychic abilities. Successfully executing Protect, Kabutops withstood Sylveon's assault, and under Sho's command, charged forward with a horn attack aimed at Beedrill. The commentator's excitement surged. I wonder if Sho's Kabutops can vanquish Sylveon. I have high hopes for this encounter. Sho, however, remained cautious, acutely aware that Kabutops's ability to withstand Sylveon's attack hinged entirely on the use of Protect. Employing Protect at the onset had placed Sho's Kabutops at a disadvantage for subsequent confrontations. Otherwise, it would have faced dire consequences, as Sho was well aware of Sylveon's prowess, which had propelled Nightwatch to victory in previous rounds. Kabutops's horn attack collided with Sylveon, and just as Sho pondered Nightwatch's lack of command, the Beedrill suddenly dissipated. The Sylveon struck was but a shadow clone, created through swift movements to confuse the opponent. Oh no, Sylveon has positioned itself behind Kabutops. Sho's Kabutops is in a precarious situation, the commentator exclaimed. Sho, witnessing Sylveon's new position, yearned to issue a command, but Nightwatch offered no opportunity, sending forth a dazzling gleam toward Kabutops. Boom. Whether fortune favored Nightwatch or misfortune struck Sho, a critical hit sent Kabutops crashing to the ground. As Kabutops fell, the commentator questioned whether it could withstand Sylveon's onslaught, given its renowned high defense. While Kabutops's defenses were formidable, they primarily pertained to physical attacks, leaving it vulnerable against special moves. Nightwatch, observing the downed Kabutops, recognized its loss of combat capability, albeit it still clung to life. Predictably, after a brief struggle, Kabutops succumbed, its eyes swirling as it lost its fighting spirit. With Kabutops defeated, Nightwatch emerged victorious, leaving Sho with only 2 Pokémon remaining as they approached halftime. The referee noted, once a trainer's 3 Pokémon are incapacitated, they enter halftime, a period for mental and emotional recalibration. Return, Sylveon, Nightwatch called back his Pokémon, stepping off the podium. Discerning that Sho's morale seemed diminished, making consolation futile. Remarkable work, Nightwatch. These 3 matches have been immensely enlightening, Sho acknowledged. Keep pushing forward, Sho, Nightwatch replied, waving farewell. Nightwatch is truly impressive, May remarked. Stay humble, stay humble. Your praise may lead to my pride swelling. Nightwatch responded playfully. Such arrogance. Natsuki retorted. Arrogance is merely for your viewing pleasure, he quipped. By the way, is Sho not in good spirits? Alice observed. Indeed, I hope he will recover soon, she added. Sho, what is the matter? You don't seem like the Sho I know. Ash approached, expressing concern. It is nothing. Merely the first time I have perceived Yasu as an insurmountable force, akin to an unscalable mountain, expressed Shigeru sincerely. I share the same sentiment. Such challenges imbue life with meaning, do they not? If one believes themselves invincible, what purpose lies in being a Pokémon trainer? With his typically carefree demeanor, Ash merely felt a fleeting sense of disappointment upon his initial defeat to Yasu, yet thereafter, he adopted Yasu as his benchmark. If life were likened to archery, Yasu would be the target. Otherwise, what significance lies in drawing back the bow each day? I comprehend now. Thank you, Shigeru remarked to Ash. Oh, who would have thought the esteemed Shigeru would express gratitude towards me? This marked the inaugural moment of amicable interaction between the two. Who are you referring to? Shigeru retorted playfully, as Ash's words had indeed brought him a sense of relief. Keep pushing forward, I have faith in you. Indeed, Shigeru replied, summoning his courage as the break concluded. On the grassy arena, the 15-minute intermission had elapsed, during which Yasu had done little more than gaze vacantly at the Pokeball in his hand. Come forth, Kingler, he called, summoning the Pokemon he had captured at the lighthouse of Saigai. In stark contrast to Ash's petite creature, Shigeru's Kingler was significantly larger and had been acquired prior to Ash's capture. Arise, Sylveon, Yasu released his Sylveon. Presently, Shigeru's demeanor was markedly more spirited than before. Let us await the outcome of his battle. Commence. The referee's command resonated, and Shigeru seized the initiative, instructing Kingler to unleash Ice Wind. Sylveon, employ Fairy Wind. Kingler exhaled a frigid gust towards Sylveon, who countered with a swirling pink tempest. The two cyclones collided. Yet Sylveon's wind proved to be considerably more formidable than that of Kingler. Kingler, amplify your power, Shigeru urged, as the Pokemon continued to exhale icy air. Sylveon, we too shall intensify our might. Yasu had no fear of the challenge posed by Shigeru. The battlefield exhibited a stark dichotomy, with Sylveon's strikes and Kingler's attacks evenly matched. Yet Kingler's exhaustion was far greater, revealing a disparity in strength. Phew! Sylveon's assault broke through the ice wind, advancing towards Kingler. Kingler, evade. Shigeru lamented the inadequacy of their strength. Sylveon, unleash magical shine. The added strike while the iron is hot rang true. Kingler, use protect. Observing Kingler panting heavily, Shigeru reluctantly commanded the defensive maneuver. A radiant burst of light erupted, capable of inflicting damage and blinding the opposing Pokemon, thereby enhancing the move's accuracy. Magical shine struck Kingler. Yet the damage was minimal due to the protective barrier in place. Kingler, employ agility to approach Sylveon. Shigeru commanded. Sylveon, utilize double team. Kingler's limbs surged into action, racing towards Sylveon, who cleverly employed the illusion of speed to create duplicates. Kingler, unleash Blizzard. Shigeru directed, recognizing the efficacy of area of effect moves. Sylveon, evade. As the icy storm descended, Sylveon deftly maneuvered out of its range. In truth, the distinctive feature of double team lies in the shadows beneath the feet. The duplicates cast no shadows. Sylveon, utilize Magical Leaf. Once beyond the storm's reach, Yasu ordered a long-range attack. Kingler's Blizzard could not cover the entire battlefield, yet its area of effect remained significant. As Sylveon launched its tracking leaves, extraordinary in their ability to pursue their target with near certainty, Shigeru found himself cornered. Use Water Gun, he commanded, knowing full well there was no counter to the pursuing Magical Leaf. Kingler, imbued with the power of water, charged at Sylveon. The leaves struck Kingler, eliciting a pained expression, and in that moment, Kingler collided with Sylveon. End this battle with magical shine. Now, with Kingler directly before Sylveon, evasion was futile. Kingler, use protect. Shigeru's hopes rested upon this move, despite its diminished success rate upon repeated use. Magical shine struck Kingler, rendering it incapacitated. Kingler has fainted. Yasu emerges victorious. Shigeru, please send forth your next Pokemon, the referee announced. With only 2 Pokemon remaining, Shigeru found himself in peril. I leave it to you, Arcanine. This Arcanine was among Shigeru's key players, having previously faced off against a formidable Kingler at the Tokyo Gym, but ultimately falling to Mutuo. Return, Sylveon. Yasu recalled Sylveon. Having recognized the need for rest after 2 battles, excessive fighting is not the path to growth, particularly for non-fighting type Pokemon. Come forth, Dragonite. Yasu summoned his champion-level Dragonite, feeling somewhat uneasy about deploying such a powerful Pokemon in this context, yet he deemed it necessary for a swift conclusion. Is that grandfather's Dragonite? Shigeru inquired, eyeing Yasu's Dragonite with curiosity. No, I returned that one. Well then, Arcanine, let us go. We can do this. Shigeru encouraged his Pokemon. Dragonite, unleash Water Tail. Arcanine, dodge. Shigeru urgently shouted. Alas, Dragonite's speed was astonishing. Its hefty body propelled forth with incredible velocity, its tail crashing down upon Arcanine like a tumultuous wave. Poor Arcanine was knocked to the ground, and with the water type's advantage over fire, it was swiftly defeated. Arcanine has fainted. Please send forth your next Pokémon, Shigeru. A swift defeat. A swift defeat. The commentators exclaimed, their excitement palpable as Yasu demonstrated his true prowess. Come forth, Blastoise, my final hope rests with you. Though Shigeru uttered these words, the prospect of victory seemed exceedingly bleak. Dragonite, conclude this battle with Hyper Beam. Blastoise, like Arcanine, fell victim to Dragonite's relentless assault. Showing no mercy, Blastoise has fainted. Yasu is the victor. Congratulations to Yasu for advancing. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, as nothing stirs emotions quite like a demonstration of overwhelming strength. Shigeru, you have made progress, Yasu remarked towards the opposing platform. I am aware, yet you still surpass me. Yasu, Shigeru replied, devoid of any trace of despondency. Victory and defeat are but aspects of a Pokémon trainer's journey. Although he lost, he had at least captured one of Yasu's Pokémon, for failure is the mother of success. Next time, I shall defeat you. Await my return, Shigeru declared, departing the platform without a backward glance. No one comprehended his emotions, nor did anyone pay heed to Shigeru. The defeated are often stripped of their voice. Congratulations, Yasu, Naji remarked, observing Yasu's descent from the platform. I am well, let us go dine, Yasu replied, escorting the women away from the battleground. Upon returning to the villa in Kona, Mei and Nei began bickering for reasons unknown. What is the matter? Yasu inquired, observing the two young women squabbling like children. As they indeed were. Nei stole my snacks. Mei glanced at Nei with a huffy snort. She had just retrieved a bag of potato chips, intending to wash her hands first, but upon returning from the kitchen, she discovered the chips had mysteriously vanished from the table. Just then, she caught sight of Nei munching on the very chips she had set aside, and without a moment's hesitation, she lunged to reclaim them. I didn't take them. They're clearly mine. You're slandering me, Mei, Nei protested. Nonsense. Those chips are unequivocally mine, Mei retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration as she glared at Nei, knowing full well she was no match for her. Brother Yuesu, she's bullying me. Mei feigned innocence, her tone overly dramatic. Please, Mei, spare me your theatrics. I can't endure it, Yuesu replied, shivers running down his spine at her tone. Whose chips are these? Alice inquired, pointing to the bag beneath the table. They seem to be mine. Let me check, Mei dashed over. Indeed, they're mine, she exclaimed, recognizing the familiar packaging. I already told you I didn't take them. Why do you continue to accuse me? Nei shot back, her demeanor suddenly resolute, confronting Mei with a barrage of questions. Chapter 159, Ahom. Who told you to flaunt your chips before me? Mei stubbornly insisted, aware that her cuteness would likely deter Yuesu from taking sides against her. Enough, let's eat, Yuesu interjected, playing the peacemaker as his stomach growled in protest. Make your own. Nei dismissed Yuesu, taking flight and perching atop his head to continue her chip feast. Don't eat chips on my head. Soon, I'll be covered in crumbs, he complained. Forget it. Let's go out to eat, Yuesu coaxed. But Nei remained unresponsive to his pleas despite his sweet-talking. While Yuesu might not mind skipping a meal himself, the others, aside from Mingxue and Xiaoxue, were utterly inept in the kitchen. The group arrived at a nearby restaurant, recommended by Kenna, who claimed the food was quite delectable. What a coincidence, Yuesu. Xiaoji and Xiaomao were also dining at the establishment. It is indeed a coincidence, Yuesu noted, feeling a bit cramped among the gathered company. Congratulations on advancing, Yuesu, Xiaoji remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. What's wrong? Yuesu asked, sensing something amiss. Typically, Xiaoji would challenge him outright. He probably entered the match brimming with confidence, only to face defeat, Xiaoxia interjected. He's quite formidable. I believe his name is Ahong, Xiaojing added. Indeed, facing Xiaoji was a total annihilation, Xiaomao concurred. What nonsense. He clearly lost after giving it his all. How does it morph into something else when it reaches your lips? Xiaoji exclaimed angrily, recalling how he had previously comforted Xiaomao. In any case, the outcome is the same. What's there to discuss? Ahong is undeniably strong. I now question whether I can defeat him, Xiaomao mused. We'll see when the time comes. Let's eat first. Right, my stomach has been growling for ages, Xiaoji declared, disregarding appearances as he devoured a chicken leg in one hand and a hamburger in the other. Xiaoji, can you not have some decorum? This is so embarrassing, Xiaoxia lamented, wishing she could punch him. After a cheerful meal, the group returned to Kenna's villa. Nei, are you still upset? Nei had been sulking since earlier. Yuesu, do you no longer hold me in your heart? She suddenly asked. Why would you say that? Yuesu replied, puzzled. Have I done something wrong? Then why didn't you speak to me earlier? Nate questioned. You're upset over something so trivial. Your heart is truly narrow, Yuesu teased. So love can just vanish. Then? Nate exclaimed, her tone tinged with sadness. No, I was merely jesting. You are my favorite. Nay, Yuesu reassured her, no longer dismissive as before. Given the altered circumstances. Really? Nate inquired. Absolutely. Here, I bought these snacks. You can have them all. Yuesu produced the treats he had purchased during a shopping trip with Alice. You're the best, Yuesu. Nate exclaimed joyfully, hugging the snacks. In the following days, Yuesu did not procrastinate. He wielded his strength to dominate, showing no mercy, reminiscent of his former self, the formidable Yuesu from the elimination rounds. As the finals approached, Yuesu's opponent was the one who had defeated Xiaoji, Ahong, indicating his considerable prowess. While Ahong had bested Xiaoji, it was largely due to Team Rocket's interference. Yet Yuesu noted from the event replay that the situation was not so straightforward. Ahong's Pokémon boasted strength surpassing even that of the Elite Four, far exceeding the current champion, which was indeed perplexing. In the original narrative, Ahong was not portrayed as so powerful. How could he now seem to eclipse Xiaoji in skill? Yuesu mused that this iteration of the Indigo Conference lacked excitement. He reclined on the sofa, not delving deeper into Ahong's unusual strength, believing in the adage that one should meet challenges as they arise. With your level of skill, I doubt even the champion could defeat you, Alice remarked. Yuesu, have you considered entering the Elite Four challenge? It would make you the champion of the Kanto region. Kenna suggested. Not a chance. I wish to travel instead, Yuesu replied, shaking his head. I'm still young. I must explore the world before settling down. After several days of preparation, the day of the Indigo Conference finals finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the thrilling final round. Today, we are honored to have the Elite Four as judges. Let us welcome them with applause. The audience erupted with fervent applause, most of whom were locals from the Kanto region, well acquainted with the four esteemed members. Emerging from the vicinity of the competition grounds were the four Elite Four members, Kikuko, Dato, Shiba, and Kenna. They took their respective seats, signaling the imminent start of the match. Yuesu felt little anxiety. After all, he was merely toying with his opponents. And victory was already a foregone conclusion. Perhaps Ahong was strong, but Yuesu harbored no fear. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again. We have just introduced the illustrious Elite Four. The contestants for this Indigo Conference final are both formidable trainers. Representing the red team is the formidable Yuesu from Masera Town. And from the green team is the trainer Ahong, also hailing from the Kanto region. The commentator elaborated on each contestant's records and backgrounds, alongside the predictions from the Elite Four regarding the battle's outcome. It appears this trainer named Ahong is quite strong, Kikuko remarked, studying Ahong's records. His victories are swift. Unlike Yuesu's occasional leniency, his records are indeed impressive, consistently finishing battles within a minute. However, compared to Yuesu, he still seems to fall short. Shiba commented. The outcome is clear, isn't it? Dato added. How can you say that? Even though I believe Yuesu will win, Kenna interjected. You seem to be the least qualified to speak, Dato retorted. What did you say? Kenna's smile faded as she glared at Dato, her expression suggesting he was in for a reprimand. Oh, nothing. You, the leader, are always right, Dato quickly amended, sensing her displeasure. What a pity. Both Xiaoji and Xiaomao lost just before the finals, Kikuko noted. She had once been a friendly rival of Professor Okido in her youth, but over the years, she had found him too weak to be a worthy opponent, leading to a strained relationship. As the oldest member of the Elite Four, she possessed a notoriously stubborn temperament. Chapter 160, The First Battle. Kiku is a Ghost-type Elite Four member, and perhaps due to her constant companionship with Ghost-type Pokémon, she exudes an aura reminiscent of the deceased. This is not to say she resembles a corpse. Rather, it is the chilling presence that emanates from her, enough to instill fear in ordinary individuals. I wonder if Yasu will summon a legendary Pokémon, Shiba mused curiously. Ever since Dato was defeated by Yasu, as Dato's friend, Shiba has been subjected to Dato's daily recounting of Yasu's formidable Dragonite, always lamenting, if only my Dragonite possessed such power. Shiba's ears are nearly worn out from hearing the same refrain, yet he remains intrigued by the prowess of legendary creatures. However, Ken, it seems you share a rather unique relationship with Yasu, Shiba suddenly remarked, turning to Ken. The flames of gossip burned brightly. One could only speculate how Shiba's nosiness would fare among the Elite Four. What business is it of yours? Ken shot a cold glance at Shiba, effectively silencing his thoughts. After being dismissed by Ken, Shiba awkwardly rubbed his forehead, sensing that their relationship was indeed peculiar. It had been several months since Shiba last saw Ken. He initially assumed Ken was occupied with some long-term mission, and were it not for Dato's earlier disclosure, he might still be in the dark. Could there be some illicit affair at play? Shiba's gaze towards Ken grew increasingly curious. Why do you have such a strange look in your eyes? Dato questioned, noticing Shiba's expression as though he had uncovered a great secret. I believe Ken and Yasu share a deeper bond, Shiba whispered conspiratorially to Dato. Is that so? Dato exclaimed excitedly. What are you two discussing? Ken inquired, observing Dato and Shiba's animated exchange. Oh, it's nothing, just a sudden recollection from a previous mission, Dato stammered. Slightly flustered. You both are acting rather oddly. One is gossiping like a girl, while the other fidgets like a shy maiden. You aren't actually female, are you? Impossible. I am 100% male. That's a relief. I thought you might have some peculiar inclinations. Yasu and Ahong ascended to the command platform, greeted by applause from the audience. Go, Yasu. Mei cheered enthusiastically, waving her hands. Go, Yasu, echoed Toko and the otherwise unassuming Selena. Yasu waved back at the audience, exuding a commanding presence. None of the contestants, apart from Shigeru, could boast such a devoted cheering section. Nor had one managed to capture the attention of an elite member like Ken. Yasu surveyed the crowd of admirers, already envisioning a future filled with possibilities. Meanwhile, Ahong, observing Yasu's goofy smile and the girls cheering him on, fell into deep contemplation. In what aspect have I fallen short compared to him? Previously, this thought had crossed the mind of Yashiki, though he suffered a crushing defeat at Yasu's hands. Yasu appears to be grinning foolishly, Naji remarked, eyeing Yasu's expression on the platform. Yasu, do you not see the looks of bewilderment from others? It was only at the crucial moment that Nei's reminder reached Yasu. It's fine. I won't let others' gazes concern me. Hey, could you show some respect for your opponent? Ahong could no longer contain his frustration. At least acknowledge my presence. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This response only fueled Ahong's irritation. We are in the midst of a battle, are we not? Being distracted is a sign of disrespect. Just wait, I will have you begging for mercy. Of course, this was merely Ahong's own sentiment. The exhilarating finals were about to commence, although everyone was familiar with the audience. It was worth reiterating that the first half would feature a one-on-one battle with 3 Pokémon per side. Once either party loses 3 Pokémon, a halftime break will ensue, followed by a second half mirroring the first. The commentator recapped the rules of the finals for those who might be unaware. Let the match begin, both sides. Release your Pokémon, the referee announced. Come forth, Charizard. Ahong called, releasing his Pokémon. This Charizard had a name. It was once a Charmander named Jiangben, evolving into a Charmeleon, known as Jibwa, and was Ahong's primary Pokémon. Ahong had once used it to thwart Team Rocket's plans alongside Ash. In a showdown against Ash, Ahong deployed his Charizard, which ultimately led to his qualification due to Charizard's disobedience to Ash's commands. Yasu observed, employing his system to assess, discovering that this Charizard possessed peak Elite Four strength. An unexpected divergence from the original narrative. Come forth, Blastoise, Yasu announced, releasing Blastoise, whose strength was comparable to that of Charizard. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Ahong commanded. Noticing Yasu's lack of initiative, use Water Gun. Charizard unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Blastoise, while Blastoise retaliated with a powerful Water Gun. The fiery inferno and the jet of water collided, generating a significant cloud of steam that enveloped the arena. Surprisingly, the Water-type attack struggled against Charizard's Flamethrower, indicating that Ahong's Charizard was indeed formidable. Yasu was equally astonished. Although it was merely a probing move, the fact that Charizard could withstand the Water Gun was unexpected. Charizard, use Air Slash. Ahong commanded. Charizard soared into the sky, flapping its wings to unleash a blade of compressed air. Blastoise, use Psychic. Blastoise manifested its psychic powers to counter the Air Slash. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Blastoise struck a peculiar pose, muttering incantations, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the previously clear sky, with tiny raindrops beginning to fall, an unfortunate development for Charizard. This is troublesome. Charizard, use Heat Wave. With rain falling, the fire type's power would diminish. Charizard exhaled a wave of scorching heat towards its adversary, creating a thick mist that gradually eroded the heat wave's intensity until it barely reached Blastoise, inflicting little damage. Blastoise, unleash a wide-area blizzard, then follow up with Hail. Yasu's combination aimed to reduce Charizard's attack power nearly to zero. With the rain in effect, the synergy of the rain and blizzard, coupled with hail, quickly turned the tide against Charizard. Chapter 161. Blastoise takes on 3. Yasu's chain of attacks seemed to corner Charizard, which struggled to maneuver in the rain while contending with the effects of the blizzard and hail. It appeared that Ahong was on the verge of losing the first round. The commentator proclaimed, observing the unfolding situation. "This kid is quite clever," Shiba remarked. "Let us not rush to conclusions. Let us observe." Kiku, the Elite Four member, refrained from passing judgment. Charizard resorted to using Inferno. With no other options, Ahong unleashed Charizard's powerful move, but it would take a significant toll on Charizard. Flames gradually enveloped Charizard, distinct from ordinary fire, the heat intense enough to cause beads of sweat to form on the faces of the spectators. The flames melted the blizzard and hail surrounding it, creating small puddles throughout the battlefield, a testament to Charizard's strength. "Huh, you've missed your chance. Blastoise, use Surf," Yasu declared, seizing the opportunity presented by the water pools. Blastoise summoned a towering wave, reaching 10 meters high, posing a significant threat to the airborne Charizard. Still recovering from the earlier Inferno, Charizard was struck by Blastoise's Surf, the colossal wave crashing down and sending Charizard tumbling to the ground. In an instant, the Charizard lying on the ground lost all combat capability. It must be said that it was Ahong's decision to have Charizard use Inferno that granted Isu the opportunity. Otherwise, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly. With Charizard incapacitated, the referee requested Ahong to dispatch his next Pokémon. "This round is up to you now, Bobby." Ahong released his Butterfree. "Bobby, what an intriguing name," Isu remarked with a smile. The Slowpoke gazed at its opponent with a dazed expression, its eyes regarding Butterfree much like they had previously regarded Charizard. "Bobby, use Whirlwind to attack the opponent." Ahong called out to Butterfree. "Slowpoke, use Surf." Slowpoke manipulated the water on the field, summoning a towering wave 5 meters high, while Butterfree's Whirlwind met the wave head-on, leaving it utterly unaffected. "Bobby, use Telekinesis," Ahong shouted, noting that this creature was not devoid of merit. At least Butterfree possessed the ability to use Telekinesis, which was quite rare among its kind. Slowpoke, counter with Telekinesis, then use Teleport to close in and execute Absorb. Slowpoke's Telekinesis nullified the effects of Butterfree's own, a deliberate move on Slowpoke's part. Otherwise, a Psychic-type Pokémon would be embarrassed to be outmatched by a non-Psychic using Telekinesis. In the next moment, Slowpoke appeared right in front of Butterfree, which was startled by the sudden appearance. Before it could evade, it was struck by Slowpoke's Absorb, causing its vitality to wane as Slowpoke replenished its own. "Bobby, use Sleep Powder," Ahong calmly commanded, undeterred by Butterfree's hit. Now, Slowpoke was directly in front of Butterfree, making it quite easy for the Sleep Powder to land. You fell for it. "Slowpoke, use Magic Coat." Yisu had intentionally drawn Slowpoke close to Butterfree to lure Ahong into using Control-type moves. At this distance, most trainers would resort to moves like Sleep Powder, Paralyze Powder, Toxic Powder, or Confusion Ray. Butterfree flapped its wings, releasing a Hypnotic Powder, but it was rebounded by Slowpoke's Magic Coat, putting Butterfree into a deep slumber instead. "Oh no. Bobby, wake up quickly," Ahong shouted anxiously, yet the freshly slumbering Butterfree was not easily roused. "Slowpoke, use Psychic." Unfortunately, Slowpoke did not possess Dream Eater, which could have been devastating when paired with sleep. It could have allowed the opponent to relive their greatest fears in a dream and awaken them while siphoning their energy. Using Psychic now would still inflict considerable damage on Butterfree. Slowpoke unleashed a powerful Psychic attack aimed at Butterfree's mind, jolting it awake, albeit with significant damage incurred. "Bobby, use Sonic Boom to attack the opponent," Ahong continued to shout. "Slowpoke, use Protect." It would be unwise for Slowpoke to take the Sonic Boom head-on. Being confused could lead to dire consequences. Butterfree emitted a special sound wave directed at Slowpoke, yet Slowpoke successfully utilized Protect, rendering itself immune to the confusion effect of the Sonic Boom. "Bobby, use Flash," Ahong suddenly shouted, seizing the perfect moment when Yisu and Slowpoke had let their guard down, as Protect could not shield against physical effects like this. In an instant, the blinding light caused Slowpoke to lose its sight temporarily. "Slowpoke, use Water Gun in the opposite direction of 5 o'clock. Observing the disoriented Slowpoke, Yisu decided to guide it with his own eyes. Slowpoke aimed its water gun according to Yisu's direction, but alas, Butterfree's speed was far too swift, allowing it to evade the attack effortlessly. "Bobby, retaliate with Whirlwind," Ahong shouted. After a series of exchanges, Slowpoke's blindness had dissipated, yet Ahong commanded Butterfree to attack. "Slowpoke, use Scald." Slowpoke unleashed scalding hot water, inflicting a burn on Butterfree, which succumbed to the heat. "Butterfree has lost its combat capability. Please substitute your Pokémon, Ahong," the referee promptly announced. "Rain, it's your turn." Ahong called forth his Pikachu. Ahong's Pikachu, much like Ash's, remained at his side. not confined within a Pokeball, and many of Ahong's traits mirrored those of Ash, almost as if he were a mere replica. Slowpoke, use Hyper Beam. Yisu exclaimed immediately, seeking to deny Ahong any opportunity. After an evenly matched battle, Slowpoke had little energy left. Every bit of energy spent was a victory. It seems our contestant Yisu is quite formidable, launching an attack with Hyper Beam right out of the gate. If Ahong's Pikachu cannot evade, it will surely be at a disadvantage, the commentator remarked. Ahong's Pikachu was relatively swift, managing to dodge Hyper Beam with its nimble body and speed. Though it sustained minor scratches, which were negligible. What an opportunity! Rain, use Thunderbolt. Ahong shouted, as he observed Slowpoke immobilized. Chapter 162, Banji vs. The Substitute King. Slowpoke, paralyzed by the immobilization effect, endured Pikachu's Thunderbolt. For a water type, the damage from electric type moves was doubled. There's no choice. Slowpoke, unleash Blizzard and Hail. Yisu initially intended to surprise Pikachu with an unexpected attack, but Pikachu's agility allowed it to evade once more. Left with no choice, he resorted to Blizzard and Hail again, but this time was not on Yisu's side. Otherwise, he could have employed Rain Dance. Yisu continued to execute Blizzard and Hail. How would Ahong respond to this double strike? Damn it, what should I do now? Ahong found himself at a loss. Without the aid of Brock and Misty, succumbing to the pressure exerted by Yisu. Finish off Pikachu, Slowpoke. Use Hyper Beam. Faced with Slowpoke's Hyper Beam, Pikachu found itself with no recourse. The battlefield was blanketed in ice and snow, and Pikachu's speed was hindered, rendering its agility useless. This was the most frustrating predicament. Pikachu was struck by Slowpoke's Hyper Beam, collapsing to the ground, defeated. Pikachu has lost its combat capability. Ahong has lost 3 Pokémon and is now entering halftime. The referee continued, stating the outcome that seemed all but inevitable. Truly, the great Demon King Yisu, a single Slowpoke taking on Ahong's 3 Pokémon. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Come back, Rain, you've truly worked hard. Ahong recalled his Pikachu. You are quite strong. I acknowledge your prowess, but in the second half, I will give it my all, Ahong declared, turning to Yisu on the opposing platform. Thank you for the match, Yisu replied and stepped down from the platform. You've worked hard, Xiao Yi, Alice said to the approaching Yisu. Was it really that hard? I find it unnecessary. Ahong's strength is rather lacking. I expected him to be much more formidable, Mei arrogantly stated. In truth, his strength is commendable. Those who reach the finals are no pushovers, Ness said. Indeed. The 3 Pokémon he used against me earlier all exhibited elite 4-level strength. Such prowess is worthy of being recognized as an elite. Yet, he was still defeated by brother Yisu, Mei remarked. Yes, you are absolutely right, Toko replied. Let us go. We shouldn't disturb Yisu's rest, Naz urged as she led the group away. In another, lesser-known location, this Ahong possesses quite impressive strength, Granny Orange mused as she reviewed Ahong's profile. Indeed, with such strength, he could easily be an elite, or even a champion. However, he is merely a novice traveler. Are you not curious as to why someone of such capability remains unrecognized? A high-ranking official from the league inquired. Ahong was previously a figure of obscurity, but he first showcased his prowess at this year's courts conference. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Ahong hails from an ordinary family and possesses a collection of Pokémon, including Pikachu, Charizard, Butterfree, Tyranitar, Swellow, and Aspiro. Aside from the semi-divine Tyranitar, there seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about his team. However, it appears that all his Pokémon exhibit the strength of a champion. As the 15-minute break concluded, Yisu and Ahong entered the arena. In the first half, Yisu fought valiantly against 3 opponents, presenting a visual feast of combat. Now, our contender, Ahong, faces a perilous challenge. We await to see if he can turn the tide in his favor. Come forth, Slacking, Yisu announced, releasing the Slacking he had drawn in the lottery. Since obtaining it, he had not yet called upon it for battle. Arise, Cruz, Ahong declared, summoning his Tyranitar, which first appeared in the mysterious Pokémon X. Cruz had previously helped repel Team Rocket alongside Ash's Bayleaf. While Yisu unleashed Slacking, Ahong sent forth his semi-divine Tyranitar, with both trainers commanding formidable Pokémon. The battlefield remained a grassy terrain. The moment Tyranitar appeared, a fierce sandstorm erupted, whipping through the arena and startling the spectators. Tyranitar's ability, Sandstream, transformed the weather into a sandstorm upon its entry. Without hesitation, Ahong commanded, Cruz, use Rock Slide. Tyranitar stomped ferociously, lifting a massive boulder from the ground and hurling it at Slacking. Slacking, counter, Yisu instructed, and the slacking effortlessly shattered the boulder with a single punch. Now cruise. Use spikes. Ahong shouted. Tyranitar launched sharp stones towards slacking. Every time your slacking moves, it risks falling asleep, which greatly benefits Tyranitar, Ahong remarked. Casting a glance at the unperturbed Yisu. Is that so? Then watch closely, Yisu replied, offering no further comment. Impossible. Ahong exclaimed in disbelief as slacking remained wide awake, filled with fighting spirit, a stark contrast to its typically lethargic nature. It was as lively as an unevolved Apom. My slacking is not lazy, Yisu stated, observing the astonished crowd before elaborating. It seemed that Yisu's slacking was indeed unique. Typically, slacking is known for its lazy trait, which hinders its formidable strength. Oh, such abilities exist? But this will not deter me. Use Earthquake, Ahong commanded, directing Tyranitar to unleash a powerful shockwave that traveled across the ground towards slacking. However, the earthquake had little effect on the equally heavyweight slacking. Seeing slacking's stoic demeanor, both Ahong and Tyranitar grew frustrated. Since that was your attack, it's my turn now, Yisu declared, unfazed by Ahong's lack of aggression. Slacking, use Hammer Arm. Cruise, counter with Brick Break. Ahong retorted defiantly. Slacking swung its powerful arm down toward Tyranitar, who transformed its hand into a slicing edge, aiming to strike Slacking's arm. The two attacks collided, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from their epicenter, devastating the grassy arena as if struck by a meteor. Chapter 163, The Birth of a Champion. The battle between Tyranitar and Slacking was intensely fierce, a raw display of close-quarters combat. While lacking flashy techniques, this clash of strength was profoundly stirring. The exchanges between Slacking and Tyranitar were fierce, seemingly evenly matched. However, while onlookers saw a fair fight, those knowledgeable recognized that Tyranitar was clearly at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, it was not easy for two defensive Pokémon to determine a victor. Cruise, use Avalanche, Ahong shouted. The Avalanche move is known for its high melee damage, increasing in power when struck during its execution. Slacking, use Counter, Yisu responded. This was problematic. Tyranitar's Avalanche struck Slacking. Although Avalanche appeared to be a special move, it was indeed physical damage, which could trigger the counter ability. Slacking retaliated with double the damage, sending Tyranitar reeling to the edge of the battlefield, nearly disqualified for stepping out. That was close. Cruise, use Dark Pulse, Ahong yelled. Yet, Yisu was unfazed. As Pikachu entered the fray, he commanded, Slacking, finish it with Aura Sphere. Before Tyranitar could unleash its Dark Pulse, Slacking's Aura Sphere struck, rendering it unable to continue fighting. With Tyranitar defeated, Ahong reluctantly sent forth his Fiero. Now, Ahong was left with only two Flying-type Pokémon, but they posed a significant threat to Yisu's Slacking. Use Aerial Ace, Ahong instructed Fiero. Slacking, use Downburst. Yisu countered. Slacking lacked many moves effective against airborne foes, and could only employ Downburst against the soaring Fiero. As Fiero took to the skies, Yisu attempted to halt its ascent, but before Ahong could issue a command, Fiero soared upward on its own. Fiero dove rapidly towards Slacking, executing Aerial Ace, while Slacking picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it skyward. Unfortunately, Fiero's speed was too great. The rock missed its target, and after evading the thrown stone, Fiero continued to harass Slacking. Despite Slacking's tough exterior, the constant barrage was unwelcome. This is troublesome. Slacking, use Bulk Up, Yisu lamented. With no opportunity to retaliate, Slacking fortified its defenses, hoping to withstand Fiero's relentless speed. Fiero, use Focus Energy. Ahong seized upon Slacking's sluggishness, utilizing Fiero's speed advantage to maintain pressure. It appeared that the situation was unfavorable for Yisu. Although Slacking lacked its lazy trait, it was forced into a defensive position against the agile Fiero. Ahong is quite crafty, Mei remarked, sympathizing with Yisu. That's how battles are fought. But don't underestimate Xiaoye's strength. Just wait and see, Alice encouraged. Indeed, Mei, you seem overly excited, Toko chided. Why do you always criticize me, Toko? I'm not backing down. As expected, Mei and Toko began to bicker once more. Nasi, Alice, and Shalina watched with amusement. Even Mingxue and Xiaoxue could not hide their smiles. Returning to the battle, Yisu commanded, Slacking, use Taunt. Observing Slacking's dwindling energy, he urged caution. Don't be deceived, Ahong shouted. Unfortunately for him, Slacking successfully provoked Fiero into a state of confusion, significantly increasing the likelihood that Fiero would not heed Ahong's commands. Fiero charged directly at Slacking, exposing numerous vulnerabilities. Slacking, use Hammer Arm. Slacking struck Fiero down. The petite bird could hardly withstand the powerful assault, crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. rendered unable to continue fighting. The fierce sparrow has succumbed to battle, and thus, Trainer Ahong is requested to dispatch his next Pokémon. The referee gazes at the fallen sparrow and announces, "Return, please take a break, Wong." Knight Su promptly recalls his Pokémon, not due to fatigue, but rather because he is acutely aware that Ahong's final Pokémon is a proud swallow, another flying type. Having already employed a feint once, it is evident that Ahong would not grant Knight Su another opportunity. "Arise, Electabuzz," Knight Su calls forth, releasing his early game Electabuzz into the fray, allowing it to hone its combat skills. "Come forth, Laz," Ahong commands, summoning his Swallow, which first appeared in the Pokémon Search Network during the quest to locate Professor Oak, assisting Ahong in discovering the whereabouts of the kidnapped professor. Electabuzz, unleash thunder, Knight Su instructs, knowing that his current Pokémon possesses a type advantage over the flying swallow, rendering it vulnerable. "Dodge, Laz," Ahong shouts desperately to his Swallow. Should the thunder strike true, defeat would be imminent. Electabuzz fires off a Volt Tackle. Knight Su's second move sends Laz, who initially sought to evade, spiraling into the air, and seeing that it has not yet lost its fighting spirit, Knight Su commands another Volt Tackle. Boom! In an instant, the Swallow is sent flying, incapacitated, leaving only the stylish silhouette of Electabuzz in the arena. Ahong finds himself at a loss, as the electric-type moves prove overwhelmingly effective against the Swallow. 3 successive strikes have rendered the Swallow gravely injured and incapable of continuing. The Swallow has lost its battle capability. Trainer Knight Su emerges victorious. "You are formidable. I concede defeat," Ahong utters weakly, unable to comprehend that his entire team of elite Pokémon was bested by Knight Su. Once brimming with confidence, he now struggles to accept this harsh reality. Let us extend our congratulations to Trainer Knight Su for clinching the championship at this quartz conference. The commentator exclaims with fervor. Ahong retrieves his fallen Swallow, departing the arena without a backward glance. His dejected figure starkly contrasts with Knight Su's triumphant presence. Following Knight Su's victory, the time has come for the award ceremony, marking the splendid conclusion of the quartz conference. According to the schedule, the presentation was slated to commence in the afternoon. Yet the battle between Knight Su and Ahong concluded in a mere few hours. The match, which began at 9 in the morning, wrapped up by 10:30, making it the swiftest championship final in the history of the quartz conference. The tale concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and like to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.